I priced a low-tier slime, originally worth 300 yuan, at 3 million. The girl not only didn't think it was expensive, but also said I was especially fair, even willing to offer 10 times the price for this pet. While others mocked the girl for being foolish with her money, I confidently assured her that in 3 months, this low-tier slime would grow into the king of all pets at the monarch level. This led to my awakening of the super pet shop system, where any pet sold in my store would grow to the monarch level.
A low-tier slime worth only 300 yuan, and you're asking for 3 million? Have you lost your mind in this scam shop? Shen Yan widened her beautiful eyes in anger, staring at the young shopkeeper. In contrast, I remained calm, lightly reminding the girl that this was no ordinary slime, but one destined to become the king of slimes. Seeing my shifty demeanor only made Shen Yan angrier. Regardless of the price, even the best slime can only reach the awakened tier of the 3 realms, and it wouldn't stand a chance against some unawakened beasts. How could my initial contracted pet be so weak? I looked at Shen Yan's astonished expression. I relaxed my brows and continued to introduce that this slime could grow infinitely, easily reaching the monarch level as long as it devoured enough resources. When Shen Yan heard the words monarch level come from my mouth, her eyes widened in shock, nearly causing her to faint. So she immediately took out a silver-level blue whale to feed to the slime, to verify my claims. If the slime couldn't swallow it, she'd report me to the pre-sale association for running a scam. As I lifted the concept of the transparent container, Shen Yan unhesitatingly tossed the blue whale inside. The moment the slime saw the blue whale, it lunged forward, wrapping its soft body around the whale completely. Immediately after, the blue whale melted continuously inside the slime, turning into pure water energy that fully integrated into the slime's body. As a wave of light flashed, the slime's aura suddenly grew significantly stronger, with torrents of water swirling around it. Its level jumped from Awakened Tier 1 to Awakened Tier 5, its potential level rose from Awakened Tier 3 to Awakened Tier 9, and it even learned a silver-level skill, Water Stream Ribbon. Shen Yan couldn't believe her eyes and leaned closer to the container, observing the slime several times, gasping in shock. Confirming that my words were indeed true, she immediately swiped her card to pay without hesitation. With the notification of the payment received, I finally sold my first pet. At the same time, an achievement was unlocked. Selling my first pet granted me a presale space, along with a random 3S level presale talent. The presale space was successfully opened, and I awakened the 3S level presale talent, Dark Hell. Feeling the presale space in my mind and the 3S level presale talent, Dark Hell, etched in my soul, I was overwhelmed with indescribable emotion. Having traversed into this world for 18 years, I had been unable to become a beast master because I lacked any innate talent. Then I failed the college entrance exam. My high school girlfriend of 3 years, Bai Yue, also ruthlessly broke up with me. However, when all seemed lost, I awakened the super pet shop system one day and opened this mythical pet store near Magic City University. It was only after selling the first pet created by the system, the slime, that I finally became a pre-sale master. On the other side, Shen Yan officially contracted the slime, and as she sensed the detailed information from the contract, she truly realized how exaggerated the value of this slime was. It had a devouring talent that allowed the slime to grow infinitely. Perhaps the monarch level wasn't even its final destination. Shopkeeper, this slime is definitely worth more than 3 million, you could even sell it for 10 times that. Shen Yan, holding her newly acquired slime, had hope for the future shining in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the sound of high heels approached from outside, and Bai Yue slowly walked in. Seeing that the pet shop owner was me, a failed college entrance exam student without any awakened presale talent, Bai Yue looked surprised. Then, seeing Shen Yan holding the slime beside me, she mocked, I even tricked Shen Yan. I frowned and said irritably, Bai Yue can buy, but she should just roll away. Bai Yue's expression was serious. Once upon a time, I had been the one fawning over him, and now I was telling him to roll. As she spoke, Bai Yue looked around, wanting to see what kinds of pets my shop could sell. I snorted coldly. Bai Yue awakened the soul flame of the Bai Ji, allowing him to contract both necromantic and fire-type pets. However, compared to fire-type, necromantic pets are rarer as they only appear in specific necromantic environments. Unless it's a super-large beast domain, there is no ability to breed necromantic beasts. I took out a transparent container and placed it in front of Bai Yue. Inside the container was a pale skeleton and a flickering blue soul flame. You dare to trick me? Bai Yue exclaimed furiously. This is clearly the lowest tier of necromantic pets, a little skeleton, just as worthless as the slime. As a proud Bai Ji Jade beast with the soul flame talent, do you think I would contract such trash? Hearing Bai Yue's outburst, I couldn't help but sneer. This little skeleton can grow stronger by defeating enemies, destined to reach the pinnacle of necromancy and evolve into the Necromancer Emperor.
Bai Yue mocked Shen Nian, who had been easily swayed by my words. However, after seeing the details of the slime, Shen Nian firmly defended me, believing that the little skeleton could also grow infinitely stronger by defeating enemies as I said. Bai Yue, seeing the two of them so stubborn, lost interest. Thinking that a low-tier skeleton would only sell for 1,000 or 2, he planned to buy it, treating it like money spent on feeding a dog. I won't sell it for a penny less than 3 million, and I won't take a penny more.
What? 3 million?
Bai Yue felt humiliated, nearly losing her temper on the spot. Then, in a fit of rage, she called the manager of another pet store, Yang Qing, saying she wanted to buy the dragon-winged pet she had previously set her eyes on, and have it delivered to my shop immediately. Before long, Yang Cheng arrived at the shop holding a transparent container, which contained a starry dragon-winged pet worth nearly 1 million. However, in my eyes, this was just a lizard with a hint of dragon blood. Even if it were a true dragon breed, it couldn't compare to the little skeleton slime. Just as Yang Qing was about to speak, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the slime skeleton in the pet shop. Few know that Yang Qing, as a beast master, awakened a very special sea-level beast talent called the Data Eye. With this talent, he can always discover some mutated pets, leading to a booming business in his pet shop where various data appears before his eyes. Slime with water attributes has awakened to level 5 potential, level 9 awakening, with the talent of Devour, a special growth type talent that can consume all resources to strengthen itself.
Skill 1, Softness 2, Water Flow Severing State, Health is based on the contract.
Yang Qing was shocked. A slime with awakened level 9 potential is indeed the king of slimes.
When he looked at the slime's talent, he was so amazed he couldn't speak.
A special growth type talent is one of the most outrageous types of talents.
As long as there are enough resources, the slime can become infinitely stronger.
Unfortunately, this destined king slime has already been contracted by a lucky beast master, leaving Yang Qing filled with envy. However, as Yang Qing looked at the nearly dazed little skeleton in the container with regret, he suddenly widened his eyes, his heart racing violently, overwhelmed with excitement. The little skeleton has necromancer attributes, with a level 1 awakening and a potential awakening of level 3, possessing the talent of slaughter. It is a special growth type talent that can infinitely enhance itself through killing. Killing can upgrade it, increase its potential, and help it comprehend and enhance its skills.
Skill 1, Hardening State, Health is based on the contract.
This is another special growth type talent. As long as it kills, it can become infinitely stronger.
This is destined to be the future skeleton emperor.
Yang Qing's heart trembled. It was indeed in a contracted state. He scanned the surroundings and instantly made up his mind. No matter the cost, he would buy this little skeleton. Bai Yu paid 800,000 to buy the flame lizard from Yang Qing. Holding the flame lizard and feeling the information from the contract, a sense of superiority surged within him.
See? My flame lizard is the real high-level pet. What trash is that little skeleton of yours?
Before Bai Yue could finish speaking, Yang Qing stepped past him and sincerely said to me that he was willing to buy the little skeleton at any price, as long as he could afford it. As soon as those words were spoken, Bai Yue, who had just paid 800,000, was taken aback. He couldn't understand why Yang Qing, as an extraordinary level beast master, would go to such lengths to buy the lowest tier little skeleton, when he himself only awakened the lowest level talent with no future. Then Yang Qing told Bai Yue that he had awakened the sea-level beast master talent, the Data Eye, and that the uniqueness of this little skeleton was obvious. Bai Yue was drenched in cold sweat from Yang Qing's words. The Data Eye was an extremely rare beast master talent. Although it was only sea-level, its uniqueness was comparable to that of a level 1 talent. Once awakened, beast masters with the Data Eye could easily pick up hidden bloodlines and talents in pets. And the little skeleton before him was exactly that type. Bai Yue took a deep breath, realizing how ridiculous his previous arrogance was. For such a little skeleton, not to mention a price of 3 million, even 100 million would attract powerful beast masters vying to buy it. Meanwhile, Shen Nian, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt very pleased and remarked that Bai Yue was blind and didn't know any better. Bai Yue was extremely angry and mocked Shen Nian for contracting a trash slime. Yang Qing coldly chimed in, revealing the uniqueness of Shen Nian's slime, marveling at its astonishing growth rate and limitless potential. Bai Yue's eyes turned red as he questioned me, asking if what they said was true and why I hadn't reminded him. How ridiculous! Do you think I would beg you to buy such an excellent pet like the little skeleton? Bai Yue, you aren't even qualified for that. These words pierced like daggers, and thinking about potentially giving up a future skeleton, the great Bai Yue couldn't help but feel heartbroken, biting his lip and looking pitiful. I ignored him. I turned to Yang Qing and offered a price of 3 million. Upon hearing this number, Yang Qing's expression turned serious. Shopkeeper,
Are you sure this little skeleton is only 3 million? I'll swipe my card right now.
As the notification of the transaction rang, my bank card balance exceeded 6 million. Yang Qing immediately established a contract with the little skeleton and, filled with joy, held it tightly. At this moment, Bai Yuewei no longer had the arrogance he held 20 minutes ago. His desire for a better future finally overcame his pride, and he quietly asked me if there were any more pets like the little skeleton slime in the shop. I chuckled lightly and replied that there were plenty to choose from. Will I still be able to come back and buy pets once I reach extraordinary level and develop the second phase of my contract? Bai Yuewei asked with a hint of playfulness, looking disheveled at me. I already gave you the opportunity. I refuse to do business with you and will not sell you any pets. My cold attitude completely broke Bai Yuewei's defenses. His eyes flashed with hatred as he began to curse, calling me a worthless person who hadn't even awakened the desire beast talent. He claimed that even if he raised excellent pet offspring, he wouldn't be able to keep them safe. However, before he could finish speaking, an endless darkness appeared behind me, filled with an ominous and sinister aura. This boundless darkness seemed capable of imprisoning even the Lord of Demons. The three of them struggled under the terrifying pressure. A B-level desire beast talent definitely does not possess such power. Could this be the top-tier S-level desire beast talent? Shin Nian Nian's words not only shocked Bai Yuewei, but also filled him with regret and shame. His proud B-level desire beast talent was nothing compared to the S-level desire beast talent. I calmly replied that what the three of them had awakened was not some S-level talent but the legendary 3S-level Dark Hell. At this moment, Bai Yuewei was completely devoid of the pride he had when he first entered. Now filled with regret, he thought that if he hadn't suggested breaking up after 3 years of being in love, his boyfriend could have at least become a king, a beast master. Now, it was too late for anything he might say. In despair, Bai Yuewei left with the flame lizard. Yang Qing and Shin Nian Nian exchanged glances, both feeling relieved as they exchanged contact information before leaving one after another. I stretched lazily, comfortably sat on the sofa sipping tea. On the first day of opening, I had already sold 2 pets, opened up a presale space, and awakened a 3S level dark talent. My current points totaled 600, enough to exchange for an initial presale. So I opened the system panel and began to choose the Hellhound. Just the Hell's watchdog. The Demon Lord is way too ugly, it completely ruins the aesthetic. That's your doomsday dragon. I'll exchange it directly. As the system notification chimed in, a half-meter-high juvenile dragon appeared before me, its entire body a deep black color with menacing claws and dark wings. The doomsday dragon roared again, and I thought, wow, this is so cool. The more I looked at it, the more satisfied I became. Its appearance was simply stunning. This is just its juvenile phase. The doomsday dragon can reach thousands of meters when it matures. A thought crossed my mind, and the data for the doomsday dragon appeared before me. It had the potential of a dominator-level beast, capable of breaking through to the Holy Spirit level once it reached maturity. There was no comparison between the slime and the doomsday dragon. I immediately established the contract. Without hesitation, I immediately formed a beast master contract with the doomsday dragon, which affectionately rubbed against my palm. Dark Hell, an infusion of boundless dark power. I activated my beast master talent directly, infusing a large amount of dark primal energy into the doomsday dragon. The doomsday dragon was incredibly delighted, continuously absorbing the dark primal energy I sent, its aura growing hotter. It rapidly ascended to awakening level but soon hit a bottleneck and had to pause. The doomsday dragon's size continued to grow, reaching over 2 meters, towering over me. I looked at the doomsday dragon's size and couldn't help but frown slightly. It was perfect in every way, except its size was too large, it simply wouldn't fit in the shop. So I commanded the doomsday dragon to shrink a bit. Its body immediately shrank back to half a meter and flew onto the long table, resting comfortably. I sat calmly in a soft chair, sipping tea. On the other side, after leaving, Shin Nian Nian visited a pre-sale resource shop and purchased a large number of water resources. As night approached, he took the subway back to the Magic City Beast Master University, holding the slime, where his dorm roommate was chewing. Upon seeing the slime in Shin Nian Nian's arms, Chewing frowned slightly and said somewhat displeased, when we enrolled, it was stipulated that no ornamental pets could be kept in the dormitory except those contracted by ourselves. Don't tell me you've contracted this slime. Shin Nian Nian nodded, confirming that he had indeed contracted the slime, so he brought it back without violating the dormitory rules. Seeing this, Du Ruoyan and Jiang Yi exchanged shocked glances and quickly advised Shin Nian Nian to terminate the contract as soon as possible. Shu Ying stood up coldly, mocking Shin Nian Nian for being foolish and wasting the best level 1 presale talent among the 4 roommates. Under Du Ruoyan's questioning, Shin Nian Nian recounted how he spent 3 million during the day to buy the slime.
Du Ruoyun's eyes widened in amazement at the pet shop, exclaiming that it was definitely a scam. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi closed his eyes to sense carefully and was astonished to find that this slime was not at Awakening Level 1 but had reached Awakening Level 5, far exceeding the highest level of slimes, which was Awakening Level 3. So what if it's Awakening Level 5? Ultimately, a slime is just a slime, and its combat power at the same level would definitely be at the bottom. Responding to Chu Ying's doubts, Du Ruoyun and Jiang Yi exchanged glances, both secretly agreeing with Chu Ying's viewpoint. Chu Ying snorted coldly, too lazy to look further, and turned to leave. Shen Yan shouted to stop chewing and then, with a thought, took out a large amount of water resources from the pre-sale space, wanting Chu Ying to see just how impressive his slime was. Before them were 30 silver-level resources, blue whales, and 3 golden-level resources, red water pearls, totaling 1.6 million. Shen Yan then became serious and fed all 30 blue whales directly to the slime. The slime, sensing the blue whales, was filled with delight, quickly swallowing all 30 thumb-sized blue whales. Through its water-blue body, it was faintly visible that the 30 blue whales were rapidly melting beneath the slime's form. The scene before Du Ruoyun completely exceeded his understanding. In the next moment, the aura of the slime changed abruptly. Jiang Yi could clearly sense that this slime had truly become stronger, and its level was rapidly increasing, reaching Awakening Level in no time. It's worth mentioning that Jiang Yi's own contracted illusion point had been trained for 3 months and had only just reached Awakening Level 6. So what if it reached Awakening Level? Ultimately, a slime is still just a slime, with its maximum potential being Awakening Level. Having a high level without potential means wasting resources, and Chu Ying still wore a look of disdain. However, Jiang Yi gasped in surprise, the slime's aura was still growing stronger. The water swirling around it was the golden level skill water spirit of blue. Upon hearing the words golden level from Jiang Yi, Chu Ying fell silent, his lips pressed tightly together. The iron wolf he contracted could only comprehend golden level skills if its potential were raised to moonlight level. However, the iron wolf's potential was only star level. The resources required to upgrade to moonlight level were enormous. The key issue was that with Chu Ying's presale space, he couldn't accommodate a pet of moonlight level potential unless he himself broke through to extraordinary level presale space to further evolve. Jiang Yi continued to observe the slime, sensing that its aura had changed. The original slime emitted a weak aura, but now it had become more reserved, its eyes clearer, indicating a noticeable increase in intelligence. At this moment, the slime's potential had reached extraordinary level. Chu Ying looked on in disbelief at what was happening before his eyes. He couldn't believe that Shen Yan had managed to elevate the potential of a trash slime to extraordinary level using only 30 blue gold resources worth less than 1 million. Shen Yan remained calm and uninterested in talking to Chu Ying, feeding 1 red water pearl to the slime. As the slime's aura changed in an instant, Jiang Yi could clearly sense that it had undergone another transformation, reaching star-level potential. A stream of crimson water coalesced in front of the slime. This was the red water spear, and the slime had surprisingly comprehended another golden-level skill. Shen Yan remained calm as he fed the remaining 2 red water pearls to the slime, sensing its potential had reached star level 9. He nodded in satisfaction. Chu Ying looked at the slime and felt a sense of pressure, which he found utterly absurd. A fragile pet was making him feel as if it were unbeatable. Shen Yan looked at Chu Ying and calmly said, "What I previously said about the slime not being worthy of being friends still stands." Chu Ying pressed her lips together tightly, realizing that Shen Yan had completely severed ties with her, and she now felt a hint of regret. Du Ruoyun also decided that in a few days, he would visit the pet shop that Shen Yan went to and buy a pet. The next day, Lu Chen woke up from a sleep, and after washing up, he gently touched the scales of the world-destroying demon dragon, teasing his initial pet beast. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low growl, as if murmuring, and continued to sleep. Its slightly clumsy sleeping posture showed no trace of the aura of a demon dragon. Feeling bored, Lu Chen opened his phone. The first thing he saw was a message from Shen Yan, vividly recounting what had happened in the dormitory last night. The slime's level has actually reached Awakening Tier 10, and its potential has even reached Star Level Tier 9? Lu Chen nodded, thinking to himself, not bad at all. It's worthy of being a slime that has awakened its devouring talent. As long as there are resources, it can grow stronger. By the end, Lu Chen felt a bit surprised. Shen Yan mentioned that among her dormitory roommates, only Du Ruoyun did not have a contracted pet beast. In the next few days, Du Ruoyun would likely come to the mythical pet shop to purchase her initial contracted pet beast. Good wine fears no deep alley, this business will come, won't it? Lu Chen was in no hurry at all. From time to time, he fed the world-destroying demon dragon dark source power,
feeling the continuous feedback, and his beast taming space expanded under the dragon's response. Without resources, relying solely on the feedback from the world-destroying demon dragon, my beast taming space has actually reached awakening tier 5, expanding to 500 square meters. Lu Chen pondered to himself. Compared to other beast tamers of the same level, Lu Chen's beast taming space was very special. It not only swirled with incredibly pure dark source power but also had an area 100 times larger than that of other beast tamers at the same level. A beast tamer at Awakening Tier 1 has a beast taming space of only 1 square meter. Lu Chen's beast taming space, however, was 100 square meters. At Awakening Tier 5, the space naturally expanded to 500 square meters, nearly the size of 4 apartments. I estimate that in a few days, I will be able to break through and become an extraordinary beast tamer, Lu Chen thought happily. With such hopeful thoughts, time flew by. Before he knew it, it was already afternoon. Outside the pet shop, a young man with an exuberant demeanor strode in. Luo Zhe entered the mythical pet shop and immediately looked around, his face flashing with a hint of disappointment at the ordinary decor. However, when he saw the world-destroying demon dragon, his eyes lit up. Luo Zhe carefully examined Lu Chen, confirming that Lu Chen's level was only awakening level, and he immediately displayed an unrestrained expression. There was even a hint of disdain. Lu Chen frowned slightly, considering that guests are to be treated with respect, and said, "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you?" Luo Zhe looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, unable to contain his admiration. Such a handsome world-destroying demon dragon perfectly matched Luo Zhe's aesthetic. As a scion of the Luo family, a prestigious beast-taming family in the Magic City, Luo Zhe had received the most orthodox elite beast-tamer education since childhood and could see the extraordinary nature of the world-destroying demon dragon at a glance. It was definitely not just its appearance that matched his aesthetic. Within the body of the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to lie a terrifying dragon might, making Luo Zhe feel a twinge of desire. Luo Zhe unabashedly said, "Shopkeeper, this sub-dragon-type pet beast of yours is quite good. How about this? Name your price, and I'll buy it." Sub-dragon type? Lu Chen's expression was strange, as if he had heard a joke, and he said, "This is not a sub-dragon type, but a demon dragon type that surpasses the giant dragon type, the true world-destroying demon dragon." Demon dragon type? World-destroying demon dragon? Luo Zhe was slightly taken aback, looking at the restrained aura of the world-destroying demon dragon, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I think you must be crazy. The top giant dragon type reaches king level when fully grown. Not to mention, the demon dragon type is on par with the divine dragon type. The demon dragon type reaches overlord level when fully grown. Your young black dragon has only reached awakening tier 10, and its size is still so small. It's clearly a young sub-dragon type." Narrow-minded, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. The more Luo Zhe looked at the world-destruction demon dragon, the more he liked it. He said, "You still haven't answered my question. Is this subspecies black dragon for sale or not? Name your price. I have plenty of money and can afford it." "Sorry, this is my contracted beast, not for sale." Lu Chen shook his head. "Really?" Luo Zhe sighed slightly, knowing that a pet beast of such quality must have been contracted. He then asked, "Do you have any other pet beast cubs here?" "Of course," Lu Chen replied indifferently, "but the prices might be a bit high. I've said it before, I have plenty of money." Luo Zhe frowned, noticing that the somewhat shabby pet shop had no display cases for any pet beasts, and he couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Would such a pet shop really have the pet beast he wanted? "The beast taming talent I awakened is B-grade Black Flame. Ideally, I want to contract a dark type or fire type pet beast. Do you have any?" "I should clarify that I don't want low-level pet beasts with poor potential," Luo Zhe said, still holding on to a try-it-out attitude despite his inner doubts. "Naturally, we have them," Lu Chen said with a calm expression, casually taking out a container and placing it on the table. Luo Zhe couldn't help but examine it closely, and his face darkened as he coldly said, "Are you trying to fool me? This shop does not deceive anyone and will never play tricks on any customer," Lu Chen replied calmly. "Then what do you mean by this?" Luo Zhe pointed at the container and angrily shouted, "Are you trying to pass off a lowly fire chicken on me? Do you think I would contract a fire chicken? Ha, a fire chicken. I wouldn't even consider it for a meal." "This is not an ordinary fire chicken," Lu Chen said with a hint of a smile, unfazed by Luo Zhe's tone. "This is a fire chicken that can devour flames, even capable of consuming the exotic fires of the world, completely mastering the power of exotic fire. Just imagine, a fire chicken that controls the cold fire of a bone dragon and the evil demon flame. Wouldn't that be destined to be invincible? Devouring flames, mastering exotic fire?" Luo Zhe's heart trembled. If such a pet beast really existed, it would be a glorious and invincible path. But when Luo Zhe looked at the fire chicken, with its silly and cute demeanor, occasionally pecking at its own tail feathers,
he immediately dismissed the thought and coldly said, "A fire chicken mastering exotic fire? What a lie! If such a pet beast existed, it would cost at least tens of millions. Even I couldn't afford it." Lu Chen seemed to realize something, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Oh, I see now. So you're just a poor little egg. You're asking for death." Luozhe's face turned red, his anger barely contained, and he was almost ready to summon his pet beast. He glanced at the world destruction demon dragon beside him and said, "I absolutely will not buy this fire chicken. How about this? You release the contract on this black dragon subspecies, and I'll help you compensate for the damage of the contract release. I've said it before, the world destruction demon dragon is my pet beast and absolutely not for sale. Can't you understand human language?" Lu Chen suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp. "If you're not sincerely looking to buy a pet beast, then get out of my shop. What kind of attitude is that? I'm a customer." Luozhe frowned, no longer able to endure. He instantly summoned his pet beast, a first-tier extraordinary black-feathered crow, releasing a powerful aura that corroded the air with dark energy, making a sizzling sound. Luozhe coldly said, "Do you know who I am to dare speak to me like this? It would be your honor for me to contract your black dragon subspecies. Get lost, or die." Lu Chen's expression was icy. Roar! As if sensing its master's fury, the resting world destruction demon dragon on the table suddenly opened its eyes, glaring coldly at Luozhe and the black-feathered crow beside him. Rose felt his whole body stiffen as he gazed into the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon, as if he were witnessing the darkest terror in existence, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. "Black feather crow!" Rose shouted in panic. "Stop shouting," Lu Chen said indifferently. "Your black feather crow is about to die." Rose's heart sank, and he turned to see the black feather crow beside him, entangled in boundless dark power, constantly eroding away. The aura of the black feather crow was also weakening. He looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, only to find that it did nothing but with a single glance, it had instantly killed his pride, the black feather crow. Rose suddenly recalled Lu Chen's words. Could it be that this world-destroying black dragon was not some subspecies of black dragon, but rather a true demon dragon species? The thought of that possibility sent shivers down Rose's spine. Countless beast tamers, if they could contract a giant dragon, would undoubtedly become immensely powerful beast tamers. If they could master the complete method of cultivating giant dragons, it could even lead a family to rise to prominence. For example, the first beast-taming family in the Demon City, the Lu family, is one of the three major dragon-taming families in the Xia Kingdom. The descendants of dragon-taming families only contract giant dragons as their beasts, no longer calling themselves beast-tamers, but rather dragon-tamers. As for the demon dragon species, it is an existence that surpasses the giant dragon species. It is on par with the divine dragon species, representing the dark side of the dragon clan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The guardian dragon of my Xia kingdom is a divine dragon species beast. How could this young black dragon possibly possess a bloodline equivalent to that of the guardian dragon? Rose's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yet the scene before him infinitely corroborated Lu Chen's words. If it were not a demon dragon, how could it, with an awakened 10th tier realm, kill an extraordinary level black feather crow with just a glance? One must know that the black feather crow was always empowered by the B-grade beast talent Black Flame, and even when facing a formidable enemy of extraordinary 3rd tier, it still had the strength to fight. Black feather crow, come back! Rose could no longer hesitate. If he waited a few more seconds, his black feather crow would truly die. Through the bond of their contract, Rose instantly recalled the black feather crow into the beast space, but his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could clearly sense that countless pitch-black source powers surged within the beast space, continuously penetrating the spatial barriers, and the entire beast space was filled with cracks, on the verge of collapse at any moment. What kind of power is this, that can forcefully destroy my beast space through the barriers of space? Rose was extremely anxious, and indescribable panic filled his heart, and he looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of fear, as if he were gazing at a cruel demon god. When the pitch-black source power was exhausted, Rose looked at his battered beast space, his heart nearly bleeding. Just to repair the damage to the beast space, he would have to spend millions to purchase spatial resources. Rose looked deeply at Lu Chen, filled with regret for his offense, yet he could not muster any anger. That was a demon dragon species. Normally growing to adulthood, it would be at the overlord level. The gap was too vast for Rose to even feel hatred. He dared not delay any longer and scrambled out of the pet shop. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon yawned, feeling utterly bored. That extraordinary level black feather crow had been suppressed with just a glance. Such a weak opponent truly failed to excite the world-destroying demon dragon. It couldn't even be bothered to warm up. Lu Chen patted the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, feeling the rough and hard texture of its scales, and chuckled. You, my friend, will eventually encounter strong enemies,
perhaps you will face off against giant dragons. Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide, filled with anticipation, drooling slightly at the corners of its mouth, as if saying, "Giant dragons are so delicious, when can I eat one?" Lu Chen chuckled silently, remembering that the world-destroying demon dragon possessed the innate talent of demon dragon, making it the natural enemy of all dragonkind.
Giant dragons? Divine dragons?
They were merely resources for the world-destroying demon dragon to grow stronger. In the Beast Tamer University of Magic City, at the first affiliated hospital, Luo Zhe walked out with a pale face, his expression filled with lingering fear.
What a terrifying demon dragon!
Luo Zhe said in trepidation, "I almost died." He thought of that demon dragon, his body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to harbor even a hint of revenge. That was a demon dragon species, destined to grow into a ruler-level being, comparable to the divine dragon species.
Lu Chen had contracted the world-destroying demon dragon, and Luo Zhe did not believe that Lu Chen's realm was merely at the awakening level as it appeared.
An awakening-level beast tamer could only contract beasts with a maximum potential of star level.
A demon dragon with ruler-level potential?
It was likely that before the contract was even established, the beast tamer would explode from the pressure. As for those beast tamers from dragon clans, the reason they could contract giant dragons as their initial beasts was that they were completely bound to the giant dragon species through their beast taming talent, and they would only ever contract one giant dragon in their lifetime. Even so, only those who awakened an S-level dragon talent could contract a giant dragon species with king-level potential.
He can't possibly have SS-level beast taming talent, right?
Luo Zhe shook his head,
thinking, it's been at least 7 or 8 years since an SS-level beast taming talent appeared in Xia country, right?
Luo Zhe stopped pondering further, holding a set of medical bills, feeling a pang of pain when settling the costs. The precious spatial resources and a large number of medicines, including treatments for auxiliary beast tamers, added up to over 5 million.
That's 5 million.
Enough to buy a star-level beast cub with 7th-tier potential.
Luo Zhe took a deep breath, feeling immense regret, wishing he could slap himself twice, thinking, why did I provoke him? He contracted a demon dragon.
Just as Luo Zhe was about to leave the hospital, he unexpectedly met a pair of eyes that seemed to be cold flames. He felt his body stiffen, as if frozen by the cold flames. Luo Zhe recognized the person before him, his nominal elder brother, the next head of the Luo family recognized by all, Luo Tianyan. Luo Tianyan's qualifications were the strongest in the current Luo family, having awakened the A-level beast taming talent Cold Flame. The fire-type beast taming talent could only manifest specifically when it reached A-level, transforming into a type of exotic fire.
To some extent, Luo Tianyan was an ability user-wielding. Even without relying on beasts, Luo Tianyan's combat power was not to be underestimated.
Among the third-year students at the Beast Tamer University of Magic City, Luo Tianyan was also among the top. The most crucial point was that Luo Tianyan was only 21 years old, yet he was already a star-level beast tamer.
Brother! Luo Zhe was momentarily stunned and could only bow respectfully.
In the face of such an outstanding elder brother, no matter how proud Luo Zhe felt inside, he could only feel ashamed.
Speak, who did this to you?
Luo Tianyan's expression was cold as he said, "You are also a descendant of the Luo family. Since you were humiliated outside, I will help you regain your honor."
The news of Luo Zhe fleeing into the hospital had already spread throughout the Beast Tamer University of Magic City.
Many students were puzzled about who could have beaten Luo Zhe to such a state. As a second-generation beast tamer, Luo Zhe enjoyed a wealth of resources and was considered above average among second-year students. The black-feathered crow he contracted had star-level potential, making it a top-tier choice.
Luo Zhe and the black-feathered crow had even broken through to the extraordinary level. How could such a young extraordinary-level beast tamer be beaten to the point of fleeing in disgrace? And no need.
Luo Zhe quickly shook his head, saying, "Brother, don't provoke him. Our Luo family can't afford to offend him."
"Shut up!"
Luo Tianyan scolded. "Although our Luo family is not the most powerful family in Magic City, we are not to be bullied by anyone.
Who, besides the top families like the Dragon Clan Lu family, can make our Luo family feel threatened? Even our Luo family can't afford to provoke them."
Luo Zhe shook his head.
"Impossible."
Luo Tianyan frowned and said, "Tell me, who exactly did you offend?"
"A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon."
Luo Zhe took a deep breath and said, "With just one glance, my black-feathered crow was defeated, and even my beast space was nearly shattered by the dark source power. If the other party hadn't shown mercy, my beast space would have been destroyed long ago."
"What? A demon dragon?"
Luo Tianyan's expression changed in shock, unable to maintain his composure. This level of power was completely beyond his imagination. A single glance could annihilate the black-feathered crow. If the strength was sufficient, it could be done easily.
But, to directly destroy the beast space through the beast contract? Such a terrifying method would make any beast master tremble in fear. For a beast master, the beast space is the absolute foundation. If the beast space is completely destroyed, no matter how high the level of the beast master, they would be reduced to nothing. Luo Tianyan let out a bitter laugh. Even though he was proud, he knew that only divine dragon or demon dragon level beasts could achieve such a feat. A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon, let alone the Luo family, even the three major dragon families would have to think twice. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Luo Tianyan suddenly said, "Luo Zhe, lead the way." "What?" Luo Zhe looked stunned and asked, "Where to?" "Take me to meet that senior and apologize." Luo Tianyan scolded, "A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon, do you want to implicate the entire Luo family? There are no eternal enemies in this world. Don't you understand this principle?" Initially, when he heard that Luo Zhe was seriously injured, Luo Tianyan thought about helping Luo Zhe regain his face and restore the Luo family's reputation. But now, that thought had completely vanished. A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon, even the Luo family cannot afford to provoke. The strongest member of the Luo family is a king-level beast master. In front of an adult demon dragon, even a king-level master would have no chance of winning. Luo Zhe's face turned pale as he realized that the other party's demon dragon was only in its juvenile stage, at the awakened level of 10, yet its power was so terrifying. What if it reached the growth stage or even the adult stage? An adult demon dragon is a dominant existence. A single breath of dragon fire could destroy a city. Luo Zhe had offended the other party, and if the demon dragon reached adulthood in the future, a dominant demon dragon coming for revenge would bury the entire Luo family with him. Just thinking about it made Luo Zhe shudder, and he quickly said, "I'll take you there right away." At that moment, Lu Chen was calmly drinking tea, occasionally feeding the world-destroying demon dragon some dried fruit, when he suddenly noticed Luo Tianyan and Luo Zhe walking into the beast shop one after the other, causing him to frown slightly. "I kindly spared your life and didn't destroy your beast space, and yet you not only show no gratitude but also bring someone to cause trouble?" Lu Chen said coldly. "And no." Luo Zhe hurriedly bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare have such thoughts. I brought my brother here to represent the Luo family and apologize to the senior." "Senior? Apologize?" Lu Chen's expression was strange, and he didn't explain anything. Demon dragon. Luo Tianyan looked at the resting world-destroying demon dragon on the table and felt that within the juvenile demon dragon lay the most profound and boundless darkness, causing the innate fire-cold flame within him to tremble slightly. Especially those tightly closed eyes gave Luo Tianyan a sense of heart palpitations. He couldn't imagine how terrifying and tragic it would be when the dragon's eyes opened. He would probably be instantly swallowed by darkness and burned to ashes. No wonder a single glance defeated the black-feathered crow. Luo Zhe ultimately has too narrow a vision to perceive the terror of this juvenile demon dragon. Luo Tianyan couldn't help but sigh. As Luo Zhe's words fell, he stepped forward, holding a gift box with both hands, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Senior, this is a platinum-level spatial resource, the Sky Crystal. This small token is meant as an apology from Luo Zhe for the offense, and I hope you will accept it. A person of your stature can surely forgive the mistakes made by Luo Zhe." Platinum level, spatial resource, the Sky Crystal? Just this one alone is worth over several million. The greatest function of the Sky Crystal is to expand the beast space. Theoretically, as long as one possesses enough Sky Crystals, the beast space can expand infinitely. Lu Chen didn't expect that Luo Tianyan would present a Sky Crystal right away. It was indeed incredibly generous. It seemed that the other party was sincerely apologizing. "Put it down." Lu Chen's mood improved significantly as he nodded, saying, "I had no intention of pursuing this matter, so you can rest assured. Senior, you are magnanimous, but my Luo family cannot be without a gesture." Luo Tianyan quickly shook his head and respectfully placed the Sky Crystal on the table. Luo Zhe stood by, feeling at a loss. Luo Tianyan was the designated young clan leader of the Luo family, yet he could only treat Lu Chen with respect, adopting a junior's demeanor. Luo Zhe knew all too well that, in Luo Tianyan's judgment, Lu Chen was definitely not an awakened-level beast master, but rather a seasoned dragon master who had hidden his true strength. Roar the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly opened its eyes, a strand of pitch-black source power enveloping the Sky Crystal, using the contract to place the Sky Crystal into Lu Chen's beast space, and then continued to close its eyes and rest. Luo Tianyan broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, he had unconsciously looked into the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon. Even though the demon dragon had not released any power, Luo Tianyan felt his whole body stiffen, and his scalp tingled. What a terrifying demon dragon! I am merely a first-tier star-level beast master, yet facing this awakened level 10th-tier demon dragon, I am completely suppressed, unable to muster even a shred of fighting spirit. Those eyes are definitely the eyes of a demon dragon.
harboring the ultimate darkness, filled with great terror.
Incomprehensible. Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and said, Senior, since you have opened a pet shop, do you have any excellent pet cubs?
I recently broke through to star level and just opened my third beast position.
What talent have you awakened? Lu Chen inquired.
Senior, I have awakened the A-level beast talent Cold Flame, Luo Tianyan replied respectfully.
Oh, Cold Flame? Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, an A-level attribute talent, which can already be considered an ability. Your Cold Flame talent should be regarded as a type of exotic fire, right?
Senior, your insight is remarkable, Luo Tianyan said sincerely. Unfortunately, my Cold Flame is a cold fire, and its compatibility with most fire-type pets is not high. I have searched many times and found it difficult to find a compatible pet. Just right, I have a pet here that is most compatible with you. Lu Chen laughed heartily and took out a container again, saying, this fire chicken is yours for 3 million. He was worried about how to sell the fire chicken.
Although redeeming it required no points, if it remained unsold for a period, he would face system penalties that would deduct points.
Yes, Luo Tianyan replied respectfully, I will buy this fire chicken.
Lu Chen's expression darkened slightly. With his keen insight, he could naturally see that Luo Tianyan's quick agreement hinted at something else in his mind. He immediately scolded, do you think I'm joking with you? Do you think I'm making things difficult for you by selling you the fire chicken?
I wouldn't dare, Luo Tianyan forced a smile and said, but, the fire chicken is a bit too low level, even an F-level fire-type beast master might not contract it. This fire chicken can naturally refine all flames for its own use, even exotic fire.
Including your cold flame.
Lu Chen snorted coldly, pointing at Luo Zhe, and said, I once wanted to sell the crimson flame chicken to him, but he couldn't recognize its value and looked down on it.
He insisted that I break the contract with the world-destroying demon dragon, which angered me.
If you don't believe in the potential of the crimson flame chicken, you can release your cold flame and let the crimson flame chicken devour and refine it. You'll know the result immediately.
Refining all flames, even? Luo Tianyan's heart trembled.
He glanced at Luo Zhe, receiving a confirming response, and immediately believed about 70 to 80%. To get a more definitive conclusion, Luo Tianyan released his innate, and the temperature in the room dropped by more than 10 degrees instantly.
Gugu the crimson flame chicken sensed the presence of the cold flame and felt an irresistible attraction.
It became extremely excited, breaking free from the container's restraints and swallowing the cold flame like a whale gulping water.
In an instant, it refined it.
Luo Tianyan's face turned as pale as paper as the formed by his beast-controlling talent, the cold flame, was devoured by the crimson flame chicken. Since the crimson flame chicken was not the contracted beast of Luo Tianyan, a significant backlash naturally occurred. However, when the cold flame ignited on the crimson flame chicken, Luo Tianyan was utterly shocked.
It actually refined the cold flame. What is this?
This isn't just a crimson flame chicken, this is the Flame Emperor. Luo Tianyan trembled with excitement, his face filled with joy, and hurriedly said, Senior, I want to buy this crimson flame chicken.
Can I contract it right now?
Yes.
Lu Chen had no objections. How could this be? Luo Zhe felt as if struck by lightning, regret filling his heart as he exclaimed, it can even devour the cold flame and turn it into its own? What a terrifying talent!
Luo Zhe realized that this crimson flame chicken, which could refine, should have been his contracted beast, but due to his short-sightedness, he had missed it.
As for the 3 million price tag?
Luo Zhe had spent 5 million on medical expenses just to repair his nearly shattered beast controlling space after a trip to the hospital. Watching Luo Tianyan rush to make the payment, eagerly binding the beast contract with the crimson flame chicken, there was no trace of the demeanor of the young master of the Luo family. Luo Zhe's heart felt like it was being cut by knives, even aggravating his injuries, causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, infinite regret surged forth, completely overwhelming his pride.
Bang!
Senior! Luo Zhe suddenly knelt on the ground, his expression filled with immense pain, tears of regret uncontrollably streaming down his face as he cried out, Please give me another chance. I have already repented. Please forgive me.
Seeing Luo Zhe kneeling in such humility, even Luo Tianyan couldn't help but be moved. Even if you kneel, it won't help.
Lu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he said, I won't pursue your crimes, but that doesn't mean I forgive your offense. You should never have dared to set your sights on the world-destroying demon dragon. Luo Zhe was in great pain but clearly understood that he had lost the opportunity to change his fate.
Luo Zhe, you should go back.
Luo Tianyan sighed and said, You are already an adult. You must take responsibility for your actions.
Remember, the senior is no longer pursuing your crimes. If you dare to have any other thoughts, I will kill you directly. I understand.
Luo Zhe seemed to have lost all vitality, respectfully bowing to Lu Chen and leaving like a walking corpse.
Senior,
Luo Tianyan respectfully said, the potential of the Crimson Flame Chicken is incredibly exaggerated. Its value is definitely worth more than 3 million. I will remember this kindness, so please rest assured.
He certainly didn't believe that Lu Chen was unaware of the true value of the Crimson Flame Chicken.
The 3 million price was merely a form of investment. Luo Tianyan was a smart person. He understood Lu Chen's intentions and was willing to appreciate it, especially knowing that Lu Chen had contracted a young demon dragon, such a beast master destined to reach the pinnacle of beast control. Only by accepting the investment in the Crimson Flame Chicken could he continue to strengthen their relationship.
It's no problem.
Lu Chen shook his head slightly and smiled. I may not need you to do anything.
If you don't have enough strength, you can't do anything for me. Alright, since you've already contracted the Crimson Flame Chicken, you can leave now.
Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Chen, then glanced at the Annihilation Demon Dragon, unsure of what he was thinking, and respectfully asked, Senior, since you have contracted the Demon Dragon, do you have any connection with one of the 3 great dragon families, the Lu family?
Lu family? Lu Chen's expression was inscrutable as he coldly replied, I have long since severed ties with the Lu family.
Understood. Luo Tianyan dared not ask further and respectfully took his leave. However, a thought arose in his heart. Perhaps, the senior and the Lu family were not without connections, but rather had grievances. Even if it's a dragon family, offending a beast master who has contracted a demon dragon must be quite serious, Luo Tianyan thought to himself. After watching Luo Tianyan leave, Lu Chen's mind sank into the beast space, mobilizing source power to refine the platinum-level resource Sky Crystal.
For a beast master, the beast space is the foundation. The strength of the beast space also brings about changes in realm.
As the Sky Crystal continued to be refined, Lu Chen's beast space began to expand continuously. As a beast master who awakened an Sss-Level talent, the usual first-level awakened beast space is only 1 square meter, but Lu Chen's was 100 square meters, a full 100 times difference. After the Annihilation Demon Dragon reached the 10th awakening stage, it could no longer increase in level, and the dark hellish power it absorbed was transformed to nourish Lu Chen. Before refining the Sky Crystal, Lu Chen's realm had already reached the 5th awakening stage. As the Sky Crystal continued to melt, Lu Chen's beast space expanded again, from 500 square meters directly to 1,000 square meters.
10th awakening stage. It seemed to reach a certain bottleneck. The Sky Crystal was still being refined and integrated, but the beast space did not continue to expand, until it reached a true limit. Boom! The beast space erupted in explosive growth, expanding directly by 10 times. The area of the beast space was 10,000 square meters. Extraordinary first stage. Relying purely on absorbing the spatial source power of the Sky Crystal to elevate the beast master's level, this behavior is truly extravagant. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled, but he didn't care. It was just a platinum-level Sky Crystal. With a slight thought, he opened the system space and directly purchased 30 diamond-level Sky Crystals. You have purchased Sky Crystals, diamond level, x30, consuming 300 points, current remaining 0 points. 30 deeper colored Sky Crystals fell into Lu Chen's beast space, and one of them instantly melted, causing Lu Chen's beast space to expand once more. Finally, it settled at 100,000 square meters. No wonder it's a diamond-level Sky Crystal, a high-level resource priced at 10 points each. Going from extraordinary first stage to extraordinary 10th stage, actually only consumed 10% of one. Once I completely refine a Sky Crystal, I estimate I can directly break through to the star-level first stage. Feeling the vast beast space in his mind, Lu Chen was overjoyed. He could feel that he now possessed incredibly powerful strength, and even the Sss-Level talent Dark Hell inscribed in his soul had grown exponentially. Lu Chen even discovered that the Dark Hell had divided into 2 layers, with demonic energy rising and shadows sinking, transforming into a dual hell, with the upper layer being the first-level demon prison and the lower layer being the second-level dark prison. Annihilation Demon Dragon, Dark Hell. Through the connection of the beast contract, Lu Chen continuously fed the incredibly pure dark source power from the Dark Hell to the Annihilation Demon Dragon. Countless dark source powers surged in, and the Annihilation Demon Dragon greedily absorbed and devoured them, transforming all dark source power into its own strength. The aura of the Annihilation Demon Dragon was continuously growing. In just an instant, it broke through to the extraordinary level. As long as Lu Chen breaks through to the star level, the world-destroying Demon Dragon will also break through, gaining even more terrifying power. The beast you contracted, the world-destroying Demon Dragon, has broken through the extraordinary level and comprehended the Crimson Star level skill, Dragon Slaying Demon Soul. Dragon Slaying Demon Soul, Crimson Star level skill, turning boundless darkness into the servant of the Demon Soul, manifesting the Dark Dragon Soul, slaying the soul and slaying the dragon. The system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen was instantly overjoyed. After the world-destroying Demon Dragon broke through the extraordinary level, it actually comprehended a skill,
and it was a Crimson Star level skill comparable to the Dragon Dark Domain.
Dragon slaying demon soul, slay the soul and slay the dragon.
Truly worthy of being the nemesis of dragons, the world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Any dragon-type beast, even if it was a sub-dragon species, was a symbol of power. Pure giant dragons had created the glorious and prosperous three major dragon taming families, even standing apart from the beast master system, being called dragon tamers, immensely noble.
The divine dragon species? It was even ranked as the guardian divine dragon of the Xia kingdom.
However, whether it was sub-dragons, giant dragons, or the legendary divine dragons,
in front of the world-destroying demon dragon, they would probably only end up as food.
Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was quite pleased, then looked at Lu Chen with a hint of pity, as if saying, I am a demon dragon, when can I eat dragon meat? As a demon dragon, it had never tasted dragon meat since its birth, which made the world-destroying demon dragon feel very embarrassed, almost not daring to call itself a demon dragon. One day, I will make you, the giant dragon species, eat to your heart's content.
Lu Chen patted the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, suddenly recalling events from 12 years ago. That year, he was only 6 years old. Lu Chen, we adopted you merely because we saw the S-level dragon-type talent source within you.
Your parents failed in the competition for the family head position and died. You, this abandoned child, what value do you have besides the trace of S-level dragon-type talent source?
Extracting this trace of S-level dragon-type talent source is just right for your brother. Don't you spoil him a lot? If you give your talent to your brother, you wouldn't be unwilling, would you?
Rest assured, after you lose your talent source, your future will be completely entrusted to your brother. Your brother will become an unprecedented dual S-level dragon-type talent holder, capable of contracting 2 top-tier giant dragons at the same time.
He is destined to become the invincible dragon tamer of this era, revitalizing the name of our Lu family's dragon taming clan.
As for you, after losing your talent source, just live your life as a waste. He did not start without a beast-taming talent source when he crossed over. It was taken from him. That deeply ingrained pain, even after 12 years, still tightly imprinted in Lu Chen's heart and soul, never fading a bit.
Many thoughts flashed by, turning into sighs.
With Lu Chen's current extraordinary level strength, even if he contracted the world-destroying demon dragon, he could not shake the deeply rooted dragon-taming family. But Lu Chen believed that it wouldn't be long before he could look down from above, overlooking the dragon-taming family.
Continue to cultivate, Lu Chen gently said while touching the head of the world-destroying demon dragon.
Roar!
The world-destroying demon dragon sensed Lu Chen's emotions, its dark dragon eyes filled with determination. Time passed unnoticed in cultivation.
Lu Chen suddenly realized that since he began to absorb and refine the void crystal, and then let the world-destroying demon dragon absorb and refine the dark source power, it had been almost 2 days since both the Beast Master and the Beast broke through to the extraordinary 10th level.
During this time, the boundless dark power was absorbed by the world-destroying demon dragon.
The source power of the SSS-level beast-taming talent Dark Hell was undoubtedly the best cultivation resource for the world-destroying demon dragon at present. The level of the world-destroying demon dragon had also completely reached the limit of the extraordinary level.
Extraordinary 10th level.
In terms of strength, it had increased by more than 100 times. What surprised Lu Chen was that, although the world-destroying demon dragon had reached the current limit of its realm, it seemed that its aura was still continuously growing stronger.
This is the world-destroying demon dragon making its foundation even more solid?
Lu Chen noticed this and was instantly overjoyed, thinking, perhaps, when I break through to the star level, the world-destroying demon dragon will break its own boundary shackles and instantly advance to the 2nd or even 3rd tier of the star level? Immediately, Lu Chen recalled that he had been cultivating for 2 consecutive days, during which not a single customer had visited. This was definitely not good news. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh slightly, thinking, even though I opened the mythical pet store near the Beast Master University in Demon City, being a newly opened pet store, business is still not very good. He opened his phone and found a message from Shin Yan. Shin Yan, store manager, my roommate has already set off for the mythical pet store. You must arrange the best pet cub for her. Below this message was a cute emoji of a cat stretching its paws.
Lu Chen could easily imagine Shin Yan's beautiful face wearing a playful expression while sending the message, and he was a bit surprised, thinking, Shin Yan's roommate is already on the way?
A couple of days ago, Shin Yan had mentioned that her roommate Du Ruoyun had not yet contracted an initial pet and had clearly expressed her intention to come to the mythical pet store to purchase one in the next few days. Du Ruoyun knew about the special nature of slimes, and it was almost a sure deal. I am now an extraordinary beast master and have opened my 2nd beast position. Unfortunately, I currently have no points at all and cannot exchange for a pet comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon.
Lu Chen shook his head, secretly lamenting, I need to sell at least 2 more pet cubs to gather 600 points. My second pet must be comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon, right?
Pets like slimes, little skeletons, and fiery chickens, although they also possess remarkable talents, will eventually realize their potential and strength.
Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon, there is almost no comparability.
Before long, Lu Chen clearly sensed a beautiful girl standing outside the mythical pet store. Du Ruoyan was wearing a light white shirt that outlined her youthful figure, and beneath her light pink skirt, her straight legs were fair and slender. She wore white over-the-knee socks paired with brown little leather shoes, looking like a pure college student. Du Ruoyan looked at the sign of the mythical pet store, blinked slightly, and murmured with a hint of complaint, "Nian Nian is really something, so focused on cultivating her beast space that she didn't have time to come with me." Despite her slight grievance, Du Ruoyan knew that with Shin Nian Nian's current awakened level beast master realm, the level and potential of the slime had already been cultivated to the extreme.
The awakened level beast space was quite fragile.
If the slime became stronger, Shin Nian Nian's beast space would be the first to be affected and might even be on the verge of collapse. Only if Shin Nian Nian broke through to the extraordinary level of beast master could she continue to cultivate the slime.
Shin Nian Nian had been accepted into one of the 3 major beast master universities in Xia country, the Demon City Beast Master University, and had contracted an extraordinary potential slime. What reason did she have not to work hard? I really envy her.
Du Ruoyan pouted and said softly, "The slime can become stronger just by devouring resources, and it can directly devour water-type resources, then feed them back to the beast space. Some common water-type resources can have effects comparable to space-type resources."
Nian Nian's breakthrough to extraordinary level won't take too long.
Du Ruoyan was very clear that contracting a pet like a slime could completely change a beast master's fate. Now, she stood at the door of the mythical pet store, facing an opportunity to change her destiny. With Du Ruoyan's personality, usually generous and confident, she now felt a bit hesitant, even experiencing a hint of timidity. Suddenly, Du Ruoyan saw a tall and handsome young man standing in the pet shop, looking at her with a smiling gaze.
"You must be Nian Nian's friend, right?" Lu Chen said gently with a warm smile. "You've been standing at the door for so long, aren't you planning to come in?"
Du Ruoyan met Lu Chen's eyes, feeling his teasing, and for some reason, her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly replied, "I haven't been standing for that long."
She rarely interacted with boys and quickly walked into the mythical pet shop.
Du Ruoyan initially thought that since this pet shop named Mythical could cultivate pets like slimes, it must be a large pet store. However, upon entering, she realized that the shop was indeed a bit small, with an area of less than 100 square meters, and it even looked somewhat shabby. Even the store manager was not the middle-aged man she had imagined, but rather a tall and handsome young man like herself. This young manager exuded a gentle and friendly aura that made Du Ruoyan unconsciously want to get closer. When she looked directly into the young manager's eyes, her face slightly flushed, but she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed.
Those eyes seemed to contain an incredibly deep black hue. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback and quickly reined in his gaze. After breaking through to the extraordinary level, Lu Chen's awakened Sss-Level beast taming talent Dark Hell underwent a transformation, becoming a dual hell.
After all, it was a legendary Sss-Level talent, and Lu Chen did not know whether this change was good or bad.
The transformed Dark Hell was overwhelmingly powerful.
Even if it was hidden within his soul, it would still reveal a hint of its presence. If one looked directly into Lu Chen's eyes, they would vaguely glimpse the existence of the Dark Hell. The left eye was the demon prison, and the right eye was the dark prison. As long as Lu Chen intentionally restrained his gaze, the demon prison and dark prison within his eyes would instantly vanish. "I heard from Nian Nian that you haven't contracted your initial pet yet."
Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Yes."
Du Ruoyan came back to her senses and quickly replied, "I only awakened my B-level beast taming talent Holy Light before the college entrance exam, which can enhance the support abilities of pets."
"Support type, huh?"
Lu Chen nodded and said, "No wonder you haven't contracted your initial pet for so long. Support-type pets are quite rare, especially light-type pets. Pets specializing in support abilities are many times rarer than necromancy-type pet cubs." With her awakening of the Holy Light talent, Du Ruoyan was destined to grow into a support-type beast tamer. This type of beast tamer holds a very high status in society. In the future, whether she becomes a medical beast tamer or takes on a support role in a beast tamer team, she will receive great attention. However, for a medical or support beast tamer, the path to growth is also very challenging.
Just the first step of contracting an initial pet can stump many people.
Actually, the school is already helping me arrange it, but light attribute support-type pet cubs are just too rare. There are a few freshmen who awaken A-level support-type talents, and their priority is higher than mine. They all have to wait in line. There are also seniors from the second and third years ahead of them, several of whom are also support types, and they urgently need to contract support-type pets.
Du Ruoyan explained, if they can only wait in line, then I have to wait even longer. Saying this, she felt a bit bitter. Watching her roommates contract their initial pets and continuously improve their strength, she felt unable to become a true beast tamer. Even though she usually appeared open and confident, the anxiety and bitterness in Du Ruoyun's heart were something only she understood. Lu Chen nodded slightly. The channels for purchasing pet beast cubs at the Magic City Beast Master University are actually the many large pet beast stores in the city, where one must wait in line for a long time to get a support-type pet beast cub with star-level potential. Moreover, it must specifically be a support-type pet beast cub with a light attribute. It's likely that after confirming Du Ruoyun's choice of major, the Magic City Beast Master University would place an order, and only then would the large pet beast stores begin to cultivate suitable cubs, right? In reality, most support-type pet beasts are monopolized by the major families and powerful factions. Given the strategic position of support-type beast masters, those prominent families naturally band together to control the supply of support-type pet beasts to attract support-type beast masters to join them. Any beast master team, or even a beast master legion, would see a direct increase in strength with the addition of a support-type beast master, making them not only more valiant in battle but also free from worries. Additionally, support-type beast masters have another channel to contract suitable pet beast cubs, joining the military. Becoming a military beast master in the Xia Kingdom means fighting against the brutally fierce alien legions. The death rate is terrifyingly high. Du Ruoyun raised her head slightly and asked softly, "Shopkeeper, do you have any pet beast cubs that meet my requirements?" "Of course I do," Lu Chen replied with a light smile. For other pet beast stores, even large ones, it might be difficult to obtain such a cub, or they might require advance reservations and timely breeding. However, for Lu Chen, it posed no difficulty at all. With a thought, he took out a transparent container and placed it on the table. Du Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, but as she looked into the container, the greater her expectations, the deeper her disappointment. Inside the container was a completely green worm, wriggling continuously. Du Ruoyun was momentarily speechless. Lu Chen chuckled, "That's right, this is a low-level insect-type pet beast, the green cotton worm." Du Ruoyun pressed her lips together, looking into Lu Chen's eyes, and ultimately couldn't muster any anger. Instead, she felt a hint of grievance and whispered, "Are you bullying me, shopkeeper?" She naturally recognized the green cotton worm. High school textbooks taught that among many pet beasts, it could no longer be described as low-level, it was practically at the very bottom of the food chain. Any bird-type pet beast could treat the green cotton worm as food. Thousands of green cotton worms might not yield a single one that could grow to adulthood. Even among adult green cotton worms, only a very few could reach the first awakening stage. However, after cultivation, the green cotton worm has a chance to cocoon. Once it successfully cocoons, it will evolve into a green cotton butterfly, which can reach the third awakening stage in adulthood. Only the cocooned and evolved green cotton butterfly can be compared to slimes or little skeletons. One can imagine just how weak the green cotton worm species is. Lu Chen hadn't anticipated Du Ruoyun's reaction and laughed. "This isn't an ordinary green cotton worm. It's a green cotton worm that can infinitely cocoon and evolve." Infinitely cocoon and evolve? Du Ruoyun was slightly taken aback. Exactly. Lu Chen held the green cotton worm in his hand. It was no thicker than a pinky finger, wriggling in his palm. This green cotton worm has a special growth type talent called cocooning. When you use different resources on the green cotton worm, once it absorbs to its limit, it will cocoon and evolve. Listening to Lu Chen's words, Du Ruoyun's previously low spirits were reignited with excitement. She thought of the slime that Xin Nian had contracted, which also possessed a similar talent, right? In comparison, the green cotton worm's cocooning talent seemed even more intuitive and related to evolution. For pet beasts, a successful evolution would surely bring about a transformation. If this is a green cotton worm that can infinitely cocoon and evolve, then its future is absolutely immeasurable. Du Ruoyun's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, "If I feed the Qingnian worm light-type resources and use the Beast Master talent Holy Light to nurture it constantly, the Qingnian worm will spin a cocoon and evolve into a light-type auxiliary beast?" Exactly. Lu Chen nodded. Du Ruoyun fell into deep thought. If what Lu Chen said was true, then this Qingnian worm was definitely the most suitable pet for her. In fact, one could say that any awakened-level beast master would not refuse to contract such a Qingnian worm. A Qingnian worm with the talent of cocooning already possessed infinite possibilities to some extent. As for deception, even if the Qingnian worm did not have the cocooning talent, it was so weak that it hadn't even reached the first awakening stage, and breaking the contract would only take place within a month, making it impossible to contract an initial pet. Du Ruoyan estimated that it would take her a few months to get in line, which would hardly have any impact. She immediately made the decision to purchase and contract this Qingnian worm. "Shopkeeper, how much is this Qingnian worm?"
Du Ruoyun's pretty face was filled with seriousness. Even after making up her mind, the thought of contracting a Qingnian worm still felt somewhat absurd to her. When she thought of Shen Nian contracting the slime, her slightly wavering determination became firm again.
Du Ruoyun thought to herself, Nian must have felt somewhat similar when she contracted the slime, right? Lu Chen smiled and said, the Qingnian worm is priced at 3 million.
Upon hearing this, Du Ruoyun felt it was incredibly strange.
How could a Qingnian worm be associated with a price of 3 million?
Du Ruoyun did not hesitate. After all, the price of the slime was also 3 million. Before coming to the mythical beast store, she had already prepared herself mentally and had the funds ready. Du Ruoyun's scholarship and savings added up to around 5 million. Even if she spent 3 million, she would still have 2 million left, which was more than enough to purchase light-type resources to nurture the Qingnian worm. Du Ruoyun was extremely confident that as long as what Lu Chen said was true, any beast master would not hesitate for a moment when it came time to pay for such an infinitely cocooning and evolving Qingnian worm.
Soon, the transaction was completed. Lu Chen's bank card had an additional 3 million. The balance in the card exceeded 12 million. Even in the precious land of the Magic City, this was considered a huge sum, enough to buy a house outright. Compared to the 12 million balance, the 300 system points credited made Lu Chen even happier. As long as he sold another pet cub, Lu Chen would have enough points to exchange for a cub comparable to a world-destroying dragon, contracting it as his second pet. Qingnian worm.
Du Ruoyun, with a complex and anxious heart, established a beast master contract with the Qingnian worm. Feeling the information coming from the contract, her eyes grew brighter.
The beast master contract would not deceive her.
Special growth-type talent, cocooning. Du Ruoyun took a deep breath and affirmed, the potential of the Qingnian worm is definitely not inferior to that of the slime.
How is it? Are you satisfied?
Lu Chen looked at her with great interest and smiled.
Very satisfied. Du Ruoyun's gaze flickered as she softly said, shopkeeper, thank you. I will take good care of the Qingnian worm. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, now you know that I wasn't trying to bully you, right? Feeling Lu Chen's teasing gaze, Du Ruoyun's pretty face turned almost completely red.
Remembering her previous doubts, she felt an indescribable guilt surge in her heart and quietly said, I'm sorry, shopkeeper.
It's fine. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and said, I didn't mean to blame you.
Your friend said my place was a black shop when she contracted the slime.
Selling the Qingnian worm was undoubtedly the smoothest transaction he had made so far.
Indeed, having customers recommend and spread the word is currently the best business model.
Lu Chen thought to himself, black shop?
Du Ruoyun's face flushed red. She seemed to have questioned it as well. In the following time, Lu Chen, adhering to the principle of honesty, earnestly advised Du Ruoyun on many matters to pay attention to during the cultivation, cocooning, and evolution processes of the Qingnian worm. Du Ruoyun listened obediently, nodding from time to time like a little chick pecking at rice, and even took out her tablet to diligently take notes. After leaving the mythical pet store, Du Ruoyun first went to a trading company to purchase many light-type resources before taking the subway back to Magic City University.
In the girls' dormitory, room 301.
Pushing open the villa's door, Du Ruoyun found the living room empty. When she walked to the back courtyard, she saw Shen Nian wearing a cute pink swimsuit, revealing her fair arms and thighs, with damp hair sticking to her cheeks. The slime was swimming in the pool, and countless streams of water suddenly surged up, transforming into a slightly reddish flow that splashed up to over 10 meters high. The slime's control over the red water spear has become increasingly proficient, Du Ruoyun thought, feeling a bit envious. The red water spear was a golden level skill, usually only comprehended by pets with Manhwa level potential. Mastering the red water spear could even allow the slime to challenge extraordinary level pets.
Not to mention, the slime had also comprehended the golden level skill water blue satin.
The incredibly gorgeous water flow satin possessed immense strangling and piercing power, making it both offensive and defensive.
At that moment, Shen Nian noticed Du Ruoyun. She picked up the slime and walked out of the pool. Droplets of crystal clear water flowed down her fair skin.
The slime was held tightly, almost struggling to breathe, and it wriggled back into the pool. I'm back, Du Ruoyun said as she stepped forward to hug her, letting the water droplets soak her shirt, clinging tightly to her youthful figure, and smiled. Nian, your slime has become stronger again.
He. Shen Nian was in a good mood and said, by the way, didn't you go to the mythical pet store? What cub did the store manager prepare for you? Even if Shen Nian hadn't asked, Du Ruoyun would have generously shown it.
She walked to the pavilion, her thoughts moving as she imprinted the summoning array on the stone table. Shen Nian looked on with great anticipation but suddenly froze, watching the summoning array disappear, leaving only a small green worm.
she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a Qingmian worm?" "Yes." Du Ruoyan nodded, carefully cradling the Qingmian worm in her palm, and softly said, "The store manager said this Qingmian worm has potential comparable to the slime." "The pets cultivated by the store manager really are unconventional." Shen Nian gently shook her head, unable to help but exclaim, "I thought the slime was already exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect the Qingmian worm to be even more outrageous." "I think so too," Du Ruoyan said, slightly pursing her lips, and softly added, "But the store manager is really nice. Although I had my doubts about him, he didn't mind at all." "Yes, the store manager is great." Shen Nian nodded repeatedly, revealing a hint of a smile as she exchanged a glance with Du Ruoyan. At that moment, the two beautiful girls reached a consensus. Zhang Yi walked over and, seeing the Qingmian worm cradled in Du Ruoyan's hands, blinked in surprise and said, "Ruoyan, you didn't just buy a Qingmian worm from the mythical pet store, did you?" "Since it was purchased from the mythical pet store, it definitely isn't an ordinary Qingmian worm." Shen Nian said seriously, "Ruoyan, this Qingmian worm must have some special talent, right?" Du Ruoyan looked at the Qingmian worm with a gentle expression and said, "The Qingmian worm can infinitely cocoon and evolve. I bought a lot of light-type resources, and combined with my beast-taming talent Holy Light, it should be able to evolve into an auxiliary-type butterfly pet." "Infinite cocoon evolution?" Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock. "This special talent is already comparable to the slime's devour, right?" "Congratulations," Shen Nian said with a gentle smile. "You don't have to wait for the school's arrangement. From now on, you will be an auxiliary beast master. Auxiliary beast masters generally lack combat power, but I will protect you well." Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, "So are you going to start nurturing the Qingmian worm now?" Du Ruoyan took resources from the beast space, and suddenly, a pure white light shone under the pavilion. Silver-level resource glowing leaf, gold-level resource healing grass, and a platinum-level resource clear lightstone? Zhang Yi exclaimed, "These resources must be worth nearly 2 million, right?" I spent 12 million, Du Ruoyan said softly. "The shopkeeper said that during the first evolution of the Qingmian worm, it can better absorb resources while in the cocoon stage, so I was advised to buy as many resources as possible to help the Qingmian worm evolve." Saying this, she fed a glowing leaf to the Qingmian worm. Zhang Yi felt complicated. She looked at the Qingmian worm and couldn't see any difference from an ordinary Qingmian worm. Even the birds and beasts in the courtyard were stirring, and if it weren't for the slime using the water blue silk to isolate them, they would probably come over to prey on the Qingmian worm at any moment. Zhang Yi found it hard to imagine that such an ordinary-looking Qingmian worm could possess a cocooning talent comparable to Devour, capable of infinite evolution. Watching the Qingmian worm munching on the glowing leaf, Du Ruoyan showed an expression of anticipation. After finishing one glowing leaf, the Qingmian worm was full and lazily lay on the stone table. "Is that it?" Zhang Yi blinked. Then, she widened her eyes, realizing that the Qingmian worm began to spin silk and form a cocoon. Black iron level skill, silk spinning. This was also the Qingmian worm's only racial skill. Shen Nian exclaimed, "The Qingmian worm is about to evolve." The Qingmian worm completely formed a pure white cocoon, wrapping itself entirely within. Du Ruoyan thought for a moment and released her beast master talent, Holy Light. Instantly, a sacred light radiated, perfectly enveloping the pure white cocoon. All other light-type resources were also shrouded in the Holy Light. Resources worth over 2 million continuously decomposed within the Holy Light, flowing into the pure white cocoon. The shopkeeper said that the first evolution takes at least an hour. Du Ruoyan said softly, "The more resources there are, the longer it takes. The Qingmian worm's evolution might take 2 hours, so you have to maintain the Holy Light the whole time?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but say, "With your current strength, it would be hard to maintain your beast master talent for that long, right?" Shen Nian said softly, "I believe in her." Du Ruoyan closed her eyes, sensing the Qingmian worm's rising aura through the bond of the beast master contract, feeling that all the hard work was worth it. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later, crack, crack. "The cocoon has cracked," Zhang Yi exclaimed. "Is it about to break out? The Qingmian worm is about to evolve," Shen Nian said, staring intently at the cocoon. Zhang Yi's expression was strange. Normally, even if the Qingmian worm evolved into a Qingmian butterfly, it would only be on par with the slime and the little skeleton's Qingmian butterfly. She also had a contract with a butterfly-type pet, a mental-type illusion butterfly, which could create illusions and had some charm abilities, making her more aware of how weak the Qingmian butterfly was among butterfly-type pets. Zhang Yi then thought that Du Ruoyan had even spent over 2 million worth of light-type resources for the Qingmian worm's evolution. If it took over 2 million worth of resources to evolve into a Qingmian butterfly, that would be absurd. Zhang Yi suddenly realized that the evolution of this Qingmian worm would definitely not be that simple. At the very least, it would definitely not evolve into a Qingmian butterfly. Crack! Finally, the cocoon completely shattered. From the crack, a pair of pure white butterfly wings seemed to be formed from gathered light, slowly stretching out, a multitude of smooth, pristine white blooming. This pure white butterfly, only the size of a palm, gently flapped its wings and flew onto Du Ruoyun's palm. On Du Ruoyun's delicate face, marked by fatigue and paleness, a look of relief emerged. She sensed the connection of the beast contract and knew the name of this pure white butterfly pet. Moonlight butterfly. Level. Awakening 10th stage? Jiang Yi sensed carefully, astonished. Ruoyun, quickly tell me, after the Qingmian worm evolves, what level of potential does it reach? Du Ruoyun softly replied, the potential of the moonlight butterfly is Starry 10th stage. Starry 10th stage potential. Shen Yan exclaimed in surprise, your moonlight butterfly has a higher potential than my slime. Ling the moonlight butterfly sensed Du Ruoyun's weakness and slowly showered a large amount of holy light. Golden level skill, holy radiance. Jiang Yi exclaimed in shock, it can heal injuries, soothe fatigue, and eliminate many negative effects. Even among golden level support skills, it's the most exceptional. And there's more. Du Ruoyun regained her spirit and chuckled softly. Ling the moonlight butterfly scattered light, no longer in a holy color, but a faint silver. Golden level skill, silver moonlight. Jiang Yi was astonished. Under the silver moon, the thinking speed of the pet will become faster, gaining various enhancements. Strength and speed will both be amplified. This is the most precious group enhancement skill. Ruoyun, congratulations. Shen Yan sincerely said, the moonlight butterfly mastering 2 golden level support skills, holy radiance and silver moonlight, means that when you join any beast army in the future, you will directly receive a large tilt of resources. To some extent, a powerful support type beast master, especially one who understands group enhancement, is the core of a beast army. Although Du Ruoyun had just become a beast master, she already showed such potential, her future limitless. Du Ruoyun smiled joyfully and softly said, my moonlight butterfly has no combat ability. Shen Yan laughed, don't worry, I will protect you. Eek! The slime jumped onto the stone table, indicating that its own strength should not be underestimated and that it would definitely protect the moonlight butterfly well. The moonlight butterfly landed on the slime's head, and Du Ruoyun and Shen Yan exchanged smiles. This scene could be called breathtakingly beautiful. In the corner of the courtyard, Shuing stood quietly, casting a deep glance at the slime and the moonlight butterfly. A wave of loneliness surged from her heart. She had never imagined that after years of effort to cultivate the steel wolf to the awakening 10th stage, she would be surpassed by Shen Yan and Du Ruoyun in just a few days. Whether it was the slime or the moonlight butterfly, both were pets with limitless futures. In contrast, Shu Ying's steel wolf, which she once took pride in, now seemed so mediocre. In the outskirts of the demon city, a breeding slaughterhouse, countless bloody scenes unfolded in the slaughterhouse. Yang Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, sitting beside the slaughter platform with the little skeleton. The little skeleton held a pitch-black long knife, which was transformed from its necromantic aura. Golden level skill, Death Blade. Normally, the beings killed by the Death Blade would have their flesh and blood completely corroded. Yang Qing had been killing chickens in the slaughterhouse for 2 days with the little skeleton but dared not use the true power of the Death Blade, treating it merely as an ordinary slaughter knife. Yang Qing, this batch of meat chickens has arrived. You better be prepared. A nearby ant shouted, causing the other slaughter workers around to laugh. Yang Qing is an extraordinary beast master. He has killed 100,000 chickens in the past 2 days. Do we still need to remind him? Hey, I heard that brother Yang Qing is a top graduate from the 2nd Beastmaster University in Magic City and runs a large pet store. Truly impressive for someone so young. Working with brother Yang Qing, I hardly have any workload left. But brother Yang Qing is generous, sharing his salary with us. Killing 100,000 chickens in 2 days, brother Yang Qing's heart is colder than the knives in the slaughterhouse. You've been killing chickens for 10 years, and you still have the nerve to say that? The chicken slaughtering area of the entire slaughterhouse was filled with a lively atmosphere. Yang Qing smiled helplessly and said, brothers and sisters, today is my last day killing chickens. A slaughter worker couldn't help but ask, brother Yang Qing, are you planning to stop? It's true, someone as extraordinary as you, a top beast master, working in our slaughterhouse is quite a waste of talent. No, Yang Qing shook his head, I'm planning to kill pigs. The slaughter workers exchanged glances, unable to understand why Yang Qing would want to switch from killing chickens to pigs. No beast master would choose such an undignified job. Killing chickens is already dirty enough, let alone slaughtering pigs? Yang Qing didn't explain further and continued to work diligently for the day. In just 1 day, the little skeleton had killed 100,000 chickens. When night fell, Yang Qing submitted a request to transfer to the pig slaughtering area. Considering Yang Qing's strength and the efficiency of the slaughtering, the request was quickly approved. After killing over 100,000 chickens, even if they were just ordinary broilers,
the little skeleton's strength has reached the extraordinary 3rd tier. Yang Qing looked at the little skeleton beside him, completely unconcerned about the blood on him, and joyfully said, "If I kill pigs for a few more days, then move on to slaughtering cows. Even use this as a springboard to obtain a slaughtering certificate. To go to a higher level slaughterhouse and slaughter a large number of awakened and even extraordinary ferocious beasts." He could already imagine that after slaughtering 100,000 pigs and 100,000 cows, the little skeleton's level would likely reach extraordinary 10th tier. What if he slaughtered another 100,000 awakened ferocious beasts? Not only would the little skeleton reach the starry 10th tier, but Yang Chang would also break through to the starry level. The future is promising. Amidst the bloodshed, Yang Qing had no complaints, only hopes for the future. At the mythical pet store, Lu Chen looked at the messages on his phone, nodding from time to time. Do Ruoyun evolve the green cotton worm into a moonlight butterfly? It seems brother Yang Qing's little skeleton is also being raised quite well, but Yang Qing's actions are too bold, leaving the position of the large pet store manager to go directly to the slaughterhouse to kill chickens and pigs? Lu Chen was astonished. The evolution of the green cotton worm into a moonlight butterfly was certainly worth celebrating. Lu Chen could sense the joy and gratitude in Du Ruoyun's words. What truly surprised Lu Chen was that this guy Yang Qing actually took a job at the slaughterhouse. The little skeleton you contracted is destined to be the future skeleton emperor. I can't believe you can lower yourself like this. You were supposed to become a killing emperor, and now you're a butcher? Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head, sighing. However, the slaughterhouse can indeed maximize the little skeleton's killing talent, compensating for quality with quantity. Lu Chen had high hopes for Yang Qing's future. Contracting the little skeleton could change its fate. After all, Yang Qing's own aptitude wasn't high. Even with the special data eye, it was just a C-level talent. This meant that Yang Qing's cultivation speed would definitely not match that of a B-level talent. If Yang Qing had awakened a B-level talent, he would have likely been admitted directly to one of the 3 top Beast Master academies instead of graduating from the 2nd Beast Master University in Magic City. Of course, it was precisely because he awakened the C-level talent, the data eye, that Yang Qing chose to contract the little skeleton. In Lu Chen's view, Yang Qing had an excellent temperament and had also contracted the little skeleton. Yang Qing's path as a Beast Master has been completely opened, and his future is limitless. Lu Chen can fully foresee the scene where Yang Qing slaughters millions of chickens, pigs, and cows, using the act of slaughter to attain enlightenment, becoming a Manhwa level, or even a Ryu level Beast Master. At this moment, Yang Qing sent another message. Manager, a customer just contacted me, and I have already recommended them to the mythical pet store. Lu Chen was even more satisfied with Yang Qing. This kid is quite savvy. What he lacks now is a customer base. In the future, the customers of Yang Qing's pet store can completely be converted into my clientele. Lu Chen thought to himself with delight. Just as he was about to put down his phone and prepare to receive customers, Luo Tianyan also sent a message. Senior, my sister has just awakened her beast mastery talent. I plan to take her to the mythical pet store. Is that okay? Lu Chen laughed heartily. Everything is getting better. Of course, it's fine. Lu Chen replied immediately. He took a sip of tea to calm his excited heart, sitting in the soft chair and patiently waiting. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon absorbed the source power of the dark hell, making its realm even more stable. If it weren't for the limitations of the beast mastery space, the world-destroying demon dragon could break through to the starry level at any time. Even with a diamond-level sky crystal, it would still take at least 5 days to break through. Lu Chen shook his head slightly and reassured. You'll be able to advance soon, so don't rush. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon nodded repeatedly. In fact, it was already very satisfied. From the inherited memories, the childhood and growth periods of the world-destroying demon dragon were extremely long, often measured in tens of thousands of years. After becoming Lu Chen's contracted beast, it hadn't even been a few days, and the world-destroying demon dragon had already broken through to the extraordinary level, Tier 10. What more could it want? At this moment, outside the mythical pet store, Zhang Shorong stood at the door, frowning. If it weren't for Yang Qing's strong recommendation, Zhang Shorong would probably have turned around and left. Even so, when Zhang Shorong saw that the mythical pet store was so small, not even 100 square meters, he felt belittled and couldn't help but feel a surge of unnamed anger. This Yang Qing, just an extraordinary level beast master, dares to mock me? Zhang Shorong snorted coldly. Even if you opened a large pet store, how dare you offend the Jiang family? What does a large pet store matter? The Jiang family is a century-old family in the Magic City, and their power should not be underestimated. The head of the family is even a Ryu-level beast master. As a member of the Jiang family, even if Zhang Shorong's status in the family is not high, his pride is still considerable. Although he was extremely displeased with the pet store recommended by Yang Qing, he had no reason to vent his anger on Yang Qing without first checking the situation. He had no choice but to endure his temper and walked into the mythical pet store.
Upon seeing Lu Chen, Zhang Xiaorong's frown deepened, and he said, "You are the manager of this pet store?"
"That's right," Lu Chen smiled slightly. Although he sensed that Zhang Xiaorong's attitude was off, since he had opened this pet store, Lu Chen naturally had professional ethics and knew that all visitors were customers.
He asked, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Zhang Xiaorong scrutinized Lu Chen and coldly said, "You, a wet behind the ears kid, instead of going to college, are running a pet store? Is this mythical pet store a branch of Yang Qing's pet store?"
"Yang Qing is one of my clients." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, knowing that Zhang Xiaorong was introduced by Yang Qing, and it seemed that Zhang Xiaorong was extremely dissatisfied with the mythical pet store.
"The mythical pet store has no relation to Yang Qing's pet store."
"If I had to say, the mythical pet store I operate currently only targets the highest-end pet market," Lu Chen said solemnly.
"High-end pet market?"
Zhang Xiaorong scoffed. "Your pet store is so small, how high-end can it be?"
"The environment does not determine anything."
Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Since this is a pet shop, we should naturally judge it by the quality of the pet cubs for sale." "A young brat with quite the big talk," Zhang Xiaorong sneered.
Lu Chen remained non-committal and asked, "What kind of pet do you wish to purchase, sir?"
Thinking of his family's mission, Zhang Xiaorong replied, "I come on behalf of the Zhang family. We are looking to expand into the pet breeding field and develop a unique pet species that belongs solely to the Zhang family.
We need a pet with high-quality genes."
"I originally planned to go to Yang Qing's pet shop, but Yang Qing recommended I come here."
"A pet with high-quality genes?"
"I certainly have those," Lu Chen confidently nodded, feeling a bit surprised.
This customer was not buying a pet for himself but for breeding, wasn't he? Lu Chen recalled that many prominent families had their own exclusive pet species.
For example, the Dragon Clan Lu family had the only friendship with the Red Dragon Clan in the Dragon Realm.
Even their family totem was a giant crimson dragon.
In a way, an exclusive pet species represented a family's totem. As long as the core lineage had suitable talent, they would contract the family's exclusive pet. Even the Luo family had their own exclusive pet species, a highly valued elemental pet known as the Spirit of Purple Fire, which could easily elementalize. According to rumors, the Luo family seemed to occupy a special fire secret realm where the Spirit of Purple Fire could be born amidst the purple flames. However, the potential of the Spirit of Purple Fire was not high. Even when mature, it only reached the extraordinary 10th tier, which did not match Luo Tianyan's talent for cold flame, so Luo Tianyan had not contracted the Spirit of Purple Fire.
"You have pets with high-quality genes here?" Zhang Xiaorong questioned skeptically. "If so, then show me."
Lu Chen said nothing and flipped his hand to take out a transparent container, placing it on the long table. Zhang Xiaorong glanced at it and felt a surge of anger, staring at Lu Chen and coldly saying, "I come on behalf of the Zhang family. Do you dare to play tricks on me?
Do you really think there's no one in the Zhang family? This pet, is it not of high quality?" Lu Chen frowned slightly. Zhang Xiaorong was furious, pointing at the transparent container and shouting, "This is clearly a lowly goblin. How dare you say a goblin has high-quality genes?"
Zhang Xiaorong looked at the ugly, short green-skinned monster in the container, and the anger surging in his heart was impossible to suppress.
"Goblin! It is well known that goblins are not native pets of Blue Star but a foreign species from another realm.
300 years ago, a foreign passage opened in the Xia Kingdom, connecting to the world where goblins resided. The Goblin clan was overjoyed, commanding millions of goblins to launch a massive attack on Blue Star through the foreign passage, intending to turn the entire Blue Star into a breeding ground for goblins.
The entire Xia Kingdom fell into panic.
When the Xia Kingdom's beast-taming army arrived, they were astonished to find that the million-strong goblin army was incredibly weak and almost unable to withstand a single blow.
Adult goblin warriors only awakened at the first tier. The rare goblin leaders awakened at the second tier.
Each goblin general commanded an army of 100,000 and awakened at the third tier. What surprised the Xia Kingdom's army the most was that the so-called strongest goblin emperor only had the strength of the fifth tier. The goblin army that invaded in full force was swiftly annihilated. The entire goblin nation became a subordinate race of the Xia Kingdom, with a status akin to that of slaves, primarily relying on goblins for the grueling underground mining labor. Just thinking about it, Zhang Xiaorong felt insulted at the prospect of the future exclusive pet species of the Zhang family in Magic City being goblins. Even imagining their totem turning into a goblin made his face flush with embarrassment. In an instant, Zhang Xiaorong summoned his own pet, a sixth-tier extraordinary Kanglin fox.
At this moment, the fury in Zhang Xiaorong's eyes seemed ready to burst forth at any moment. "What do you mean by this, guest?" Lu Chen frowned and said, "Don't you want to know the special qualities of this goblin?" "Not necessary."
Zhang Xiaorong's voice was icy as he said, "You had a chance to connect with my Zhang family in Magic City. I already gave you an opportunity, but not only did you not cherish it, you also insulted my Jiang family.
Lu Chen's expression instantly turned cold as well.
Just as he was about to say something, a young man with eyes like cold flames entered the pet shop, accompanied by a girl in a red long dress.
The Jiang family of Magic City? What great authority!
Luo Tianyan's voice was cold, and a frost-like chill quietly emerged. Under the pressure of the cold flames, the Kanglan fox actually shrank back, trembling uncontrollably.
Zhang Sharon's body stiffened immediately as he looked at Luo Tianyan beside him and trembled. Young Master Luo, what brings you here? He hurriedly bowed, not daring to show any disrespect.
The Luo family was a prominent family in Magic City, and the head of the family was a king-level beast master.
What is a king?
In some small countries, a king-level beast master can already be called a king.
They possess their own palace and army.
Even in the Xia country, a king-level beast master truly ranks among the upper echelons, enjoying numerous privileges.
Compared to the Luo family of Magic City, the Jiang family was nothing at all. Many of the Jiang family's industries relied on the support of the Luo family to operate steadily.
Magic City was a super first-tier city in the Xia country, and even though the Jiang family had a daylight-level beast master as a pillar, there were still quite a few families like the Jiang family throughout Magic City. The Luo Tianyan before them was the recognized future young master of the Luo family, let alone Jiang Sharon, who was just a small manager of the Jiang family. Even if the head of the Jiang family were here, he wouldn't dare to offend him in the slightest. However, Luo Tianyan ignored him and walked directly in front of Lu Chen, bowing respectfully. Senior. The girl in the red dress beside him blinked her bright eyes, quietly observing Lu Chen. Luo Jingqing was surprised to find that Lu Chen was completely different from the old man image she had imagined. He was a handsome and tall young man. When Luo Jingqing looked at the sleeping pitch-black demon dragon on the table, she couldn't help but take a few more glances, thinking, this must be the demon dragon species my brother mentioned, right?
The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon slightly opened a crack.
Luo Jingqing's delicate body trembled slightly. Through that tiny gap in the eyes, she seemed to see the most terrifying and dark hell in the world. Cold sweat began to seep out, slightly dampening her red dress, revealing her snow-white skin. When she came to her senses, she found that the world-destroying demon dragon's eyes seemed to have never opened, and she quickly averted her gaze.
Luo Jingqing suddenly remembered that Luo Tianyan had once said that this pitch-black demon dragon could almost kill the black feather crow with just a glance.
This demon dragon could even directly destroy the opponent's beast master space through the bond of the contract.
Senior?
Zhang Sharon looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, hardly daring to believe his ears, and trembled. Young Master Luo, why do you call him senior?
Shut up. Luo Tianyan frowned slightly and said coldly, did I ask you to speak?
Zhang Sharon's face was filled with humiliation, but he dared not refute. If the head of the family knew that he had offended the young master of the Luo family, his fate would definitely not be good. Luo Tianyan looked down at him and said indifferently, your Jiang family really has great authority.
Senior Lu is someone even my Luo family must treat as a distinguished guest, yet you dare to be so disrespectful?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Sharon's body trembled like a sieve. Even though he hadn't figured out the situation, at least he understood one thing. The young manager of the mythical pet shop was definitely someone he could not provoke. He remained bowed, not daring to raise his head.
In such a posture, where was the previous arrogance?
Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Chen and respectfully said, Senior, this is my sister, Luo Jingqing. Luo Jingqing shifted her gaze away from the world-destroying demon dragon and bowed gracefully, saying, you can just call me Jingqing, Senior.
All right. Lu Chen nodded gently.
Originally, when Jiang Sharon summoned his pet beast, intending to unleash his anger, Lu Chen was already in a bad mood, and the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon were almost about to open instantly. After all, he had not only been offended but had also lost a guest. It wasn't until Luo Tianyan brought Luo Jingqing over that Lu Chen's mood improved a little. At least he could still sell a pet beast cub. Luo Jingqing looked at the container, instantly astonished, almost beginning to understand Jiang Sharon's anger. She had heard that the Jiang family was preparing to cultivate a family-exclusive pet beast species, using goblins as the family-exclusive species? Just thinking about it felt humiliating. Luo Tianyan also took a glance, but his expression did not change at all. After contracting the scarlet flame chicken, he dared not underestimate any pet beast cub cultivated by Lu Chen.
A single scarlet flame chicken could refine. This goblin must also be incredibly special. Senior, is this goblin for sale? I'll buy it, Luo Tianyan said immediately. Lu Chen, with a hint of a smile, replied, you haven't even asked about the goblin's specific situation, and you want to buy it? Luo Tianyan's attitude was sincere as he said, I trust you, Senior. Senior, I'm very curious, does this goblin have any special traits? Luo Jingqing asked curiously. Even Jiang Shourong couldn't help but look up. He vaguely sensed that this goblin might indeed be extraordinarily special. If not, how could the young master of the Luo family and the little princess of the Luo family value it so highly? Lu Chen retrieved the container, revealing a goblin that looked like a weak and ugly monster, standing somewhat nervously on the table. This goblin possesses a special talent that allows it to obtain qualifications and strength through breeding offspring. In other words, the more offspring the goblin has, the stronger and more potential it will become. Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, most importantly, as the goblin's potential and strength continue to increase, the probability of producing high-quality offspring will also greatly rise, forming a very positive cycle. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, given time, won't this goblin be able to breed an incredibly powerful race? And the goblin itself will become the ancestor of this race, possessing strength that surpasses the entire group. To create a race through breeding? Jiang Shourong's heart raced as he stared blankly at the weak and ugly goblin on the table, no longer harboring any contempt or disgust, even giving birth to a crazy thought. He wanted to contract this goblin. Jiang Shourong could already foresee that in order to cultivate an incredibly powerful race, all the resources of the Jiang family would tilt towards him. Not to mention, the stronger the overall strength of the created race, the goblin's potential and realm would also rise accordingly. This was simply an incredibly smooth path to becoming stronger. When Jiang Shourong came back to his senses, he found that both Luo Jingqing and Luo Tianyan's eyes were filled with eagerness. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, Jiang Shourong instantly woke up. Such a special pet beast, even if it was a goblin, was not something the Jiang family could possess. If Jiang Shourong bought it, the entire Jiang family would likely be doomed. Even if he contracted the goblin, he would have to break the contract. The goblin would definitely be taken away. The world of beast taming has never lacked cruelty. Jiang Shourong couldn't help but feel an infinite sense of regret. If he had set aside his arrogance and directly purchased the contract for the goblin, perhaps only the Jiang family would know the goblin's secret. Quietly breeding for decades, when it emerged, the situation would already be established. Senior, Luo Tianyan said sincerely, please, Senior, be sure to sell this goblin to my Luo family. He no longer acted in his personal capacity, but in the name of the entire Luo family. Luo Tianyan was acutely aware that once the Luo family purchased this goblin, the entire family might be bound to Lu Chen. He knew that Lu Chen and the Lu family, one of the dragon sovereign families, might have grievances. So what? Not to mention, once Luo Tianyan raised the Crimson Flame Chicken, he would be able to take control of the Luo family. Even if the Luo family's influence couldn't match the Lu family, with numerous connections and channels combined, self-preservation would not be a problem. Moreover, with the Luo family possessing a goblin, if they could cultivate a powerful pet beast species, it would be the foundation of the family. The three great dragon sovereign families are so powerful, isn't it all reliant on the dragon species? A glimmer of ambition shone in Luo Tianyan's eyes. In the future, if we can breed a goblin group comparable to the dragon species, my Luo family will be in existence on par with the dragon sovereign families. Nobles and ministers, do they not have their own kind? Sure. Lu Chen had no objections. Since the goblin had already been exchanged, it couldn't be returned. Selling it to anyone else was fine. Luo Tianyan was already loyal to him, and if he could make the Luo family rely on him, Lu Chen would have no more worries in Magic City. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen said, however, you must arrange for a beast master to form a contract with the goblin. Can that be done? As he spoke, Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at Luo Jingqing beside him, wondering if the pairing of a beauty with a goblin was too strange. Luo Jingqing looked at the goblin with interest. As the legitimate daughter of the Luo family, she naturally had an eye for potential and knew that any pet beast cub was probably not as promising as the goblin. Even if it didn't match her beast master talent, it seemed there was still a possibility of forming a contract. Luo Tianyan blocked her gaze and said, I will notify my trusted aide right now. Please wait a moment, Senior. Brother, Luo Jingqing said unhappily, why don't you let me form a contract with the goblin? Luo Tianyan looked at her seriously and said, Jingqing, the goblin is probably just a pet beast cub casually cultivated by the senior. Do you really think the senior cannot cultivate a pet beast cub suitable for you? From some details, Luo Tianyan could see that they placed immense importance on pet beast cubs that could change their fate, like the Crimson Flame Chicken and the goblin, while this young shopkeeper seemed to have never cared. Luo Tianyan had never regarded Lu Chen as a young person but thought he might be a powerful beast master reincarnated or someone who had crossed the barriers of worlds. If not, the demon dragon species that Lu Chen had contracted and the extraordinary cubs he casually produced could not be explained. A goblin, casually cultivated? Luo Jingqing blinked in surprise and asked, Senior, do you have other pet beast cubs here? Of course. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, what kind of pet beast cub do you want? Upon hearing this, Luo Jingqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief and no longer felt attached to the goblin. After all, the goblin was truly too ugly and had a special breeding talent. She didn't want to spend her days staring at the breeding scene of a goblin, which really didn't match her image as a beautiful girl. Luo Jingqing pondered for a moment and said, I awakened the A-level beast master talent Ice Soul and want to form a contract with an ice-type pet beast cub, preferably one that can absorb foreign ice like my brother's Crimson Flame Chicken. As she spoke, Luo Jingqing also felt that her request was a bit excessive. Even if it could really be cultivated, it would probably take a long time, right? Sure. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, casually taking out a container from which a slightly cold aura seeped out. Jiang Shorong, missing the opportunity to contract the goblin, was extremely curious about the pet beast cubs cultivated by Lu Chen. When he first looked at the transparent container, he felt it was utterly absurd. He hesitated and exclaimed, this is a decorative pet beast, an ice fox? An ice fox? In the extreme cold of the north, the ice fox was purely a decorative pet beast. Unlike slimes and little skeletons, the ice fox, although it can reach the third awakening stage as an adult, cannot comprehend a single skill. In terms of combat power at the same level, the ice fox is definitely at the bottom. Jiang Shorong wanted to mock, but when he saw the serious expressions on Luo Tianyan and Luo Jingqing's faces, he suddenly realized that perhaps he was the real clown. That's right, Jiang Shorong reacted, thinking, if even goblins can cultivate such a special talent, how could the ice fox be an exception? This ice fox probably possesses an extremely unique talent. Could it really absorb foreign ice for its own use, as Luo Jingqing suggested? In some extreme environments, it is possible for foreign fire, foreign water, and even foreign ice and foreign thunder to be born, which is a normal natural phenomenon. Jiang Shorong had only heard of pet beasts absorbing the power of foreign fire and foreign water to greatly increase their strength, but he had never heard of a pet beast being able to manipulate the many foreign fires and foreign waters born in nature. On the contrary, if a pet beast could refine foreign fire and foreign water, wouldn't the many foreign fires and foreign waters in nature, which cannot be mobilized but possess incredibly powerful forces, be an endless resource for such pet beasts to grow stronger? Just thinking about it made Jiang Shorong feel it was exaggerated. He couldn't help but glance at Luo Tianyan, but met a pair of cold eyes, which filled him with panic, and he quickly said, Young Master Luo, I absolutely won't mention what happened today, please rest assured. Luo Tianyan did not respond and looked at Lu Chen, saying, Senior, can this ice fox refine foreign ice? Clever. Lu Chen smiled, which saved him the trouble of explaining. At Luo Tianyan's gesture, Luo Jingqing had already activated her A-level beast taming talent Ice Soul, a cold current containing the ultimate ice soul power swirling in front of her. Squeak the ice fox sensed the extreme attraction coming from the ice soul and could no longer hold back. It directly bit down on more than half of it. In an instant, it was refined. Luo Jingqing's pretty face turned pale, but she found that the ice fox in front of her had indeed refined the power of the ice soul, and its pure white fur was tinged with a hint of light blue. Senior, Luo Jingqing said excitedly, I want to purchase a contract for this ice fox, please help me. Sure. Lu Chen had no objections and said, the price for the ice fox and goblin is 3 million each. The total is 6 million. Luo Tianyan paid directly. Looking at the bank card balance, it turned into over 18 million. The system points also increased by 600, directly reaching 900 points. Lu Chen's mood instantly improved. He suddenly realized that slimes, little skeletons, red flame chickens, blue cottonworms, goblins, ice foxes. By now, he had sold 6 pet beast cubs. Achievement unlocked, sold a total of 5 pet beast cubs. Reward, a random Sss-Level beast taming talent. Claim reward? Yes/no. Lu Chen was extremely shocked. A second Sss-Level beast taming talent? Beast tamers who awaken 2 talents are indeed rare. Both beast taming talents are the highest SSS level? That's simply against the heavens. Claim, Lu Chen said without hesitation. You have awakened the SSS level beast taming talent God-slaying heavenly fire. As the system prompt sounded, Lu Chen could clearly sense that a talent no less than that of the dark hell was engraved in his soul. A deep purple terrifying flame was gestating in his soul, exuding an aura that seemed capable of burning everything. SSS level talent. God-slaying heavenly fire. A terrifying heavenly fire that can even slay gods. Lu Chen was very satisfied, thinking, it seems that for my second beast, I don't need to contract a dark-type pet beast, I can completely choose to contract a fire-type pet beast. Compared to other attributes, fire attributes are definitely the top in terms of destructive power. Not to mention, Lu Chen's current points are no longer the 600 points from before, but rather, 900 points.
If one were to exchange for a pet beast cub, a cub purchased for 900 points could potentially surpass the world-destroying demon dragon in terms of potential.
Senior. Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Chen, feeling as if he were facing an incredibly scorching divine flame.
The A-grade beast master talent Cold Flame inscribed in his soul trembled involuntarily.
Cold Flame, trembling in fear?
It was as if he were facing a higher existence, almost ready to offer his devotion. Luo Tianyan couldn't comprehend. He felt the shudder of Cold Flame and bore an immense pressure, his body continuously oppressed, cold sweat covering his forehead.
What's wrong? Lu Chen vaguely sensed something.
With the SSS-level status of the god-slaying heavenly fire, even a hint of its aura was beyond what an A-grade beast master talent could withstand.
Moreover, Luo Tianyan's Cold Flame was also a fire-type talent.
Before the god-slaying heavenly fire, there was only submission. As the aura of the god-slaying heavenly fire concealed itself, Luo Tianyan finally felt a sense of relief, his eyes filled with lingering fear.
Luo Tianyan was utterly convinced that Lu Chen had definitely awakened a highly advanced fire-type beast master talent. S-level? SS-level? Or perhaps, the legendary SSS-level talent? Just a casual leak of talent aura made my Cold Flame nearly submit in fear? Luo Tianyan couldn't help but tremble, thinking, at least an SS-level fire-type talent, or even possibly, SSS-level.
Thinking of that possibility, Luo Tianyan felt his breath quicken. Not daring to ponder further, he bowed to Lu Chen as if nothing had happened.
Lu Chen smiled slightly. He held great admiration for Luo Tianyan, knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding loss and gain.
Such qualities were undoubtedly very precious.
Little Ice Fox. After the transaction was completed, Luo Jingqing directly contracted the Ice Fox.
Sensing the information from the contract, Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but slowly brighten. Holding the Ice Fox, she was utterly enamored, filled with hope for the future.
Lu Chen chuckled and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "I'm so satisfied. Senior, you are truly amazing."
Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled, her admiration nearly overflowing as she excitedly said, "Senior, I can't imagine how you raised the Ice Fox. The Ice Fox that can refine exotic ice is exactly the same as the Crimson Flame chicken my brother contracted."
Luo Tianyan shot her a reproachful glance. "Can't you be a bit more respectful towards a senior?" He soon noticed that Lu Chen did not show any displeasure, which put him at ease. Indeed, Luo Tianyan thought, what a magnanimous senior. If it weren't for touching the bottom line, would he easily get angry? Not long after, a 16-year-old boy walked in. The boy was named Luo En, and he was the trusted aide called by Luo Tianyan. Luo Tianyan pointed at the goblin on the table and said, "Contract it." Yes, Luo En's expression remained unchanged, incredibly resolute, and he directly contracted the goblin.
Sensing the information from the contract, his eyes filled with excitement as he knelt and said, "Thank you, young master, for the gift."
Lu Chen was somewhat surprised and said, "He seems very loyal to you." With just one sentence from Luo Tianyan, Luo En unhesitatingly contracted a goblin. Such loyalty was quite rare.
Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, "His name is Luo En, the illegitimate son of the previous family head. He has been wandering with his mother for years and has only recently returned to the family."
Luo Jingqing added, Luo En's mother was secretly executed by the legitimate wife of the previous family head.
He returned to the Luo family with hatred. Listening to Luo Tianyan and Luo Jingqing's words, hatred unconsciously surfaced in Luo En's eyes.
Lu Chen said nothing more, giving Luo En a deep look.
As the abandoned child of the Long family, he could fully understand Luo En's situation. Luo En's enemy was the previous family head of the Luo family, perhaps a king-level beast master. Faced with such a powerful enemy, if Ron were willing to confront reality, he would have long realized that he had no chance of succeeding in his revenge.
Contracting the goblin undoubtedly gave him a glimmer of opportunity for vengeance.
For this slim chance, he could only find ways to hide his hatred, treading on thin ice.
"You don't have to thank me,"
Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, "This goblin was cultivated by Senior Lu. Even I, along with Jingqing, owe Senior Lu a great debt of gratitude."
"Thank you, Senior," Ron said sincerely. Lu Chen gently shook his head, not responding further.
Jiang Sharon looked at Luo Jingqing and even Ron, who had both contracted such excellent pet cubs, and thought about his own remaining contract slot. Unable to contain himself, he quickly said, "Senior, I also want to purchase a pet cub." "Not for sale," Lu Chen said coldly. "I was originally planning to sell the goblin to you, but you missed this only opportunity." Jiang Sharon's face turned pale. He wanted to say something but was drowned in regret. Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Chen, lost in thought, an invisible killing intent unconsciously radiating from him. Jiang Sharon, feeling the cold killing intent, tensed up and trembled slightly. Zhang Xiaorong suddenly realized something.
Did he know too many secrets?
The goblin that grows stronger through reproduction,
The Chien chicken and ice fox that can refine an,
and the illegitimate son of the previous head of the Luo family, seeking revenge. In an instant, Zhang Xiaorong understood. He seemed to have already lost his way out. Lu Chen, too lazy to look further, casually waved his hand, signaling the order to leave. With a slight movement of his mind, the entire pet shop was under his absolute control. Luo Tianyan, Luo Jingqing, Ron, and Zhang Xiaorong seemed to be lifted by an invisible force and were instantly pushed outside the pet shop.
Luo Tianyan's expression was shocked. What was this invisible force? Run!
Zhang Xiaorong did not hesitate for a moment, immediately riding on the back of the Kanglan fox, which took off at its fastest speed. However, Zhang Xiaorong encountered Luo Tianyan head-on, in front of a star-level beast master. The extraordinary Zhang Xiaorong had no chance to escape. The falling icy flames seemed to burn his very soul.
Inside the mythical pet shop, Lu Chen did not care at all about Zhang Xiaorong's fate.
If Zhang Xiaorong had been willing to listen to him a bit more or suppress his temper, when Luo Tianyan arrived, he would naturally believe him and even have the chance to contract the goblin. From then on, his fate would be completely changed. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaorong's actions had cost him everything. You reap what you sow. Lu Chen gently shook his head, showing no sign of pity. He quickly cast these thoughts aside and then moved his mind slightly. A wisp of purple flames swirled in his palm.
Sss-Level Beast Master Talent, God-Slaying Heavenly Fire.
I currently have 900 points, which is enough to exchange for a second beast.
Lu Chen's eyes lit up.
If the Dark Hell was the strongest dark talent, capable of creating a hell that even the Demon Lord could easily imprison, then the God-Slaying Heavenly Fire represented the pinnacle of fire talents.
God-Slaying Heavenly Fire. This is an extremely brutal talent with the strongest destructive power.
Even gods would be directly burned to ashes. To correspond with the God-Slaying Heavenly Fire, Lu Chen naturally needed to exchange for a fire-type pet cub.
Lu Chen suddenly felt an infinite expectation.
With 900 points, the pet cub he exchanged for would, once grown, be at the Holy Spirit level.
In the system mall,
as long as the price exceeded 500 points, they were comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon.
Over 800 points?
Once grown, it would be at the Holy Spirit level.
In terms of bloodline, it was even more terrifying than the world-destroying demon dragon. 5,000 points?
Once grown, it would be a demigod,
truly a divine offspring. Lu Chen had even seen beings that were gods from the moment they were born. Unfortunately, the price was simply too high. He could only covet.
As long as I keep running the mythical pet shop, I will eventually accumulate enough points to exchange for a divine beast cub that is born as a god,
Lu Chen thought to himself.
Immediately, he opened the system mall. After filtering through some keywords, he tentatively selected a few pet cubs whose attributes and prices perfectly matched.
Purple Flame Emperor Bird, 900 points. Crimson Flame Dragon, 900 points. Azure Phoenix Flame Bird, 900 points. Red Lotus Flame Beast, 900 points.
Lu Chen looked at the system mall, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, and began to ponder deeply.
Crimson Flame Dragon, I will give up on that one. I have already contracted the world-destroying demon dragon of the demon dragon species.
The Crimson Flame Dragon belongs to the divine dragon species. Although it is strong enough, it is inherently incompatible with the world-destroying demon dragon, and keeping them together would create negative effects. The Crimson Flame Dragon would find ways to hunt the world-destroying demon dragon. Conversely, the world-destroying demon dragon would also be unable to help but want to completely devour the Crimson Flame Dragon.
Lu Chen immediately eliminated one option. The world-destroying demon dragon is a dragon abandoned by its kind.
The Crimson Flame Dragon, however, is a noble of the dragon race.
The two could be considered natural enemies.
The Red Lotus Flame Beast should also be excluded. It is simply too ugly. The Red Lotus Flame Beast resembles a turtle beast, with a shell covered in shallow pits resembling volcanic craters.
Lu Chen had normal aesthetics and simply could not accept it.
The Azure Phoenix Flame Bird seems decent.
However, the Azure Phoenix Flame Bird is more attuned to those with pure thoughts. My compatibility is slightly low.
Lu Chen shook his head slightly.
He had already contracted the world-destroying demon dragon and awakened the Sss-Level dark talent Dark Hell. There was no connection to pure thoughts at all.
If the compatibility is not right, it would definitely create negative effects, severely impacting the effectiveness of beast taming talents and the growth of the pet.
Contracting a pet has always been an incredibly serious matter.
In the end, Lu Chen looked at the Purple Flame Emperor Bird.
The Purple Flame Emperor Bird is actually an elemental life form? Lu Chen was immediately overjoyed as he read the introduction of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. He made a decision right away.
Purple Flame Emperor Bird,
exchange it directly. You have exchanged for the pet cub Purple Flame Emperor bird, deducting 900 points, remaining points 0. The system prompt sounded, and the Purple Flame Emperor bird, composed entirely of pale purple flames, with extremely clear fiery feathers and a tail feather made of purple flames that gently drooped, appeared before Lu Chen, looking incredibly luxurious and beautiful. The Purple Flame Emperor bird tilted its head, casting a somewhat bewildered gaze. So luxurious. Lu Chen took a deep breath. This Purple Flame Emperor bird was truly unparalleled in luxury. It possessed a beauty that transcended its race, even exuding an indescribable sanctity. If it were in ancient times, it would be considered a national totem, and there would even be rumors that the person chosen by the Purple Flame Emperor bird would become an emperor. Any being facing such a noble and magnificent Purple Flame Emperor bird would probably feel utterly ashamed. Lu Chen noticed that the body of the Purple Flame Emperor bird seemed to sway gently, its entire form appearing incredibly ethereal. This meant that the body of the Purple Flame Emperor bird was indeed entirely composed of purple flames. During battle, all the purple flames that made up the Purple Flame Emperor bird could be released at will, and could even be recalled with a thought, with almost no consumption. As long as a wisp of purple flame remained, the Purple Flame Emperor bird would never fall. Purple Flame Emperor bird, attributes: fire, elemental, level, awakening first stage, potential, Holy Spirit second stage, talent, 1. Flame Spirit, as an elemental life form, the Purple Flame Emperor bird is composed of purple flames. As long as there is a wisp of purple flame present, it will exist eternally. 2. Purple Flame, the supreme of all fires, capable of absorbing all fire-related resources and refining all exotic flames, infinitely strengthening itself. The purple flame never extinguishes and can be summoned back at any time. 3. Emperor Bird, the Purple Flame Emperor bird symbolizes imperial power and is an incredibly noble being. Any being with lesser potential than the Purple Flame Emperor bird will be suppressed by its aura. Skills: 1. Flame Feather, Purple Crystal Level skill, releases a feather made of purple flames, possessing powerful destructive and cutting power. 2. Flame Soul, Crimson Star Level skill, the boundless purple flame collapses and condenses, transforming into the Flame Soul Emperor form, greatly enhancing all attributes. 3. Purple Flame Domain, Crimson Star Level skill, constructs a burning flame domain that can suppress, scorch, and incinerate all enemies within. 4. Flame Burial, Crimson Star Level skill, instantly releases all flames, completely incinerating the enemy's body, soul, and even all traces of their existence. Status: healthy, uncontracted. Looking at the attributes of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, Lu Chen's heart became incredibly fiery. This is too strong. With the potential of a second-tier Holy Spirit, as long as it reaches maturity and fully develops its potential, it can naturally reach the second tier of Holy Spirit. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the potential level of the Purple Flame Emperor bird. It must be noted, the Holy Spirit level beast is already the strongest existence on the surface of Blue Star. For example, the national divine dragon of the Xia kingdom is only a first-tier Holy Spirit. In the vast Blue Star, there are only 6 most powerful human kingdoms that possess a national divine beast at the Holy Spirit level. Once the Purple Flame Emperor bird grows up, it will surely surpass the national divine dragon of the Xia kingdom. At that time, as long as Lu Chen raises his arm, he can establish a 7th kingdom comparable to the 6 major kingdoms, with the Purple Flame Emperor bird as the totem, ascending to become a high and mighty emperor. The Purple Flame Emperor bird has as many as 3 talents? Lu Chen couldn't help but be astonished, thinking, the talent Flame Spirit is the racial talent of the Purple Flame Emperor bird as an elemental life, composed entirely of purple flames. As long as a wisp of flame remains, the Purple Flame Emperor bird will be eternally immortal. The talent Purple Flame can absorb all fire-related resources, even exotic flames for its own use. The talent Emperor bird? It is even more of an imperial qualification, inherently carrying imperial might. As long as the potential is not as good as the Purple Flame Emperor bird, it will be suppressed. In Lu Chen's view, the 3 talents of the Purple Flame Emperor bird are simply invincible. When he looked at the skills of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, he felt an overwhelming shock. Only 1 purple crystal level skill, and the other 3 skills are all Crimson Star level? Lu Chen was amazed. Even the world-destroying demon dragon, at the awakened first tier, only has 1 Crimson Star level skill. The other 3 skills are all purple crystal level. Not to mention, the only purple crystal level skill of the Purple Flame Emperor bird is equivalent to its normal attack, releasing a feather of blazing flame to cut and burn the opponent. With the talent of the Purple Flame Emperor bird as an elemental life, the released blazing feather can be recalled at any time. if it instantly releases hundreds or thousands of feathers? Such power is already comparable to a Crimson Star level skill. The Purple Flame Emperor bird actually has a second form. Once it releases the Crimson Star level skill Flame Soul, it will transform into the Flame Soul Emperor, instantly skyrocketing in power? Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, and the subsequent Purple Flame domain is directly comparable to the world-destroying Demon Dragon's Dragon Dark domain, which is a very powerful domain skill.
When he saw the last skill of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, he felt dry in his mouth and his heart racing.
Crimson Star level skill, Flame Burial, instantly releases all purple flames, incinerating the opponent's body, soul, and even all traces of their existence.
Lu Chen took a deep breath, thinking, if it were another fire-type pet, using this Flame Burial skill would leave it in an extremely weakened state, even if it doesn't die. However, the Purple Flame Emperor bird is an elemental life form, and every wisp of purple flame carries a soul imprint. Each wisp can be retracted at any time.
This desperate skill has almost no consumption? Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind.
He already knew how extraordinary the Purple Flame Emperor bird was.
Contract. Directly contract.
The Purple Flame Emperor bird, sensing the bond of the beast contract, affectionately landed on Lu Chen's shoulder. The intensely blazing purple flames did not make Lu Chen feel even a hint of heat. Instead, he felt very warm.
Roar!
The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low growl, suddenly feeling a sense of relief as that suffocating feeling vanished. Before Lu Chen officially contracted the Purple Flame Emperor bird, the extraordinary level 10 world-destroying demon dragon felt an invisible pressure facing the awakened level 1 Purple Flame Emperor bird, only able to exert 90% of its strength. Until the contract was established, the relationship between the world-destroying demon dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor bird became that of partners. Under Lu Chen's deliberate control, the royal pressure of the Purple Flame Emperor bird no longer affected the world-destroying demon dragon, and that invisible suppression dissipated.
Roar!
The world-destroying demon dragon felt very wronged.
Its proud bloodline and talent were actually suppressed by the Purple Flame Emperor bird. The self-esteem of the demon dragon was quietly damaged.
Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Once I sell another pet, I'll buy you resources to enhance your bloodline potential."
Roar roar! Only then did the world-destroying demon dragon nod in satisfaction, gently rubbing its head against Lu Chen's palm.
The Purple Flame Emperor bird looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, its eyes filled with a noble aura, flashing with interest as it landed on the demon dragon's head.
No matter how much the world-destroying demon dragon struggled, the Purple Flame Emperor bird would not come down. Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon displayed a pitiful expression.
Although the Purple Flame Emperor bird's strength was not strong at the moment, it would eventually improve. Among the same level, the Purple Flame Emperor bird's strength was definitely stronger than that of the world-destroying demon dragon. The world-destroying demon dragon could only yield, otherwise, it would suffer in the future.
Lu Chen shrugged helplessly, indicating he could do nothing. Although he could directly command, why interfere with the interaction between pets?
He glanced at the Purple Flame Emperor bird, feeling unexpectedly surprised. The appearance of the Purple Flame Emperor bird was undoubtedly very noble and luxurious.
Was it actually a scheming character?
In contrast, the world-destroying demon dragon, with its handsome and fierce appearance, always projected a powerful and imposing image, yet at this moment, it looked like a punching bag.
Purple Flame Emperor bird, come here.
Lu Chen waved his hand, and as the Purple Flame Emperor bird flew into the air, he directly summoned the Sss-Level Beast Mastery Talent God-Slaying Heavenly Fire. The Heavenly Fire, also purple, made the Purple Flame Emperor bird feel an infinite desire. In terms of level, the God-Slaying Heavenly Fire was countless times higher than Purple Flame.
Even gods would be slain.
Strands of God-Slaying Heavenly Fire continuously merged into the body of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, which immersed itself in the process of absorbing the God-Slaying Heavenly Fire, and the color of its feathers deepened slightly. It wasn't until the Purple Flame Emperor bird reached awakened level 10 that Lu Chen stopped the active supply. From then on, the Purple Flame Emperor bird would have to independently absorb the source power of the God-Slaying Heavenly Fire to break through its realm. Compared to the immediate combat power of the pets, Lu Chen wanted to fully develop their potential.
Roar!
The world-destroying demon dragon looked outside the pet shop and suddenly let out a low growl. Its dragon eyes were filled with indifference.
Lu Chen looked over and vaguely sensed a gust of wind passing by, which quickly vanished without a trace, and couldn't help but frown, saying, "Did you notice something?" Roar! Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon's gaze was icy, indicating that it had just sensed the aura of a giant dragon.
That gust of wind was controlled by the giant dragon.
As a demon dragon, its sensitivity to the giant dragon clan would never be wrong. Is it the giant dragon spying? Lu Chen's expression was cold as he instantly deduced the truth.
In the Xia kingdom, only the 3 major dragon tamer families had a stable way to contract giant dragons.
Among the 3 families, only the Lu family was located in the demon city and had a connection to Lu Chen. Finally unable to sit still,
Lu Chen revealed an intrigued expression and smiled. The world-destroying demon dragon, perhaps you can have your first taste of dragon meat. Roar! The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon were filled with desire.
Demon City, city center.
In a luxurious villa, within a garden filled with various plants, a fierce giant dragon, entirely crimson and nearly 20 meters long, was lazily resting.
Lu Hongda hurriedly walked in, looking at the powerful red dragon with a sense of awe.
As a member of one of the dragon tamer families, Lu Hongda, who served as the steward under the family head, was well aware that this red dragon was the beast of the family head.
Even the head of a dragon tamer family could only contract one giant dragon. In terms of the number of contracted beasts, dragon tamers were far fewer than the orthodox beast tamers. However, any dragon tamer held a very noble status. After all, the dragons contracted by dragon tamers were at least of the giant dragon species. Any giant dragon could easily crush several beasts of the same level and challenge higher levels with ease. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Hongda had also contracted a giant dragon species. It was a swift-winged dragon, which was at the Manhwa level upon reaching adulthood. He himself was a starry 8-level beast tamer, so the swift-winged dragon was naturally stuck at the starry 10 level. Even so, facing a true Manhwa level beast, the swift-winged dragon could easily win. Lu Hongda respectfully bowed to the massive red dragon and approached the pavilion in the garden, bending down and saying, "Madam." Under the pavilion sat a noblewoman dressed in luxurious attire, her appearance well-maintained, with a light and elegant makeup. She was Suyaji, the matriarch of the Lu family in this generation.
"Speak." Suyaji glanced at her manicured nails and said indifferently, "Over the years, I've only tasked you with one thing, to monitor that little beast, Lu Chen.
His parents' assets have always been unaccounted for. Do you have any leads?"
Lu Hongda felt a bit suffocated and respectfully knelt on the ground.
He was well aware of how cruel this noblewoman could be. "Reporting to Madam, I have no leads on Lu Chen's parents' assets," Lu Hongda quickly replied.
"What I want to report is that Lu Chen has opened a pet shop near the Beast Tamer University in Demon City.
Lu Chen himself has also reawakened his beast taming talent and has contracted a subspecies black dragon."
"What?" Suyaji suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with cold killing intent as she coldly said, "Not only has he awakened his beast taming talent, but he has also contracted a subspecies black dragon?
What on earth has happened to Lu Chen?
His talent origin was clearly extracted. Ha, he still dares to contract a subspecies black dragon as a pet. This is simply an insult to our Lu family's bloodline." Lu Hongda did not dare to say that, based on his observations, the dragon Lu Chen had contracted was very likely a giant dragon species, or even a bloodline of a demon dragon. Suyaji slowly took a step forward, her expensive high-heeled shoes stepping on Lu Hongda's head, and said coldly, "No matter what Lu Chen's parents left behind, since he dares to become a beast tamer, he cannot be spared."
"Do you understand?" Lu Hongda respectfully replied, "I will kill Lu Chen tonight. No matter what secrets he is hiding, I will uncover them and present them to you." Night fell.
Lu Chen rested on the sofa, the world-destroying demon dragon lying beside him, its head resting on his arm, incredibly obedient. The purple flame emperor bird rested on the dragon's back, its luxurious tail feathers draping over the sofa. Suddenly, bang! The glass door of the pet shop shattered into pieces. Lu Chen slowly stood up, his gaze as cold as ice. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low growl, its eyes filled with extreme violent killing intent, fixated on the middle-aged man riding the swift wind dragon outside the pet shop.
Lu Chen recognized this man, the steward of the Lu family, a lineage of dragon tamers, Lu Hongda,
a powerful dragon tamer at the 8th rank of the Starry Sky level. Lu Chen directly recalled the purple flame emperor bird into his beast space. The bird had only just awakened to the 10th rank, and facing an 8th rank dragon tamer could easily lead to harm.
Lu Chen looked at Lu Hongda and revealed a faint smile, saying, "Are you that impatient?"
During the day, Lu Hongda had already shown his presence. By night, he had come directly with a giant dragon. He truly did not want to waste a moment.
Lu Chen.
Lu Hongda stood atop the swift wind dragon, looking down at Lu Chen standing at the entrance, and coldly said, "After you left the family, you could have lived a normal life.
You could have gone to a liberal arts college, and the family would no longer concern itself with a pitiful ant like you.
But you should never have awakened your beast taming talent, foolishly thinking you could become a beast tamer.
How arrogant!
Thinking you can control everything,
And when you discover something beyond your control, you can't wait to destroy it? Lu Chen found it amusing and sneered, one of the 3 great dragon families, the Lu family. Since I left the Lu family, I have long made up my mind that one day, I will bring about the complete destruction of the Lu family. Destroy the Lu family? Lu Hongda seemed to hear a huge joke, coldly saying, just you? A waste who has had his talent source extracted? The Lu family dares to extract my talent source? Lu Chen scoffed. I may not know how you awakened your beast-taming talent, but you must have paid an unbearable price. Let me guess, did you pledge your loyalty and faith to an angel? Or perhaps, you traded your soul to a demon? Lu Hongda stared at Lu Chen, trying to find a flaw in his expression. The extraction of the talent source was not irreversible. In the vast world of beast taming, there existed infinite possibilities. If Lu Chen had not become a beast tamer, making Suyaji feel a hint of threat, Lu Hongda would not have come directly to kill him. Lu Hongda noticed Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged and looked at the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, revealing a look of realization, saying, I see, you offered everything to the demon dragon, becoming its most loyal servant, am I right? What does it matter to you? Lu Chen frowned, his tone cold. Let alone that Lu Hongda was merely one of the stewards of the family head's lineage, even if the current family head, that nominal adoptive father, came to inquire, Lu Chen would not explain a single word. You should not be involved with the demon dragon. Lu Hongda released a chilling killing intent, coldly saying, you should know that dragons and demon dragons are arch-enemies. After you left the Lu family, the family head is not without tolerance. He is still willing to spare your life. You colluding with the demon dragon is a betrayal of the Lu family, a betrayal of the dragon clan. Betrayal? Lu Chen laughed, his expression extremely cold. He recalled the scene from 12 years ago when his talent source was extracted, coldly saying, I have said it before, I will bring about the complete destruction of the Lu family. I have never felt that I am a member of the Lu family. As for the dragons, perhaps, in your eyes, the dragon clan is a lofty race, but to me, they are nothing but food. Impudent! Lu Hongda was furious, unable to contain his killing intent any longer, coldly saying, daring to think of destroying the Lu family and still daring to blaspheme the dragon clan, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Even without the mistress's orders, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Roar! The swift wind dragon let out a roar. It too understood Lu Chen's words, its dragon eyes flashing with intense killing intent, countless gusts of wind swirling around it, making the swift wind dragon appear incredibly majestic, as if it were a lord of the winds. Countless blades of wind condensed in an instant. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he faced hundreds of wind blades, remaining incredibly composed. Lu Hongda curled his lips into a slight smile and laughed. I've been monitoring you all along. Even if you've awakened your talent and contracted with the offspring of the demon dragon, you have only just become a beast master, right? Against my Gale dragon, you won't have even the slightest ability to resist. Is that so? Lu Chen replied indifferently, staring directly at Lu Hongda. Gale dragon? One of the weakest dragon species, merely low-grade food. Shut up! Lu Hongda was instantly enraged. The Gale dragon was indeed one of the weakest dragon types, only reaching the first tier of the moon abyss when fully grown. However, contracting a dragon species and becoming a noble dragon master was Lu Hongda's greatest pride, and he would not tolerate such insults. The power of beast mastery surged in an instant. B-level talent, Hurricane. Hundreds of wind blades became even more violent, spiraling towards Lu Chen as if they intended to shred him to pieces. Die! Lu Hongda's killing intent was fierce, but he suddenly froze. Why was Lu Chen completely unfazed by the oncoming wind blades? Why was he not afraid? Why was he not trembling? Why did he not beg for mercy? How could he remain so calm? In those pitch-black eyes, there was even a hint of disdain. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. Lu Hongda's pupils contracted in shock. This is the demon dragon. In his line of sight, a pair of massive black bone wings completely enveloped Lu Chen. Hundreds of wind blades collided and sliced, yet left no trace on the bone wings. When the bone wings spread open, Lu Chen stood indifferently in place. Behind him stood a demon dragon, towering over 10 meters, exuding a terrifying and dark aura. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a roar filled with infinite killing intent, its eyes brimming with extreme brutality. Lu Hongda trembled slightly, as if he saw the ultimate darkness in the demon dragon's gaze. Lu Chen slowly took a step forward, coldly stating, Lu Hongda, since you are aware of what happened back then I will use the most violent means to ensure your complete annihilation. Boom! Endless dark source power vanished into the night. In a radius of several kilometers, regardless of the element or energy, everything instantly became incredibly violent. In the boundless darkness, Lu Hongda regained some awareness. Staring at the terrifying scene that resembled hell, his mind froze,
and his body trembled uncontrollably.
Domain, this is the dragon's domain, Lu Hongda exclaimed. The demon dragon offspring you contracted, how could it possess the dragon's domain?
The demon dragon offspring is at most comparable to a giant dragon species, and this one is merely at the extraordinary level of the 10th tier. The dragon's domain is a power that only true divine dragons and demon dragons can master. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that fear completely consumed his heart.
When did I say that I contracted with the demon dragon offspring? Lu Chen's tone was indifferent. Remember this is a demon dragon species, one that feeds on giant dragons, the world-destroying demon dragon. Countless violent darkness completely engulfed Lu Hongda. Roar!
The gale dragon attempted to command the wind elements but found that all the wind elements were suppressed, and it could not mobilize even a trace of power.
It became a luxury for the gale dragon to even move.
When it attempted to struggle, it met a pair of cold and brutal dragon eyes, and the sharp, menacing claws pierced through the gale dragon's skull, dragon blood spraying from the wound.
Roar!
The gale dragon's consciousness faded, but in its last moments, it saw the world-destroying demon dragon open its blood-filled maw, continuously sucking in the dragon blood that splattered out, its indifferent and brutal dragon eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction.
In despair, the gale dragon perished completely.
On the other side, Lu Hongda crashed to the ground, his body in tatters, corroded by the dark aura to the point of being unrecognizable, with not a single piece of intact skin left.
Lu Hongda stared blankly at the deceased gale dragon, feeling the dissolution of the beast-taming contract.
When he saw the world-destroying demon dragon devouring the flesh and blood of the gale dragon, Lu Hongda's pride as a dragon tamer was trampled into fragments. Lu Chen looked down at Lu Hongda and slowly said, "Die." He lifted his foot, aimed at Lu Hongda's head, and stomped down hard.
Until his death, Lu Hongda could not believe that he would be crushed so easily by Lu Chen.
Achievement unlocked, killed a beast tamer enemy.
Reward, random red star resource. Claim reward? Yes/no, random red star resource? Lu Chen's mind shook violently.
Any red star resource is second only to the Xianya level, far more precious than diamond or purple crystal level resources. In the system shop, exchanging for a red star resource costs at least 500 points.
Claim. Lu Chen chose to claim without hesitation. He looked at the world-destroying demon dragon not far away, secretly hoping. If possible, Lu Chen naturally wished that the randomly obtained red star resource would be suitable for the world-destroying demon dragon.
You have obtained the red star resource, Heart of the Demon. Heart of the Demon, red star resource, containing all the dark insights of an adult demon lord throughout its life. When used on a dark-type pet, depending on the degree of absorption, it can allow one or more dark-type purple crystal skills to evolve into red star level. Lu Chen immediately checked the system shop and found that the Heart of the Demon was priced at exactly 500 points. He would need to sell 2 pet cubs to earn 600 points. Just by killing Lu Hongda, he obtained a red star resource worth 500 points, which was perfectly suited for the world-destroying demon dragon. This was definitely an unexpected delight.
Not far away, Roar the world-destroying demon dragon let out a satisfied burp.
The several-meter-high gale dragon had already been devoured by it for the most part. The world-destroying demon dragon comfortably shrank its size, transforming back into a half-meter-high juvenile dragon form. Lu Chen walked over, collected the remaining body of the gale dragon, and said helplessly, "I'll keep the rest of the dragon meat for you. If you get hungry, just go eat in the beast taming space." He also breathed a sigh of relief. The promised dragon meat feast was finally coming to fruition. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon affectionately rubbed against Lu Chen's thigh, comfortably squinting its eyes.
The taste of the gale dragon was indeed quite good.
Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, quickly tidying up the scene. Looking at the damaged street, he couldn't help but frown slightly and directly called Luo Tianyan, saying, "I got into a fight in front of the pet shop, and the ground is quite damaged. Come over and handle it, I'm going to rest first." He ignored Luo Tianyan's reaction, hung up the phone, yawned, and walked through the shattered glass door, casually waving his hand to restore the glass door as if nothing had happened. In the area of the pet shop, he was invincible, capable of doing many incredible things.
10 minutes later, Luo Tianyan rode the tall Crimson Flame Wolf King to the entrance of the pet shop.
He saw the tightly closed glass door of the pet shop and had no complaints. When Luo Tianyan saw the nearly ruined street, exuding a pungent smell of blood, his heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed, "What a terrifying battle to have destroyed the street like this."
As he stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming darkness, his mind becoming incredibly oppressive, thinking, "What a terrifying dark aura, has the senior's demon dragon made a move? Wait, this is..."
Luo Tianyan saw the pool of blood that stretched 10 meters and gently touched a bit with his finger, shocked as he said, "This is the blood of a purebred giant dragon.
This is the gale dragon from the dragon lineage. It seems there are also some leftover bits of flesh."
He instantly imagined the scene of battle. There was not a trace of demon dragon blood on the ground, indicating a one-sided crushing defeat. After being overwhelmingly defeated, the Gale Dragon had become the blood meal for the world-destroying demon dragon. Just thinking about it made Luo Tianyan feel a surge of fear, and he was incredibly grateful that he had brought Luo Zhe to apologize and later established contact with Lu Chen. Otherwise, if the Luo family had provoked such a brutal enemy, they might face complete annihilation in the future. The Gale Dragon. Is it really from the Lu family, one of the dragon-controlling families? Luo Tianyan seemed to realize something and fell silent, thinking, it seems that the senior in the Lu family are in a fight to the death. Since he had already chosen a side, Luo Tianyan would not regret it. After all, no matter how strong the Lu family was, they could not allow the giant dragons they cultivated to leak out. In contrast, Lu Chen was someone who could truly change Luo Tianyan's fate. Unless it's the top-tier giant dragon species, otherwise it can't compare to my scarlet flame chicken at all. Luo Tianyan shook his head, thinking, top-tier giant dragon species, that's something only the highest echelons of the Lu family can contract. As long as I have a little time, once the scarlet flame chicken absorbs various and grows, even among the same rank, it could still have the strength to fight against a top-tier giant dragon. Not to mention, the Luo family also had Luo Jingqing, who had contracted an ice fox comparable to the scarlet flame chicken, capable of absorbing and refining for its own use. Moreover, with Luowen's contracted goblin, they would surely create an incredibly powerful race. Luo Tianyan could fully foresee that in the future, the Luo family, supported by the three of them, would grow into a powerful family comparable to the dragon-controlling families. How could he regret it? Luo Tianyan no longer hesitated, dialing a phone call to have the Luo family send people to clean and repair the streets, primarily beast masters who had contracted water and earth-type beasts. After a night of busy work, the entire street was as clean as new, as if nothing had ever happened. Senior, the task you assigned has been completed. Luo Tianyan respectfully bowed to the pet shop and then turned to leave. The next day, Lu Chen slowly woke up, realizing that the world-destroying demon dragon was not beside him but in the beast space, guarding the remaining half of the Gale Dragon's body. Whenever it felt hungry, it would gnaw on some dragon meat, displaying an incredibly satisfied expression. Caw! The purple flame emperor bird looked quite disdainful, keeping its distance. Lu Chen was speechless, thinking, is the world-destroying demon dragon a bit possessive over its food? He reached out with his mind to touch the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! Upon sensing Lu Chen's intent, the world-destroying demon dragon immediately showed a look of surprise and flew away from the Gale Dragon's body. It seems I misunderstood the world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. With the way the world-destroying demon dragon looked, it was far from being possessive over food. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was about to leave the beast space. Wait! Lu Chen's mind moved, retrieving the demon heart, floating it in front of the world-destroying demon dragon's eyes. The still throbbing, terrifyingly dark heart evoked an immense desire in the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon raised its head, revealing a pitiful expression, as if to say, Master, are you really going to give this to me? Go ahead and eat. Lu Chen smiled and said, haven't you always wanted to increase your strength? This demon heart can enhance your skill level. As long as all your skills reach the Scarlet Star level, with a little more effort, breaking through to the first stage of the Holy Spirit level should be no problem. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was incredibly excited. Holy Spirit level. It couldn't help but glance at the purple flame emperor bird. If its potential reached the Holy Spirit level, even among the same rank, it wouldn't be weaker than the purple flame emperor bird. In the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon, it was indeed Lu Chen's initial pet, the big brother of the beast taming team. How could it be weaker than the later purple flame emperor bird? It had to stand tall. However, Lu Chen was about to say that this demon heart, after all, contained the insights of a demon lord, surely filled with the ultimate dark and brutal will, so it needed to be absorbed with caution. The world-destroying demon dragon, unable to contain its impatience, directly opened its fierce dragon mouth and swallowed the demon heart whole. Instantly, countless cruel, bloody, and violent emotions, embodying all the insights of a demon lord regarding the path of darkness, surged into the soul of the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low growl, its pair of pitch-black dragon eyes flashing with pain and brutality. Lu Chen felt quite helpless. Before he could finish a single sentence, the world-destroying demon dragon had already swallowed the demon heart, immediately suffering the backlash from it. Any demon lord was synonymous with cruelty and brutality, inherently in tune with the demon realm, easily comprehending its rules. They were favored by the demon realm, possessing their own lordly territory, commanding countless demons, and with a single thought could open the passage to the demon realm, invading and slaughtering other worlds at will. The price of a demon lord's offspring in this system was as high as 570 points, only 30 points lower than the world-destroying demon dragon. This meant that the status of a demon lord was almost on par with the world-destroying demon dragon, both existing at the same level, with adulthood being a peak level 10 overlord. Lu Chen had read in his high school history textbook that 300 years ago, when the passage to the demon realm opened, unlike the goblins that were wiped out in an instant, the opening of the demon realm passage led to a demon war that nearly destroyed a powerful nation comparable to the Xia kingdom. That demon realm passage, opened in the ancient elven kingdom, caused endless slaughter and even created a fallen race in the demon realm, the Dark Elves. Even after sealing the passage, the ancient elven kingdom could not bear the losses of war, having lost too many powerful beings, and in the ensuing chaos, it completely declined. The demon heart, as an incredibly precious red star level resource, contained all the insights of a demon lord regarding darkness. It was filled with too many brutal emotions, which even the world-destroying demon dragon could hardly bear. Roar! Even as its will was tainted, the world-destroying demon dragon still triggered the battle instinct of the demon dragon, striving to resist the demonic will left within the demon heart. The dragon's dark domain instantly unfolded, the deep, pitch-black source power circulating within the domain, ultimately converging upon the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. Even so, the world-destroying demon dragon still felt an unbearable burden, with endless brutality and evil swirling in its dragon eyes. Boom! A towering and brutal dragon soul emerged from the world-destroying demon dragon. It was the red star level skill, Dragon Soul, that the world-destroying demon dragon could comprehend only after breaking through to the extraordinary level, capable of annihilating souls and slaying dragons. Lu Chen could clearly see a large amount of brutal demonic power enveloping the dragon soul, as if it were whispering and polluting. Since the birth of the world-destroying demon dragon, only a few days have passed. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh, but the demon heart contains the insights of a demon lord accumulated over thousands of years. With the extraordinary level 10 strength of the world-destroying demon dragon, completely refining it will still be quite challenging. He quickly made a judgment. For the world-destroying demon dragon to completely refine the demon heart, it would take at least half a month. During this time, it would have to endure indescribable pain. He had long anticipated this. The dark attribute was inherently the most cruel and brutal. To completely refine a red star level dark resource, how could it not come at a cost? Lu Chen took a deep breath, and a pair of pitch-black eyes revealed the ultimate darkness, as well as the ultimate demonic intent. A terrifying dark hell suddenly emerged, completely suppressing the demonic power emitted by the heart of the demon, even the fragmented demon soul. Even the demon lord, with its profound demonic intent, appeared as weak as an ant in the face of the dark hell. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon instantly awakened, filled with a sense of dread. Eat! Lu Chen sighed helplessly, pouring the now much gentler demonic source power, after refining the dark hell, into the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was immensely delighted, crazily absorbing the demonic source power and the vast insights contained within, occasionally looking at him with joy, as if to say, "The master is truly impressive." Time passed, though it was hard to tell how long. The world-destroying demon dragon closed its eyes, its dragon body and soul enveloped by the demonic source power, as if a terrifying demon god from the abyss was undergoing a wondrous transformation. As the last trace of the demonic essence was completely absorbed by the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a satisfying low roar, its eyes resembling those of a demon, filled with evil and brutality, while its pitch-black, fierce dragon body was entwined with an incredibly dark aura. The world-destroying demon dragon you contracted has completely refined the Crimson Star level resource heart of the demon. Dark Dragon Eye has transformed into Evil Dragon Eye. Demon Dragon Body has transformed into Evil Demon Body. Evil Dragon Eye, Crimson Star level skill, an eye containing endless evil intent, embodying the brutality and ferocity of the evil dragon. A single glance can annihilate souls and inflict endless mental pollution. Evil Demon Body, Crimson Star level skill, boundless dark power and demonic power surge into the dragon body, embodying the utmost evil, an incredibly powerful terrifying dragon body. Lu Chen looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Refining a heart of the demon had created two Crimson Star level skills, namely Evil Dragon Eye and Evil Demon Body. Even the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to have undergone some change, its fierce black dragon body tainted with a hint of sinister madness. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt its own transformation and couldn't help but show a hearty smile, grinning widely, already imagining the scene of establishing dominance in Lu Chen's beast-taming team in the future. Those who come later? Absolutely non-existent. Lu Chen looked at the state of the world-destroying demon dragon and sighed helplessly, but also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the world-destroying demon dragon had not been affected, only its life form had undergone slight changes, but its mind remained unaffected. The heart of the demon has been completely refined and purified by me. Where could there be any negative effects? Lu Chen realized, gaining a deeper understanding of the Sss-Level beast taming talent Dark Hell, feeling that this beast taming talent was truly extraordinary. Not to mention the demon lord, perhaps any being that wields darkness would only face complete suppression in the presence of the Dark Hell. The only regret was that the world-destroying demon dragon's destruction dragon breath had not undergone transformation and remained at the purple crystal level. According to Lu Chen's sensing, the destruction dragon breath had also absorbed a considerable amount of demonic essence, reaching the threshold for transformation, and with the growth of the world-destroying demon dragon, it would eventually undergo transformation. The world-destroying demon dragon rubbed against Lu Chen's waist, drooling as it looked at him eagerly, as if to say, "The demonic essence is so delicious, does the master have any more?" None left. Lu Chen replied irritably, "You should focus on cultivating destruction dragon breath first, while there's still some residual power of the demonic essence. Transform destruction dragon breath to crimson star level." Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt a bit dejected. Once you transform destruction dragon breath to crimson star level, you'll be ahead of the purple flame emperor bird in terms of skills. Lu Chen smiled slightly. The purple flame emperor bird still has one skill at the purple crystal level. Roar! The world-destroying dragon widened its eyes, instantly filled with fighting spirit, and entered Lu Chen's beast-controlling space, recklessly unleashing its destructive dragon breath, with all the residual waves absorbed and suppressed by the Dark Hell. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. There was actually one thing he hadn't mentioned. The flame feather of the purple flame emperor bird appeared to be a purple crystal level skill, but the unique nature of the purple flame emperor bird as an elemental life form destined the power of the flame feather to be comparable to that of a red star level. However, it was a good thing that the world-destroying dragon was so easy to fool. Watching the world-destroying dragon train hard, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Who would complain about their pet being too strong? The strength of the world-destroying dragon could only get better. Roar! Inside the beast-controlling space, the world-destroying dragon continued to unleash its dragon breath without restraint. Each breath contained an extreme sense of destruction, capable of instantly killing a star-level pet. As the world-destroying dragon continued to adapt, the destructive dragon breath, in addition to its violent sense of destruction, faintly began to carry a trace of demonic intent. Lu Chen estimated that as the world-destroying dragon fully integrated this demonic will, the purple crystal level skill destructive dragon breath would truly undergo a transformation. The extraordinary level 10 beast controlling space had reached 100,000 square meters. Such a vast beast controlling space was comparable to an ordinary level 10 moonlight. Naturally, accommodating the world-destroying dragon and the purple flame emperor bird was not a problem. At this moment, the purple flame emperor bird was not far away, quietly watching the world-destroying dragon's arduous training. Occasionally exuding elegance and splendor, it resembled a princess. However, Lu Chen could see that the regal nobility emanating from the purple flame emperor bird was more like that of an emperor. Elemental life forms are considered the most mysterious forms of life. People only know that elemental life is born from nature. Rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, and thunder can all give rise to consciousness, thus becoming elemental life. Lu Chen pondered deeply, thinking, the purple flame emperor bird is undoubtedly a powerful life born from, transformed into a pet. However, the temperament of the purple flame emperor bird is truly too special. Perhaps there are other factors in its birth? He stared intently at the purple flame emperor bird, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Caw! The purple flame emperor bird blinked and flew onto Lu Chen's shoulder, its head adorned with luxurious purple feathers gently rubbing against Lu Chen's cheek. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, touching the distinctly beautiful flame feathers of the purple flame emperor bird, all his worries dissipating. He could clearly feel that the innocence and naivety radiating from the purple flame emperor bird truly regarded him as a father, and this emotion was incredibly real. That was enough. In the demon city, the Luo family. In the courtyard of a villa, Luo Tianyan. Luo Jingqing was kicked out and shouted angrily from behind the fence, "What right do you have to kick me out? I am your sister." Cough cough. Luo Tianyan stood on the other side of the fence, unable to suppress a cough, awkwardly saying, "I have important matters with Luoan, you are not suitable to stay here." Ha! Luo Jingqing huffed disdainfully, "What important matters? Isn't it just to help the goblin pony drive a big car to mate with those extraordinary, even star-level female beast masters? Do you really think I don't understand anything? Alright, you're the smartest, okay?" Luo Tianyan said helplessly, completely hit by Luo Jingqing's words. For this sister, Luo Tianyan had spoiled her since childhood. During her rebellious phase, she still appeared as a refined young lady in public, and many family elders praised Luo Jingqing highly. However, Luo Tianyan knew that as long as they were at home, Luo Jingqing would show her spoiled side. Luo Jingqing had just turned 18 this year and had awakened an A-level beast master talent that was not inferior to his own, stepping onto the path of a beast master, and she had blossomed into a beautiful young woman. For Luo Tianyan, the admiration he once had for her in childhood was now gone, leaving him quite melancholic. Although Luo Tianyan felt helpless, he couldn't bring himself to speak harshly to his sister. He sighed and said, "In any case, you're still young. You can't see the scene of goblins reproducing yet, understand? I'm not that young anymore." Luo Jingqing huffed, unconsciously puffing out her chest, which not only had some weight but also trembled slightly as she said, "It's just beast reproduction. I don't even care to watch it." Luo Tianyan was too lazy to argue with her and said seriously, "The goblin's special talent can create a whole tribe. Once I become the head of the family, the tribe created by the goblins will be the foundation of the Luo family. You, as a little girl, should not cause trouble, okay?" "Got it." Luo Jingqing pouted and said, "What about my ice fox? I can't just raise goblins and neglect my little ice fox, right?" "Don't worry, I've already ordered exotic ice and exotic fire from the family's resource hall. Whether it's the ice fox or the crimson flame chicken, they will be nurtured today." As Luo Tianyan spoke, he glanced at his phone and said happily, "The exotic ice and fire resources have arrived." "Really?" Luo Jingqing's face lit up with excitement as she instantly summoned her pet ice fox and headed straight to the Luo family's resource hall. Luo Tianyan, however, did not follow her and turned back to the courtyard, which still bore the marks of chaos. The Crimson Flame Wolf King immediately approached him. Luo Tianyan glanced at the goblin and couldn't help but show a look of pity. The goblin lay sprawled on the ground in a big letter shape, as if it had lost all vitality, looking even weaker, with deep black circles under its eyes and lips so dry they were about to crack. Not far from the goblin were 5 extraordinary female pets and 3 stellar-level female pets. These female pets belonged to different species: monkey, pig, wolf, tiger. Among them was also an ice lizard of the sub-dragon species. If it weren't for the suppression of the Crimson Flame Wolf King, the goblin would never have succeeded. Luo Tianyan felt helpless. The goblin's race was simply too weak, and no pet would look at it. These few female pets were already considered not to resist too much. After taking specific medications, the bellies of these female pets slightly bulged, showing visible signs of shame and anger. Even Luo Tianyan couldn't help but show an apologetic expression, saying helplessly, "Once the goblins grow up, they will definitely treat you well." The female pets ignored him. Goblins getting stronger? How could that be possible? Luo Tianyan said nothing. Many beast tamers had a very simple view of mate selection. They naturally admired stronger beings. In the future, when the goblins grew to the level of Manhwa, Ryu, or even king level, those female pets that first bore offspring for the goblins would surely not regret it. "Young master," Luo Wen approached and respectfully saluted. "Make sure those prepared resources are used. It's best to let these female pets give birth to cubs today," Luo Tianyan ordered. "Yes," Luo Wen respectfully replied and used the prepared special resources that could accelerate the formation of cubs on the successfully pregnant female pets. The goblin's special talent is called reproduction. When their potential and strength are lower than those of these female pets, the offspring born will inherit the mother's race. Conversely, they will give birth to purebred goblins, inheriting the goblin's potential. Luo Wen explained seriously, as long as they are the offspring of goblins and possess goblin blood, their potential and strength will feed back a portion to the goblins, allowing them to become infinitely stronger. Luo Tianyan already knew about the goblin's special talent, but he was still amazed by the miraculous nature of the reproduction talent, which seemed to defy the rules of beast reproduction. After these pet beasts give birth to their young, the cubs are directly sent to the pet shop under the Luo family or are allowed to be contracted for free by the geniuses of the affiliated families. Luo Tianyan said in a deep voice, "In the early stages, we must invest without restraint to help the goblins grow quickly. And your beast master level must also be improved. You cannot limit the growth of the goblins. Do you understand?" "Yes." Luo Wen nodded respectfully, looking at Luo Tianyan, a firm and grateful look flashing in his eyes. If he hadn't become Luo Tianyan's trusted aide, he might never have had the chance for revenge. Now, having contracted the goblins, he just needed to wait for them to grow a bit before he could fully expose their special talents to the Luo family and quickly become stronger using the family's resources. At that time, even if the former family had intervened, it would be of no use. "You don't need to thank me," Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, "just know that if it weren't for Elder Lu, you would never have had the chance to contract the goblins. Even I was able to contract the Crimson Flame Chicken only because of Elder Lu's favor. which gave me the opportunity to become a top beast master. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope flashed in Luo Tianyan's eyes. He was very clear about his own talent. Awakening an A-level beast master talent could be considered genius, but it was only with the full support of the Luo family that he had the chance to become a king-level beast master before his life ended. Once he became a king level, the path ahead would be completely cut off. Contracting the Crimson Flame Chicken allowed Luo Tianyan to see the opportunity to achieve the top king level and even break through to the overlord level. As the designated young master of the Luo family, Luo Tianyan was very clear-headed. He deeply understood that no matter how high your potential, it must be transformed into strength to be meaningful. The Luo family is not a monolith, and my position as young master is not yet secured. Before I have sufficient strength, the special nature of the Crimson Flame Chicken, goblins, or ice foxes cannot be leaked in any way, Luo Tianyan said seriously. Luo En respectfully agreed and looked solemnly at the female pet beast not far away, whose belly was continuously growing, hoping that after these cubs were born, the potential of the goblins would be enhanced. You go take care of those pet beasts. I will have the Crimson Flame Wolf King assist you nearby, Luo Tianyan said with a serious expression. He saw Luo Jingqing approaching with a spatial container and went straight to meet her. Brother! Luo Jingqing showed an excited expression, quite joyfully exclaiming, "You actually exchanged for 6 types of exotic ice and 6 types of exotic fire? Among them, the most precious exotic fire and exotic ice even rank on the exotic fire and ice lists. Even if they are at the bottom of the list, they are still incredibly precious. You've used up all your contributions in the family, right?" She knew that as long as they were on the list, whether it was exotic fire, exotic ice, or exotic thunder, they possessed power comparable to A-level talents. Many exotic fires and exotic ices, even if they couldn't be refined and used, could enhance pet beasts. Absorbing them could strengthen their foundation and provide opportunities to comprehend the principles of exotic fire and ice, thus gaining skills. Indeed, I've used them all up. Luo Tianyan took the spatial container, which was surprisingly divided into 12 compartments, each storing a type of exotic fire or exotic ice, 2 extreme powers that would not come into contact within the container. He sighed. Exchanging for these 12 types of exotic fire and ice had completely exhausted his contributions. Even in the outside world, spending tens of millions might not be enough to buy these exotic fires and ices. Exotic fire list, 97th place, Heart of Earth Fire. Exotic ice list, 99th place, Purple Profound Extreme Ice. Luo Jingqing exclaimed excitedly, "Hee, I didn't expect my ice fox to refine the Purple Profound Extreme Ice on its first absorption of exotic ice." Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, "Jingqing, the Heart of Earth Fire and Purple Profound Extreme Ice are both prepared for Elder Lu. I will take these 2 types of exotic fire and ice out separately and send them to Elder Lu." "Ha!" Luo Jingqing was somewhat stunned and couldn't help but say, "Brother, these are precious exotic fire and ice that rank on the exotic fire and ice lists. You actually want to give them away? Jingqing, you must understand the value of the Scarlet Flame Chicken, Ice Fox, and Goblin." Luo Tianyan's expression was extremely serious as he said, "You, like me, come from the Luo family and should have some insight. However, I have never seen a pet beast like the Scarlet Flame Chicken or Ice Fox that can absorb and refine exotic fire and ice. Trust me, if Elder Lu directly collaborates with the Luo family, the selling price of the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox will definitely exceed 1 billion. Luo Jingqing fell silent, knowing that every word Luo Tianyan said was indeed true. The higher one's position, the more one could see the value of the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox, especially the Goblin, which was even more valuable than the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox. In contrast, the selling price for the Scarlet Flame Chicken, Ice Fox, and Goblin was only 3 million. Luo Jingqing reluctantly glanced at the Purple Profound Extreme Ice in the container and finally said softly, "Brother, let's give the Heart of Earth Fire and Purple Profound Extreme Ice to Elder Lu." "Very well," Luo Tianyan said gently, "even if we give away this Heart of Earth Fire and Purple Profound Extreme Ice, we each still have 5 other lower-tier exotic fires and ice that can be refined by the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox. Besides, we have both Awaken A-level Beast Master talents, and we can make it onto the exotic fire and ice rankings. There's no need to belittle ourselves." "Brother, I'm not reluctant. I'm very grateful that Elder Lu wants to contract the Ice Fox." Luo Jingqing smiled playfully and said, "Besides, you bought this Purple Profound Extreme Ice. You want Elder Lu to remember my kindness, right?" Luo Tianyan smiled and said indulgently, "As long as you know." Next, the 2 of them activated their summoning arrays, releasing the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox. The Scarlet Flame Chicken refined the Cold Flame, while the Ice Fox refined the Ice Soul. These were both exotic fire and ice that could make it onto the rankings. With the Cold Flame in its grasp, the Scarlet Flame Chicken reached a first-tier extraordinary level, while the Ice Fox, mastering the Ice Soul,
reached a 3rd tier awaken level. Let's begin. Luo Tianyan smiled slightly. Following that, he opened the compartments of the spatial container one after another, and the scarlet flame chicken and ice fox eagerly began to devour and refine the exotic fire and ice within. The aura of the scarlet flame chicken and ice fox grew stronger, but it also became increasingly chaotic. No way! Luo Tianyan's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "The scarlet flame chicken is using cold flame as the core to merge with the other 5 refined exotic fires. The ice fox too, using ice soul as the core, is it trying to merge into a more powerful exotic ice?" Luo Jingqing couldn't help but gasp. The changes in the ice fox undoubtedly exceeded her expectations. Luo Tianyan sighed. It seems that the potential of the scarlet flame chicken and ice fox is far beyond what we perceive. It appears to be even more powerful and exaggerated. As the refining and merging continued, Luo Tianyan suddenly saw a silver exotic fire emerge from the scarlet flame chicken. Feeling the information transmitted from the Beast Master contract, Luo Tianyan exclaimed, "This is Secret Silver Cold Fire." The Secret Silver Cold Fire ranked 82nd on the exotic fire list. The Ice Fox has also merged into Blue Soul Extreme Ice. This is the Blue Soul Extreme Ice ranked 89th on the exotic ice list. Luo Jingqing was incredibly shocked. She sensed carefully and suddenly discovered that her A-level Beast Master talent Ice Soul had actually received feedback from Blue Soul Extreme Ice, subtly becoming even more powerful. Luo Jingqing looked at Luo Tianyan and saw his silver eyes filled with shock. She realized that Luo Tianyan had undergone the same change. After a long while, Elder Lu has truly bestowed upon us a great fortune. Luo Tianyan, filled with excitement, couldn't help but smile wryly as he said, "I can feel that the exotic fire refined and merged by the scarlet flame chicken will make my Beast Master talent Cold Flame even stronger. When the exotic fire of the scarlet flame chicken becomes strong enough with all the feedback, my Beast Master talent might even evolve to S-level." Luo Jingqing could not calm down for a long time and said softly, "Any Beast Master who awakens an S-level talent is truly a child of destiny, destined to become a ruler. Who would have thought that merely contracting a pet beast could lead to the transformation of one's Beast Mastery talent?" Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and sighed. "I originally thought that the Crimson Heart Earth Fire and the Purple Shin Extreme Ice were already great gifts. But, compared to the creation bestowed by Senior Lu, what do the low-ranking Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Shin Extreme Ice amount to? If in my lifetime, I could transform into an S-level talent, an S-level ice talent could rank in the top 10 on the ice list." Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a look of longing. At this moment, the realm of the Crimson Flame Chicken had already reached the extraordinary level 10, with potential reaching the Manhwa level 10. The Ice Fox's level was at the Awakening level 10, with potential at the Starry level 10. After all, the exotic ice that the Ice Fox had fused with was of the lowest grade. If it were to fuse with higher grade exotic ice, the Ice Fox's potential would exceed the Starry level, which Luo Jingqing's Beast Mastery space could not accommodate. Manhwa level potential? Extraordinary level 10 strength? Luo Tianyan shook his head and smiled, not caring at all. Compared to the evolution of Beast Mastery talent into S-level, it's not worth mentioning. The enhancement of potential and strength ultimately has traces to follow, but the evolution of Beast Mastery talent? There are almost no precedents. The few examples that can be traced all used at least Purple Crystal level or even Red Star level resources to achieve transformation. Purple Crystal level resources can only be used by Ruler level Beast Masters. As for Red Star level resources, even the National Divine Dragon, that kind of Holy Spirit level existence, may not have many opportunities to use them. Jingqing, I will personally visit Senior Lu. You should focus on your training at home and strive to break through to the extraordinary level as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Ice Fox refines another type of exotic ice, your Beast Mastery space is likely to shatter, Luo Tianyan said seriously. Got it, Luo Jingqing replied obediently, holding the Ice Fox. Senior Lu, Luo Tianyan placed the spatial container on the table and said respectfully, "This is the Crimson Heart Earth Fire and the Purple Shin Extreme Ice, which are listed on the exotic fire list and the exotic ice list. Please accept them, Senior Lu." This isn't a holiday, why are you giving gifts? Lu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. He naturally knew about the exotic fire list, exotic ice list, and other rankings, as well as the thunder list, treasure wood list, divine wind list, and so on. The Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Shen Extreme Ice, ranked on the lists, are valued equivalent to a platinum level resource, or even the top tier of platinum level resources. Platinum level resources are usually only eligible for use by Sun level Beast Masters. As an extraordinary level Beast Master, Lu Chen should ideally use bronze-level resources for the best cost-effectiveness. However, in the system mall, the lowest-level resources, which are platinum level, are priced at 1 point of contribution. Limited by Lu Chen's system permissions, he currently only has access to the lowest level, so the system mall is not complete, and there are no exotic fire or exotic ice resources for sale. As for purchasing, with his less than 20 million funds, not to mention whether there are channels, according to market prices, he could only afford a single Crimson Heart Earthfire. If he used the Luo family's channels, he might have the opportunity to buy a piece of purple Xian Extreme Ice. In other words, this time Luo Tianyan's gift was more valuable than the previous compensation, the platinum level Sky Crystal, worth at least 20 million. Of course, Lu Chen could exchange for a large number of Sky Crystals at any time, but he could not exchange for the Crimson Heart Earthfire unless he continuously completed achievement tasks to enhance his system permissions. Consider this a slight repayment of Senior's kindness. Jingqing and I discovered that after the Crimson Flame Chicken and Ice Fox refined the exotic fire and exotic ice, they could actually feed back into our beast mastery talent, and over time, it could even lead to the evolution of our beast mastery talent. Luo Tianyan spoke sincerely. At the beginning, the price of the Crimson Flame Chicken and the Ice Fox was only 3 million. How could we not know about your investment in us, Senior? This small gift is merely a token of our appreciation. You need not feel any burden. Listening to Luo Tianyan's words, Lu Chen gradually understood. It can actually allow the beast master talent to evolve? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, then sighed softly, thinking, my beast master talent is already at the highest SSS level. I wonder if there's still a possibility for evolution. After careful consideration, he accepted Luo Tianyan's gift, saying, then I will accept it. I hope you won't think poorly of it, Senior. Luo Tianyan bowed slightly. How could I think poorly of it? Lu Chen shook his head. Luo Tianyan delivered the gift and soon took his leave. His visit was indeed solely to present the gift, and he came in person to express his respect. Looking at the container holding the Crimson Heartfire, Lu Chen was quite satisfied, as the Crimson Heartfire could be used by the Purple Flame Emperor bird. In contrast, the Purple Xian Extreme Ice was completely useless. Lu Chen didn't mind, wrapping the Crimson Heartfire with the God-slaying Heavenly Fire as he took it out. The Crimson Heartfire, which should have been an incredibly violent strange fire capable of triggering a volcanic eruption, was now surprisingly docile, shrinking into a ball. The Purple Flame Emperor bird sensed Lu Chen's intent and quietly flew over, its eyes flashing with a hint of desire as it looked at the Crimson Heartfire. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Judging by the Purple Flame Emperor bird's reaction, this Crimson Heartfire seemed to have quite an effect on it. Lu Chen had thought that since the Purple Flame Emperor bird had been absorbing the source power of the God-slaying Heavenly Fire, it would have no desire for a low-tier strange fire like the Crimson Heartfire. Had he misjudged? Noticing the Purple Flame Emperor bird's longing, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't hold back, directly feeding the God-slaying Heavenly Fire along with the Crimson Heartfire to the Purple Flame Emperor bird. The Purple Flame Emperor bird was overjoyed, immediately absorbing the Crimson Heartfire and beginning to refine it. Observing the Purple Flame Emperor bird, Lu Chen finally understood that the effect of the Crimson Heartfire on the Purple Flame Emperor bird was not particularly significant. However, at the core of the Crimson Heartfire, there was a trace of core fire source. As long as the fire source was not extinguished, the Crimson Heartfire could continuously regenerate. Refining this trace of fire source could complete the purple flame. The aura of the Purple Flame Emperor bird grew stronger and stronger. Boom! A breakthrough? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He could sense that the Purple Flame Emperor bird did not actively break through but had reached the limit of awakening level, naturally breaking through its realm. Extraordinary level. The beast you contracted, Purple Flame Emperor bird, has broken through to the extraordinary level and comprehended the Red Star level skill, True Form of the Flame Bird. True Form of the Flame Bird, Red Star level skill, Boundless Purple Flame Super Frequency Reorganization, transforming into the true form of the Flame Bird, greatly increasing the number of flames it can control. The system prompt came. Lu Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Besides the Flame Soul Emperor form, the Purple Flame Emperor bird actually possessed a third form, the Flame Bird. When he looked at the Purple Flame Emperor bird, he noticed that its size was indeed a bit small, only about 20 centimeters. If it were to display the true form of the Flame Bird, its size would likely increase tenfold, and the amount of purple flame it could control would naturally increase many times. Given the uniqueness of elemental life, the larger the purple flame it could control, the stronger the destructive power of the Purple Flame Emperor bird would be. The key point was that under the Flame Bird form, the scale at which the Purple Flame Emperor bird could merge the God-slaying Heavenly Fire would also greatly expand.
This flame bird form seems very powerful, Lu Chen sighed, taking a moment to glance at the Annihilation Demon Dragon, which was still diligently training in the Beast Master space, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. In the face of pure talent, no matter how hard you work, it seems you can't catch up.
The purple flame emperor bird and the annihilation demon dragon are both my pets? Then it's all good. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Chirp! The purple flame emperor bird landed on Lu Chen's shoulder, its noble eyes sparkling with satisfaction at the scent of the crimson heart earthfire, occasionally glancing at Lu Chen with a hint of longing.
You'll have it in the future, don't worry, Lu Chen said helplessly, suddenly recalling that the world-destroying demon dragon he had contracted loved to eat dragon meat, and it had to be from the dragon species. In the future, he might even have to feed it meat from divine dragons. The purple flame emperor bird was even more extravagant, feeding on.
Just raising you two is going to make me go broke. Lu Chen took a deep breath, feeling the arduous challenges of nurturing pet beasts.
At the most helpless time, he had contracted the two most noble pet beasts.
Chirp!
The purple flame emperor bird didn't mind. Elemental life was born between heaven and earth, and even without, it could directly absorb the world's elemental energy.
Moreover, the purple flame emperor bird could also absorb the god-slaying heavenly fire.
SSS grade, the god-slaying heavenly fire was far more delicious than the crimson heart earth fire. Even though it was at the top of the rankings, it couldn't compare. If it weren't for the core fire source of the crimson heart earth fire being greatly beneficial to the purple flame emperor bird, it might not even eat it. Lu Chen stored the purple Shen Extreme Ice carefully. He had no use for this, but he wouldn't complain about having too many treasures. Just collecting resources of this level would give him a sense of accomplishment. He glanced outside the pet shop and noticed that there were significantly fewer students on the road than usual, causing him to frown slightly and think, has the Magic City Beast Taming University already started classes? After calculating the time, it seemed that the military training had long since ended since the start of the semester. Even the freshmen had to officially begin classes now. The vast majority of freshmen have probably contracted their initial pet beasts, Lu Chen thought. It will definitely be harder to sell pet beast cubs next. He picked up the purple flame emperor bird, thinking that since there were no customers at the moment, he might as well raise the bird's level first. As for the customers of the pet shop, Lu Chen glanced over and estimated that there wouldn't be much business today. He had long given up on walk-in customers. Only recommendations between customers were the right way. Chirp! The purple flame emperor bird absorbed the god-slaying heavenly fire, its level continuously rising, and it immediately showed a satisfied expression.
Magic City Beast Taming University. Starry Teaching Building, Public Course Classroom. Dear students, this is your first class after being admitted to the Magic City Beast Taming University. You are all the cream of the crop who stood out in the college entrance examination, so I won't dwell on the basic knowledge, said Lu Luo-chan. I believe most of you have contracted your initial pet beasts. In the first class, we will directly discuss pet beast battles. Students who have contracted their initial pet beasts, please raise your hands. I will select two from those who raise their hands to come up and demonstrate a pet beast battle, and then I will explain it to you in detail. Lu Luo-chan stood on the podium, looking at the fully seated classroom. Her already stunning face wore a gentle and charming smile that captivated hearts. She wore a well-tailored professional dress, and beneath the skirt were her long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings, glimmering slightly under the pure white light. As the youngest beautiful instructor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, Lu Luo-chan was 26 years old and already a 6th-tier beast tamer of the Manhwa level. Lu Luo-chan also graduated from the Magic City Beast Taming University and directly became an intern instructor at her alma mater after graduation, only officially becoming a full-time instructor this year. This public class was not only the first class for the hundreds of freshmen in the classroom after being admitted to the Magic City Beast Taming University, but it was also her first class since becoming an instructor. Lu Luo-chan saw that most of the students had raised their hands, and a few boys were so excited that they stood up. The Pet Beast Battle course was already the most popular among students, and with the stunning beauty of Lu Luo-chan teaching, the joy of both combined was irresistible. Students, please sit properly in your seats. Lu Luo-chan smiled gently, her gaze sweeping across the classroom, pointing to a female student and then a male student, saying, let's have these two classmates come up for a beast battle. As her words fell, the classroom immediately buzzed with chatter. Isn't the girl Lu teacher pointed out Du Ruoyun, one of the 4 campus beauties from Dorm 301? Dormitory 301, our Magic City Beast Master University selected 10 campus beauties among the freshmen, and Dorm 301 has 4 of them. It's so unfair, why am I not a girl? Du Ruoyun is so beautiful, I really love that neighborly sister vibe. It seems she has awakened her talent in the support system. At the very least, she can join the Beast Master Corps in the future. Her prospects are limitless. Wait, Du Ruoyun is a support-type beast master. How does she have any combat power? Damn! The boy Lu teacher pointed out is actually Yan Xiaopeng, who ranks among the top 3 of this year's freshmen, just behind Lu Su and Gu Tian, these 2 dragon masters. Yan Xiaopeng? I've heard of him. Didn't he awaken the A-grade beast talent armor transformation? He can give his contracted beasts a layer of armor that withstands all damage, so his contracted beasts focus entirely on absolute output. Yan Xiaopeng's initial beast, Frenzied Blade Werewolf, has recently broken through to the extraordinary first level. Numerous discussions filled the air. With Lu Luochan's mental strength, she could clearly discern the situation and immediately felt it was not good. In a corner of the classroom, Shen Nian gloatingly said, "You raised your hand, didn't you regret it now?" Du Ruoyan felt a bit stage fright and whispered, "I didn't expect that out of nearly 100 classmates raising their hands, I would be chosen." Your opponent is Yan Xiaopeng, the extraordinary first-level frenzied blade werewolf. It will definitely chop your moonlight butterfly's wings off. Shin Nian covered her mouth and chuckled. "Oh no, you're still gloating." Du Ruoyun panicked and said, "You have to help me think of a way." "It's simple." Shin Nian raised an eyebrow and said, "I'll go up for you, won't that work? Is that okay?" Du Ruoyun was still a bit flustered. "Did you notice that Lu teacher seems a bit flustered too?" Shin Nian whispered, "This is Lu teacher's first public class. If I go up for you, I'm also helping her out. She definitely won't refuse." "Please, Nian. I said I would protect you. Then I'll help heal the slime. The slime is very strong. How could it possibly get hurt? Just wait and see." After a brief exchange, Shin Nian stood up and walked forward. The classroom in the Starry Sky teaching building was very spacious, with a wide battle arena that could accommodate battles of Starry Sky level beast masters. If the level were any higher, it would be impossible to battle indoors. With the destructive power of the Manhwa level or even the Ryu level, even if the walls could withstand it, the doors and windows would be instantly shattered. Bulletproof glass would be useless. When Shin Nian stood on the battle arena, many classmates widened their eyes, realizing that the person standing on the arena was not Du Ruoyan at all. "Lu teacher." Shin Nian smiled gently and said, "My roommate is a support-type beast master. She just contracted her initial beast recently, so can I help her out?" "Of course." Lu Luochan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, gratefully glancing at Shin Nian, then looking at Yan Xiaopeng on the other side, saying, "This classmate, you have no objections, right?" "None." Yan Xiaopeng's gaze shifted between Shin Nian and Du Ruoyan, noticing that both girls were stunningly beautiful, one a pure beauty type and the other a neighborly sister type. No matter who he battled, as long as there was some interaction, it would be a gain for him. His thoughts stirred, and he summoned the Frenzied Blade Werewolf. The Frenzied Blade Werewolf was not a native beast of Blue Star but had descended from a foreign space. Unlike goblins, the potential of the Frenzied Blade Werewolf is truly at the star level. The Frenzied Blade Werewolf wields 2 sharp blades, exuding an extraordinary aura that is suddenly unleashed. "This classmate, please summon your pet beast," Yan Xiaopeng said politely. "Okay," Shin Nian nodded, and a white summoning array appeared on the ground. As the array disappeared, all the students in the venue couldn't help but widen their eyes. "Did I see that wrong? Is this an illusion? A slime? Shin School Beauty actually summoned a slime? I must be dreaming. A student from the Beastmaster University in Magic City actually contracted a slime. Isn't this ruining her future?" It's over, slime versus Frenzied Blade Werewolf, and the opponent is still at the extraordinary first level. 1/, and the slime will probably be cut in half. Even Lu Luochan was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but say, "This classmate, are you sure you want the slime to battle the Frenzied Blade Werewolf?" "Teacher Lu, I'm still an awakened level beast master, and I've only contracted 1 slime as my pet beast." Shin Nian smiled slightly. Lu Luochan was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say, feeling as if the sky was about to fall. Originally, pointing out a support-type beast master was already considered a classroom accident. Who would have thought that Shin Nian, who took over, was even more heavyweight, actually contracting a slime? My goodness, even a college-level beast master wouldn't contract a slime. This classmate, Shin Nian, right? Yan Xiaopeng frowned slightly and said, "I advise you to step down. I have no interest in battling a slime. It will only weaken the fighting spirit of the Frenzied Blade Werewolf." "Sorry, I don't want to step down." Shin Nian shook her head slightly. "Did I not make myself clear?" Yan Xiaopeng's voice had turned somewhat cold as he slowly said, "What I mean is, the slime you contracted is not worthy of battling me, do you understand?" Yan Xiaopeng's attitude caused an uproar in the audience. What kind of attitude is that? How dare he be so disrespectful to the goddess Nian? What goddess? Just because she's pretty? In the Beastmaster world, strength is paramount. Shin Nian contracting a slime, isn't that ruining her future? I support Yan Xiaopeng.
There are many beautiful girls in liberal arts colleges.
Would you go to a liberal arts college to find a girlfriend? I suggestion school beauty step down quickly. A slime facing a frenzied blade werewolf? It's just self-humiliation. Du Ruoyan, sitting in her seat, was so anxious that her pretty face turned red, unable to help but say, "You guys stop talking, Nian Nian slime is very strong." Unfortunately, no one paid her any attention. A girl sitting next to her couldn't help but sneer, "The slime is strong? Why don't you say the cotton bug is strong too?" Du Ruoyan was momentarily speechless. She actually wanted to say that the cotton bug was also strong, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She rarely managed to argue with others. "The slime is not worthy of battling you?" Amid the chaotic voices, Shen Nian Nian remained calm and said, "We are all freshmen. I will teach you the first lesson: never underestimate any beast." Ridiculous. Yan Xiaoping laughed in anger. He was enraged and instantly unleashed his A-level beast master talent, armor transformation. Heavy water. Shen Nian Nian also went all out. Yan Xiaoping was an extraordinary level beast master, and with the extraordinary level beast master space releasing his talent, even though it was also an A-level talent, the amplification was far beyond Shen Nian Nian's talent, heavy water. However, Shen Nian Nian had more confidence in the slime. As the talents of the two beast masters activated, a layer of illusory transparent armor enveloped the frenzied blade werewolf, but no one doubted the defensive power of this armor. On the other side, the water flowing around the slime seemed to become even heavier, yet it did not affect the slime's control, still flowing freely. Bang! The frenzied blade werewolf sensed Yan Xiaoping's anger, and its eyes revealed a murderous intent. This race is known for its violent killings, and the two long knives are stained with much blood, even releasing a murderous aura. Silver level skill, murderous aura? Shen Nian Nian made a judgment and slowly said, "But can you break through the slime's defenses?" A large amount of water flowed into existence, protecting the slime within. The fierce murderous aura was completely isolated. This is a silver level skill, water flow ribbon. It is well known that slimes only have one black iron level skill, softness. Isn't it said that slimes can't even learn bronze level skills? Could it be that Shen Nian Nian specially trained the slime, forcing it to learn water flow ribbon? No. Are you blind? That's not water flow ribbon. That's clearly a gold level skill, aqua blue ribbon. Gold level skill? That's a high level skill that only a pet with moonlight level potential can learn. The entire audience was shocked. In their assumptions, the slime should have no resistance and would be instantly killed. Perhaps with one strike, even the automatic protection of the beast master space couldn't save the slime's life. However, the scene before them far exceeded their expectations. The slime actually had the power to protect itself and, for some reason, had comprehended a gold level skill. Among the hundreds of students present, except for Du Ruoyan, no one else had a contracted pet that could comprehend a gold level skill. The maximum potential of a beast master at the awakening level is only star level. Aqua blue ribbon. Lu Luo-chan was incredibly shocked. She immediately recognized the skill used by the slime. That's why she was even more astonished that the slime could learn aqua blue ribbon, which completely exceeded her understanding. All-around protection? Yan Xiaoping was also shocked, but as one of the combatants, he didn't have much time to think. Since he was participating in the Beast Master battle, he had only one thought: win! Frenzied Blade Wolf, charge in! Yan Xiaoping said coldly. In his eyes, there was still a flicker of disdain. Even if it learned aqua blue ribbon, so what? The slime is still a slime. A trash pet with the highest potential of awakening level 3, whether in basic attack power, defense, or even speed, is far inferior to the Frenzied Blade Wolf. Moreover, the Frenzied Blade Wolf is at the extraordinary first level. Protection? Shen Nian Nian smiled slightly and said, "Slime, strangle it." The gathered water instantly dispersed, transforming into hundreds of satin-like azure streams, swirling from all directions to strangle the Frenzied Blade Wolf. Applying the heavy water talent, the exceptionally heavy water flowed with incredible speed. Shatter! As the words fell, the Frenzied Blade Wolf had already swung its dual knives, slashing at the rushing water. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of water was cut off, flowing to the ground. Only a few satin streams of water crossed the blade light, binding the Frenzied Blade Wolf, but they could not break through its armored defense. Yan Xiaoping, with a hint of mockery, said, "Is this all you've got?" "You lost," Shen Nian Nian said slowly. Lost? Yan Xiaoping was slightly taken aback. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed the water flowing on the ground suddenly surged, revealing a touch of crimson. The scarlet water continuously gathered, forming a red water dragon. Gold level skill, red water spear. Lu Luo-chan exclaimed, realizing that the slime had comprehended 2 gold level skills and was using water so skillfully. She even suspected whether it was some kind of water element life that had taken on the form of a slime, but upon careful perception, she confirmed that this was clearly a slime. Am I going to lose?
Yan Xiaoping scoffed. Even if you have a trump card, even if the frenzied blade werewolf can't defend in time, so what?
My armor transformation is an A-level talent.
Driven by an extraordinary beast control space, you can't even break through my defenses. Crack! He hadn't even finished speaking. The crimson water dragon had already pierced through the transparent armor on the frenzied blade werewolf. If not for the misalignment, a large hole would have already opened in the werewolf's body. Even so, blood gushed from the werewolf's waist, turning the puddles on the ground an even deeper red. Yan Xiaoping looked at the scene before him in disbelief. The shattered armor brought a slight backlash, constantly reminding him that he had already lost this battle. The frenzied blade werewolf, which he had been so proud of, had actually lost to a slime. His seemingly indestructible armor had been easily penetrated. Impossible! Yan Xiaoping shouted angrily. You only contracted a slime. How could you possibly win against me? I told you not to underestimate any beast, Shen Nian said slowly. The beast control world is filled with infinite possibilities. Even a slime, can you be sure that one day it won't be comparable to a dragon? She suddenly thought of that handsome, tall young man and softly said, a slime beating a dragon, isn't that exciting?
Exciting? Yan Xiaoping felt no excitement at all.
He had been defeated by a slime, and if it weren't for the opponent's mercy, even the contracted frenzied blade werewolf would have been severely injured. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Yan Xiaoping just wanted to find a crack to hide in.
When he saw that harmless slime again, he couldn't help but ponder Shen Nian's words. A slime that beats dragons? Yan Xiaoping was momentarily speechless. He had wanted to retort, after all, dragons were a powerful symbol easily capable of challenging higher levels and even crossing great boundaries to suppress their opponents. But then he thought, this slime was clearly at the awakened level, and upon careful sensing, he realized it was at the 10th tier of awakening, which was also a challenge at a higher level, even crossing great boundaries to defeat the frenzied blade werewolf. What Shen Nian said seemed not false. The entire classroom, after a few seconds of silence, suddenly erupted into an uproar. What the hell? A slime defeated the frenzied blade werewolf? This is too fantastical. The frenzied blade werewolf is at the extraordinary first tier. If it defeated the frenzied blade werewolf, doesn't that mean Shen Nian's slime is at least in the top 5 among this year's freshmen? No, this slime seems to be stronger than me. Can someone tell me how this slime was raised? Even the geniuses of the Magic City Beast Control University couldn't understand why a slime would be so strong. Could it really be a special cultivation that led to a transformation? If it could be cultivated, with the vast population of slimes, why had there never been news proving that slimes had cultivation value? Nian, you're amazing. Du Ruoyan came down and looked at the frenzied blade werewolf beside her, softly saying, is your frenzied blade werewolf injured? Does it need treatment? Yan Xiaoping's pride had nowhere to go. Seeing the injured and embarrassed frenzied blade werewolf, he nodded, sorry to trouble you, thank you. Now you're quite polite? Shen Nian huffed lightly. Yan Xiaoping awkwardly scratched his head, sorry. He had already realized that Shen Nian's strength was even greater than his. If he remained arrogant, wouldn't he just be a clown? Du Ruoyan smiled slightly, and the moonlight butterfly appeared from the summoning array, pure white light cascading down, quickly healing the frenzied blade werewolf's injuries. Golden level skill, holy radiance. Lu Luochan exclaimed, classmate, does your butterfly beast have the potential of a Manhwa level white moon butterfly? But wasn't the white moon butterfly completely extinct along with its larval form, the moonlight worm? In the long era of beast taming, many pet species have completely disappeared. Some entirely new species, however, have emerged. This is not the white moon butterfly, but the moonlight butterfly. Du Ruoyan cradled the moonlight butterfly in her palm and softly said, the moonlight butterfly evolved from the blue cotton worm. The moonlight butterfly evolved from the blue cotton worm? Lu Luochan was taken aback, clearly not believing Du Ruoyan's words, signaling Shen Nian, Du Ruoyan, and Yan Xiaoping to step down. Next, she focused on explaining the battle, especially how Shen Nian used the water blue silk to create confusion, quietly setting up a water field, and the killing move, the red water spear, which lay in ambush for a lethal strike, earning her great praise from Lu Luochan. After one class, Lu Luochan looked at her students' serious expressions and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied, gentle smile, then announced the end of the class. After class, Lu Luochan felt increasingly uneasy. She had checked a lot of information but found no records about the moonlight butterfly. Lu Luochan specifically sought out Shen Nian and Du Ruoyan, sincerely saying, I just thought about it, if even a slime can defeat a blade wolf, it's not hard to understand that the blue cotton worm can evolve into a moonlight butterfly. Du Ruoyan smiled slightly and said, Teacher Lu, I didn't expect you to be willing to believe it. In the world of beast taming, there are infinite possibilities. Lu Luochan gently shook her head and said, do you know? Our beast taming civilization seems prosperous now, but tens of thousands of years ago,
there was a beast-taming civilization that had reached its peak.
The civilization of the last era? Du Ruoyun blinked.
Lu Luochan continued, in that peak beast-taming civilization, there was a profession no less than that of a beast-tamer, called the breeder. In today's society, breeders are already very rare. If a breeder is exceptionally skilled, they might be able to cultivate slimes and blue cotton worms. It is rumored that the most powerful breeders could even cultivate a loach into a dragon.
A loach into a dragon? How is that possible? Du Ruoyun looked incredulous.
Shen Nian whispered, if you take the history elective, you would know that what teacher Lu said is all true. However, the profession of breeder has indeed been lost. In today's society, cultivating pet beasts relies more on big data analysis and various trial and error, lacking much theoretical support.
Could it be the shopkeeper is actually a breeder? Du Ruoyun suddenly thought of something and asserted, if it's the shopkeeper, then not to mention a loach, even a worm could be cultivated into a dragon, right? The shopkeeper?
Lu Luochan was quite puzzled.
Shen Nian explained,
the slime we contracted and the blue cotton worm that evolved into the moonlight butterfly were all purchased from an off-campus mythical pet shop. The shopkeeper of that pet shop is very likely the breeder you mentioned. She thought of her slime, Du Ruoyun's blue cotton worm, and the little skeleton. The special talents possessed by these pet offspring all shared a common feature. They could defy fate.
To endow the slime, blue cotton worm, and little skeleton with such incredible special talents is comparable to the means of the strongest breeder? Extraordinary level 10.
Lu Chen retracted the god-slaying heavenly fire, looking at the purple flame emperor bird that had reached extraordinary level 10, and couldn't help but show a gratified smile.
Roar!
The world-destroying demon dragon felt the aura of the purple flame emperor bird, and to its surprise, it was also at extraordinary level 10, instantly causing its mindset to collapse. Facing the purple flame emperor bird, even without the suppression of imperial might, it felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility.
Roar!
The world-destroying demon dragon was filled with grief and anger.
Is it really that impressive to have a stronger innate race?
The world-destroying demon dragon believed that one day, Lu Chen would cultivate it to be even stronger.
Caw!
The purple flame emperor bird tilted its head.
Why does it feel like the demon dragon brother is a bit strange?
It gently landed on the back of the world-destroying dragon and comfortably rested.
Roar!
The world-destroying dragon wanted to cry but had no tears.
Could you not consider my feelings while lying on me? Do you not care at all about the dragon's feelings? So wronged. Lu Chen smiled helplessly and could only pat the world-destroying dragon's head, which was a form of consolation. Outside the pet shop,
a silver supercar stopped at the entrance. Long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings emerged from the open car door, and Lu Luochan, dressed in a sexy business outfit, stepped out.
She took off her sunglasses and looked at the sign of the mythical pet shop, nodding. This should be the place, Lu Luochan confirmed.
As she slowly walked into the mythical pet shop, the first thing she saw was a half-meter-tall black dragon standing aggrieved next to a handsome young man.
On the black dragon's back, a slightly petite purple phoenix was leisurely resting. Seemingly sensing Lu Luochan's arrival, the phoenix slowly spread its wings and flew onto the handsome young man's shoulder. Lu Luochan's gaze, once it touched the purple phoenix, never left it again. From the purple phoenix, Lu Luochan felt an overwhelming imperial might.
She was shocked to discover that she couldn't move at all, and there was even a vague feeling that if the purple flame emperor bird did not allow it, even summoning a magic circle would become a luxury. Lu Luochan's body stiffened, her eyes always following the purple flame emperor bird, her gaze trembling uncontrollably. It was as if she was on a pilgrimage. Under the imperial might, Lu Luochan's reaction slowed down until the summoning magic circle emerged under instinctive drive, and the source power of the beast taming space surged, allowing her to regain her ability to move. She looked at the purple flame emperor bird in utter shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Luochan was very certain that the purple flame emperor bird had not actively released any power. The purple flame emperor bird did nothing, merely its existence had controlled Lu Luochan for several seconds. If this had been in battle, those few seconds of control would have been enough to lead to her demise. Lu Luochan could hardly imagine what kind of noble and invincible form the purple flame emperor bird would take if it truly released its power. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Luochan and, with a slight thought, put away the purple flame emperor bird. Sorry for startling you, Lu Chen said with an apologetic smile, acknowledging that it was indeed the purple flame emperor bird's unrestrained power that affected Lu Luochan, and he softly added, the purple flame emperor bird still cannot fully control its innate power.
That imperial might, is it actually a kind of innate ability?
Lu Luochan couldn't help but gasp, but then felt it was only natural, as she had not sensed any fluctuations of power, as if that imperial might was inherent to the purple flame emperor bird. Besides innate ability, there was no other possibility.
Yes, Lu Chen nodded.
The purple flame emperor bird's innate ability, emperor bird, naturally carried imperial might. As long as one's potential was not higher than that of the purple flame emperor bird, they would be subjected to invisible suppression. Even the world-destroying dragon, whose potential was only 2 tiers lower than the purple flame emperor bird, would be suppressed to only 90% of its strength. Lu Chen estimated that a pet with king-level potential would probably only be able to exert 70% of its strength in front of the purple flame emperor bird. If it were a sun-level potential, at most, it could exert 30% of its strength. Lu Chen also did not expect that the imperial might of the purple flame emperor bird could affect beast tamers, actually suppressing a Manhwa-level beast tamer to the point of being almost unable to move. This phoenix pet has actually awakened an innate ability? Lu Luochan was amazed, secretly thinking, to awaken an innate ability, apart from personal mutation, one can only rely on the favor of heaven. The origin of the heavens and earth in Blue Star is incredibly powerful. Unless one possesses king-level potential, it is impossible to gain the favor of heaven and earth. As a 6th-tier beastmaster of the Manhwa level, Lu Luochan was well-versed in knowledge and aware of many secrets. Among the 3 contracted pets she had, the one with the highest potential even reached the 10th tier of the solar calendar. Even so, none of Lu Luochan's 3 pets had awakened any kind of talent. Lu Luochan had heard some rumors. It was said that the Goblin Emperor, who invaded Blue Star back in the day, received the unique favor of the world will in the Goblin realm and awakened a special talent. This talent was called domination, which could control the mind. After the Goblin Emperor submitted to the Xia Kingdom, he was forcibly cultivated to the solar level, dominating many foreign beastmasters and even other races, acting as spies, lurking in the other 5 nations and the realms of other races. A solar-level pet played a strategic role at the national and even racial level. One could imagine the extraordinary nature of the talent domination. Unfortunately, the potential of the goblin race was simply too low. The resources required to cultivate one to the solar level could have been used to cultivate hundreds of king-level pets or even produce a sovereign. When Lu Luochan learned of this, her first reaction was that the Goblin Emperor was probably the weakest solar-level being in history. The talent domination, how powerful! Lu Luochan shook her head in regret, feeling it was a pearl cast before swine. Wasn't the Goblin Emperor just a goblin? To awaken such a powerful special talent was truly a waste. If the National Divine Dragon awakened the domination talent, the Xia Kingdom could even unify Blue Star. Lu Luochan pondered. She then thought of the noble purple flame emperor bird, realizing that its potential was definitely not low, and combined with that mysterious imperial might, it might have the possibility of ruling the world in the future. Many thoughts dissipated. Lu Luochan looked at Lu Chen and said seriously, I am a mentor at the Beastmaster University of Magic City, named Lu Luochan. I learned from Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun that the slime and moonlight butterfly were actually cultivated by you? Pretty much, Lu Chen shrugged and said, but I only provide the pet cubs. The slime and the cotton bug can transform into or evolve into moonlight butterflies, all of which come from the cultivation of Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun, and have nothing to do with me. He felt a bit pleased. It seemed that this guest was recommended by Shin Nian or Du Ruoyun. Lu Luochan did not believe it at all. From her interactions with Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun, she knew that these 2 girls not only had beautiful appearances but were also exceptionally talented. If the slime and cotton bug themselves had no special qualities, how could they have formed contracts with them? Looking across the vast blue star, the number of slimes and cotton bugs was in the billions. Why had only Shin Nian's slime and Du Ruoyun's cotton bug grown up? I want to ask. Lu Luochan hesitated but ultimately asked, Are you a cultivator? A cultivator? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had read some historical materials and knew of the existence of cultivators. That was a profession from the previous era, holding an extremely noble status, even surpassing that of beastmasters. He thought for a moment and then said, If you think so, then I can be. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that the system had not only a mall module but also a cultivation module. Once his permissions increased and the cultivation module opened, being known as a cultivator didn't seem bad either. Lu Luochan was completely baffled by Lu Chen's reaction. What did it mean that if I think so, then you can be? It's not about what you think, but what I think. She took a deep breath, her white shirt wrapping around her tall figure, slightly rising and falling, and slowly said, This is a pet store, right? I haven't contracted a 4th pet yet. Do you have any suitable pet cubs for me? Of course, we do. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. They had finally gotten to the main topic. After Lu Luochan entered, her thoughts had become a bit complicated. He was still thinking about how to steer the conversation. May I ask what your needs are? Lu Chen smiled slightly. I have awakened the A-level beast master talent Dragon Wings, which allows the contracted pet to have a pair of flying dragon wings during battle, and the wings themselves possess considerable cutting ability. Lu Luochan's expression was somewhat complex, but her voice was gentle as she said, If I contract a dragon-blooded pet,
it can greatly enhance the dragon wings of the dragon-blooded pet. In fact, all the pets I have contracted are sub-dragon species with dragon blood. A-level talent, dragon wings? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised and asked, "What is your relationship with the Lu family, one of the three great dragon master families?" Lu Luochan hesitated slightly and shook her head, saying, "I don't want to talk about it." Lu Chen said nothing. He had seen the dark sides of those big families before. Moreover, he and Lu Luochan were just meeting for the first time, and matters concerning the Lu family were clearly her secret, so he couldn't pry too much. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen directly took out a container holding pet cubs, chuckling lightly, "Since you have contracted 3 sub-dragon pets, would you be interested in contracting a real dragon? A real dragon?" Lu Luochan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her soft, charming eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you have dragon cubs for sale?" How could she not be shocked? The Xia kingdom had 3 great dragon master families that almost completely monopolized the dragon species. Want to contract a dragon species? Sure, as long as you sign a contract, pledge loyalty to the dragon master families, and become a guest of one of the 3 great dragon master families, you can contract a dragon species pet. If you had previously contracted other pets, you would have to dissolve that contract. After all, how proud and greedy are the dragon species? Any dragon species would require a binding with a type of beast master talent. Unless you awaken 2 types of beast master talents, you can only contract 1 dragon species. Other than that, you can only contract 1 dragon species, otherwise, it would be sacrilege. If you cannot accept this but still want to contract a dragon species, you can only venture into the wilderness, risking being hunted by adult dragons, to contract a newly born dragon cub. Besides these 2 methods, there is actually one more way. That is to contract a sub-dragon species, pouring countless resources into attempting to purify the dragon bloodline to 100%, which would naturally allow it to evolve into a dragon. This method is actually the most difficult. Purifying the dragon bloodline to 100% is nearly impossible. Many king-level beast masters who try to cultivate a true dragon will find themselves stuck at a 99% bloodline concentration. For example, Lu Chen's ex-girlfriend Bai Yuewei, despite contracting a sub-dragon species fire lizard, Lu Chen never believed that Bai Yuewei could cultivate the fire lizard into a fire dragon. This path is simply too difficult. Lu Luochan, as a 6th-tier beast master of the Manhwa level, had little hope that the 3 sub-dragon species she contracted could evolve into true dragons. She only positioned the cultivation route of the 3 sub-dragon pets directly towards the strongest dragon species, such as the golden dragon and the gemstone dragon. The most powerful dragon species reach king-level 10th tier upon maturity. If she could purify the bloodline concentration to 99%, she could at least have the potential of a king-level 1st tier, right? This was all of Lu Luochan's hopes. Now, hearing that she could contract a real dragon, Lu Luochan naturally understood it as Lu Chen wanting to sell her dragon cubs. Dragon species? You underestimate me too much. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he pointed to the world-destroying demon dragon beside him and chuckled. "This pet I contracted is the world-destroying demon dragon. As you can see, this is a true demon dragon species pet." Dragon species? Just food for the demon dragon. Demon dragon species. Lu Luochan's heart trembled slightly. She looked at the world-destroying demon dragon beside Lu Chen, and although she didn't sense anything unusual, she felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. What's going on? Lu Luochan suddenly felt that among the 3 sub-dragon type pets in the beast master space, the strongest sub-dragon pet had reached the 10th level of Manhwa, and at this moment, they were all trembling. It was as if they had seen their natural enemy. An invisible fear was shared with Lu Luochan's heart and soul through the beast contract. Lu Luochan took a deep breath, resisting the fear in her heart, but her eyes grew brighter. The demon dragon type. That was a bloodline comparable to that of a divine dragon. If she could contract a demon dragon. Lu Luochan gently shook her head, not daring to hope. Yet she felt a longing, that even if it was just a direct descendant of a demon dragon, it would probably be comparable to the strongest types of giant dragons. As Lu Luochan looked at the pet cub in the container with immense excitement, her excitement quickly turned into utter astonishment. Looking at the container, there was a leisurely swimming red koi. She was dumbfounded. Where was the promised demon dragon descendant? What was this koi? Was it tonight's dinner? Shopkeeper, did you take the wrong one? Lu Luochan asked tentatively. Lu Chen took a careful look and said, I didn't take the wrong one. Ha! Lu Luochan widened her eyes and couldn't help but say, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a red koi, right? Isn't this a farmed edible fish? An adult red koi is only at the first level of awakening. She really couldn't understand. She could accept it not being a giant dragon type, not being of demon dragon blood, but it had to be a sub-dragon type, right? What was this red koi? This is not an ordinary red koi. Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, have you heard of the fish leaping over the dragon gate? Fish leaping over the dragon gate? Lu Luochan was stunned and said, isn't that the strongest opportunity for dragon descendants in ancient legends? As long as they leap over the dragon gate, any creature, whether it's a loach or a koi, will completely transform into a dragon. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with appreciation. Lu Luochan looked at Lu Chen, then at the red koi in the container, her face full of disbelief. You can't be saying that this red koi can leap over the dragon gate and truly transform into a dragon, right? Exactly. Lu Chen didn't hold back his praise, saying, not only are you knowledgeable, but you're also very wise. Yes, this koi will completely transform into a dragon as long as it leaps over the dragon gate. Leaping over the dragon gate and completely transforming into a dragon. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Lu Luochan sighed helplessly, feeling a wave of powerlessness rise within her. Any creature that leaps over the dragon gate can transform into a dragon. But the dragon gate has long since disappeared, not appearing for hundreds of thousands of years. How can this red koi transform into a dragon? It seems, dear guest, that you still don't quite believe it. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Do you know that this red koi has awakened a special talent that can construct an ancient dragon gate? Construct an ancient dragon gate? How is that possible? Lu Luochan's expression was shocked. The ancient dragon gate has long since vanished. How could it possibly be constructed? Anything is possible. Lu Chen remained calm, smiling. This red koi has awakened a special talent called Leap Over the Dragon Gate, which allows it to absorb resources to construct a dragon gate that only it can pass through. Once it leaps over the dragon gate, this red koi will completely absorb the dragon gate and transform into a powerful dragon bloodline. Does this red koi really possess a special talent? Lu Luochan couldn't help but tremble. Any pet with a special talent inherently has a high cultivation value. For example, the Goblin Emperor, which can reach the 5th level of awakening, was forcibly cultivated to the solar level just because of a domination talent. Not to mention, the special talent awakened by this red koi is a growth type. This type of growth type talent may not provide powerful combat strength or special bizarre abilities, but it allows the pet itself to grow infinitely. Lu Luochan suddenly remembered that if Shen Nian Slime and Du Ruoyan's Moonlight Butterfly had special growth type talents, everything would make sense. Of course, Lu Chen said casually, in fact, if you continuously provide enough resources, this red carp will build a dragon gate without limits, and one day, this red carp will transform into a true divine dragon. Lu Luochan felt a bit dizzy, looking at the red carp in the container, increasingly convinced that what Lu Chen said was very likely true. Shopkeeper, name your price. Lu Luochan took a deep breath and said, I'll buy this red carp. A fair price, 3 million, Lu Chen replied warmly, though he felt a bit pleased inside. Finally sold another pet cub. 3 million in hand, 300 points credited. How delightful. Upon hearing this, Lu Luochan hesitated a bit. It wasn't that 3 million was too expensive, but rather, it was too cheap. A pet cub that could evolve into a divine dragon, standing shoulder to shoulder with the national divine dragon, was only priced at 3 million? If it were priced at 300 million, after some struggle, Lu Luochan might even consider taking a loan from the bank. The price of 3 million made Lu Luochan feel unreal. This is too cheap, Lu Luochan couldn't help but say. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Lu Chen frowned slightly, his tone becoming a bit cold. I've already explained the uniqueness of the red carp. If you don't believe it, I won't force you. Lu Luochan became a bit anxious, quickly saying, buy. I'll buy it. She was genuinely worried that if she angered Lu Chen, he might refuse to sell. Lu Luochan scolded herself inwardly. Lu Luochan, you really are big-chested and brainless. Whether it was the purple flame emperor bird or the world-destroying demon dragon, the peculiarities they exhibited indicated that Lu Chen was definitely not simple. How could someone who could contract a demon dragon and wield imperial might be an ordinary beast master? How could he deceive her? On the contrary, after patiently explaining and treating her gently, Lu Luochan's instinctive doubts were, in fact, an insult. Fearing that Lu Chen might change his mind, Lu Luochan directly swiped her card to pay and picked up the red carp. Lu Chen said nothing. He understood that Lu Luochan's reaction was quite normal. At least she didn't curse the black market, just felt the price was too low. As for this, Lu Chen had no way to change it. He couldn't alter the system's pricing. He only hoped that after his authority increased, he could have the right to set prices himself. Watching his savings increase by another 3 million and his points by 300, Lu Chen's mood improved significantly. Contract. Lu Luochan directly established a beast contract with the red carp. She felt the attributes of the red carp, her consciousness lingering on the talent section for a long time, her body trembling with excitement. Special talent, leap over the dragon gate. Lu Luochan exclaimed excitedly, as long as I absorb resources of a single attribute, I can leap over the dragon gate an unlimited number of times and gain dragon bloodline? If I absorb resources of multiple attributes, can I even gain multiple attributes? Looking at the red carp in her arms, she couldn't calm down for a long time. After settling down, Lu Luochan solemnly bowed to Lu Chen and apologized. Shopkeeper, I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Please forgive me. She maintained her bowing posture, but Lu Chen did not respond for a long time. She couldn't help but look up anxiously, only to see Lu Chen turning his head away, absent-mindedly scratching his cheek with his finger. Lu Luochan looked down and realized that while she was bowing, her ample chest had actually popped a button off her shirt. She had taken the apology too seriously and hadn't noticed at all. Through the opening of the shirt, not only could one see the impressive softness and depth, but also the edge of black lace. Even Lu Luochan couldn't help but blush. In a panic, she quickly covered her chest, revealing a helplessly charming demeanor. Lu Luochan glanced outside the shop and whispered, "Manager, I have spare clothes in my car. Could you help me go get them?" She handed over the keys to her supercar, sincerely saying, "Please." Lu Chen took the keys with a sigh. With people coming and going outside, he didn't want Lu Luochan, a girl, to go out alone, not to mention the risk of her being seen by others, which could lead to rumors spreading the next day. What kind of pet shop owner would use beauty as leverage? Wouldn't that ruin his reputation? Thinking of that possibility, Lu Chen felt a wave of fear wash over him. He walked to the silver supercar with a serious expression, looking at it with a hint of envy. In this world, supercars were also luxury items, priced around several million. Lu Chen had even heard that the top-tier supercars could be implanted with smart chips, turning them into mechanical life forms, capable of taking on both supercar and mecha forms, and could form contracts with beast masters. True mechanical life was the forefront of technology in this world, and a supercar mechanical life form would cost at least hundreds of millions, far beyond Lu Chen's means. He opened the car door and indeed found a bag in the passenger seat. Upon opening it, he discovered spare clothes that emitted a faint fragrance. Blue. Lu Chen glanced at it, closed the bag, and returned to the shop, handing the bag to Lu Luochan. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she looked at Lu Chen with a hint of melancholy, her alluring eyes revealing a softness that almost no man could resist. Yet, Lu Chen remained calm. Lu Luochan went to the restroom and quickly changed her clothes. No longer in professional attire, she wore a light blue long dress that accentuated her gentle and charming aura to the fullest. Her face slightly flushed, she thought, he won't see, right? What I'm wearing underneath is also blue, and it's a complete set. All right. Lu Chen's expression was steady, as if nothing had happened. He smiled lightly and said, "Since you've contracted the red carp, do you have any thoughts on its training?" When it came to pet training, Lu Luochan didn't dwell on it any longer. She knew that the young manager before her might be an exceptionally skilled trainer. Even a few words of guidance could benefit her for a lifetime. The 3 sub-dragon-type pets I previously contracted are of gold, water, and wind attributes. The training route for the red carp definitely won't overlap with them. Lu Luochan pondered for a moment and said seriously, "I plan to use resources of the lightning attribute to build a dragon gate for the red carp, allowing it to evolve with the lightning attribute and transform into a thunder dragon. Lightning attribute, the most yang and strong, with destructive power comparable to fire." Lu Chen nodded in approval and said, "That's a pretty good training route." "I think so too." Lu Luochan smiled gently and suddenly said, "Manager, I have a request." Go ahead," Lu Chen replied, somewhat surprised. Lu Luochan's expression turned serious as she said, "I want the red carp to leap over the dragon gate in the mythical pet shop. I'm willing to pay 5 million as a venue fee. Is that okay?" "A venue fee? Sure." Lu Chen had no objections. Just providing a venue could earn him 5 million. He wouldn't miss out on such a good deal. Moreover, he wouldn't be taking that 5 million for free. As long as he was in the mythical pet shop, Lu Chen was absolutely invincible and could protect the red carp during its leap, ensuring nothing unexpected would happen. Lu Chen also realized that the so-called venue usage was just an excuse. Lu Luochan's true intention was likely to have the red carp successfully leap over the dragon gate in front of him, right? He could completely understand that. After leaping over the dragon gate, the red carp would definitely evolve into a dragon. Such a crucial matter required her to prepare thoroughly, not allowing any accidents to occur. "Thank you," Lu Luochan said joyfully. She directly transferred 5 million with her card and left the pet store, preparing to purchase a large amount of resources to build the dragon gate for the red carp. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful. This 5 million deposit clearly wouldn't be recognized by the system, and thus he couldn't earn any points. 26 million in savings. Looking at the balance on his bank card, Lu Chen's mood instantly improved. The first commercial bank of Magic City. As the largest public state-owned bank in Magic City,
the first commercial bank offered the fairest prices for purchasing and selling various resources, including precious ores and materials from fierce beasts.
All students and mentors from the Magic City Beast Taming University enjoyed certain discounts at the first commercial bank.
For example, Lu Luochan, as a mentor at the university, had a discount limit of 100 million at the bank, allowing her to enjoy a 30% discount on any resources purchased within that limit. As for students, they had an 80% discount limit of 10 million. Such discounts could even be cashed out. If she didn't plan to purchase resources, Lu Luochan could cash out 20 million every year. For students, they could cash out 1 million. However, very few people would do this. After all, nurturing pets constantly required a large amount of resources, and cashing out directly would undoubtedly be a loss, as they would still need to spend in other areas in the future without enjoying the discounts. Lu Luochan was in a particularly good mood as she wandered through the luxurious bank, exploring various resource shops. As a 6th-tier beast tamer and a beautiful mentor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, many salespeople respected Lu Luochan and actively helped her choose suitable resources. Lu Luochan mainly purchased a large amount of lightning-type resources, spending 50 million and even buying several platinum-level lightning resources. As for dragon-type resources, she initially wanted to buy some and contacted the store manager, only to receive a disdainful reply, "Dragon-type resources? Not needed." The so-called dragon-type resources are merely scraps from the giant dragon species, such as dragon blood and dragon meat. The giant dragon species hasn't even leaped over the dragon gate, so these so-called dragon-type resources are unqualified to be used for building the dragon gate.
Looking at the manager's reply, Lu Luochan couldn't help but tremble.
Yet she felt it made a lot of sense, and her awe for the giant dragon species unconsciously dissipated by more than half.
Giant dragon species?
Lu Luochan gazed into the distance and softly said, "Just as the manager said, the 3 great dragon taming families have deified the giant dragons to maintain their family's prestige. Strip away those halos,
and what are giant dragons?"
She then thought of her own background. The Lu family, one of the dragon taming families.
In Lu Luochan's impression, the Lu family seemed like deities.
Now, as various halos faded away, it gave her a sense of clarity.
The noble dragon taming families? Lu Luochan whispered. Compared to the manager, what do they amount to?
No matter how strong the dragon taming families are, they can never touch the dragon gate in their lifetime. Once I cultivate the red carp into a dragon, there will come a day when I will pull the lofty dragon taming families down from their pedestal. After counting the large amount of lightning-type resources she purchased, Lu Luochan followed Lu Chen's suggestion and bought plenty of black iron, bronze, silver, and gold-level resources, ensuring that the red carp could absorb them progressively. The last 5 platinum-level lightning resources she bought weren't particularly rare, but they were strongly recommended by Lu Chen. According to Lu Chen, the rarity of resources was merely a definition of the beast tamer civilization. When constructing the Dragon Gate, what mattered was the concentration of energy and its purity. Rather than wasting funds on rare lightning-type resources, it was better to buy more common ones, saving money to buy a couple more, which would allow the red carp's initial evolution to transform into a higher dragon form. Lu Chen's unique insights opened Lu Luochan's mind, her eyes slightly brightening as she softly said, "The world is full of ignorance, determining value based on the degree of appreciation, yet neglecting. Resources are only about suitability." The manager's perspective is truly profound. Although I am a mentor at the Beast Master University in the Magic City, there is still much for me to learn. With a sense of reverence for Lu Chen, Lu Luochan returned to the mythical pet store with a large amount of thunder-type resources. As she slowly walked in, she found that the internal space of the mythical pet store had suddenly increased 100-fold, and she couldn't help but blink her watery eyes in confusion, asking, "Am I lost?" "You are not lost," came Lu Chen's voice. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Lu Luochan noticed his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed, while her inner shock continued to surge, thinking, could it be that the manager has contracted a powerful space-type pet beast, specifically expanding the internal space of the pet store 100-fold to allow the red carp enough space to construct the dragon gate and leap through it to transform into a dragon? Little did she know, Lu Chen possessed invincible abilities within the pet store, and expanding space was merely a trivial matter. However, maintaining the expansion required him to constantly divide his focus, so he usually didn't bother with it. Considering Lu Luochan had spent 5 million, he made this exception. "Let's begin." "Okay." Lu Luochan displayed all the thunder-type resources she had purchased, categorizing them by their levels, with the black iron level resources being the most abundant, decreasing in quantity thereafter. The red carp is different from the slime. The slime can endlessly devour resources and has a strong capacity for absorption. The red carp is also different from the green cotton worm, when the green cotton worm cocoons, its state is particularly special and can also absorb resources infinitely. Lu Chen looked at the large amount of resources laid out on the ground, his expression very calm. He was accustomed to high-end resources, having used the red star level resource, the heart of the demon, on the world-destroying demon dragon, so naturally, he showed no change in expression. Lu Luochan didn't think that Lu Chen, with his displayed status, would have any particular thoughts about these resources. Listening to Lu Chen's words, Lu Luochan learned about the special traits of the slime and the green cotton worm, endless resource absorption, and cocoon evolution. Lu Luochan was shocked. These two special talents were no less impressive than the red carp's leap through the dragon gate. Lu Chen glanced at her and slowly said, "The red carp needs to construct the dragon gate, and the foundation of the dragon gate must be solid. The higher the dragon gate, the higher the level of resources it needs to absorb. The initial level of the red carp is too low. It must start absorbing from black iron level resources, or it could easily explode and die." Understood, Lu Luochan nodded. After remembering some important points, she realized that compared to the slime and the green cotton worm, the red carp she had contracted seemed to be more fragile. Lu Luochan felt fortunate that it was at the mythical pet store where the red carp was to construct the dragon gate. If it were elsewhere, the loss of resources in constructing the dragon gate wouldn't matter much, but if it harmed the red carp's foundation, she would surely regret it for life. The red carp blew bubbles, and under Lu Luochan's expectant gaze, it began to absorb some relatively mild thunder-type resources, unconsciously flashing with electric light. Lu Luochan slightly raised her head and noticed that above the red carp, numerous electric lights gathered together, actually forming an incredibly tiny archway. "You can sequentially throw the various resources into that thunder archway," Lu Chen reminded. It was also his first time seeing the dragon gate, and he couldn't help but marvel. The ancient dragon gate was indeed magical, and even a miniature dragon gate seemed to contain boundless insights into the great path. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon looked at the miniature archway, its dragon eyes suddenly becoming somewhat dazed, instinctively revealing its true form, a massive dragon body over 20 meters tall, fully materializing. Even when facing the Gale dragon, the world-destroying demon dragon only manifested a body of over 10 meters. Now, however, it fully revealed its demonic dragon form, and its evil, pitch-black aura danced wildly in the pet shop. Lu Chen frowned slightly, restraining the power of the world-destroying demon dragon to prevent it from affecting the transformation of the red carp. Demon dragon! Lu Luochan looked at the true form of the world-destroying demon dragon, feeling an overwhelming shock, and couldn't help but say, "A transcendent 10th-tier demon dragon, yet it doesn't stir a shred of battle intent in me." She was utterly convinced that even her strongest pet, a sub-dragon species at the 10th tier of the Manhwa level, would have little chance of winning against the world-destroying demon dragon. "Is this what a demon dragon species is like?" she murmured. "Don't get distracted," Lu Chen said, his tone slightly reproachful. He said seriously, "As long as you train the red carp well, it will eventually evolve into a divine dragon species." He had one more thing to say: even if it evolved into a divine dragon, it would likely still be on the world-destroying demon dragon's menu. There is a difference between divine dragon species and demon dragon species. The weakest divine and demon dragons, when fully grown, are at the first tier of the overlord level. The world-destroying demon dragon, being the strongest of the demon dragon species, is already at the 10th tier of the overlord level in adulthood and possesses two special talents, making it a true embodiment of darkness. Can the red carp also evolve into a divine dragon? Lu Luochan had no doubts. She adjusted her mindset, no longer focusing on the changes of the world-destroying demon dragon, and began to seriously invest resources into the miniature dragon gate. The miniature dragon gate seemed like a furnace. Any thunder-type resources thrown in would be instantly dissolved, allowing the miniature dragon gate to grow continuously. As Lu Luochan took a deep breath and, with her jade-like white hands, successively tossed 5 pieces of platinum-level thunder-type resources into the dragon gate, the miniature dragon gate grew larger, astonishingly reaching 10 meters high. "This is a small dragon gate," Lu Chen assessed quietly. "As long as it leaps over the dragon gate, the red carp will evolve into an existence comparable to the top-tier giant dragon species." "Red carp," Lu Luochan said slowly. The red carp blew a bubble, diving into it and leaping toward the dragon gate. Wrapped in the bubble, the closer the red carp got to the dragon gate, the more it absorbed the aura of the dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon stared at the red carp. It was tempted. Lu Chen felt speechless, relieved that he had isolated the world-destroying demon dragon. Otherwise, under its might, the red carp would have no chance of leaping over the dragon gate. The world-destroying demon dragon had gained too many insights from the dragon gate. It was now fixated on the red carp, wanting to satisfy its craving while also observing the true transformation into a dragon, hoping to gain the most fundamental understanding of dragons. The moment of transformation would evolve the ordinary spirit into a breathtaking scene of becoming a dragon. Ordinary beings, even if they witnessed the leap over the dragon gate, would gain no insights. The world-destroying demon dragon was different. It was already the top-tier demon dragon species and had absorbed a demon heart, gaining the lifelong insights of a demon lord. With a lofty perspective, the world-destroying demon dragon even attempted to thoroughly analyze the process of transformation into a dragon. The process of becoming a dragon is the most core secret of the dragon race, considered the essence of the dragon race. The world-destroying demon dragon actually sought to delve into the essence of dragons. How arrogant was that? Lu Chen, however, was pleased to see it. If the world-destroying demon dragon truly managed to analyze it, even if it was just a tiny bit, it would instantly possess the potential of a Holy Spirit level. Boom! As the red carp got closer to the small dragon gate, the resistance it faced grew heavier. Manager, what should we do? Lu Luochan panicked, anxiously saying, the red carp won't fail to leap over the dragon gate, right? It won't. Lu Chen shook his head. This dragon gate is a manifestation of the red carp's talent. The heavy resistance will eventually turn into support. That's good. Lu Luochan seemed to have taken a calming pill and immediately calmed down. She now trusted Lu Chen very much. However, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. If you want to help the red carp, there are ways to do so. Lu Luochan's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, Store manager, what should I do? As a beast master, she naturally wanted to help when her pet faced difficulties. Lu Chen slowly said, use your beast master talent, dragon wings. Indeed, allowing the red carp to gradually adapt and ultimately break through all obstacles to evolve into a dragon was the orthodox choice. However, before the red carp leaped over the dragon gate, it was still Lu Luochan's pet, bound by the closest contractual relationship. Isn't it only natural for a beast master to help their pet evolve? Lu Chen also wanted to verify this. Perhaps with the enhancement of dragon wings, the red carp would undergo some unimaginable change after crossing the dragon gate. Okay. Lu Luochan had no doubt about Lu Chen's judgment and immediately activated her A-level beast master talent, dragon wings. Suddenly, a pair of crimson bone wings appeared on the back of the red carp. The pressure from the dragon gate was surprisingly borne by the bone wings to a large extent. Lu Luochan knelt on the ground, enduring the pressure from the dragon gate, but her eyes shone slightly as she suddenly said, Red carp, jump over. Boom! The red carp flapped its dragon wings and suddenly leaped over the dragon gate. Lu Chen looked up and noticed the change in Lu Luochan, softly saying, crossing the dragon gate doesn't just mean the red carp will transform into a dragon. What? Lu Luochan was somewhat stunned. Perhaps. Lu Chen slowly said, you will also transform into a dragon. Roar! The power of the entire dragon gate continuously flowed into the red carp. With the red carp's status, it couldn't perfectly absorb the entire source of dragon power from the dragon gate. The dissipated part surged into the dragon wings on the red carp's back. Lu Luochan felt the pressure suddenly lessen, and a gentle crimson glow enveloped her. My beast master talent seems to be evolving? She couldn't believe it, and after sensing it several times, she finally confirmed it. Lu Luochan's eyes were filled with shock. Talent evolution. Such a thing had only occurred a handful of times throughout the history of the Xia Kingdom. Lu Luochan had never imagined that this kind of heaven-defying opportunity would appear in her own life. The beast master talent she had awakened was already A-level. If it evolved further, S-level? Lu Luochan's eyes brightened. She couldn't help but look at Lu Chen, only to find that his eyes held pure admiration, devoid of any impurities, as if her heart had been struck hard. The evolution of beast master talent, this kind of extraordinary opportunity, would surely evoke endless jealousy and even resentment from anyone watching. Yet Lu Chen's gaze was purely appreciative. Lu Luochan suddenly recalled that her ability to trigger the evolution of her beast master talent was also under Lu Chen's guidance. Memories involuntarily surfaced in her mind. You are my daughter, the only legitimate bloodline of the Lu family. But why have you only awakened an A-level talent? A-level, dragon wings? With the powerful physique of a dragon, why do you need to enhance it with dragon wings? Ridiculous. How laughable. Among the three great dragon families, the Gu family has an S-level dragon master in this generation. The Lu family has even produced an unprecedented double S-level talent dragon master. In contrast, my Lu family, the only legitimate bloodline, has only awakened an A-level talent? Your existence will only tarnish the name of the Lu family. Those beatings, scoldings, and resentments seemed to still echo in her ears. Lu Luochan couldn't help but ask herself, if her beast master talent evolved to S-level, would she still return to the Lu family? No, I won't. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Boom! Behind Lu Luochan, a pair of crimson dragon wings suddenly appeared. Beneath the dragon wings, a flood dragon slowly emerged, with a fierce dragon head, long dragon horns, and sharp dragon claws. It was a form completely different from that of a giant dragon. Like a snake, like a scale, like a dragon. S-level beast mastered talent, Shadow of the Flood Dragon. Lu Luochan instantly understood the name of her talent and its heaven-defying effect. With the blessing of the Shadow of the Dragon, if it is a sub-dragon species, it will instantly possess battle power comparable to that of a giant dragon species. If it is a giant dragon species, it will instantly be comparable to the top giant dragon species. Lu Luochan was incredibly excited. When the dragon gate dissipated, beneath the chaotic thunder, a red dragon, almost indistinguishable from the shadow of the dragon, slithered out from the thunder. Red Thunder Dragon attributes: Thunder, Dragon level, Extraordinary level 6 potential, King level 4 talent, Leap over the Dragon Gate skills: 1. Thunder Cannon, 2. Dragon Wings, 3. Thunder Dragon Shadow, 4. Red Thunder Dragon Soul status: Healthy, contracted. Congratulations. Lu Chen glanced at the attributes of the Red Thunder Dragon after its evolution and congratulated Lu Luochan. This evolution through the Dragon Gate was undoubtedly very successful. With a potential of King level 4, it was entirely a top giant dragon species, second only to the most elite, such as the superclass giant dragons like the Golden Dragon and the Gem Dragon. Compared to the likes of the Red Dragon and Green Dragon, it was certainly much stronger. Lu Luochan had only purchased 50 million worth of thunder resources, wanting to evolve into the top giant dragon species all at once, which was unrealistic. Red Thunder Dragon. Lu Luochan looked at the Red Thunder Dragon before her, which had reached several meters in length and displayed a dragon form. Although she was overjoyed, she felt somewhat confused and asked, although the evolved Red Thunder Dragon is indeed very strong, its form is completely different from that of a giant dragon species. The evolved Red Thunder Dragon is not a giant dragon species. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, you should refer to it as sub-dragon species. Sub-dragon species? Lu Luochan was somewhat puzzled. The dragon clan is also divided into many factions. For instance, giant dragons have forms like enormous lizards, while there are also sub-dragons, which have forms like snakes. Lu Chen explained, if the Red Thunder Dragon evolves to a sovereign level potential, it will evolve into a being comparable to the Divine Dragon species or the Demon Dragon species, but with a completely different form, True Dragon species. True Dragon species. Lu Luochan's heart trembled. She suddenly remembered that there seemed to be records in ancient texts stating that true dragons were beings not inferior to divine dragons. In the era when true dragons roamed, the dragon clan was divided into two factions, and demon dragons had not yet been despised. It was only after many powerful true dragons gradually left Blue Star that the dragon clan began to fight among themselves, and demon dragons were expelled from the dragon realm. The Red Thunder Dragon can evolve into a true dragon? Lu Luochan's heart raced. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly let out a low growl. Lu Luochan was stunned and asked, what happened to it? Roar! The Red Thunder Dragon, sensing the pressure from the world-destroying demon dragon, couldn't help but show a fearful expression. Even after evolving into a subdragon, it still could not muster any fighting spirit in the face of the world-destroying demon dragon. This was a difference in life levels. Subdragons and demon dragons were entirely two different levels of species. Lu Chen showed a look of satisfaction and slowly said, after the evolution of the Red Thunder Dragon, it seems my demon dragon is also about to undergo a transformation. Any special talent cannot be defined by level. The process of leaping over the Dragon Gate, even for the world-destroying demon dragon, had great benefits. Unfortunately, the Dragon Gate constructed by the Red Thunder Dragon only allowed it to leap over. No other dragon species could seize the results. Although the world-destroying demon dragon could not leap over the Dragon Gate, it itself was the top demon dragon, very close to the essence of dragons. At the moment the dragon's eye touched the Dragon Gate, the world-destroying demon dragon fell into enlightenment, gaining a wealth of insights into the essence. Especially during the process of the red carp leaping over the Dragon Gate and transforming into the Red Thunder Dragon, it caused the observing world-destroying demon dragon to have its demon dragon soul immersed in the essence of the dragon realm. Behind the world-destroying demon dragon, an incredibly majestic shadow of a world quietly emerged. In that vast world, countless powerful and majestic divine dragons were roaring madly, hating a demon dragon, yet able to invoke the arrival of the essence of the dragon realm. Noise! Lu Chen's expression turned cold. He waved his hand casually, and the boundless supreme power within the pet shop instantly scattered the many prying eyes of divine dragons from the vast world. This scene left Lu Luochan utterly shocked. In the phantom of the dragon realm, every divine dragon's shadow made her feel invincible, at least at the level of a dominator, with many even at the Holy Spirit level casting their gazes down. With so many divine dragons, if they were to descend upon Blue Star, even the 6 major powers combined might not be able to resist. Yet, Lu Chen casually waved his hand and dispersed those many gazes? Just how strong was he? Lu Luochan carefully sensed and found that Lu Chen's realm was indeed only extraordinary. But how could she dare to define him as merely extraordinary? Could it be a powerful being reborn? Lu Luochan thought of a possibility and mused. Could it be that the shopkeeper is a powerful beast master from the previous era, as well as a top-tier breeder, reborn across the river of time in this era? Even a trace of his power would not fear the dragon realm? She increasingly felt that the possibility was extremely high. Boom! The vast phantom of the dragon realm suddenly pressed down. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon wore an expression of defiance. No matter how it usually acted spoiled in front of Lu Chen, as a bloodline of the strongest demon dragon, it would not change at all. At this moment, the world-destroying demon dragon bore the weight of the dragon realm, continuously drawing from the endless source of power within it. It was unclear how much time had passed. When the phantom of the dragon realm completely dissipated, an infinite darkness suddenly erupted from the world-destroying demon dragon. It was as if the lord of the demon dragons had descended. The dragon's eyes slowly opened. A trace of Holy Spirit aura instantly spread. The Pechu contracted, world-destroying demon dragon has its potential raised to the first tier of the Holy Spirit level, awakening the talent Holy Dragon. The purple crystal level skill Breath of Destruction has transformed into the red star level skill Breath of Breaking the Realm. Holy Dragon, a sacred demon dragon, its aura is both holy and demonic. Any enemy locked onto by the world-destroying demon dragon will endure endless holy and demonic pressure. Breath of Breaking the Realm, a red star level skill that releases a destructive aura capable of shattering realms. After refining a trace of the dragon realm's source, the world-destroying demon dragon did not evolve, but its potential level completely transformed, reaching the first tier of the Holy Spirit level. Although it only increased by 1 tier, it represented the gap between Dominator and Holy Spirit, a vast difference. With the potential of the Holy Spirit level, the world-destroying demon dragon gained the favor of the dragon realm and directly awakened its third talent, Holy Dragon. From the description, the talent Holy Dragon is of the same type as the Imperial Bird of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird can release the majesty of the Emperor, while the world-destroying demon dragon can release holy and demonic aura, pressuring all enemies. Additionally, the skill Breath of Destruction, which the world-destroying demon dragon had diligently practiced, finally transformed into the red star level Breath of Breaking the Realm, its power becoming even more terrifying, capable of shattering a realm. Roar roar! The transformed world-destroying demon dragon returned to its half-meter height, harmlessly walking to Lu Chen's side. Lu Luochan looked at the world-destroying demon dragon and found it hard to connect it with the terrifying demon dragon that had perfectly combined evil and holiness just moments ago. The red thunder dragon remained hidden behind Lu Luochan, fearing being noticed by the world-destroying demon dragon and becoming its blood meal. Alright, Lu Chen glanced at the outside, where the crimson sunset was casting its afterglow, and said, "It's dark now, this shop is closing." Lu Luochan finally reacted, putting away the red thunder dragon, and sincerely said, "Shopkeeper, thank you." "No need." Lu Chen chuckled lightly. The world-destroying demon dragon observed the dragon gate and gained benefits even greater than the red carp. Of course, after the red carp leaped over the dragon gate, it defied fate and transformed into a dragon. In contrast, even without observing the dragon gate and unable to obtain the source of the dragon realm, the world-destroying demon dragon was still a powerful demon dragon and would eventually undergo transformation. Lu Luochan said nothing more, only deeply bowed. When she lifted her head, she found Lu Chen's gaze slightly wandering. She quickly lowered her head to take a look and saw that her dress hadn't torn, but her pretty face couldn't help but flush slightly. After leaving the mythical pet shop, Lu Luochan, driving a supercar, couldn't help but slam on the gas pedal. The supercar roared as it sped away under the setting sun. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low growl. It was in a good mood. Its potential had risen to the first tier of Holy Spirit, just 1 tier below the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. It had also comprehended a third talent, capable of contending with imperial might. With this, the gap between the world-destroying demon dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird had narrowed infinitely. If they were to fight, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Caw! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird appeared, tilting its head, not quite understanding the world-destroying demon dragon's meaning. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. The world-destroying demon dragon had an extremely strong fighting spirit, which was undoubtedly a good thing. However, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird was more laid back and had no intention of competing for status with the world-destroying demon dragon. He clapped his hands and walked to the bathroom to wash his hands, only to find a complete set of clothes in the laundry basket, with a matching black lace lingerie set placed on top.
Lu Chen instinctively averted his gaze and couldn't help but mutter, "Just one button popped open. Why do you need to change your underwear too?" He could only attribute it to the compulsive habits of beautiful women. Lu Luochan returned to her dormitory at Magic City University. The large standalone villa was occupied by her alone. Lu Luochan lazily lay on the sofa, suddenly realizing that her work clothes, including her lace stockings, seemed to have been left in the bathroom of the mythical pet shop. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush and murmured, "The manager wouldn't think I left them there on purpose, would he?" She had never had a boyfriend, and faced with such a situation, she didn't know how to respond, so she honestly texted Lu Chen, saying, "I left my clothes in the bathroom." Lu Chen quickly replied, "I've collected them for you, you can come pick them up next time." Lu Luochan thought for a moment and typed, "I really forgot." "I forgot to remind you," Lu Chen replied, "take good care of the Red Thunder Serpent. I look forward to seeing the true dragon of Red Thunder." Lu Luochan's eyes sparkled with longing. A true dragon. That was an existence comparable to divine dragons and demon dragons. Once grown, it would be a ruler, cultivating a true dragon. Even the three great dragon families couldn't achieve that, right? Although Lu Luochan was filled with infinite yearning, she also knew that her ability to cultivate the Red Thunder Serpent, and even potentially breed a true dragon in the future, all stemmed from Lu Chen giving her the opportunity to contract the red carp. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Soon, the phone rang as well. Lu Luochan glanced at the caller ID. It was the president of Magic City University, Duan Shanghua. Duan Shanghua had taught at Magic City Beast Master University for over 50 years. 50 years ago, he was a true king-level beast master. For Lu Luochan, Duan Shanghua was someone she owed a great deal to. 8 years ago, Lu Luochan was admitted to Magic City Beast Master University, far away from the capital where the Lu family resided. Duan Shanghua held Lu Luochan in high regard and even took her as a disciple. The pets Lu Luochan contracted, aside from her initial pet with a potential of 10 stars, the second and third pets she contracted were both of sun-level potential, comparable to some weaker dragon species. Many of her pets were contracted with the help of Duan Shanghua. For Lu Luochan, Duan Shanghua was not just a president but also a mentor and a family-like figure. She quickly answered the phone and got up to open the door. Duan Shanghua appeared to be an ordinary old man with white hair and beard, his murky eyes filled with kindness, leaning on a cane, his back slightly hunched, and his steps unsteady. Yet, this very old man had taught countless renowned and powerful beast masters and had suppressed countless ferocious beasts in the thousands of miles surrounding Magic City. In terms of strength and prestige, he was not at all inferior to the current governor of the Magic City. Duke Duan, supported by Lu Luochan, sat on the soft sofa, his kind gaze resting on Lu Luochan's eyes as he gently asked, "Luochan, how did you feel about your first class today?" "I felt great," Lu Luochan replied with a smile, always obedient in front of Duke Duan, lacking any of the mature charm of an older sister. She softly added, "I discovered 2 geniuses. The teacher should pay more attention to them." "Oh," Duke Duan became interested, stroking his beard. "For you to think they are geniuses, I would like to hear more." Lu Luochan said seriously, "They are both freshmen from dormitory 301, Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyan. I know them." Shen Yanyan awakened the A-grade talent Heavy Water, and Du Ruoyan awakened the rare B-grade support talent Holy Light, which is as important as an A-grade talent. Duke Duan said gently, "However, B-grade and A-grade talents are merely the threshold for entering the Magic City University. Do they have any special qualities?" Shen Yanyan has contracted a slime that awakened a special talent for infinite growth by devouring resources. Du Ruoyan's contracted Moonlight Butterfly was originally a green silkworm but awakened a special talent for infinite cocoon evolution, which allowed it to evolve into a Moonlight Butterfly. Lu Luochan explained, pursing her lips. In terms of talent, they may not be the strongest among this year's freshmen, but after contracting the slime and the Moonlight Butterfly, their future potential is limitless. Special growth-type talent? Duke Duan's eyes flickered. With his knowledge and experience, he naturally understood the extraordinary nature of such special talents. Any beast master who contracts such talented beasts, as long as they do not meet an untimely end, will at least become a king-level beast master in the future. There is even a significant probability they could achieve overlord level. A king-level beast master can already serve as a provincial governor. An overlord-level beast master? That is an existence that can be considered a national treasure. Is the information accurate? Although Duke Duan believed Lu Luochan, he couldn't help but ask again. "It's accurate." Lu Luochan hesitated for a moment and then slowly said, "Actually, I also contracted a beast that is no less than the slime and the Moonlight Butterfly. Initially, it was just a red carp that had not even awakened to the first level, but it has now evolved to king-level potential. What? Duke Duan stood up in shock, his cane falling to the side, his eyes flashing with astonishment as he eagerly said, "Quick, let me see it." Lu Luochan had never seen Duke Duan like this. He was usually calm and composed, but now he was losing his composure. It was easy to imagine how precious special talents were. Even an old king-level beast master could not maintain their calm. She quickly realized that special talents were rare and required the favor of the world to awaken. Not to mention, the leap through the dragon gate was a growth-type special talent. With a slight thought, she summoned the red thunder dragon, its several-meter-long body winding through the living room, its red bone wings not flapping but easily hovering in mid-air. "This is a dragon species." Duke Duan's voice trembled slightly. "Dragon species and true dragon species have long left Blue Star for the vast universe. You actually contracted a dragon species." At that moment, he had no doubt left about Lu Luochan's words. If it were not for a special growth-type talent, how could a dragon species beast like the Red Thunder Dragon, which had never been recorded, evolve? Next, Lu Luochan demonstrated the abilities of the Red Thunder Dragon to Duke Duan and played the video of today's class, watching the slime defeat the Mad Blade Werewolf at a higher level. Duke Duan's expression was incredibly complex. "Is this still a slime?" Duke Duan couldn't help but exclaim, "And that moonlight butterfly, how similar it is to the green silkworm. But in terms of ability, it is 100-fold stronger." Lu Luochan said softly, "Speaking of which, it was thanks to the favor of Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun that I was able to contract the Red Carp and evolve into the Red Thunder Dragon." Following that, Lu Luochan introduced the mythical beast shop. However, she did not mention the speculation about the rebirth of the strong, nor the transformation of the world-destroying demon dragon after the arrival of the dragon realm. Duan Shanghua exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying that the slime, the moonlight butterfly, and your red thunder dragon were all cultivated by the owner of that mythical beast shop?" "Yes," Lu Luochan replied softly. "Teacher, that owner sold me the red carp for only 3 million. This indicates that selling beast cubs is not the reason he opened the shop. He might want to create a series of talented beast tamers and, through continuous planning, eventually establish a force." This was the conclusion Lu Luochan reached after her analysis. "So what do you think I should do?" Duan Shanghua looked at Lu Luochan with a serious expression. Even he felt an immense mystery surrounding that owner. He didn't even have the thought of testing him. "I don't recommend testing. Moreover, the owner is truly a good person," Lu Luochan said with a gentle smile. "I suggest that you let trusted young beast tamers go to the mythical beast shop to purchase and contract beast cubs. As for those you don't trust, I believe you wouldn't let them get involved to avoid offending the owner." "I will consider your suggestion," Duan Shanghua sighed after taking a deep breath. "It's a pity that I, your teacher, am getting old and can no longer contract any beasts. Otherwise, I would also go buy some beast cubs." Lu Luochan looked at the kind old man, feeling a deep sadness in her heart. In his youth, Duan Shanghua had sustained too many injuries. Even in old age, he still allowed contracted beasts to enter the army and fight against various alien races. Over the years, he had only one beast left contracted. As for the beast space, it was nearly shattered and would not last for many more years. The old man had dedicated his life to the Xia kingdom. The only thing he felt guilty about was those beasts that had died in battle. "Teacher," Lu Luochan suddenly felt an impulse and said, "My beast taming talent has evolved to S-level." Lu Luochan looked at the old man until he showed a look of comfort, gently stroking her dark hair. "Because you contracted the Red Thunder Dragon, right?" Duan Shanghua said with a kind smile. "Since ancient times, why have growth-type special talents been pursued by countless beast tamers? When you cultivate the Red Thunder Dragon to the Overlord level, even if you only have F-level talent, you will evolve to SS level." Duan Shanghua had already guessed Lu Luochan's evolution of beast taming talent based on various information and the changes in her aura. What truly comforted him was that Lu Luochan was willing to share this with him. "What about SSS level?" Lu Luochan couldn't help but ask. "What SSS level is there?" Duan Shanghua shook his head and said, "At least in this era, no one has ever awakened SSS level beast taming talent. But ancient texts record, any beast tamer who awakens SSS level talent, without exception, becomes a god." Lu Luochan's heart trembled violently. SSS level beast taming talent had never appeared in this civilization era? She naturally did not doubt that Duan Shanghua, given his position, would know many secrets. Until Duan Shanghua got into the business car, Lu Luochan's mind was still echoing with the old man's extremely serious and aged voice. The beast-taming civilization of the last era was destroyed by a god-level beast tamer with SSS-level talent. Luochan, remember what I said. If someone can awaken SSS-level beast-taming talent, when they become a god, there may only be two possibilities. They will either take Blue Star to the starry sky, or destroy the entire world. If you are fortunate enough to encounter such a person, make sure to befriend them. It is not only important for you,
but for the entire civilization of beast tamers. She struggled to calm herself, but suddenly a thought emerged.
Is the store manager an SSS-level talent?
Lu Luochan pondered for a long time, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, secretly thinking, very likely.
Even if it's not SSS, at least it's SS.
In Lu Luochan's view, since Lu Chen could cultivate pets like the red carp, slime, and green cottonworm, there was no reason for him not to be an SS-level talent.
Lu Luochan even suspected that the SSS-level beast tamer who destroyed the last era's civilization might be that mysterious store manager. Mythical Beast Store.
Lu Chen sat on the sofa, showing a contemplative expression.
Beasts that have awakened special growth-type talents can actually drive the evolution of the beast tamer's talent during their growth and evolution? Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. The system's data didn't mention this.
He suddenly understood why Luo Tianyan had suddenly given gifts, and why he had offered rare fire and ice. It seemed that Luo Tianyan and his sister Luo Jingqing's beast taming talents, even if they hadn't evolved to S-level, were likely showing signs of evolution.
Dog system, is your brain broken? You're selling such a heaven-defying beast cub for only 3 million? Lu Chen couldn't help but curse, feeling heartbroken. He was absolutely certain that even if the price was set at 1 billion, beast tamers would still rush to break down the door of the mythical beast store. Definitely can't give it away for free. Lu Chen took a deep breath, secretly thinking, those I don't like, I won't sell no matter the price.
Those who know gratitude, like Shen Yan Yan and Yang Qing,
they can be sold. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He quietly developed an idea. Perhaps, I can establish a force? Lu Chen pondered, feeling that the feasibility was extremely high, secretly thinking, this force must have a very high threshold.
Forget it, the threshold doesn't matter, even if they are useless, I can still cultivate them. The most important thing is loyalty, their character must be assessed well. After thinking for a long time, he hadn't truly made a decision, just established a framework. He subtly moved his thoughts, and the expanded beast store, which had grown 100-fold, returned to less than 100 square meters. Maintaining the spatial expansion of the beast store required Lu Chen's constant focus, and since he was now preparing to sleep, he naturally wouldn't continue to maintain it.
Before resting, Lu Chen opened the system panel to check the achievement tasks.
Among the many achievement tasks, there were operational achievements, such as selling the first beast cub and selling a total of 5 beast cubs, which Lu Chen had already completed. The achievement rewards were also very generous, directly granting a random SSS-level beast taming talent. There were also kill-type achievements, such as defeating the first enemy beast tamer, which Lu Chen had also completed.
After killing the dragon tamer Lu Hongda, he obtained an incredibly precious red star-level resource, the Heart of the Demon. A more advanced kill achievement was to defeat 5 enemy beast tamers. Similar achievements included defeating powerful alien races and slaying large numbers of ferocious beasts, but the standards were higher. At least defeating a king-level alien or slaying tens of thousands of ferocious beasts would count towards the task criteria.
The many achievement tasks were diverse, with relatively harsh conditions for completion.
However, Lu Chen saw that there was one achievement task he could complete at any time. Own the first shop that belongs to you? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He couldn't see the rewards for this achievement task.
But after completing 3 achievement tasks, he had awakened 2 types of SSS-level beast taming talents, namely Dark Hell and Godslaying Heavenly Fire. In addition, he had also obtained a top-tier red star-level resource, a Heart of the Demon.
Given the system's generosity, this achievement task's reward would surely be extraordinary.
When he first opened the store, he simply took over the old pet shop without even renovating it, just changing the sign. The storefront of the pet shop was, of course, rented.
The monthly rent was 50,000. In the Magic City, such rental prices for shops were considered normal.
Lu Chen estimated that the average price per square meter for shops near the Beast Master University in the Magic City was around 150,000. With his current savings of 28 million, it would be easy for him to completely own the mythical pet shop's storefront. Lu Chen chuckled softly, thinking, with 28 million in savings, I can't buy the flesh and blood of a dragon species, nor can I afford a few exotic flames. If I use it to purchase a shop, directly converting it into system rewards, wouldn't that be delightful?
The next day,
after finishing his morning routine, Lu Chen sent a message to the shop owner named Zhang Shanha, expressing his intention to purchase the shop. He stated directly that he was willing to offer 17 million to buy the shop. Considering the current average price of 150,000 per shop, this shop's total area was 98 square meters, making the total price 14.7 million. In reality, offering 15 million would make many shop owners willing to sell.
The real estate market in the Magic City was not thriving. The entire real estate market, including various industries in the Magic City, was monopolized by many prominent families.
Many businesses were struggling, and shop rents continued to drop. In recent years, even housing prices had shown a downward trend.
Lu Chen's willingness to offer 17 million was undoubtedly very high, showing enough sincerity in face.
He thought Jiang Shanhe would gladly agree, but unexpectedly, the other party did not respond directly and instead replied, "The price of 17 million is still a bit low.
Let's discuss the specific price when I get there." Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Boss Jiang, the price of 17 million is already very high."
Jiang Shanhe quickly responded, "I already said, the price of 17 million is not enough.
Let's discuss the specific price when I get there. Can't you understand human language?"
Lu Chen did not reply again, putting his phone down, but his brows furrowed tightly.
"I hope you know your place." Lu Chen's expression turned slightly cold.
He was no longer the college entrance exam failure from a few days ago who hadn't even awakened his beast master talent. At that time, Lu Chen had to rely on the inheritance left by his parents to open this mythical pet shop. Now, Lu Chen was already an extraordinary 10th level beast master, having contracted the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, with combat power comparable to a Manhwa level beast master.
It should be noted that a Manhwa level beast master could serve as a deputy mayor in some small cities.
Not to mention combat power, Lu Chen had sold 7 pet cubs one after another, which had helped him initially build a network.
If you don't know how to appreciate the situation, don't blame me. Lu Chen's gaze was cold. Lu Chen patiently waited in the shop. However, Jiang Shanhe was delayed in arriving. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Chen sent a message urging the other party to come quickly.
If Jiang Shanhe really had no time, they could set another time. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Shanhe finally replied, "I have something to do right now.
Since we need to talk, let's do it today. You stay in the shop, and I'll be there soon. If I arrive and you're not there, wasting my precious time, then we won't talk anymore."
Lu Chen did not reply, but a cold expression unconsciously spread across his face. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. When Lu Chen looked outside the pet shop, he saw 2 boys who looked similar, clearly brothers, walking side by side towards the pet shop.
"Customers?" Lu Chen's eyes brightened.
In front of customers, he completely forgot about Jiang Shanhe. It wasn't worth letting such a person affect his mood. Outside, Duan Dongwen looked at the sign of the mythical pet shop and said to his younger brother, "Brother, this is the mythical pet shop that Grandpa mentioned, right?" Duan Shiwu nodded excitedly and said, "Grandpa said that the manager of this pet shop is definitely a true expert.
The pets they breed are truly extraordinary.
Both of us have only awakened B-level beast taming talents. If we want to catch up with the geniuses in our family, we must choose the best initial pet."
Duan Dongwen muttered, "I think this pet shop seems a bit shabby. Can they really breed quality pets? What do you know?"
Duan Shiwu retorted, "Great talents often hide in plain sight.
A true expert wouldn't care about the environment. Do you know Shin Nian Nian?"
"I know her," Duan Dongwen nodded. "I heard that Shin Nian Nian contracted a slime and defeated a first-tier berserker wolf with it. I really don't know how she trained that slime."
"Oh, my foolish brother," Duan Shiwu said proudly, "I already asked Shin Nian Nian. The slime she contracted was bought from the mythical pet shop. Not just the slime, but Du Ruoyun's moonlight butterfly also came from the mythical pet shop." "Wow!" Duan Dongwen exclaimed in shock. "The slime and the moonlight butterfly were both bred by the manager of this pet shop? That's turning decay into magic. No wonder even Grandpa holds this pet shop in such high regard."
"Let's go," Duan Shiwu said with anticipation. "If we can contract a pet comparable to the slime, even Grandpa will be pleased."
Duan Dongwen was equally excited. As the grandsons of the Minister of State, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu had very high standards for their initial pets. After entering the Beast Taming University in Magic City, even though they had started formal classes, the 2 brothers had not yet contracted satisfactory initial pets.
Knowing that the slime came from the mythical pet shop, combined with the fact that their authoritative grandpa held the shop in such high esteem, the brothers, who had grown up in a large family and received the most elite education, would not take it lightly.
When Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu walked into the mythical pet shop, their eyes were filled with anticipation and respect. Duan Dongwen looked at a handsome young man of his age approaching and couldn't help but say, "Hey, we're here to buy pet cubs. Can you let your manager come out?"
"I am the manager," the handsome young man said gently.
"Ha!" Duan Dongwen's mouth dropped open, stammering, "Why, you're the manager? But you're so young.
If you said you were a student at the Beast Taming University, I would believe it." "I'm not a student," Lu Chen shook his head slightly.
Duan Shiwu, seeing Lu Chen's calm demeanor, quickly said to Duan Dongwen, "Bro, say less. Just because the manager is young doesn't mean he lacks ability. Don't look down on him."
"Sorry, manager," Duan Dongwen quickly responded. "I just didn't expect the manager, whom even Grandpa holds in such high regard, to be so young. I didn't mean any offense,
please don't take it to heart. Lu Chen chuckled, finding the brother's attitude refreshing. Your grandpa? He asked, somewhat surprised. Lu Chen couldn't recall any elderly guests among those he had served. Duan Shiwu proudly mentioned their grandpa, smiling. Our grandpa is the president of the Beast Taming University in Magic City, Duan Shanghua. We came to buy pets at his special request. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Duan Shanghua. He was certainly familiar with that name. Once upon a time, he had ambitions of getting into the Beast Taming University in Magic City, but ended up only getting into a liberal arts college, regrettably falling short. Lu Chen knew about Duan Shanghua's achievements and held the utmost respect for the elder who had made countless sacrifices for the Summer Kingdom. I also have great respect for President Duan. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, however, even if you are the grandson of Principal Duan, I won't give you a discount. No need for a discount. Duan Dongguan quickly replied, we brought enough money, and as long as the quality of the pet beast cubs is good enough there will definitely be no bargaining. Lu Chen nodded, he was merely being polite. He hadn't yet grasped the pricing power for pet beast cubs, and even if he wanted to offer a discount, it wouldn't be possible. He then asked, what are your needs? Duan Dongguan sighed and said, I awakened a B-level beast taming talent, accelerated growth. This beast taming talent is only suitable for assisting the growth of pet beast species. I feel it doesn't even deserve a B-level rating. Duan Shiwu quickly added, I awakened a B-level beast taming talent, rending destruction. It can grant the contracted pet beast the attack characteristics of Tear and Annihilation, which is quite a good main attack talent. Your talent is much better than mine. Duan Dongguan sighed, looking enviously at his younger brother. The talent Rending Destruction is considered top tier even among B-level talents. The attack characteristics it grants are extremely perfect and can greatly enhance the combat power of pet beasts. In contrast, Duan Dongguan's accelerated growth even made him feel a sense of shame just by its name, leaving him often confused about his future. After graduating from the Beast Taming University in Magic City, was he really going to take over the family pet beast business? Every day would be about delivering cubs and using his beast taming talent, watching the cubs grow under the influence of his talent? Such a future was something Duan Dongguan simply couldn't accept. This guest, you need not belittle yourself. Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, accelerated growth can be rated as B-level by the will of Blue Star, so its strength is certainly not low. Have you ever considered that among the many beast taming schools, the one with the most terrifying combat power is the mass troop style? Mass troop? Duan Dongguan's eyes widened. He had certainly heard of it. The reputation of the mass troop style was the most terrifying among the beast taming schools. A beast tamer of the mass troop style often brings forth a tide of beasts, a terrifying wave that destroys all enemies. I have certainly thought about pursuing the mass troop style. With my beast taming talent, I can accelerate the growth speed of pet beast troops. However, the pets suitable for the mass troop style announced by the Summer Kingdom are at least of sun-level potential. Duan Dongguan sighed, I just awakened my beast taming talent, and with the awakened level beast taming space, I simply cannot accommodate such pet beast cubs. If I wait until later to switch styles, the time wasted in the early stages cannot be made up. On this point, the guest need not worry. Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, since I dare to say it, there will be pet beast cubs suitable for your contract and for pursuing the mass troop style. Really? Duan Dongguan was incredibly excited and quickly said, thank you, shopkeeper. Duan Shiwu looked at his older brother, unable to hide his envious expression. After all, it was the mass troop style. Although it requires a massive investment of resources, many beast tamers who specialize in the mass troop style, like dragon tamers, often only contract one pet beast for their entire lives due to the enormous resources consumed. But all the drawbacks pale in comparison to the combat power of the mass troop style. A beast tamer commanding tens of thousands of pet beast troops would be an absolute weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield against other races. Lu Chen turned to Duan Shiwu and said, as for this guest, your awakened B-level talent Rending Destruction is more suitable for contracting pet beast cubs with extreme destructive power, which can elevate the destructive capability to the utmost. Yes, yes, yes. Duan Shiwu's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly, that's exactly what I was thinking. As long as the destructive power is maximized, offense becomes defense, and we won't fear any enemy. Once Lu Chen mentioned himself and even planned a growth path for him, Duan Shiwu's envy instantly dissipated. No matter how strong the mass troop style was, it wasn't suitable for him. Among the many beast taming schools, only the one that suits you is the best. Duan Dongguan curled the corner of his mouth into a slight smile and said, my foolish brother, you still don't understand. In the face of the countless troop types of the violent beast tamers, no matter how strong your destructive power is, you will ultimately be completely overwhelmed by the army of pet beasts. Ha! Duan Shiwu sneered and said, brother, the one who doesn't understand is you. In the face of absolute destructive power, no matter how many troops you have, even if they gather into a legion, what can you do? I will wipe out all legions. You know nothing. Duan Dongwen became anxious and shouted, do you even understand the value of a single person forming an army?
Tisk tsk, I think it's you who doesn't understand what it means to fight 1 against 10,000, to destroy heaven and earth, Duan Shiwu retorted without backing down.
Fine.
Duan Dongwen angrily said, wait until I cultivate my troop types. Let's see how your pet beasts can fight me.
Then let's battle. Who's afraid of whom? Duan Shiwu snorted coldly. Lu Chen watched the two brothers argue and couldn't help but cover his forehead, helplessly saying, you two haven't even contracted your pet beasts yet. How can you be ready to fight? Duan Dongwen gave an awkward smile and said, ahem, sorry, manager, we lost our composure. Duan Shiwu showed an eager expression and quickly said, manager, hurry up and take out the pet beast cubs. We can't wait any longer. All right. Lu Chen nodded with a smile.
He thought for a moment and took out 2 transparent containers, placing them on the long table.
Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu could no longer contain their excitement and quickly walked to the containers, looking into them with immense anticipation. The next moment, both brothers showed expressions of shock. Wait, where are the pet beast cubs? Duan Dongwen was bewildered and said, I was supposed to have pet beast cubs that would form an army of tens of thousands. Yeah, where are the pet beast cubs? Duan Shiwu was completely dumbfounded and said, there's nothing in this container. Where's my initial pet beast that is destined to destroy heaven and earth?
Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes.
They looked closely.
It seemed there was nothing in the container. Lu Chen said with great interest, take a closer look. The pet beast cubs are in the container. They definitely haven't run away. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu had no choice but to carefully observe the containers, not missing any corner.
I found it! Duan Dongwen exclaimed, pointing at the transparent inner wall of the container. There's an ant here. This ant is so small that I completely overlooked it. I see it too. There's an ant in the container. Duan Shiwu quickly said.
The two looked at each other, then at the ants in their respective containers, both utterly dumbfounded.
2 ants?
This was completely unrelated to the excellent pet beasts they had imagined.
Duan Shiwu forced a smile and said, Manager, you aren't joking with us, are you?
These 2 little ants really have nothing to do with pet beast cubs. Duan Dongwen was anxious and quickly said, Manager, you should hurry and take out the real pet beast cubs. We brothers can't handle this kind of joke.
I'm not joking.
Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, these 2 ants are the cubs you are going to contract, and they are the most suitable pet beast cubs for you.
Ah?
Duan Dongwen's mouth dropped open, almost big enough to fit an egg, and he couldn't help but say, Manager, these 2 ants are so weak and hard to notice with the naked eye.
Is there any chance they can awaken to the first tier in their lifetime? How? How can we contract them? Duan Shiwu fell into deep thought, recalling the slime, the moonlight butterfly, and his grandfather Duan Shangwa's serious warnings, not daring to show any disrespect. Manager, do these 2 ants have any special qualities? Duan Shiwu suddenly realized that perhaps these 2 ants were not what they thought they were. Maybe they possess some abilities beyond their understanding?
You're very clever, Lu Chen praised Duan Shiwu, noting that the younger brother among the 2 clearly had a higher IQ and better emotional management.
Duan Dongwen quickly caught on as well, showing a serious listening expression alongside Duan Shiwu.
Lu Chen chuckled, the 2 ants in front of you have awakened a special growth type talent called engraving.
A special growth type talent? Engraving? Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu exclaimed in unison. That's right, Lu Chen smiled.
This special talent engraving allows the ants to imprint a complete evolution path.
No way! Duan Shiwu was shocked. Does that mean I can make the little ant evolve into any form I want? So I can easily make the little ant evolve into a violent beast type?
Duan Dongwen also realized, his face filled with astonishment.
In theory, it can evolve into any form. However,
the evolution path must be reasonable, otherwise, problems can easily arise. Lu Chen pointed to the 2 spatial containers and said with a smile, to meet your needs, I've already imprinted a complete evolution path for you.
You can take a look.
With that, he took out 2 A4 sheets of paper and pushed them in front of the 2 brothers. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu each took a sheet and looked at the text on it, revealing expressions of immense shock.
My ant can ultimately evolve into an ant queen with a potential of level 10 overlord. It can easily breed demon god ants, breaking army ants, sky ants, and other king-level troops.
Duan Dongwen looked at the almost invisible, faintly shimmering ant in the container, his eyes filled with fervor.
Worker ant, giant crocodile ant, sword-cutting ant, demon god ant, with the final form being the sky-splitting ant.
It also has a potential of level 10 overlord,
wielding the terrifying cutting power to split the sky? Duan Shiwu held the container tightly, staring intently at the little ant inside, and quickly said, "Shopkeeper, I want to contract it." "Yes, yes, yes." Duan Dongwen immediately added, "Shopkeeper, name your price. We'll pay right now." "These two ant-type pet cubs are priced at 3 million each," Luchin said with a light smile. "A total of 6 million. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu did not hesitate and each swiped their cards for 3 million. Immediately, they established a beast contract with the little ants in front of them. At the moment the contract was formed, both Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu could sense a wealth of information flowing in from the connection of the contract. From the weakest worker ant form, continuously evolving to the ultimate form of level 10 overlord, the specific resources required for each evolution form appeared in their minds. To their delight, they realized that no matter how precious the resources needed for evolution were, they clearly understood them all. This meant that even if they wanted to evolve the ant cubs to their final forms in the future, whether it be the ant queen or the sky-splitting ant, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to obtain the evolution resources. With the knowledge that Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu possessed, they naturally understood that the high prices of many evolution resources were not a concern. The most worrying thing was that the evolution resources had completely gone extinct. The evolution of pets was undoubtedly a very meticulous matter. Any slight error could lead to total failure. If the corresponding evolution resources went extinct, even if they found substitutes, it would ultimately be different, and the success rate of evolution would greatly decrease. In the worst-case scenario, it could even sever the evolution path of the pet forever. "Shopkeeper, thank you," Duan Shiwu said sincerely. "The evolution path of the sky-splitting ant must have been specially chosen by you, right? I have channels to buy any evolution resource. This means, as long as I have enough funds, in the future, the little ant will definitely evolve into a sky-splitting ant with the potential of a dominator at the 10th level. In the future, my little worker ant will also surely evolve into the queen of the ant tribe, without any bottlenecks." Duan Dongwen expressed his gratitude, saying, "I can't thank you enough for your care, store manager." Lu Chen smiled. Both of these little worker ants had awakened the engraving talent and were equipped with numerous evolution routes. He had simply selected the two most suitable evolution paths. "No need to thank me. Just take good care of these two little guys. That is the greatest reward for me." Lu Chen showed a gentle demeanor and said softly, "You two must not let their talents go to waste, understand?" "Understood," the two replied in unison. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since he had sold two ant tribe cubs and had taken the trouble to select the two most suitable evolution routes, he naturally hoped that these two ant tribe cubs, as well as Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, could grow up smoothly. Although the decision to establish a force was still not perfect, Lu Chen was already consciously laying the groundwork. In the near future, when many plans converge, perhaps an invincible force that would shock the entire Blue Star would emerge completely. He had a high regard for Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, especially since they were the grandsons of the president of the Beastmaster University in Magic City. Their status was not ordinary. As for how they knew about the mythical pet store, Lu Chen guessed it was probably Lu Luochan who informed Duan Shanghua, but he didn't know how much Lu Luochan had told him. The more Duan Lao knows, the closer his relationship with Lu Luochan must be. Lu Chen pondered slightly but was not worried. Duan Lao was a respected elder, and allowing his two grandsons to visit the mythical pet store was a clear gesture of goodwill. How could he not know? Even if there was a hint of testing, it was within the range Lu Chen could accept. After Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu each contracted an ant tribe cub, they carefully placed them into the Beastmaster space, nurturing them with source power at all times, fearing that the fragile and small little ants might suddenly perish. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The ant tribe cubs they had contracted were the weakest in their initial forms among the many cubs he had sold. In terms of strength, they were probably only 1/10,000th of an awakened first level, truly just ants. However, regarding future potential, they were by no means weak. If they could evolve into the queen of the ant tribe or a sky-splitting ant in the future, it would not be the end. They could continue to engrave even higher evolutionary forms. Lu Chen did not inform them of this, fearing that the two would aim too high. On the vast blue star, the evolutionary route to the Dominator at the 10th level was already the most top tier. If it were any higher, even if their grandfather was Duan Shanghua, it would be hard to protect them. At this moment, ring ring ring, the phone rang. Lu Chen took it out and saw that the caller ID was Jiang Shanhe. After answering, Jiang Shanhe's voice came through. "I'm already at the entrance of your pet store. Hurry up and come out to get me." Jiang Shanhe's tone was filled with entitlement, his voice sounding as if fat was pressing against his vocal cords, extremely unpleasant. Lu Chen frowned slightly and said, "You can come in by yourself, I'm in the store. I told you to come out and greet me, can't you understand?" Jiang Shanhe cursed loudly. "Do you still want to buy my shop?" Lu Chen replied coldly, "I told you to come in by yourself.
I don't want to repeat myself.
Fine. Jiang Shanha, furious, said, Lu Chen, do you think I haven't seen your information?
A college entrance exam failure, not even a beast master. Even if you have a bit of money, you absolutely shouldn't have dared to provoke me. The call ended. Soon, Jiang Shanha dragged his fat body through the door of the mythical pet store.
His face was full of anger as he quickly walked up to Lu Chen and said coldly, So you're Lu Chen? The lease contract you signed before is now void. Get out of my shop right now.
Faced with Jiang Shanha's anger, Lu Chen remained calm and indifferent, looking at him with a serene expression, and slowly said, Are you sure you want to terminate the lease contract?
Why can't I terminate the contract?
Jiang Shanha sneered, It never stated in the contract that I would pay any price for unilaterally terminating it.
So, you want my pet shop to go out of business, right?
A hint of coldness appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Meeting that gaze, Jiang Shanha felt his heart nearly stop, incredulously staring into the depths of Lu Chen's eyes, where shadows and darkness emerged. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming chill, as if the terror of life and death could descend at any moment.
So what if I do? Jiang Shanha forced himself to steady his mind.
He was also an extraordinary beast master, and his mental fortitude was not bad, yet he still felt fear from that fleeting, extreme darkness. If you want to continue operating, that's not impossible. As long as you can come up with 30 million, I'll sell you this shop.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger.
He thought his offer of 17 million was already quite sincere. He never expected the other party to be so ungrateful, starting with 30 million. Lu Chen quickly realized that Jiang Shanha had clearly investigated him based on the signing information in the contract. Jiang Shanha arrogantly believed he had everything figured out.
He thought Lu Chen must have a large inheritance and was completely defenseless, wanting to extort a sum. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. The sequence of events was already very clear.
A glimmer of killing intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes.
30 million?
Duan Dongguan couldn't help but exclaim, This shop is worth at most 15 million.
You just doubled it? You fat pig, have you gone mad for money?
Duan Shiwu stepped forward, his voice laced with icy coldness. Who gave you the guts to speak to the shop owner like that? What are you two brats? Jiang Shanha sneered, This is my shop. I can offer whatever price I want.
And what shop owner?
If he can't come up with 30 million, this pet shop will be completely shut down tomorrow.
I really don't understand how you dare to be so arrogant. Duan Dongguan looked at Jiang Shanha and couldn't help but say, Are beast masters today really this brainless?
Jiang Shanha was extremely proud. I am an extraordinary 6th tier beast master. You two brats are probably still at the awakened 1st tier, right?
Extraordinary 6th tier?
Duan Shiwu said with a half smile, So you're just a little pauper.
Shut up!
Jiang Shanha shouted angrily, You have no idea how powerful an extraordinary 6th tier is.
All right,
Duan Shiwu said impatiently, looking at Lu Chen beside him, Shop owner, may I help you deal with this?
Handling such small fry would dirty your hands. Go ahead. Lu Chen nodded.
He looked at Jiang Shanha and felt a bit of disdain. Although they were both extraordinary 10th tier, he and Jiang Shanha were clearly not on the same level.
Uncle Chen, Duan Shiwu shouted. It won't help who you call.
Jiang Shanha looked at Lu Chen, knowing Lu Chen had no intention of coming up with 30 million, and immediately said, From now on, you can move your things out. The previous lease contract is completely void.
Is that so? Lu Chen's expression was indifferent.
He quietly watched as Jiang Shanha's hefty body was lifted by a giant bear. A middle-aged man in a suit stood beside the giant bear, his posture elegant like a servant, forming a stark contrast with the rugged giant bear. Jiang Shanha struggled continuously. When he looked back, his pupils constricted.
The terrifying giant bear holding him had an incredibly ferocious aura, level of the abyssal moon. How is that possible? Jiang Shanha's voice trembled. When he looked at the suited attendant beside the giant bear, he felt an indescribable fear. This attendant clearly possessed immense strength, yet he appeared in a subordinate's posture.
Jiang Shanha had spent 10 years stuck at the extraordinary 10th level, and after his path as a beast master was cut off, he began to acquire real estate. He understood all too well the esteemed status of an abyssal moon-level beast master, yet this one appeared merely as an attendant? Young master, the middle-aged attendant saluted. How should we deal with this person? Duan Shiwu suddenly recalled that just moments ago, a flash of killing intent had clearly crossed Lu Chen's eyes. He waved his hand and said, Just kill him.
Understood. The middle-aged attendant, Uncle Chen, nodded lightly. As Duan Shiwu's bodyguard, Uncle Chen only needed to follow orders. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Shanha was filled with terror and hurriedly said, You want to kill me? Do you really not care about the laws of Xia country? Even a small fry like you dares to exploit the loopholes in the law. Do you think I would care? Duan Shiwu sneered, grandfather said that we only need to protect those worth protecting. What qualifications do scum like you have to talk to me about the law?
After saying this, Duan Shiwu turned directly to Lu Chen and said, "Shopkeeper, I will expedite the process and ensure you obtain ownership of this shop within today. I believe that even if grandfather knows, he will support me."
Lu Chen nodded casually. He was well aware of how large families operated. The Duan family had some principles. If it were Luo Tianyan handling the matter, regardless of Jiang Shanha's character, he would not escape death and might even be tortured to death.
Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu soon took their leave, and Uncle Chen, carrying the giant bear, dragged Jiang Shanha's hefty body away. Along the way, Jiang Shanha cried and begged for mercy, but no one paid him any mind, and he could not break free from the giant bear's grip. He stared blankly at the two brothers of the Duan family, his fearful gaze ultimately converging on Lu Chen. That Lu Chen is just a young kid who opened a pet shop. How could he possibly know such powerful guests?
Jiang Shanha lamented, "Why am I so unlucky?"
What he did not realize was that the Duan brothers would not help casually, having only contracted 2 ant tribe cubs. They already owed Lu Chen a significant favor. In the eyes of the Duan brothers, even if they did not intervene, Lu Chen could likely resolve the matter easily. After all, the shopkeeper had entered their grandfather's sight. Such a person surely had connections.
Lu Chen was no longer concerned about what would happen next.
As the sun set behind the mountains, Duan Shiwu sent a message that the matter had been resolved.
Lu Chen shook his head lightly. In the world of beast masters, strength was paramount.
All power ultimately stemmed from formidable strength. Jiang Shanha, an extraordinary 6th-level beast master, dared to be so arrogant. After hitting a brick wall, no one could save him. If I had no strength, no background, I would probably be oppressed by such people as well, Lu Chen thought coldly, showing no pity whatsoever. As evening approached, the law firm staff arrived with numerous documents to transfer the ownership of the shop.
After signing his name, Lu Chen took a deep breath.
He felt as if the air in the pet shop had become much fresher. Achievement unlocked: own your very first pet shop that truly belongs to you. Reward: Scion-level resource, domain crystal core. Claim reward? Yes/no. As the system notification arrived, Lu Chen was shaken to his core, almost unable to believe his eyes.
This time, the system reward was actually a specific Xianyao-level resource? In the entire Blue Star, this was the highest level of resource. Xianyao-level resources corresponded to demigods. Claim it, directly claim it, Lu Chen said immediately. You have obtained the Xianyao-level resource Domain Crystal Core.
Domain Crystal Core, the primordial crystal core that can only be born from the destruction of a domain, containing the purest power of the world, can merge with the Beast Master space to create the prototype of a world. Lu Chen looked at the crystal core shimmering with colorful light in the Beast Master space, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart.
It's actually a treasure that can only be born from the destruction of a domain. After merging with the Domain Crystal Core, the Beast Master space can be shaped into the prototype of a world?
Lu Chen's breath quickened, overwhelmed with joy, thinking, even a Holy Spirit-level Beast Master cannot escape the structure of the Beast Master space. Only by reaching the demigod level can the Beast Master space transform into the prototype of a world. This means that my Beast Master space will possess an essence comparable to that of a demigod? He clearly understood what this meant. As long as I become a king-level Beast Master, the Beast Master space can manifest, not only bestowing endless power upon the Beast Master but also directly suppressing opponents.
Lu Chen was incredibly excited, thinking, once I break through to king level, with the enhancement of the world prototype, I will possess unimaginable power.
The suppression power of the Beast Master space itself will also reach its peak, even capable of directly shattering other king-level Beast Master spaces.
Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind.
Without a moment's hesitation, he directly mobilized a large amount of source power, wrapping the Domain Crystal Core and absorbing it into the core area of the Beast Master space. As the Domain Crystal Core began to melt, it gradually integrated into the Beast Master space. Lu Chen's Beast Master space was not only undergoing a frenzied transformation but also rapidly expanding. In an instant, it expanded from 100,000 square meters to 1 million square meters.
Starry Level 1.
Within the Beast Master space, a total of 30 diamond-level sky crystals completely melted, merging into that Domain Crystal Core. The Beast Master space continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 10 million square meters. When the breadth reached its limit, Lu Chen distinctly felt the Beast Master space becoming heavier, the spatial barriers thickening. Lu Chen saw that within the Beast Master space, soil and clouds were successively born.
A large amount of soil transformed into the earth. Numerous clouds formed the sky.
On the ground, wild grass grew. Above the sky, it was incredibly blue. This is the prototype of a world. Lu Chen took a deep breath, thinking, compared to the complete transformation of the Beast Master space into the prototype of a world, my beast master level rising to starry level 10 is nothing at all.
Indeed, during the process of merging with the domain crystal core, Lu Chen naturally reached starry level 10.
The cost was not small, as at least 10 diamond-level sky crystals were completely consumed. As for the remaining 20 sky crystals, they were absorbed by the domain crystal core, helping it fully integrate into the beast master space. With 20 sky crystals, it probably allowed the domain crystal core to dissolve by 2%, turning my beast master space into the prototype of a world. Lu Chen pondered slightly, thinking, if I want the domain crystal core to completely dissolve, I'm afraid I will need 1000 sky crystals, or I need to reach the Holy Spirit level myself, and then I can naturally digest this domain crystal core completely. As a Xianya level resource, the minimum threshold for using the domain crystal core is actually the Holy Spirit level. If it weren't for Lu Chen awakening 2 types of SSS level talents, the status of the beast master space itself being quite extraordinary, along with the enhancement of numerous sky crystals, he would not have been able to use this domain crystal core at all. Within the beast master space, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was immersed in the changes of the world. As Lu Chen's realm broke through to the starry level, the bottleneck that limited the world-destroying demon dragon's advancement also dissipated. A powerful and profound aura spread out. Starry level, Tier 3, clearly just breaking through, yet it had reached starry Tier 3. Screech! The purple flame emperor bird was unwilling to fall behind, with endless purple flames spreading in the beast master space. Boom! In an instant, it broke through. Star level 2. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon, the accumulation of the purple flame emperor bird was slightly lacking. After all, the world-destroying demon dragon not only used the heart of the demon but also comprehended the ancient dragon gate, absorbing a trace of the dragon realm's origin, which was a much better condition than that of the purple flame emperor bird. Even so, the level of the purple flame emperor bird had reached star level 2. In terms of combat power, it might not necessarily be inferior to the world-destroying demon dragon. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. The contracted beast world-destroying demon dragon has broken through to star level and comprehended the red star level skill Dragon Realm Projection. The contracted beast purple flame emperor bird has broken through to star level and comprehended the red star level skill Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage. As the system prompts came in, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. After the breakthroughs of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, they indeed both comprehended a red star level skill. He immediately began to check. Dragon Realm Projection, red star level skill, summons the projection of the dragon realm, can enhance oneself and suppress opponents. The deeper the understanding of the dragon's origin, the more solid and powerful the summoned Dragon Realm Projection becomes. If one can truly comprehend the dragon's origin, they can completely master the dragon realm. Lu Chen was instantly stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment. You call this a red star level skill? Lu Chen exclaimed. Indeed, red star level skills could only be comprehended by those with Holy Spirit level potential. However, the Dragon Realm Projection comprehended by the world-destroying demon dragon was simply too outrageous. It could summon the projection of the dragon realm. The dragon realm. Among the various realms, it was one of the most powerful domains, comparable to the existence of the demon realm. Countless powerful dragons, even divine dragons, lived in the dragon realm. Sub-dragons? They couldn't even find the door to the dragon realm. The dragon realm nurtured countless dragon clans, and its world origin was immensely grand. Summoning a trace of the Dragon Realm Projection for enhancement would likely push the combat power of the world-destroying demon dragon to an incredibly terrifying level. If the Dragon Realm Projection were used to directly suppress an enemy, Lu Chen couldn't even imagine what kind of powerful enemy could bear the weight of the dragon realm. Not to mention, if the world-destroying demon dragon one day completely mastered the dragon's origin, it could use this skill as a key to take control of the dragon realm and become its master. In the dragon realm, countless powerful giant dragons are the majestic divine dragons. If they were to know that the demon dragon clan, once expelled from the dragon realm, has a chance to become its master, they would surely be utterly enraged, right? Lu Chen couldn't help but think. Roar, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a delighted low roar, extremely satisfied with its current strength and the comprehended skill Dragon Realm Projection. Lu Chen estimated that the world-destroying demon dragon's ability to comprehend Dragon Realm Projection was likely related to its observation of the Dragon Gate, which led to the arrival of the Dragon Realm's projection. He had long sensed the clues. The world-destroying demon dragon's third talent, Holy Dragon, was clearly a powerful talent obtained due to the favor of the Dragon Realm. Since it had already received favor, it seemed reasonable for the Dragon Realm to bestow another red star level skill, right? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Chen began to check the new skill of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird.
Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage, Red Star level skill, summons endless azure purple flames to fall to the ground. Compared to the world-destroying Demon Dragon's Dragon Realm projection, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage seemed a bit conventional, and even the skill's introduction was very brief. However, Lu Chen felt an infinite sense of destruction from the words. The boundless heavenly flames falling. Could it not be comparable to the legendary Forbidden Spell? In terms of destructive power, under the Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage, would there be even a trace of intact land? This was truly apocalyptic destruction. Lu Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the words Azure Purple Flames. He immediately took out his phone and searched for exotic fire rankings. Strange Fire Ranking 1, Stellar True Flame 2, Azure Sky Purple Flame 3, Sacred Blue Lotus Fire 4, Ultimate Evil Flame 5, Bone Dragon Cold Fire. Indeed, Lu Chen took a deep breath. The Azure Sky Purple Flame ranks second on the Strange Fire ranking. He had suspected this before. However, there were quite a few purple strange fires on the ranking, which prevented him from confirming it. It wasn't until he saw the Purple Flame Emperor Bird comprehend the Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage that Lu Chen was completely certain that the true form of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's flames was the Azure Sky Purple Flame, which ranks second on the Strange Fire ranking. The Azure Sky Purple Flame is second only to the Stellar True Flame, which ranks first. In terms of destructive power, it can be said to be the strongest in the world. In fact, the Azure Sky Purple Flame is already recorded in historical texts as the strongest strange fire that can be born on Blue Star. After all, the first-ranked Stellar True Flame is a terrifying strange fire that can only be born at the core of the sun. At least, in this era of Beast Master civilization, they have never glimpsed the divine might of the Stellar True Flame. Even the Azure Sky Purple Flame is derived from records of the previous era. It is said that the Azure Sky Purple Flame was born from the will of Blue Star, representing certain authorities of the Azure Sky. Even if it is a legend, it is enough to explain some issues. In fact, among the top 3 strange fires on the Strange Fire ranking, only the Sacred Blue Lotus Fire has a traceable origin and a slim chance of being found. Judging by strength, the top 3 strange fires are at least comparable to SS-level Beast Master talents. Lu Chen pondered slightly. The strange fires ranked in the top 20 are comparable to S-level Beast Master talents. I just wonder how my SSS-level God-slaying Heavenly Fire compares to the first-ranked Stellar True Flame in terms of strength. Having clarified part of the origin of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, Lu Chen was, of course, very satisfied with the Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage. When the boundless Azure Sky Purple Flame descends, it cannot be described as a forbidden spell, but rather, the wrath of the Azure Sky. Chirp! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird retracted its terrifying purple flames, lightly landing on Lu Chen's shoulder, comfortably stretching its fiery wings and gently brushing against Lu Chen's cheek. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird, representing the authority of the Azure Sky, was so affectionate and dependent on him. This scene was truly peculiar. He then summoned the world-destroying Demon Dragon. The world-destroying Demon Dragon looked at the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, a proud glint flashing in its eyes. It had already begun to anticipate the future where it would completely dominate the Dragon Realm, becoming the Dragon Realm's master, with the Purple Flame Emperor Bird as its sister, transforming into a totem before the Dragon Throne. At that time, the stronger the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's strength, the more it would highlight the majesty of the Dragon Realm's master. Just thinking about it made the world-destroying Demon Dragon feel secretly pleased. Suddenly, roar! The world-destroying Demon Dragon looked towards the outside of the pet shop and let out a low growl, as if facing a great enemy. It could sense that the newcomer possessed an incredibly terrifying strength. Even the world-destroying Demon Dragon felt an indescribable sense of threat. Chirp! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird spread its fiery wings, quietly shielding Lu Chen behind it. Lu Chen spoke softly, "Don't be nervous." He looked towards the entrance, where a kind, white-haired old man leaning on a cane slowly walked in. The old man took each step slowly, yet there was a subtle harmony with the space around him. In the blink of an eye, the old man stood before him, speaking in a gentle, aged voice, "Manager Lu." "Principal Duan." Lu Chen smiled and nodded. The kind old man before him was none other than Duan Shanghua, the principal of the Magic City Beast Master University. Lu Chen had anticipated Principal Duan's arrival. Prior to this, Principal Duan had already conveyed enough goodwill by sending his 2 grandsons to purchase pet cubs. Even the transfer of the shop could likely be resolved on the same day, probably due to Principal Duan's personal intervention. The principal of the Magic City Beast Master University personally intervening in a small matter of shop transfer would surely cause a stir throughout the entire Magic City legal office, urgently needing to resolve this matter. Lu Chen naturally did not think that Duan Shanghua's arrival would have any malicious intent. The world-destroying Demon Dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, however, did not let their guard down.
It had nothing to do with goodwill or malice, but purely because Duan Shangwa's strength was too formidable. If they did not remain fully vigilant, when an unexpected event occurred, it would likely be too late. Lu Chen, however, did not care. As long as he was in the pet shop, he was absolutely invincible, so why should he be on guard? Nevertheless, he appreciated the intentions of his pets, gently stroking the heads of the demon dragon and the emperor bird, conveying his feelings of comfort. Although Duan Shangwa had learned some information, when he truly saw Lu Chen, his emotions were still quite complex. Duan Shangwa still could not imagine that the owner who had nurtured so many precious pet offspring was actually a young man. When he locked eyes with Lu Chen, he felt a tremor in his soul. Those eyes, filled with extreme darkness and boundless demonic intent, instantly reminded him of the great terror when the worlds will descended during the battle against the demon realm. Yet he found that Lu Chen's demeanor was very gentle, as if he were a refined gentleman, showing no trace of demonic intent. Shopkeeper Lu. Duan Shangwa was about to say something. He had personally come to the mythical pet shop to represent the Xia kingdom and to win Lu Chen over. Duan Shangwa hoped that Lu Chen could contribute to the strength of the Xia kingdom. Lu Chen seemed to see through his intentions and said leisurely, "Principal Duan, since you have come to the mythical pet shop, are you here to purchase pet offspring?" Upon hearing this, Duan Shangwa was momentarily stunned. Purchase pet offspring? After so many years of intense battles, coupled with the continuous loss of contracted pets, his beast taming space had long been in a state of near ruin. After becoming the principal of the Demon City Beast Taming University, he was even in a semi-retired state. How could he still contract pets? Duan Shangwa sighed and shook his head, slowly saying, "Thank you for your kindness, shopkeeper, but my beast taming space is nearly shattered and cannot be repaired, so I won't be buying any pet offspring." Lu Chen looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Principal Duan, who told you that a shattered beast taming space cannot contract pets?" Duan Shangwa was taken aback. Wasn't this the truth? Even high school textbooks clearly stated this. In the world of beast taming, this was almost an ironclad rule. Duan Shangwa suddenly realized something, and his aged voice became incredibly dry as he exclaimed in shock, "Shopkeeper, do you have a way?" Of course, Lu Chen nodded gently. To an ordinary person, the continuous breaking of contracts and the damage to the beast taming space from backlash were almost incurable injuries. To Lu Chen, however, a shattered beast taming space was merely that. What was a mere fatal injury? With a slight thought, he immediately took out a container. He undoubtedly held great respect for Duan Shangwa. For the strength of the Xia kingdom, Duan Shangwa had made too many sacrifices. A king-level beast tamer could contract 6 pets. Throughout his life, Duan Shangwa had successively contracted and nurtured 10 king-level pets. Of these 10 king-level pets, 9 had died on the battlefield against foreign races. Every time a pet died in battle, Duan Shangwa would cultivate a new pet with a heavy heart. Over the decades, the 9 successive passive breaks in beast contracts had brought about a powerful backlash that had devastated Duan Shangwa's beast taming space beyond recognition. He was not unable to contract pet offspring again. It was just that no matter what pet he contracted, it would be impossible for it to survive in the shattered beast taming space, and it would only add greater burden to the space. Even Duan Shangwa's last pet had not returned to the beast taming space for decades, always stationed within the Demon City Beast Taming University. Duan Shangwa had come this time without bringing any pets. As a king-level 10th tier beast tamer, he possessed very powerful strength and was himself a king-level combat force. If he only considered self-preservation, he didn't need to rely on the power of his pet beasts at all. Faced with such an elderly man, Lu Chen felt a twinge of compassion. He couldn't bear to see the man languish like this, waiting for the end of his life years later. He could tell that the old man's life force had been worn down to the extreme, and he could fall at any moment, merely holding on through sheer willpower. When Duan Shangwa received a positive response, his withered heart seemed to see a glimmer of hope. When he saw the container, the old eyes within it involuntarily flashed with astonishment. Duan Shangwa clearly saw that there was an unremarkable seed inside the container. He naturally understood that this seed was equivalent to the juvenile form of a plant-type pet beast. As long as it was a life form with consciousness, it could be contracted as a pet beast, and naturally, intelligent plants were no exception. Duan Shangwa was not surprised. It was just that the aura emitted by the seed was far too weak. He instantly judged that even if this seed took root and sprouted, growing to adulthood, it would at most possess the strength of a 3rd-tier awakening level. This is a seed of the lowest level plant-type pet beast, Flourishing Tree. Lu Chen did not keep him in suspense and explained directly, "Of course, this seed is not ordinary. Like the ant tribe juvenile contracted by your 2 grandsons, it has awakened a special talent called engraving, which allows it to engrave any evolution route into its bloodline." Saying this, Lu Chen produced an A4 sheet of paper. Duan Shangwa took the paper to examine it, and shock immediately appeared on his aged face.
Flourishing tree, floating tree, boundless tree, can ultimately evolve into the void ancient tree with a potential of 10th tier overlord level? Duan Shangwa exclaimed in shock.
Principal Duan, you don't need to cultivate the flourishing tree into the void ancient tree, just cultivate it to the potential of a 10th tier king level town empty giant tree. Lu Chen nodded and said, as long as you contract with the town empty giant tree, once it takes root, it will naturally help you suppress the shattered beast master space.
Everything you are worried about is not a big deal.
Duan Shangwa had no doubts about Lu Chen's words, his old eyes kept lighting up.
Then, they dimmed.
I appreciate the shopkeeper's kindness, but
it's not necessary. Duan Shangwa shook his head and said, I no longer intend to contract any pet beasts.
Why?
Lu Chen asked, puzzled.
He had already exchanged for the flourishing tree and directly implanted a specific evolution route.
Yet now, the man said he didn't want to buy it? He wasn't planning to contract any pet beasts in the future? If it were someone else, Lu Chen would have pointed at their nose and said, what the hell are you being so pretentious for?
But facing the elderly man before him, Lu Chen fell silent, vaguely guessing. I personally sent 9 pet beasts to the battlefield, they are all my children, yet I could do nothing.
Even in some of the most dangerous battlefields, I would actively let them take the lead.
Duan Shangwa's eyes gradually filled with guilt as he slowly said, in these decades, I have come to understand that I am not truly righteous, I am just too selfish. I did not choose them over the pet beasts in the Xia kingdom. Even if I could contract pet beasts and change my fate, it would be too cruel for the pet beasts I contracted.
Since this seed has such excellent qualifications, those young beast masters are the best fit, aren't they? Lu Chen looked at Duan Shangwa, his feelings complex.
Only by truly interacting with this elderly man did he slightly sense the inner world of the old man. His will was resolute to the extreme, yet now it was filled with confusion. Decades ago, when the interworld passage opened, among the 6 great nations, the Xia kingdom, which had just risen and had the shallowest foundation, bore the brunt and endured the greatest pressure. At the moment of national ruin and family destruction, the Xia kingdom established 5 defensive lines on the alien battlefield. In just a few years, the first defensive line had already collapsed.
The second line of defense lasted less than 2 years. The third line of defense lasted less than a year. The fourth line of defense fell in less than half a year.
Faced with the survival of the nation, even the race, any beast master inevitably had to accept the call and enter the battlefield of other races. Duan Shangwa also wanted to be selfish, but his position forced him to make sacrifices. There's no need for the principal to blame himself. Lu Chen shook his head slightly and said seriously, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions.
The relationship between beast masters and their pets is one of mutual understanding.
I believe that when you sent the pets to the battlefield of other races, you certainly did not wish for them to be injured or even killed.
It's just that the pressure on the front lines was too great back then, and you had no other choice, did you?
The battlefield of other races is too cruel, like a meat grinder, where 10 die without survival.
Duan Shangwa's expression was complex as he sighed. I was lucky to survive, so I became the principal of Magic City University.
But more of my compatriots died on the battlefield of other races, and they are only referred to as martyrs.
No one remembers their names anymore.
So, there's no need to blame yourself. Lu Chen shook his head and said, Principal Duan, the reason you need to make sacrifices ultimately boils down to one thing.
What reason? Duan Shangwa was slightly taken aback. You are not strong enough.
Lu Chen said slowly, if you were strong enough to make all the other races tremble, even to the point of surrendering, ceding land, or becoming slaves,
the entire Xia kingdom would not need any sacrifices. Not strong enough? Duan Shangwa forced a smile and said, my awakened beast master talent is A-grade battle heart, which can grant pets a heart of frenzy. I have exhausted my potential to reach the 10th tier of the king level with an A-grade beast master talent. Even if I want to become stronger, the next step is the overlord level, and I have no hope left. The overlord level is truly a national treasure. Even Duan Shangwa would not dare to hope for it.
Even if the flourishing tree can evolve into the void ancient tree, possessing the potential of overlord level 10, but a king level beast master is already a powerful figure standing at the top. With national resources tilted in their favor, it is not that difficult to cultivate a pet with overlord level potential. Even so, beast masters who break through to the overlord level are still rare. Duan Shangwa was already old, aware that he had little potential left, and did not want to waste this precious pet cub.
Principal Duan, do you know that having the beast master space suppressed by the suppressing sky giant tree will make breaking through realms much easier?
The suppressing sky giant tree can even draw power from the void to actively assist in the expansion of the beast master space. Lu Chen looked directly at the old man and said calmly, moreover, the suppressing sky giant tree can never leave the beast master space. If the suppressing sky giant tree falls, you probably won't be able to escape either. Besides, for pet cubs like the flourishing tree, I can cultivate as many as I want. All the concerns you have actually do not exist.
He made it very clear.
As long as the suppressing sky giant tree is evolved, all the problems faced by Duan Shangwa will be easily resolved.
Unable to break through realms?
The suppressing sky giant tree, or even the void ancient tree, will directly help you refine the power of space.
Any bottleneck will disappear.
The suppressing sky giant tree directly binds to the beast master space. If the suppressing sky ancient tree falls, the beast master space will also be completely shattered, truly living and dying together.
That was all he had to say.
If Duan Shangwa still had reservations, Lu Chen did not intend to persuade him further. After all, no matter how much he respected this old man, if Duan Shangwa did not buy the seeds of the flourishing tree, who knew if they would rot in his hands?
Duan Shangwa stared blankly at the container, his aged eyes flashing with many emotions. He did not know how much time had passed. In the end, I am still old, and I see things not as clearly as the shopkeeper. Duan Shangwa chuckled lightly and said, if I had contracted the Jinkong giant tree or even the void ancient tree, it would only prove that I am indeed a useless old fool.
Shopkeeper, name your price. I'll buy this seed of the flourishing tree.
Lu Chen smiled lightly and nodded. A fair price, 3 million.
Duan Shangwa had anticipated the price of 3 million. He did not question it, did not haggle, nor did he show any intention of raising the price, simply swiping his card to make the payment.
Lu Chen watched as Duan Shangwa completed the payment, then revealed a joyful smile.
Achievement unlocked, sold a total of 10 pet beast cubs.
Reward, random Sss-Level beast master talent. Claim reward?
Yes/no. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, claim.
Directly claim. Why did he actively promote the sale of pet beast cubs to Duan Shangwa? The reason was simple.
Before selling the seed of the flourishing tree, he had already sold 9 pet beast cubs. At this point, he finally reached a total of 10 pet beasts, triggering the achievement task.
The reward for this achievement task was also within Lu Chen's expectations, a random Sss-Level beast master talent. Why would Lu Chen hesitate? Naturally, he claimed it directly. You have awakened the Sss-Level beast master talent source of life.
At that moment, Lu Chen clearly sensed that deep within his soul, at a height equal to that of the dark hell and the god-slaying heavenly fire, a pale green supreme talent was imprinted upon him.
Lu Chen instantly understood the effect of this beast master talent. The source of life
symbolized the supreme law of life.
Just a trace of the source of life could completely heal all injuries.
Not only that, if he contracted plant-based life, he could cultivate it into a god of life, mastering the supreme law of life. Under the source of life, no disease or pain would exist, and even death would be eliminated.
Lu Chen glanced at Duan Shangwa.
He could clearly perceive that the other's body was filled with cracks, a projection manifestation of the beast master space. Lu Chen even had a feeling that if he released a trace of the source of life, Duan Shangwa's nearly shattered beast master space, all the injuries accumulated over 100 years, would be healed in an instant. Ultimately, Lu Chen did not do so, merely watching calmly. After selling the seed of the flourishing tree, Duan Shangwa's injuries were destined to heal. There was no need for him to take unnecessary actions.
In silence, Lu Chen awakened the Sss-Level beast master talent source of life, while Duan Shangwa only sensed that Lu Chen's aura seemed softer, filled with youthful vitality. He could not even begin to associate it with the existence of the source of life.
Duan Shangwa made a phone call, and soon an assistant from the business vehicle outside walked up to him, continuously recording something before quickly driving away. I just had my assistant go purchase resources, Duan Shangwa explained.
I plan to directly evolve this seed into the Jinkong giant tree and then contract with it.
He looked at the seed in the container, his murky eyes becoming much clearer, filled with anticipation.
Duan Shangwa did not expect that he would contract and awaken the engraving talent of a pet beast cub just like his grandson,
but he was utterly convinced that this day would be the moment he changed his fate.
The existence of the Jinkong giant tree would be completely engraved into his beast master space, even into his soul.
Before long, the assistant returned with a spatial container, quickly walking into the pet beast shop and then slightly bowing as he left.
So fast?
Lu Chen was somewhat surprised.
Duan Shangwa seemed to see Lu Chen's confusion and smiled.
I directly requisitioned resources from the first business in Magic City, which is why it was so quick. As for how much funding is needed, I will supplement it later.
Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Duan Shangwa seemed to have a certain share in the first business in Magic City. He immediately felt a pang of jealousy. That is the #1 trading company in the Magic City. Its market value, hundreds of billions. Even 1% of the shares exceeds tens of billions.
The most important thing is that after owning a certain percentage of shares, what follows is a change in status. He quickly calmed down, watching Duan Shangwa meticulously nurture the seeds of the flourishing tree, generously providing his beast mastery source power, as if caring for a child, filled with a benevolent expression. With the investment of numerous resources, the flourishing tree soon began to take root and sprout, but not in the soil. Instead, it rooted itself in space. At this moment, the flourishing tree had actually evolved. Floating tree. Its potential was extraordinary. Tier 10. The floating tree species possesses both space and plant attributes, naturally rooting itself in the void.
Duan Shanghua looked at the floating tree, unable to suppress his admiration. Space-type beasts are extremely rare. Even the lowest-tier space-type beasts can only be born in the cracks between worlds or even in outer space. Any beast master would yearn to contract a space-type beast. The reason is simple. The mastery of beasts in space itself is equivalent to the innate talent of the beast master, and it is also the innate talent of the space attribute. Any beast master who raises a space-type beast will not encounter any stagnation. However, space-type beasts are too scarce, and even a beast master who has truly awakened their space talent may face a lifetime of not being able to contract a suitable beast. Our Xia Kingdom's research on space is still too shallow, Duan Shanghua secretly lamented, glancing at Lu Chun, who remained calm, as if evolving a space-type beast was nothing remarkable. This mindset made Duan Shanghua feel mysterious and unfathomable, and he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Indeed, Duan Shanghua thought to himself, this evolutionary route for space must have been personally researched by the shopkeeper. How could the second evolutionary form, with the potential of extraordinary tier 10, cause any emotional fluctuations in the shopkeeper? Perhaps he has long been accustomed to it? He did not stop, feeling the thoughts emanating from the floating tree, with a benevolent smile, continuously investing resources. These resources were precious space-type resources, yet Duan Shanghua showed no signs of reluctance, as if they were free, allowing the floating tree to absorb them. Soon, the floating tree evolved into the boundless tree, possessing the potential of star-level tier 10. Duan Shanghua still did not pause, breaking sky giant tree, until it evolved into the sky giant tree. Even though it was still a seedling, it had already reached several meters in height. Duan Shanghua looked at the remaining platinum-level space resources in the spatial container, and even a few diamond-level resources. Without any hesitation, he fed them all to the seedling of the sky giant tree. Boom! The space trembled. The sky giant tree swayed continuously, its life form undergoing an enormous transformation. After an unknown amount of time, the trembling space gradually calmed, as if it had been suppressed, and even the air became heavy. The emerald green branches and leaves stretched out freely. If one looked closely, the tips of the branches and leaves seemed to vanish. However, Lu Chen knew that the branches and leaves had penetrated into the void, entering the invisible spatial cracks, frantically drawing in spatial power. This exhilarating evolution ultimately came to an end. In the beast shop, the branches and twigs that stretched out freely were no longer the low-level flourishing tree, nor the floating tree, but the suppressing sky giant tree. Its potential was king tier 10. Its strength had directly reached star level tier 6. Lu Chen even felt that as long as the suppressing sky giant tree completely refined the residual spatial power within, reaching sun level tier 10 would definitely be no problem, and it could even directly reach king level tier 1. The numerous space-type resources used by Duan Shanghua were truly of immense value. Contract. Duan Shanghua knew he couldn't delay. The newly transformed Jinkong giant tree was undoubtedly the best opportunity to forge a contract. If it were allowed to take root completely, moving it into the beast master space would require a great deal of effort. The Jinkong giant tree was very close to Duan Shanghua. From the moment it sprouted, it had been in his company, consuming a large amount of precious resources, and its life form had undergone infinite leaps. As soon as Duan Shanghua's spiritual power touched it, the Jinkong giant tree accepted him, and the beast master contract was instantly established, with the tree being drawn into the beast master space. Feeling the Jinkong giant tree gradually take root, the entire beast master space began to stabilize. Even though it was still in ruins, with the presence of the Jinkong giant tree, it would eventually be completely sorted out and restored to its most prosperous state. A hint of color appeared on Duan Shanghua's aged face. Although he still bore the appearance of an elderly man, he radiated an incredibly vigorous vitality from within. Duan Shanghua could already foresee that it would no longer be a dull hue, but an infinitely bright future. He looked at Lu Chen, gratitude evident in his eyes. At that moment, Duan Shanghua finally remembered his purpose for coming, his aged face taking on an extremely serious expression. Manager Lu, are you interested in coming to the Magic City Beast Master University? You want me to go to the Magic City Beast Master University? Lu Chen was taken aback. He still clearly remembered his unrealistic fantasies 2 months ago when he wanted to apply to the Magic City Beast Master University. Considering that he hadn't even awakened his Beast Master talent, he ultimately gave up and only applied to 2 third-rate Beast Master universities. When the college entrance examination results came out,
he didn't get into either of those third-rate universities, only a liberal arts college, recognizing Lu Chen's excellent liberal arts scores, sent him an admission invitation.
How long had it been since then? The president of the Magic City Beast Master University personally invited him to enroll?
If this had happened 2 months ago, it wouldn't even have appeared in his dreams.
Is President Duan inviting me to enroll?
Lu Chen thought for a moment and decisively said, "The Magic City Beast Master University is great, but I'm sorry, I decline." The mythical pet shop had already gotten on track, and he himself was a star-level Beast Master. Now, becoming a student at the Magic City Beast Master University clearly conflicted with Lu Chen's career plans. As long as he followed the proper steps, he was destined to become a Holy Spirit-level Beast Master, with the confidence to establish the 7th great nation.
What could the Magic City University, even as one of the 3 major Beast Master universities in Xia country, teach him? Even if President Duan personally invited him, Lu Chen would still firmly refuse, with no other possibilities. Enroll? President Duan was somewhat confused and quickly said, "Manager Lu, you misunderstood." "Ha? What did I misunderstand?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. "Aren't you inviting me to enroll in the Magic City University?"
"I admit, the Magic City Beast Master University is excellent, being the top Beast Master University that has produced countless powerful Beast Masters for Xia country. But unfortunately, the Magic City Beast Master University is not suitable for me."
President Duan was even more bewildered. He couldn't quite grasp Lu Chen's thoughts. Why would he invite Lu Chen to be a student?
Given the extraordinary abilities Lu Chen had displayed, it meant he must be a top-tier cultivator.
Inviting a top-tier cultivator to be a student at the university? That was simply an insult.
With President Duan's experience, he would never do such a thing. However, he was unaware that failing the college entrance examination was a regret for Lu Chen, and under the influence of preconceived notions, he naturally thought this way.
President Duan did not delve deeper and said seriously, "Manager Lu,
I am not inviting you to enroll as a student. I am willing to offer you a position as a full professor, but the professor title still needs to be reviewed, which will take some time."
"You can start as a mentor, how about that?" "Full professor?" Lu Chen was immediately taken aback.
The faculty titles at the Beast Master University of Magic City are divided into 4 levels: intern mentor, formal mentor, associate professor, and full professor.
An intern mentor must be at least a Manhwa level Beast Master to hold the position. A formal mentor can be a few Manhwa level individuals, such as Lu Luochan.
Normally, only day-level Beast Masters can become formal mentors.
As for the associate professor title, one must be at least a day level 10 to qualify for the assessment.
Above associate professor is the full professor, representing the pinnacle of educational titles, which requires a monarch-level Beast Master to participate in the assessment, and even then, passing is not guaranteed. Principal Duan promised the title of full professor not because he valued Lu Chen's level as a Beast Master, but rather,
he valued Lu Chen's extraordinary methods of nurturing beasts.
In the current age, where the profession of nurturing masters is nearly lost, having a top-tier nurturing master hold the title of full professor is more than sufficient. Of course, the title of full professor involves too much. Even though Duan Shangwa is the president of the Magic City University, he still needs to follow procedures and suppress various voices to get it approved. With Duan Shangwa's prestige and power, he could easily make a decision, but it requires some time. Thus, he promised a formal mentor position, hoping to use it as a stepping stone for Lu Chen to attain the full professor title without it seeming too abrupt.
Duan Shangwa sincerely said, "The title of formal mentor is only temporary.
The full professor title will be approved soon. This promise will never change. I hope the store manager will consider it seriously." He had never regarded Lu Chen as a junior. Given Lu Chen's demonstrated nurturing methods, combined with his unusual composure and the obviously powerful world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame imperial bird as his 2 beasts,
Duan Shangwa had already contemplated several possibilities. Whether it was a strong person being reborn, an ancient one awakening, or an outer god descending, he would only choose to win them over. Not to mention, Lu Chen had a debt of gratitude to Duan Shangwa himself, as well as to his 2 grandsons and his disciple Lu Luochan. If it weren't for the full professor title, even Duan Shangwa could have promised the position of vice president. "If Manager Lu doesn't agree, I can discuss with old Su and old Mo about possibly allocating a vice president position, or
I could step down directly, which would also free up a position."
Duan Shangwa pondered deeply.
He looked sincere and quietly awaited Lu Chen's response.
To hold a mentor position at the Magic City Beast Master University, and then directly rise to the full professor position? Lu Chen fell into deep thought.
He was naturally tempted but also aware of the risks involved.
Then he thought, what risk? If he could become a mentor at the Magic City Beast Master University, or even a full professor, would he still worry about the sales of his beast cubs? Rather than passively waiting for customers to come, it would be better to take the initiative, personally select customers, and grant them opportunities. I agree. Lu Chen nodded and said, however, I can only accept the title nominally. Teaching and lecturing cannot conflict with my beast shop's business. No problem. Duan Shanghua breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, the position of formal mentor is only temporary. The treatment I offer you is directly on par with that of a full professor. You will have great autonomy. Once the full professor title is officially granted, you can even apply for research funding from the Summer Kingdom. Listening to Duan Shanghua's explanation, Lu Chen truly realized the generous treatment being offered. Just the research funding alone meant he could apply at any time, worth hundreds of millions, even billions. This enormous research funding could be directly used to nurture his own beasts. As long as the beast's strength increased, the funding would not be wasted. Not to mention the salary, plus performance bonuses and dividends. Magic City Beast Master University would pay Lu Chen tens of millions every month. In addition, the treasure vault of the Beast Master University in Magic City, the library filled with countless skill manuals, and the unique secret realms, are all open to Lu Chen. In contrast, the few teaching indicators hardly matter. It wasn't until Duan Shanghua left that Lu Chen came to his senses. My identity seems to have changed? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, but then a wave of joy surged within him, thinking, I failed the college entrance exam, didn't get into university, yet I become a mentor at one of the 3 top universities? Fate is truly elusive. After pondering for a long time, Lu Chen understood that it was his demonstrated nurturing ability that had caught Duan Shanghua's attention, leading him to go against the consensus and grant Lu Chen the highest level of treatment. Correspondingly, the responsibilities Lu Chen needed to bear were minimal. At the Beast Master University in Magic City, in a garden, against the backdrop of a serene scene with a small bridge and flowing water, Lu Luochan, dressed in a light yellow dress that accentuated her alluring figure, was breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Luochan informed the butler that she was there to visit Principal Duan. The butler told her that Principal Duan had not yet returned and that she could wait in the garden for a while. Lu Luochan said nothing and sat down in the pavilion, gazing at the gently flowing green water, lost in thought. The teacher must have gone to meet the store manager, she mused quietly. I wonder how it will go? Although she knew that Duan Shanghua would handle things flawlessly, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. When she lifted her head, she saw a shimmering light in the open space of the garden, emanating an incredibly profound aura. That is, the light of evolution. Lu Luochan's eyes narrowed. In the open space of the garden, beside Duan Dongwen and Duan Zai, each was accompanied by an ant creature. Lu Luochan approached and noticed that the ant creature next to Duan Dongwen had a more queen ant demeanor, even sporting what seemed to be a nest made of earth, with its head poking out from the entrance. The ant creature beside Duan Zai was equally peculiar, displaying a humanoid form, as if clad in fierce battle armor, wielding dual swords, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Lu Luochan's arrival naturally caught the attention of Duan Dongwen and Duan Zai. Sister Lu, Duan Dongwen's eyes lit up. What brings you here? I'm here to find your grandfather. Lu Luochan smiled slightly. She had become Duan Shanghua's disciple 8 years ago, back when Duan Dongwen and Duan Zai were just 10-year-old kids. She had watched them grow up. She chuckled. What are you two up to? I just saw the light of evolution. Are these 2 ant creatures your latest evolutions? Yes. Duan Zai grinned. Sister Lu, come and see. I finally evolved the little ant into a sword-cutting ant. Sword-cutting ant? Lu Luochan was a bit puzzled. Is this an evolutionary form you discovered? I've never heard of an ant species called sword-cutting ant. It's not something I discovered. Duan Zai shook his head. This is the evolution route planned by the store manager. This is the 3rd form of the little ant. Sister Lu, let me tell you, when we first contracted the little ant, it was only as big as a grain of sand. I was really afraid I would accidentally crush it. Thankfully, it has successfully evolved now. Store manager? Lu Luochan's eyes widened. She suddenly realized that she had developed a great interest in the ant creatures contracted by Duan Zai and Duan Dongwen, especially when she heard that the initial form of this sword-cutting ant was a little ant the size of a grain of sand. She couldn't help but be astonished. A grain of sand. Isn't that just an ordinary ant? Can that even be contracted? Duan Dongwen pushed his brother aside and quickly said, Sister Lu, you should look at mine first. This is the queen ant, a beast of the violent soldier type, a unique existence across the entire blue star. Queen ant? Violent beast stream? Lu Luochan was even more confused. She naturally knew about the violent beast stream, but wasn't the pet beast of the violent beast stream supposed to have at least a sun-level potential? Such a pet beast was not something a novice at the awakening level could contract. Ant queen, potential level is star level tier 10.
It can breed 3 types of ant troops: giant crocodile ant, hunting ant, and flying ant.
These 3 types correspond to melee, ranged, and aerial combat.
Duan Dongwen noticed Lu Luochan's expression and became even more smug, saying, among them, the giant crocodile ant is the previous form of the sword-cutting ant. Sister Lu, don't be fooled by how good the sword-cutting ant seems. As long as my ant queen evolves again, it can breed sword-cutting ants. Saying this, Duan Dongwen provocatively looked at Duan Shiwu and said, my foolish brother, the sword-cutting ant you worked so hard to cultivate, my ant queen will soon be able to breed thousands of them.
Shut up, you don't know anything.
My sword-cutting ant is not an ordinary bloodline, it is the king of sword-cutting ants. Duan Shiwu's face turned red as he said, among sword-cutting ants, your breeding of the violent beast's sword-cutting ant troop would probably require hundreds to threaten my sword-cutting ant.
Moreover, you can't even breed sword-cutting ants right now. Look, you're getting anxious again.
Duan Dongwen smiled smugly and said, I know you're not convinced, but you should know that the violent beast stream is the strongest beast-taming faction. No matter how you struggle, it's useless.
Sister Lu, you come and judge.
Duan Shiwu looked at Lu Luochan and said, my sword-cutting ant is not bad either. It also has star-level tier 10 potential and has comprehended several golden-level output skills.
Ordinary sword-cutting ants probably only comprehend silver-level skills. Isn't that the king of sword-cutting ants? Is the ant queen really that impressive?
My sword-cutting ant will eventually take it down. Lu Luochan listened to the 2 brothers arguing, her head buzzing, but she also gained a lot of useful information.
She slowly said, did you contract the ant queen and sword-cutting ant from the mythical pet shop?
Yes,
the 2 brothers replied in unison. Sister Lu, how do you know about the mythical pet shop?
Duan Shiwu asked, puzzled, suddenly thinking of a possibility. Could it be that you also bought a pet cub from the mythical pet shop?
That's right.
Lu Luochan smiled slightly. She wanted to say that it was their grandfather who sent them to the mythical pet shop, which originated from her. Looking at the 2 brothers, Lu Luochan knew that since they had contracted their initial pet beasts from the mythical pet shop, their future was indeed limitless. Moreover, with Duan Shangguai as their grandfather, at least in recent years, they would definitely grow steadily, and perhaps in a short time, one of them could become a star-level beast tamer. A few years later, they might even reach the moon level.
A few years?
Lu Luochan felt a pang in her heart. She knew very well that Duan Shangguai's time was running out. He wouldn't live for many more years. By then, her immensely respected teacher would also leave her.
Sister Lu, what pet beast did you contract? Quickly release it so we can see.
Duan Dongwen's excited voice came from beside her. Lu Luochan collected her thoughts and smiled. Okay.
Boom!
The Crimson Thunder Dragon appeared. Looking at the majestic and serpentine Crimson Thunder Dragon, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu's eyes widened. Compared to the still-growing Ant Queen and sword-cutting ant, the Crimson Thunder Dragon absolutely crushed them in both strength and potential.
Duan Dongwen couldn't help but say, this is a king, right? He had seen a lot and could clearly sense the regal aura emanating from the Crimson Thunder Dragon.
This meant that the Crimson Thunder Dragon had king-level potential.
Is this a top-tier dragon species? Duan Shiwu exclaimed excitedly, Sister Lu, you can finally contract a real dragon species.
This is not a dragon species. Lu Luochan chuckled softly, this is
a top-tier Jiaolong breed.
As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 brothers were left speechless in shock. They both knew that the Jiaolong breed, and even the true dragon breed, had long since left Blue Star, heading into the depths of the boundless starry sky.
When they realized that this Red Thunder Jiaolong was clearly purchased from the mythical pet shop, their doubts vanished completely.
With the shopkeeper's abilities, even an incredibly weak little ant could be nurtured into a powerful violent pet ant queen or the extremely sharp sword-cutting ant. The evolution routes were incredibly well developed, and there was even a 10th-tier evolution form. Given the shopkeeper's capabilities, it wouldn't be surprising if he cultivated a Jiaolong breed, right?
Forget it. Duan Shiwu shrugged and said, it's pointless to compare with you, you're too weak.
If we're going to compare, it should be with the Red Thunder Jiaolong. Your ant queen is still far behind. Duan Dongwen wore a proud expression and said, you better break through to the extraordinary level before me, or else when I evolve the ant queen again, I can give birth to the sword-cutting ant.
At that time, someone will definitely be embarrassed, but I won't say who. Damn, you're ruthless.
Duan Shiwu couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, you absolutely cannot break through to the extraordinary level faster than me.
That's hard to say.
Duan Dongwen looked at the ant queen, a gentle glint passing through his eyes, and instantly summoned his innate origin, directly pouring it into the ant queen.
What are you doing? Duan Shiwu exclaimed. Can't you tell? Duan Dongwen smiled and said, I'm going to completely fuse my innate origin with the ant queen.
This way, the ant queen and I will share glory in misfortune, achieving the highest compatibility. From now on, whether it's me or the Ant Queen, our growth speed will be greatly enhanced.
Is it really necessary for you to go this far just to beat me? Duan Shiwu's expression was complex as he said, if you completely fuse your innate origin, you won't be able to contract other pets in the future. If the Ant Queen falls, you will no longer be a beast master.
Duan Shiwu could naturally see Duan Dongwen's actions. After all, this kind of fusion of innate origin had a more representative example.
Dragon Tamers.
The giant dragon breed, backed by the dragon realm, has an equal relationship with beast masters, and the condition for establishing a beast contract is to fuse innate origins.
Therefore, dragon tamers can only contract one giant dragon breed. Unless one possesses two types of beast taming talents, they can contract two giant dragons.
The disadvantages of fusing innate origins are obvious, but the benefits are not small. Both the pet and the beast master will experience a significant increase in growth speed, and the compatibility will reach its limit. The physical quality, mental strength, and so on, returned by the contracted pet will be higher than that of ordinary beast masters. In Duan Shiwu's view, as the legitimate grandson of the Duan family, Duan Dongwen would naturally not lack resources, and even if he took the most resource-consuming violent path, he shouldn't have to go this far.
I'm different from my grandfather. Duan Dongwen's expression suddenly became resolute as he said, if one day the Ant Queen dies in battle, what does it matter if I no longer become a beast master? As soon as he finished speaking, even Lu Luochan couldn't help but be moved.
She truly did not expect that this usually somewhat dull boy would have such profound awareness. Good. Not far away, Duan Shangguo walked over quickly, laughing heartily, as expected of my grandson. Lu Luochan hurriedly approached, worried, teacher, please walk slowly.
Your health. What's wrong with my health?
Duan Shangguo stretched his body and laughed. Thanks to Manager Lu, I'm feeling better than ever. Only when his close ones were by his side did Duan Shangguo, who had regained control of his fate, reveal his joy. Lu Luochan looked at the seemingly healthy old man, but suddenly froze, tears shimmering in her bright eyes. At that moment, Lu Luochan's heart was filled with boundless joy.
Teacher, finally, you are all right.
Duan Shangguo looked at the tearful Lu Luochan, overwhelmed with joy, and couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. After leaving the Yulong family, the Lu family, Lu Luochan severed all ties, and Duan Shangguo was her only relative.
Duan Shangguo's health had always been a thorn in Lu Luochan's heart.
The fear of losing a loved one tormented her constantly, until now. That worry and fear finally dissipated completely from Lu Luochan's mind.
You don't doubt it at all? For example, I might be deceiving you?
Duan Shangguo looked at Lu Luochan, his aged face revealing a rare softness.
I won't.
Lu Luochan wiped her tears and chuckled lightly. Since you said it was the store manager who helped you, it can't be fake. The teacher's injuries are so severe that they almost cost him 300 years of life. I fear only the store manager has a way to resolve it.
Duan Shangguo, intrigued, asked, then take a guess. How did the store manager solve it?
Lu Luochan pondered.
Did the store manager sell a high-level resource that just happens to be able to repair the beast space?
The beast space was nearly shattered. If there were extremely high-level spatial resources, there was still hope for repair. However, to restore a king-level beast space, at least purple crystal-level spatial resources were needed, especially since Duan Shangguo's injuries were more severe, requiring at least several purple crystal-level resources, or even red star-level. Even in the Xia kingdom, it would be impossible to procure such precious resources for a king-level beast master.
Even a single purple crystal-level resource would exhaust all of Duan Shangguo's current merits. Duan Shangguo chose not to exchange them, using his merits instead to protect his family. Although Lu Luochan was quite intelligent, she couldn't guess the answer. Wrong. Duan Shangguo laughed heartily. The store manager had me contract a tree. As he spoke, an immensely large beast space suddenly appeared in the sky.
It seemed to block out the sun, and this was just a shrunken form, merely a part of the beast space.
Lu Luochan, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shiwu all clearly saw a giant green tree taking root within the beast space, visibly growing at an astonishing speed. This is the Towning Giant Tree, which will completely suppress my shattered beast space.
Given time, my beast space will truly return to its peak state, Duan Shangguo said softly. So, you don't need to worry about me anymore. A king-level beast master's lifespan is a full 500 years. I still have 300 years left.
Thanks to the store manager.
Lu Luochan came back to her senses, revealing a heartfelt smile. She suddenly thought of that young and handsome figure, a blush unconsciously creeping onto her beautiful face, her feelings very complex.
There was gratitude, excitement, reassurance, and a sense of relief.
Duan Shangguo, however, noticed a hint of other emotions and said softly, by the way, I invited manager Lu to come to Magic City University as a mentor, and he agreed.
From now on, you two will be colleagues. He didn't mention inviting Lu Chen to be a full professor.
It was a significant matter, and if it got out, it could easily affect future operations.
Really? Lu Luochan's eyes lit up.
Her first thought was to remind Lu Chen to bring her clothes when he started working. Lu Luochan felt too embarrassed to go back to the mythical pet store just to retrieve the clothes she had changed out of.
The store manager is going to be a mentor?
Duan Dongguan exclaimed in delight. Then I want to be the store manager's student. Me too, I must attend the classes.
Duan Shiwu immediately chimed in.
At this moment, no one cared that Lu Chen's real age was only 18. No one thought it was inappropriate for Lu Chen, a failed college entrance exam candidate, to serve as a mentor at one of the 3 major Beast Master academies, Magic City Beast Master University.
In the mythical pet store, Lu Chen was meditating.
The so-called meditation is actually a technique for beast masters to enhance their mental strength and expand their beast space. It wasn't until he became a star-level 10th tier beast master and contracted a star-level 3rd tier world-destroying demon dragon and a star-level 2nd tier purple flame emperor bird that Lu Chen suddenly realized he had never meditated since becoming a beast master. On a whim, he decided to try meditating for the first time. The most basic meditation method is to visualize one's own beast talent, which not only improves the compatibility between the talent's origin and oneself but also serves as a cultivation method to enhance one's talent's power.
In the meditation scene, Lu Chen found himself in an endless void, with the dark hell divided into the demon prison and the dark prison beneath his feet, and before him was a divine fire that seemed capable of burning stars, while a strand of endless emerald green at his brow radiated the essence of life at its most extreme. During the meditation, Lu Chen's understanding of his own talent deepened significantly. 3 SSS-level beast talents. Lu Chen took a deep breath and thought, normally, one only needs to awaken one talent to become a beast master. But what about me? I awakened 3 SSS-level beast talents, each representing a different attribute. The dark hell could be considered the ultimate darkness.
The divine fire was the strongest flame.
The essence of life?
It represented the laws of life.
Right now, my use of beast talent is merely to draw upon the origin power to nurture my pets, allowing the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird to grow faster, which is undoubtedly a great waste of my SSS-level talent.
Lu Chen pondered, perhaps I can take a cue from dragon masters. Directly fuse my beast talent with the corresponding pets. For example, let the world-destroying demon dragon completely merge with the dark hell, making it the king of the dark hell. Or, let the purple flame emperor bird fuse with the divine fire, allowing it to gradually master the power of godslaying.
Numerous thoughts collided in his mind. Lu Chen's eyes gradually brightened.
Given the system's nature, he would likely awaken other SSS-level beast talents in the future, so he need not worry about lacking available contract slots. Naturally, Lu Chen wanted to maximize the effects of his beast talents. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would only be able to contract 3 supreme pets for life. Even if he couldn't contract other pets, with the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, and the soon-to-be contracted 3rd pet, Lu Chen was destined to be invincible in this world.
The 3rd pet. Lu Chen contemplated. That's right, he was preparing to contract a 3rd pet.
Breaking through to star level naturally opened up a 3rd beast slot.
Lu Chen had also awakened a 3rd SSS-level beast talent, the essence of life.
Whether it was a plant type or a life type, both were within Lu Chen's contracting range and could perfectly match the SSS-level talent essence of life.
I now have 1200 points,
and the pets I can exchange for will likely be even better than the current world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird.
Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Roar! Caw!
In the beast space, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird sensed Lu Chen's thoughts and immediately protested. The world-destroying demon dragon was genuinely anxious, not minding Lu Chen contracting a 3rd pet, but it absolutely could not be stronger than it. The world-destroying demon dragon had worked hard to become strong, possessing power on par with the purple flame emperor bird. If Lu Chen contracted an even stronger pet, wouldn't it fall to 2nd place, or even 3rd?
Just the thought made the world-destroying demon dragon feel powerless.
The purple flame emperor bird, however, found it amusing and joined in the mischief with the world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and reassured them, if all goes well, I should contract a plant-type pet, taking root in the beast space. With a plant-type pet stabilizing the beast space, my breakthrough speed will increase significantly, and you won't have to worry about being stuck at your level.
Isn't that a good thing? Roar roar!
The world-destroying demon dragon contemplated the scene described by Lu Chen, and suddenly its eyes lit up. It had been stuck at its current level for a long time.
If Lu Chen could consistently break through at a speed that kept him ahead of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, Wouldn't they no longer face any bottlenecks and could grow stronger without limits? Even if they reached the limits of their potential, Lu Chen would surely help them enhance their potential, even evolve into stronger life forms. Caw, the purple flame emperor bird, however, showed little interest. It didn't care about being stuck or not. After all, as long as it kept absorbing the god-slaying heavenly fire, the purple flame emperor bird could grow stronger. In terms of competitiveness, the purple flame emperor bird wasn't that strong either. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said earnestly, plant-type pets can cultivate and grow various resources, like spiritual fruits and spiritual plants. In the future, if we open up dozens or hundreds of acres of resource points in the Beast Master space and plant many precious plant resources, we won't have to worry about food. Caw, roar, the purple flame emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon exchanged glances, completely captivated. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. After contracting the purple flame emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon, aside from the world-destroying demon dragon consuming the blood and flesh of the gale dragon, he had mostly been directly absorbing the god-slaying heavenly fire and the power of the dark hell. As for Lu Chen, the beast master, he was too lazy to cook and ate takeout every day. If he could cultivate a large number of precious spiritual plant resources, with delicious spiritual fruits to eat every day, not to mention the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, even Lu Chen would be very much looking forward to it. Consensus reached. Lu Chen was very excited and said, in that case, let's start choosing the most suitable plant-type pet. Lu Chen was undoubtedly very eager for the contract with a plant-type pet. Plant-type beasts, aside from a few vine-type life forms, generally had the characteristic of being immovable. It wasn't that they couldn't move at all, but every time they shifted position, it would cause irreparable damage. Despite this negative trait, plant-type pets were still sought after by many powerful beast masters. The reason was simple: as long as one contracted a plant-type beast, such as the sky-settling giant tree or the primordial spirit giant tree, and rooted it in the Beast Master space, it could easily suppress and organize the Beast Master space. The growth rate of the Beast Master would be greatly enhanced. The difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks would also be significantly reduced. It was said that many powerful Beast Masters who reached the Overlord level, even without awakening life-type beast talents, would contract a plant-type beast to better break through to the Overlord level. Lu Chen wanted to contract a plant-type beast, and naturally, part of it was to consider breaking through bottlenecks. Although he didn't lack the Sky Crystal, breaking through to a higher level seemed like just a one-tier increase, yet it was a full tenfold difference. Even Lu Chen would get stuck for a long time every time he broke through. From the extraordinary 10th tier to the starry level, he was stuck for about 5 days. Lu Chen estimated that to break through to the moon level, he would be stuck for at least half a month. If he were to break through to the sun level, it would take more than a month. This speed was simply too slow. Lu Chen was very dissatisfied. Just right, the third Sss-Level beast talent he awakened was the source of life, which was most suitable for contracting life-type and plant-type beasts. So, contracting a powerful plant-type beast was a natural progression. Moreover, a beast master space suppressed by a plant-type beast would be more stable and powerful compared to others of the same level. Once he broke through to the king level, he could externalize the beast master space, and with the plant-type beast stationed within, he could easily crush any beast master space that wasn't suppressed by a plant-type beast. Lu Chen immediately opened the system mall and began to carefully filter through his options. He now has 1,200 points, and when it comes to contracting contract beasts, he naturally won't be stingy at all. He directly uses 1,200 points as the standard and ultimately selects several powerful plant-type beasts. Spirit Mother Tree, 1,200 points. Starry Holy Tree, 1,200 points. War Giant Tree, 1,200 points. Life Ancient Tree, 1,200 points. Looking at the system introduction, Lu Chen was extremely excited. Each plant-type beast he selected was incredibly powerful. If it weren't for the lack of contract slots and insufficient points, he would even want to contract them all. The Spirit Mother Tree, when mature, is a holy spirit of the 3rd rank and is the ancestral tree of the elf race. As long as the Spirit Mother Tree is willing, by consuming certain resources, it can even create an entire elf clan. Lu Chen couldn't help but be shocked. There were also elf races on Blue Star. The ancient elf kingdom established by the elf race was one of the powerful nations comparable to the Xia kingdom hundreds of years ago. After the War of Demon Invasion, the ancient elf kingdom gradually fell silent. It is rumored that all the elves in the ancient elf kingdom were created by a primordial divine tree. To this day, the figure of the primordial divine tree has long since disappeared. It is unknown whether it left Blue Star or fell. Perhaps, the primordial divine tree that created the ancient elf kingdom on Blue Star is actually a spirit mother tree? Lu Chen couldn't help but think. If this guess is true, it would indeed be a groundbreaking archaeological discovery. If I contract the spirit mother tree and cultivate it in the future, wouldn't I be able to smoothly take over the ancient elf kingdom and turn it into my own vassal state? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He felt that there was great potential. He set aside the idea of contracting the spirit mother tree and then looked at the other plant-type beasts he had filtered. The starry holy tree, when mature, is also a holy spirit of the third rank, rooted on a planet, and can even help a planet gradually recover its spiritual energy, even gathering a large number of meteors, spatial fragments, etc., allowing the status of this planet to gradually rise. Lu Chen was immediately shocked and said, "This starry holy tree has attributes of both space and plant types, and in terms of status, it is even higher than the void ancient tree." Unfortunately, the best living environment for the starry holy tree is not any realm, nor is it the beast space, but a planet. Although it was extremely regrettable, he could only exclude the starry holy tree. Since there were choices, he naturally wanted to choose the most suitable one. However, Lu Chen unconsciously had a thought, secretly saying, "Perhaps I can exchange for another plant-type beast that has awakened the engraving talent, inscribe the evolution route of the starry holy tree on it, and plant it on Blue Star." With the starry holy tree taking root, the future Blue Star might even achieve a world upgrade. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. He reined in his thoughts and filtered again. The war giant tree is one of the very few plant-type beasts suitable for the mass troop strategy. Although the spirit mother tree can create an elf race, it only uses the elf race to manage territory. In contrast, the war giant tree can create a large number of war demon trees and plant war beasts, feeding on the chaos of war. Lu Chen took a careful look. Although he felt that the war giant tree was also an excellent plant-type beast, he ultimately felt a sense of disharmony. The growth method of the war giant tree had a very low compatibility with Lu Chen's cultivation philosophy and the SSS beast talent source of life. Despite the strength of the mass troop strategy, Lu Chen did not hesitate at all and directly gave up. Immediately after, Lu Chen looked at the last one, the life ancient tree. Just by looking at the name, Lu Chen knew that this plant-type beast had the highest compatibility with the SSS-level talent source of life. Whether to contract it, however, would need to be checked further to truly know. The life ancient tree is a life form born after the manifestation of the laws of life. The natural law of life is perfectly aligned, mastering the ultimate application of life. Where the ancient tree of life resides, it will be far from death, and everything will be vibrant with life. The ancient tree of life can take root anywhere, primarily managing its own realm of life, and possesses the ability to nurture life and form contracts with its kin. Lu Chen kept watching, the desire in his eyes growing deeper. Indeed, the mother tree of the elves is exceptional. After forming a contract with the mother tree, one could even control the ancient elven kingdom in the future. However, the ancestral divine tree that created the elven race back then is ultimately not the same as the mother tree exchanged through the system. The ancient elven kingdom has long since declined. Today, the ancient elven kingdom faces suppression from various nations and is surrounded by external enemies. The demon realm is always eager to descend upon Blue Star again, turning the entire elven race into dark elves. Even if the ancient elven kingdom were still thriving, as long as I form a contract with the mother tree, I could control the ancient elven kingdom. I would still choose to contract the ancient tree of life. Lu Chen's expression was serious, thinking, the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird. As long as I grow strong enough, I can easily establish the seventh kingdom. Why inherit? The ancient tree of life is a divine life born from the laws of life, perfectly compatible with my SSS-level beast mastery talent source of life. He could list many reasons not to contract the mother tree of the elves, yet he could not find a single reason to give up contracting the ancient tree of life. Lu Chen immediately made his decision. Ancient tree of life, exchanged. You have exchanged the pet beast cub ancient tree of life, deducting 1200 points, remaining points 0. The system prompt came. Lu Chen looked at the pet space, where the ancient tree of life seed, exuding strands of the purest life aura, was so vividly green that his breathing involuntarily quickened. Ancient tree of life attributes, life system, plant system level, awakening first stage potential, Holy Spirit third stage talents. 1. Divinity, a divine life born from the laws of life, inherently has a high compatibility with the laws of life, can absorb life force, and grow and evolve infinitely. 2. Nurturing, the ancient tree of life has the authority to nurture life. By extracting a wisp of life aura and consuming certain resources, it can nurture any life with potential level not exceeding that of the ancient tree of life. 3. Kinship, any life nurtured will become a kin of the ancient tree of life, viewing it as the ancestral god, offering absolute loyalty and fervent faith. Skills. 1. Plant growth, Crimson Star level skill, any plant catalyzed by the life aura of the ancient tree of life will grow in the healthiest manner. 2. Life domain, Crimson Star level skill,
constructs a domain filled with life aura. All injuries within the domain will be healed, and all negative states will be removed. 3. Law's Edict, Crimson Star level skill, by comprehending and invoking the laws of life, transforms into a decree. With the law's decree, overall strength will receive explosive enhancement. 4. Ancient Tree Projection, Crimson Star level skill, the ancient tree of life can project itself in any form beyond its territory. Depending on the distance of projection, the projected form can possess strength comparable to the main body. 5. Star Cutting Grass, Crimson Star level skill, can cultivate the companion plant Star Cutting Grass. A single blade can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Status, healthy, uncontracted. This is too strong. Lu Chen looked at the attributes of the ancient tree of life, his breathing becoming incredibly heavy. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming shock. The introduction in the system shop was ultimately quite brief. Only after truly exchanging for the ancient tree of life did numerous attributes appear before his eyes. Lu Chen deeply realized that the ancient tree of life is not merely a pure divine life. For him, the ancient tree of life is an extremely pure auxiliary beast. Theoretically, the ancient tree of life itself does not possess strong combat power. However, the ancient tree of life seems to have nearly mastered the laws of life, not only able to absorb life energy for infinite growth and evolution but also capable of nurturing any form of life. Any life that is nurtured will become a dependent of the ancient tree of life, offering absolute loyalty, even faith. In the Beast Master world, the power of faith is an extremely precious resource. Even demigod-level beings crave it immensely. Why does the demon realm invade Blue Star and various other realms? One reason is that the demon gods at the pinnacle of the demon realm want to transform Blue Star and other realms into a magical kingdom of their own faith. The ancient tree of life can directly nurture life and turn the nurtured beings into its own followers. Lu Chen can already envision that in the future, his Beast Master space will undoubtedly become the divine kingdom of the ancient tree of life, filled with countless races offering their most devout faith. The many races nurtured will also become the foundation of the ancient tree of life, forming a divine kingdom army to conquer various realms. As the Beast Master of the ancient tree of life, the development of its divine kingdom is essentially helping Lu Chen suppress and expand the Beast Master space. The numerous divine kingdom armies? They are Lu Chen's private property. The three great talents of the ancient tree of life: divinity, nurturing, and dependence. They complement each other, paving an incredibly magnificent path to divinity. Lu Chen was immensely shocked, thinking to himself, no wonder it is a divine life born from the laws of life. The potential of the Holy Spirit level is merely superficial. The true potential is actually achieving divinity. Moreover, the skills of the ancient tree of life are all at the Red Star level, which is considered standard for Holy Spirit level potential. However, Lu Chen discerned from the skills of the ancient tree of life that they are purely supportive. Plant growth is the most orthodox resource technique. With a Red Star level status, ordinary Black Iron level and Bronze level spiritual plant resources would probably sprout, take root, and mature in an instant. Silver level and Gold level spiritual plants wouldn't take more than a few seconds. As for Platinum level and Diamond level, they would surely mature quickly, allowing for continuous harvesting. Only Purple Crystal level and even Red Star level spiritual plants require the ancient tree of life to cultivate them carefully, ensuring survival rates while accelerating maturation. It must be noted that truly precious spiritual plant resources, such as Blue Star's most famous Red Star level spiritual plant Zhugua, contain pure power, taking 500 years to grow, 500 years to bloom, 500 years to bear fruit, and 500 years to mature. From seedling to harvest, the growth cycle is 2,000 years. Lu Chen estimated that with the plant growth catalysis of the ancient tree of life, perhaps the growth cycle of Zhugua could be shortened by 100 times, maturing and being ready for harvest in just 20 years. As for the next level Diamond level spiritual plants, they would likely take only about 2 months to grow from seedling to maturity. A Diamond level spiritual fruit is priced 10 times more expensive than Red Heart Ground Fire and Purple Mysterious Extreme Ice. You can't buy one without at least 100 million. Lu Chen was very excited, thinking, can I guarantee to earn 100 million in 2 months? No, a single spiritual plant wouldn't only bear one fruit. Planting a Diamond level spiritual plant would yield at least several 100 million in profit in 2 months. Lu Chen couldn't help but look forward to the scene in the future where his Beast Master space would be filled with numerous precious resources. Plant growth, producing various resources, could supply the world-destroying Magic Dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. And even Lu Chen, as a Beast Master, would benefit. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely top-tier support skill. Red Star level skill, Life Domain. Like the Dragon Shadow Domain and Purple Flame Domain, it belongs to domain skills but has no offensive capabilities. Instead, it offers the ultimate healing and purification power. Law Command, also a Red Star level support skill. Under the law command, it will grant partners or dependents the most extreme power enhancement.
Lu Chen took a deep breath.
He increasingly felt that the decision to contract with the Ancient Tree of Life was incredibly correct. The Ancient Tree of Life does not require any offensive capabilities. The world-destroying dragon and the purple flame emperor bird have already reached their peak. If the life domain and the laws of decree are enhanced, the power of the world-destroying dragon and the purple flame emperor bird will completely shatter the limits and reach an incredible realm. As for the last red star level skill, it is somewhat inferior compared to the other three skills. However, Lu Chen can see the clues. The ability to project any form is undoubtedly a cloning technique. The Ancient Tree of Life cannot move, but with the Ancient Tree projection, it can differentiate into projections, which is a manifestation of faith, allowing the auxiliary abilities of the Ancient Tree of Life to extend beyond its territory. In this way, the Ancient Tree of Life will have no flaws and can be considered truly perfect.
As for the last red star level skill of the Ancient Tree of Life,
it can cultivate and nurture the companion plant life star-cutting grass, a single blade of grass capable of cutting through the sun, moon, and stars, possessing the most extreme offensive power.
As a dependent of the Ancient Tree of Life, the star-cutting grass is absolutely loyal to it.
If a large number of star-cutting grass can be cultivated, even as a support-type pet, the Ancient Tree of Life may not be weaker in combat power than the world-destroying dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Looking at the tree species floating in the beast control space, exuding a pure life aura, Lu Chen felt an immense satisfaction.
Contract. Directly contract.
He immediately extended his mental power and formed a contract with the tree species of the Ancient Tree of Life. The Sss-Level talent source of life activated instantly, generously infusing the purest life source power into the tree species. In the core area of the beast control space, above the domain crystal core that had not yet completely melted, the tree species of the Ancient Tree of Life quietly descended, rapidly taking root and sprouting with the nourishment of the life source power.
The incredibly green seedlings began to grow robustly. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters.
It continued to grow until it reached over 10 meters high, its crown shading the sky, before slightly slowing its growth speed. Lu Chen suddenly noticed that the root system of the Ancient Tree of Life seemed to have wrapped around the domain crystal core, frantically absorbing the world source power from it. The bottleneck of awakening to the 10th tier vanished in an instant. At this moment, the Ancient Tree of Life seemed to be completely merging with the beast control space. After the Ancient Tree of Life broke through to the extraordinary level, with each tier it ascended, its compatibility with the beast control space increased further. By the time it reached the extraordinary 10th tier, the Ancient Tree of Life and the beast control space had long become indistinguishable. Lu Chen discovered that the connection between the Ancient Tree of Life and the beast control space had completely fused. The body of the Ancient Tree of Life could hardly separate from the beast control space. Under this ultimate fusion, Lu Chen's beast control space enjoyed all the benefits. He had a feeling that perhaps within a week, he would break through again and reach the Manhwa level.
I just broke through to the 10th tier of the starry level not long ago, and now I'm preparing to break through again?
Lu Chen chuckled in disbelief, filled more with endless joy.
Who would complain about their realm breaking through too quickly?
Lu Chen's rapid breakthroughs were not only due to the suppression and sorting of the Ancient Tree of Life but also related to his absorption of the mysterious resource domain crystal core and his own possession of 3 types of Sss-Level beast control talents. With such favorable conditions, if it still took years to break through a major realm, it would be better to jump into a river. The pet you contracted, Ancient Tree of Life, has broken through to the extraordinary level and comprehended the red star level skill, 1000 Star Vine. 1000 Star Vine, red star level skill, can cultivate the companion plant 1000 Star Vine, containing the true meaning of the stars. A single vine can dominate the starry sky.
The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. After the Ancient Tree of Life broke through to the extraordinary level, it actually comprehended another companion skill similar to the star-cutting grass? 1000 Star Vine? A single vine can dominate the starry sky?
If the star-cutting grass leans more towards cutting and strong attacks, then the 1000 Star Vine leans more towards binding and suppression. The star-cutting grass and the 1000 Star Vine complement each other.
If the law command is further enhanced together and one is situated within the realm of life, to what extent will these 2 companion plants become powerful? Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, feeling a sense of pity for it.
The ancient life tree, exchanged for 1200 points, was indeed more formidable than the world-destroying demon dragon, which cost 600 points. Not only did it start with 5 red star level skills, but it could also balance support, output, and resource supply. I declare that the ancient life tree is the most perfect pet,
Lu Chen commented.
Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was on the verge of tears. How could it be so miserable? Fortunately, the ancient life tree was only at the extraordinary level, still some distance from the starry level. Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon made up its mind. Before the ancient life tree caught up, it had to become stronger, absolutely making the ancient life tree aware of who was the most powerful and reliable among Lu Chen's contracted pets.
At this moment, Master, a crisp and soft voice entered Lu Chen's mind.
He was surprised to find that above the incredibly lush crown of the ancient life tree, endless emerald light was gathering, eventually transforming into a young girl dressed in a green gown. She had long, emerald green hair, and her light green eyes seemed to contain endless vitality. Her arms and legs, not yet covered by her dress, were delicate and fair as soft jade. The girl looked only 16 years old, barefoot and lightly stepping on the crown of the tree, gently pursing her lips in a smile, exuding an irresistible charm.
Lu Chen immediately realized that this girl's image was likely the projection created by the ancient life tree.
Unlike the main body, as a projection or avatar of the ancient life tree, the girl was not restricted by the beast taming space. She not only possessed all the abilities of the ancient life tree but could also freely move back and forth in the beast taming space.
Are you the ancient life tree? Lu Chen asked gently. He could sense a warm aura from the girl, a close connection brought about by the beast taming contract.
Yes.
The girl smiled sweetly and said softly, "You can call me Inyu. This is the name I received when I was born from the laws of life." "Inyu?" Lu Chen murmured.
The moment he spoke, a connection distinct from the beast taming contract was established between him and the girl Inyu. A wisp of aura appeared in Inyu's hand, and she smiled sweetly at Lu Chen, saying, "Master, Inyu is my true name.
I will accept this wisp of aura. If you are ever in danger in the future, I will use this aura to revive you." Lu Chen was taken aback. True name?
He recalled that in his high school textbooks, there was mention of true names in relation to theology. It was said that the deities of various realms all had a true name.
Calling upon a deity's true name would establish a connection with them.
If the true name called upon was linked to a demon god or an evil god, one could even trade their soul to the other in exchange for a change in fate. Lu Chen hadn't expected that the ancient life tree Inyu, with her potential at the third tier of the Holy Spirit level, could possess a true name in advance. It should be noted that even the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame imperial bird did not have a true name before reaching demigod or even divine potential. It was precisely because of the true name that Lu Chen had refrained from naming the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame imperial bird, waiting for their potential to reach demigod level, at which point the will of the world would naturally grant them a true name.
That makes sense, Lu Chen quickly understood. The growth path of the ancient life tree was no different from that of the deities. Without a true name, one could not anchor their existence. Naturally, one could not ascend to divinity through faith. You can actually revive me? Lu Chen couldn't help but be shocked.
Reviving ordinary beings, such as the kin born from it, he could still understand.
Can one really resurrect a contracted beast, master? It's simply unbelievable.
That's right, Inyu said, slightly pursing her lips.
However, I still can't touch the master's 3 SSS-level beast taming talents. If resurrected, the master might just be an ordinary person. But Inyu will absolutely not abandon the master.
Inyu's clear eyes held a hint of guilt, as if she felt remorse for her own lack of ability. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. If he couldn't resurrect along with the 3 SSS-level beast taming talents, then this ability to resurrect was indeed of no use to him. It could only be said that he had added a layer of insurance for himself. "Alright," Lu Chen said, looking at the newly revitalized beast space, filled with boundless life force, and the ancient life tree in the center, which had already grown to over 100 meters tall, feeling quite pleased.
"I'm going to rest now.
Inyu, you should familiarize yourself with your current powers. Tomorrow, I will prepare some spirit plant seeds and some life sequence breaths of various races for you. I'll be counting on you then," Lu Chen said softly. Inyu said shyly, her voice small. "Master, my current form is a clone, and it actually has the same status and senses as my main body. I was wondering if I could leave my main body in the beast space while my clone stays outside.
Is that okay?"
"Of course, that's fine," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "You've already merged with the beast space, your permission shouldn't be much different from mine, so you should be able to come and go freely. Not just Inyu, but the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird also had the privilege to enter and exit the beast space at will."
Lu Chen had long since gotten used to being visited by his pets every day. "I'm afraid the master won't agree,"
Inyu said, feeling a bit anxious, like a delicate little deer in the woods. After receiving Lu Chen's consent, her eyes brightened slightly, and she joyfully said, "Hee, then I can go out now." In the mythical pet shop, Lu Chen laid the sofa flat, turning it into a simple bed. He lay on the sofa, covering himself with a blanket, when he suddenly felt a warm, soft girl snuggling into his arms.
Lu Chen was a bit dazed. The girl form of Inyu held him tightly in the blanket, curling up in his embrace with a look of peace. Master.
Enyu's pretty face flushed slightly as she whispered, "Before you contracted me, I had been sleeping in seed form for millions of years."
I won't move around or disturb you, please don't chase me away, okay?
Looking into the girl's light green eyes and sensing the loneliness and fear of darkness within them, Luchan ultimately softened his heart.
Don't worry, I won't chase you away. Luchan gently shook his head and said softly, "You won't be lonely anymore." And you nodded vigorously, holding him even tighter. Morning came.
Luchan, like an octopus, lifted Enyu, who was hugging him so tightly he could hardly breathe, and placed her on one side of the sofa. He took several deep breaths to recover.
"Did we not agree not to move around?" Luchan said with a helpless expression, sighing. "I almost suffocated."
Enyu, with her legs together, obediently stayed in the corner of the sofa, giggling, "Master, I didn't realize I was holding on so tightly. I'm sorry." Luchan looked at Enyu and couldn't really get angry. Instead, he was somewhat amazed. Enyu was a clone of the ancient life tree, inheriting all its abilities.
Within her seemingly petite body was condensed the power of a 100-meter ancient tree.
Even without any offensive skills, she could suppress beasts of the same rank purely with her strength.
Seeing that Luchan was silent, Enyu became a bit flustered.
Barefoot, she walked to the bathroom and prepared the toiletries for Luchan, even squeezing out the toothpaste. "Master, please don't be angry," Enyu said softly. "I won't do it again next time. You go wash up first, okay?"
"Alright, I'm not angry anymore." Luchan couldn't help but sigh. He was almost unable to distinguish between the two. Had he contracted a plant-type beast, or was he raising a daughter?
With the appearance of Enyu, the entire mythical pet shop was quietly filled with vibrant life.
After some understanding, Luchan learned that Enyu had been born millions of years ago.
Enyu existed in the form of a seed for a long time, spending years in solitude. During this long period, Enyu was not completely asleep but was continuously absorbing inherited memories. It wasn't just the ancient life tree Enyu, in fact, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird also possessed inherited memories. The inherited memories of the world-destroying demon dragon came from the ancestors of the demon dragon clan. The inherited memories of the purple flame emperor bird were derived from the will of the heavens and countless years of experiences of the purple flame in the sky. As for the ancient life tree Enyu, its inherited memories originated from the laws of life, filled with countless images of life from birth to destruction. In terms of inheritance, as the ancient life tree, Enyu undoubtedly surpassed the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. The evolutionary path of the ancient life tree was even predetermined. As long as it nurtured its kin step by step and absorbed the power of belief, one day, Enyu would evolve into the divine tree of life, taking root in the divine realm and enjoying the faith of all living beings. In the beast-taming space, clusters of silver grass thrived around the ancient life tree. Under the effect of plant growth, these star-slicing grasses grew rapidly, reaching extraordinary level 10 in the blink of an eye, equivalent to the ancient life tree. According to Enyu's introduction, the status of these star-slicing grasses was crimson star level, with potential even higher than that of the ancient life tree, capable of reaching the highest level of Holy Spirit 10. However, the star-slicing grass had no special talents and lacked many powerful skills, possessing only one innate skill at the crimson star level, star slicing. And you could cultivate up to 100 star-slicing grasses, and their level could not exceed that of the ancient life tree. As of now, Enyu had initially cultivated 10 star-slicing grasses, all at extraordinary level 10. If the ancient life tree advanced, these star-slicing grasses would also break through. 100 star-slicing grasses? Luchan took a deep breath. He could already imagine the terrifying scene of 100 star-slicing grasses simultaneously unleashing the crimson star-level skill, star-slicing, with a horrifying sword aura spanning the starry sky. Who said the ancient life tree had no combat power? Just the accompanying plant, star-slicing grass, had terrifying combat capabilities. If enhanced by the law's decree, even the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird wouldn't dare to claim victory, right? Not to mention, besides the star-slicing grass, the ancient life tree had another type of accompanying plant, thousand star vine. Luchan was astonished to see that around the ancient life tree, clusters of dark purple vines, resembling the colors of a starry night, were continuously rising from the ground. As they swayed, the entire beast-taming space seemed to be suppressed. The sky, the earth, and even the air were filled with a sense of heaviness. A full 10,000 star vines, all at extraordinary level 10, stood like loyal guards, surrounding the ancient life tree. The status of the 1,000 star vine was equivalent to that of the star-slicing grass. It could also cultivate up to 100 plants and possessed an innate skill at the crimson star level, star suppression, capable of suppressing and binding everything. Luchan could foresee that within the territory of the ancient life tree, no living being would be able to escape unscathed. Master, and you said softly, in my inherited memories, there are many precious spiritual plants' life essences. If you wish to reproduce them, it will require consuming my life source power. At my current level, I can cultivate platinum-level spiritual plant seeds in a short time. However, to cultivate diamond-level, amethyst-level, or even crimson star-level seeds will take a considerably longer time. No problem. Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, after all, you are only at the extraordinary level, which is considered the juvenile stage. Forcing the cultivation of life at this stage is not beneficial for you. If you want to cultivate life, you should at least wait until you reach the monarch level. As for the seeds of spiritual plants, I can easily buy platinum and diamond level seeds without consuming your life source power. Life source power is indeed very precious. Lu Chen estimated that with Anu's current level, the life source power required to cultivate a platinum level spiritual plant seed would probably be enough to mature several platinum level spiritual plants directly. Why consume one's own foundation for something that can be solved with money? Lu Chen still had a balance of 31 million. As well as a piece of purple Xian Extreme Ice ranked on the exotic ice list, worth over 10 million, so buying some spiritual plant seeds was naturally not a problem. For such trivial matters, Lu Chen didn't intend to let Luo Tianyan handle it. Since there was not much business in the store, he decided to take Inu out for a stroll and conveniently solve the seed issue. Looking at the sweetly smiling Inu, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit breathless. He couldn't quite understand the concept of being silent for millions of years. He only knew that Inu, as his pet, needed his companionship very much. The first resource trading company in the Demon City. Speaking of which, it was Lu Chen's first time here. The myriad of dazzling goods left Lu Chen feeling overwhelmed. Many beast tamers were browsing within the trading company. With Lu Chen's starry level realm, he really didn't stand out here. He even saw several sun-level beast tamers shopping for resources with their pets. There were also wealthy second-generation beast tamers throwing money around in the trading company, purchasing various precious resources. Only in the first trading company of the Demon City could the extravagance of the city be truly showcased. Compared to purchasing resources for cultivating pets, the so-called entertainment to death hardly costs much. Vaguely, Lu Chen also sensed the fleeting aura of a monarch-level presence within the trading company. No wonder it's the Demon City. It truly is a place of hidden talents, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Although he was born and raised in the Demon City, he had left the Lu family at a young age, and after that, he used the money left by his parents to go to school step by step. Since opening the pet store, he had basically stayed indoors, immersed in the cultivation of pets and the improvement of beast taming levels. Master, and you timidly said from behind, there are so many people here. Remember to stay close to me, Lu Chen chuckled, don't get lost. And you followed closely, gently holding Lu Chen's pinky finger, and whispered, this way, I won't get lost. Lu Chen could feel that Inu seemed very afraid of the unfamiliar environment, especially of being alone, which might be the reason she had existed in seed form for countless years. Just holding hands was fine, he naturally let her be. After all, Inu had formed a contract with him, so he could only pamper her. Spiritual Plant Specialty Store. Lu Chen saw a spiritual plant shop with many newly sprouted spiritual plant seedlings, and more seeds, usually extracted from the remaining fruit pits after consuming spiritual fruits. The price of these seeds was only 1/1000th of the mature spiritual fruit, so they were not expensive. Lu Chen even saw several types of diamond-level spiritual plant seeds. In comparison, the price of seedlings was much higher, equivalent to the price of resources of the same level. This was a normal phenomenon, after all. The seedlings had already been cultivated to survive, and as long as they didn't do anything foolish, they could be cultivated to maturity, with only the difference in yield. Seeds, however, were different. The survival rate was extremely low. From the moment of purchase, one had to bear a great risk, so the price naturally couldn't be high. Lu Chen thought for a moment. The Annihilation Demon Dragon was Dark plus Dragon type, and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird was Fire plus Elemental type, so he only needed to purchase the corresponding spiritual plant seeds. As for the survival rate, with the ability of the ancient life tree, what was there to worry about? At the very least, Lu Chen had awakened the source of life, and coming back to life was not out of the question, let alone nurturing seeds to sprout. Boss, I want to buy 1000 seeds each of Dark Grass, Shadow Spirit Fruit, Crimson Flame Flower, and White Fire Flower. Lu Chen immediately said, in addition, I also want 100 seeds of Hell Tree and Purgatory Tree. The shop owner, a middle-aged man with a small mustache, squinted his eyes with a smile upon hearing Lu Chen's request, saying, please wait a moment, dear customer. He was naturally delighted. The 6 types of spiritual plants Lu Chen mentioned were all platinum grade. Even though the price of the seeds was only 1/1000th of the mature resources, Lu Chen was asking for 4,200 seeds. That was equivalent to 2 pieces of platinum grade resources. Half an hour later, the mustached owner finally gathered the seeds, placed them in a spatial container, and approached Lu Chen with a bow, saying, "Dear customer, the total is
1 million.
I'll round it down for you, a special price of 32 million.
I'm a mentor at Magic City University. I can get a 30% discount, right?" Lu Chen suddenly said.
"That's correct," the mustached owner nodded, adding, "However, the customer needs to show identification and go through the business system for verification of the discount eligibility.
Even with a 30% discount, he wouldn't incur any loss. It was all borne by the business itself. No problem. Lu Chen took out his identification and watched as the mustached owner scanned it at the computer interface. What? How is this possible? The mustached owner exclaimed in shock. 50% off? This. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. It turned out to be not a 30% discount, but a 50% one?
As a mentor at Magic City University, it seems the discount is 30%, while associate professors get 40%, and full professors get 50%. Lu Chen quickly understood. At that time, Duan Shanghua had promised that he would temporarily hold the position of mentor, but his treatment was directly aligned with that of a full professor.
It seemed that Duan Shanghua had quickly implemented the benefits after returning.
The mustached owner respectfully approached, returned the identification, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, "Your discount rate is 50%, with a limit of
1 billion. Within the 1 billion limit, you can enjoy a 50% discount.
The price of these seeds is 32 million, so after the discount, it's 16 million.
Swipe the card," Lu Chen said with a slight smile.
As the card was swiped, Lu Chen, who had been acting as the store manager, also enjoyed a wave of shopping pleasure. He collected the 4,200 seeds but noticed that Inyu had quietly tugged at his sleeve, seemingly reluctant to leave. Then, Lu Chen heard Inyu's voice in his mind.
"Master, I sense a type of purple crystal-grade spiritual plant seed."
Inyu walked into the store and began selecting seeds. She quickly found a few withered seeds in a corner and carefully cradled them in her hands.
Then, mimicking Lu Chen, she asked playfully, "Boss, how much for these 5 seeds?
The mustached owner stared at the seeds in Inyu's hands, momentarily stunned, and said, "Customer, these seeds are all withered and have no chance of survival.
Are you sure you still want to buy them?" "Absolutely." And Yu nodded firmly. The mustached owner thought for a moment, considering Lu Chen's 50% discount, and realized that his identity must be quite distinguished, so he abandoned the idea of overcharging.
"These seeds are all from the purple crystal-grade spatial spiritual plant Deep Space Fruit Tree, but, never mind, these seeds are completely withered and have no chance of survival. I was going to throw them away anyway."
The mustached owner waved his hand generously and said, "Just take them as a gift." "Yay!" And you smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Uncle Mustache."
No need to thank me, just a few seeds," the mustached owner chuckled, scratching his head, and said, "As long as you 2 customers visit my shop more often, I would be very grateful."
Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course."
He looked at the 5 purple crystal-level seeds in Inyu's hand and immediately felt a thrill of having struck gold. 5 purple crystal-level seeds, specifically the space-type spirit plant Deep Space Fruit Tree, which could bear purple crystal-level deep space fruits. Planting the deep space fruit tree in the Beast Master space could produce a suppression effect comparable to that of plant-type pets, and it could also draw a large amount of spatial power from the void.
In terms of value, these 5 seeds were worth as much as a diamond-level resource, and the other party just gave them away for free. As for the issue of whether they could be grown, since Inyu hadn't said anything, it meant they could be easily cultivated.
After leaving the spirit plant specialty store, Lu Chen placed all the purchased seeds into the Beast Master space, allowing the ancient life tree to manage them uniformly.
Soon, these seeds were planted in an orderly manner.
If it were an ordinary Beast Master space, it would be impossible to plant anything except for some special seeds. However, Lu Chen's Beast Master space was different. It had integrated the domain crystal core and had initially acquired some true domain characteristics, such as changes in sky, land, and climate. With a large amount of life source power falling, the entire Beast Master space became vibrant, with seedlings of dark grass, dark spirit fruit, crimson flame flower, and white fire flower gradually thriving. Even the relatively difficult to survive hell tree and purgatory tree seeds quickly sprouted tender shoots, displaying deep black and bright red hues, respectively.
These 2 spirit plants were diamond level.
Although Lu Chen was affluent, he had only bought 100 seeds each, as they were simply too expensive. Furthermore, the ancient life tree was only at the extraordinary level of the 10th tier, and cultivating so many spirit plants was about its limit. If he were to add more, the burden would be too heavy and would affect the growth of the ancient life tree. What concerned Lu Chen the most were the 5 independently planted deep space fruit tree seedlings located at the center, which were drawing strands of spatial power and growing every moment. With the ancient life tree's ability to cultivate spirit plants, it won't be long before these spirit plants can be harvested, Lu Chen anticipated eagerly. When the time for harvest came, he would have another source of income. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to worry about resources for cultivating the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Having resolved the seed issue, Lu Chen took Yu to eat at a nearby commercial street, a rare occasion where they didn't order takeout. They planned to return to the mythical pet store in the afternoon. Sensing that the world-destroying demon dragon was fiercely training with the purple flame emperor bird in the Beastmaster space, trying to hone its combat skills, Lu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. The purple flame emperor bird was initially reluctant, but unable to resist the world-destroying demon dragon's persistent pleas, it decided to act as a sparring partner since it had nothing else to do. The ancient life tree was quietly cultivating spirit plants and nurturing the created plant familiars, with star-cutting grass and thousand star vines becoming increasingly sharp and substantial.
Watching such a flourishing scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile with contentment as he sipped tea in the pet store.
Before he could finish his cup, and Yu gently sipped and poured him another 7/10 full.
It was quite pleasant. Oh, Lu Chen was a bit surprised. A guest has arrived?
He quickly glanced at his phone, finding no messages about a guest introduction, and his eyes brightened.
Could it be a walk-in?
Although he had given up on expecting walk-ins, Lu Chen would never turn away too many customers.
Qin Shuanjie stepped into the pet store, looking at the somewhat outdated decor, and immediately frowned, saying to Lu Chen, who approached him, "Are you the owner of this pet store?"
Qin Shuanjie thought to himself that since he was already there, he might as well visit a few more pet stores. He would surely find a suitable pet cub. He was already 28 years old and had been working in society for 9 years. Qin Shuanjie had already extinguished his desire to become a beastmaster, but unexpectedly, a few days ago, he suddenly awakened his beastmaster talent. This made his previously dormant heart instantly ignite with passion.
In today's society, who doesn't want to become a beastmaster? Even an awakened sea-level beastmaster has a much easier time finding a job than an ordinary person. Once one breaks through to the extraordinary level, they can even hold a management position in a company. A star-level beastmaster?
Government jobs or entrepreneurship will open all doors. In reality, many important positions require one to be a beastmaster to qualify. Qin Shuanjie has faced too many setbacks. Over the past 9 years, he has barely saved up over $1 million, buying a house back in his hometown, leaving him with little else. If I find a pet I like, I wouldn't hesitate to sell my house.
Qin Shuanjie made up his mind. That's me. Lu Chen smiled lightly and nodded, saying, "Dear guest, what can I assist you with?"
Qin Shuanjie took a deep breath and replied, "I have awakened the sea-level beast master talent spirit wood.
I want to contract a plant type or life type pet cub. Do you have any here?" He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious.
Plant type and life type pets are relatively rare. In nature, after the revival of spiritual energy, plants usually have 2 evolutionary paths. Most evolve into weakly conscious spiritual plants, becoming a type of resource. Only a very small portion evolves into plant life. In terms of rarity, plant life is second only to elemental life, and it's rarely seen.
Of course, we have some. Lu Chen thought for a moment and quickly took out a container. There really is one?
Qin Shuanjie's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly leaned in, his expression suddenly turning strange as he frowned and said, "Are you sure this is a plant-type pet?"
"Absolutely genuine," Lu Chen smiled. "You're talking nonsense," Qin Shuanjie cursed, saying, "Do you really think I lack experience?
This is clearly an ordinary willow sapling. I can't sense a hint of life energy.
How can this be considered a plant-type beast?"
"I said it's absolutely genuine," Lu Chen frowned slightly and said, "This willow sapling has awakened a special growth talent, blood refinement. It can refine the blood of different creatures to extract their genes, thus exploring the most perfect evolutionary path."
If this willow sapling isn't considered a plant-type beast, then no plant in the world qualifies. Special growth talent?
Qin Shuanjie sneered, "I've never heard of pets awakening talents.
Do you think I'm completely ignorant about beast mastery?"
Lu Chen looked at him, already too tired to argue. So far, most of the guests he had received were students from the Magic City Beastmaster University, or their mentors and principals. It was the first time he had encountered someone as ignorant and self-righteous as Qin Shuanjie. "This willow sapling is priced at 3 million, Lu Chen said indifferently. "If you want to buy it, just swipe your card. If you don't want to buy, please don't cause trouble."
"Thank you. 3 million?
Qin Shuanjie was dumbfounded and angrily said, "This is a black shop."
"You're nothing but a black shop. I'm going to report you to the Beast Master Association."
"Do as you please," Lu Chen said lightly, "and since you say this is a black shop, aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly appeared, its body engulfed in purple flames, towering over Qin Shuanjie with a cold gaze.
Its dragon eyes seemed to contain extreme demonic intent.
Qin Shuanjie's face turned pale with fear, and he scrambled out, not daring to look back.
Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon snorted coldly.
If it weren't for Lu Chen's instructions, it would have annihilated this guy. Alright, let's go back. Lu Chen patted the scales of the world-destroying demon dragon. As it returned to the beast master space, he looked at the pet container on the table, feeling a wave of worry. He couldn't help but sigh slightly, thinking, this plant-type pet cub is not easy to sell. I hope it doesn't end up rotting in my hands. Plant-type beasts are already very rare. In addition, beast tamers who awaken life-type and plant-type talents are extremely rare. Awakening a life-type talent directly leads to the support system. Lu Chen secretly shook his head and said, plant-type talent? That's even rarer. Moreover, plant-type beasts are almost immobile. You can't contract several plant-type beasts and expect to reach the king level. The beast space can only be externalized to have combat power, right? Most plant-type beasts, under the beast tamer system, ultimately remain too awkward. Every time they are summoned, it causes significant damage, so even if one awakens a plant-type talent, they would seek out the rarer vine beasts to contract. Lu Chen had a feeling that the blood refinement talent he exchanged for the willow sapling might really end up rotting in his hands. Forget it. He shook his head slightly, thinking, the system's deadline is a week. If no customers buy it in the next few days, I'll ask Principal Duan and Luo Tianyan if they have any customers. The worst-case scenario would be selling it to other customers. Surely, they wouldn't refuse. Especially Duan Shanghua. Contracting another blood-refined willow tree would also speed up the healing of the beast space. Not to mention, Duan Shanghua himself is at the king level. The drawbacks of plant-type pets don't exist for him. Unable to move? The beast space externalized, he can strike wherever he points. Moreover, Duan Shanghua's beast talent, the A-grade battle heart, is also very moderate and widely applicable, not limited to the types of contracted beasts. If possible, I still shouldn't sell it to them, Lu Chen thought to himself. The beast cubs he sells are all the best. Why should he rush to give them to others? If a customer is willing to buy and can gain Lu Chen's approval, he naturally wouldn't resort to such a low tactic. Regardless, Lu Chen's mood was still very unpleasant. He took out the willow sapling, planted it in a pot, and even took a few drops of dragon blood left by the Gale Dragon to feed the willow sapling. Under the talent blood refinement, this willow sapling quickly absorbed the dragon blood, and a gentle breeze began to flow around it, exuding a faint dragon might. This willow tree might even grow into the god of willows in the future. Lu Chen sneered, selling for just 3 million. What's the difference from giving it away? The chance to change your fate is right in front of you, yet you don't recognize its value. Beast Tamer Association. Xin Xuanjie took a deep breath, recalling his embarrassing experience of rolling and crawling out of the mythical pet store, and couldn't help but feel his face flush with anger. Once again firming his resolve, Xin Xuanjie walked into the Magic City Beast Tamer Association, found the front desk receptionist, and immediately said, I want to file a real name report. Real name report? The front desk receptionist looked a bit confused and asked, who do you want to report? I want to report a pet store. I suspect this pet store is a black shop. The prices do not meet the standards set by the association, and they treat customers extremely rudely. Xin Xuanjie said angrily. Oh, the front desk receptionist nodded, took out a form, and said, if it's a real name report, please fill out this form first. If you want to know the results quickly, please wait in the reception area for a while. Xin Xuanjie took the form, and despite the receptionist's indifference, he didn't dare to voice any objections. In the Magic City Beast Tamer Association, even a front desk receptionist is an extraordinary beast tamer, not someone he could provoke. After filling out the form, Xin Xuanjie attached his identification and waited in the reception area, drinking several cups of tea. After a long while, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked over to Xin Xuanjie. This middle-aged man was the supervisor of the Magic City Beast Tamer Association, Luo Yan, who smiled at Xin Xuanjie and said, Citizen, are you the one who wants to file a real name report against the mythical pet store? That's right. Xin Xuanjie stood up in anger and said, I want to report this. Please handle this pet store quickly. Don't let such a low-quality pet store continue to pollute the market. Low quality? Pollute? Luo Yan frowned and said, Citizen, do you know? The president of Magic City Beast Master University, Duan Shanghua, specifically came to our Magic City Beast Master Association yesterday to remind us that this mythical pet store is the highest quality pet store in all of Magic City, and that our association should give it a green light. Even though you are making a real name report, it's hard for people to believe you. What? President Duan? Xin Xuanjie was stunned. Even he, no matter how ignorant, knew who President Duan was. He was the backbone of all Magic City. Luo Yan said softly, of course, if you still want to insist, I will submit this real name report. However, our Magic City branch cannot resolve your real name report. It must be decided by the headquarters. Listening to Luo Yan's words, Xin Xuanjie's face turned completely pale.
he realized that the seemingly shabby pet store was actually an existence he could not afford to offend?
Not to mention that as an ordinary person, even dealing with the mythical pet store required the headquarters of the Beast Master Association to intervene.
Forget it.
Xin Shuanjie hurriedly said, maybe I made a mistake.
I've decided to withdraw this real name report, is that okay?
Of course.
Luo Yan smiled and said, I just thought there might be some misunderstanding, so I explained it to you.
Of course, if you confirm that this is not a misunderstanding, you can come back to make a real name report at any time.
It's definitely a misunderstanding.
Xin Shuanjie was terrified and quickly took back the report document, bowing and saying, sorry for bothering you.
Watching Qin Shuanjie leave, Luo Yan also breathed a sigh of relief.
President Duan had specifically instructed yesterday, and today there was a real name report. It was hard for him as the association's supervisor. Fortunately, Xin Shuanjie was perceptive enough to realize that the people related to the mythical pet store were not something he could provoke, and wisely withdrew the report.
Mythical pet store?
Luo Yan pondered for a moment and thought, it can even be so highly regarded by President Duan. Perhaps there really are some excellent pet cubs. My son has recently awakened his beast mastery talent, so he could go buy a pet cub. On the other side, Xin Shuanjie hurriedly left the Beast Master Association. His feelings were extremely complicated. As a small person, he suddenly realized that the background of the mythical pet store was so extraordinary, and that store manager seemed to have no reason to deceive him.
With Duan Shanghua's style, if the mythical pet store only engaged in scams, how could he specifically instruct the Beast Master Association to give it a green light? Special growth talent.
Xin Shuanjie began to gather information and found that only authoritative research websites had corresponding knowledge, and he had to pay to access it. He gritted his teeth and directly paid 2,000 yuan to read the paper. Special growth type talent. Only a very small number of pets can awaken this terrifying talent.
Any pet that awakens this talent, as long as it doesn't fall midway, has great hope of becoming a king level or even a dominant level in the future.
The more Qin Shuanjie read, the more shocked he became.
Such a heaven-defying pet cub, and it's a plant type, is only priced at 3 million? He immediately made a decision. No matter the cost, he had to buy that willow tree seedling.
Even if I sell my house back home, I can only raise a maximum of 1 million, which is still a long way from 3 million. Xin Shuanjie took a deep breath and said solemnly, I can only go to the bank for a loan. Using the property as collateral, along with my own Sss-Level beast mastery talent, I can definitely secure a loan of 3 million, enough to buy that willow tree seedling. At the mythical pet store, Lu Chen sat on the sofa, bored, looking outside. By the glass wall, there were potted saplings of blood willow trees, which he found increasingly displeasing. In order to promote this willow tree bonsai, several customers had come in the past few days, all of whom were scared away by the willow tree bonsai. A single willow sapling was priced at 3 million, and they boasted about some special growth talent, which was clearly a scam. The customers fled immediately.
Lu Chen felt no regret. If these customers couldn't even accept the willow sapling, they certainly wouldn't choose to buy any other pet offspring.
More pet offspring would just rot in his hands, leading to even greater losses. As the week-long deadline approached, Lu Chen began to feel a bit anxious. He had not earned a single point. Not only had he failed to sell any pet offspring in the past few days, but the willow saplings were also going to waste in his hands. Wasn't that a huge loss? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Outside the transparent glass of the pet shop, a young girl slowly crouched down. She wore a simple light-colored floral dress, and her black hair fell simply over her slender shoulders. The girl's expression was incredibly serious as she stared intently at the willow saplings inside the glass, her bright, clear eyes flickering slightly before dimming again.
Li Ru felt she was truly a failure. She was already an 18-year-old young woman, yet she couldn't do anything right. She had failed the college entrance exam, her beast-taming talent had not awakened, and after working for 2 months in the Magic City during the summer, she had only earned 9,000 yuan, which her foster mother took away. Her foster mother said, I've raised you this big, how hard it has been. You worked for 2 months and only earned 9,000 yuan, why are you still so reluctant to hand it over? Looking at her foster mother's harsh face, the light in Li Rui's eyes gradually dimmed. After the summer vacation ended, many classmates went to enroll in Beast Taming University.
Li Rui, however, had bought a train ticket back to her small hometown and packed her bags overnight.
Before leaving this bustling city, Li Rui suddenly thought that she had not properly seen this university city that all students longed for. Magic City Beast Taming University. A prestigious institution gathering countless talented individuals. Li Rui had heard that as long as one graduated from Magic City University, they would at least be a star-level beast tamer. In Li Rui's small hometown, a star-level beast tamer was already a truly significant figure. At the entrance of Magic City Beast Taming University,
Li Rue had intended to pretend to be a student to sneak in, but was informed by the security that she needed to scan her face for identity verification. She could only helplessly stand outside the school gate, gazing at the towering institution. A gate seemed to separate her fate. After staring for a long time, in a daze, she slowly walked along the commercial street, until she reached the entrance of the mythical pet shop. She immediately spotted the sapling of the blood willow tree, which emitted a faint crimson hue, and couldn't help but crouch down to watch quietly. It seemed she could feel an invisible resonance. "Are you unwanted too?" Li Rue whispered. As if understanding her words, the willow sapling gently swayed, seemingly responding. Li Rue shook her head gently. She could naturally tell that this was a plant life, but she had not awakened her beast-taming talent, and it seemed she would never be able to contract a beast in this lifetime. So, Li Rue slowly stood up, only to see across the glass a handsome young man, who smiled brightly at her and nodded. She also saw the young man pick up the pot of the willow sapling and walk to the entrance of the pet shop. "Do you really like it?" The young man spoke gently. "I'm the manager of this pet shop, and I permit you to touch it." "Ah, is it really okay?" Li Rue was quite surprised. For some reason, the young man's voice calmed her down, and she unconsciously extended her small hand to gently touch the branches and leaves of the willow sapling. That faint resonance seemed to become clearer. Li Rue's breath caught in her throat, and just as she was about to reluctantly withdraw her hand, she found the handsome young man's large hand already covering hers. "This guest," Lucien said slowly, "did you not hear the voice of this willow sapling?" "Ha!" Li Rue, forgetting her shyness, suddenly realized, after Lu Chen's reminder, that the resonance was becoming increasingly apparent. She could vaguely hear a tender voice. The willow sapling was softly calling. It wanted her blood. Blood? Li Rue looked at the willow sapling, many thoughts flashing through her mind, and softly said, "If you want it, then take it. After all, my blood isn't worth cherishing." Splash! The willow sapling quietly swayed. Li Rue clearly saw the willow sapling raise a branch and swipe across her palm. The calloused palm was instantly cut open. Vivid red blood gushed out, soaking the willow sapling and turning it completely blood-colored. Li Rue, having lost too much blood, made her already pale face even paler. But she felt no panic, nor did she feel any pain. Li Rue simply watched the willow sapling quietly, sensing the joy it radiated, and couldn't help but smile. "Little tree, drink your fill of blood and grow up quickly," she whispered. At that moment, Li Rue heard the voice of the handsome shop manager again. "This guest, although I don't know what qualifications you have, you actually resonated with the blood-refined willow tree and even wished to form a contract with it. It seems you have a deep connection with this willow sapling. Are you really not considering buying it?" Panic finally appeared on Li Rue's face as she shook her head repeatedly, flustered. I don't have any money. Besides, I haven't awakened the beast-taming talent, so I can't form a contract with it." "Money is not a problem." Lucien smiled slightly, staring intently at her, and said softly, "As for the beast-taming talent, are you really sure you don't have it?" Li Rue felt a bit confused. The next moment, the blood filtered through the willow sapling quietly flowed back. Boom! Li Rue felt countless streams of blood converging in her mind, ultimately transforming into a mark. Gazing at this mark, Li Rue instantly knew it was her innate beast-taming talent. A-level beast-taming talent, blood weeping. Li Rue had no time to feel joy before she noticed a large amount of vitality gathering, continuously merging into the talent mark. When she came to her senses, this talent mark had already transformed. S-level beast-taming talent, undying true blood. Li Rue was in a panic, overwhelmed with joy, shock, and confusion, filling her heart. She had never imagined she would awaken a beast-taming talent, and it represented the S-level qualifications of a ruler. "You awakened an S-level talent, right?" Lu Chen chuckled. "I know, your original talent should have only been A-level, but you received recognition, and it consumed dragon blood to allow your talent to evolve into S-level. Will you let down its expectations?" Li Rue looked at the willow sapling in Lu Chen's arms, feeling a connection that was no less than a beast contract, as if it had already been established. This connection could only occur if the compatibility reached its limit. Lu Chen didn't even mention that if Li Rue chose to contract the blood-refined willow tree, her beast-taming talent would likely involuntarily merge with the blood-refined willow tree. From then on, Li Rue would lose the opportunity to contract with other pets. However, Lu Chen believed that neither Li Rue nor the blood-refined willow tree would care, right? "Manager," Li Rue was on the verge of tears, feeling embarrassed. "I have no money. I only have this." She rummaged through her belongings, gathering coins and cash, totaling just over 500. Holding the 500 in change, Li Rue appeared extremely awkward. Her pretty face flushed red, her eyes filled with desolation. Li Rue's academic performance in the humanities was excellent, so she naturally guessed that the willow sapling was extraordinary and worth a lot. She probably won't be able to afford it in her lifetime.
Haven't I said it before? Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, money is not a problem, I can lend you the money. This blood refining willow is priced at 3 million. I can lend you 3 million. So, if you had 3 million, would you still choose to contract it? Yes, I must contract it, Li Rui said eagerly, whispering, but 3 million is too much, I can't pay it back. Then you can work to pay off the debt. Lu Chen laughed heartily and said, just in time, I need another staff member at my store. Would you like to apply? I would. Li Rui quickly replied, whatever the manager wants me to do, I'll do it. I'm very diligent. Then it's settled. Lu Chen smiled and immediately drafted a contract for Li Rui to sign.
As her name was signed, a notification appeared.
Achievement unlocked. Acquired the first official employee. Reward, random red star level resource. Claim reward? Yes/no. The system's prompt sounded. Claim it directly, Lu Chen said immediately. He had anticipated the system's prompt. Signing an official employee for the pet store was one of the achievement tasks. Since Li Rui arrived, he had sensed the unusual movement of the blood-refining willow. Lu Chen naturally speculated that there might be a high compatibility between the blood-refining willow and Li Rui. For the young willow tree, in the vast blue star, there was probably no beast master more suitable than Li Rui. He naturally went with the flow and turned Li Rui into an employee of the mythical pet store, thus completing the achievement task, and the reward was incredibly generous, a precious red star level resource. You have obtained the red star level resource, True Dragon Source Blood. True Dragon Source Blood, a drop of blood containing the most primal power of the true dragon species Qiulong. Any living being that consumes it can choose to transform into a true dragon species. Demonic dragon species and divine dragon species will absorb some characteristics of Qiulong after consumption. True dragon species will fall into madness and chaos after consumption. It's actually a drop of true dragon source blood? Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. Even among the resources left from the previous era, True Dragon Source Blood was one of the most precious. It is said that the national divine dragon of the Xia Kingdom truly broke through the limitations of the divine dragon species and ascended to the Holy Spirit level after consuming a drop of True Dragon Source Blood. With a Holy Spirit level national divine dragon, the Xia Kingdom was able to rank among the 6 great nations. From the description of True Dragon Source Blood, the effects of this precious resource indeed lived up to its reputation. If the Annihilation Demon Dragon were to consume it, it would gain some characteristics of the Qiulong. It must be noted that even among many true dragon species, Qiulong is the strongest in terms of body strength, almost without exception. If it could possess the characteristics of Qiulong, the body strength of the Annihilation Demon Dragon would likely reach an incredible level. Lu Chen immediately put away the True Dragon Source Blood, planning to use it for the Annihilation Demon Dragon when he had free time. Having learned from the lesson of the Heart of Devouring Demons, he dared not let the Annihilation Demon Dragon consume the True Dragon Source Blood on its own. He had to escort it throughout the process to prevent the young Annihilation Demon Dragon from being eroded by the dragons will contained in the True Dragon Source Blood. Manager? Li Rui tilted her head. Lu Chen came back to his senses and said, aren't you going to take a look at the contract first? Oh, Li Rui suddenly realized, having already signed her name before starting to check the terms of the contract. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. If it weren't for him, Li Rui would have truly been deceived. The terms he set in the contract were actually very strict. It stipulated that Li Rui must work at the mythical pet store for 20 years. The annual salary was 150,000, with a monthly salary of 12,500, all after tax. Over the course of 20 years, the total salary would be 3 million, paid directly to the employee. If she breached the contract, she would have to return 10 times the salary. Lu Chen estimated that the likelihood of Li Rui breaching the contract was extremely low. After all, salary and benefits were merely the most superficial aspects. As an employee of the mythical pet shop, the benefits Li Rui could enjoy in the future were absolutely beyond her imagination. If they were to hire more employees in the future, the treatment would likely be on par with Li Rui's, neither increasing nor decreasing, just enough to contract a pet beast cub. Li Rui read through the contract and couldn't help but say, "Manager, this contract is fine, and the benefits are too good. As long as there are no issues," Lu Chen replied with a light smile and a nod. There wouldn't be too many formal employees at the mythical pet shop. If he hadn't seen that Li Rui's character met the standards, he wouldn't have signed her on. As for the benefits, Li Rui was currently an S-rank beast master with a monthly salary of 12,500, which was practically a bargain. After confirming everything, Lu Chen directly transferred the 3 million salary. Li Rui felt as if she were dreaming. However, before the 3 million had even warmed up,
it was transferred back to by the blood-refining willow sapling, and she immediately established the Beastmaster contract.
Special growth type talent, blood refining?
Li Rui was shocked, but more so delighted, and softly said, "Little willow tree, your talent is so amazing, and you chose me.
I will definitely not let you down."
Li Rui directly fused her S-rank Beastmaster talent Undying True Blood with the willow sapling. The potential of the willow sapling instantly reached the star level 10th rank, and its strength also reached the awakening level 10th rank.
This was the limit that Li Rui could currently bear. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't dissuade her.
In his view, allowing the pet beast to fully integrate with the Beastmaster talent was a broad avenue.
It would definitely not be worse than the path of contracting multiple pet beasts. If it were inferior, how could the status of a dragon master be so esteemed?
The blood willow that Li Rui contracted was absolutely not inferior to that of a dragon species.
"Manager, is there anything I need to do now?" Li Rui asked timidly. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "I'll transfer you some money, you can go buy some groceries and cook?
I'll help you arrange a place to stay later, and you can eat here at the shop. If any pet beast cubs are sold, I'll also give you a commission."
"Okay."
Li Rui's eyes sparkled, and she quickly went out to buy groceries, her steps light and airy. Lu Chen even saw that after Li Rui left, she pinched her tender thigh hard, cried out in pain, but then laughed happily.
"Master."
And you hung her entire body on Lu Chen's back and said softly, "Last time you instructed me to make tea from the tender leaves of the 1,000-star vine. I've already prepared it."
"Really?" Lu Chen's eyes lit up.
Ever since opening the pet shop, he had been spending every day there and had developed a tea addiction. Unfortunately, the tea leaves were of the lowest quality, and he really didn't feel much. Upon seeing the star-cutting grass and 1,000-star vine, Lu Chen immediately had an idea. The star-cutting grass was definitely out of the question. Even if made into tea, it would probably be tasteless. The 1,000-star vine, however, was quite good. Although it wasn't a tea plant, its tender leaves contained spiritual energy, and after going through various processes, it could definitely be made into very high-end tea. If we were to talk about the highest-end tea, it would definitely be made from the tender leaves of ancient life trees. Before Lu Chen could bring it up, and you looked at him pitifully, making it impossible for him to speak, so he could only settle for second best.
He. And you took out a tea box and said softly, "I've been busy for a long time, and I've infused it with quite a bit of life force. I won't let you down, master."
She elegantly began to brew the tea and soon poured a cup filled to 7/10 into Lu Chen's teacup.
Who?
And you blew on the steam rising from the teacup and handed it to Lu Chen's lips, softly saying, "Master, please have a taste."
Okay.
Lu Chen could only take a sip, and instantly his eyes lit up. He felt an incredibly rich aroma burst in his mouth, as if he were drifting in the ocean of life, free from any sense of restraint. Meeting Inyu's expectant gaze, Lu Chen understood that Inyu must have gone through many rigorous processes and worked very hard to handle the thick texture of the tender leaves of the 1,000-star vine to make this tea.
"Thank you for your hard work." Lu Chen gently touched Inyu's long hair and smiled. "It's really delicious." Let me try too."
And you pressed her cheek against Lu Chen's hand and took a sip from his teacup, her eyes narrowing slightly as she softly said, "It really is delicious.
Let's let Xiao Rui try it later."
At that moment, Li Rui returned with a big bag of ingredients.
"Manager, I'm going to cook now."
She greeted them and walked into the kitchen, where soon a rich aroma began to waft out.
Seeing Inyu holding the teacup, Lu Chen went to the kitchen, and soon Li Rui's exclamation could be heard. "Wow, this is so good." Li Rui's eyes brightened. "And you asked, is it good? Have another sip."
I'll do it myself."
"Don't move, or the dishes will burn."
Lu Chen watched the two girls playfully bickering in the kitchen and couldn't help but chuckle. He rested his head on his hand and looked out at the setting sun, only to see a figure appear outside the glass door. Xin Xuanjie had wandered around outside the pet shop but couldn't find the pot of willow sapling, and he immediately panicked. He rushed into the pet shop and questioned Lu Chen, "Where's that willow sapling? You didn't sell it to someone else, did you?" Since leaving the Beastmaster Association, Xin Xuanjie had taken his property deed to the bank to secure a loan. 3 days later, the loan was approved for 3.5 million. In the days that followed, Xin Xuanjie often visited the mythical pet shop, watching the willow sapling grow and even noticing it gradually taking on a blood-red hue, which further confirmed his suspicions. He was almost certain that the special talent blood refinement was indeed real. When the loan came through, Xin Xuanjie couldn't wait to return to the mythical pet shop, only to find that the willow sapling was gone. Faced with Xin Xuanjie's questioning, Lu Chen remained indifferent and casually replied, "That's right. It's already been sold to someone else.
Do you have any objections?"
Xin Xuanjie was momentarily speechless.
What could he say? Behind the mythical pet shop was Principal Duan from Magic City University.
Principal Duan's position was second only to that of a dominant level beastmaster, nearly reaching the pinnacle of power.
As an ordinary person, even if he awakened a sea-level talent, how could he afford to offend someone like that? Do you have any plant-type beasts comparable to the willow sapling?
Xin Xuanjie quickly asked. I've gathered enough money now, and as long as it's not worse than the willow sapling, I'll pay with my card.
Yes,
Lu Chen replied casually, I have as many young ones as you want, just like the willow sapling.
Then I'll buy it. Xin Xuanjie immediately said, money is not an issue, can I take a look first? Hearing Xin Xuanjie's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh, saying, you say you want to buy, but you want to look first? That's right. Xin Xuanjie nodded.
Lu Chen maintained his smile, but the sarcasm was evident. But why should I sell it to you?
You opened the door for business, and as a customer, I have a clear intention to buy. Why won't you sell it to me? Xin Xuanjie blurted out. He vaguely sensed something and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. You are a customer of the pet shop, so I should sell the young beasts to you? Lu Chen suddenly stood up, looking down at him coldly. That's utterly ridiculous. What qualifications do you have to contract the awakened blood refinement talent of the willow sapling? Just because of your sea-level beastmaster talent? Is it because you have to scrape together 3 million, and might even need to take out a loan?
Each word was like a sharp sword, thoroughly piercing Qin Xuanjie's dignity. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Ever since he read the thesis, Qin Xuanjie knew that this was his only chance to change his fate. But he never imagined that by leaving in such a hurry, he had already missed that opportunity. Manager, the meal is ready, Li Rui said, carrying a plate and walking over to Lu Chen with a lively demeanor.
Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, Xiao Rui, show us your beast taming talent.
Although Li Rui was puzzled, she obediently unleashed her talent.
In an instant, an endless sea of blood filled the entire pet shop.
Qin Xuanjie's face was filled with horror. He truly did not expect that this seemingly timid girl had awakened such a high-level beast taming talent.
Was it B grade? Or A grade? Or, thinking of that possibility, Qin Xuanjie couldn't help but tremble. Did you see that?
Lu Chen said with great interest. She is a beast master who has contracted a young willow tree seedling, and now she is an employee in my shop.
The beast taming talent she awakened is S-grade immortal true blood.
Most importantly, she is the beast master personally chosen by the willow tree seedling.
With each word, Qin Xuanjie's embarrassment deepened.
Regret filled his heart and soul.
Manager, can't you give me another chance? Qin Xuanjie pleaded almost desperately. Chance? Lu Chen shook his head and said, I already gave you one, but you didn't cherish it. What I am willing to give you is a chance. Once I am unwilling, no one can expect to get even a sliver of opportunity from me.
Qin Xuanjie was filled with despair, having already collapsed to the ground. When he met Lu Chen's indifferent gaze, he realized he had no more chances left and could only leave in a daze. Manager, he looks so pitiful, Li Rui couldn't help but say.
Pitiful?
Lu Chen said cheerfully, if he weren't pitiful, he would have bought your little willow tree long ago.
Ah,
Li Rui was taken aback and quickly said, then he is not pitiful at all.
Ha ha ha. Lu Chen laughed heartily and said, let's go, it's time to eat.
Li Rui nodded repeatedly. During this dinner, it was mostly Lu Chen and Li Rui who were eating.
And you sat quietly beside Lu Chen, peacefully sipping tea.
Li Rui's cooking skills were quite good. Although it was all home-cooked dishes, it was clear she put in a lot of effort, and Lu Chen was very touched, finally relieved from eating takeout.
Sistering you, Li Rui asked curiously, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste?
I don't need to eat, and you said softly.
Ah,
Li Rui blinked, somewhat confused, and said, everyone has to eat.
Didn't I tell you?
And you said with a mischievous smile, I am not human.
In her imagination, the scene of Li Rui dropping her chopsticks in surprise did not occur. Li Rui's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, could it be that sistering you is an elf?
The textbook says elves are all very beautiful, which fits sister and you perfectly.
Lu Chen nodded and said, elves? Well, you can think of it that way. He didn't plan to reveal anything about the ancient life tree.
After all, before reaching the king level, no one could know of the ancient life tree's existence.
Elves seemed like a good explanation, and you looked at Lu Chen with a hint of resentment. What elves? If she wanted, she could even create an entire race of elves as her own kin.
It was just that the ancient life tree was still too weak to nurture a life race on a large scale. Even the star-cutting grass and thousand-star vine, she had only nurtured 10 of each. When it comes to status, even among the elf race, a highest-ranking ancestral elf cannot be compared to the ancient tree of life in the slightest.
The elf race, Li Rui whispered, no wonder sister in you is so beautiful. Her skin is so nice, it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. She's so much prettier than me. And you chuckled lightly, Rui is also very cute. Once your beast master level improves, many flaws will disappear. Your foundation is so good that even the store manager might be smitten by you. Li Rui's eyes widened, her pretty face turning rosy as she hurriedly buried her head in her food, giggling. The food is really delicious. Ahem. Lu Chen coughed, adopting a serious tone. By the way, I'm going to teach at the Beastmaster University in the Demon City tomorrow, so I'll leave the pet shop to you. Is the store manager still a mentor at the Beastmaster University in the Demon City? Li Rui's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. The store manager is so young. I thought he was my peer, but I didn't expect he was a mentor. I wanted to enter the Beastmaster University today, but I couldn't get in at all. There will be opportunities in the future for you to visit. Lu Chen smiled. He had just received the notification. Duan Shanghua had only inquired whether he would be teaching, and Lu Chen had directly agreed. Now that Li Rui was working at the pet shop, he didn't have to worry about it being unattended when he left. If customers came, they could wait in the shop. If they didn't want to wait, Lu Chen didn't mind. At most, he would sell one less pet beast cub, but the other party would lose a chance to change their fate. Master, can I go? And you blinked her eyes, looking pitiful. Just as Lu Chen was about to say no, and you had already taken his hand, pressing close with a sorrowful expression. He had no choice but to say, all right, tomorrow little Rui will be in the shop, and you can come with me. Yay! And you grinned. So envious. Li Rui seemed a bit dazed, then solemnly said, store manager, sister and you, don't worry. When you're not here, I will definitely manage the pet shop well. As night fell, Lu Chen arranged accommodation for Li Rui and returned to the pet shop. After washing up, he covered himself with a blanket. And you curled up in Lu Chen's arms like a little cat, her fair and tender little hands tightly hugging him. In the dim light, Lu Chen could see in you with her eyes tightly closed, seemingly trembling slightly. He sighed softly, holding in you close, and closed his own eyes. After selling the willow tree seedling, Lu Chen earned 300 points. He was going to teach at the Beastmaster University in the Demon City tomorrow. Having only been a student himself, he had no teaching experience, so it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Naturally, he needed to prepare lessons. Lu Chen directly opened the system mall but did not exchange for pet beast cubs. Instead, he locked onto knowledge resources, and a dazzling array of knowledge resources appeared before him. 7-star breeder inheritance, 300 points. Holy Spirit level beast master inheritance, 300 points. Elf mother tree memory inheritance, 300 points. Many precious knowledge resources were actually memory crystals of inheritance. Unlike the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, and the ancient tree of life, which were born with inherited memories and naturally did not need these memory inheritances, Lu Chen was different. Before the mythological pet shop opened, he only had a broader knowledge base than the average college entrance examination candidate. He had been a beast master for less than half a month, leaving him little time to learn much knowledge. The memory inheritance of a 7-star breeder is worth as much as that of a Holy Spirit level beast master, both costing 300 points. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. A 7-star breeder actually corresponds to a dominator-level beast master. In terms of status, a 7-star breeder is comparable to a Holy Spirit level. In any era, the status of a breeder far exceeds that of a beast master of the same rank. Unfortunately, in this era, the inheritance of breeders has been completely severed. Even low-star breeders, such as those at 1-star or 2-star levels, receive significant attention from the state. As long as you exchange for a legacy crystal, you can inherit all the experiences and knowledge of a 7-star breeder or a saint-level beast master. Lu Chen smiled slightly and thought, since everyone considers me a top breeder, why not just become one directly? He never dwelled on such matters. Immediately, he made the exchange. You have exchanged for the inheritance of a 7-star breeder, deducting 300 points, remaining points, 0. Under Lu Chen's control, a completely transparent crystal quietly merged into his soul. The lifetime experience and knowledge of a 7-star breeder is vast beyond measure. A dominator-level beast master may not even become a 7-star breeder in their lifetime. Conversely, a 7-star breeder can easily ascend to dominator level. Why did the beast master civilization of the previous era thrive to its peak? Breeders played an extremely important role in that. The 7 laws of breeding, the 6 resource pairing principles, the 9 realm theories. Lu Chen was instantly overwhelmed by a sea of knowledge. In his dreams, he seemed to become an apprentice breeder, constantly interacting with various pet species under the guidance of his teacher, spending each day in instruction and learning. Starting as an apprentice breeder, he gradually revealed extraordinary breeding talent and was eventually valued by one of the strongest nations of the era, the Beastmaster Empire, earning a spot in the Empire's top academy for breeders, slowly making a name for himself. Decades later, he had entered the highest god-making project of the Beastmaster Empire,
becoming one of the inconspicuous breeders, even though he had already reached 6-star breeding standards. In the god-making project, he continuously absorbed knowledge, refining his skills under the guidance of many 8-star and even a few 9-star breeders. He held infinite hopes for the future, believing that his achievements would not only be limited to 8-star Beast Master but could even reach the highest 9-star Beast Master. He was the most gifted of his generation, a renowned 7-star breeder, and a participant in the god-making project, adorned with countless accolades. Until the god-making project succeeded, and that demon god emerged from the cultivation vessel. The demon god descended upon the world and slowly said, "At this moment, the demon realm must be established." Thus, an immensely vast plane emerged from the void, pressing down. He suddenly realized that in the presence of true deities, let alone a 7-star breeder, even an 8-star breeder, or even a 9-star breeder, would be as insignificant as an ant. When he met the gaze of the demon god, his soul and even his true spirit shattered in an instant. His life thus came to an end. Damn! Lu Chen suddenly awoke. The memories in his mind gradually faded, leaving only some shallow impressions, but the knowledge and experience remained imprinted in his mind. The civilization of the previous era actually created a true demon god? Lu Chen felt an extreme shock and thought, that demon god must be the ancestral god of the demon realm, right? I remember that ancestral god seems to still be in the demon realm, just trapped in slumber. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Lu Chen deeply remembered the figure of that demon god. Terrifying, domineering, that was true invincibility. I'm still very weak now, Lu Chen sighed slightly. The demon god, that is an existence related to the realm of gods. He is still a 10-tier star-level beast master. There is an infinite distance between him and such beings. However, Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, I should now be able to call myself a 7-star breeder. When it comes to knowledge and experience, he has already reached a 7-star level of cultivation. However, limited by his realm, Lu Chen may not be able to truly exhibit the 7-star level, which leaves him a bit regretful. He thought to himself, no wonder those 7-star cultivators certified by the Cultivator Association are all Dominator-level beast masters. If one's realm isn't at the Dominator level, it's really impossible to fully utilize knowledge and experience. Regarding this, Lu Chen didn't mind. Even the 6-star cultivator level was more than sufficient for him. He even had some doubts about whether there were any 5-star cultivators on the entire blue star. Perhaps his cultivation level had already surpassed that of his contemporaries? The next day, after waking up, Lu Chen, as per usual, lifted Yu up. And Yu smiled shyly. She had just had a dream and couldn't help but kick her small, white feet, hitting Lu Chen's calf. With the power condensed from the ancient life tree, she nearly kicked Lu Chen's leg in half, causing him to grimace in pain. How can you still laugh? Lu Chen said irritably, I almost ended up in a wheelchair. That won't happen, and Yu said softly, I have the life domain. I can help heal the master, and there won't be any injuries left. Lu Chen looked at her, speechless. Master, please don't be angry, and Yu opened her arms and hugged Lu Chen's neck, softly saying, I promise it won't happen again next time. You better keep that promise. Lu Chen huffed, placing Yu on the sofa before turning to wash up. When he came out, Yu had changed her appearance and was elegantly brewing tea by the coffee table, saying, Master, please have some tea. Lu Chen, helpless, took the teacup and took a small sip. I must say, the tea made from the tender leaves of the 1,000-star vine has top-notch flavor and spiritual energy. Lu Chen thought for a moment and smiled. Yu, I have a task for you. What task? Yu asked, puzzled. Make tea from the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass as well, Lu Chen said with interest. Make sure to handle it well, don't let it get bitter. Do you understand? I understand. Yu sighed slightly. This task isn't easy at all. Lu Chen found it amusing. After merging the memories and experiences of a 7-star cultivator, he knew how to handle the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass. However, this was a small punishment for Yu, and he didn't plan to help. Manager, sister Yu. Li Rui clocked in on time, greeting them with full energy. Just in time, Lu Chen smiled. I'm leaving the pet shop in your hands. We're just about to head out. Don't worry, I've got this. Li Rui confidently patted her small dumpling. Let's go. Lu Chen walked straight out of the pet shop, with Yu obediently following behind. Soon, the summoning array appeared. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon transformed into a 10-meter-tall figure, with Lu Chen and Yu riding on its back, instantly taking flight, sending countless fallen leaves swirling in the wind. Li Rui blushed, hurriedly pressing down her fluttering skirt, but her eyes were filled with envy as she softly said, the Beastmaster University of Magic City. I really want to see it with my own eyes. The Beastmaster University of Magic City. Breaking news! Have you heard? There's a public class today, and the instructor is said to be new and only 18 years old. Oh my god,
a freshman is only 18, and he's already a teacher at the Beastmaster University of Magic City? What? An 18-year-old instructor? Our beautiful instructor Lu Luo-chan at Magic City University is considered very young among instructors, and she's already 26. I also heard that this young instructor was personally appointed by Principal Duan. It's said that Principal Duan will even come to attend this public class. Principal Duan? Is that true? Isn't Principal Duan about to retire? He's actually coming to attend the class himself. This young new instructor, I really don't know who he is, to be valued so highly by Principal Duan. Let me say, could he be Principal Duan's illegitimate son? Shut up! What kind of person is Principal Duan? How could he use his power for personal gain? If you dare to spread rumors again, I'll challenge you to a life and death duel. For a moment, the entire beast-taming university in Magic City was in an uproar. Countless students, even mentors, couldn't help but feel curious. What extraordinary qualities did this young mentor possess? In the Starry Building, mentor's office. Luo-chan, it seems this young mentor hasn't checked in yet. Have you seen him? Morong Fong found a topic and walked into Lu Luo-chan's office, smiling confidently as he said, in my opinion, this young mentor probably has no real strength. He's most likely someone with connections. Lu Luo-chan glanced at him, continuing to handle her work, but her heart stirred. Was the store manager finally coming to teach the first class? I've seen him, Lu Luo-chan replied. Morong Fong was about to say something when he was taken aback. You've seen him? He suddenly remembered that Lu Luo-chan was Principal Duan's prized disciple, and it was normal for them to have met since the young mentor was also arranged by Principal Duan. Yes, Lu Luo-chan smiled softly, her demeanor becoming gentler as she said, he's very outstanding and quite handsome. Among the younger generation of Blue Star, there probably isn't anyone more exceptional than him. Morong Fong was dumbfounded. He had never expected Lu Luo-chan to give such a high evaluation. In his impression, Lu Luo-chan had always been gentle yet distant, keeping her distance from everyone. Yet, her profound knowledge and exceptional talent only made Morong Fong more infatuated. I didn't expect Luo-chan to hold the new young mentor in such high regard. Morong Fong pretended to be casual, laughing. I'll definitely go observe his public class today. Go ahead, Lu Luo-chan said casually, then suddenly added, by the way, don't call me Luo-chan, I'm afraid he might misunderstand. Morong Feng's expression instantly froze. Boys' dormitory, room 208. Brothers, this new young mentor is quite the topic. I absolutely have to see this public class, Nie Zeyun exclaimed excitedly in the villa's living room, addressing his other roommates. The other two students in the dorm responded enthusiastically. Only the young man on the sofa, who was indifferently reading an ancient book, remained silent upon hearing this. Su-gu, Nie Zeyun leaned over, grinning. Aren't you curious about what kind of strength that young mentor has? He's the same age as us, both 18. Strength? The young man looked up from his book, sneering. What do you think? Nie Zeyun was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that when it came to strength among peers, who could compare to the indifferent young man before him? Since the age of 6, he had awakened 2 S-rank beast-taming talents, both of which were S-rank. The unprecedented owner of dual S-rank dragon-type talents had contracted his first dragon at the age of 7, which was the top-tier dragon type, the golden dragon. By the age of 8, the young man was already an extraordinary dragon tamer and had contracted a second dragon type, the holy dragon, which was no less impressive than the golden dragon. At 10, he broke through to the starry level. Now, at 18, he entered the beast-taming university in Magic City with the top score in the National College Entrance Examination. Everyone says that as long as you get into the beast-taming university in Magic City, you will definitely graduate as a starry-level beast tamer. But no one knows that the young man had already surpassed the starry level and was a moonlight-level dragon tamer before the college entrance examination. Such an unparalleled genius, whether in talent or strength, could look down upon all mentors. In the light of the young man, any prodigy would appear dim, like a firefly compared to the bright moon. In fact, since entering Magic City University, the young man had not attended a single class, always following a certain associate professor for study. Nie Zeyun chuckled at himself. How could such an extraordinary genius care about a mentor's public lecture? Lu Su's expression was indifferent as he turned and asked, is there anything else? And no, that's all. Nie Zeyun shook his head and said, if Brother Su isn't going, then the 3 of us will go. If Brother Su isn't going, then I won't go either. I guess I won't go either. It's nothing special. The other 2 roommates, observing Lu Su's demeanor, quickly chimed in. Nie Zeyun said nothing. The 2 roommates from dorm 208 were all thinking of ways to please Lu Su,
while he was the only one considering equality in relationships. He said seriously, "Then I'll go take a look and tell you when I get back." Lu Su seemed not to hear, his gaze remaining fixed on the book. Until the other roommates returned to the room, Lu Su's fingers glided over the ancient text, and in a voice barely audible, he murmured, "The dragon language magic of the previous era is sealed within this ancient tome. Why can't I harness the power of dragon language magic?" Lu Su appeared completely absorbed, paying no attention to anything external. The golden imperial light and the pure white sacred glow swept over the ancient book, and a page seemed to quietly lift. Daylight Tower. In the public classroom. This young mentor has quite the setup. They've even opened the public lecture classroom in Daylight Tower. This classroom can accommodate over 1,000 students and mentors, and the empty demonstration platform is incredibly spacious. Isn't this the first time the public classroom in Daylight Tower has been used this semester? I hope I can learn something useful in this lecture. Breaking news! It is said that this young mentor is the object of admiration for Mentor Lu. Wow, that's quite explosive. Next time you spread rumors, please do your research. As many students entered, there were not only ordinary students but also several prominent figures from Magic City University. Oh my, Xin Yan Yan and Du Ruoyan. Those are my goddesses. They actually came to attend the lecture? Luo Tianyan is here too. I heard he recently contracted a fire chicken, capable of wielding. If trained well, he would truly be invincible. A fire chicken wielding? What a rumor! That's outrageous. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu are here too? Well, they are the grandsons of Principal Duan, and this young mentor was personally appointed by Principal Duan. How could they not come to support? I heard that Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu recently contracted the initial pet of the Ant Clan, especially Duan Dongwen, who supposedly contracted a berserker-type pet. Another damn rumor. Why are there so many rumors flying around Magic City University lately? An awakened-level beast master contracting a berserker-type beast? Do you think that's possible? What nonsense! The slime that can crush the frenzied blade werewolf and the moonlight butterfly evolved from the cotton bug have been exposed. Is it so strange to have a berserker ant clan and a fire chicken wielding? In the public lecture classroom, many students and even mentors gradually took their seats. Even Lu Luochan arrived, sitting quietly in a front corner seat, waiting. She seemed like a gentle goddess, drawing countless gazes. Shortly after, a cold-faced young man slowly walked in. Many students couldn't help but gasp. It's actually the top senior of the third year, Luo Hong, at the third tier of the Manhwa level. It is said that Luo Hong once declared he would challenge the newly appointed young mentor, believing the other was unworthy of their position. Luo Hong's expression was stern, seemingly accustomed to the attention of the crowd. Under the many awe-filled gazes, he sat in the center of the front row. This position also offered the best view. I'm also a third-year student. I'm only at the extraordinary 10th tier. But senior Luo Hong is already at the third tier of the Manhwa level. Comparing people really makes one feel inferior. What do you know? Senior Luo Hong's beast mastery talent is undoubtedly the strongest in our cohort, having awakened the S-rank talent Gung Jin. The contracted beast of senior Luo Hong also possesses top-tier qualifications and is an extremely rare metallic life form. It exists in the forms of a sword, armor, and wings. When the three metallic life forms of sword, armor, and wings are simultaneously summoned, I can't even imagine how powerful senior Luo Hong's strength will be. In terms of strength, senior Luo Hong is fully qualified to be a mentor. After graduation, if senior Luo Hong is willing to stay at the school, he will probably be directly promoted, right? No wonder senior Luo Hong dares to challenge the new mentor. In terms of talent and strength, he is exceptional. If I were senior Luo Hong, I would have no reservations either. The many whispers, however, could not affect Luo Hong in the slightest. Luo Hong. Luo Tianyan, sitting in the back row, looked at Luo Hong in the front row and couldn't help but show a look of wariness. As a junior student, Luo Tianyan ranked among the top of his cohort. At the beginning of the junior year, he had already broken through to the star level, meeting the graduation standard. But being in the same cohort as Luo Hong was like a star overshadowed by the brilliance of the moon. Luo Tianyan's expression turned resolute as he murmured, "Luo Hong, one day, I will surpass you." He had contracted a fire chicken, which could absorb foreign flames for its own use and even feedback to enhance his beast mastery talent, allowing it to evolve. As long as the talent evolution succeeded, he would truly possess an S-rank talent. With the same S-rank beast mastery talent, the fire chicken's potential was not inferior to that of top-tier dragon species, making it possible to surpass Luo Hong. Just give me a little more time. Luo Tianyan's gaze deepened, but he quietly smiled and said softly, "What a pity, with your talent, if you had contracted a beast cub cultivated by the shop owner, I would surely be at a loss." Unfortunately, you actually want to challenge the shop owner. You really don't know what you're getting into. He withdrew his gaze and patiently waited with closed eyes. On the other side, Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun sat together, their expressions filled with anticipation. Nian, why hasn't the shop owner come yet? Du Ruoyun couldn't help but say, yesterday the principal told us that the shop owner would have an open class today. I almost couldn't sleep. I came early to secure a spot. The shop owner won't be late, right? He shouldn't be, right? Shin Nian blinked and smiled. That senior seems to want to challenge the shop owner. Do you think he can win? How is that possible? Du Ruoyun snorted lightly. The shop owner is invincible. But, if the shop owner's beast gets injured, I'll let the moonlight butterfly go help him heal. How could the shop owner possibly get injured? Shin Nian pouted. Don't say such things. He. Du Ruoyun suddenly said, alright, let's worry a bit about whether the shop owner will blame us for our slime and moonlight butterfly still being at the awakening level. Shin Nian paused, forcing herself to say, it's only been a few days. Still being at the awakening level is perfectly normal, okay? Besides, the slime and moonlight butterfly are already at the 10th level of awakening. The main reason is that our beast mastery space is expanding too slowly, which has slowed down the growth of the slime and moonlight butterfly. Du Ruoyun looked at Luo Hong in the front row and couldn't help but say, if only we also had S-rank beast mastery talent. Don't think about it. Shin Nian sighed. S-rank talent is 1 in 10,000. B-rank talent is 1 in 1,000, and A-rank talent is 1 in 100,000. We should be content. By the way, Du Ruoyun suddenly thought of something and whispered, didn't you say that the shop owner's ex-girlfriend is also at our school? Do you think she will come to the open class? Look, Shin Nian pointed to a spot not far away and said, by you away, she is the shop owner's ex-girlfriend. Let me tell you, she thought the shop owner didn't awaken a beast mastery talent and left him heartlessly. Little did she know, the beast mastery talent the shop owner awakened is very likely to surpass S-rank and be SS rank. What a bad woman. Du Ruoyun looked over and saw Bai Yuewei sitting very close to a boy, immediately showing a look of disdain, huffing, she must be regretting it now, right? Of course. Shin Nian chuckled and whispered, if I were the store manager's girlfriend, I wouldn't want to break up. Ew. Du Ruoyun's eyes were full of disdain as she lightly huffed, Nian, I find you really good at daydreaming. I was just saying, I didn't say I wanted to pursue the store manager. Shin Nian's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully pushed her good friend, annoyed. What do you know? Do you believe that when I take a shower tonight, I'll let a slime splash you in the face? Be honest, please let me go. Du Ruoyun said pitifully, I can't beat you. The two girls had a playful scuffle and then looked at the empty podium, not knowing what they were thinking. Shin Nian couldn't help but glance at Bai Yuewei a few more times. Although she spoke disdainfully of her, she was very envious inside. After all, Bai Yuewei's boyfriend for 3 years in high school was that store manager. Even if they broke up, at least she had that brief possession. As for her, Shin Nian often chatted with Lu Chen, who would politely respond and sometimes even be quite humorous, helping her solve many problems, but that was all there was to it. Shin Nian didn't dare to fantasize about the pet store anymore. The gap in talent was just too great. In recent days, Shin Nian had also made up for a lot of knowledge about beast taming, knowing that an S-level beast taming talent was definitely not as terrifying as that of the Dark Hell. There was only one explanation, SS-level, or even SSS-level. Shin Nian was very clear that no matter what realm Lu Chen was in now, he was destined to become a dominant beast master in the future, possessing the highest power in the entire Xia country. This budding feeling of excitement had not yet taken root before it was likely to wither. Now it's good, the store manager has directly become a university mentor, at least at the Manhwa level, right? Shin Nian shook her head slightly. In the corner of the open classroom, Bai Yuewei felt the gazes of Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun and couldn't help but frown, but she did not meet their eyes. Instead, she turned her head away. Yuewei, what's wrong? Mu Yuan asked with concern, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you back to the dorm? I'm fine. Bai Yuewei shook her head, pursing her lips. She glanced at Mu Yuan beside her, a sophomore she had met since enrollment, an extraordinary level 6 beast master who had awakened an A-level talent, making him a standout in his second year. Since the beginning of the school year, Mu Yuan had been pursuing Bai Yuewei, and at first, she was indeed a little moved. But after returning from the mythological pet store, that flicker of excitement had completely faded. No matter how Bai Yuewei looked at it, she could only come to one conclusion, Mu Yuan and Lu Chen were simply not comparable. The gap was just too vast. The difference in talent was already enormous. Lu Chen was also far ahead in terms of pet resources. If he contracted a beast cub similar to a slime or a little skeleton, his future achievements would definitely be limitless, especially after hearing that Shin Nian's slime had defeated the Mad Blade werewolf in a higher level battle, becoming a prominent figure in the university. Bai Yuewei felt deep regret in her midnight dreams. This attention, this glory, should have been hers. Bai Yuewei even heard that Shin Niannian and Du Ruoyun had gained Principal Duan's recognition. This made her even more unbalanced. She wanted to apologize to Lu Chen, but all her contact methods had long been blocked, and she was the one who deleted them first. As for going directly to the mythological pet store, thinking of Lu Chen's resoluteness at that time, she couldn't make up her mind, and there was even a hint of expectation. Perhaps Lu Chen's resoluteness back then was just a ploy to lure her in? What if he would take the initiative to find her? The mentor is here, a student suddenly exclaimed. Bai Yuewei quickly looked over, extremely curious about that mysterious young mentor. How could it be him? Bai Yuewei bit her lip, her heart trembling slightly, unconsciously distancing herself from Mu Yuan. Lu Chen. How could he be a mentor at Magic City University? Lu Chen walked into the lecture hall and immediately spotted Lu Luochan near the door. He smiled politely and then made his way to the podium. He rode the world-destroying demon dragon, charging through, attracting countless gazes. It wasn't until he arrived at the entrance of Magic City University that he put away the world-destroying demon dragon and started walking, asking for directions a few times, naturally arriving a bit late. Standing at the podium, Lu Chen first glanced at the students attending the class, giving a slight nod to Shin Niannian, Du Ruoyun, Luo Tianyan, Duan Dongguan, and Duan Shiwu. He also noticed Bai Yuewei in the corner, along with the somewhat attentive Mu Yuan beside her. Even Bai Yuewei's subconscious attempt to distance herself from Mu Yuan did not escape his notice. He chose to ignore it and shifted his gaze away. Bai Yuewei? He didn't care at all. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. He noticed some hostile gazes coming from the center of the front row. After a brief glance, he shrugged it off. He was well aware that many of the second and third year students present were older than him, and being a mentor at the age of 18 would naturally attract some hostility. Why is there even hostility towards the mentor? Lu Chen felt a bit helpless as he looked towards Lu Luochan. Morong Feng was staring at him intently, occasionally glancing at Lu Luochan, seemingly unwilling to accept something. Lu Luochan's gaze wandered, her charming face slightly flushed. Morong Feng almost lost his composure upon seeing this scene. Lu Chen was momentarily confused. What was going on? Considering the class time, he had to put aside his curiosity. Hello, everyone. Since this is our first meeting, let's start with some self-introductions, Lu Chen said, returning his gaze and laughing heartily. My name is Lu Chen, and you can call me Teacher Lu. I teach beast cultivation at Magic City Beast Master University. If anyone wants to take this course, you can sign up. However, I don't have much time to mentor students, so the spots are limited, only until the end of this class. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianyan stood up instantly, saying, Teacher Lu, I want to take your course. Me too. Me as well. Shin Niannian and Du Ruoyun stood up in succession, and us two brothers, Duan Dongguan and Duan Shiwu, raised their hands simultaneously, their faces filled with excitement. The students in the classroom were momentarily stunned. The 5 who confirmed their enrollment in beast cultivation were all prominent figures at Magic City University. Luo Tianyan was undoubtedly a standout among the third-year students. Shin Niannian and Du Ruoyun, who had contracted a slime and a moonlight butterfly respectively, were top tier in their freshman year. The Duan brothers were even the grandsons of Principal Duan, which was no small background. That these 5 decided to enroll together? In the corner, Bai Yuewei bit her lip and suddenly stood up, saying, I want to enroll too. Yuewei, you. Mu Yuan found it hard to breathe. He didn't think Bai Yuewei believed Lu Chen had real talent. From what he knew of Bai Yuewei, she probably thought Lu Chen was handsome and capable, wanting to create an opportunity to interact with him. Mu Yuan had been pursuing Bai Yuewei for nearly half a month, not even having touched her hand, and recently, she had been unusually cold, making him almost ready to give up. Yet, Bai Yuewei wanted to take a course with a mentor of the same age? Beast cultivation? Wasn't that a fundamental skill for beast masters? Similar courses were countless at Magic City Beast Master University. Lu Chen glanced at Bai Yuewei, directly ignoring her, and softly said, Let's set 5 spots for now. Other students who want to enroll can wait for the next expansion. At that moment, many students' gazes inevitably turned towards Bai Yuewei's position. There were 6 students who decided to take the elective course, but only 5 spots were available. The only one left out was Bai Yuewei. Bai Yuewei's face turned pale. She even wanted to explode in anger, to reveal her relationship with Lu Chen to the public, to make him feel embarrassed. All these emotions churned within her. But the moment she met Lu Chen's indifferent gaze, all her feelings completely calmed down. What kind of eyes were those? They seemed to contain extreme darkness, yet burned with boundless flames. A fine sheen of sweat suddenly appeared on Bai Yuewei's forehead as she sat down, still feeling a lingering fear.
Teacher Lu. A soft voice quietly sounded. Oh, does Teacher Lu have something to say? Lu Chan replied with interest. Although it was the first class, both the students and the mentor were familiar to him, making everything go smoothly and effortlessly. Feeling the many gazes upon him, Lu Chan couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, imagining that after this class, quite a few students would be interested in beast cultivation, right? At that time, with a few students promoting it, would the mythical beast shop lack customers? Lo Chan, you. Mu Rongfeng wanted to say something. Lu Lo Chan directly ignored him and softly said, I'm also very interested in Teacher Lu's course. I just wonder if mentors can take electives?
As soon as she finished speaking, many students, even the mentors, couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Lu Lo Chan was known for her aloofness among the mentors at the Magic City Beast University, keeping her distance from everyone, and her academic level was impeccable. Yet she would actively propose to take a course from a young mentor? That's not allowed. Lu Chan smiled helplessly and said, however, since Teacher Lu is interested, I can reserve a spot for you.
Then thank you, Teacher Lu.
Lu Lo Chan smiled slightly. No one noticed that the stern young man sitting in the center had an increasingly cold expression.
Enough! Luo Hang suddenly stood up and said coldly, what young mentor? What beast cultivation? In the end, isn't it just about connections? The Magic City Beast University is one of the top 3 prestigious institutions. How can someone like you stir up trouble here? His icy words instantly ignited the atmosphere in the classroom. That's right, isn't it just about connections? From the age perspective, what's the difference between him and a freshman? How can he be a mentor?
It's one thing for Shin Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun to look at him differently, but even Teacher Lu.
I'm heartbroken.
I support Senior Luo Hang. We must crush this guy. Looking closely, Lu Chen's level is clearly only at the star level 10th stage. An 18-year-old at the star level 10th stage is impressive. But among our freshmen, Lu Su is a moon level dragon master.
If Lu Su didn't choose to be a mentor, why should Lu Chen? Wait, the surname Lu? Could it be related to the Dragon Master family? Numerous voices of doubt reached his ears. Lu Chen remained unfazed. As a 7-star level cultivator, how could he fear doubts about opening a beast cultivation course at the Magic City University? Lu Chen looked at the cold-faced Luo Hung in front of him and said lightly, you think I'm just a connection, right? That's right. Luo Hong replied coldly, in terms of level, you're even below me.
In terms of talent, you're only at the star level 10th stage, while our freshman Lu Su is a moon level dragon master.
You can't even compare to a freshman. What qualifications do you have to be a mentor? Lu Su, huh?
Lu Chen said with interest, chuckling, I originally didn't plan to come to Magic City University as a mentor. It was Principal Duan who personally invited me to take on this position. The mere mention of Principal Duan's personal invitation caused Luo Hang's expression to momentarily freeze. Luo Hang took a deep breath and said coldly, even if Principal Duan invites you, your starry level 10 realm has not reached the minimum threshold for a mentor.
To treat realms as absolute standards is simply superficial. Lu Chen gently shook his head. Then, he looked around with a curious smile and slowly opened his palm. A purple flame gradually appeared. This is a flame from my contracted beast.
Lu Chen smiled lightly and said, if anyone doubts my strength, feel free to come up and face this flame.
If you can withstand it for 1 second, I will gladly give up this mentor position. What the hell? This is too arrogant. A mere flame from a contracted beast, and he dares to claim it can suppress everything? As long as you can hold on for 1 second, he'll give up the mentor position.
He's just a starry level 10 beast master. His contracted beast must also be starry level, definitely not moon level.
Where does he get his confidence? Tisk TSK, could it be that he can't handle the pressure and wants to resign? Senior Luo Hang, I support you. Hurry up and extinguish that flame. The crowd was in an uproar.
Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu exchanged glances, unable to discern what was special about this purple flame.
Duan Shiwu suddenly noticed Luo Tianyan not far away, staring at the purple flame, drenched in cold sweat, and couldn't help but ask, Senior Luo, do you see something? My contracted red flame chicken is terrified. Luo Tianyan's pupils contracted as he whispered, the red flame chicken can refine all, yet it is currently filled with fear.
That purple flame is definitely a type of that is terrifying to the extreme.
What the hell? Duan Shiwu was instantly speechless, looking at the purple flame, unable to help but say, Luo Hang is definitely going to try it, right? TSK, someone is probably going to be unlucky. Even if he gets burned to death, he deserves it. Duan Dongwen sneered, how dare he question my grandfather and the store manager's strength? He's just too ignorant.
Damn it, when my queen ant grows up, I'll definitely have the ant army beat Luo Hang up. Luo Tianyan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes reflecting the purple flame, and an involuntary thought crossed his mind, his face filled with horror. Purple flame.
It can't possibly be that kind of ultimate, right? He looked at Luo Hong ahead, a hint of pity unconsciously appearing in his eyes. If it really is that kind of ultimate, once it truly erupts, even the special materials of the Sunlight Tower, with its numerous formations, would be completely destroyed. Luo Tianyan naturally wouldn't be afraid. He believed the seniors would control their power well, but some people would definitely pay the price for their ignorance. Utterly clueless, Luo Hong sneered. He slowly walked up to the vast podium, a long sword appearing in his hand, and a layer of armor covering his body, with a pair of golden wings emerging from his back. At this moment, Luo Hang's stance even surprised Lu Chen, who said, "You contracted 3 types of metal life? Sword form, armor form, and golden wing form? It seems you are not without some standards," Luo Hong said coldly, pointing his sword at the purple flame in the air. "But you should never, ever underestimate me. You claim that a mere purple flame can suppress everything? Once I break this purple flame, I will personally battle you." Many students couldn't help but show excited and expectant expressions. Metal life is a type of elemental life, but it does not possess elemental characteristics, known for its hardness and sharpness. Luo Hong awakened the S-level beast master talent Gung Metal and contracted 4 metal life forms as his beasts. Except for the 4th beast that he hadn't raised, the sword, armor, and golden wings were all powerful beasts he had carefully cultivated. With the 3 metal beasts enhancing him, Luo Hong seemed like a war god, seamlessly linking the 3 beasts together, and his combat power increased geometrically. Under full combat power, the S-level Gangjin talent was further enhanced. Even facing a 7th-tier Manhwa, Luo Hong dared to fight. With Luo Hang's pride, he naturally would not acknowledge what Lu Chen had said earlier, that as long as he could withstand the suppression of the purple flame, he would willingly give up the position of mentor. He wanted to personally shatter the purple flame, then suppress all of Lu Chen's beasts, trampling Lu Chen underfoot, declaring to everyone that the Beast Master University of Magic City was sacred and inviolable, a place that no one seeking fame could touch. "Your sense of justice is commendable," Lu Chen said with a faint smile, "but unfortunately, your brain isn't quite up to par." Luo Hong ignored him and swung his sword down in an instant. Sizzle, sizzle. Luo Hang's expression changed drastically. It was only when the sword fell that he suddenly realized that this wisp of purple flame was burning, causing the surrounding space to continuously shatter and heal. Before the sword even touched the purple flame, it was swept away by the shattered space. Crack! The tip of the sword instantly turned to dust. Luo Hang's face turned pale, even the sword body shattered, undoubtedly bringing him immense backlash. "Go," Lu Chen said lightly, a malicious smile on his face. "Feel it well, this is the wrath of the heavens." Whoosh! A wisp of purple flame suddenly descended. Luo Hong couldn't help but look up, feeling an endless blaze burning on him, his armor cracking, and his golden wings melting. "No, it's impossible." Luo Hong was filled with terror. At that moment, he seemed to see the embodiment of the heavens. That pure purple flame even invaded his soul, intending to burn his soul, his beast space, and his proud S-level talent Gangjin to ashes. "No!" Luo Hong screamed in fear. The terror of death nearly shattered his will. In less than a second, he felt as if he had gone through a cycle of reincarnation. When Luo Hong came to his senses, he saw Lu Chen's intrigued expression and the incredibly complex gazes of his classmates. Luo Hang's golden steel sword, iron wall armor, and golden wings are all Manhwa-level metal-type beasts. In just an instant, the purple flame fell, and they all melted, instantly killed, unable to even protect the beast master. Luo Hong is actually begging for mercy. Has his soul been burned? This is too terrifying. If Lu Chen hadn't reigned in his power in time, Luo Hang would probably have turned to ashes in an instant. Are you kidding me? You call this a star-level 10th tier? Even a Manhwa-level 10th tier or a sun-level beast master might not withstand this terrifying purple flame. The students present felt a wave of fear. At this moment, no one questioned it anymore. Just a wisp of purple flame was so overwhelmingly powerful. If the beast controlling the purple flame were to appear in person, how terrifying would that be? Many classmates looked at the purple flame hovering above Luo Hong, which, even after retracting all its power, seemed to exude a breath of death. Scattered on the ground, the broken golden steel sword, iron wall armor, and golden wings were infinite evidence. Ha, ha, ha. Luo Hong gasped for breath in pain. He was utterly convinced that if it weren't for the protection of the beast space, these 3 metal lives would have been completely annihilated. No, even the beast space can't protect them. Luo Hong suddenly realized that if Lu Chen hadn't shown mercy, he wouldn't have needed even a second to be completely obliterated. He recalled his earlier disgraceful state, and his cold face turned completely red. Actually, you don't need to beg for mercy, Lu Chen said with a light laugh. I'm the mentor, you're the student, I wouldn't stoop to your level. Luo Hong wanted to say something, but an extreme pain and weakness washed over him. His vision darkened, and he fainted directly. Is he really that fragile? Lu Chen shrugged, feeling bored. Master, and Yu's voice entered his mind. Do you need me to help him heal a bit? I've controlled my power, he won't die. Besides, the class time is limited. If we finish early, we can go back sooner. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Let him go to the infirmary by himself. This is the Magic City Beast Master University. We won't lack powerful healing beast masters. Well, okay. And Yu nodded and said, he looks so pitiful, but he's so weak. Even the Imperial Bird Sister couldn't control that wisp of purple flame. It was just the natural power it emitted, and he couldn't withstand it. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. The purple flame Imperial Bird, what an existence. It seemed like a wisp of purple flame, but it was the Tsung Tian Purple Flame, ranked second on the exotic fire ranking. It represented the wrath of the heavens. This mentor. Lu Chen looked towards Morong Fong not far away and said, could you help take this student to the infirmary? I still have class to attend. Morong Feng's expression changed as he met the gazes of many in the classroom. Seeing that wisp of purple flame, he questioned whether he could withstand it himself. In terms of strength, Morong Feng was indeed a bit stronger than Luo Heng, being a 7th-tier beast master, but his strength was still limited. After all, he didn't have an S-level talent. Alright, Morong Feng gritted his teeth, helped Luo Heng up, and summoned a flying pet beast, heading to the infirmary at the fastest speed. Alright, Lu Chen retracted the purple flame and smiled. I don't think anyone else wants to try, right? A silence fell over the crowd. The students exchanged glances, not saying a word. Trying to face the purple flame? Even Luo Han was taken out in an instant. They were even less of a match. Since no one has any objections, Lu Chen smiled softly and said gently, let's officially start the lecture. The classroom was silent for a second. Wow! The applause erupted warmly. Although it was a bit cruel to Luo Hang, no one cared about him anymore. Since they decided to challenge, they had to bear the consequences. Teacher Lu had already shown mercy, even letting Teacher Morong personally take him to the infirmary. What more could he want? Alright, Lu Chen raised his hand, and the applause came to an abrupt stop. The students and even the mentors present were almost all convinced. A female student stood up, her face full of admiration. Teacher Lu, you're so young yet so powerful. Why did you choose to teach beast cultivation? I feel like you could directly teach beast combat. Her words received recognition from many classmates. In Magic City Beast Master University, beast combat was the most popular course. This student's question is very representative. Lu Chen nodded and said, however, beast combat cannot solve everything. If you cultivate your pet beast to be strong enough, your enemies will only fear you. At that point, you won't even have a chance to fight, will you? So cool. The girl's eyes sparkled, almost captivated. Humph, Shen Yen Yen pouted, he really has skills, daring to question the manager. It's Teacher Lu now. Du Ruoyan looked at Lu Chen on the podium and said softly, after today, I'm afraid many girls will have a crush on the manager. The manager is really too strong. Shen Yen Yen couldn't help but say, I even doubt if he's really a star level. With such terrifying strength, even if you said he was a day level, I would believe it. As long as you cultivate your pet beast strong enough, will your enemies only fear you? Du Ruoyan sighed, I'm afraid only the manager has the right to say such things. In terms of cultivation ability, no one can compare to the manager. On the podium, Lu Chen spoke eloquently. The knowledge points he taught were basically the fundamentals of cultivation. With the profound understanding of a 7-star cultivator, even the basic knowledge allowed the hundreds of students in the classroom to benefit greatly. They suddenly felt even more pity for Luo Hang. Not only was he severely injured, but he also missed this precious class. It seems like class is about to end. Always talking about the basic cultivation theory feels a bit unrealistic. Not knowing how long he had been speaking, Lu Chen glanced at the time and smiled. How about this? I'll invite 2 classmates up here to personally cultivate each other's pets. Those who want this opportunity can raise their hands enthusiastically. Of course, students who choose my course will be given priority. As soon as he finished speaking, many classmates eagerly raised their hands. Looking at the enthusiastic students, Lu Chen chuckled. Why is everyone raising their hands? However, opportunities are limited, so let's go with these 2 classmates. Shen Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun, right? Shen Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They quickly stood up and walked towards the podium. Whether it was the slime or the moonlight butterfly, due to their small size, they usually stayed close to Shen Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun. Seeing them take the stage, many classmates were astonished. It wasn't that they doubted any underhanded dealings, but the levels of the slime and moonlight butterfly had both reached the awakened 10th tier, with potential also at the stellar 10th tier. In terms of both realm and potential, they had reached the current level limit. Before Shen Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun broke through to the extraordinary level of beast tamers, Was there any room for further cultivation of the slime and moonlight butterfly? Teacher Lu, why don't you choose someone else?
A girl stood up again and said, "We all know that the slime and moonlight butterfly can no longer be cultivated unless they break through to the extraordinary level."
Exactly. A boy exclaimed excitedly, "Teacher Lu, help me cultivate my pet.
My pet has plenty of room for growth in both potential and realm."
Shen Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun also realized.
Yes, the pets they had contracted had already been cultivated to their current peak. The only way to continue growing stronger was for them to break through to the extraordinary level.
Store manager. Teacher Lu, Shen Nian Nian couldn't help but say, "Why not give this opportunity to someone else?"
"Right,"
Du Ruoyun said anxiously, "this is your first public class, Teacher Lu."
In response to the two girls' suggestion, Lu Chen simply returned a reassuring glance. "Everyone, please remain calm," Lu Chen said with a light smile.
You just said that the slime and moonlight butterfly can no longer be cultivated, right?
Definitely.
The girl quickly replied, "It's well known that the pets contracted by awakened beast tamers can only reach the awakened 10th tier in realm and stellar 10th tier in potential, absolutely cannot exceed that."
Wrong.
Lu Chen chuckled lightly. "What is this well-known fact?"
The world of beast taming has infinite possibilities.
The first thing you need to do is break through your own cognitive barriers, understand?
The girl was instantly taken aback.
Break through cognitive barriers?
But this has been a hard rule passed down among beast tamers for thousands of years. Any beast tamer attempting to contract a moonlight level or even higher potential pet ends up in a very tragic situation.
The girl felt confused.
Lu Chen smiled slightly. Before becoming a 7-star cultivator, he had also believed this was an ironclad rule. However, once a cultivator reaches 5 stars, they can turn decay into wonder.
Not to mention 7 stars?
In terms of status, a 7-star cultivator is comparable to a Holy Spirit level beast tamer.
Since it's a limitation, why can't it be broken?
Lu Chen chuckled softly. At that moment, an elderly man holding a resource container walked into the classroom.
"Students," the old man said gently, "I am also very interested in what Teacher Lu said about breaking limits."
Wow!
The entire room was in an uproar. Principal Duan came in person?
Wow!
Teacher Lu has such great influence that Principal Duan personally brought resources to demonstrate the pet cultivation process? Even Principal Duan is so interested in Teacher Lu's class? Have you noticed that Principal Duan seems to have aged quite a bit? Lu Chen stepped forward, took the resource container, and poured everything out.
These were the specific resources he had specially instructed.
The students present, as well as the mentor, couldn't help but investigate.
They were all astonished. Why are all these resources bronze level?
And there are quite a few black iron level resources? Teacher Lu can't be planning to cultivate slimes and moonlight butterflies with these low-level resources, right?
Let's take a moment of silence for the slimes and moonlight butterflies. What use are these low-level resources?
Lu Chen observed the expressions of the students and the mentor and couldn't help but smile.
As you can see, these resources are all the lowest black iron and bronze level resources, but they are also the most suitable for the current slimes and moonlight butterflies.
At this moment,
Shen Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun stood gracefully beside him, like a beautiful landscape.
Lu Chen arranged the various resources in a specific way, with the weight precise to the gram, and said softly, "Classmates Shen Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun, could you please combine these two types of resources, integrate them into the beast space, and then feed them to the slimes and moonlight butterflies? Can you do that?"
Shen Nian Nian blinked slightly, hesitated, but still took the many resources. Even she couldn't help but doubt whether these low-level resources would really be useful, even after precise combination. She had previously cultivated slimes and fed them quite a few resources, naturally reaching the 10th tier of the star potential. After that, any resources fed would only be returned to the beast space.
However, Shen Nian Nian was more willing to believe Lu Chen, nodding, "Okay."
Just as she placed the many resources into the beast space, a surge of information suddenly appeared in her mind.
Refinement method? Shen Nian Nian felt a bit confused.
She was about to say something when she met Lu Chen's slightly smiling gaze, and her words abruptly stopped as she began to seriously study this refinement method. Du Ruoyun naturally received the same treatment, also obtaining a refinement method, though it was slightly different from Shen Nian Nian's.
Lu Chen wouldn't explain that this was one of the achievements of the cultivators from the previous era.
The refinement method was divided into 9 levels, and what he taught Shen Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun was naturally the most basic level. Lu Chen had specially tailored the cultivation resources, and this basic refinement method was sufficient.
Facing the varied gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen remained calm. Suddenly, the aura of the slimes and moonlight butterfly seems to be getting stronger, someone exclaimed.
Equaling a hazy glow instantly enveloped the slimes and moonlight butterflies.
Their aura became increasingly profound. In an instant, they broke through. Extraordinary first tier.
Even the potential level instantly broke its limit, reaching the first tier of the Manhwa level.
This scene left the students and mentors present in utter shock. It really broke through? Not just the realm, but even the potential seems to have become stronger. Can beast cultivation really reach this level? I heard that the cultivators from the previous era could turn decay into the miraculous. Could it be that Teacher Lu is actually a cultivator?
Our Xia country also has cultivators, and they often appear on television, owning their own research institutes.
But I can assure you, they absolutely can't do this. Even Principal Duan's eyes flickered, feeling the incredible, and he slowly said, Manager Lu, Teacher Lu, you have truly exceeded my expectations.
For thousands of years, the laws of the Beast Master field have actually been broken by you.
Nothing is impossible.
Lu Chen gently shook his head, looking at the slimes and moonlight butterflies whose aura was still soaring, and softly said, after the slimes and moonlight butterflies break their limits, they will also drive the Beast Masters to break through their realms.
Boom! Boom!
The auras of Shin Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun suddenly changed.
The beast space expanded wildly. Extraordinary first level.
When the two girls opened their eyes, their faces were filled with disbelief. They had actually broken through their realms directly due to the breakthroughs of the slime and the moonlight butterfly.
This scene left everyone present in utter shock. The breakthrough of a beast master's realm was actually so simple? Even Duan Shanghua, whose heart had been silent, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If his beast space were to fully recover, could he also request Lu Chen to help cultivate his pet beasts, using their breakthroughs to drive the ultimate expansion of the beast space? With Duan Shanghua's realm, if he were to break through again, dominant level? Duan Shanghua gasped. If this could really be achieved, the entire demon city, even the summer kingdom, would be completely shaken. Shopkeeper, Shin Nian Nian said excitedly, thank you. Call me teacher at school, Lu Chen said with a hint of reproach, then smiled. How does it feel to be extraordinary? It's amazing. Shin Nian Nian nodded repeatedly, saying, and there's the refining method. Shoo, Lu Chen winked and casually said, that's a secret. Shin Nian Nian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stopped speaking. Du Ruoyun stood quietly beside them, with the moonlight butterfly perched on her shoulder. The evolution of the green cotton worm into a moonlight butterfly is quite impressive, Lu Chen said with a light smile. Take good care of it. I have high hopes. Du Ruoyun's eyes brightened slightly as she nodded. I will. I look forward to your return to the mythical pet store when you're ready to contract your second pet, Lu Chen said gently. Why did he deliberately choose Shin Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun? It was simply because he couldn't bear to see the two girls stuck at the 10th level of awakening. As long as Shin Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun broke through to the extraordinary level in their first year, they would definitely receive scholarships and naturally return to the mythical pet store just to contract their second pet. I've put in too much for performance. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh.
Of course, it was also for the effect of the public class, trying not to let Principal Duan's tens of millions in salary go to waste. After calming the two girls, Lu Chen stood beside the podium and said with a light smile, well then, this class ends here. Class dismissed. As soon as the words fell, without the constraints of discipline, the students instantly began to speak freely. Incredible! No wonder Teacher Lu is so young yet already a university mentor. I feel like Teacher Lu doesn't even take the university mentor position seriously. If it weren't for Principal Duan personally inviting him, he might not even take the mentor role. Did you see? Principal Duan respects Teacher Lu a lot. My God, when I was 18, I was still proud of my little achievements. Teacher Lu has made Principal Duan look at him differently. Teacher Lu must be a cultivator. He's probably better than those so-called cultivators in the Summer Kingdom. Next, Teacher Lu might start several research projects, and our academic level in beast mastery at Demon City University might soar because of this. I really envy Shin Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun. Why wasn't it me who went up there? Have you noticed? Shin Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun have only been beast masters for less than half a month, and they're already extraordinary. At this growth rate, they might break through to the star level in their first year. In their second year, they might even have the chance to break through to the moon level. So envious, jealous, and frustrated. Lu Chen listened to the excited discussions of his classmates, only chuckling softly without paying much attention. In a corner, Bai Yue watched Lu Chen walk out of the classroom with a carefree demeanor, her pretty face turning even paler, her tightly bitten lips slightly oozing blood. Yue, what's wrong with you? Do you really like Teacher Lu that much? Mu Yuan couldn't help but say, I admit, Teacher Lu is very outstanding, but he is just too outstanding. He's not someone you can have. Can't you see that? Bai Yue looked lost, whispering, do you know? Lu Chen was once my boyfriend. Ha! Mu Yuan sneered and said, ex-boyfriend? If Teacher Lu really is your ex-boyfriend, how foolish must you be to break up with him? Bai Yue, I thought you were a decent girl, but I realize I was mistaken.
I never expected you to be so good at delusion. You. Bai Yuewei wanted to say something, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She regretted it immensely. If she hadn't suggested breaking up, she could have contracted a pet beast cub comparable to a slime, and every breakthrough in her realm would have been without bottlenecks. Especially Mu Yuan's words pierced her pride infinitely. But he really is my ex-boyfriend. Why won't you believe me? Bai Yuewei said bitterly. You're really crazy. Mu Yuan laughed coldly and left. Bai Yuewei shook her head repeatedly. She didn't care about Mu Yuan, just felt regret. I actually thought that by becoming a student at the Beast Master University in Magic City, I had separated myself from Lu Chen's class. Bai Yuewei whispered, perhaps he was right, I really am crazy. She trembled slightly as she opened her phone screen, found the contact from her blacklist, and clicked on the friend request. Ding dong. Bai Yuewei hurriedly looked, only to find that the friend request had already been rejected. She still didn't believe it and clicked the request again, only to find she had been blocked. Is it really like this? Bai Yuewei smiled sadly and walked out in a daze. In the corridor of the Yaori building, Lu Chen seemed to be the center of attention, with Principal Duan on his left and Lu Luochan on his right, along with many excited and enthusiastic classmates behind him. The moment when the slime and moonlight butterfly's potential and strength broke through simultaneously could almost be recorded in history. How could they not be excited? He opened his phone and saw that Bai Yuewei had sent a friend request, with a note, Lu Chen, I regret it. Can we go back to how we were before? Lu Chen frowned slightly, directly rejecting the request and conveniently blocking her. In the school infirmary, Lu Shui wore a sexy professional outfit that outlined her incredibly hot figure, her light golden, smooth long hair tied into a high ponytail, revealing her smooth and slender neck. Over the professional outfit, she wore a white lab coat, and with her white-framed glasses, she exuded both sexiness and an air of restraint. Mu Rongfeng gazed at Lu Shui with infatuation, especially captivated by her alluring charm that combined sexiness and restraint, making it hard for him to look away. Lu Shui seemed unaware of Mu Rongfeng's gaze, her face serious as she looked at Luo Han lying on the hospital bed, along with the severely damaged sword, armor, and wings beside him. The more she examined, the more alarmed Lu Shui became, taking a deep breath and saying, Did Luo Han provoke a daylight-level beast master? Daylight level? Mu Rongfeng shook his head. How is that possible? The one who defeated Luo Han was actually a starry-level beast master. Absolutely impossible. Although I can't discern the level of the residual embers, I can see that Luo Heng's injuries are very serious. He should have died instantly but was forcefully kept alive. Moreover, those residual purple flames are still forcibly sustaining Luo Heng's life. Lu Shui's expression was resolute as she slowly said, these purple flames do not resist any healing methods. But if someone wants to harm Luo Heng, even if that person is a Mingyue-level beast master, these residual purple flames will instantly annihilate the attacker. Mu Rongfeng couldn't help but feel alarmed. He had indeed had such thoughts on the way here. After all, he could tell that Lu Luochan seemed to have an unusual attitude towards Lu Chen. If something happened to Luo Han on the way, Lu Chen, as a teacher, would also bear an undeniable responsibility. After careful consideration, Mu Rongfeng still abandoned this plan. If Luo Han died, he would also face an investigation. Mu Rongfeng really didn't expect that Lu Chen's thoughts could be so meticulous, and that the control of the pet beast over its power could be so exquisite, easily achieving life extension and defensive counterattacks. Is classmate Luo Han alright? Mu Rongfeng couldn't help but ask. Although he was dissatisfied with Lu Chen casually commanding him in front of many classmates, he certainly didn't want anything to happen to Luo Heng. Luo Han came from the southern Luo family, which had a king-level beast master in the family. Of course he's fine. Lu Shui gently shook her head and summoned her pet beast in an instant. It was a girl radiating a green glow, with a tender yet stunningly beautiful face, flickering with a gentle expression. An elf. Mu Rongfeng took a deep breath. He naturally knew that Lu Shui had contracted an elf, and it was a natural elf from a very high status within the elf clan. Fully grown, it was at the daylight level. The natural elf that Lu Shui had contracted had not yet truly matured, but it had already been cultivated to the moonlight level, 10th tier. It is worth mentioning that Lu Shui had only contracted a natural elf, establishing a core contract, and the A-level beast master talent heart of the elf had completely merged into the soul of the natural elf. Because of this, the growth rate of this natural elf was so fast that even at the age of 23, Lu Shui had reached the moonlight 10th tier. With just one opportunity, both Lu Shui and the natural elf would break through to the daylight level. As the incredibly pure healing power of the natural elf continuously flowed into Luo Heng, as well as the three pet beasts, sword, armor, and wing, many injuries gradually improved. Sword, armor, and wing also gradually recovered. However, their aura had weakened significantly. Luo Heng slowly woke up, holding his painfully throbbing head, confused. Teacher Moron, Teacher Lu, How did I end up here? Don't you remember?
Morong Fong said helplessly. You wanted to challenge the new instructor Lu Chen, but Lu Chen only released a wisp of purple flame and completely suppressed you.
Do you remember now? I remember.
Luo Heng's face turned red as he recalled the embarrassing scene he had shown in the classroom, completely losing his composure in the face of the threat of death, leaving only fear. He suddenly realized that his so-called pride, indifference, and even his immensely proud talent, as well as his strength far surpassing that of his peers, were all insignificant in front of that young instructor.
Lu Shui said softly, I have restored the life aura of the 3 pet beasts you contracted, sword, armor, and wing, but their bodies have been burned significantly, and they still face the risk of demotion. If you want to completely heal them, you must feed them a large amount of precious metal resources, otherwise, all 3 pet beasts will demote, and you may not be able to maintain your moonlight level. I understand. Luo Heng's expression was bleak.
As the legitimate son of the southern Luo family and a holder of S-level beast master talent, he certainly wouldn't lack resources. He just found it hard to emerge from the humiliation and disappointment of being easily defeated.
Awakening S-level talent?
I can't compare to Lu Su, I accept that. After all, he has dual S-level talents and is a dragon master.
Luo Heng couldn't help but shake his head inside. I can't compare to Lu Chen.
Teacher Lu, I can accept that too. But why is the gap so vast?
Just a wisp of purple flame, and I was instantly defeated. If he used his full strength, I would probably turn to ashes in an instant, right?
There's no need to belittle yourself.
Lu Shui said softly, above S-level, there is SS-level, and even the elusive SSS-level talent.
Since you understand that there are always people better than you, I don't want to see you so severely injured next time, still being carried to the infirmary.
Teacher Lu Chen is indeed too strong.
Luo Hong recalled his pet beasts, looking at the still devastated beast space, unable to stop sighing.
Wait, Lu Shui's expression changed slightly, unable to help but ask, did you just say that the new young instructor is named Lu Chen? Is he almost 18 years old, looking very much like Lu Su?
Lu Shui's background was not a secret.
She came from the only elven family in the Magic City.
In the entire Summer Country, there are 3 major dragon riding families and 3 major elven families, each possessing stable contracts with giant dragons and channels for contracting elves. Although the combat power of elves cannot compare to that of giant dragons, the ancient elven kingdom once stood tall on Blue Star, so this race naturally does not fall short by much. Among the elven race, the oldest and most noble ancestral elves can even reach the Holy Spirit level upon maturity. The direct royal bloodline is that of the ancestral elves, which can reach the overlord level upon maturity, comparable to the divine dragon species. The next tier, the royal direct bloodline, can reach the monarch level upon maturity, comparable to the top giant dragon species. The natural elf contracted by Lu Shui is not of the direct bloodline, but rather a branch of the collateral line, yet it can still reach the 10th tier of the sun phase upon maturity, which is already a very high level of bloodline potential. Not to mention, the elven race has a stable bloodline promotion route. If recognized in the ancient elven kingdom, one could even enter the ancestral land of the elven kingdom to receive the inheritance of the ancestral elves. If it weren't for the arrival of the demon realm back then, which shattered the ancestral land of the elven kingdom, with the foundation of the elven kingdom, it would not have fallen into decline. The elven families and dragon riding families have competition, but there is also a lot of cooperation.
Lu Shui clearly remembers that when she was 11 years old, she vaguely heard her elders mention that the Lu family of the dragon riding family had produced a peerless talent in this generation, and that was Lu Su.
At the same time, there was also a scandal. Lu Su's cousin, a child named Lu Chen, seemed to be born with a flawed and broken innate talent, unable to awaken the beast-taming talent for life. Thus, Lu Su was directly appointed as the young family head.
In contrast, Lu Chen has seemingly vanished, suspected of being expelled from the Lu family.
I must say, Mu Rongfeng pondered, his eyes growing more astonished, that new mentor Lu Chen, upon closer inspection, really does resemble Lu Su by about 70%.
It really is him. Lu Shui was taken aback, thinking, he actually came back? He's even at Magic City University,
becoming the youngest mentor in history.
Lu Su is also at Magic City University. If the two of them meet,
just thinking about it made Lu Shui's heart tremble. The waste of that year now possesses strength almost comparable to the sun phase.
How proud is the Lu family? They even believe they are the leaders among the 3 major dragon-riding families.
Lu Shui murmured, if in this generation, Lu Chen and Lu Su, these 2 brothers, join forces to take charge of the Lu family, perhaps they could truly make the Lu family the leader.
Unfortunately, you have let down Lu Chen. Now, Lu Chen has returned. showing such terrifying talent and strength. So, what choice will you make? Will you admit your mistakes and recruit him? Or, eradicate him? In the boys' dormitory, room 208.
In the spacious villa living room, Nye Ziyun was describing excitedly.
You guys have no idea that arrogant Luo Han wants to challenge Mentor Lu,
thinking that Mentor Lu is only 18 years old, younger than many second-year seniors, and is completely unworthy of his position. Mentor Lu just released a wisp of purple flame, and it completely defeated Luo Hang.
With a realm of the 10th tier of the stars, he easily crushed the 3rd tier of the dark moon. Next, Mentor Lu even demonstrated on-site what true beast cultivation is.
Oh my god, the slimes and moonlight butterflies cultivated by Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun have reached the limits of awakening level, yet Mentor Lu directly cultivated them to the extraordinary level, even reaching the dark moon level potential. Even Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun broke through to the extraordinary level. They became beast tamers less than half a month ago, and they directly reached the extraordinary level.
Nye Ziyun was animated.
When he looked at his two roommates, he found them staring at him as if he were a fool.
Nye Ziyun, have you gone crazy? Zhang Juanxin couldn't help but say, I admit the plot you mentioned is exciting, but this is just too unrealistic.
Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun broke through to the extraordinary level is absolutely impossible.
Yeah,
Tan Xiangyu also said, even Brother Su, after contracting the golden dragon back then, took a year to break through to the extraordinary level. Although it was due to a solid foundation, half a month from awakening level 1 to extraordinary level is just unbelievable. As he spoke, Tan Xiangyu couldn't help but glance at the indifferent young man sitting on the sofa, fearing that his words might provoke the others' displeasure.
Don't you believe it?
Nye Ziyun took a deep breath and said, the forum has already exploded, just go take a look, and you'll immediately know the truth.
Do I really need to fabricate such a lie? Tan Xiangyu and Zhang Juanxin exchanged glances, both opening their computers and logging into the Magic City University forum.
They looked at the pinned posts and a large number of hot threads, and upon seeing the new young mentor, they couldn't help but widen their eyes.
What the hell? Nye Ziyun, what you said is actually true. Are you telling me this Mentor Lu is only 18 years old? Damn, I just turned 18 too, but I feel like Mentor Lu could kill me with just one glance. Tan Xiangyu, are you inflating your own ego? Luo Hong was almost killed by a wisp of purple flame. Can you withstand a single gaze? I regret it. Why didn't I attend this public class?
If I had the chance to go on stage and let Mentor Lu train me, maybe I would be at the extraordinary level by now.
One step fast, every step fast. This year's freshmen, apart from Brother Su, Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun are probably the strongest. Tan Xiangyu and Zhang Juanxin kept discussing, their eyes filled with amazement and shock.
Brother Su.
Nye Ziyun looked at the indifferent young man and couldn't help but say, aren't you going to take a look?
With your talent and strength, you could totally take Mentor Lu's course and learn that incredible beast cultivation method.
No. Lu Su raised his eyes and said indifferently, you already mentioned it, right? That Mentor Lu is very young, the same age as us. That's right. Nye Ziyun nodded. Lu Su curled his lips into a slight smile and said arrogantly, since we are peers, how could he surpass me?
My talent, Lu Su, is already the strongest among my peers. What I should learn should at least be at the associate professor level, or even principal Duan's level. A young mentor, perhaps he has inherited something from the ancient times or even from the last era.
Is such a person really worth my time to learn from?
He was naturally extremely proud. Possessing 2 types of S-level beast taming talents, he had already broken through to the Manhwa level before the college entrance examination, and in terms of strength, he was many times stronger than Luo Han, who also had S-level talent.
Lu Su was already prepared.
As long as he thoroughly understood dragon language magic, he could start helping the Golden Dragon and the Holy Dragon break through to the Daylight level.
As for himself,
he could break through to the Daylight level at any time. He was just solidifying his foundation, trying to completely merge the 2 S-level talents into an invincible SS-level dragon talent in the world.
S-level talent, Holy Dragon Shadow.
Lu Su's gaze was deep as he thought, the S-level talent I awakened innately is only the S-level Golden Dragon Shadow.
The Holy Dragon Shadow initially did not belong to me. These 2 S-level talents ultimately have a vague repulsion.
With this thought, memories began to surface in Lu Su's mind.
It was 12 years ago.
That year, Lu Su was also 6 years old.
The young Lu Su followed the more mature Lu Chen every day.
The 2 brothers seemed like the closest family. Until Lu Su awakened the S-level beast taming talent Golden Dragon Shadow, Lu Chen was detected to have the S-level talent Holy Dragon Shadow within him.
This discovery shook the entire Lu family. All the high-ranking members of the Lu family instantly sealed off all news, believing that Lu Chen and Lu Su would lead the Lu family to become the foremost among the 3 great dragon-controlling families, commanding a larger share of the resources in the dragon realm. A sudden change occurred. Lu Chen's innate talent source was extracted and transplanted into Lu Su. Thus, with the dual S-level dragon talent, Lu Su bore all the glory of the Lu family. Lu Chen, who lost his innate talent source and became a waste, was discarded like a piece of trash. Out of respect for his direct bloodline, Lu Chen could still live as an ordinary person. Following the original trajectory, he would attend a liberal arts college, graduate, and become an ordinary screw in society, completely stripped of the qualification to call himself a member of the Lu family. Few knew that the day before Lu Chen's innate talent source was extracted, the young Lu Su discovered two ancient books in the Lu family's library. One of the ancient texts recorded the ancient dragon language magic. The other recorded the secret of dragon shadow fusion. The dual S-level dragon shadow talent could fuse into an SS-level dragon talent, far surpassing S-level, and could be considered the strongest. Thus, Lu Su's father, the current head of the Lu family, conveniently discovered these two ancient texts. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Su's gaze became even more indifferent. He had long made up his mind to eliminate all rejection with his own strength and ultimately achieve the feat of S-level talent fusion. Only in this way could Lu Su's self-esteem rise above that of his older brother, who, at the age of 6, was mature like an adult. Nie Ziyun couldn't help but say, "Brother Su, I sincerely recommend it. Mentor Lu Chen is really amazing. Electing courses with Mentor Lu Chen will definitely be very beneficial." He looked at Lu Su, his eyes filled with urgency. Nie Ziyun knew very well that the elective spots for Lu Chen's courses were extremely limited, and he could never compete with other students. If it were Lu Su, it would be different. That young mentor would surely not refuse a genius like Lu Su as his student, right? Nie Ziyun wanted to say more, but he met a pair of indifferent yet infinitely sharp eyes, the left eye shimmering with a golden hue, while the right eye was pure white, even the pupils covered in white light. Ha, ha. Nie Ziyun's face was filled with terror as Lu Su grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air, his entire face turning red from suffocation. He looked at Lu Su in fear, feeling a sense of despair rising in his heart. "Su, brother Su, what's wrong with you?" Nie Ziyun managed to speak with difficulty. Lu Su's expression was as cold as ice, enunciating each word. "What did you just say, that mentor? What is his name?" "Brother Su." Tan Xiangyu hurriedly stepped forward, panicking. "The mentor's name is Lu Chen. You have to put Nie Ziyun down. If this goes on, he's going to die." Lu Su ignored him, still staring at Nie Ziyun. Nie Ziyun struggled to speak. It's Lu Chen." Boom! Lu Su casually threw Nie Ziyun aside, his gaze extremely cold yet containing a hint of morbid excitement, whispering, "Brother, you actually came back? Ziyun, it seems you have abandoned the glory of the dragon-controlling family. You even became a mentor at Magic City University. You're still the same, always silently standing above me. I really can't help but want to tear you apart." Riding the elevator all the way up. In the spacious elevator, there were only 3 people, Lu Chen, Duan Shanghua, and Lu Luochan. Other students, out of respect for the 3, did not squeeze into the elevator. After much hesitation, Duan Shanghua finally couldn't help but ask, "Manager Lu, what is the highest level of pet beast you can cultivate with your methods that exceed the limits?" As soon as these words were spoken, even Lu Luochan couldn't help but have her gaze flicker. She naturally knew the deeper meaning behind Duan Shanghua's question. Duan Shanghua still has a pet beast, and it has reached the king level, 10th tier. One more step, and it would be at the overlord level. But this small step is enough to trap countless prodigies. Even Duan Shanghua, at the king level, 10th tier, has struggled for nearly his entire life. Lu Chen met Duan Shanghua's aged gaze and chuckled lightly. "Principal Duan, there's no need to ask. If you want to cultivate a pet beast, just come to the mythical pet shop to find me." Duan Shanghua was somewhat taken aback, but he saw the calmness in Lu Chen's eyes. The highly respected principal was momentarily speechless. Lu Chen said nothing more. With his 7-star level as a cultivator, if he spent some time, he could even cultivate a pet beast at the overlord level, 10th tier, to the Holy Spirit level, 1st tier. Why was the status of cultivators so high in the previous era? A 7-star cultivator's status was comparable to that of a Holy Spirit level beast master. The reason lies here. Some overlords who could never break through to the Holy Spirit level, if they could gain the favor of a 7-star cultivator, would basically be able to break through to the Holy Spirit level. Besides resources, a 7-star cultivator also needs to spend a lot of time and cannot mass-produce Holy Spirit level beasts. Due to the constraints of his realm, Lu Chen could only exert a 6-star level of cultivation. Even so, Lu Chen could cultivate a pet beast at the king level, 10th tier, to the highest overlord level. Although Principal Duan held a high position and was strong in his own right, he was ultimately just at the king level, 10th tier,
which happened to be within Lu Chen's capability.
Really?
Lu Luochan was even more excited and couldn't help but say, "Please, shopkeeper, you must help the teacher cultivate the pet beast." She knew how long Duan Shanghua had been stuck at the king level, always resenting his insufficient strength, only able to let his contracted pet beasts fight to the death on the battlefield against other races.
Not yet, Lu Chen shook his head. Why not?
Lu Luochan was slightly taken aback and said, "In terms of resources, the teacher will definitely prepare well. The teacher also has a pet beast, with both realm and potential at the king level, 10th tier, which should meet the conditions." "It's not a matter of realm or potential," Lu Chen looked at Duan Shanghua and said seriously, "although Principal Duan has contracted the Jinkong giant tree, if I'm not mistaken, the current realm of the Jinkong giant tree should only be at the Manhwa level, right? At the Manhwa level, the Jinkong giant tree cannot completely suppress or repair the nearly shattered beast space of Principal Duan." What shopkeeper Lu said is correct. Duan Shanghua's expression dimmed slightly as he said slowly, "In my current state, if shopkeeper Lu forcibly helps me cultivate a pet beast, it would be harming me.
The beast space would shatter completely in an instant, and even the Jinkong giant tree wouldn't be able to suppress it. How could this be?" Lu Luochan couldn't help but feel disappointed.
She hoped more than anyone to see Duan Shanghua break through to the overlord level. "There's no need to rush," Lu Chen said with a light smile. "With the ability of the Jinkong giant tree, as long as it breaks through to the Ryu level, and with a little time, it can completely repair Principal Duan's beast space. I can help Principal Duan customize a cultivation plan specifically for the Jinkong giant tree, and in just 7 days, the Jinkong giant tree can break through to the Ryu level, 10th tier."
As the words fell, both Duan Shanghua and Lu Luochan reignited their hopes. Moreover, they were even more shocked.
Even though Duan Shanghua's status was at the king level, with the source power of a king-level beast master, cultivating a new pet beast would be efficient. But to let the Jinkong giant tree break through from the Manhwa level to the Ryu level, 10th tier, in just 7 days.
This growth rate was simply too exaggerated, wasn't it?
It should be noted that although the Jinkong giant tree has a complete evolution route, its next evolutionary form is comparable to the void ancient tree form of the divine dragon and demon dragon species. Many precious resources, even Duan Shanghua, could not gather in a short time. If you want to gather them all, you will have to pay an enormous price. Perhaps the entire family's wealth will be consumed in the process. Lu Chen would not change the life form of the Jinkong giant tree, he would simply teach according to the material, formulating the most suitable cultivation plan for the Jinkong giant tree. In the previous era, this was also the most basic way for cultivators to make money, requiring little time while earning a substantial fortune. Countless beast tamers were willing to pay 50% or even more of their wealth for a targeted cultivation plan. Principal Duan spoke with utmost seriousness. "On a chosen day, I will personally visit the mythical pet shop."
However, Lu Luochan showed a hint of hesitation. Lu Chen noticed her thoughts and chuckled lightly. "Do you want the Red Thunder Flood Dragon to grow faster? Do you want the 3 contracted sub-dragon pets to evolve into true dragon species?" It was as if the devil was whispering. Lu Luochan's eyes filled with desire. "I do," she replied immediately. Lu Luochan had no doubt. Even though cultivating sub-dragon species into true dragon species was undoubtedly an incredible feat, with difficulty reaching its peak, the bloodline of true dragons was extremely domineering. In the vast dragon realm, all sub-dragon species, even subspecies of divine dragons, were directly expelled, showing disdain for sub-dragon species, believing that such lowly mixed-blood creatures could never become true dragons. However, Lu Luochan knew that Lu Chen had easily cultivated a red carp into the flood dragon species Red Thunder Flood Dragon. So what difficulty would there be in cultivating a sub-dragon species, which already had a high dragon blood content, into a true dragon species? Looking at Duan Shanghua and Lu Luochan, Lu Chen smiled casually and said, "I look forward to your arrival." After a conversation, the elevator doors opened. Duan Shanghua's expression suddenly turned confused as he whispered, "He, how did he come?" Lu Su? Lu Luochan was also puzzled. Although it had only been half a month since the school year started, Lu Su's proud reputation had already spread throughout Magic City University. Despite Lu Su's extreme arrogance, believing that only mentors at least at the associate professor level were qualified to teach him, no one found it strange. Even Lu Luochan thought it was only natural. No one would treat Lu Su as a junior. After all, his strength surpassed that of most mentors. At just 18 years old, he had reached the 10th level of the Manhwa realm. Moreover, he had contracted 2 top-tier dragon species. At this moment, Lu Chen also looked into the distance, where a young man with an indifferent expression stood on the lawn, his back straight, exuding a noble aura reminiscent of a dragon. "Is that Lu Su?" Lu Chen chuckled with interest. Lu Luochan was worried that Lu Chen might not recognize him and was about to introduce him, but as her gaze shifted, she saw Lu Su slowly walking over, directly standing in front of Lu Chen, revealing a very complex expression. You know each other? Lu Luochan couldn't help but be shocked. We do, Lu Chen said, looking into the distance with an intrigued expression. Lu Luochan was momentarily speechless. She knew that since Lu Su enrolled, he had never left the school, so how did they know each other? Duan Shanghua's gaze shifted between Lu Chen and Lu Su. Their somewhat similar appearances made him think of many things, and he ultimately sighed. I didn't expect that rumor about the Lu family to be true. Lu Luochan's eyes widened in shock. She knew many secrets and quickly connected the dots. 12 years ago, the discarded heir of the Lu family's direct line was clearly Lu Chen. Brother, Lu Su looked directly at Lu Chen, retracting the complex look in his eyes, and said softly, you have finally returned. Yes, Lu Chen replied calmly, smiling lightly. Brother, how have you been lately? Lu Su did not answer, maintaining his indifferent expression, but suddenly turned cold and said, I really don't understand why you can still awaken your talent. Why? Can you still become a beast master? Is it strange? Lu Chen continued to smile lightly, casually saying, actually, I have a question I wanted to ask you in person. What question? Lu Su frowned slightly. Nothing much, I just wanted to ask. Lu Chen's expression suddenly turned extremely cold, his voice filled with hostility. Is my beast master talent useful? Boom! A terrifying aura erupted explosively. Lu Su's pupils constricted, his eyes shifting involuntarily into golden pupils and sacred pupils, yet he still could not capture Lu Chen's figure. When he came to his senses, he was shocked to find Lu Chen had his hand around his neck, lifting him high, a terrifying power emanating from his neck, almost tearing Lu Su's dragon-like body apart completely. A sudden change occurred. Neither Duan Shanghua nor Lu Luochan had ever imagined that Lu Chen would suddenly erupt. What was even more unexpected was that with Lu Su's strength, he was completely unable to react. What kind of terrifying physical quality was this? As a dual S-rank dragon-type talent holder, and a 10th-tier dragon master contracted with a golden dragon and a sacred dragon, Lu Su's physical quality, enhanced by the feedback from the beast master contract and the boost from his talent, was comparable to that of a dragon of the same level. No matter how dangerous the battle situation was, Lu Su would never be without the power to protect himself. At this moment, Lu Su was easily grabbed by Lu Chen around the neck, even being humiliatingly lifted. With his legs dangling in the air, how embarrassing was that? My foolish little brother. Lu Chen held Lu Su, admiring the humiliation on his face, and laughed. Is the legacy of the last era worth you betting everything on? Dragon Shadow Fusion? Ridiculously absurd. After merging with the 7-star level breeder inheritance, Lu Chen naturally absorbed a vast amount of knowledge, including information related to dragon masters, such as dragon language magic and dragon shadow fusion. Among them, dragon language magic is a lost ability of the dragon race, created by true dragon species. Since the true dragon species left Blue Star, dragon language magic has gradually been lost. After all, this is not an ability imprinted in the bloodlines of giant dragons, divine dragons, or even demon dragons. As for dragon shadow fusion, it is a result researched by breeders, gradually classified as a forbidden technique of the empire. Feeling the fate aura of dragon language magic emanating from Lu Su, as well as the gradually merging dual dragon shadows, how could Lu Chen not make a judgment? Lu Su still stared at him intently, struggling to articulate, is it really that ridiculous? You still haven't answered my question. Lu Chen seemed not to see the summoning array that appeared behind Lu Su, which was the contracted giant dragon species, sensing the danger from the Beastmaster, actively breaking through the limitations of the Beastmaster space to appear. Answer me. Lu Chen smiled lightly. Is my Beastmaster talent useful? Shut up. Boom! Behind Lu Su, two massive giant dragons suddenly emerged from the summoning array. Roar! The golden dragon and the sacred dragon were both roaring. The terrifying dragon might instantly released, as if it had turned into a substance, violently crashing towards Lu Chen. The dazzling golden and pure white dragon shadows quickly merged into the souls of the golden dragon and sacred dragon, and that dragon might immediately became even more surging. Lu Su revealed a mocking smile, watching Lu Chen under the impact of the terrifying dragon might, like a small boat about to capsize in a tsunami, his golden and white pupils filled with endless coldness. Lu Chen, Lu Su said coldly, all these years, I have known you were still alive, living an ordinary person's life. I could have gone to kill you, but I didn't. You should be grateful that you can continue to live like a rat. But why? Do you still have to appear? Do you know? The moment I saw you,
I could hardly suppress my killing intent. Roar! The golden dragon roared, suddenly enveloped in a layer of white light, a blessing from the sacred dragon that granted the golden dragon even more terrifying power. In this state, even facing a sun-level beast master, the golden dragon could still fight and win. Aren't you asking? How useful is your beast master talent? Lu Su's expression was calm, as if he had completely forgotten the earlier embarrassment and humiliation, a proud smile on his face as he softly said, I can now answer you, the answer to this question. Lu Chen's body swayed under the pressure of the dragon's might, as if he might topple at any moment, yet his expression remained calm, coldly looking at Lu Su. Lu Su slowly approached, his left eye a golden pupil, on the left side was the noble golden dragon, while his right eye was a sacred eye, on the right side was the exalted sacred dragon. He seemed like the son of a dragon descended from the dragon realm, proud and invincible. If it weren't for your sacred dragon shadow, I would never be able to contract a sacred dragon in my life. Do you know? The sacred dragon is an extremely rare support-type dragon species. With the blessing of the sacred dragon, my golden dragon can easily defeat a sun-level. Lu Su stared directly, suddenly laughing loudly. Your beast master talent is really too useful. After a few words, Lu Su kept staring at Lu Chen, wanting to see even a trace of fear, hatred, or jealousy in the other's eyes. But there was none. Lu Chen's gaze remained very calm, so calm it seemed to be filled with pity. This gaze completely infuriated Lu Su. Boom! He suddenly waved his hand, and the golden dragon, enhanced to the extreme, instantly charged out. Its enormous body almost completely overshadowed Lu Chen's figure. In the final scene, however, Lu Su saw Lu Chen gently raise his hand, extending a finger. At the tip of his finger, a wisp of purple flame swirled. Lu Su suddenly recalled that a post on the forum mentioned that during today's public class, Lu Chen had instantly defeated the third-tier Luo Hang with just a wisp of purple flame. Do you think I'm some kind of waste like Luo Hong? Lu Su's expression was disdainful, coldly saying, with that weak flame, it couldn't even break through the golden dragon's defense. The golden dragon has my enhanced golden dragon shadow, and even the sacred dragon's sacred protection. Lu Chen slightly raised his head, softly saying, have you ever felt the wrath of the heavens? Boom! That wisp of purple flame quietly dispersed. It instantly transformed into a purple flame pillar, burning a hole through the body of the golden dragon. The so-called sacred protection, the golden dragon's shadow, shattered in an instant. Roar! The golden dragon let out a mournful cry, its entire body flying backward, the golden dragon breath it was about to unleash abruptly stopping. How is this possible? Lu Su's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene before him. In the next moment, an infinite fear suddenly arose in his heart. Behind Lu Chen, a pitch-black demon dragon, larger than the golden dragon, quietly emerged. The terror of this demon dragon was almost indescribable, its body over 30 meters tall, with dragon eyes resembling the pupils of a devil, its dark, fierce dragon body shimmering with a metallic sheen. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon growled, instantly catching up to the flying golden dragon. The golden dragon felt the terrifying suppression from its bloodline, continuously growling, terrified, fleeing, then howling. The world-destroying demon dragon extended its claws, and with the terrifying strength enhanced by the Crimson Star-level skilled demon dragon body, it instantly grasped the golden dragon's wing, its claws sinking deep into the flesh of the golden dragon. Rip! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly exerted force, violently tearing down the shimmering golden wing. Roar! The golden dragon, enduring excruciating pain, turned to see that the demon dragon, far larger than itself, was stuffing the torn-off wing directly into its mouth, crushing and swallowing it in just 2 bites. Such a brutal scene made the golden dragon completely lose its will to fight, only wanting to flee. Lu Su's face turned pale. He could hardly imagine that the pitch-black demon dragon contracted by Lu Chen could exert a bloodline suppression over the golden dragon. The golden dragon was already a top-tier dragon species, an adult at the king level, 10th tier. This was a powerful dragon that the Lu family had brought from the dragon realm at great cost. Demon dragon species. Lu Su instantly understood, and boundless jealousy arose in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Chen had once again surpassed him, leaving Lu Su feeling extremely unbalanced. The next moment, when Lu Su saw the golden dragon's wing being torn off and even swallowed by the world-destroying demon dragon, only terror remained in his heart. He suddenly recalled, the demon dragon species feeds on divine dragons. Even divine dragon species would feel fear when encountering a demon dragon. All demon dragons are traitors of the dragon realm, evil dragons expelled by the dragon race. The demon dragons were banished to the demon realm, unable to see a glimmer of light, surviving in darkness all day long. The entire demon dragon clan has always harbored hatred, loathing, and resentment towards those dragon races that live comfortably and enjoy all the good things in the dragon realm. The world-destroying demon dragon was no exception. RIP. Just as Lu Su hesitated, the world-destroying demon dragon fell into a frenzy. It brutally tore off the other wing of the golden dragon, devouring it cleanly. The golden dragon, having lost an entire pair of wings, seemed to have lost all dignity as a top-tier dragon species. Countless dark source powers swirled around, the air was torn apart, the ground shook and collapsed, leaving deep bloodstains on the golden dragon's body. Roar the world-destroying demon dragon, with a face full of intoxication, slowly approached the golden dragon's body, gently sniffing the aroma of the spilled blood, remnants of the wing stuck firmly in the gaps of its sharp teeth, mixed with dragon saliva dripping onto the golden dragon's face. It looked like a golden lizard, painfully lying in a pool of blood, its golden yellow dragon eyes wide open, filled with extreme fear. The golden dragon could hear its own heart pounding so violently it felt like it would shatter. At the same time, it could hear the world-destroying demon dragon's pleasurable breathing, so close. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon then lifted the golden dragon, violently tearing off a dragon leg, savoring the deliciousness of the golden dragon's flesh spreading in its mouth, unable to help but squint in pleasure. In contrast, the golden dragon seemed like a toy that had been broken, casually played with by the world-destroying demon dragon. Such a shocking scene crashed into Lu Su's soul. Lu Su kept roaring in anger, an endless heartache surged, almost tearing him apart. The golden dragon. That was the first beast he had contracted, a companion who had grown up with him since childhood. Yet now it was being torn apart, devoured. Even if Lu Su's temperament was indifferent, at this moment he felt as if his heart had been brutally stabbed. Especially when Lu Su sensed the golden dragon's painful thoughts, it even faintly resented him for provoking such a terrifying demon dragon. Why provoke? The enemy of dragons? Lu Su could not explain. He felt equally humiliated and pained. The beast control array emerged. The golden giant dragon was drawn to the array, trying to forcefully reclaim the beast control space. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared, still gnawing on the golden dragon's leg, unable to help but want to intervene. With the might of a demon dragon, it could easily destroy the beast control array. Lu Su also grew tense, but then he saw the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly stop its movements, allowing the golden giant dragon to return to the beast control space. He was momentarily stunned. Brother! Lu Chen slowly stepped forward, walking directly in front of the sacred giant dragon, and softly said, I remember, our relationship when we were young was actually very good. I was quite indulgent towards you. Lu Su's expression froze, feeling even more humiliated, yet he could not find the words to refute. Lu Chen was not wrong. Yes. In the end, Lu Su managed to squeeze out a single word. But, Lu Chen said indifferently, you took away my innate source of talent. Lu Su looked at his brother in front of him, his expression dazed. He found it hard to understand. Lu Su could naturally see that the world-destroying demon dragon should have directly stopped the golden giant dragon from returning to the beast control space. As a demon dragon, it indeed had that capability. A flurry of thoughts flashed through Lu Su's mind, but in the end, he still did not say a word. Lu Chen appreciated the look on his face and slowly said, you must be very confused, right? Why did I let you take back the golden giant dragon? Why? Lu Su clenched his fists. He was well aware that Lu Chen was humiliating him, but he had no choice to wait for support. He had to buy time. The reason is very simple. The golden giant dragon cannot die yet. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, saying, the golden giant dragon is completely bound to your S-level talent golden dragon shadow. If the golden giant dragon dies, your S-level talent golden dragon shadow will be downgraded. Lu Su's confusion deepened instantly. Then, an unnamed rage surged from his heart. At this point, what are you still pretending for? You don't still think you're my brother, do you? Lu Su said darkly, you have long been expelled from the Lu family. No. Lu Chen chuckled, you've misunderstood me. Then what do you mean? Lu Su frowned. Think about it. You took away my innate source of talent, right? If I were to just reclaim my own innate source of talent, I would be doing the same thing as you. Lu Chen gently touched the sacred giant dragon's scales, which revealed an expression of immense fear. Already intimidated by the terrifying world-destroying demon dragon, not daring to make any movements, allowing Lu Chen to stroke its dragon head. So, Lu Chen met Lu Su's complex expression with a light smile. I not only want to reclaim sacred dragon shadow, but I will also take your golden dragon shadow. Only by making you experience that kind of despair will you truly repent, won't you? Are you humiliating me? Lu Su shouted angrily, if you can do it, then go ahead and try. But Lu Chen ignored him, feeling the many gazes coming from the Sunlight Tower.
as well as the attention of Duan Shanghua and Lu Luochan.
He stroked the sacred giant dragon, his eyes revealing a hint of gentleness.
Do you know? Lu Chen said softly, if you hadn't robbed my talent, this sacred giant dragon should have been the dragon that signed the unique core contract with me. You are the golden dragon Shadow, destined for battle. And I am the sacred dragon Shadow, destined to protect. We could have pushed the Lu family to its most glorious position. So, what exactly do you want to say? Lu Su roared, having long lost his rationality.
From the moment Lu Chen had grabbed his neck until the golden giant dragon was defeated and fled in injury, he had lost all initiative.
Can't you understand?
Lu Chen said calmly, in the near future, I will take away all your talents and will also bring about the complete destruction of the Lu family.
By then, you will have nothing.
He would never pity Lu Su, but he would not kill him just yet. Sooner or later, he would personally take away all of Lu Su's talents and ensure the complete destruction of the Lu family. By then, Lu Su would have nothing. Only in this way could the grievances of these past 10 years be settled. A 7-star breeder can turn decay into wonder.
Lu Chen's expression was calm. Plundering talent? It's not impossible.
In the inherited memories, the beast-taming civilization of the previous era was far more chaotic than the current 6 nations. Many beast-tamers and breeders were proud to the extreme, digging deep into the path of beast-taming, completely losing their sense of reverence, even daring to create demon gods. What Lu Chen regretted was that even if he wanted to plunder talent, he had to be well prepared in advance.
It doesn't matter.
Lu Chen looked at Lu Su and thought to himself, let you struggle for a while longer. Let you taste hope before I ruthlessly trample it.
You want to destroy the Lu family? Lu Su laughed as if he had heard a joke. With you, do you even have the right to threaten the Lu family?
Lu Chen still ignored him, as the world-destroying dragon behind him extended its claws and lifted the terrified holy dragon.
Roar! With a tearing sound,
the world-destroying dragon suddenly ripped apart, tearing off the holy dragon's wings, and immediately pure white blood flowed everywhere, the holy aura almost turning into mist.
You dare! Lu Su roared. But he was bound by a sense of helplessness, unable to do anything.
The holy dragon, specialized in support, despite its own combat power far exceeding the same rank, had no power to resist against the world-destroying dragon.
It was like an ant.
I won't kill the holy dragon, after all, I once hoped to contract it when I was young.
Lu Chen said lightly, as for these dragon wings, they are purely what the world-destroying dragon wants to eat, and I certainly won't let it suffer. Crack, crack. The world-destroying dragon enjoyed eating the dragon wings, casually throwing the broken holy dragon into the summoning array. As for you,
Lu Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he instantly appeared in front of Lu Su, once again gripping his neck, saying, you just watch closely as I completely destroy the Lu family, and see how you become a stray dog.
Lu Chen! Lu Su shouted hysterically, don't be too arrogant. One day, I will rise above you.
I will merge with the dragon Shadow, and I will cultivate a divine dragon species. I will make you crawl at my feet and regret all the humiliation you've inflicted on me.
I give you a chance. Lu Chen looked down at him and said softly, even if you can do it, by that time, you probably won't even have the qualification to look up at me.
Impudent!
A stern shout came. Lu Chen looked up at the sky.
There was a terrifying giant dragon, entirely red, as if bathed in flames.
A solar level 10th rank. A blazing dragon. A protector, huh? Lu Chen's expression was calm, having anticipated this.
Lu Su, as the only designated next head of the beast-taming family Lu family, was also the only unparalleled genius with a double S-level dragon talent born in the Lu family's 1,000-year history.
How could he not have a protector?
This blazing dragon was at the solar 10th rank. Even when facing a king-level first-rank powerful pet, it had the strength to fight. This was the dragon species.
An unimaginable body strength, nearly ultimate elemental control, a tenacious and fierce dragon soul.
It seemed to gather all the advantages of a perfect pet. In front of the solar tower, Lu Luochan looked on in a daze, her mind completely filled with the image of Lu Chen forcefully crushing Lu Su. Especially the world-destroying dragon's overwhelming suppression of the golden giant dragon and the holy dragon made Lu Luochan feel an immense terror.
The red thunder dragon I contracted is still far from the store manager's world-destroying dragon.
Lu Luochan couldn't help but shake her head, but suddenly remembered the figure of the world-destroying demon dragon bearing the weight of the dragon realm, and in an instant, she understood a bit. Immediately, she recalled something else. That day, the store manager had casually waved his hand, causing the furious phantoms of countless giant dragons, even divine dragons, in the dragon realm to instantly dissipate into nothing.
Perhaps, Lu Luochan murmured, the store manager hasn't used his full strength yet, he's just toying with Lu Su. Although Lu Su was the most outstanding first-year student at the Demon City Beastmaster University, Lu Luochan had no intention of showing favoritism. After all,
From the interactions between Lu Chen and Lu Su, she had figured out that Lu Su had actually stolen Lu Chen's innate talent. Perhaps, the store manager is carrying many humiliations, reaching the end of the river of the world, and then flowing back against the current. Lu Luochan couldn't help but think. When she saw the blazing giant dragon descend, her delicate body trembled involuntarily. Sunday 10th rank. Blazing giant dragon. This was not a wild giant dragon species, but the only giant dragon species that had fused with the innate talent of a dragon master. In terms of strength, it could definitely challenge at a higher level. Its combat power was comparable to the weakest king level. Even the weakest king level cannot be defeated by the star level. Lu Luochan took a deep breath and thought, no matter what identity the store manager has, he cannot make the world-destroying demon dragon cross the two major realms of the Manhwa level and the Ryu level to defeat the blazing giant dragon. In the corridor of the Ryu building, Du Ruoyun stared blankly into the distance, murmuring, Lu Su was actually the store manager's brother, and the store manager was even deprived of his talent when he was young. Even so, Shen Yanyan's eyes turned slightly red as she said softly, the store manager still displayed his talent and grew to the point of easily crushing Lu Su. Lu Su, what first genius of the demon city, in front of the store manager, is simply no match. When Du Ruoyun and Shen Yanyan saw the blazing giant dragon descending from the sky and felt the terrifying aura emanating from it, their faces turned pale, overwhelmed by an extreme sense of pressure. It's over. The blazing giant dragon of the Ryu level 10th rank. Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun couldn't help but feel anxious. But they couldn't do anything, not even approach the battlefield. With their recent breakthrough to the extraordinary level, they couldn't withstand even the aftermath of the battle in such a situation. Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun could only silently pray for Lu Chen. With the arrival of the blazing giant dragon, Lu Su seemed to regain his confidence, staring intently at Lu Chen, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Lu Chen, this is the end. Lu Su took a deep breath and said coldly, no matter how you contracted the demon dragon species, your realm and the demon dragon's realm are ultimately only at the star level. That demon dragon species is only at the 3rd rank of the star level. In the face of the blazing giant dragon of the Ryu level 10th rank, there is absolutely no chance of victory. Is that so? Lu Chen remained calm, smiling as he said, brother, I originally gave you a chance. After all, I didn't plan to kill you right now. But why didn't you cherish this opportunity? You should think about how to survive. Lu Su scoffed. He noticed many gazes coming from all directions of the Ryu building and the corridor, but Lu Su didn't care at all. In his view, no matter how badly he was defeated, as long as he completely killed Lu Chen, he would still be the most dazzling genius-level prodigy at the Demon City Beast Master University. Then, Lu Su fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. He wanted to see a hint of panic or fear in those pitch-black eyes, but found that those eyes remained very calm, silently watching him. Why? Lu Su nearly ground his teeth in frustration. If Lu Chen showed no fear until death, then what did his previous humiliating defeat and the torment he suffered mean? You've been stalling for time, thinking I wouldn't know? I just don't care. Lu Chen said indifferently, is the flame dragon of the 10th rank your reliance? Young Master Lu Chen. On the back of the flame dragon, an old man in a gray robe slowly descended. With a loud rumble, the flame dragon landed behind the old man. The old man looked at the collapsed ground and the flowing dragon blood that shimmered with golden and pure white hues, and his expression changed drastically. When he first heard Lu Su's urgent summons, he hadn't considered this direction at all. After arriving and feeling the brutality of the scene, the old man suddenly realized that Lu Su had been defeated so thoroughly. This complete defeat came from the young figure before him. That sense of familiarity seemed to penetrate to the bone. Lu Qing's mood instantly became incredibly complex. He still clearly remembered that 12 years ago, these two young men represented the future of the Lu family, how they were like brothers, respectful and loving. Until that one command was issued, Lu Qing personally went to the small courtyard where Lu Chen was, bringing Lu Chen before the family head. He watched as that flash of pure white brilliance, the source of talent, was directly extracted and captured, merging into Lu Su's body. It has indeed been a long time. Lu Chen smiled slightly. He naturally recognized Lu Qing but showed no concern, saying, Master Chang, are you going to protect him? Young Master Lu Chen. Lu Qing slightly bowed, saying, I am young Master Lu Su's guardian. Protecting young Master Lu Su is my duty. Is that so? Lu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he chuckled. Then you can leave, take this waste Lu Su and roll back to the Lu family. He seemed extremely magnanimous, willing to spare Lu Su's life. Upon hearing this, both Lu Qing and Lu Su's expressions changed. Lu Qing spoke in a hoarse voice, Young Master Lu Chen, you are no longer a member of the Lu family. Although I still call you Young Master, I will not listen to you. True enough. Lu Chen appeared quite helpless, laughing. After all, Lu Su is the heir of the Lu family, isn't he? Exactly. Lu Qing said calmly, since young Master Lu Chen has awakened the Beast Master talent and contracted a dragon species, then let us return together. I believe with young Master Lu Chen's strength, the family head will impose a lighter punishment for everything you have done to young Master Lu Su. After that, young Master Lu Chen can return to the Lu family, and everyone will be happy. Lu Chen looked at the old man before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he sighed. Lu Qing, you really are getting old. Lu Qing's expression changed slightly. Young Master Lu Chen, do you not think this is a happy ending for everyone? As long as you are willing to accept punishment, it is good for everyone, isn't it? How domineering. Lu Chen shook his head and suddenly said, Lu Qing, have you forgotten that I once stood on the back of the flame dragon and went to the family head's residence? That day, my source of talent was extracted. And what right do you have to pretend to be a good person? Lu Qing was taken aback. He was a direct subordinate of the current family head and naturally had to obey the family head's orders. From the results, hasn't young Master Lu Chen already awakened a new beast master talent? You even contracted a black dragon. Lu Qing suddenly said, young Master Lu Chen, you are ultimately of the Lu family bloodline. If it weren't for the dragon blood flowing within the Lu family, how could you awaken the dragon-type talent? You should be grateful to the family. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Lu Qing, you are so hypocritical. Lu Chen laughed in anger. Do you know that I let you leave as a final opportunity, wanting to settle the score later? After all, I really dislike trouble. But, since you insist on seeking death, I am willing to fulfill your wish. As he spoke, a drop of blood suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Boom! A tremendous aura suddenly burst forth. Roar! The blazing giant dragon let out a frenzied roar, its pair of crimson eyes fixated on a drop of blood, its entire body surging with fiery energy. What is this? How can it stir the dragon blood within the blazing giant dragon? Lu Qing's aged eyes widened in shock and joy as he exclaimed, I have a feeling that if the blazing giant dragon consumes the drop of blood, it will instantly break through to the king level. Even, there's a slight chance that the blazing giant dragon could transform into the legendary divine dragon species. Lu Qing was already old, 230 years this year, his potential completely exhausted, and his lifespan nearing its end, with only a few decades left to live. Yet now, he saw a glimmer of a breakthrough opportunity. Once the blazing giant dragon broke through to the king level, Lu Qing, who had formed a core contract with it, would also have a great chance to break through simultaneously. As long as I become king level, I will be at the top of the Lu family, my status almost comparable to that of the family head. Lu Qing's breath quickened. Grandpa Chang. Lu Su's eyes were fervent as he said, hurry and kill it. My golden dragon and holy dragon have sensed the opportunity to evolve into divine dragons. The chance for the Lu family to rise is right now. Lu Qing glanced at Lu Su, nodding on the surface, but in his heart, he was dismissive. Compared to the prosperity of the Lu family, how could it compare to the temptation of breaking through to the king level? Even if he seized the dragon blood, no matter what Lu Su said, he would only use it for his own blazing giant dragon. It seems, Lu Chen chuckled, that you really want this drop of true dragon source blood. He admired the greedy expressions on Lu Qing and Lu Su's faces, casually feeding the drop of true dragon source blood to the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, which was already drooling. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the drop of true dragon source blood directly into its belly. Roar! As the world-destroying demon dragon consumed the drop of true dragon source blood, the blazing giant dragon was utterly enraged, its already crimson eyes turning even bloodier. It had gone completely mad. The blazing giant dragon could sense the extreme allure emanating from that drop of true dragon source blood, a bloodline tremor it had never felt before. As long as it consumed that drop of blood, it would surely undergo a transformation, not only breaking through its realm in an instant but also optimizing its bloodline. But that drop of true dragon source blood had been devoured by the pitch-black demon dragon. The aura emanating from the world-destroying demon dragon already filled the blazing giant dragon with immense disgust, and at this moment, it could no longer suppress its murderous intent. Roar! The blazing giant dragon charged forward. Lu Chen, you're seeking death. Lu Qing's gaze turned extremely cold as he said icily, since you let that black dragon consume that drop of source blood, I will have the blazing giant dragon completely devour your black dragon, and all its power will still be absorbed by the blazing giant dragon. Grandpa Chang. Lu Su was also furious, believing the drop of true dragon source blood should have belonged to him. He immediately said, just kill that black dragon, and I will have the golden dragon and holy dragon share it. Lu Qing nodded but did not give a concrete response. His gaze towards the world-destroying black dragon was filled with greed. When Lu Qing turned his gaze to Lu Chen, it was filled with a chilling murderous intent. To dare use such a precious treasure without permission, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Lu Qing gritted his teeth in anger. In his view, Lu Chen was still that useless person whose innate source had been extracted. Such a precious treasure could not be used by a waste. You really are daydreaming, Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, wanting to devour the body of the world-destroying demon dragon and absorb the bloodline power of that drop of true dragon source blood? Shouldn't you ask me first? How will you protect it? Lu Qing mocked coldly. The black dragon you contracted is currently refining that drop of source blood. As a dragon tamer, your only dragon is now unable to fight. Lu Chen, you are ultimately too young and too foolish. Right now, you have completely lost your power to resist. Is that so? Lu Chen chuckled softly, then looked ahead. The fiery giant dragon flapped its crimson wings and descended in an instant. Lu Qing's expression grew increasingly excited, as if he could already see the fiery giant dragon completely devouring the world-destroying demon dragon. A giant dragon species actually wants to swallow a demon dragon? Lu Chen felt it was strange and couldn't help but laugh. What a reversal of fate! Just as Lu Qing was about to refute, his expression suddenly changed. Chirp! The noble purple flames seemed to fill the sky. From the purple flames, the majestic phoenix slowly emerged. Endless purple flames, like an infinite army guarding the imperial bird, transformed into hundreds and thousands of fiery feathers, shooting out in an instant. Roar! The fiery giant dragon's expression shifted slightly. The omnipresent terrifying purple flames made it feel a sense of crisis. With a loud roar, the fiery giant dragon suddenly unleashed a breath of dragon fire, a platinum-level dragon breath technique called fiery dragon breath. The crimson and dark purple flames seemed to merge completely. Boom! Countless purple flames erupted from within. A large amount of purple flames still surrounded the purple flame imperial bird, like an eternally loyal army that would never betray. Purple flames have strengthened? Lu Su felt shocked and said, those purple flames actually devoured the fiery giant dragon's crimson dragon flames. How is that possible? The fiery giant dragon's crimson dragon flames are a platinum-level skill. Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim, and aren't you a dragon tamer? Why did you contract an elemental firebird? When did I ever say I was a dragon tamer? Lu Chen replied calmly, as for why I can devour flames. The reason is simple. The fiery giant dragon's crimson dragon flames are simply too low-level. Low-level? Lu Qing was somewhat stunned. Platinum-level dragon flames were actually called low-level? Not just the dragon flames. Lu Chen said indifferently, the fiery giant dragon you contracted is also very low-level. Chirp! Boom! The purple flame imperial bird spread its wings, resembling the emperor of the heavens, releasing an incomparably noble majesty. Under the imperial might, all beings of lesser rank were suppressed. Roar! The fiery giant dragon was instantly bound by the imperial might, as if its bloodline, dragon flames, dragon soul, and dragon body were all shackled by invisible chains. This was the imperial shackles. Lu Chen remained calm, facing the purple flame imperial bird with a potential of the 10th rank of the sun, while the dragon's potential was only at the 2nd rank of the Holy Spirit, meaning it was at least suppressed by 40% in terms of strength. Currently, the fiery giant dragon's strength could only be compared to a slightly stronger 10th rank of the sun. Compared to the 1st rank of the king level, there was almost no comparability. Lu Chen's gaze was deep, yet he did not feel assured of victory. After all, behind the fiery giant dragon, there was still a powerful dragon tamer. I didn't expect that the elemental fire bird you contracted could actually suppress the combat power of the fiery giant dragon, and the degree of suppression is so exaggerated. Lu Qing sighed, then suddenly said, however, this is where it ends. Even if the elemental fire bird of the 2nd rank of the star level is cultivated excellently, in front of the fiery giant dragon at the 10th rank of the sun level, enhanced by the beast taming talent, it absolutely has no chance of winning. He extended a hand, old and withered like a dry branch, yet phantom flames quietly ignited upon it. B-level talent. Phantom flame. That was the flame of illusion, also the flame of the soul. The breath of the fiery giant dragon seemed to suddenly break through its limits. The phantom flame and crimson flame quietly merged. Under the cover of the crimson soul flame, the fiery giant dragon suddenly revealed its most ferocious side. It growled, swallowing numerous crimson soul flames, and its entire dragon body became even more robust. Bang! The muscular, coiled flame giant dragon slowly descended to the ground, shaking the already damaged surface, causing it to collapse in layers, stirring up clouds of dust that were melted into fine magma by the intense heat. Not a bad form. Is it the soul of the void flame? It seems I need to show a bit of my true abilities. Lu Chen maintained a calm demeanor and chuckled lightly. Purple flame emperor bird, transform into the flame soul. Boom! Screech! The purple flame emperor bird spread its wings, its body quietly dissipating, transforming into a sea of purple flames that filled the sky, collapsing infinitely into a highly noble shadow of the emperor bird. Each feather seemed like a finely crafted work of art, especially the long tail feathers, which were entwined with boundless purple flames. The space was burned and shattered. Above the heavens, a hollow quietly emerged. This hollow was long and deep, resembling an eye. That was the eye of the heavens. A noble soul of purple flames walked out from the eye of the heavens. She possessed the most luxurious and elegant beauty, dressed in a purple royal robe, extending her long, jade-like hand, as if to grasp the flame giant dragon in her palm. What is this? Lu Qing was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had never seen such a terrifying form and couldn't imagine this was the scene caused by a star-level pet beast. Lu Qing did not answer, only gently uttering two words, "In you." "Coming, master." And Yu appeared behind him, her delicate jade hand wrapping around Lu Chen's neck, lightly hanging on his back, while she casually released countless life essences. Numerous essences converged, transforming into a piece of tender green leaf. A piece of tender leaf? Lu Qing felt puzzled and frowned, saying, "What can this piece of tender leaf do?" Tender leaf? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh, saying, "This is the decree of the laws." Whoosh, as the tender leaf fell onto the purple flame emperor bird. The noble emperor's shadow behind the purple flame emperor bird suddenly surged. Lu Su. Lu Chen looked at Lu Su not far away and chuckled. "If you want to call for reinforcements, feel free to do so." Lu Su's expression changed. Since the appearance of the true dragon source blood, he had sensed Lu Qing's greed and directly informed his mother. No matter what, the world-destroying demon dragon and that drop of true dragon source blood could only be enjoyed by the dragon he had contracted. Just thinking about the golden dragon and the holy dragon being able to come over to devour the world-destroying demon dragon, and having the chance to transform into a divine dragon species, made Lu Su tremble with excitement. However, when the purple flame emperor bird summoned its emperor form, under the incomparably terrifying pressure, Lu Su felt something was amiss, especially as that piece of tender leaf fell. The aura of the purple flame emperor bird made Lu Su unable to even muster the heart to resist. That noble purple figure seemed like a worldly emperor, wielding the authority of the heavens. Upon seeing it, it was as if an emperor had descended. Feeling Lu Chen's mocking gaze, Lu Su clenched his fists, remaining silent, secretly thinking, "As long as my mother arrives, Lu Qing won't be able to seize my opportunity. As for you, Lu Chen, you can only meet your death." "All right." Lu Chen's gaze shifted, finally looking at Lu Qing, saying, "Lu Qing, you can die now." "I die?" Lu Qing seemed to have heard a joke, his aged face filled with a mocking smile as he coldly said, "Lu Chen, even if it means being punished by the family, I will kill you here." Lu Chen did not respond. What need was there to reply to the words of a dead man? He raised his hand, gently waved it down. Flame, burial. Above the sky, that eye of the heavens slowly closed. It seemed to be in pity. The noble emperor's shadow slowly walked towards the flame giant dragon. The dragon's eyes suddenly narrowed, feeling the incomparably terrifying pressure emanating from that emperor's shadow, as if it wanted to completely burn away everything in the world. Roar! At this moment, the flame dragon was afraid. Even the noble dragon bloodline trembled continuously under the purple flames. It was as if that was not the shadow of a revered emperor, but the most terrifying shadow of death, looming down. The flame dragon was suddenly caught. A delicate hand, like purple jade, quietly grasped the body of the flame dragon. The flame dragon unleashed endless dragon flames, but they were absorbed by that imperial shadow, making the opponent's aura even more frenzied and scorching. Then, the stunning purple flame empress slightly closed her eyes. Boom! The boundless purple flames of the sky suddenly erupted. The space collapsed, the earth trembled, and the heavens mourned. The flame dragon, located at the very core of the purple flame explosion, had its resilient dragon body instantly burned to ashes, and its proud dragon head became shattered. As the dragon soul emerged, it could not escape the scorching of the purple flames, completely succumbing to it, as if an ordinary piece of firewood had turned into fuel for the purple flames. How is this possible? Lu Qing's eyes widened as he felt the demise of the flame dragon, the dissolution of the core contract, the extinction of the B-grade beast-taming talent Void Flame, and the collapse of the beast-taming space. Such a scene, reminiscent of the apocalypse, made Lu Qing feel an immense absurdity, as if he were trapped in a dream. Lu Qing's soul was continuously weakening, leading him to mistakenly believe this was a sign of waking from a dream, and he couldn't help but close his eyes, hoping that the dream would eventually end. If this isn't a dream, how could the flame dragon, which I have carefully nurtured for 200 years and reached adulthood, not be Lu Chen's opponent? Lu Qing's mind gradually fell silent. How could a flame dragon of the 10th rank lose to a 2nd rank elemental firebird? I already said. Lu Chen slowly walked in front of Lu Qing, grasped his neck, and lifted him up directly, laughing, "You can die now." Suddenly, he exerted force. Crack! Lu Qing's eyes widened as he felt his neck snap instantly, the pain sweeping through his soul, reminding him that this was not a dream. Then, consciousness faded. This elder of the dragon-taming family Lu family, a direct descendant under the main family line, who was just a step away from ascending to the elder position, thus perished. Next, Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he smiled. It's your turn. Feeling the gaze upon him, Lu Su's body trembled immediately. He could not comprehend why Lu Chen's strength was so formidable. The world-destroying demon dragon that Lu Chen had nurtured could easily crush the 10th-rank golden dragon of the moon and the holy dragon, trampling Lu Su's dignity into the ground. The purple flame empress bird he had nurtured had even forcefully killed the 10th-rank flame dragon. Where exactly was Lu Chen's limit? The flame dragon is dead? Lu Luochan was momentarily stunned, feeling it was somewhat absurd. She could see that Lu Chen had not used that power that could annihilate the dragon's shadow at all. He had merely sent out his pet, that noble purple flame empress bird, which, at the 2nd rank, had forcefully counterattacked and killed the flame dragon. Manager Lu, this is truly beyond reason. Duan Shanghua sighed, is this the power of a top-tier nurturer? In the last era, there were many top-tier nurturers. If every top-tier nurturer had nurturing abilities as monstrous as Manager Lu's, how powerful would the beast-taming civilization of the last era have been? This elder had been watching the battle all along. When Lu Su was suppressed and humiliated, Duan Shanghua had no intention of intervening. Unbeknownst to him, he had to acknowledge that Manager Lu's importance was far beyond what Lu Su could compare to. In his view, after 100 years of hard training, Lu Su might break through to the overlord level, becoming the strongest in the Xia kingdom, even surpassing the current Duan Shanghua. But Lu Chen was different. The many precious beast cubs nurtured by Lu Chen will ensure that the entire Beast Master University in Magic City, and even the whole of Xia country, will continuously produce king-level and even overlord-level beast masters. A top-tier nurturer, no matter which of the 6 nations they go to, will be valued. When the flame dragon descended, Duke Duan initially wanted to intervene directly, but he quietly noticed Lu Chen's calm gaze. Duke Duan found it hard to understand. Even if Lu Chen was a top-tier nurturer, he had not yet matured. Although a 10-tier starry-level beast master was considered elite, it was still far inferior to a 10-tier sun level, until the celestial eye appeared, and the decree of the laws was issued. That purple, noble shadow of an emperor, recognized by the laws of life, could greatly borrow the power of the law's origin to enhance itself to the utmost. Thus, the flame dragon fell. Lu Qing also perished. Only then did Duke Duan realize that the 10-tier starry level was ultimately just the most superficial appearance. A top-tier nurturer can only be called such at the 7-star, 8-star, or even 9-star level. Duke Duan murmured, a 7-star nurturer holds a status comparable to a Holy Spirit level Beast Master. In the last era, when Beast Master civilization reached its peak, the status of top-tier nurturers remained incredibly noble. How could that be without reason? He suddenly understood. 10-tier sun level? The flame dragon? It was merely an act of rebellion. In the sun level building, in the corridor. Hooray! Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun hugged each other excitedly. The manager is amazing. What flame dragon? Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Shen Yan Yan huffed. I shouldn't have worried about the manager. The manager is much smarter than us. How could he not have confidence? Exactly. The manager must be strategizing, which is why he fought against that flame dragon. Du Ruoyun said softly, what beast master? It feels just so. Luo Tianyan stood not far away, his eyes filled with longing, secretly thinking, with a 2nd-tier starry level, to defeat a 10-tier sun level. Even with auxiliary beast masters intervening, this achievement is terrifying enough. Yet he was not too surprised, only feeling it was to be expected. After all, that is the celestial purple flame, ranked 2nd on the blue stars list, almost the 1st. Luo Tianyan smiled slightly. Shen Yan Yan was somewhat puzzled, saying, but the manager's annihilation demon dragon should be of the same strength as the imperial bird. Why didn't he let the annihilation demon dragon fight, but instead let the imperial bird take the stage? The demon dragon should be on the verge of a breakthrough, right? Du Ruoyun speculated, could it be that the manager predicted that there would be stronger enemies coming, so he let the annihilation demon dragon advance on the spot? The two women exchanged glances. The Lu family. The manager is a discarded child of the Lu family, although the Lu family is blind to his talents. But the Lu family is one of the 3 great dragon-riding families and is also a top family in Magic City. Shen Yan Yan couldn't help but say, the manager has subdued the flame dragon, that old man's status is clearly not low, and the Lu family will definitely not let this go easily. Worry flashed in Du Ruoyun's eyes, and then she seemed to think of something, whispering, don't worry, this is Magic City University, which is covered by an overlord-level formation, a place of absolute safety. The manager can subdue even a 10-tier sun level, unless a king-level beast master comes in person. There is no way to threaten the manager. A king-level beast master cannot pass through the formation without permission.
Shin Nian Nian's eyes lit up. Boom, boom, boom. Above the campus of Magic City Beast Master University, the shadow of the formation appeared. A pitch-black dragon shadow emerged high in the sky. Duke Duan rose into the air, his expression cold as he said, "Madam Su, your son is safe. Please return." Suyaji stood atop the black dragon, a terrifying aura belonging to the king level suddenly pressing down, sternly saying, "Lu Qing is dead." Duan Xianghua, you have such audacity to dare kill Lu Qing? Duan Xianghua was about to retort.
Lu Qing gently touched the body of the world-destroying demon dragon and suddenly noticed that the demon dragon's eyes had quietly opened. The true dragon's source blood had been completely absorbed.
He softly said, "Principal Duan, let her in."
This, Duan Xianghua hesitated, but that's Xu Yaji, a true king-level dragon tamer.
No problem.
Lu Qing smiled, just right, I haven't seen this esteemed foster mother in a long time.
Lu Qing slightly raised his head, looking at the massive shadow of the black dragon isolated by the magic array in the sky. The terrifying dragons might seem to penetrate the array, pressing down heavily.
The intense pain from 12 years ago still lingered in his mind.
The talent of a beast tamer is derived from the deepest part of the soul.
The source of talent is even more integrated with the soul, inseparable. Forcibly extracting the source of talent means the division of the soul, a terrifying pain that life cannot bear. Lu Qing still clearly remembered the despair that came from the heart when the source of talent was extracted. When he sought help, all he could see was a pair of cold eyes. Xu Yaji looked down at him, filled with the arrogance of a superior, holding a pure sphere of light in her hand, representing the source of the sacred dragon shadow talent. Lu Qing, this source of talent will unleash its true power as Xu Air grows stronger.
As for you, in the Lu family, helpless and alone, what qualifications do you have to awaken an S-level talent? As an ordinary person, living your life in the most humble manner, that is your fate. Xu Yaji's cold words still echoed in his mind.
Lu Qing slightly closed his eyes, but a trace of hatred curled at the corner of his mouth.
My dear foster mother, you must be impatient outside the magic array, right? You must want to turn me to ashes immediately, eliminating all risks, right?
I hope that when your proud king-level black dragon becomes a servant, you can still remain cold. Lu Qing then looked at Duan Xianghua, unable to help but frown slightly.
As the president of the Magic City University, Duan Xianghua certainly did not want a king-level dragon tamer to enter the university with hostility.
This was undoubtedly contrary to Lu Qing's goals. Even if Principal Duan disagrees, with the foundation of the dragon taming family Lu, there must be a way to break through the magic array of Magic City University. Lu Qing pondered slightly.
Outside the magic array,
from the back of the black dragon, a stunningly beautiful and graceful noblewoman slowly descended. She was Xu Yaji, the current head of the Lu family, one of the three major dragon taming families.
Stubborn and unyielding, Xu Yaji's already limited patience was completely exhausted. Duan Xianghua, if you obediently open the entrance to the array, I might still respect you a little, Xu Yaji said coldly. Do you really think I have no way?
As her words fell, a token suddenly appeared in Xu Yaji's hand. The aura emanating from this token was exactly the same as that of the magic array.
As a highly prosperous dragon taming family, the Lu family was located in Magic City itself. How could they not have a certain level of control over the Magic City Beast Taming University?
More than 1/5 of the professors at Magic City University came from the Lu family. Not to mention, there were many professors who rose through the ranks thanks to their connection to the Lu family.
Just a token to pass through the array.
Although obtaining it required a very complex process, there were only a few in the entire Lu family.
However, Xu Yaji showed no hesitation in using it.
She looked at the gradually cracking barrier of the magic array, her face filled with cold laughter. Roar! The black dragon, at the king-level second stage, with a massive size of several dozen meters, fell like a pitch-black meteor.
Bang!
Just the impact of landing caused the ground to sink deeply. Even the underground formation was triggered, and the barrier automatically emerged. Xu Yaji looked at Lu Chen, her expression suddenly turning cold, and said indifferently, Lu Chen, I don't know how you awakened your beast taming talent.
Lu Hongde should be the one you killed, right?
I didn't expect that you could even kill Lu Qing.
After Lu Hongde's death, Xu Yaji had investigated and found some connections to the Luo family.
Considering Lu Hongde's status, it wasn't worth conflicting with the Luo family. She planned to bring it up at a critical moment to exchange for some benefits. Now, however, it was clear. Lu Qin had likely been lying in wait all along, perhaps awakening his talent by chance after being expelled from the Lu family, becoming a beast tamer, and then gaining some opportunities to grow.
Lu Qin even subdued Lu Qing, and even a 10th tier star level couldn't escape with Lu Hongda's star level strength. Do you regret it? Lu Chen asked with interest. Regret? Su Yaji seemed to hear the most absurd joke, laughing heartily yet coldly, saying, no matter how extraordinary your talent is, it can't compare to Su Er. Moreover, as long as you are killed, all threats will cease to exist. How arrogant. Lu Chen shook his head and chuckled. Aren't you curious why I could have kept the black dragon outside the formation but chose to let Principal Duan activate it? Why? Su Yaji was momentarily stunned. Upon careful thought, she realized it was indeed a bit strange. In Su Yaji's view, since Lu Chen had been lying low for so many years, he must be extremely deep-minded, acting only after careful planning. With the protection of Duke Duan, Lu Chen could have directly teleported away. Why face her directly? Lu Chen's realm was clearly only star level, while she was king level. With such a vast gap, she could easily manifest the beast-taming space and crush Lu Chen to dust, leaving him with no place to die. The world-destroying demon dragon I contracted feeds on dragonkind. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, looking at the imposing black dragon. This king-level black dragon, as food for the world-destroying demon dragon, barely qualifies. As soon as the words fell, roar! A tremendous aura suddenly enveloped the world-destroying demon dragon. The red star-level resource True Dragon Source Blood was completely refined. 10th tier star level. The increase in realm was merely the most inconspicuous change after the world-destroying demon dragon refined the True Dragon Source Blood. Once the realm reached 10th tier star level, the foundation of the world-destroying demon dragon was still accumulating wildly. The beast you contracted, world-destroying demon dragon, has completely refined the red star level resource True Dragon Source Blood, gaining the True Dragon species Qiu Long characteristics, and its potential has risen to 3rd tier Holy Spirit level. The system prompt sounded. After the potential reached Holy Spirit level, every change in tier would greatly enhance the basic combat power of the beast. Even if the world-destroying demon dragon had not comprehended any skills, due to the potential level rising to 3rd tier Holy Spirit, its own combat power had suddenly increased by at least tenfold. Lu Chen, you don't think that just because you've contracted a demon dragon species and raised it to 10th tier star level, you can defy me, do you? Su Yaji sensed the change in the world-destroying demon dragon, feeling the pressure of its aura, yet a mocking smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth as she elegantly said, I thought you would struggle. After all, an ant is still just an ant. 10th tier star level? Ridiculously laughable. Even if it was a demon dragon species, what of it? In Su Yaji's eyes, a 10th tier star level realm was no different from an ant. Is that so? Lu Chen remained calm. He slightly closed his eyes, quietly operating the Emperor Star Refinement Method. This refinement method was of red star level. It was one of the core inheritances of a 7-star level cultivator. Boundless dark power surged into the body of the world-destroying demon dragon in an extremely special and exquisite manner. Countless accumulated foundations were unveiled, and many hidden potentials were stirred. The restrictions of the Beastmaster contract seemed to be lifting. The bottleneck of the realm was loosening, and the vast amount of accumulated foundation was continuously merging into the body of the world-destruction demon dragon. Su Yaji's pupils contracted, revealing an expression of disbelief. She clearly sensed that the aura of the world-destruction demon dragon had suddenly surged tenfold, and even its realm had broken through. Are you crazy? Su Yaji sneered. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to have not established a core contract with this demon dragon, right? Without a core contract, you dare to let this demon dragon break through to the Manhwa level, surpassing your own Beastmaster space by a large realm? That's simply self-destructive. Lu Chen's realm was at the 10th level of the starry sky, and the world destruction demon dragon was the same. If the world destruction demon dragon forcefully broke through, it would undoubtedly destroy the Beastmaster space, causing irreparable damage. Even Su Yaji had to admit that Lu Chen had contracted a demon dragon species, and his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. If she could escape, Su Yaji would surely be unable to sleep at night. But she never expected that Lu Chen would do something so foolish, willingly sacrificing his future for a momentary boost in power. Lu Chen, you are truly extremely foolish, Su Yaji mocked. In fact, even a top-tier Beastmaster would not casually allow their contracted beast to exceed their own realm by a large margin, as the pressure on the Beastmaster space would be immense, easily affecting advancement. Typically, both the Beastmaster space and the contracted pet would reach the limit of their levels before using refining methods to allow the pet to break through, thus driving the Beastmaster to also break through. Compared to the future of the Beastmaster, the change in power brought by a forced breakthrough was simply insignificant. Self-destructive future? Lu Chen said calmly, it's just exceeding the Beastmaster space by one large realm. What pressure could there be?
The Beastmaster space created with 3 types of Sss-Level talents was already hundreds of times stronger than the same level, even more exaggerated, almost a qualitative change. Not to mention just allowing the world destruction demon dragon to break its limits. Even if the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient tree of life broke their limits and advanced to the Manhwa level, Lu Chen could easily bear it. Moreover, within Lu Chen's Beastmaster space, the ancient tree of life was always suppressing. The reason he hadn't allowed his pets to break their limits before was simply due to not knowing the method. Now that he had accepted the inheritance of the Beastmaster and mastered the refining method, Lu Chen would not let his pets continue to be stuck at their realms. Roar! The aura of the world destruction demon dragon truly reached the Manhwa level. After using the true dragon source blood, the endless accumulated foundation was now fully realized, transforming into the realm of the world destruction demon dragon. Manhwa 3rd stage, Manhwa 5th stage, finally stabilizing at the Manhwa 7th stage. Following the Beastmaster contract, the immense pressure sank down. In the Beastmaster space, the branches and leaves of the ancient tree of life swayed gracefully. The overwhelming pressure flowed through the trunk and roots of the ancient tree of life, continuously transmitting into the Beastmaster space, but was directly dispersed. The Beastmaster space, already hundreds of times stronger at the same level, easily withstood the dispersed contract pressure. Such a scene would surely shock any Beastmaster who witnessed it. For Lu Chen, who had awakened 3 types of Sss-Level talents and contracted the ancient tree of life, it was nothing, feeling incredibly relaxed. The pet you contracted, World Destruction Demon Dragon, has broken through to the Manhwa level and comprehended the Crimson Star level skill, Dragon Slaughter. Dragon Slaughter, a Crimson Star level skill, through which all dragon clans killed by the World Destruction Demon Dragon will have their dragon souls, even the essence of dragons, extracted and transformed into servants of the World Destruction Demon Dragon. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, then couldn't help but smile, thinking, this newly comprehended Crimson Star level skill Dragon Slaughter is clearly derived from the talent Demon Dragon. Directly plundering dragon souls, even the essence of dragons? The slain dragon race can even transform into servants. He looked up ahead at the massive black dragon still hovering in midair, its smile even more radiant, and thought, having a king-level black dragon as a servant? Not bad. Manhwa's 7th stage? Suyaji's mind shook violently, astonished as she exclaimed, a demon dragon species at the Manhwa 7th stage, nearly a whole realm higher than you. Why hasn't your beast control space collapsed? She stared intently at Lu Chen, trying to detect a hint of something, but found his expression unchanged. Not only had the beast control space not collapsed, but there wasn't even a trace of abnormality, as if contracting a Manhwa 7th stage demon dragon with a stellar level 10th stage had posed no pressure at all. Just how strong is his beast control space? Su Yaji found it hard to believe. Mother, Lu Su said solemnly, don't be intimidated by him. Even if the demon dragon species is cultivated to the Manhwa 7th stage, what of it? The black dragon you contracted is a king level 2nd stage. That's right. Su Yaji came back to her senses. The gap between king level 2nd stage and Manhwa 7th stage was immense. Even if the world-destroying demon dragon refined the true dragon's source blood and broke through to the Manhwa 7th stage, it would still have no chance of winning. Su Yaji focused on the world-destroying demon dragon beside Lu Chen, sensing the aura emanating from it that instinctively repulsed her, and couldn't help but frown, coldly saying, Lu Chen, you dare to contract a demon dragon species, betraying the glory of the dragon control family. Are you not afraid of the divine dragons in the dragon realm punishing you? Dragon realm? Lu Chen smiled indifferently and said, as someone from the dragon control family, you probably have never seen the dragon realm, have you? Su Yaji frowned slightly. The dragon realm was one of the strongest domains, and the conditions for traveling to Blue Star were extremely harsh, so she had naturally never been to the dragon realm. So what? Su Yaji sneered. The next moment, her pupils constricted, almost unable to believe the absurd scene unfolding before her. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon's pitch-black dragon eyes seemed to contain a world. Behind the world-destroying demon dragon, space began to collapse, the sky trembled continuously, and the clouds cracked apart. The membrane wall of the domain, containing infinite dragon essence, broke through the barrier of the blue sky and white clouds. A corner slowly revealed itself. The dragon realm has descended. Crimson Star level skill. Dragon realm projection. On the world-destroying demon dragon, the essence of the sacred and the demonic seemed to intertwine. It bore the projection of the dragon realm, and a vast amount of dragon realm source power surged into the world-destroying demon dragon's body, exuding an incomparably overwhelming aura. The world-destroying demon dragon displayed an expression of enjoyment, the dragon realm projection becoming its shadow, seemingly merging into one. At this moment, even the king-level black dragon felt an immense sense of pressure, especially that aura combining the sacred and the demonic, which made the black dragon feel a bloodline suppression. Its full strength could only be exerted to 70%. The bloodline trembled, and even the dragon's soul was on the verge of being unable to contain its excitement before the dragon realm projection, ready to completely submit. Sensing the black dragon's intent and looking at the unmatched figure of the world-destroying demon dragon before her, Tsuyashi felt her heart tremble, her eyes filled with disbelief. You clearly contracted a demon dragon species, so why can the demon dragon species gain the recognition of the dragon realm and even summon the projection of the dragon realm? Tsuyashi lost her composure, an indescribable anger surging from her heart, as if her long-held beliefs had been tarnished, and she said furiously, "The demon dragon is clearly a forsaken dragon, completely expelled from the dragon realm. Why would the dragon realm still recognize the demon dragon species? What exactly have you done? The demon dragon was forsaken? It was clearly the divine dragons who seized the authority of the dragon realm." Lu Chen's expression was cold as he slowly walked towards Tsuyashi, saying indifferently, "I don't want to explain too much. I believe that the black dragon you contracted, having died under the suppression of the dragon realm, would also feel honored, right?" Tsuyashi's expression changed dramatically as she sensed the presence of the dragon realm projection, feeling as if her very soul was being suppressed. That overwhelming terror and the instinctive submission came from the depths of her heart, and it was absolutely genuine. If she were only facing a 7th-tier pet beast, even if it were a demon dragon, Tsuyashi would have great confidence in easily subduing it. However, what she faced at this moment was the incomparably vast dragon realm. Even a mere projection was not something a king-level black dragon could contend with. At this moment, Tsuyashi had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. "Sir, we need to go," Tsuyashi hurriedly said. "There are even more powerful king-level beings in the family, and some have even reached the 10th tier of king level." Tsuyashi descended with great momentum, intending to leverage the power of the Lu family to force the Beastmaster University in the Demon City to compromise. Yet she had never considered that she would choose to flee in such a disgraceful manner. "It's too late." Lu Chen's expression was indifferent. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon's pupils constricted, and a strand of pitch-black light seemed to solidify, piercing fiercely into the black dragon's eyes. In an instant, Tsuyashi lost all sense of connection with the black dragon. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. The world-destroying demon dragon had managed to completely daze the king-level black dragon with just a single glance? At this moment, the black dragon had undoubtedly lost its ability to resist, left to be slaughtered at will. She couldn't imagine what level of skill that gaze belonged to, capable of wielding such terrifying power. "Lu Chen, don't force me." Tsuyashi no longer had an ounce of elegance. She couldn't summon the black dragon back to the Beastmaster space. Even though she and Lu Su could teleport away directly, the black dragon would be left behind. The black dragon had signed a core contract with Tsuyashi. If the black dragon fell, her Beastmaster space would instantly be on the verge of collapse. Even if it could be repaired in the future, her Beastmaster talent would be wasted, and there would be no possibility of any breakthroughs, forever remaining at the 2nd tier of king level. Tsuyashi had grown up in the Lu family, essentially a child bride to the current head of the Lu family, and she had awakened the A-level Beastmaster talent Dark Cloud. At just 40 years old, she was still quite young compared to the long lifespan of king-level Beastmasters, and there was even a glimmer of hope for her to break through to the Overlord level in the future. Tsuyashi could not accept that her future could be cut off. "Tsuyashi, my dear foster mother," Lu Chen said lightly, smiling, "I won't kill you just yet. I will make your Beastmaster space completely shatter, turning you into a thorough waste. Only then will you be tormented day and night by regret, won't you?" It was as if the devil whispered. It completely shattered Tsuyashi's defenses. Boom! Tsuyashi, nearly mad, instantly unleashed her A-level Beastmaster talent Dark Cloud. Immediately, towering black clouds surrounded the black dragon, completely enveloping it, and then merged into the black dragon's body. Roar! The black dragon briefly regained consciousness, only to find itself in absolute darkness, countless dark source powers transforming into tiny black dragons, frantically devouring the black dragon's body and soul. Bang! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly appeared before the black dragon, its body transforming into a terrifying height of 70 or 80 meters. The already enormous king-level black dragon appeared small in comparison to the world-destroying demon dragon. The black dragon, in terror, realized it was being suppressed. The dragon realm projection carried by the world-destroying demon dragon was releasing the heaviest suppressive force at any moment, and the endless source of dragon power surged into the world-destroying demon dragon's body, amplifying everything about it. The world-destroying demon dragon's fierce claws pressed down hard on the black dragon's head, while the other claw gripped the black dragon's arm and yanked fiercely. Rip! Dragon blood splattered. The world-destroying demon dragon savored the moment, feasting on the black dragon's claws. The body of the dragon, sharing the same dark attribute, had the best taste for the world-destroying demon dragon, causing it to reveal an expression of enjoyment, without giving the black dragon any chance to resist. It tore off one of the black dragon's arms once again, and even the pitch-black dragon wings behind it were ripped away. Tsuyashi watched as the black dragon's body became increasingly mangled. The black dragon she had once been proud of was now lowing in terror and begging for mercy, making Tsuyashi feel as if her own pride was being trampled into the ground. When she looked at Lu Su beside her, she found his pupils constricted, his whole body trembling slightly, as if triggered by some psychological shadow, suddenly giving rise to a moment of clarity. Perhaps before she arrived, Lu Chen had tortured her son in the same way. Lu Chen, Tsuyashi said furiously, stop it now. Why should I? Lu Chen replied indifferently. What do you want? Name your conditions, Tsuyashi said immediately. The more she watched the black dragon being tormented, the more unbearable the pain she felt, even giving rise to a hint of regret. If she had come and taken Lu Su away directly, would they have suffered this? You can't afford it, Lu Chen suddenly said. However, your black dragon is not bad. As a servant of the demon dragon, it is indeed qualified. Tsuyashi was about to say something when her face suddenly turned pale. Boom! The dragon realm projection behind the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly detached from it and descended to suppress the black dragon. The suppressive force of the dark dragon domain was simultaneously elevated to its peak. The black dragon was subjected to the suppression of both the dark dragon domain and the dragon realm projection, causing its dragon bones to shatter instantly, its entire body collapsing to the ground. The world-destroying demon dragon slowly approached, looking down at this king-level second-tier black dragon. The dragon claw was raised. The power of the demon dragon's body reached its peak. Slash! The black dragon's head was pierced through. No! Tsuyashi's face lost all color. She felt the rupture of the contract, her innate source disappearing along with it, and the beast control space was cracking continuously. Run! Tsuyashi was filled with immense sorrow, regret surging forth. But she was, after all, a battle-hardened king-level beast master. She knew very well that everything was irretrievable now, and the only urgent matter was to escape, at least to preserve the beast control space, so that in the future she could contract with other giant dragon species, and at least maintain her king-level status, even if she was slightly weaker than other kings of the same level. Who would care? As long as she still had king-level combat power, Tsuyashi would still be a high and mighty existence in the Lu family of dragon masters and in the entire Xia country. Tsuyashi was about to trigger the teleportation stone in her mind when she suddenly realized that the collapse of the beast control space could not be stopped. Countless pure dark source powers surged into the beast control space along the connection of the contract. Tsuyashi, Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, "Do you know what true despair is?" "Shut up!" Tsuyashi was furious but also filled with despair. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and saw the dragon's soul, condensed to the extreme, slowly rising from the dead body of the black dragon. The soul of the black dragon looked at Tsuyashi, and the power of the contract seemed to reappear, which made Tsuyashi feel extremely delighted. She hurriedly said, "Black dragon, you're not dead. I will re-establish the contract with you right now." She had no time to think further. With the forced establishment of the beast control contract, Tsuyashi instantly summoned the soul of the black dragon back. Feeling the stability of the beast control space, Tsuyashi smiled from the heart, a joy of surviving a calamity. Suddenly, boom! Tsuyashi spat out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her beast control space had actually been destroyed by the black dragon itself. As the beast control space shattered completely, Tsuyashi's aura continued to fade. Sun level, moon level, star level. In the end, even the awakening level could not be maintained. Tsuyashi's status had completely returned to zero. She was no longer a noble dragon master but had fallen to the level of an ordinary person. The soul of the black dragon slowly emerged, landing before Lu Qin and the world-destroying demon dragon, and then respectfully knelt down. It was as if it were the most humble of servants. "Mother!" Lu Su exclaimed. He felt Tsuyashi's aura. That overwhelming sense of power that was impossible to resist had completely dissipated, leaving only weakness. Tsuyashi seemed to have lost the meaning of life, dazed and slumped on the ground. It had been less than 30 minutes since she arrived at the Beast Master University in the Demon City. Yet she had experienced the great ups and downs of life. Not only had her core contract with the king-level Black Dragon fallen, but she had also become a servant of the world-destroying Demon Dragon. Even Tsuyashi's Beast Master space, which could have been partially restored, was completely destroyed by the black dragon she trusted the most. This sense of despair plunged Tsuyashi's soul into the abyss. The store manager really killed the king-level second-tier black dragon. Luo-chan took a deep breath, feeling that the scene before her was too surreal, almost impossible to happen, and couldn't help but say, even the current matriarch of the Lu family, Suyaji, has now become a useless person.
That king-level second-tier black dragon seems to have completely turned into a servant?
Whether it was the crushing defeat of a higher-level challenge or the end of the battle, both deeply shocked Lu Luochan's heart, especially since Lu Luochan also noticed that the black dragon, now a servant, seemed to have not lost any of its aura. Instead, it appeared to have increased,
being subdued and turned into a servant, yet becoming stronger?
Incredible, Lu Luochan murmured.
Lu's store manager. Duan Shanghua's expression was complex as he said, now that the matriarch of the Lu family has become useless, what do you plan to do?
Earlier, Duan Shanghua had advised Lu Chen, and he had made up his mind that if Lu Chen truly encountered danger, even at the risk of worsening the destruction of the Beast Master Space, he would extend a helping hand. But he never expected that the world-destroying demon dragon not only summoned the projection of the dragon realm, but that terrifying gaze and powerful dragon body were both holy and demonic.
The black dragon was forcefully subdued.
Duan Shanghua looked at the soul of the black dragon, which appeared incredibly loyal, and felt a chill run down his spine.
Lu Chen, I want you dead.
Lu Su's eyes were filled with immense hatred as he said, one day, I will make you regret what you have done today.
Annoying.
Lu Chen casually slapped him, sending Lu Su flying 10 meters. However, Lu Su quickly got up, still glaring at him with intense hatred.
Lu Su. A weary figure walked up beside Lu Su.
He was a vice professor at the Beast Master University in the Demon City, Lu Su's direct mentor, Lu Tianha. Lu Tianha was a collateral bloodline of the Lu family, rumored to be the illegitimate son of the previous generation's family head, and thus the brother of the current family head, Lu Tianfeng.
He was Lu Chen's nominal uncle. In terms of circumstances, Lu Tianha and Lu Chen were somewhat similar, both not included in the Lu family's genealogy. Unlike Lu Chen, Lu Tianha, although not recognized, still maintained a good relationship with the Lu family.
Teacher, Lu Su gritted his teeth.
Lu Chen, can I protect him if I step in? Lu Tianha said sincerely.
Lu Chen looked at Lu Tianha, his expression somewhat complex. 12 years ago, when his innate talent was taken from him, he vaguely heard voices of opposition and pleas, but they were directly suppressed by Lu Tianfeng and Suyaji. Later, he recalled that the one opposing and pleading was this nominal uncle, Lu Tianha. Lu Tianha could have broken through to the king level, but due to his previous opposition, he remained at the 10th tier of the solar level.
Such strength could only allow him to serve as a vice professor at the university in the Demon City. In the Lu family, it was simply not enough. As an illegitimate child, Lu Tianha might also want to return to the Lu family and reclaim what belonged to him, but he no longer had the ability to do so.
It can be done. Lu Chen nodded and said, however, I won't allow you to take them away, you must use the teleportation stone directly.
Although he agreed, he didn't want Lu Tianha to get too entangled with Lu Su and Suyaji.
Otherwise, when it came time to settle accounts in the future, he might be a bit lenient.
All right.
Lu Tianha looked at Lu Chen gratefully, then turned to Lu Su and said, you heard him, use the teleportation stone to leave immediately. Lu Su wanted to say something, but when he met Lu Tianha's disappointed gaze, he felt as if a heavy stone had lodged in his heart, making it hard to breathe. Lu Su, in a daze, walked over to Suyaji, and took one last deep look at Lu Chen, as if he wanted to imprint today's humiliation deeply into his soul. Then, with a slight movement of thought, the teleportation stone activated, and the space trembled.
The figures of Lu Su and Suyaji slowly faded away. Lu Chen looked at Principal Duan and asked, Principal Duan, are you satisfied with this handling?
Duan Shanghua's expression was complex. He naturally knew that even if Suyaji became a useless person, the fact that he allowed Suyaji and Lu Su to leave together was partly due to Lu Tianha, but it also took into account Duan Shanghua's presence. After all, this was the Beast Master University in Magic City. It wouldn't matter if Lu Qing died, but if both Lu Su and Suyaji died here, Duan Shanghua would likely be held accountable. After a few more exchanges, Lu Chen glanced at the daylight tower not far away, and couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking, it seems that the fermentation of influence still requires some time.
Why was he making such a big show and demonstrating his strength? It was merely to complete the system achievements.
Among the many system achievements, there were naturally tasks related to influence. As long as he gained more and more recognition, his influence could continue to expand until the achievement was completed and rewards were obtained. Lu Chen, it's been over a decade since we last met, and you've grown so much. Plus your strength has become so formidable, Lu Tianha couldn't help but say. There was a hint of softness in his eyes, as if he was slowly merging Lu Chen with the child from 12 years ago. And you, Lu Chen said slowly. And you stood beside Lu Chen, carefully observing Lu Tianha, then unleashed pure life source power, and a small life domain immediately unfolded. Lu Tianha was momentarily stunned, feeling the boundless life source power flowing into his body, healing the hidden injuries within him. Even the damaged beast master space was continuously mending.
After a long while, Lu Tian's aura changed. He had a feeling that as long as he wanted, he could break through to the king level at any time. Lu Tianhe looked at Yu in shock, unable to imagine that this beautiful girl, like a fairy, possessed such incredible healing power. Over the years, Lu Tianhe had long given up on the idea of healing his hidden injuries, accepting that reaching the 10th rank of daylight was his limit, but now he was healed and had regained the possibility of breaking through to the king level. 12 years ago, you pleaded for me, Lu Chen said.
The hidden injuries you suffered for me back then, I will now help you heal. Plus, letting Su Yaji and Lu Su go is a favor. We are even from now on.
Lu Tianhe was silent for a long time.
Then, he let out a deep sigh. If the family head knew that the lady had become a useless person, that the contracted king-level black dragon had become a servant, and that even Lu Su was severely injured,
Lu Tianhe suddenly had a thought, wondering, would he regret the past indulgence and acquiescence?
In Magic City, the Lu family.
In a manner,
Lu Tianfeng sat in the position of family head with great authority, and in the conference hall were more than a dozen king-level elders from the family. Over the past 12 years, due to Lu Su's double S-level dragon talent, Lu Tianfeng's position as family head had been incredibly stable. Everyone knew that Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su were set to serve 2 consecutive terms as family heads. The term of each family head would last at least 200 years. The most important thing is that with Lu Su's talent, there is a significant possibility of breaking through to the dominator level. Among the 3 major dragon master families, there is only one dominator level combat power, and none of them are dragon masters. They are all giant dragons that have broken through to the dominator level. Compared to the long lifespan of dragons, the lifespan of beast masters is too short, and beast masters themselves are too fragile, making it easy for them to die in battle. If Lu Su breaks through to become a dominator level dragon master, the Lu family will surpass the other 2 dragon master families, which is something everyone in the Lu family eagerly hopes to see.
Of course, Lu Tianfeng can completely take control of the Lu family. His own strength and cunning should not be underestimated.
He himself is a king-level 6th stage dragon master, awakened with the S-level beast master talent World Fire, and has contracted the most orthodox giant dragon species of the Lu family, the Red Dragon, and he is of royal blood from the Red Dragon clan. Theoretically, a royal red dragon is comparable to the top-tier giant dragon species, capable of reaching king-level 10th stage when fully grown.
Unlike the black dragon contracted by Su Yaji, the red dragon contracted by Lu Tianfeng, at the moment of breaking through to the king level, received the favor of the will of Blue Star and awakened the talent Heavenly Crimson Dragon Flame. The Heavenly Crimson Dragon Flame ranks 9th on the exotic fire ranking. To some extent, this is equivalent to an S-level beast master talent. When World Fire and Heavenly Crimson Dragon Flame merge, they are not inferior to the top 5 on the exotic fire ranking.
Strength, status, power.
Even the direct bloodline is so outstanding. Lu Tianfeng has long possessed everything that ordinary people can hardly imagine, standing at the top of society.
Lu Tianfeng frowned slightly. He sensed a spatial fluctuation, the unique fluctuation of a teleportation stone.
In the vast Lu family, it is rare to have a teleportation stone as a protective item. Lu Tianfeng suddenly thought that today Su Yaji seemed to have left the Lu family in a fit of anger. Could it be that Yaji encountered danger? Lu Tianfeng frowned, vaguely sensing something ominous.
He glanced around at the elders present, slightly cupped his hands, and then vanished in an instant.
In the manner, the figures of Lu Su and Su Yaji slowly appeared.
Lu Su supported Su Yaji, concerned as he said, "Mother, are you all right?
Let go of me."
Su Yaji shook off Lu Su's hand and unsteadily walked towards the villa's entrance. But she had barely taken 2 steps before she stumbled and fell to the ground. The shattering of the beast master space and the complete drop in her realm left Su Yaji severely injured, almost on the brink of collapse. The most critical point is that Su Yaji's mindset had already shattered. She had become a useless person. Not only had her contracted black dragon died, but its dragon soul had also become a servant. As a dragon master, Su Yaji was naturally very proud, but she could only watch helplessly as her contracted black dragon became a servant, her self-esteem continuously trampled upon. She looked at her son but could not feel the past comfort and affection. Instead, a trace of disgust emerged deep in her eyes.
"If you hadn't provoked him, the black dragon wouldn't have become a servant," Su Yaji said softly. "The glory of the dragon realm has been tarnished. I am guilty."
"Mother,"
Lu Su said painfully, "the root cause of all this is Lu Chen. As long as we kill him, the black dragon will definitely return. Even if it returns, what then?"
Su Yaji shook her head and said, "I have already become a useless person, my talent and origin have dissipated, the beast master space is shattered, and my realm has completely fallen."
Is this what Lu Chen felt back then? How regretful. If I had known this, I shouldn't have transplanted Lu Chen's talent origin.
If I had done nothing, Lu Chen would have contracted the sacred giant dragon, and you would have contracted the golden giant dragon. Our Lu family could still have thrived.
Lu Su couldn't help but grit his teeth. He said softly, "Mother, do you really think so? I already regret it."
Suyaji slightly closed her eyes. 2 lines of clear tears flowed from her eyes, continuously falling to the ground. You cannot understand this feeling, falling from the heights of a king to the dust.
I have given so much, but what about you? Your beast mastery talent is still SS rank, not SS rank.
Why, after all these years, have you not fused the dual dragon shadows?
You worthless fool.
She completely lost her sanity. Each word felt like steel needles piercing into Lu Su's heart and soul.
Suyaji did not seek Lu Su's understanding.
This feeling of utterly falling into the dust could never be comprehended by someone who had not experienced it.
Mother, I know I was wrong. Lu Su shed tears, gritting his teeth and said, I will eventually fully fuse my talent. As long as I possess the SS rank dragon shadow talent, I will surely achieve the level of a overlord. At that time, I will avenge you and make Lu Chen taste the bitterness of today.
Suyaji gently caressed Lu Su's face, smiling lightly. Sir, I hope you do not forget your words at this moment. She slightly closed her eyes, as if making a decision.
Help me back, she said softly.
Lu Su nodded heavily, supporting Suyaji back to her room. Just as Lu Su turned around, he met a pair of stern eyes.
Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice, Speak, what exactly happened?
Father. Lu Su's face was filled with guilt and hatred. He said softly, Mother
has become a useless person. What? Lu Tianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Say it again. What exactly happened? I encountered Lu Chen at the Beastmaster University in Magic City. Lu Su recounted the events.
The more Lu Tianfeng heard, the heavier his mood became. He forcibly suppressed his anger and slowly said, You mean,
Lu Chen's realm is star level, but his strength is comparable to king level?
Even Lu Tianfeng, who had seen much, could hardly believe Lu Su's words. To match a king level with a star level,
such a monstrous beast master truly exists?
Lord Qing was suppressed, and the black dragon contracted by Mother has also become a servant. Even Mother's beast space has completely shattered. Her cultivation is entirely gone. Lu Su's eyes were filled with fear and resentment. I don't know what means Lu Chen used. Perhaps he made a deal with the demon dragon clan.
Lu Chen once said he would destroy the Lu family.
With the methods he has shown now, it is not impossible.
How dare that brat? Lu Tianfeng was furious. He is still a member of the Lu family, yet he dares to plot against the Lu family?
Even if he took his talent source back then, it was all for the prosperity of the Lu family.
Why is he unwilling to sacrifice himself for the glory of the Lu family?
Creak! The door opened. Suyaji walked out slowly, holding a box in her arms.
Sir!
Her eyes were slightly red. She opened the box to reveal a pale golden crystal, saying, This is a dragon realm stone, which can transport you to the dragon realm. You should not stay on Blue Star any longer. Only the dragon realm is where you belong. I hope that when you return, you can make Lu Chen pay the price he deserves. Lu Su stared blankly at the crystal. He naturally recognized the dragon realm stone. Many king-level beast masters of the Lu family, whose realms and lifespans had reached their limits, would usually use the dragon realm stone to directly go to the dragon realm, seeking the final opportunity for a breakthrough. Lu Su had thought he would never be able to use the dragon realm stone in his lifetime, nor would he encounter a bottleneck. Even when he grew up to become a SS talent beast master at the overlord level, by that time, even the divine dragons in the dragon realm would look at him differently. When Lu Su slightly raised his head and met Suyaji's lifeless eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his heart.
All right. Lu Su took the dragon realm stone, gripping it tightly. The dragon realm stone, huh?
Lu Chen sat on the back of the black dragon, watching the images that appeared before him with great interest. Roar the world-destroying demon dragon shrank from nearly 100 meters tall to half a meter, comfortably staying by Lu Chen's side, the dark source power maintaining the images. According to Lu Chen's instructions, the world-destroying demon dragon had implanted a strand of dragon dark source power into both Lu Su and Suyaji, allowing it to monitor their movements at all times. The dragon dark domain was a red star level skill. Even a strand of dragon dark source power was essentially comparable to a holy spirit level.
Therefore, Lu Su and Lu Tianfeng were completely unaware.
As for Suyaji, having become a cripple, it was even more impossible for her to notice. How interesting, Lu Chun chuckled lightly. The dragon realm stone, like the teleportation stone, was essentially a type of teleportation stone, but it could cross realms. If ordinary teleportation stones were considered the lowest level of diamond-grade resources, this dragon realm stone was the top-tier existence among diamond-grade resources. Of course, the dragon realm naturally produced such resources, making it relatively precious for beast masters of Blue Star. After all, it could directly teleport to the dragon realm.
Compared to Blue Star, the Dragon Realm was the most suitable domain for dragon tamers and the growth of giant dragons.
Even ordinary beast masters, if they could teleport to the Dragon Realm, would have the chance to contract with giant dragon species and become noble and powerful dragon tamers. Lu Su wanted to become stronger quickly, and the only way was to go to the Dragon Realm. Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was somewhat drooling. That was the real Dragon Realm. Surely there were countless giant dragons and even divine dragons within the Dragon Realm? If it could enter, wouldn't it be able to feast? Just thinking about it made the world-destroying demon dragon unable to contain its excitement. You have quite the ambition. Lu Chen shook his head and laughed, saying, with your current strength, you're only comparable to a king level 4. In a realm filled with countless giant dragon species and a large number of divine dragon species, your strength is not enough. King level. It was the dividing line for strong individuals. The difference between each tier of king level 10 was enormous. For example, Suyaji, with the A-level beast master talent Dark Cloud, could make the black dragon temporarily comparable to king level 3, but that was all. In contrast, the world-destroying demon dragon's basic strength was already comparable to king level 4. The gap between level 3 and level 4 was significant, marking the critical levels of early and mid-king level, with a huge difference. Lu Chen had calculated carefully, considering the skill characteristics of the world-destroying demon dragon, which were all red star level skills, plus its 3 special talents, it could fight against king level 5. This was the current limit of the world-destroying demon dragon. It's a pity that this black dragon has not received the favor of any realm, so it naturally has not awakened any talents. Lu Chen looked at the soaring black dragon beneath him, feeling a bit regretful, thinking, if the black dragon had awakened a talent, its combat power would likely not be limited to this. For the world-destroying demon dragon to suppress this black dragon would not be so simple. I might have to reveal Dark Hell as well. Throughout, Lu Chen had never shown his beast master talents. Whether it was Dark Hell, God-slaying heavenly fire, or life divine source, they were all unprecedented Sss-Level beast master talents. With the integration of the 7-star level breeder inheritance, Lu Chen gradually realized just how against the heavens Sss-Level beast master talents were. Looking back at the previous era, the beast master civilization had proliferated to its peak, with countless powerful beast masters, including many overlord level and holy spirit level existences, and even a few demigod level beast masters. Among these powerful beast masters, many had awakened S-level talents and even SS-level talents, but no one had awakened SSS-level beast master talents. It was as if this talent level was merely an ethereal legend. In comparison, Lu Chen had awakened 3 types of SSS-level talents. This made Lu Chen instinctively reluctant to expose his beast master talents on a large scale. The reason he confronted the Lu family in public was twofold. On one hand, it was to express his feelings directly, and on the other, it was to expand his influence and achieve system accomplishments. SSS-level talent has far-reaching implications. Lu Chen pondered, at least for now, it's better not to promote it widely. He couldn't help but laugh. If he used the SSS-level Dark Hell to empower the world-destroying demon dragon, let alone a 5th-tier king-level beast master, he was confident he could take on even a 10th-tier top beast master. As of today, Lu Chen truly possessed the power to protect himself. Even without relying on the invincible power of the pet shop, he was confident he could walk safely on Blue Star. Lu Chen casually waved away the image before him. He really didn't care how the Lu family would deal with him. Under absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery was nothing but a joke. Black Dragon, accelerate. Lu Chen patted the king-level black dragon beneath him. Roar! The black dragon lowered its head, its demeanor extremely respectful, its speed seemingly breaking limits, even causing a sonic boom, but it was isolated by dark power, making the ride on its back feel incredibly comfortable. Lu Chen gently stroked the head of the world-destroying demon dragon and chuckled. Before you become stronger, I might just ride this black dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon tilted its head. It was a bit dumbfounded. If it were to become stronger, would it still be reduced to a mount? No way! Woo woo! Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly thought of something and protested resolutely. Lu Chen stroked his chin and chuckled. Are you saying that if I defeat stronger dragon species, even divine dragons, and turn them into dragon servants, I won't lack mounts? Roar roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon nodded repeatedly. A proud look appeared in its pitch-black dragon eyes, as if to say, isn't this demon dragon very clever? Praise me, you're quite smart. Lu Chen chuckled in disbelief. It seems I'll have to visit the dragon realm in the future. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon tilted its head. Was this a trip to stock up in the dragon realm? Although it had obtained the bodies of the 10th-tier flame giant dragon and the 2nd-tier black dragon, with the world-destroying demon dragon's appetite, it wouldn't last long.
There must be more reasons than that.
Lu Chen smiled and said, the divine dragon species on Blue Star are few and far between, and one of them is the national guardian dragon of the Xia Kingdom.
After all, I am part of the Xia Kingdom. If the national guardian dragon doesn't trouble me, I can't actively seek it out, right?
Roar the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to understand somewhat.
So, Lu Chen's eyes flashed, and he chuckled,
having a divine dragon as a mount doesn't seem bad. I definitely have to visit the dragon realm in the future.
Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon nodded repeatedly. It knew one thing, once it reached the dragon realm, wouldn't it be an all-you-can-eat buffet? Dragon meat to its heart's content.
Thinking of this, it couldn't help but feel excited. Its desire to become stronger intensified. Only by becoming strong enough to not fear the many divine dragons of the dragon realm could it step into the dragon realm.
The mythical pet shop was located near the Beastmaster University in the Demon City. It wasn't far at all.
The real large area belonged to the Beastmaster University. As one of the three major Beastmaster academies, the Demon City University occupied a vast campus.
Lu Chen rode the king-level black dragon for quite a while before leaving the Demon City University, faintly seeing the outline of the mythical pet shop.
He was about to command the black dragon to descend towards the mythical pet shop. Achievement unlocked. Influence reached 100 points.
Reward, cultivation system activated. Claim reward?
Yes/no. The system prompt suddenly rang out. Lu Chen displayed an expression of immense surprise, secretly thinking, it seems that my overwhelming dominance over Lu Su at Magic City University, my forceful slaying of the 10-tier flame giant dragon, and even my strong suppression of the king-level black dragon are gradually starting to ferment, which is why my influence is slowly reaching the standard.
Don't be fooled by the influence value, which is only a mere 100 points.
Lu Chen knew very well how difficult it was to achieve this 100 points of influence.
Claim it directly, Lu Chen said immediately. Cultivation system is starting. 10%, 50%, 80%, 100%.
Congratulations! You have successfully activated the cultivation system.
Magic City Beastmaster University. At this moment, the entire Magic City University was in a frenzy.
As one of the three top-tier academies, only true genius Beastmasters were qualified to take the entrance exam and become students there. The minimum admission standard was in B-level Beastmaster talent. Additionally, cultural course grades also had to meet the standard. Every year, tens of millions of college entrance examination candidates in the Summer Kingdom competed for the extremely limited spots in the three top-tier academies. Out of tens of millions of candidates, fewer than 2,000 could enter the three top-tier academies, making it a rare selection. Any student at Magic City University, if not excelling in both character and academics, at least possessed extraordinary talent, remarkable learning ability, and a proud heart, rarely genuinely admiring others.
Only today, the sudden emergence of a young mentor ignited the already bustling Magic City University. Breaking news!
Our youngest mentor in the history of Magic City University, perhaps also the strongest and most gifted mentor ever. I never expected Mentor Lu's background to be so convoluted.
What strongest freshman? In front of Mentor Lu, Lu Su is nothing, completely dominated. The most terrifying part is that even Lu Su's protector Lu Qing, and Lu Su's mother, the current matriarch of the Lu family Su Yaji, a true king-level dragon master, turned out to be no match for Mentor Lu. Mentor Lu's realm is actually at the 10-tier star level. I seriously suspect that Mentor Lu is hiding his true level. When Mentor Lu arrived, it seemed he was riding his contracted magic dragon. And when he left, he was riding the king-level black dragon that had transformed into a servant. That's a king-level black dragon, yet it could only become a mount. Who has the connections? I really want to enroll in Mentor Lu's cultivation course. The elemental divine bird and the world-destroying magic dragon contracted by Mentor Lu are probably all nurtured by him personally. I only wish to learn 1% of what Mentor Lu knows, and I would be satisfied. The entire Magic City University was set ablaze.
A large number of students revered him, while many others simply did not believe it. As the battle videos were exposed on the campus forum, those skeptical students had no choice but to believe. The influence continued to rise. At the same time, many students and even mentors were worried.
Lu Chen had already eliminated the matriarch of the Dragon Master family, the Lu family. Would the Lu family let this go easily? In the principal's office, Lu Luochan sat across from Duan Shanghua, worriedly saying, "Teacher, can we negotiate with the Lu family?"
"I have already communicated with Manager Lu." Duan Shanghua shook his head and said, "Manager Lu said it's best not to interfere, he has his own plans."
But, Lu Luochan hesitated, saying, "That's the Lu family."
On the surface, there are quite a few king-level 10-tier dragon masters, and they have a legacy of 1,000 years.
Who knows if the Lu family has any hidden overlord-level dragon masters in the dragon realm?
Duan Shangwa sighed slightly. He naturally had concerns in this regard as well.
The three major dragon master families all had traditions.
Once their level or lifespan reached the limit, they would be transported to the dragon realm. No one knew how powerful the forces of the three major dragon master families were in the dragon realm. Although any dragon master who reached the dragon realm no longer belonged to human civilization, but rather to the governance of the dragon realm. But one's background cannot be changed.
If the dragon clan truly faces destruction, who can say for certain that the hidden dragon masters in the dragon realm won't take action?
I have already questioned the store manager once, Duan Shangwa said slowly. Manager Lu is undoubtedly a powerhouse on par with me, or even stronger. He is also a top-tier breeder. If he wishes, he can instantly attain a status far beyond mine.
If that day ever comes, Manager Lu will certainly not be in any danger.
A top-tier breeder is something that all 6 nations would fight over. His status is equivalent to that of a national divine dragon.
Lu Luochan's breath suddenly caught in her throat.
She realized that the young and handsome store manager could easily attain a position unrivaled on Blue Star. As long as Lu Chen is willing, he could rise to the top of the Xia kingdom and become the national breeder.
He definitely wouldn't be willing, right? Lu Luochan couldn't help but think.
Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, Duan Shangwa said in a deep voice. Soon, Shen Yanyan, Du Ruoyan, Luo Tianyan, as well as Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, each walked in. Principal, the 5 said in unison. You 5 are all part of the young generation that has caught Mentor Lu's attention, and your potential is indeed remarkable.
Duan Shangwa looked around at the 5 present and said slowly, if I'm not mistaken, the contracted beasts you have all awakened its special growth type talent, right?
Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyan exchanged glances. Clearly, Duan Shangwa had hit the nail on the head. As for Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, being Duan Shangwa's grandsons, there was no need to ask further.
Yes, Shen Yanyan said.
The slime I contracted has awakened the growth talent Devour.
No need to tell me,
Duan Shangwa said in a deep voice. You only need to know one thing. Since you have contracted the beasts trained by Mentor Lu, your fates are destined to be rewritten.
Rewrite fate. Shen Yanyan took a deep breath and said, we have known this for a long time.
Not just that, Duan Shangwa said solemnly. Do you know how special the special growth talent truly is?
Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and said seriously, Principal, after I contracted the fire chicken, I felt my beast mastery talent is undergoing a transformation.
Although it hasn't truly transformed, there is a trend.
Is this not the uniqueness of the special growth talent?
As he finished speaking, the other 4 showed expressions of shock.
It can actually allow the beast mastery talent to transform? Du Ruoyun exclaimed. Then can my B-grade holy light also transform? In fact, Lu Luochan stepped forward and said, my beast mastery talent has already transformed into S-grade.
As soon as she finished speaking, a crimson dragon shadow instantly appeared behind Lu Luochan. The students present, all geniuses from Magic City University, could clearly tell that this was indeed an S-grade beast mastery talent.
It is well known that the talent Lu Luochan awakened was only A-grade dragon wing. Now, that S-grade pressure was certainly not a fake.
The expressions of those present were filled with excitement and shock, especially Luo Tianyan, who had truly confirmed that the beast mastery talent could transform. He could almost envision the scene of the A-grade talent Cold Flame transforming into S-grade. Only Shen Yanyan, despite being equally shocked, couldn't help but feel a sense of disparity.
An S-grade talent? She thought to herself. It's too far from the store manager's talent.
Shen Yanyan had seen Lu Chen display his beast mastery talent. The boundless dark hellish scene, though dark to the extreme, felt devoid of evil. That grand and majestic sight was almost imprinted in Shen Yanyan's heart and soul, never to be forgotten. Classmates, Duan Shangwa stood up, his demeanor extremely serious, and said, your futures are already limitless. Know this, as long as you contract a pet beast with the awakened growth-type special talent, your beast taming talent, under continuous growth, can ultimately evolve to Sss-Level.
Sss-Level.
The students present were all shaken to their core. They naturally would not doubt that Duan Shangwa was the president of Magic City University, a respected and knowledgeable figure throughout the entire Xia country.
Since Duan Shangwa said so, it could not be false. If the S-level beast taming talent could still be considered a luxury, then any SS-level talent, once born, is destined to be a prodigy among prodigies.
Looking across the entire Blue Star, with hundreds of billions of humans, many of whom are mixed blood, the awakening rate of beast taming talent is about 50%. This means that in the vast Blue Star, there are over 100 billion beast tamers.
With such a huge base, The number of beast tamers awakening SS-level talent does not exceed 200, and that is a figure accumulated over thousands of years. This is truly 1 in a million. Moreover, any beast tamer who awakens SS-level talent, as long as they can grow smoothly, will undoubtedly be at least at the overlord level. Hearing Duan Shangwa's account, not to mention Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun, even Lu Luochan, who already knew, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. That is SS-level beast taming talent. Whether in Xia country or extending to the entire 6 nations, in the vast human beast taming civilization, SS-level talent is the highest qualification. President Duan, are you saying that all of us present have the opportunity to evolve our beast taming talent to SS level? Luo Tianyan was shaken and couldn't help but ask. Not just you. Duan Shangwa said gently, including myself, it is the same. Did the president also contract a pet beast cultivated by manager Lu? Shin Yanyan's eyes lit up. For some reason, the kind yet authoritative Duan Shangwa suddenly felt more approachable to her. That's right, Duan Shangwa said softly. I contracted the sky-settling giant tree cultivated by manager Lu, which can completely evolve into a void ancient tree with overlord-level potential in the future. Thanks to manager Lu, my beast taming space is not only about to be restored but also has the hope of breaking through to the overlord level. Luo Tianyan's pupils constricted. He was well aware that Duan Shangwa had extremely deep connections and prestige in the political, military, and even business circles. Previously, when Duan Shangwa's beast taming space shattered, he had long given up on advancing. Many connections and prestige were tacitly left to his family. Luo Tianyan could not imagine what kind of terrifying power would be unleashed if Duan Shangwa broke through to the overlord level with the reputation he had accumulated. Perhaps the status of the Duan family would instantly be on par with any beast taming family. The void ancient tree? Luo Tianyan's mind raced. With the cultivation ability of the predecessor, if the sky-settling giant tree evolves into a void ancient tree, it would definitely not be a weak one among the overlords, perhaps even able to challenge beyond its level. At that time, even those old overlords, the ones holding supreme power in Xia country, would have to show great respect to President Duan. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Luo Tianyan slowly asked, President, you brought us juniors who have received the favor of Senior Lu here. It shouldn't just be to inform us about the special growth-type talent, right? Upon hearing this, Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun also looked over. It was their first time coming into such close contact with a figure of Duan Shangwa's level. Although they were very excited, they were not overly nervous. Of course, it's not just that. Duan Shangwa looked at Luo Tianyan with appreciation and smiled, more so to affirm your future. In terms of future potential, you are already on par with Lu Su of the first-year students. Although Lu Su was easily crushed by Lu Chen, the opponent was after all the store manager, and no one present would look down on Lu Su in the slightest. Before this, Lu Su was among the most outstanding freshmen in the history of the Beastmaster University of Magic City. The only ones who could firmly suppress Lu Su were a very few with SS-level talents. In fact, many associate professors and even full professors had commented on Lu Su, believing that once he fused 2 types of dragon shadow talents, he would definitely evolve into a true SS-level talent, joining the ranks of the strongest qualifications in human civilization. A few people exchanged glances, all listening intently. Duan Shangwa continued, based on your potential, I have decided to grant you the highest scholarship at the Beastmaster University of Magic City, which is the special scholarship. The special scholarship will be distributed in 3 installments, corresponding to the extraordinary level, star level, and moon level. Extraordinary level, you can receive a scholarship of 10 million. Star level, you can receive a scholarship of 100 million. Moon level, you can receive a scholarship 500 million. The total special scholarship amounts to 610 million. Duan Shangwa smiled and said lightly, Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun are now extraordinary level beast masters and can receive the first tier of the extraordinary level scholarship, which is 10 million. As for Luo Tianyan, you are currently at the star level and can receive a scholarship of 100 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun both showed unmistakable joy. 10 million in scholarship was undoubtedly a huge sum for them. For any extraordinary level beast master, it was enough to support them until they broke through to the star level. Now, with Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun both receiving the special scholarship, it meant that once they broke through to the star level, they would receive another 100 million in scholarship. If they broke through to the moon level, the scholarship would directly reach 500 million. Even Luo Tianyan, who came from a prominent family, couldn't help but tremble slightly. He was very clear about what a huge sum this was. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Luo Tianyan couldn't help but say, Principal Duan, even the Beast Master University of Magic City finds it difficult to decide on several special scholarship slots at once, right?
As far as I know, the university only decides on one special scholarship slot each year. You don't need to worry about that, Duan Shanghua said gently. In previous years, the special scholarship slots were chosen from several S-level talent beast masters. This year's special scholarship was originally meant for Lu Su, but I decided to retract it. His beast master talent was, after all, obtained through seizing. As for your special scholarships, a genius destined to evolve into SS-level talent. What's so surprising about a special scholarship? Yes, Luo Tianyan nodded. He didn't want to delve deeper. Duan Shanghua was practically a one-man show at the Beast Master University of Magic City, and deciding on a few special scholarship slots was really nothing. A special scholarship slot represented a financial expenditure of 600 million. This was indeed a huge sum. Even for a day-level Beast Master, it was not a trivial number.
What about for a Monarch level? Then it wouldn't be much at all.
Not to mention that Duan Shanghua was a 10th tier Monarch level, the top tier Monarch level Beast Master, who had accumulated countless prestige, achievements, and connections. Even if Duan Shanghua personally filled the financial gap, it wouldn't be much for him.
Grandpa, do we have it too? Duan Dongwen's eyes lit up and said, I want to cultivate a queen ant. It costs a lot. In school, hold your position. Duan Shanghua said helplessly, you naturally have it too. Besides being my grandson, you are also a student of the Magic City University.
Since you have contracted the pet cubs cultivated by the store manager, your potential is certainly not lacking, and you deserve this special scholarship.
Yes, Principal Duan Dongwen said happily.
He was determined to pursue a mass army strategy. Even the early-stage ant queen required resources for cultivation that were hundreds of times more than those needed for cultivating a pet of the same level. Even though Duan Dongwen was a direct descendant of the Duan family, the grandson of the Prime Minister Duan, his small treasury had been burning through resources crazily lately, just to cultivate the ant queen to the awakened 10th level and to breed hundreds of ant soldier types.
Under the ant queen's unification, these various ant soldier types could even form battle formations.
It is no exaggeration to say that after spending so much money, Duan Shiwu's contracted sword-cutting ant could no longer compete with him. Duan Shiwu helplessly glanced at his older brother, thinking, my foolish brother, even if you signed the core contract, you are destined to only contract one pet. As soon as I break through to the extraordinary level, I can go to the mythical pet shop to contract a second pet, or even
a third pet. By then, with the cooperation of several powerful pets, how much advantage will your mass army strategy still have?
Duan Dongwen noticed Duan Shiwu's gaze and met it head-on, their eyes clashing as if sparks were about to fly. This pair of twin brothers had long been accustomed to competing with each other, and others were used to it as well. Alright, Prime Minister Duan said gently, come over to sign and collect your scholarships.
Yay! Shen Yan giggled and was the first to step up to sign, saying, thank you, Principal Duan. When will the scholarship be issued? I'm planning to go to the shopkeeper to contract a second pet.
It should be issued tomorrow. Prime Minister Duan smiled kindly and said, I suggest you continue to contract water-type pets. It might speed up the evolution of your beast taming talent.
Shen Yan nodded repeatedly, saying, I got it.
Next was Du Ruoyan, and Prime Minister Duan also gave some advice, still recommending to stick to pure support-type pets while also training a bit of output-type light pets, at least to have some self-defense capability.
How precious is the advice of a king-level beast tamer? Du Ruoyu naturally listened humbly. As for Luo Tianyan, he specialized in fire-type pets. Prime Minister Duan thought for a moment and said seriously, you should have contracted a flame wolf king and a white flame snake, right?
Yes, Luo Tianyan, who received the special scholarship, was in a very good mood and nodded, saying, the Flame Wolf King has evolved once, and its current strength is at the star level 3, with a potential of moon level 6. As for the White Flame Snake, it is much stronger than the Flame Wolf King, with a potential of moon level 9 and a strength of star level 5. Even though he had contracted the Flame Chicken, Luo Tianyan would not neglect the training of the previously contracted Flame Wolf King and White Flame Snake, as they had been his companions for a long time. Don't neglect the training of the pets you contracted earlier, Prime Minister Duan said slowly. Perhaps with your abilities, you cannot cultivate them to the level of the flame chicken or slime.
But, what if shopkeeper Lu intervenes? Are you saying that as long as we take the previously contracted beasts to be personally trained by the shopkeeper, they have a chance to undergo a transformation? Luo Tianyan exclaimed in shock.
You must have caught a glimpse of shopkeeper Lu's cultivation abilities during the public class. It was just the tip of the iceberg, Prime Minister Duan said softly.
Shopkeeper Lu can easily endow the lowest level pets with the rare and extraordinary growth type special talents, allowing your contracted pets to undergo a transformation. How difficult can that be?
Lu Luochan, standing nearby, suddenly recalled Lu Chen's devil-like whispers. Are you saying that the 3 sub-dragon types I contracted could all become true dragon types, or even
divine dragon types? She thought to herself.
Over the past few years, Lu Luochan had dreamed of cultivating a true dragon type. How difficult it was to cultivate a sub-dragon type into a true dragon. Looking across the entire Xia country, very few could achieve that. The more ignorant one was, the more they would believe in the legends of sub-dragons being cultivated into true dragon types.
Every time Lu Luochan recalled that sentence, she unconsciously chose to believe it. She was acutely aware that, in the face of Lu Chen's extraordinary nurturing ability, any doubts were futile. Only absolute belief was a true respect for Lu Chen. Not to mention Lu Luochan, even Duan Shanghua wanted to ask Lu Chen to nurture his only king-level pet beast, but unfortunately, the beast's space was still too fragile, so he had to put it on hold for now. I understand, Luo Tianyan said with a complex expression. Deep down, he actually knew that with Lu Chen's ability, nurturing the pet beasts he had previously contracted would undoubtedly be a piece of cake. Yet, he had never mentioned it. Similarly, on a subconscious level, he instinctively felt that the Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake he had contracted were simply not worthy of being nurtured by Lu Chen himself. He felt inferior. Now, Luo Tianyan realized this and felt an immense shame for the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake he had contracted. No matter how much it costs, I will ask the senior to nurture you personally. Luo Tianyan made up his mind.
As for Shin Yanyan, Du Ruoyan, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Zhao, although they were surprised, they did not share the same thoughts as Luo Tianyan and Lu Luochan. As newly minted beast masters who had the fortune of contracting pet beasts nurtured by Lu Chen, the beasts they contracted were relatively easy to nurture, making their path smooth. After resolving the scholarship issue, Duan Shanghua watched as several students destined for greatness left the principal's office one after another, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, smiling as he said, "These students may be the most monstrous geniuses during my decades as principal. Once they grow up, they will surely shock the entire Xia kingdom, right?" "Definitely," Lu Luochan replied with a light smile. In the past, there was only one special scholarship per year, but this year, there are directly 5, and each one is hard to part with.
Duan Shanghua looked at Lu Luochan, a hint of softness in his gaze, and said gently, "Luochan, you really want to nurture the 3 sub-dragons you contracted into true dragons, don't you?"
Lu Luochan was momentarily taken aback, but she eventually nodded gently.
"Then go ahead," Duan Shanghua chuckled lightly. "I've transferred 200 million to your account.
With Lu Su contracting 2 true dragons, it will be enough to shake the Xia kingdom. If you contract 4 true dragons, I can't wait to see the expressions of those old-timers from the Dragon Master families." Lu Luochan's heart trembled violently as she discovered that her account indeed had 200 million more, leaving her with a complex expression. "Teacher," she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. In order to let the red carp leap over the dragon gate and evolve into the red thunder flood dragon, Lu Luochan had indeed spent nearly all her savings. Duan Shanghua seemed to see through his daughter's embarrassment, waving his hand like a generous father making a transfer, making Lu Luochan feel both awkward and genuinely warm inside. But she was ultimately not Duan Shanghua's biological daughter. Her instinct was to refuse. "This is considered my private sponsorship," Duan Shanghua said with a kind smile, taking out a contract.
"This is the contract for this year's outstanding mentor. Although your teaching results haven't come out yet, you have contracted the Red Thunder Flood Dragon and even evolved an S-level talent. It wouldn't be right for you to keep the same treatment as before."
Lu Luochan wanted to say something, but she couldn't withstand that kind gaze and silently signed the contract. Offering 5 special scholarship spots along with an outstanding mentor contract amounted to expenditures in the hundreds of millions. Even with Duan Shanghua's status, he would still bear a certain amount of pressure.
But Lu Luochan thought to herself, she was no longer the Lu Luochan of the past and would never disappoint Duan Shanghua's expectations. Moreover, Lu Luochan was also looking forward to how those old-timers from the Lu family, as well as her stubborn father, would react if they knew she had contracted 3 giant dragon species and 1 flood dragon species.
Mythical Pet Shop. After Lu Chen left, Li Rui focused entirely on managing the shop. She first cleaned the pet shop until it was spotless, then tossed the clothes Lu Chen had changed out of into the washing machine, blushing as she hand-washed her intimate garments, and finally placed everything in the dryer.
"Ha!" Li Rui let out a long sigh, thinking to herself, "I wonder what the manager and sister and you are like at the Beast Taming University in Magic City?"
Soon, she couldn't help but feel down, sitting on the sofa, hugging her fair and delicate legs, with her head buried in her knees.
"If I had met the manager earlier, I could have gotten into Magic City University, right? I really want to hear the manager's lectures. They must be very interesting, right? Instructor Lu. Hee hee, the manager must look especially handsome at the podium, right? Many chaotic thoughts surged in Li Rui's mind.
She sank her consciousness into the beast taming space, where blood energy surged within the small area, and a blood-red sapling of a willow tree took root at the very center of the beast taming space.
Little Lu, Li Rui said softly, grow up quickly. The blood willow gently swayed, seemingly responding.
She daydreamed like this until the afternoon when she finally saw the first customer of the day. She unconsciously sized up the customer in front of her, the professional skirt accentuating an incredibly hot figure, with long legs covered in sheer black stockings subtly revealing flawless, supple skin, and even the black and red high heels hinted at a certain allure. On her stunning face, she wore thin-framed glasses, adding a touch of forbidden allure. Li Rui instinctively averted her gaze, realizing that in front of this woman, she felt incredibly immature, an indescribable sense of inferiority rising within her.
Where's your manager? Lu Shui glanced at the mythical pet shop, feeling somewhat disappointed.
If she hadn't known that this pet shop was run by that instructor Lu, she wouldn't have thought it was anything special.
I'm sorry.
Li Rui pulled her thoughts back and said softly, our manager is not in the shop right now. If the customer wants to purchase a pet cub, please wait a moment.
Oh, Lu Shui nodded and said, then I'll wait here.
She knew that at this time, Lu Qin should still be at Magic City University, so she naturally wasn't in a hurry. Sitting leisurely on the sofa, she noticed a set of tea utensils on the table and said, by the way, pour me a cup of tea.
Oh, okay.
Li Rui found the tea box, carefully took out 2 tea leaves, placed them in the cup in front of Lu Shui, and then poured in hot water.
Lu Shui frowned slightly. It was just tea leaves, no need to be so stingy, right?
Just as she was about to say something, her expression changed dramatically. As the hot water collided with the tea leaves, an indescribably rich tea fragrance surged wildly from the cup. This is.
Lu Shui's eyes widened.
She could hardly believe her senses. As a direct descendant of one of the 3 major elven families, Lu Shui had even visited the ancient elven kingdom and tasted the most precious tea made from the tender leaves of the elven tree. Any elven tree, once it reaches maturity, can attain the king-level 10th tier, being one of the foundations of the ancient elven kingdom. If Lu Shui weren't a direct descendant of the elven family, she would never have had the chance to taste the tea from the elven tree.
That tasting was enough to be etched in Lu Shui's memory for a lifetime.
Even the taste of elven tea paled in comparison to the exquisite fragrance that erupted at this moment. Li Rui seemed to sense Lu Shui's confusion and softly said, our manager said this tea is made from the tender leaves of the 1,000-star vine. Please enjoy it, dear customer. Li Rui had naturally tasted this kind of tea as well. However, the tea leaves she tasted only had 1 leaf. Any more would be unbearable. After tasting it, Li Rui's realm directly broke through to the 6th stage of awakening. Once her realm stabilized, Li Rui could continue to savor the tea. She felt a bit envious but managed to suppress it.
Qianqing vine?
Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback, quickly pulling up information on her phone, her eyes widening in disbelief. The data showed that Qianqing vine is a plant life that takes root on broken meteorites, capable of reaching the Holy Spirit level when fully grown. The Qianqing vine drifts along with meteorites throughout its life, feeding on other meteorites to continuously strengthen itself.
A fully grown Qianqing vine can even suppress smaller planets. You mean this is tea made from the tender leaves of the Qianqing vine?
Lu Shui exclaimed in shock. That's what the shopkeeper said. Li Rui gently pressed her lips together, reminding this guest, if you don't drink it soon, it will get cold. Oh. Lu Shui took a deep breath, solemnly lifting the cup containing only 2 leaves, which looked rather meager, and took a gentle sip. She pressed her lips tightly together, feeling the purest life force crashing against her body, that extreme freshness even flooding into her soul. Lu Shui's body became rigid, her delicate hand unconsciously resting on her thigh covered in sheer black silk, staring incredulously at the teacup. Just from that one sip, her realm actually began to loosen, on the verge of breaking through the 10th stage of Manhwa, reaching the day level. Without hesitation, she disregarded the principles of tea tasting and drank the tea in one go. So close to. Lu Shui carefully sensed it, but ultimately could only sigh in regret. She was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, yet stuck at the final bottleneck. She couldn't help but look longingly at the girl in front of her, but could never bring herself to say the words one more cup. At that moment, Lu Shui was acutely aware of how precious this tea was. It might truly come from the Qianqing vine. How extravagant to serve tea made from Qianqing vine. Lu Shui couldn't help but think. At that moment, roar! A dragon's roar came from outside the door. Li Rui's eyes lit up, softly saying, the shopkeeper is back. Lu Shui also stood up, only to see a pitch-black giant dragon, dozens of meters tall, slowly landing outside the mythical pet shop.
She instantly recognized it as the black dragon contracted by the matriarch of the Lu family.
The aura of a 2nd stage king level was unabashedly released,
making Lu Shue's breathing difficult.
On the back of the black dragon, a young and handsome man leaped down, followed by a small black dragon. As the handsome young man entered the pet shop, the king-level black dragon respectfully knelt on the ground, as if worshipping a deity, utterly humble.
How can the tea from the qianqing vine have hallucinogenic effects?
Lu Shue's mind was shaken. She couldn't believe that this king-level black dragon, exuding a sense of familiarity, was actually humbly prostrating on the ground, almost like a servant.
This isn't an illusion. Leroy blinked and said, "The shopkeeper is back." But it's a bit strange. How did the shopkeeper seem to have tamed a black dragon? Do you know what kind of existence that black dragon is? Lu Shui took a deep breath and said, "That's a king-level black dragon. Your shopkeeper tamed a king-level black dragon and it's prostrating like a servant? If this isn't an illusion, then what is?"
Just looking at the black dragon made Lu Shue's heart tremble. She wished she could escape immediately. If that terrifying woman from the Lu family found out she had seen the black dragon in such a humble state,
the consequences would be unimaginable. A king-level black dragon? Li Rui's eyes brightened as she looked at the handsome young man approaching, sincerely saying, "The shopkeeper is amazing." "It's nothing special." Lu Chen smiled, gently arranging the scattered hair of Li Rui, and said softly, "Xiao Rui, would you like to ride the black dragon for a spin? Riding a black dragon is really cool. Is that possible?"
Li Rui was pleasantly surprised but a bit hesitant, softly saying, maybe I should pass."
"This sister said the black dragon is a king-level beast, right? Wouldn't it be too humiliating for me to ride a king-level black dragon?" "It's fine, this black dragon is currently a servant of the world-destroying demon dragon," Lu Chen chuckled. "You are an employee of the mythical beast shop. The black dragon is just a servant. Being able to ride it is its honor, understand?" Saying this, Lu Chen would not take no for an answer and place Li Rui in front of the black dragon. The black dragon respectfully knelt, its pitch-black wings tilting to one side.
With a flutter of nerves, Li Rui stepped along the dragon's wing and onto its back. As the wind surged, the black dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. Lu Chen was not worried about Li Rui's safety. The Lu family was temporarily quiet, and even if there were real dangers, Li Rui was an employee of the mythical beast shop. In case of danger, with just a thought, she could teleport back to the shop. Lu Shui stared blankly at the outside world. A beast master of the awakening level was actually riding a king-level black dragon, soaring continuously in the air. What troubled Lu Shui the most were Lu Chen's indifferent words.
Using a king-level black dragon as a servant? Lu Shui could not remain calm and couldn't help but say, "This is the black dragon under the core contract of Suyaji. How could it become your servant?" Lu Chen looked a bit puzzled and said, "You don't know? I remember that Magic City University should have a campus for him." After becoming a mentor, Principal Duan sent a lot of materials, including detailed information about most students, as well as mentors, associate professors, and even professors. Regarding this mentor from the infirmary, Lu Chen had naturally looked at the relevant materials and knew that she came from an elven family and had contracted a royal nature spirit, her beauty being on par with Lu Luochan. Lu Shui fell into deep thought and then opened the campus for him to start checking. The beautiful eyes behind her thin-framed glasses filled with shock the more she looked, and she sat helplessly on the sofa, unable to calm down for a long time. Lu Shui came to the mythical beast shop to seek cooperation. The elven family and the dragon riding family had both cooperation and competition. Lu Shui hoped that Lu Chen could work for the elven family. At this moment, the words of solicitation just wouldn't come out. Just thinking about it made Lu Shui blush. A young beast master who had forcefully suppressed a king-level dragon rider, let alone Lu Shui being just a direct descendant of the elven family. Even the head of the Lu family would have to weigh their own worth before trying to recruit him, right? As the black dragon landed, Li Rui nervously walked down along the dragon's wing. "Roar!" The world-destroying demon dragon growled. The black dragon nodded respectfully, shrinking its body to transform into a 3-meter-tall pitch-black giant dragon, resembling a statue, lying at the entrance of the mythical beast shop. Using a king-level black dragon as a gatekeeper? Lu Shui was speechless for a long time. Only then did Lu Chen look at Lu Shui, a stunning mature woman with a somewhat ascetic aura, and he felt a bit of interest, smiling, "Dear guest, what can I do for you today? Whether it's purchasing beast cubs or nurturing beasts, our shop can accommodate." Lu Shui was slightly taken aback. She really had no need to purchase beast cubs. After all, she had formed a core contract with a nature spirit and could not possibly contract other beasts. As for beast nurturing, Lu Shui unconsciously recalled Lu Chen's incredible nurturing methods in the public class video, which could actually break limits, and she couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Just one opportunity, and the nature spirit could break through to the solar level. Lu Shui thought to herself, perhaps this opportunity is right now. Lu Chen was not in a hurry. Li Rui had already started pouring tea, and the fresh aroma wafted up from the teacup. He calmly sipped his tea, waiting for Lu Shue's reply. Master Lu. Lu Shue made a decision and directly summoned her pet beast, a 10th tier natural spirit, softly saying, I would like to ask you to help cultivate my natural spirit. Sure. Lu Chen looked at the natural spirit with great interest. As a member of the spirit race, it was indeed incredibly beautiful, but compared to Anu, it still had a long way to go. Its realm is 10th tier, and its potential is 6th tier, right? Lu Chen nodded and said, as a royal natural spirit, it's not bad. Just not bad? Lu Shue widened her eyes, feeling somewhat unconvinced. After contracting the natural spirit, she had completely infused the A-grade talent, Heart of the Spirit, into it. A natural spirit with the Heart of the Spirit would gradually transform its mindset towards that of the ancestral spirit, getting closer to true nature. Sooner or later, the natural spirit would break through its limits and possess even more terrifying potential. Lu Shue asked herself, she had cultivated the natural spirit exceptionally well, almost flawless. What else could it be? Lu Chen glanced at her. It must be said that when Lu Shue was slightly unconvinced, the undulating mountains were indeed a sight to behold, complemented by her thin-framed glasses and tightly pressed lips, exuding an aura of restraint. Then tell me, where has the natural spirit not been cultivated well? Lu Shue couldn't help but ask. Even knowing Lu Chen's cultivation ability, perhaps the strongest in the world, Lu Shue took great pride in her cultivation of the natural spirit and would not easily back down. Facing Lu Shue's doubt, Lu Chen frowned slightly and said slowly, this guest, have you perhaps misunderstood something? What? Lu Shue raised an eyebrow. What I just said, that your cultivation is not bad, was merely a polite remark, Lu Chen replied indifferently. Lu Shue's eyes widened. Polite? That's right. Lu Chen said slowly, what I mean is, your cultivation of the natural spirit is simply a mess, and you have wasted the natural spirit's top-tier bloodline. Lu Chen's words pierced Lu Shue's heart like steel needles. She looked incredulous. Her cultivation of the natural spirit was a waste? I clearly made the natural spirit fuse with the A-grade talent, Heart of the Spirit. Lu Shue couldn't help but retort, who else could achieve this besides me? Oh, is that so? Lu Chen seemed to just realize this and said slowly, I was about to mention that. You made the natural spirit fuse with the Heart of the Spirit, but what happened afterward? You don't think that this means it has completely fused, do you? The fusion degree between the natural spirit and the Heart of the Spirit is at most 5%. 5%? Lu Shue gasped, angered. I clearly made the natural spirit completely fuse with the Heart of the Spirit. The core contract is the best proof. How superficial. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. If it had truly fused completely, why hasn't the ancestral spirit bloodline within the natural spirit awakened? As he spoke, Lu Shue's heart trembled violently, almost unable to believe her ears. The natural spirit actually has the bloodline of the ancestral spirit? At this moment, Lu Shue could clearly hear the sound of her own racing heartbeat. The ancestral spirit. That was the origin of all spirits. The first spirit. According to the legends of the ancient spirit kingdom, the spirit mother tree initially created only one ancestral spirit, and after consuming a vast amount of primordial power to create many ordinary spirits, it fell into a long slumber. The ancestral spirit matured into a holy spirit level. In the ancient spirit kingdom, races possessing the bloodline of the ancestral spirit could be part of the royal family. Lu Shue had never imagined that the natural spirit she had contracted actually possessed the bloodline of the ancestral spirit. Once the bloodline awakened, it would rise to the ranks of royalty. As the contract holder of the royal elf, Lu Shue would possess an unparalleled status among the three major elf families and even within the ancient elf kingdom. Teacher Lu Shue took a deep breath and said slowly, can you awaken the bloodline of the ancestral nature elf? She looked at Lu Chen nervously, fearing a negative answer would shatter the stream. Yes, Lu Chen replied casually. Lu Shue was momentarily taken aback. She truly did not expect Lu Chen to agree so nonchalantly. It was as if awakening the bloodline of the ancestral elf was merely a trivial task for him, something easily accomplished. Wait, Lu Shue gradually regained her composure and hesitated. If the nature elf possesses the bloodline of the ancestral elf, as the core contract beast master, how could I not sense it? Are you really sure that there is not a trace of the ancestral elf's bloodline within the nature elf? Lu Chen's expression remained indifferent. The little deer is merely a royal nature elf, not a royal family member. Lu Shue declared firmly, there is absolutely no ancestral elf bloodline within her. The little deer was the name Lu Shue had given to the nature elf after forming the contract. Are you still deceiving yourself? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he said slowly, royal, imperial? The ancestral elf is the sole ancestor of the ancient elf kingdom. Any elf race, even the most ordinary ones at the bottom, has the bloodline of the ancestral elf within them, don't they? Lu Shue's pupils trembled violently. She looked at the young man before her in disbelief and stammered, "So, what you mean is that the ancestral elf bloodline you speak of is not some hidden bloodline, but rather a trace so faint that it is almost imperceptible, something anyone would overlook?" "Exactly," Lu Chen nodded. "Teacher Lu, are you mocking me?" Lu Shui took a deep breath and said, "A trace of ancestral blood so faint that it cannot be detected, no matter how many resources are invested, it is absolutely impossible to awaken. This has long been a consensus. The so-called consensus is meant to be broken." Lu Chen laughed heartily and said, "Who told you that a bloodline so weak cannot be awakened? Even if only a trace remains, it still contains the will of the ancestral elf." Lu Shui fell silent. She looked at the young man before her and felt increasingly unable to see through him. She truly could not understand where Lu Chen's extraordinary confidence came from. "All right," Lu Chen said with a light smile, "make your choice. Will you entrust the nature elf to me for training?" He looked at Lu Shui with interest, appreciating her conflicted and struggling expression, which seemed to freeze in place. "Okay." Lu Shui slightly raised her head, her thin-framed glasses resting on her face, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. She recalled the incredible things Lu Chen had demonstrated at Magic City University, whether it was his extraordinary nurturing ability or the terrifying combat power of the beast he had contracted. It all seemed to infinitely validate the unusual nature of the handsome young man before her. In the end, Lu Shui chose to believe and entrusted the core contract nature elf to Lu Chen's hands. "How long will the training take?" Lu Shui asked. "I'll come back in a few days." "You can just wait here," Lu Chen said casually, signaling the nature elf to follow him as he lifted the curtain behind him. Lu Shui was slightly taken aback. She had not noticed any space behind the pet shop when she came. Despite her confusion, Lu Shui ultimately did not voice her questions and quietly waited on the sofa, the worry on her face lingering. "This sister," Li Rui smiled sweetly and said, "Trust the store manager, it will definitely be fine." Lu Shui returned a smile, but it seemed forced. The nature elf was her core contract beast. If anything went wrong, her entire life could be ruined. Lu Shui and the fawn had grown up together, and she had long regarded the fawn as her own sister, naturally hoping that nothing would happen to her. Moreover, to think that just a trace of imperceptible ancestral blood could awaken the ancestral bloodline, wasn't that a bit far-fetched? Amidst her worries, time seemed to slow down. Lu Chen slowly walked out. Behind him followed a stunningly beautiful elven girl with a naive expression. Lu Shui suddenly stood up and approached the elven girl. Before she could examine her closely, an immense life force surged into Lu Shui's body through the beast contract connection. Boom! Lu Shui's aura suddenly changed. Breakthrough, daylight level. She was shocked, realizing she had directly broken through to daylight level. After reaching the 10th tier of the moonlight level, it had taken her a whole year just to seek the opportunity. She never expected that in just a few minutes, she would gain this opportunity and successfully break through. Sensing the contract feedback, Lu Shui quickly looked at the elven girl and began to examine her closely. "The realm is daylight 10th tier?" At first glance, Lu Shui felt an extreme disbelief, unable to trust her own perception. Just a few minutes ago, the natural elf's realm was still only at the moonlight 10th tier. In an instant, she had actually broken through a major realm? Not to mention the time, just the resources required to cultivate a natural elf to daylight 10th tier was an astronomical figure. Potential. Lu Shui murmured, continuing to investigate, but her pupils shook violently as she whispered, "The potential is Monarch 10th tier?" If the realm breakthrough to daylight 10th tier was something she could barely maintain her composure over, seeing the natural elf's potential reach Monarch 10th tier made Lu Shui feel as if her mind had been struck by a sudden surprise, leaving her dazed, her delicate features flushed. "No," Lu Shui murmured, "this is no longer a natural elf." She suddenly raised her head, looking at the young shopkeeper with a very complex expression. "She is indeed not a natural elf." Lu Chen nodded and said softly, "She has awakened the bloodline of the ancestral elf and has completely fused with the heart of the elf, evolving into a subspecies of the ancestral elf, the source elf." As he spoke, an extremely rich life aura surged from the elven girl. Lu Shui's expression was complex. She could naturally sense the incredibly rich ancestral elf bloodline and the inseparable heart of the elf. The elven girl's heart had been completely replaced by the heart of the elf. Lu Shui could clearly perceive every thought of the elven girl. This was the closest of connections. Lu Shui even had a feeling that the heart of the elf was by no means the end. The fully fused heart of the elf could completely influence other parts of the elven girl's body, until the entire body transformed into the most original elven form. One day, it might even lead to the transformation of the elven girl's soul. At that time, the elven girl would become the purest elf, wielding the most fundamental power of nature. And my A-level beast master talent, Heart of the Elf, will also evolve. Lu Shui realized this and couldn't help but look at Lu Chen, only to find him calm and composed. It was as if he knew everything that was happening but didn't care at all. How is it? Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied with this cultivation?" "Very satisfied." Lu Shui nodded repeatedly. Her current demeanor formed a stark contrast to her tempting yet abstinent aura, and she continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Mentor Lu, you have completely integrated a trace of the ancestral elf's bloodline into the fawn's essence, right? As the fawn's realm increases, the concentration of the ancestral elf's bloodline will also continue to rise, until it transforms into the purest ancestral elf." Lu Shui analyzed this, but although she sensed it, she felt increasingly incredulous as she narrated. This was a theoretical plan, yet it was fundamentally impossible to achieve. "It seems you're quite perceptive," Lu Chen shrugged. In reality, even if Lu Chen accepted the inheritance of a 7-star breeder, it would still require a significant amount of time, and the difficulty was extraordinarily exaggerated. However, he had expanded his influence at Magic City University to the extent that the system's breeding module was activated. When Lu Chen used the system's breeding module, an almost omnipotent space would appear, where the flow of time could be accelerated to the extreme, and Lu Chen's cultivation ability would be magnified, allowing him to achieve breeding plans that ordinary people could hardly imagine. The nature spirit Little Deer, after evolving into a source spirit, had stayed in the breeding space for a long time, absorbing a vast amount of natural power and completely merging with the bloodline of the ancestral spirit, naturally reaching the 10th level of the solar phase. It is worth mentioning that simply opening the breeding space did not require any points, so Lu Chen had no cost in cultivating the nature spirit into a source spirit. What pleased Lu Chen the most was that he had a certain degree of autonomy regarding the fees for breeding, although the acquisition of points still followed the system's rules. "Since the guest is very satisfied with the breeding, we should discuss the issue of fees," Lu Chen said with a light smile. "This guest, how much do you think this breeding is worth?" "How much is it worth?" Lu Shui pondered. The nature spirit's realm had risen from the initial 10th level of the dark moon to the 10th level of the solar phase. As for its potential, it had increased from the 6th level of the solar phase to the extraordinarily exaggerated 10th level of the king. Lu Shui could imagine that as long as she continued to expand the beast space and reached the 10th level of the solar phase, Little Deer would instantly break through to the first level of the king. At that time, she would also receive feedback and break through to the king level. Just the cultivation in terms of realm and potential was a price Lu Shui could not afford. Any pet with king-level potential was valued in the hundreds of millions. Indeed, as the legitimate daughter of a spirit family, Lu Shui herself was a highly valued auxiliary healing beast master, so she naturally did not lack money. She had at least 200 million. But she asked herself, just the cultivation in terms of realm and potential was absolutely worth more than 200 million. At the very least, if Lu Shui were to cultivate it herself, from formulating a cultivation plan to purchasing precious resources and the final cultivation of Little Deer, without at least 600 million in funds, it would be absolutely impossible for her to cultivate the nature spirit to such a level and potential. The hardest to improve was actually the potential level. With king-level potential, it was already worth over 100 million, let alone the 10th level of the king? She thought carefully, and it seemed that the 10th level of the solar phase was still an added bonus. Realm and potential were just one aspect. The nature spirit evolving into a source spirit, with a trace of ancestral blood being infinitely expanded, transformed into the source bloodline of the source spirit, and the A-level talent Heart of the Spirit had reached a true 100% fusion level. As the source spirit continued to grow, it would completely evolve into an ancestral spirit, and Lu Shui's beast mastery talent would also continuously evolve. Each of these matters could not be measured by money at all. Lu Shui couldn't help but feel ashamed. She had previously questioned Lu Chen. With his breeding ability, to say that I did well in breeding is simply an unattainable compliment. Lu Shui's feelings were complex, and she thought, but I still have my doubts, how ridiculous. She shook her head slightly and continued to ponder. But no matter how she thought about it, she could not set a price for this breeding. The future of the source spirit had been completely changed, destined to evolve into an ancestral spirit. In the future, the spirit ancient kingdom might even regard the source spirit as an emperor, and Lu Shui's status would rise accordingly. This was clearly a favor that was difficult to measure. Lu Shui pondered for a long time before softly saying, "Instructor Lu, I can't set a price. I still have 230 million, so let's consider that a deposit for now. Once the source spirit grows, I will repay this kindness." Lu Chen looked at Lu Shui, seemingly with a hint of appreciation, slightly changing his view of this aloof woman, and chuckled, "Then let's symbolically take 200 million. For Lu Chen, sometimes money was just a number. But if a guest paid nothing, wouldn't that make Lu Chen's nurturing seem incredibly cheap?
Only by having the other party make a substantial contribution, even feeling as if they were bankrupt, could he achieve his goal.
All right,
Lu Shui sighed in relief, looking at Lu Chen with gratitude, and softly said, then I'll pay 200 million first. One day, I will repay your kindness, Instructor Lu. After saying this, she felt much lighter. She directly deducted 200 million from her account. Although only 30 million remained, it brought her some peace of mind and boundless hope for the future. Our fate has completely changed.
Lu Shui gently stroked the source spirit little deer, whose tender yet stunning face radiated confidence as she said, you were once of the royal family of nature spirits, and you are destined to rise to the top of the ancient spirit kingdom, even leading it back to its former glory. Are you satisfied with such a future? Little deer nodded gently.
She had never liked to talk and rarely showed emotional fluctuations. Yet at this moment, a glimmer of anticipation flashed across her face.
Lu Chen looked at the additional 200 million in his account and felt very good. Moreover, he had also gained an extra 1,000 points.
It seems that nurturing a pet beast yields significantly more points than selling the most basic pet beast cubs. Lu Chen was quite pleased. To earn 1,000 points, he would have to sell more than 3 free pet beast cubs from the system shop. With just one pet beast nurturing, he had already made a profit. Of course, it wasn't that selling pet beast cubs didn't earn points. Lu Chen could also exchange for high-end pet beast cubs with a clear price in the system, which would yield 10 times the profit once sold.
However, Lu Chen estimated that no one could afford them.
After all, even the cheapest pet beast cubs in the system had the potential of a dominator level, and each possessed at least one growth-type talent. With such excellent initial status, even the top-tier king-level beast masters might go bankrupt trying to buy them. Achievement unlocked. Completed a pet beast nurturing.
Reward, a random red star level resource. Claim reward?
Yes/no, as expected.
Lu Chen smiled slightly and immediately said, claim, directly claim.
You have obtained the red star level resource Stellar True Flame.
Stellar True Flame, a red star level exotic fire resource.
Within the core of a star, there is a chance to give birth to this powerful exotic fire, containing the purest essence of the star. Looking at the system's prompt and the flickering orange exotic fire burning in the Beast Master space, Lu Chen's face showed an expression of disbelief.
It's actually the Stellar True Flame, ranked first on the exotic fire list.
Lu Chen was shocked and thought, even the Azure Sky Purple Flame must bow to the Stellar True Flame, ranking second. If the Purple Flame Emperor bird devours this Stellar True Flame, it will surely undergo a complete transformation. With the levels of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, the world-destroying demon dragon, and the ancient tree of life, even if Lu Chen activated the system's nurturing module, he couldn't easily nurture them. At least, without any cost in the basic nurturing mode, even with time accelerated to the extreme, it could only raise the realms of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, the world-destroying demon dragon, and the ancient tree of life, but it couldn't affect their potential levels. The potential of the Holy Spirit level could no longer be improved with the resource level of the basic nurturing mode. To further enhance potential, resources must be of a sufficiently high level and perfectly compatible. Just like the True Dragon's source blood is the most compatible with the world-destroying demon dragon, this star's true flame is also the most suitable resource for the Purple Flame Emperor bird. Once it devours the star's true flame, the Purple Flame Emperor bird will surely undergo a transformation.
What a great gain! Lu Chen revealed a delighted smile.
Without a moment's hesitation, he directly opened the cultivation space and placed both the Purple Flame Emperor bird and the star's true flame inside. Screech! The Purple Flame Emperor bird immediately swallowed the star's true flame, which was so hot that even space could not withstand its temperature, and twisted. The star's true flame was continuously melting, and the extreme power of the surged wildly into every strand of the purple flame within the bird.
Orange and purple flames intertwined endlessly.
Time passed, though it was unclear how long. Within the cultivation space, a large amount of compatible ordinary power continuously flowed into the Purple Flame Emperor bird's body, neutralizing the celestial purple flame and the star's true flame. The realm of the Purple Flame Emperor bird was also continuously rising.
Starry level 5, Starry level 8, Starry level 10.
In an instant, the realm of the Purple Flame Emperor bird reached its current limit.
Limit? Lu Chen smiled slightly and said softly, isn't the so-called limit meant to be broken?
The Imperial Star Refinement method suddenly activated. All the pressure was easily borne by the Beast Master space.
Boom! The Purple Flame Emperor bird instantly broke through. Abyss Moon level.
After the breakthrough, the Purple Flame Emperor bird absorbed all the power in the cultivation space, reaching Abyss Moon level 3, and only then did it truly begin to absorb the star's true flame.
Abyss Moon level 7.
Lu Chen looked pleased, The realm of the purple flame emperor bird is now equal to that of the world-destroying demon dragon, yet it is still not the end. Boom! Even without transforming into elemental life like the star's true flame had developed a certain consciousness, unwilling to let its fire seed origin be refined, and was engaged in a final desperate struggle. Countless blazing true flames splashed wildly. Screech! The purple flame emperor bird's eyes turned cold. A dared to defy? Under the imperial might, countless purple flames, including the star's true flame, collapsed wildly, transforming into purer. Many reassembled into a more noble and majestic flame bird, stretching its wings as if to rule this world. At this moment, even the fire seed's origin of the star's true flame was completely refined. The realm of the purple flame emperor bird also reached abyss moon level 10. The beast you contracted, purple flame emperor bird, has successfully refined the red star level resource star's true flame, and its potential has broken through to Holy Spirit level 5. The purple crystal level skill flame feather has transformed into the red star level skill purple flame reversal feather. The beast you contracted, purple flame emperor bird, has broken through to abyss moon level 10 and comprehended the red star level skilled miniature star. Purple flame reversal feather, red star level skill that releases feathers combining the powers of celestial purple flame and star's true flame, possessing incredible burning and destructive power. Miniature star, red star level skill that creates a miniature star using supreme power. When the purple flame emperor bird left the system's cultivation space, the star's true flame was completely refined, becoming a part of the purple flame emperor bird. In the beast master space, the purple flame emperor bird scattered a strand of purple flame, which seemed to gather the wrath of the heavens and the most unstable fiery characteristics of the stars, even burning the space to create cracks, slowly melting under the extreme high temperature. Such might was simply exaggerated. The purple flame emperor bird, having completely refined the star's true flame, transformed its only purple crystal level skill flame feather into the red star level skill purple flame reversal feather, with its burning and destructive characteristics enhanced to the extreme. As for the cutting characteristics that originally belonged to flame feather, they seemed trivial in comparison. They were directly omitted by the system. After breaking through to abyss moon level, the purple flame emperor bird comprehended another red star level skill, miniature star. Without a doubt, this crimson star level skill is a derivative of the stellar true flame, which left Lu Chen immensely shocked. With the structure of a star and the almost law-like operation mode of the flame source power, even the smallest star, once it truly erupts, will be nearly destructive. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the cultivated purple flame emperor bird was even closer to world destruction than the world-destroying demon dragon. Purple flame emperor bird attributes: fire, elemental level, abyss moon level 10 potential, Holy Spirit level 5 talents. 1. Flame spirit. 2. Purple flame. 3. Emperor bird skills. 1. Purple flame reverse feather. 2. Flame soul. 3. Purple flame domain. 4. Flame burial. 5. True form of the flame bird. 6. Heavenly flame pilgrimage. 7. Miniature star status, very healthy, contracted. Lu Chen examined the attributes of the purple flame emperor bird and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. With a realm of abyss moon level 10 and a potential of Holy Spirit level 5. It also possessed 3 special talents and 7 crimson star level skills. With the current strength of the purple flame emperor bird, it could probably easily crush an ordinary king level opponent, right? Lu Chen felt quite pleased. At this point, he already had 2 king level combat powers. As for Lu Chen's own realm, he was merely at star level 10. In the beast master space, the world-destroying demon dragon looked at the almost invincible figure of the purple flame emperor bird, which seemed to represent destruction, and felt utterly helpless. After refining the source blood of the true dragon, the world-destroying demon dragon had finally become stronger, enough to crush ordinary king-level beings. Yet, facing the purple flame emperor bird, it felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Chirp! The purple flame emperor bird suppressed its power and naturally landed on the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, gently spreading its wings like a work of art, resembling a noble empress. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He could indeed let the world-destroying demon dragon enter the system's cultivation space, but it probably wouldn't have much effect, at most raising its realm to abyss moon level 10, while its potential, talents, and skills wouldn't change. The purple flame emperor bird's rapid strength increase was still due to the effect of the stellar true flame. The stellar true flame is the number 1. Except for the top-tier realms like the dragon realm, demon realm, and heavenly realm where super-tier are born, the stellar true flame is the strongest of the current age. I'll reward you with suitable resources next time, and I'll specially open the cultivation space for you, Lu Chen reassured. Lu Chen can now unconditionally open the system's cultivation space 10 times. If a guest pays for it, it will be refunded once. Lu Chen opened it once for the purple flame emperor bird,
leaving 9 opportunities remaining. If all opportunities are wasted, he would need to pay. Each time the cultivation space is opened, it costs 100 points. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon nodded pitifully. Lu Chen laughed. Stop pretending. The purple flame emperor bird has refined just one type of crimson star level resource, and its strength surpasses yours. You've refined 2 types of crimson star level resources. He had no intention of blaming it. The bloodline of the world-destroying demon dragon was inherently inferior to that of the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient tree of life. Only by refining the heart of the demon and the source blood of the true dragon could it make up for that. World-destroying demon dragon attributes: Dark, Dragon level, Abyss Moon level 7 potential, Holy Spirit level 3 talents, 1. Darkborn, 2. Demon Dragon, 3. Holy Dragon skills, 1. Breath of World Breaking, 2. Evil Demon Dragon Eye, 3. Demon Dragon Body, 4. Dragon Dark Domain, 5. Demon Dragon Soul, 6. Dragon Realm Projection, 7. Dragon Slaughter status, very healthy, contracted. From the attribute panel, the world-destroying demon dragon was actually not much inferior to the purple flame emperor bird. Talents and skills were of the same level, only the potential was significantly lacking. The gap in Holy Spirit level potential is substantial at every tier. Compared to the purple flame emperor bird, the advantage of the world-destroying demon dragon lies in the fact that it is a true dragon species, possessing the rare attribute of dragon type. It has no weaknesses in both melee and ranged combat, making it an almost perfect life form. In contrast, the purple flame emperor bird falls significantly short in melee combat. Only in ranged combat can it crush the world-destroying demon dragon, representing 2 different areas of focus. Contracting and nurturing pets with different cultivation directions allows beast tamers to have more options in tactical combinations. So far, it seems no one has been able to make me use my full strength. Lu Chen shook his head and then withdrew his thoughts. Inside the mythical beast shop, although it seemed like a long time had passed since nurturing the purple flame emperor bird, in reality, the flow of time in the cultivation space could be infinitely accelerated. No matter how long it took, only a moment had passed in the outside world. At this moment, Lu Shui had just completed her payment, and her account instantly decreased by 200 million, leaving her with only 30 million. However, she felt no regret at all. Instead, she felt a deep gratitude towards the handsome young man before her. Lu Shui was not someone who forgot kindness. Lu Chen's nurturing of little deer was enough to change their fate, yet he only charged 200 million and showed no intention of coercing her into gratitude. What a generous heart that was! Instructor Lu. Lu Shui took a deep breath and said seriously, "One day, I will cultivate little deer to be excellent enough. At that time, I hope to gain your recognition, Instructor Lu." "I look forward to it," Lu Chen replied with a soft smile. Watching Lu Shui leave, Lu Chen sat on the sofa, feeling quite bored. Li Rui obediently poured tea, and the fresh fragrance of the 1,000-star vine filled the pet shop. "Master!" And you appeared beside Lu Chen, naturally linking her arm with his, her delicate body almost pressing against him as she whispered, "I think I'm ready to break through too." "Really?" Lu Chen showed a delighted expression. And Yu's true form was the ancient life tree, and she was his 3rd contracted pet, currently at the extraordinary 10th level. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, which had continuously broken through to the Manhwa level, she was undoubtedly at a significant distance. As a plant-type beast, the growth cycle of the ancient life tree was extremely long. Among the 3 major pets Lu Chen had contracted, the world-destroying demon dragon, which had a long lifespan, took 1,000 years to reach adulthood from its juvenile stage. The purple flame emperor bird was even more exaggerated. As an elemental type, it had almost no concept of time, requiring 5,000 years to reach adulthood. In comparison, the growth cycles of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird were nothing when compared to the ancient life tree. The ancient life tree alone took an incredibly long time just to reach the seed stage. From rooting and sprouting to reaching adulthood, it took 300,000 years. For plant-type life forms like the ancient life tree, the mother tree of elves, and the holy tree of stars, experiencing the changes of eras and the replacement of civilizations was entirely normal. Lu Chen had also just awakened the Sss-Level talent source of life, which had a high compatibility with the ancient life tree. By nourishing the ancient life tree with the power of the source of life, he was able to help it grow to the extraordinary 10th level in just a few days, even with limited resources. He hadn't expected the ancient life tree to be on the verge of a breakthrough so soon. Once it broke through, it would reach the starry level. Lu Chen looked at Yu and said softly, "The current strength of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird is already thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than yours. Am I being a bit biased by letting you break through to the starry level?" "Master is not biased at all," and Yu replied softly. "After all,
among the pets contracted by Master, only I can always stick close to you.
It's different, Lu Chen shook his head. The current strength of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird is too strong. Even if you break through to the starry level, it would be difficult for you to assist effectively.
That's true, and you said, feeling a bit down. Even the ancient tree of life, possessing extraordinary auxiliary abilities, is not inferior in status to the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. In a situation where there is a huge gap in realms, even if one releases the law's edict, the amplification won't be very high.
Don't worry.
Lu Chen gently rubbed Yu's delicate little nose and chuckled, I won't be biased. With that, he immediately opened the system shop and began to filter suitable red star level resources for the ancient tree of life.
Red star level resources have a minimum price of 500 points.
After a thorough search, Lu Chen finally locked onto 3 types of red star level resources suitable for plant and life systems. Wood bud crystal, 500 points. Heavenly water, 500 points. Life source crystal, 600 points. Among these 3 red star level resources, the life source crystal is undoubtedly the most compatible with the ancient tree of life, as it is a primordial crystal born from the dispersal of the life law. Lu Chen pondered. As for the wood bud crystal, it is also very compatible with plant systems.
Heavenly water?
Although it is a water resource, plant systems can absorb it perfectly. After deep contemplation, Lu Chen finally made a decision, saying, exchange for the life source crystal. You have exchanged the red star level resource life source crystal, deducting 600 points, remaining points 400.
The system prompt sounded.
After exchanging for the life source crystal, Lu Chen was left with only 400 points, not enough to exchange for another red star level resource. The operation of the mythical pet shop also requires circulating points. It's not uncommon for wealthy king level or even overlord level individuals to come specifically to purchase pet cubs with high potential. Lu Chen thought for a moment and silently resolved, unless necessary, I shouldn't spend all my points in the future. At least I should keep some for emergencies. After exchanging for the life source crystal, Lu Chen smiled slightly at Yu.
The cultivation space opened.
Lu Chen was curious about how the cultivation space would nurture the ancient tree of life, which, as a plant-type life, is the most difficult to move among plant life.
It couldn't just be directly relocated, could it?
To his surprise, the cultivation space instantly became ethereal, perfectly overlapping with the position of the ancient tree of life within the beast space. Not only the ancient tree of life, but even the 10,000 star vines and 10 star-cutting grasses cultivated by Yu were perfectly accommodated within. The cultivation space was filled with an incredibly pure life source power. Under Lu Chen's intent, this life source power was not absorbed by the 1,000 star vines or star-cutting grasses. Instead, it surged towards the ancient tree of life as if all streams were returning to the sea. The 1,000 star vines and star-cutting grasses were symbiotic plants of the ancient tree of life. As long as the level of the ancient tree of life increased, the 1,000 star vines and star-cutting grasses could easily be cultivated to grow stronger. At this moment, allowing the 1,000 star vines and star-cutting grasses to absorb the life source power was undoubtedly a wasteful act.
Master,
Yu stood atop the crown of the ancient tree of life, resembling the most exquisite fairy, gazing blankly upwards.
You should return to your original form, Lu Chen advised. We'll talk after the cultivation is complete.
Okay.
Yu nodded earnestly.
Lu Chen smiled. He understood that any life instinctively desires to grow stronger. Yu was not competitive, but she didn't want Lu Chen to feel burdened, especially since he had contracted 3 pets, all of which consumed a lot of resources. Lu Chen saw through this and decisively decided to cultivate Yu. As Yu merged with the ancient tree of life, the towering ancient tree, now reaching 500 meters, began to grow wildly with a foundation of abundant life source power. In an instant, it broke through to the Starry Stage 3, Starry Stage 6, Starry Stage 10. The shackles of the Starry level were practically non-existent for the ancient tree of life. Breaking through to the 10th level of the Starry realm, Yu began to accumulate his foundation once again, which was a necessary process. However, Lu Chen was unwilling to wait and directly projected the exchanged Crimson Star level resource, the life source crystal, into the nurturing space with his thoughts. This life source crystal was only the size of a fist, resembling a light green jade, translucent and exuding an incredibly rich life source power. Yu keenly sensed that within this life source crystal, a strand of the law of life was actually imprisoned. As a plant life born from the law of life, the ancient tree of life undoubtedly craved the law of life. If one day, the ancient tree of life could completely accommodate the law of life, it would surely become an immensely towering god of life.
Feeling the extreme attraction emanating from the life source crystal, Yu could no longer maintain his calm, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Master, is this for me?
What are you saying?
Lu Chen chuckled in disbelief. Of course it's for you, hurry up and refine it. Okay, and you obediently replied.
A wisp of life energy wrapped around the life source crystal and directly merged it into the trunk of the ancient tree of life. At this moment, the ancient tree of life had already exceeded a height of 1,000 meters, with a trunk diameter of 200 meters, taking the form of an incredibly lush giant tree. In comparison, the life source crystal appeared very small, yet at the moment of fusion, it erupted with an extremely pure life essence. A large amount of life essence power escaped, instinctively wanting to flee from everything that sought to absorb it, but was isolated by the nurturing space, unable to escape at all. Lu Chen was somewhat amazed, thinking, this life source crystal, surprisingly, has also developed a faint consciousness like the true flame of the stars. Crimson star level resources, if one lacks sufficient strength or willpower, refining them alone carries great risks. For example, the world-destroying demon dragon almost failed when it initially refined the heart of the demon. Fortunately, Lu Chen helped suppress the demonic thoughts, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Chen carefully observed and found that the ancient tree of life did not need assistance, and he suddenly realized, after all, Manhwa has existed in seed form for millions of years.
In terms of willpower, it naturally won't be lacking.
Lu Chen did not stand by idly. He slightly closed his eyes and, using his experience as a 7-star level nurturer, assisted the ancient tree of life in refining this life source crystal. Although the time flow in the nurturing space could accelerate to an infinite speed, the ancient tree of life within it would indeed experience a relatively long period of time. Manhwa had once existed in solitude for millions of years, and Lu Chen did not want her to continue being lonely.
With Lu Chen's mental assistance, the numerous escaping life essence powers surged uncontrollably into the ancient tree of life, which quickly refined them. The height of the ancient tree of life surged once again, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, finally stabilizing at 5,000 meters. Even the trunk's diameter reached an exaggerated 800 meters. At this moment, the realm of the ancient tree of life had reached the 6th level of the moonlit realm. The beast you have contracted, ancient tree of life, has refined the crimson star level resource life source crystal, and its potential has broken through to the 5th level of the Holy Spirit. The beast you have contracted, ancient tree of life, has consecutively broken through the starry level and the moonlit level. It has comprehended the crimson star level skills Life Guardian and Life Fruit. The system prompt arrived. Lu Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After cultivation, the ancient tree of life's realm had directly risen from the 10th level of the extraordinary to the 6th level of the moonlit realm. Even its potential level had increased from the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit to the 5th level of the Holy Spirit. Although it seemed like only a 2-level increase in potential, when converted into the exchange price for a young beast, it was definitely worth more than a 600-point premium. Consecutively breaking through 2 major realms, the ancient tree of life has indeed comprehended 2 crimson star level skills. Lu Chen immediately began to check. Life Guardian, crimson star level skill, constructs an invisible barrier containing the law of life, providing absolute defense for any life. Any form of attack, assassination, or even negative status cannot affect you before the barrier shatters. Life Fruit, a red star level skill that communicates the laws of life, transforming the power of the laws into red star level resources. Life Fruit. Just a glance left Lu Chen's mind shaken to the core. Life Guardian is an absolute defensive barrier. Any attack, even negative states, can be completely isolated. Lu Chen's heart trembled, thinking, as for the Life Fruit, it is truly a divine skill of the support system. It can directly forge red star level resources, the Life Fruit. He was well aware that the Life Fruit, even among red star level resources, is considered the highest grade, with a price of 1,000 points in the system shop. Most importantly, the Life Fruit is the most adaptable resource. Any attribute of the Holy Spirit can directly consume it. Moreover, the seed of the Life Fruit can allow the ancient life tree to continue to cultivate, rooting, and sprouting into the next level life tree. The derived life tree is equivalent to a clone of the ancient life tree, capable of infinitely expanding the life domain. Ancient life tree, Manhwa, attribute, life system, plant system level, 6th stage of the underworld moon potential, 5th stage of the Holy Spirit talent, 1. Divinity, 2. Nurturing, 3. Kinship skills, 1. Plant growth, 2. Life domain, 3. Law command, 4. Ancient tree projection, 5. Star cutting grass, 6. 1,000 star vine, 7. Life guardian, 8. Life fruit status, very healthy, contracted. Looking at the attributes of the ancient life tree, Lu Chen couldn't help but deeply sigh. If Manhwa were not a support type, she could truly crush the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Lu Chen was also very glad to have chosen to contract the ancient life tree. The role of the support system is undoubtedly unquestionable. Whether it is cultivating plants, nurturing fruits, or enhancing combat, without a doubt,
and you can achieve the utmost. The cultivation is complete. With a slight thought, Lu Chen made the cultivation space disappear, and the suppression power of the ancient life tree reappeared in the Beast Master space, along with an incredibly pure life source power rampaging within the Beast Master space. The many plants planted in the Beast Master space, such as dark grass, dark spirit fruit, red flame flower, and white fire flower, these 4 types of platinum level spirit plants, instantly transition from the seedling stage to maturity, ready for harvest at any time. The longer growing purgatory tree and hell tree, corresponding to the fire and dark systems of diamond level spirit plants, soon also entered maturity, their crowns filled with bright red and pitch black fruits. Even the purple crystal level spirit plant deep space fruit tree was now growing wildly, lush and vibrant, drawing in a large amount of spatial power from outside the Beast Master space, transforming into buds with a shimmering transparent hue. A new stunning figure flew out from the ancient life tree, resembling a carefree sprite, cheerfully harvesting the many mature spirit plants, quickly filling a large basket. Despite her level increasing, Yu's appearance remained unchanged, still the beautiful visage of a 16-year-old girl, though her pure white, delicate legs seemed to have subtly elongated. Yu's face still looked youthful, but she seemed to have grown a bit taller. Master! Yu held a large basket of crops, which was actually a spatial container filled with platinum-level spirit plant resources, with each type having 1,000 plants. Additionally, the fruits of the diamond-level spirit plants, purgatory tree and hell tree, were also harvested in the thousands. The value of these many resources is undoubtedly extremely exaggerated. However, Lu Chen had no thoughts of selling them. The initial decision to plant these spirit plants was to cultivate the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Given the efficiency with which the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird consume resources, these resources may seem abundant, but in reality, they might not last long. With these spiritual plant resources, I won't have to use my system points to exchange for treasures. Lu Chen felt quite pleased. The 3 contracted beasts had all broken through to the Manhwa level, and he himself was about to break through as well. At that time, he would definitely contract a 4th beast. He still hoped to accumulate some points, so that when the crucial moment to exchange for beast cubs arrived, he wouldn't find himself short on resources. However, the contracted beasts had an exaggerated demand for high-level resources, making it difficult for Lu Chen to save up points. Cultivating the ancient life tree was indeed the right decision. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he thought, as long as Yu continues to cultivate high-level spiritual plants, an endless supply of spiritual plant resources can be produced to support the other beasts, creating a virtuous cycle. Most importantly, after the ancient life tree broke through to the Manhwa level, it comprehended the Chixing level resource life fruit, which could continuously create an abundance of Chixing level treasures. In comparison, the 600 points for the life source crystal brought countless times the return. Unfortunately, the deep space fruit tree, as a Zijing level spiritual plant, still needs quite a bit of time to gradually mature. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful, then said, with so many high-level resources, what more could I want? At least, before the Annihilation Demon Dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird break through to the Monarch level, I probably won't lack resources. Master, how should we handle these spiritual plant resources? Yu asked softly. Since the spiritual plants were all planted by you, naturally, you have full authority to manage the resources. Lu Chen smiled gently. If the Annihilation Demon Dragon or the Purple Flame Emperor Bird needs resources, you can allocate them as you see fit. Can you do that? Of course. Yu nodded repeatedly, but then looked a bit disappointed, saying, however, the condensation of life fruit requires gathering enough power of laws. At my current level, it will take at least 10 days to condense one. Once I break through to the daylight level, I should be able to shorten it to 5 days. If I break through to the Monarch level, it might take about 2.5 days to condense one. That's already very good. Lu Chen praised, this is an incredibly precious Chixing level resource. Being able to condense one in 10 days is undoubtedly extraordinary. He couldn't help but imagine. Once he broke through to the Monarch level, it would only take a little over 2 days to condense a life fruit. What if he reached the Overlord level? Wouldn't that mean he could condense one every day? The most terrifying part was that the potential level of the ancient life tree was 5th stage Holy Spirit. If it broke through to the Holy Spirit level, even if the life fruit was a Chixing level resource, it could probably be condensed at will, right? Yu giggled and said, Master, have you noticed anything different about me? She twirled in the air, showcasing herself. You've grown a bit taller? Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Correct. Yu exclaimed joyfully, I should be able to reach your shoulders now. Hee. I won't need to jump to ask you to carry me anymore. Congratulations. Lu Chen smiled helplessly, then said, by the way, gather the seeds of those mature spiritual plants and plant them again. You've worked hard. It's not hard at all. Yu opened her palms, and a large number of seeds swirled within, quickly flying to various places in the beast space. After rapidly taking root, a vast amount of life energy was released, and these spiritual plant seeds began to sprout slowly. Watching the flourishing scene in the beast space, Luchin felt very gratified. Roar! The annihilation demon dragon landed with a flap of its wings, eagerly looking at the spatial container. Ever since the spiritual plants were planted, it had been anticipating a bountiful feast at harvest time. When the annihilation demon dragon saw Anyu, it immediately noticed the change in her. The annihilation demon dragon cast its gaze upon the towering ancient life tree, which stood 5,000 meters high, and instantly, its entire body drooped. It could sense that the bloodline of the ancient tree of life seemed to far exceed its own. As for the realm, it was only one level away, almost indistinguishable. If the ancient tree of life were not a support type, its combat power would likely far surpass that of the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt utterly dejected. The ancient tree of life was a support type, and its role for beast tamers was irreplaceable. In that case, wasn't it the most useless among the contracted beasts of Lu Chen? Screech! The purple flame emperor bird slowly descended but showed no signs of greed. It was already at the 10th tier of the underworld moon and could not break through again. With a star-level beast taming space, even if it could withstand the pressure of a higher-tier sun-level beast, the beast taming contract would be overwhelmed, leading to cracks. Lu Chen smiled and said, "In you, let's start distributing the resources." And you took out 2 spatial containers, dividing the resources inside into 2 portions, giggling. The left side has extreme dark grass, dark spirit fruit, and hell tree fruit, all belonging to brother demon dragon. The right side has crimson flame flower, white fire flower, and purgatory tree fruit, all belonging to sister purple flame. She pushed the 2 containers forward, proudly saying, "You can eat whenever you want." Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, and Yu was quite generous, showing no signs of wanting to take control. Roar! 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 The world-destroying demon dragon's eyes lit up and immediately pounced on its spatial container, pulling out a large amount of extreme dark grass and dark spirit fruit, stuffing them into its mouth, along with a few hell tree fruits. Completely left behind by the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient tree of life, the world-destroying demon dragon vowed to turn its sorrow into appetite. As long as it ate enough, it would eventually have the chance to surpass them. Master! And you slightly pursed her lips and said softly, "In 10 days, when the first life fruit condenses, can we give it to brother demon dragon?" Roar! Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon, with its mouth stuffed full, widened its dragon eyes, filled with surprise. It took at least 10 days for Inu to condense a life fruit. Knowing this, the world-destroying demon dragon felt more hopeful every day. It was always looking forward to the condensation of the life fruit. By then, it would not only surpass the purple flame emperor bird but at least be on par with it. Night fell. Lu Chen lay on the sofa, holding Inu in his arms, and fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Lu Chen frowned, feeling that breathing had become difficult. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find a delicate little foot resting on his face. Lu Chen took a deep breath and lifted Inu up. He. And you said playfully, "Master, I didn't mean to." As she said this, she stretched out her white as jade arms, wrapping them around Lu Chen, her long, beautiful legs entangling him even more. The stunning girl resembled a clingy little bear, hanging onto Lu Chen's waist. "Get down," Lu Chen said expressionlessly. "No," and you pouted, "Master, I don't want to get down." Lu Chen felt utterly helpless but had no choice but to let Inu hang on him. He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, and Inu still didn't get down, mimicking Lu Chen as she carefully brushed her pearly white teeth. All done. Coming out of the bathroom, Lu Chen set Inu down and sat on the sofa, suddenly saying, "Didn't I give you a task last time to make tea from the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass?" And you looked a bit flustered and said softly, "Master, give me a little more time, it will be ready soon." She showed a pleading expression, clearly not wanting to disappoint Lu Chen. Lu Chen's heart softened, and he helplessly said, "As long as you promise to sleep better next time, I'll tell you how to make tea from the star-cutting grass. How about that?" "Yay!" And you exclaimed happily, "I promise." "Master, hurry, and tell me." Lu Chen's promise to Inu was not something he held much hope for. It was merely an excuse to gather the relevant knowledge in his mind and transmit it through the connection of the contract. Upon receiving part of the inherited memories, Inu showed a look of realization and exclaimed, "The nurturers of this world truly have their unique aspects." "Master, I understand now." The essence of tea production is a method of turning spiritual plants, even the leaves of plant life, into a resource, Lu Chen said with a light smile. "Although you have inherited memories, the predecessors of the ancient life trees wouldn't teach you these things, would they? Most of the content in the inherited memories consists of various life sequence information and how to cultivate different spiritual plants, even how to nurture life." And you pondered. As for the processing methods of these resources, That's something for the affiliated races to consider. My current affiliated races are only the star-cutting grass and the thousand-star vine. With your current realm, it's still too early to nurture affiliated races, Luchin gently patted Inyu's head and said, wait until you break through to the monarch level before considering the matter of affiliated races. You still have plenty of time to decide what kind of affiliated race to nurture.
I think the ancestral elves would be great. Inyu's eyes lit up. The affiliated ones of the elven mother tree are usually ancestral elves. Our ancient life tree clan typically nurtures primitive wood spirits, which are no less than ancestral elves.
It's so hard to choose. For the ancient life trees, choosing an affiliated race is akin to imprinting a crimson star level skill upon oneself. Races like the ancestral elves and primitive wood spirits are all life forms closely connected to nature. Whether it's the ancient life trees or the elven mother trees, these races are always the first choice when it comes to nurturing affiliated ones. Unlike the star-cutting grass and the thousand-star vine, the ancestral elves and primitive wood spirits nurtured are truly independent life forms, possessing complete talent and skill systems, capable of building a civilization. Unlike the beast-taming style of overwhelming force, the ancient life trees nurture affiliated races not for war, but for the development of their territory. Moreover, nurturing affiliated races is also to develop followers, thereby refining the power of faith and embarking on the path to divinity through faith. And you was only at the 6th tier of the Manhwa stage, far from the monarch level, so there was naturally no rush to nurture affiliated races. Even if the ancient life trees could easily nurture them, the beast-taming space at the 10th tier of the starry level could not accommodate a large number of beings.
Time flew by quickly.
By noon, the mythical beast shop finally welcomed its first customer. Outside, the portly Luoyan stood at the entrance of the mythical beast shop, accompanied by a thin young boy, his son, Luo Beiqian. Luo Beiqian followed Luoyan reluctantly, complaining, Dad, are you sure this pet shop can sell a beast cub worthy of me? Absolutely, Luoyan confirmed repeatedly, then added, this mythical beast shop has the approval of Principal Duan.
Don't you want to get into the beast-taming University of Magic City?
Your beast-taming talent is up to standard, but your theoretical grades are really poor.
However, you awakened your beast-taming talent earlier than your peers.
As long as you can contract an excellent beast cub, your chances of getting into the beast-taming University of Magic City will increase significantly.
Principal Duan approves? Luo Beiqian's eyes widened.
A rundown pet shop like this is probably on the verge of closing down, right?
How could the principal of Magic City University approve such a shabby pet shop? Your old man is the supervisor of the Beast Taming Association. Do you think I would lie to you? Luoyan sighed.
Once we go in, you need to keep your temper in check and not offend anyone.
Understand?
Yes, Luo Beiqian replied impatiently, too lazy to listen to Luoyan's advice.
He immediately stepped inside and called out loudly, is anyone here?
Where's your shopkeeper?
A charming young girl stood before Luo Beiqian, causing his gaze to momentarily dull.
He felt that the girl in front of him was completely different from the girls he usually saw in high school. The girl appeared pure and vibrant, yet her aura carried a hint of tranquility, especially her pair of eyes, which seemed to contain a deep, blood-like hue.
Two guests, Li Rui said with a slight smile, very appropriately, may I ask what you need?
Luoyan frowned and glanced at his son, quickly saying, I'm preparing to buy a pet beast cub for my son. Although he was a sun-level beast master, he dared not show any arrogance in the mythical pet shop. Not to mention, just the name of Principal Duan was enough to make him cautious. Luo Beiqian came back to his senses and quickly said, I awakened the B-level beast mastery talent Thick Earth and want to contract a cub of a soil-type pet beast with a potential of star level 10.
Is that possible?
Please wait a moment, Li Rui said with a slight bow. Luo Beiqian's gaze remained fixed on Li Rui. He saw her walk directly to the sofa and whisper something to a handsome young man. Soon after, the handsome young man stood up with a smile and walked over. Sorry, the handsome young man said with a light laugh. We don't have any pet beasts with star level 10 potential in this shop. Luo Beiqian's expression clearly froze for a moment, unable to help but say, star level 10 potential is the best configuration for a novice beast master.
Since you opened a pet shop, you must have some, right?
Even if you really don't, you could order from other pet shops or breeding centers.
Sorry, we really don't have any, Luchin said with a helpless expression. You must be the manager of this pet shop, right? Luoyan said, stunned.
Logically speaking, even if you haven't raised any, you should have channels to acquire star level 10 potential pet beasts. There are indeed channels, but this shop does not sell such pet beast cubs. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. If he were to sell such pet beast cubs, Yang Qing's pet shop would definitely supply them. He then added, the pet beast cubs we sell are of a higher end variety. Just bring out the pet beast cubs. Luo Beiqian glanced at Li Rui, unconsciously puffing out his chest, and said, as long as the pet beast cubs are excellent enough, I will definitely buy.
Please wait. Lu Chen nodded and then took out a transparent container.
Luo Yan's gaze shifted over, but his expression instantly turned astonished. I want to see just how high-end the pet beasts you mentioned really are. Luo Beiqian leaned in, almost hugging the transparent container, searching inside. Finally, he found a wriggling earthworm in a handful of soil, and his eyes widened in disbelief.
This is an earthworm?
Luo Beiqian's face was filled with incredulity, and a sense of anger from being belittled surged up from his heart as he exclaimed, I'm going to take the entrance exam for the Beast Master University in Magic City next year, and you want me to contract an earthworm? Luo Beiqian, at 17 years old, was a student at the 3rd High School of Magic City, but his grades in cultural and theoretical subjects were a complete mess. However, as a second-generation Beast Master, his father, Luo Yan, was a Sun-level Beast Master, which meant that if Luo Beiqian awakened his Beast Mastery talent, it would at least be C-level. Luo Beiqian did not disappoint Luo Yan's expectations, awakening the B-level Beast Mastery talent Thick Earth, which allowed the soil-type source power of pet beasts to become denser, making it a pretty good talent. In Luo Beiqian's view, having awakened a B-level talent, he was above many top students in his class, practically a child of destiny. In the future, he would surely be admitted to the Beast Master University in Magic City.
Wasn't that a sure thing? Who knows? He might even be specially recruited. What's wrong with this earthworm? Lu Chen seemed quite puzzled and said, if you contract this earthworm, not only will you be able to apply to the Magic City Beastmaster University, but Principal Duan will also grant you a special scholarship. He usually chatted with Shin Yan Yan, Du Rua Yun, Luo Tian Yan, and others, so he naturally knew about their special scholarships.
Are you bragging? Luo Beiqian said angrily, don't think I don't know that there is only one special scholarship available at the Magic City Beastmaster University each year. The special scholarship represents a cash reward of several hundred million. Since he had decided to apply to the Magic City University, Luo Beiqian had naturally done his research. Any new student admitted to the Magic City University would automatically receive a third-class scholarship, a one-time payment of 2 million in cash. Even students who awakened an A-level talent could only receive a second-class scholarship, which was already quite good. Only a few exceptionally outstanding individuals could receive a first-class scholarship with a total reward close to 100 million. As for the special scholarship, it was almost legendary. No matter how arrogant Luo Beiqian was, he didn't dare to fantasize about receiving a special scholarship. Is it really that strange? Lu Chen shrugged and said, this shop has also received several students from the Magic City University, and without exception, they all received special scholarships. This shopkeeper, Luo Yan, took a deep breath and said seriously, I came here because I heard that your shop has gained Principal Duan's favor and should have something special, but I didn't expect you to use Principal Duan's name to bring up the special scholarship. Principal Duan has a century of reputation, and you are about to ruin it. The most ridiculous part is that I want to contract a soil-type pet beast with a 10-star potential, and you bring out an earthworm. Luo Beiqian said coldly, are you insulting me? This earthworm isn't even low-level, it's complete trash. This earthworm is trash? Lu Chen frowned slightly and said coldly, this is an earthworm that contains the bloodline of a true dragon. As long as it is continuously cultivated, the bloodline of this earthworm will be purified and evolve into a ground dragon, an earth dragon, and even a Tianyan true dragon. If you can't recognize its value, then please leave, this shop cannot serve you. True dragon bloodline? Evolving into a ground dragon, an earth dragon. Tianyan true dragon? Luo Beiqian sneered and said, even if you want to scam me, there's no need to fabricate such a clumsy lie, right? Besides, the true dragon species has long been extinct. How could the bloodline of a true dragon be carried by an earthworm? This shopkeeper, no offense, Luo Yan said in a deep voice, I will report this matter to Principal Duan truthfully, so please think twice. Since you don't believe it, then forget it. Lu Chen looked at the two with a rather helpless expression. He always spoke the truth. Why did no one believe him? Lu Chen then looked at the small earthworm in the container, feeling the true dragon bloodline within it, and couldn't help but feel it was undervalued, thinking, people are so superficial, they can't see your astonishing potential. What 10-star potential is simply incomparable. Seeing that Lu Chen was too lazy to argue, Luo Beiqian seemed to have seized the loophole, picked up the container holding the earthworm, and said coldly, an earthworm pretending to be a true dragon. I might as well step on this earthworm to see if it really has true dragon blood.
Stop! Luo Yan shouted in a deep voice.
He was always calm in his actions, but he didn't expect his son to be so impulsive. Even if the facts were in front of them, Luo Yan hadn't reported to Principal Duan yet, and without the other party's confirmation, how could he conflict with the pet beast shop? Before Luo Yan could act, he found his vision filled with infinite blood, as if an endless sea of blood had descended, and the delicate girl's eyes turned crimson, tightly gripping Luo Beiqian's wrist. Crack! The wrist broke with a sound. Li Rui seemed to wake from a dream, standing in place in a panic. Luo Beiqian let out a painful scream, wanting to call for his father, but saw his father standing there in a daze, as if his soul had been extracted.
Dad! Luo Beiqian wailed. Shut up!
Luo Yan gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "You ungrateful child."
Dad! What's wrong with you?
Luo Beiqian, drenched in sweat from pain, couldn't believe that his usually gentle and indulgent father would scold him like this.
Ungrateful child.
Just because you awakened a B-level talent, you're getting all smug. Luo Yan scolded. This girl, however, has awakened an S-level talent. Even so, she's just a clerk at this pet shop.
Luo Yan's heart was filled with shock.
As a seasoned Sun-level beast master, he had seen several types of S-level talents, and in terms of might, they were comparable to the Blood Sea released by Li Rui. A genius who awakened an S-level talent, yet worked as a clerk in this pet shop. No matter how much Luo Yan doubted, he felt something was off. With many thoughts racing through his mind, Luo Yan had a sudden idea, his gaze instantly falling on the transparent container. Perhaps what this young shopkeeper said was not false at all? S-level. Luo Beiqian's heart trembled violently. He recalled the surging blood sea from earlier and believed it to some extent, a sense of inferiority rising within him.
Shopkeeper. Luo Yan bowed slightly. I want to buy this worm pet, is that okay? Luo Beiqian could not accept it any longer. Was he really going to contract that weak little worm? Sorry, Lu Chen said indifferently, not for sale.
He carefully put away the transparent container.
Luo Beiqian's earlier actions had nearly angered him. Li Rui's instinctive reaction had prevented Lu Chen from getting angry in time. Lu Chen said softly, "Don't blame yourself."
But, Li Rui said a bit dejectedly, "I broke his wrist."
He had it coming. Lu Chen shrugged.
Put. Li Rui didn't expect Lu Chen to respond like that, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling much lighter in her heart, she whispered, "But, shopkeeper, the pets you raised haven't been sold yet.
They don't know what's good. There will always be those who do." Lu Chen didn't care at all.
When he looked outside, he saw two pure and beautiful figures walking towards him.
Shopkeeper. Shen Nian was still on the street, waving her hand cheerfully to greet him.
Du Ruoyan walked alongside her, shyly biting her lip, occasionally glancing over with an expectant look. They had mentioned to Lu Chen long ago that they would come to buy pet cubs today, so they were naturally very excited.
Welcome. Lu Chen directly bypassed Luo Yan and Luo Beiqian, walking straight up to them.
Shen Nian and Du Ruoyan were among the earliest customers of the pet shop, providing Lu Chen with initial startup funds, so he naturally gave them enough attention. Shen Nian stood at the door, looking at the black statue on the left, surprised. "Shopkeeper, why did you custom make a black dragon stone sculpture?
It looks quite realistic." "It really does." Du Ruoyan's eyes lit up.
She was not a second-generation beast master. She came from a scholarly family, with her father being a calligrapher and her mother an artist. Growing up in such an environment, she had a keen interest in art. Du Ruoyan examined the black dragon stone sculpture, her expression growing increasingly strange until she gently touched it, feeling the warmth coming from the scales.
"Is this real?" Du Ruoyan was shocked. Lu Chen casually replied, "Of course it's real. This is a king-level black dragon." Shen Nian exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, what a big deal you've made, using a king-level black dragon as a guardian beast. Isn't that too extravagant? A king-level black dragon is just like that." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Want to ride the black dragon for a couple of laps? It's free. Yay!"
Shen Nian's eyes brightened, pulling Du Ruoyan, who had taken half a step back, and said with a grin, "Hee, then we'll trouble the shopkeeper." Du Ruoyan felt a bit scared but couldn't resist her good friend, so she could only stand shyly beside her. Watching the interaction between the two girls, Lu Chen's mood improved. He gently patted the black dragon stone sculpture, which seemed to come back to life, its pitch-black dragon eyes slowly opening, and its fierce dragon wings appearing to pierce the heavens. Boom! The 2-meter-high black dragon stone sculpture instantly swelled dozens of times, transforming into a terrifying 30-meter-high black dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura, yet humbly prostrating on the ground. It wasn't until Shen Nian pulled Du Ruoyan onto the dragon's back along its wings that Luo Yan, who was in the pet shop, finally reacted, trembling uncontrollably, the fat on his body quivering, fear flooding his heart. How could he not recognize the origin of this black dragon? This is the king-level black dragon bound by Madame Su's core contract. Luo Yan's heart trembled,
How could this young shopkeeper use it as a stone sculpture for guarding? Is the world going mad? Ladies, Lu Chen watched the black dragon flap its wings, then turned coldly, slowly saying, "Since the business cannot be done, please leave." Luo Beiqian's heart was in turmoil. When he arrived at the mythical pet shop, he had noticed the black dragon stone sculpture but hadn't paid much attention. It wasn't until the sculpture transformed into a real king-level black dragon that he felt an aura of terror he had never experienced before. Luo Beiqian's body stiffened, panic and fear filling his heart. It was only when his father Luo Yan mentioned that it was the king-level black dragon bound by the matriarch of the dragon-taming family that he finally realized he was in trouble. To have a king-level black dragon guarding the door? Such a bold move was completely beyond Luo Beiqian's imagination. Meeting Lu Chen's indifferent gaze, Luo Beiqian's body trembled uncontrollably. He finally realized that this young shopkeeper was someone even his father could not afford to provoke. "Shopkeeper," Luo Yan panicked, saying, "Please do not be angry. My rebellious son is used to being unruly. I will discipline him properly. Please give the shopkeeper another chance to let this rebellious son contract that earthworm pet." "I already said," Lu Chen frowned slightly, "I won't sell it. Do you not understand?" He found it quite strange, in the beast-taming world where strength is respected, as long as one demonstrates sufficient power and an incredibly deep background, even a sun-level beast tamer like Luo Yan would feel fear. Luo Beiqian's previous actions had undoubtedly offended Lu Chen, but Lu Chen was not so narrow-minded. He simply did not want to sell a pet to Luo Beiqian. As the head of the Beast Tamer Association in the Demon City, Luo Yan had his own way of survival. How could he dare to offend someone like Lu Chen? Just a king-level black dragon was enough to instill deep fear in Luo Yan. Moreover, Lu Chen was also connected to that principal Duan. Luo Yan no longer doubted the uniqueness of the earthworm pet. Someone of Lu Chen's stature would not fabricate such a clumsy lie to deceive him. "Rebellious son, kneel." Luo Yan angrily scolded, a hint of self-reproach in his eyes. "It's my fault for being too lenient with you all this time, which has fostered your character." Luo Beiqian was somewhat stunned, unable to believe his father would have such an attitude towards him. Before he could react, an irresistible force pressed down on him. Luo Beiqian suddenly realized that the beast-taming world had such a strict hierarchy. His usually gentle father, as a sun-level beast tamer, could make him kneel just by releasing a hint of his aura. With a thud, Luo Beiqian knelt on the ground, his forehead uncontrollably pressed tightly against the floor. He wanted to say something but found that under the sun-level aura, he couldn't utter a single word. Luo Yan took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision, and took out a box from the spatial container he carried with him, respectfully saying, "Manager, this is a precious diamond-level resource, crustal gravel. Please accept it." Luo Beiqian's head immediately lifted, staring intently at the box, almost unable to breathe. This diamond-level resource, crustal gravel, was something Luo Yan had spent a great deal of effort to obtain at an auction, intending to use it as a precious resource for Luo Beiqian to cultivate his initial pet beast after he broke through to the extraordinary level. Now it had become an apology. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Luo Yan's smooth and seamless apology opened his eyes. After thinking carefully, Lu Chen realized that while he didn't think much of a diamond-level Earth-type resource, integrating it into the beast space could accelerate the maturity of many spiritual plants and crops. Lu Chen reached out to take the crustal gravel and placed it directly into the beast space. He suddenly noticed that Luo Beiqian's eyes were turning red. Lu Chen found it amusing, discovering that managing such a spoiled second-generation heir was quite interesting. As for Luo Beiqian's thoughts, he could only say it didn't matter. At this moment, Luo Beiqian's heart was already filled with regret. Seeing Lu Chen accept the apology, Luo Yan let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear, and turned around to see the king-level black dragon descending with a flap of its wings, its terrifying aura filling the entire pet shop, making him even more grateful for his choice. This king-level black dragon could probably cause all of Luo Beiqian's contracted pet beasts to perish in an instant with just one breath. Even if Luo Yan was the supervisor of the Beast Tamer Association in the Magic City, if he dared to provoke a king-level existence, as long as he wasn't killed in the association, no one would care. Roar! The black dragon crouched on the ground. It then transformed back into a stone sculpture, retracting all its aura. So powerful. I didn't expect the speed of a king-level beast to be this fast. It's at least several times the speed of sound, right? Shen Nian said excitedly, "No wonder it's a dragon species, it's truly formidable. I want to contract a dragon species too, it's so cool." This black dragon seems to be the servant of the world-destroying demon dragon now. Du Ruoyun's face flushed slightly. The feeling of soaring in the sky made her somewhat unable to stop, especially the sensation of riding the king-level black dragon made her heart race, and she whispered, "Who would have thought that such a powerful black dragon would be easily subdued by the manager's contracted demon dragon? Need I say more?"
The manager's contract is with a demon dragon species that is above the dragon species, comparable to a divine dragon. Shen Yan Yan huffed lightly. Even the dragon species is merely food for the demon dragon.
Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun were both somewhat unsatisfied and soon walked into the mythical pet shop.
Shen Yan Yan saw Luo Beiqian kneeling on the ground and was somewhat surprised, but quickly deduced what had happened. In her bright eyes, there was a hint of emotion. Junior, it's actually fine to question the manager. I found it hard to believe at first too. Shen Yan Yan reminisced softly. With the manager's temperament, he wouldn't get angry just because of a question.
You must have done something else to provoke his anger, right? Luo Beiqian remained silent.
Shen Yan Yan's words undoubtedly made him realize more deeply his own foolishness. If it weren't for Luo Beiqian feeling humiliated and wanting to crush the earthworm pet beast, he wouldn't have provoked the manager's anger.
Luo Yan's expression was complex, but he ultimately said nothing. Lu Chen directly ignored the two and chuckled. Aren't you two looking to contract a second pet beast? Do you have any special requirements? I want a water type. I want a support type. Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun exchanged glances and spoke in succession. All right, Lu Chen nodded.
The requirements of Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun were relatively simple, only needing attributes or cultivation routes. He thought for a moment, then took out two transparent containers and placed them in front of Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun.
Luo Yan's mind stirred, and he immediately activated his perception, his eyes widening in shock. This counts as a pet beast? Luo Yan was astonished, unable to believe his own senses. A water blue turtle? Even if it's an adult, it's at most awakened level 2. The king of water blue turtles is only awakened level 3. Isn't this just a pet beast cub weaker than a goblin? And that white feather dove, isn't it just a purely ornamental pet beast? If it weren't for the pressure of the king-level black dragon still rippling in Luo Yan's heart, he would have questioned it again, but at this moment, he decisively chose to remain silent. A water blue turtle. Shen Yan Yan's eyes lit up. So cute. In the transparent container, the little turtle, entirely azure blue, tilted its head curiously to look at the outside world, its silly appearance hitting Shen Yan Yan's cute spot. She immediately hugged the water blue turtle, the trickle of water wetting the fabric on her chest, but she didn't mind, joyfully saying, "Shopkeeper, does this water blue turtle have any special qualities?" "Not particularly special," Lu Chen replied casually. "This water blue turtle has a trace of pure bloodline from the vast sea giant turtle within it. As you continue to nurture it and feed it various water-type resources, that trace of bloodline will gradually awaken, ultimately evolving into a true vast sea giant turtle." Vast sea giant turtle? Shen Yan Yan was somewhat confused. Impossible. Luo Yan lost his composure, exclaiming, "The vast sea giant turtle is the most powerful beast in the boundless sea, a terrifying Holy Spirit level monster. How could this ordinary water blue turtle possibly evolve into a vast sea giant turtle?" "You have quite an eye." Lu Chen seemed to appreciate this, smiling as he said, "The vast sea giant turtle is Holy Spirit level when it matures. However, that vast sea giant turtle has not left any bloodline descendants, and the water blue turtle's vast sea giant turtle bloodline is purely due to the water blue turtle's own special talent." "What talent does the water blue turtle have?" Shen Yan Yan asked in surprise. "As long as it is nurtured step by step, can it evolve into a vast sea giant turtle?" "A special growth type talent, bloodline purification. This special growth type talent has a higher probability granted by many domain origins compared to other talents, allowing for infinite purification of its own bloodline." Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, "So, I directly implanted a trace of the vast sea giant turtle's bloodline into the water blue turtle. This is the most suitable evolution path for the water blue turtle. Of course, even if the bloodline is purified to the extreme, relying on the bloodline purification talent, it can still continue to refine the bloodline. This means that the future of the water blue turtle will have no end, and it may even evolve into a higher evolutionary form of the vast sea giant turtle." That said, once it evolves into a vast sea giant turtle, wanting to continue purifying the bloodline would be in the realm of Holy Spirit level, further enhancing its potential. To enhance Holy Spirit level potential, at least Red Star level resources would be needed. Looking across the entire blue star, Red Star level resources are incredibly rare. This was clearly not something extraordinary beast masters like Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun should be considering. So amazing? Shen Yan Yan was astonished. The more she looked at the water blue turtle, the more delighted she became. "Shopkeeper, I'll buy this water blue turtle. Is it still the original price?" "That's right," Lu Chen smiled. "A special price, 3 million. Okay, I'll swipe my card now." Shen Yan Yan was very excited, immediately swiping her card for payment and directly forming a beast contract with the water blue turtle. Feeling the information from the contract, she couldn't help but hug the water blue turtle tightly. The water blue turtle struggled in Shen Yan Yan's arms, almost gasping for breath,
but it couldn't break free and could only resign itself, letting its head droop down.
Seeing Shen Nian Nian contract the water blue turtle, Luo Yan was speechless.
He truly did not expect that someone who looked so young and tender, yet had broken through to the extraordinary level, would actually contract a water blue turtle.
Kolo Yan recalled Lu Chen's words from earlier, yet felt it was only natural. If it really is a special growth-type talent, who would refuse to contract with it?
Kolo Yan sighed slightly, but suddenly realized something and looked at Lu Chen, asking, "Manager, that earthworm pet beast just now, does it also have a special growth-type talent?"
That's right. Lu Chen nodded and said, "The little earthworm's talent is the same as the water blue turtle."
Kolo Yan's face was filled with bitterness. He naturally understood the extraordinary nature of growth-type talents.
Once contracted, it would completely change one's fate. He finally understood why Li Rui,
who awakened an S-level talent in the mythical pet shop, only served as a clerk and did not enter the magic capital Beast Master University as an exception. The 3 top universities usually offered special admissions for geniuses with S-level talents.
If Li Rui had gained Lu Chen's favor and evolved into an S-level talent, then everything would make sense.
Compared to the magic capital Beast Master University, staying by such a manager's side was undoubtedly a better choice.
Kolo Yan looked at Luo Beiqian with a complicated mood and couldn't help but sigh deeply, thinking, "You have no idea what you missed, manager."
Du Ruoyan looked at the container, seemingly worried that the white-feathered dove would fly away, and didn't dare to reach out to touch it.
She softly asked, "Is this white-feathered dove the same as Nian Nian's water blue turtle?"
"That's right, this white-feathered dove has also awakened the growth-type special talent Bloodline Purification."
Lu Chen smiled and said softly, "Of course, the white-feathered dove itself doesn't have any bloodline. If left to purify its own bloodline, its growth speed would become very slow.
So, I implanted a trace of the glazed sacred bird bloodline into the white-feathered dove. This gives the white-feathered dove an infinite future, and it could even evolve into a true glazed sacred bird."
Glazed sacred bird? Du Ruoyun was confused.
She looked at Lu Chen for help, a bit lost.
"You guys." Lu Chen chuckled helplessly and said, "Speaking of which, you both took my pet cultivation course, right? How could you not know about the Hanhai giant turtle and the glazed sacred bird?"
"Don't say you're my students in the future." Du Ruoyun's face turned slightly red as she stammered, Nian Nian and I didn't take the beast appreciation course, so we didn't know."
"It's normal for us not to know." Shen Nian Nian giggled and said,
"Besides, if we're a bit slow, it just gives teacher Lu more room to teach us, right? Don't make being a fool sound so refreshing." Lu Chen said helplessly, "Outside of Magic Capital University, don't call me teacher. I don't have students as foolish as you." Shen Nian Nian blinked and suddenly found the helpless manager quite interesting. Kolo Yen stared intently at the white-feathered dove in the container, his face filled with disbelief, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Manager, you just said, this white-feathered dove actually has the bloodline of the glazed sacred bird? Hey, do you know about the glazed sacred bird?"
Shen Nian Nian's eyes lit up. "The glazed sacred bird, that's the totem of the sacred beast empire."
Kolo Yan's voice trembled slightly as he said, "The glazed sacred bird holds a higher status than the national divine beasts of the 6 nations. It possesses the ultimate healing and support abilities, commanding the fierce beast army of the sacred beast empire. If it weren't for the glazed sacred bird's inherently kind nature, the war between the sacred beast empire and the 6 nations of humanity might have lasted another 300 years.
The totem of the sacred beast empire? Du Ruoyun couldn't help but be shocked. The sacred beast empire is not widely known in human civilization.
Many ordinary people, including high school students, only know that beyond the borders of the 6 nations, there exists an incredibly powerful fierce beast kingdom on the vast land. As students of Blue Star University, knowledge about the sacred beast empire is essential to know. 1,000 years ago, human civilization not only had to face various alien races from other realms but also engaged in fierce wars with the ferocious beasts on the blue planet. The sacred beast empire was established 1,000 years ago when many sacred spirit-level ferocious beasts united to create a kingdom of ferocious beasts. Countless immensely powerful sacred spirit-level ferocious beasts formed the sacred beast totem, ruling over this incredibly powerful realm. Du Ruoyun never expected that the glazed sacred bird was actually one of the totems of the sacred beast empire.
Doesn't that mean that after Ruoyun contracts the white feather dove, she might even evolve into a true glazed sacred bird in the future?
Shen Nian's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "The glazed sacred bird can be revered as a totem in the sacred beast empire, commanding the ferocious beast legions. If Ruoyun evolves into the glazed sacred bird in the future, she could also command the Beast Master Legion in the Xia Kingdom." Du Ruoyun was somewhat dumbfounded. Commanding the Beast Master Legion of the Xia Kingdom was something even the most gifted auxiliary beast masters wouldn't dare to imagine, right? Theoretically, auxiliary beast masters have the greatest role in the Beast Master Legion. However, auxiliary types ultimately lack combat power. In today's world of beast taming, especially in the military, strength is paramount. If she can really evolve into the glazed sacred bird, that would be an auxiliary beast of sacred spirit level.
Shen Yan Yan snorted lightly. Even the national divine beasts would crave the enhancement of the glazed sacred bird, easily challenging higher levels and facing multiple opponents. Hee, I want to hold on to Ruoyun's thigh tightly.
Saying this, Shen Yan Yan joyfully hugged Du Ruoyun, with the water blue turtle caught in the middle, nearly suffocating to death. Little turtle, you are truly unaware of your blessings, Lu Chen thought to himself.
It's not that exaggerated.
Du Ruoyun felt a bit shy, her pretty face slightly flushed, but she couldn't help but feel hopeful, if she could really evolve into the glazed sacred bird.
Commanding the Beast Master Legion didn't seem impossible? What do you think? Lu Chen chuckled. Do you want to contract this white feather dove?
Yes.
Du Ruoyun nodded eagerly. A fair price, 3 million. Lu Chen praised.
Although Lu Chen seemed to offer a choice, he had already selected the most suitable pet for the customer.
With the experience of a 7-star level breeder, how could he lack judgment?
Even the earthworm pet chosen for Luo Beiqian could eventually evolve into a true dragon of heavenly rock, and with the B-level beast mastery talent thick earth, as long as it was on the ground, it would be nearly invincible. But the other party didn't cherish it. As Du Ruoyun swiped her card to pay, she contracted the white feather dove.
300 points were credited. Lu Chen's total points once again reached 1,000 points. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yan had already dragged Luo Beiqian away. Even though Luo Yan knew about the earthworm pet's uniqueness, he didn't dare to cling to it. He was acutely aware of the terrifying connections that Lu Chen's breeding ability could create. On the street, Luo Beiqian looked at Luo Yan, unwillingly saying, "Dad, why do you want me to kneel? I just wanted to see if that earthworm really contains the bloodline of a true dragon." Slap. Luo Yan slapped Luo Beiqian's face, exasperated. Do you really think my daylight level strength can run rampant in Magic City?
In this vast Magic City, only monarch level can claim kingship, while the overlords hide in the shadows.
You can't even imagine how deep the waters are here. Dad. Luo Beiqian was stunned.
In any case, you can no longer contract that earthworm pet. You've missed a chance to change your fate. Luo Yan took a deep breath and said, 3 days from now, the first commercial firm in Magic City will hold an auction. At that time, I will take you to participate in the auction, allowing you to contract a suitable pet.
Before that, you should reflect well at home. Do you understand? Understood. Luo Beiqian nodded reluctantly.
In the mythical pet shop, Shen Yan Yan hugged the water blue turtle, and the white feather dove stood on Du Ruoyun's shoulder, both of their faces beaming with smiles, very satisfied with the contracted pets. As the tea leaves collided with the hot water, an incredibly fresh aroma filled the pet shop.
So fragrant. Shen Yan Yan's eyes lit up.
She held up the teacup, which contained only a single tea leaf, yet it radiated a beautiful emerald green. After gently sipping, she felt as if her body and mind were purified, a joy rising from her soul, causing Shen Yan Yan's long legs, clad in tight jeans, to unconsciously cross. Du Ruoyun also began to taste it, immersing herself in the essence of the 1,000-star vine, shyly pressing down on her thighs beneath her short skirt.
So delicious. Du Ruoyun exclaimed in surprise. It even seems that the beast space has become more stable and expanded quite a bit. I'm already at the extraordinary 3rd stage. I'm at the extraordinary 4th stage.
Shen Yan Yan blinked and said, Shopkeeper, such precious tea leaves. You actually let us drink them, how generous. Are they really that precious?
Lu Chen chuckled lightly,
admiring the slightly flushed faces of Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun.
It's just tea leaves made casually.
The 1,000-star vine, as a companion plant of an yew, was initially planted with 10 stalks. As an yew broke through to the 6th stage of the Manhwa, she could support more companion plants, so the number of 1,000-star vines and star-cutting grasses was increased to 30. Just like the 1,000-star vine tea leaves, they were indeed made casually by an yew. The similar tender leaves could never be fully harvested. Moreover, it wouldn't affect the growth of the 1,000-star vine or the star-cutting grass. Nourished by the life source power, the 30 stalks of 1,000-star vine and 30 stalks of star-cutting grass had also reached the 6th stage of Manhwa, possessing not only immense strength but also an exaggerated regenerative ability. Even if uprooted, as long as there was a bit of root left, they could regrow. From a worldly perspective, the 1,000-star vine tea leaves could indeed be considered quite precious.
However, Lu Chen didn't care.
Shen Yan Yan was the first customer of the pet shop, and Du Ruoyun's shy demeanor was also very endearing, so Lu Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy.
With your realms, a single tea leaf is already the limit. Lu Chen chuckled. The first brew contains over 90% of the life source power.
If you add more hot water later, although it won't have much effect, the flavor will last a long time. Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun had no objections. They both felt a slight heaviness, clearly not having fully digested the benefits of this cup of tea.
Shopkeeper. Shen Yan Yan seemed to think of something and suddenly said, I want you to help me cultivate a slime and a water blue turtle, is that okay?
Upon hearing this, Du Ruoyun was also a bit tempted and whispered, and my moonlight butterfly and white feather dove.
I wouldn't recommend it, Lu Chen said casually.
The beasts you've contracted are currently only at the awakening and extraordinary levels, and they already have clear growth paths. As long as you provide enough resources, they can continue to grow without needing me to cultivate them.
But, wouldn't it be faster if the shopkeeper cultivated them? Du Ruoyun said softly, it's just that we might not be able to afford the price.
The price isn't really a concern. Lu Chen shrugged. The system had set a base price of 10 million for cultivation, and with the wonders of the cultivation system, 10 million was undoubtedly very cheap. As I said, the beasts you've contracted have already undergone the best cultivation. Lu Chen said seriously, unless you are already at the star level, or even the Mingwei or Ryu level beast masters, and have contracted an awakening level beast cub, I would help you cultivate the beast cub to save time. Otherwise, with the current strength of your beast space, even if cultivated, the highest you could reach is the third stage of the star level, which would undoubtedly be a waste.
You can directly cultivate to the third stage of the star level? Du Ruoyun exclaimed in surprise, how much time could that save? All right, Shen Yan Yan said softly, since the shopkeeper has said so, we can't rely too much on the shopkeeper's abilities.
We are still just extraordinary level beast masters, and we are considered beginners.
We definitely need to build a solid foundation and not aim too high. Du Ruoyun nodded repeatedly. It's good that you understand. Lu Chen smiled lightly and nodded.
In fact, there was one thing he hadn't mentioned.
Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun were both destined to join the force he was establishing.
He naturally hoped that Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun could stand on their own rather than relying solely on him. Once they truly grew, Lu Chen would certainly not hesitate to nurture them. Among the various levels, Awakening level and Extraordinary level can only be considered beginner beast masters. Star level, Moon level, and Sun level are the true entry points into the path of beast mastery. Only by becoming a King level, or even a Dominator level, or even a Holy Spirit level beast master can one be considered a true powerhouse. Lu Chen said with a light smile, if you want me to help you cultivate your beasts, then you should first break through to star level. It will take us a long time to break through to star level. Shen Yan Yan pouted, saying softly, many seniors take at least 2 years to break through from extraordinary level to star level. 2 years is indeed a long time.
Du Ruoyun looked at Lu Chen and said softly, by then, the store manager will definitely be at least king level, right? The gap will be even greater. What are you two talking about?
Lu Chen chuckled, you have contracted 2 beasts, both of which have awakened the growth-type special talent. As long as you cultivate them well and believe in your own beast mastery talent, you will soon evolve to S-level, and your training speed will definitely be faster.
S-level. It won't be that fast. Shen Yan Yan said helplessly, in the entire Magic City University, there are not many students who have awakened S-level talents.
It's just that your compatibility is not enough. Lu Chen patted the shoulder of the girl beside him and smiled. She is a staff member in my store and has contracted a blood willow. Her compatibility with the blood willow is very high, and her beast mastery talent has already evolved to S-level.
Li Rui looked at Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun with admiration. They were both students of Magic City University, and Li Rui really wanted to get into Magic City University.
Li Rui then looked to the side but suddenly felt no envy.
Staying by the store manager's side seemed to be countless times better than entering Magic City University. That's right.
Li Rui cooperatively displayed her beast mastery talent, and instantly, the blood of the undead spread out, the eerie and ominous aura causing Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun's pretty faces to turn pale unconsciously.
It really is S-level talent.
Du Ruoyun exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect that besides Teacher Lu, there would be someone whose beast mastery talent evolved to S-level.
Store manager, do you still need staff here? Shen Yan Yan suddenly asked, I also want to work in the store. Is that okay? I want to too. Du Ruoyun quickly added.
Li Rui was taken aback and suddenly became nervous.
We don't need anyone for now.
Lu Chen chuckled, this pet store has such limited space, how could we possibly hire more people? Upon hearing this, Du Ruoyun and Shen Yan Yan both felt regretful. Li Rui, however, breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly glanced at Lu Chen. Although Yu was usually around, at least she still had many opportunities to be alone with the store manager. Even if I don't match up to the store manager, as long as I can occasionally be alone, I would be satisfied, Li Rui thought somewhat sadly.
Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning towards the door, and he smiled, it seems another customer is coming. Senior. Luo Tianyan walked into the mythical pet store and respectfully bowed. "Come over and have a cup of tea first," Lu Chen said casually. "Okay." Luo Tianyan sat down a bit awkwardly and took a cup of tea to sip. He immediately felt an extremely sharp aura erupting within his soul, yet it did not cause any harm. Luo Tianyan immediately felt that the A-level beast master talent he had awakened, Cold Flame, seemed to be stirring, as if it would undergo a transformation at any moment. "Senior, what kind of tea is this?" Luo Tianyan exclaimed in shock. "It has such a remarkable effect?" "This is a special tea made from the tender shoots of the star-cutting grass," Lu Chen replied with a light smile. "Among all the guests so far, only your awakened beast master talent Cold Flame is suitable to endure the baptism of the true meaning of star-cutting. The tea made from the 1,000-star vine and star-cutting grass is already considered a very precious resource, each with its own unique properties. The solid suppression of the 1,000-star vine can make the beast master space more stable, offering excellent applicability. As for the star-cutting grass, even after special processing, it retains that unique true meaning of star-cutting, making it very suitable for more aggressive talents, with a chance of causing such talents to undergo transformation. Luo Tianyan's Cold Flame is indeed a type that excels in battle. Shen Yanyan's Heavy Water and Du Ruoyun's Holy Light do not fall into this category. Even drinking the tea made from star-cutting grass would be difficult for them to endure the baptism of the true meaning of star-cutting. "Star-cutting grass?" Du Ruoyun asked in confusion. "What is that?" "It's normal for junior sisters not to know," Luo Tianyan replied slowly. "It's a plant life from the starry sky, reaching the 10th tier of the Holy Spirit level when mature, with the sharpest characteristics capable of shattering stars. Senior actually made tea from the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass. That's quite a feat. You really are well informed," Lu Chen praised. In his view, Luo Tianyan's understanding of the star-cutting grass was somewhat biased. The star-cutting grass is an extremely extreme plant life that can only comprehend one skill, star-cutting, but can bring it to the utmost limit. Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyan exchanged glances, both feeling a lack of knowledge, secretly resolving to immerse themselves in the library after returning to Magic City University to make up for various knowledge. "Senior." After finishing a cup of tea, Luo Tianyan said solemnly, "May I ask if you could help me cultivate my pet beast?" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly summoned his pet beast. A giant wolf engulfed in red flames and a white snake with a strange fire burning on its head appeared. They were the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake. As for the Scarlet Flame Chicken, Luo Tianyan knew that its growth path was already perfect, so he naturally wouldn't trouble Senior Lu with its cultivation. Of course, Lu Chen replied with a light smile. "This is one of the services of this establishment." He looked over the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake with some approval. Luo Tianyan had only recently broken through to the star level, yet he had cultivated the Scarlet Flame Wolf King to the 3rd tier of the star level and the White Flame Snake to the 5th tier, with both having the potential of the underworld moon level. In terms of talent and effort, Luo Tianyan was not lacking. As a genius of Magic City University, he was undoubtedly qualified. Luo Tianyan's methods of cultivating the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake were commendable, showing many signs of cultivation, and even the Scarlet Flame Wolf King had evolved once, gaining the will of the Wolf King. Still too immature, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. However, for a star-level beast master to cultivate them to this extent is already quite impressive. He waved at the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake. Wu hissed. The Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake obediently followed. Luo Tianyan nervously grasped the teacup, but couldn't help but feel hopeful, thinking, how far will the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake be cultivated under Senior's guidance? When he came back to his senses, he noticed 3 envious gazes. "What's wrong?" Luo Tianyan asked, somewhat stunned. Du Ruoyun softly said, "It's nothing, just very envious of you, Senior." "All right," Shen Yanyan sighed, "our realms are too low. The shopkeeper said we need to break through to at least the star level before he will help cultivate pet beasts. I just reached the awakening level." Li Rui pursed her lips. She had just become a beast master, and although she could drink tea every day and her beast space was improving daily, she was still stuck at the 10th stage of the awakening level. A breakthrough to a higher realm required 10 times the foundation. Li Rui didn't know when she would break through to the extraordinary level. As for the star level, that was even further away. "I've only just met the senior's standards," Luo Tianyan said helplessly. "Speaking of which, I should be envious of you. You all became beast masters just a few days ago and already broke through to the extraordinary level. It took me almost half a year to break through to the extraordinary level back then. Hee, it's all thanks to the store manager," Shen Yanyan said cheerfully, "who told the store manager to pamper us. The store manager helped cultivate the slime and moonlight butterfly, which is how we broke through to the extraordinary level." Du Ruoyan said softly, "The store manager said that kind of cultivation is just the most basic,
completely different from his current cultivation business.
That kind of cultivation is actually just the most basic? Luo Tianyan was shocked.
He remembered very clearly that during that public class, the senior combined the lowest level resources, yet managed to help the slime and moonlight butterfly break through their limits. That kind of tailored resource integration maximized the effects of various resources. Looking across the entire Xia country, perhaps only the senior could achieve that.
Such cultivation was actually just the most basic? Luo Tianyan couldn't help but glance into the pet shop, thinking, I wonder how the senior will cultivate the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake?
Regarding the cultivation of the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake, even Luo Tianyan, as the contracted beast master, deeply understood that he had no right to offer any opinions.
Luo Tianyan also believed that Senior Lu's cultivation plan was definitely the best.
The door curtain was lifted.
Lu Chen walked out slowly, holding two transparent containers. Senior, Luo Tianyan immediately stood up.
Shen Yanyan, Du Ruoyun, and Li Rui were also curious and gathered around. Lu Chen placed the containers on the table and smiled lightly. They have been cultivated.
This. Luo Tianyan's expression changed. He could feel the beast space was receiving a massive amount of feedback. Luo Tianyan's aura suddenly surged.
He went from the second stage of the star level to directly breaking through to the 10th stage. It seemed he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the moonlight level. Luo Tianyan was incredulous, exclaiming, the source power feedback from the contract with the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake actually allowed me to break through 8 stages in a row. And I was almost at the moonlight level?
Not just Luo Tianyan, Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun were also shocked. This kind of breakthrough speed was simply beyond reason. Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun couldn't help but imagine that if they broke through to the star level in the future and had the store manager personally help with their cultivation, would they also be able to advance easily? Lu Chen appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about Luo Tianyan's breakthrough, and smiled, aren't you going to take a look at your beasts?
Yes. Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and looked at the container on the left, which held the Crimson Flame Wolf King. Feeling the information coming from the contract and combining it with the changes in the Crimson Flame Wolf King, Luo Tianyan was so excited that his body trembled slightly.
Senior, hurry up and tell us, Shen Yanyan urged, how was the cultivation?
The realm of the Crimson Flame Wolf King is now at the 10th stage of the star level.
Its potential is King level 6.
Luo Tianyan exclaimed with joy. Not only that, the Crimson Flame Wolf King has also evolved. Its current form is
the Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf. King level 6? Shen Yanyan gasped, from moonlight level potential directly cultivated to king level 6? How is that possible?
That's incredible. Du Ruoyun marveled, a beast with king level potential is worth its weight in gold. It can change a beast master's fate, yet the store manager cultivated it so easily. The White Flame Snake has also evolved. Luo Tianyan looked at another container, and after careful sensing, he almost believed he was in a dream. He slowly said, the current White Flame Snake has evolved into the Blazing Winged Snake.
Its realm is at the Starry 10 stage, and its potential is
King 7 stage.
The growth of the Blazing Winged Snake is even more exaggerated. Shen Yanyan was momentarily speechless and softly asked, Manager, how did you do it? I'm curious too.
Du Ruoyun's eyes brightened slightly.
It's very simple.
Lu Chen smiled and said, the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake both belong to beasts with very mixed bloodlines. From the many mixed bloodlines, I discovered that the Crimson Flame Wolf King has a trace of the Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf bloodline, while the White Flame Snake has a trace of the Blazing Winged Snake bloodline. So, I guided these two bloodlines out, completely replacing the original bloodlines, and supplemented them with a large amount of flame source power, which allowed the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake to complete their evolution.
Is it that simple? Shen Yanyan blinked slightly. Simple, my foot.
Du Ruoyun tapped Shen Yanyan's head and said helplessly, just selecting the highest level bloodline from so many mixed bloodlines is already something that cannot be achieved with current technology, not to mention guiding one of the highest bloodlines, expanding it with flame source power, and transforming it into a complete bloodline.
It's simply impossible. How did you suddenly become so smart? Shen Yanyan asked in surprise.
I took the manager's course, of course I had to prepare in advance. Du Ruoyun said somewhat shyly, but time is limited, so I didn't prepare much.
Incredible.
Luo Tianyan sighed, looking across the entire blue star, perhaps only the manager can achieve this. He opened the container, and the much larger Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf and Blazing Winged Snake appeared in the pet shop, instantly making the air feel much hotter. Luo Tianyan quickly put away the Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf and Blazing Winged Snake to avoid damaging the decor of the mythical pet shop. The Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf and Blazing Winged Snake can only be considered king-level bloodlines, and cultivating them to King 6 stage and King 7 stage potential is already the limit.
Lu Chen said with some lingering thoughts, These two bloodlines are already the most powerful among many mixed bloodlines.
If you want me to cultivate the reverse flame celestial wolf and blazing winged snake next time, it's best to implant a trace of a dominator level or even a Holy Spirit level bloodline. Lu Chen had cultivated Lu Shui's nature spirit, which directly evolved into a fate source spirit, reaching king level 10 stage potential. With the bloodline of the ancestor spirit, even just a trace, it was enough to raise the upper limit. In comparison, the reverse flame celestial wolf and blazing winged snake were far inferior, as they were originally king 1 and 2 stage bloodlines. Lu Chen had put in a lot of effort to elevate them to king 6 and 7 stage.
Luo Tianyan was momentarily speechless. Dominator level bloodline? Holy Spirit level bloodline? If it was just implanting a trace, he indeed had a way. However, Luo Tianyan noticed the implication in Lu Chen's words. As long as there is a trace of a Dominator level bloodline or even a Holy Spirit level bloodline, can you guide it out, and even allow the pet to completely evolve into the final form of the bloodline? Luo Tianyan felt an immense shock.
Such a heaven-defying cultivation ability seemed to have no limits. Feeling the tangible existence of the reverse flame celestial wolf and blazing winged snake in the beast master space, even the crimson flame chicken seemed to pale in comparison, which made Luo Tianyan unconsciously generate immense hope for the future. Contracting 2 pets with king-level potential at the starry level, even the direct descendants of the dragon master family do not enjoy such treatment.
All right. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, calmly sipping tea, and smiled. Luo Tianyan, how do you think I should price the cultivation of the reverse flame celestial wolf and blazing winged snake?
The price for a single cultivation session needed to be at least 10 million.
However, Lu Chen had absolute autonomy over the final pricing.
As long as it is not less than 10 million, any number will do. Lu Chen naturally hoped the price would be as high as possible, otherwise, it would seem too cheap. In the memories of his inheritance, that 7-star breeder charged exorbitant fees every time they cultivated, even draining the entire wealth of a dominant family.
Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyan fell silent. How to set the price?
He shook his head and said, "Senior, I cannot set a price." The Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake were both contracted beasts of his, and the contract would not be dissolved. The cost of cultivation would naturally far exceed that of the same level of cubs. If Luo Tianyan were to cultivate, the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake would never reach the level of the Inferno Sky Wolf or the Blazing Winged Snake.
If calculated, the cultivation cost for the Inferno Sky Wolf and the Blazing Winged Snake would be at least over 1 billion. Not less than 10 million will do.
Lu Chen said casually, "How much you pay is up to you."
Understood. Luo Tianyan nodded.
In his view, the senior did not care about money, he just needed an attitude. Even if I have 2 billion, I wouldn't choose to pay it all at once. Luo Tianyan pondered, only by owing the senior more favors, and repaying those favors in the future, will I gain more of the senior's attention.
Moreover, if I repay over 1 billion, that money probably wouldn't be of much use to the senior. As a direct descendant of a large family, Luo Tianyan understood that many precious treasures could not be measured by money.
The resources that could be bought with money were at most of the purple crystal level, and they were extremely rare, mostly just spirit plant seeds.
They could only be bought at auctions. Diamond-level resources were basically the highest level of resources that could be purchased with money. Luo Tianyan asked himself, did diamond-level resources really have any use for the senior?
Just to cultivate a magic dragon, one wouldn't know how many diamond-level or even purple crystal-level resources would be consumed. I still have 350 million on me, so I'll pay 300 million.
Luo Tianyan made a decision.
He swiped his card. With the 300 million received, Lu Chen's account balance directly exceeded 500 million. The 2 rounds of cultivation had also brought Lu Chen's points to an astonishing 3,000 points. The selling price of a pet cub with Holy Spirit Tier 10 potential in the system mall is exactly 3,000 points. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, thinking, above Holy Spirit Tier 10 is demigod level potential. Even a pet cub with demigod Tier 1 potential requires 5,000 points. He sighed a little. Even after completing 3 rounds of cultivation, he was still 2,000 points short of purchasing a pet cub with demigod level potential.
No rush.
Lu Chen shook his head slightly. He was about to break through to the Manhwa level, at which point he would gain an additional contract slot. However, he wasn't in a hurry for the 4th pet contract.
The first 3 pets I contracted correspond to 1 SSS level beast taming talent each.
Lu Chen thought for a moment, thinking, in the future, I might even completely integrate the SSS level talents into the contract, converting them into a core contract. There's no reason that contracting a 4th pet wouldn't allow me to enjoy an SSS level talent exclusively, without having to compete for the source power of the talents. Upon careful consideration, it seemed that the 3 SSS-level talents all came from the achievement task of selling pet cubs. The next achievement requires selling 20 pet cubs. I have already sold 13, so I'm very close. Lu Chen pondered, selling more cubs is undoubtedly the most reliable method. Of course, I don't rule out that other types of achievement tasks might also reward random SSS-level talents. Until Xin Yanyan, Du Ruoyun, and Luo Tianyan left, Lu Chen remained deep in thought. The guests are still too few. I still need to sell 7 pet beast cubs to complete the next stage of the pet beast sales achievement. Lu Chen's expression was helpless as he thought, but I'm about to break through. He looked inward at the beast master space, where the ancient life tree, towering at 5,000 meters, was almost pressing against the top of the space. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Chen's beast master space was naturally 100 times larger than the same level, it truly wouldn't be able to accommodate the ancient life tree. Even so, it was still very strained. If the ancient life tree were to break through another level, it would indeed be restricted by the beast master space. Surrounding the ancient life tree, 30 starry vines suppressed the surroundings, while 30 star-cutting grasses shattered the space, with countless spatial forces surging in through the broken spatial cracks, only to be suppressed and absorbed by the starry vines into the beast master space. The roots of the ancient life tree extended deep into the beast master space, wrapping around a mysterious world resource, the domain crystal core, continuously refining the power of the crystal core and integrating it into the beast master space. Logically, the domain crystal core needed a large amount of high-level sky crystals to integrate into the beast master space. By now, those 30 diamond-level sky crystals had long been completely refined. If it weren't for the assistance of the ancient life tree, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to afford the expenses of purchasing sky crystals. Only the ancient life tree, this ultimate plant life, could suppress the current beast master space and refine the domain crystal core. At the crown of the ancient life tree, the purple flame emperor bird was resting, with deep purple and crimson flames swirling unconsciously at its chest. That was the fusion of the azure sky purple flame and the stellar true flame, about to give birth to the most powerful. Lu Chen estimated that once the most powerful was born, the purple flame emperor bird might evolve. At the edge of the beast master space, the world-destroying demon dragon leaned against the spatial membrane, continuously releasing power into the air, all of which was easily borne by the beast master space. The world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, and the ancient life tree. The 3 contracted beasts of Lu Chen had all far surpassed the starry level. Constant feedback poured into the beast master space, pushing it closer to its limits, rendering the bottleneck of its realm almost non-existent. Then let's break through. Lu Chen's thoughts stirred. Boom! The entire beast master space began to expand wildly. Lu Chen's beast master space already had a base area that was 100 times that of the same level. At the 10th tier of the starry level, it reached an astonishing 10 million square meters. With the breakthrough of the realm, the beast master space expanded wildly again. 100 million square meters. Manhwa first tier. Even the height reached over 10,000 meters. The once 5,000-meter ancient life tree was almost about to break through the limits of the beast master space, completely probing into the void. The current height of the ancient life tree, 5,000 meters, was no longer sufficient. It could only reach 30% of the height of the beast master space, 100 square kilometers. Lu Chen was overjoyed. For the same level of beast master space, a Manhwa first tier could have 1 square kilometer, which was already quite good. Lu Chen's beast master space, however, was a full 100 times that. In terms of volume, it was more than 10,000 times that of the same level. In the future, when I break through to the king level, with a beast master space manifesting at over 10,000 times the volume, even if it's a dominator level beast master space, I would dare to challenge it. Lu Chen was very much looking forward to it. He was still at the Manhwa level, but he firmly believed that with his growth rate, it wouldn't take half a year to definitely break through to the king level. Boom! The domain crystal core, under the absorption of the ancient life tree, quietly melted a small portion, about 5% dissolved. Yet it caused Lu Chen's beast master space to begin a grand expansion again. 200 square kilometers. 300 square kilometers. It expanded all the way to 400 square kilometers, and only then did this exaggerated expansion speed slowly come to a halt. Manhwa 4th tier. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Roar, roar, roar. The world-destroying dragon is located within the beast master space. Feeling the infinite expansion of the space, it was instantly shocked and filled with immense joy. The master has finally broken through. This means it will no longer be restricted by the contract and can break through its realm once again. Sensing the thoughts of the world-destroying dragon, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Your current realm is only at the 8th level of the Manhwa stage, and you still have quite a distance to go before breaking through to the daylight level. Don't aim too high." With the maturity of numerous platinum and even diamond-level spiritual plant resources, the world-destroying dragon's meals over the past few days have all been platinum-level resources, paired with the meat of the flame giant dragon, occasionally eating a few hell tree fruits and some flesh of the king-level black dragon. Life has been quite enjoyable. With all these resources and the nourishment from dragon meat, the world-destroying dragon's level naturally increased by 1 tier, reaching the 8th level of the Manhwa stage. Roar roar roar! The world-destroying dragon protested, stating that as long as it consumed the first life fruit condensed from the ancient life tree within the next 9 days, breaking through to the daylight level would definitely not be a problem. Perhaps it would even break through to the daylight level before the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient life tree. The world-destroying dragon conveyed its thoughts, becoming excited itself. By that time, I will definitely open a cultivation space for you, Lu Chen chuckled. He didn't expect the world-destroying dragon's reasoning to be quite clear. Roar! The world-destroying dragon received the affirmative response and immediately let out a satisfied roar. In the demon city, the Luo family. Brother, you're back. Luo Jingqing, dressed in a red dress, sat innocently at the stone table in the pavilion, not far from the enclosure where the pet beasts were kept, occasionally hearing some embarrassing beast roars. What are you doing here? Luo Tianyan's expression changed slightly, helplessly saying, eavesdropping? I was just curious. Luo Jingqing defended, who told you all not to let me watch? It's so unfair. I also want to see how goblins become stronger. You're just a little girl. I really don't know what you're thinking every day. Luo Tianyan sighed slightly, saying, the goblin is contracted to Ron. Since you've contracted the ice fox, you should focus on nurturing it. I am nurturing it well. Luo Jingqing pouted and said softly, the ice fox's potential is already at the 10th level of the star stage, and its realm is at the 10th level of awakening. I'm meditating seriously every day, striving to break through to the extraordinary level with the little ice fox as soon as possible. Isn't that enough effort? Yes, yes, yes. Luo Tianyan really had no way to deal with his sister, saying, you're the most hardworking, is that enough? By the way, brother, didn't you go to the mythical pet store to ask Senior Lu for help in nurturing the pet beasts? How are the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake doing now? Luo Jingqing asked curiously. Just as Luo Tianyan was about to explain, the sounds from the enclosure suddenly stopped, and a grayish light began to rise within the enclosure. Ron has broken through? Luo Tianyan's expression was filled with surprise. He immediately unlocked the formation and entered the pet beast enclosure, watching as Ron sat cross-legged on the ground, with the still small goblin excitedly guarding him. When Ron opened his eyes, the goblin beside him also broke through to the extraordinary level at the same time. Ron's eyes were filled with joy. He had finally broken through. As expected of a core contract, the breakthrough speed is indeed faster, Luo Tianyan praised. The core contract naturally has its advantages, especially for contracted goblins, which have a very clear cultivation path and grow rapidly, making the advantages even more apparent. The goblin's foundation will be unconditionally transmitted to Ron. In fact, Ron himself doesn't even need to participate in meditation. As long as he relies on the goblin's growth feedback, he can naturally break through his realm. The goblin's realm is equivalent to Ron's own level. Ron certainly would not slack off in his training, but what he gained from meditation was almost negligible compared to the feedback obtained by the goblins through reproduction. Young master, miss. Ron bowed respectfully. Well done, praised Luo Tianyan, looking at the goblin in front of him, unable to help but say, the goblins have completely adapted to reproduction and have gained tremendous benefits from it. Due to the existence of the core contract, the potential of the goblins has not been limited, and they now possess the potential of a first-tier day level. Ron patted the goblin's head, his expression a mix of surprise and a bit of embarrassment, saying, rather than saying the goblin has adapted to reproduction, it would be more accurate to say, it has become addicted. Gotcha! The goblin displayed a proud expression. For the past few days, it had been immersed in reproduction day and night. It experienced at least 30 instances of reproduction every day, from the initial 6-flavor Remania pill and goji berry essence, to the many bronze and silver level supplements it had now. If it weren't for the goblin's unique talent, which granted it an exceptionally special constitution, such high-intensity reproduction would truly be unbearable. At first, the goblin felt a mix of pain and pleasure, but now it was completely immersed, and if it didn't have at least 50 instances a day, it simply wouldn't be satisfied. Gotcha! The goblin proudly indicated that around it, half of the female beast tamers were already pregnant, and a good number were in the nursing period, accompanied by a young beast. All these young beasts carried the goblin's bloodline. Despite the many young beasts, none exhibited any goblin traits, directly inheriting from their maternal lineage. Roar! A female beast suddenly cried out in pain. A young goblin was soon born. Gotcha! The goblin was very excited. this little goblin could be considered its first offspring that followed its own race. During reproduction, the goblin's potential had nearly reached the day level, surpassing that of the female beast, so the offspring born was directly of the goblin race. Although it was a young goblin, it was not weak, it would inherit part of the goblin's potential, and even more, along with some characteristics from its mother.
It actually gave birth to a young one in goblin form.
Luo Tianyan exclaimed, "This little goblin is probably the most gifted goblin on Blue Star, aside from you. If it were to be placed in the outside world, many beast tamers in the academic community would want to use it as research material."
The goblin race is a slave race in the Xia kingdom, with an extremely large population.
Ron's eyes brightened slightly as he said softly, "If we can research a method to make the goblin race stronger, the entire Xia kingdom will surely be shaken."
The two exchanged glances, both sensing the enormous business opportunity contained within.
The goblin race was indeed too large, numbering in the tens of millions. This was still the result of limiting reproduction, otherwise, the number of goblins would be even more staggering. For such a massive race, even a single-tier increase in individual strength would be an incredibly exaggerated improvement, enough to cause a stir across all realms. "I know a professor at Magic City University who studies pet reproduction," Luo Tianyan said seriously. "I plan to hand over this first goblin to that professor for research. With that professor's status, a specialized research institute should be established.
If real results can be achieved, our Luo family will undoubtedly benefit."
As the designated young master of the Luo family, Luo Tianyan had not yet fully secured his position. The so-called designation had not yet been finalized.
But Luo Tianyan was very confident that as long as this research was implemented, the position of young master would immediately become a reality. Perhaps, no research is even necessary.
Luo Tianyan looked into the beast space, where the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent were present, and thought, the potential of the reverse flame wolf is at the king level, 6th stage, while the blazing winged serpent is at the king level, 7th stage. In the vast Luo family, no one can compete with me. As he pondered deeply, Luo Tianyan's expression changed slightly. He could feel the bloodline power of the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent continuously pouring into his soul. The numerous bloodline powers then completely fused with the power from the scarlet flame chicken.
Boom!
Luo Tianyan's body was entirely enveloped in a gray-white cold flame, yet there was no sign of panic on his face, only pure ecstasy.
My beast taming talent is finally about to evolve.
Ever since discovering the A-level talent Cold Flame, which showed signs of transformation, Luo Tianyan had been eagerly anticipating the moment when his beast taming talent would truly evolve.
Feeling the transformation of the cold flame, a smile almost broke out on Luo Tianyan's lips.
"Brother!" Luo Jingqing was shocked, looking at Luo Tianyan in disbelief, as the incredibly cold flame seemed to become warm.
After the warmth, there was an overwhelming heat.
Luo Jingqing felt that deep within this blazing flame, there still lay a hint of coldness. This was no longer the characteristic of cold flames.
It was a higher form of flame. Boom! Luo Tianyan's realm suddenly broke through. First stage of the moonless level.
Luo Tianyan felt the heat and cold flames enveloping him, unable to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He couldn't help but laugh. S-level beast taming talent, blazing in flame. It is an extremely rare S-level talent with two forms, which can be divided into blazing flame and cold flame, each form possessing A-level strength.
If combined into blazing flame, it can be considered top tier even among S-level talents.
"Brother, congratulations,"
Luo Jingqing sincerely said. "You finally evolved into an S-level talent.
Thanks to the shopkeeper for helping to cultivate my beasts." Luo Tianyan was in high spirits and immediately summoned his beasts, the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent. As the powerful aura of the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent erupted, Ron and the goblin changed their expressions, feeling an intense pressure, as if facing two incredibly scorching flames.
"Young master, is this still the scarlet flame wolf king and the white flame serpent?"
Ron was shaken, unable to help but say, "I've only felt such a terrifying aura once from a top-tier dragon species. Now, the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent, even compared to top-tier dragon species, are not far off. They are only slightly weaker than the golden dragon and the holy dragon, which can be considered quasi-divine dragons." Luo Tianyan sighed. The senior guided the bloodlines of the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent, promoting their evolution. With the senior's cultivation methods, I can only look up in admiration, never able to catch a glimpse in my lifetime.
Reverse flame wolf and blazing winged serpent? Luo Jingqing couldn't help but yearn. I really hope Senior Lu can help me cultivate a beast too. Don't even think about it.
Luo Tianyan mercilessly shot her down. Senior Lu's minimum standard for cultivating beasts is a star-level beast tamer, and you are still a rookie at the awakening level. You should be considering when to break through to the extraordinary level, open a second contract slot, and go to the mythical beast shop to buy a beast cub.
Stop scolding me, stop scolding me. Luo Jingqing pouted, feeling utterly defeated, and suddenly said, by the way, brother, didn't you break through to the moonless level? Can you contract another beast now? I'm not in a hurry.
Luo Tianyan shook his head. I just broke through to the moonless level, and I haven't even finished cultivating the scarlet flame chicken. As he spoke, he directly summoned the scarlet flame chicken. The unremarkable scarlet flame chicken looked even weaker than the goblin, yet its realm had reached the star level, with potential reaching the moonless level. The scarlet flame chicken tilted its head, feeling the imposing presence of the infernal flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent, yet showed no signs of fear. Luo Tianyan half squatted down, a grey, white and crimson flame appearing in his palm, which was the S-rank talent Fiery Shadow Flame.
Eat it,
Luo Tianyan said with anticipation. Devour the fiery shadow flame. The scarlet flame chicken did not hesitate and directly swallowed the fiery shadow flame into its belly, intertwining various, exotic flames around its body, one of which was cold flame, something it had previously consumed. Even the fiery shadow flame could not withstand for long against a talent specifically designed to refine.
In an instant, fusion.
Chirp!
The scarlet flame chicken's eyes became clear.
The many chaotic gradually fused together with the fiery shadow flame as the core.
Boom!
Countless flames transformed into feathers on the scarlet flame chicken, which slowly spread its wings, now composed of grey flames.
The scarlet flame chicken is evolving. Luo Jingqing was incredibly shocked.
Before evolution, the scarlet flame chicken's strength and potential were impeccable. She could hardly imagine what form the scarlet flame chicken would take after evolution.
Not enough.
Luo Tianyan's face turned pale. The fiery shadow flame was devoured, leaving only a trace of the flame seed. He himself suffered backlash but did not care at all, watching the scarlet flame chicken with fervor, taking out a spatial container filled with various, including a flame ranked among the list, the crimson heart earth fire. The many were soon completely devoured by the scarlet flame chicken. Whoosh! The scarlet flame chicken flapped its fiery wings and soared into the sky. When the evolution ended, the scarlet flame chicken had fused with numerous, evolving into a brand new life form. Its entire body was grey-white, burning with grey flames, exuding a chilling aura, resembling eerie white bones.
Bone flame bird.
Luo Tianyan trembled greatly and slowly said, Master of the bone fire bird, at the realm of the dark moon first stage, with potential at the king third stage. Although it was still not comparable to the blazing winged serpent and the infernal flame wolf, the bone flame bird was cultivated and evolved by Luo Tianyan himself, and its king third stage potential completely exceeded Luo Tianyan's expectations. To allow the scarlet flame chicken to evolve into the bone flame bird, he had expended a significant amount of family contribution points, purchasing worth over 1 million, and had even contributed the S-rank fiery shadow flame. To make up for it, he would need a large number of treasures to assist, otherwise, it would take at least several months. Even if I paid such a high price, the bone flame bird I cultivated is still far inferior to the infernal flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent cultivated by my predecessor. Luo Tianyan couldn't help but sigh, thinking, moreover, the fact that I could evolve the bone flame bird was because the scarlet flame chicken had already been cultivated once by my predecessor, possessing infinite possibilities.
The deeper I understand, the more I realize how unfathomable my predecessor's abilities are. Mythical Beast Shop.
A silver supercar stopped in front of the beast shop. Lu Luochan wore a purple slip dress, topped with a white long skirt, a purple ribbon cinching her slender waist, revealing her fair arms and long legs wrapped in black stockings. Lu Luochan opened the supercar door and walked into the mythical beast shop with some trepidation, only to see Lu Chen sitting leisurely on the sofa, waving naturally.
Shopkeeper.
Lu Luochan bit her lip and said, long time no see.
Didn't we just see each other a few days ago?
Lu Chen smiled and said, are you here to have me cultivate a beast for you? He naturally noticed that Lu Luochan's realm had not changed much. She had only broken through to the Dark Moon 7th stage and had not opened the 5th contract slot.
Lu Luochan softly said, can't I come even if I'm not cultivating a beast?
Of course. Lu Chen went to the storage room, took out a package, and smiled, the clothes you left behind last time, I had them dry cleaned for you.
Thank you.
Lu Luochan's pretty face flushed slightly, her gentle gaze unconsciously wavering as she put away her clothes and whispered, sorry to trouble you. No need to be polite. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. His expression was as usual, as if it were just an ordinary interaction. For some reason, Lu Luochan felt a bit lost.
Manager, she said softly, I would like your help in training my 3 subdragon pets, is that okay?
No problem, Lu Chen replied readily. Lu Luochan nodded, casting aside her distractions, and summoned her 3 pets. The 3 subdragons all aimed to purify their bloodlines and eventually evolve into true dragons,
their basic forms being quite similar. What surprised Lu Chen was that one of the subdragons was actually a flame lizard. Among the many subdragons, the flame lizard was undoubtedly very low tier, with a very thin dragon bloodline.
I didn't expect you to contract a flame lizard, Lu Chen said in astonishment.
This flame lizard is my initial pet, Lu Luochan replied softly.
When I became an awakened beast master, the conditions weren't very good.
However, I don't regret contracting the flame lizard.
Lu Chen said nothing and looked at the other two subdragons, which were a rock subdragon and a metal giant lizard.
Their fierce appearances formed a stark contrast to Lu Luochan's stunning beauty.
You've done a great job training these three subdragons, Lu Chen praised sincerely. The potential of the flame lizard has actually reached the 10th level of the moon phase, and the potential of the rock subdragon and metal giant lizard has even reached the 3rd level of the sun phase, with their dragon bloodlines exceeding 60%. The so-called subdragons were essentially incomplete lives born from the casual reproduction of true dragons, and they could hardly inherit much of the dragon bloodline.
Despite being called subdragons, they didn't even belong to the dragon category.
Given the foundation of the flame lizard, rock subdragon, and metal giant lizard, Lu Luochan had managed to train them to such a level, which was already quite rare. The manager truly has a discerning eye, Lu Luochan thought. It was not surprising. With Lu Chen's abilities, it was not astonishing that he could see through the bloodline concentration and potential levels.
What she didn't know was that Lu Chen could not only discern the bloodline concentration but could also identify the various mixed bloodlines within the flame lizard, rock subdragon, and metal giant lizard.
In Lu Chen's view, among these three subdragons, the one with the most training value was actually the seemingly weakest flame lizard. I'll take care of this training, Lu Chen waved at the three subdragons and said, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The three subdragons were almost uncontrollably drawn away from Lu Luochan's sight.
It wasn't until Lu Chen's figure disappeared that Lu Luochan reluctantly withdrew her gaze.
She sat on the sofa, looking a bit melancholic, when she noticed a charming young girl sitting across from the coffee table.
The manager is really amazing, right? Li Rui's gentle eyes seemed to contain infinite longing. He really is amazing, Lu Luochan nodded and said, are you an employee of the mythical pet store?
Yes.
Li Rui smiled and said, I've heard the manager mention you. You should be a mentor at Magic City University, right?
When I was in school, I really wanted to get into Magic City University, but unfortunately, I couldn't meet the standards.
Did the manager mention me? Lu Luochan's feelings were a bit complicated as she gazed at the charming young girl and suddenly asked, do you still want to enter Magic City University? I can recommend you.
No need, Li Rui shook her head and said, I'm doing just fine now.
Even if I don't get into Magic City University, as long as I stay by the manager's side, I'll eventually become stronger.
If it weren't for the manager, I definitely wouldn't have been able to stay in Magic City, let alone contract Little Willow and become a beast master.
It seems you're very satisfied with your current life. Lu Luochan felt a twinge of envy.
Then, she was slightly taken aback. Lu Luochan had never imagined that, as a mentor at Magic City University, she would envy an 18-year-old girl. But then she thought, if she were to stay by Lu Chen's side every day, setting aside emotional factors, with Lu Chen's nurturing ability, he truly had a much brighter future than the mentors at Magic City University. Lu Luochan looked at the young girl before her and pushed aside her complicated thoughts. This naive girl was clearly not here for those reasons.
Li Rui smiled gently, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Lu Luochan, softly saying, this is a special tea made by the store manager, prepared specifically for guests. Please enjoy.
Lu Luochan took a sip and was immediately shocked by the rich life force contained within, unable to help but exclaim, these few tea leaves actually contain life force comparable to platinum-level resources,
or even more precious life force.
She was momentarily speechless. These seemingly ordinary tea leaves were equivalent to a platinum-level resource, worth at least several million, yet were merely used as tea for guests. When I previously bought the red carp, the store manager only charged me 3 million, which is practically giving it away.
Lu Luochan felt a mix of emotions, secretly thinking, the store manager opened this mythical pet shop but doesn't care about costs at all, and hasn't formally established a power. What is his true purpose? Or rather, is the store manager's plan even more far-reaching than I imagined? Platinum-level resources? Li Rui blinked, a bit embarrassed, and said, I didn't know this tea was so precious. I drink it every day at the store. Even if I don't drink it, the store manager reminds me to. I almost want to quit my job and come work with you, Lu Luochan joked.
Just as Li Rui was about to respond, she saw a massive griffin slowly descending, wrapped in a whirlwind, outside the pet shop. She was somewhat surprised. This griffin was clearly a powerful pet, yet its appearance felt familiar to Li Rui, prompting her to say, this griffin seems like the storm griffin from the Eagle Empire that appeared on TV.
Are foreigners coming to visit?
If it's a citizen of the Eagle Empire, they can't bring a storm griffin to Xia country unless it's contracted, Lu Luochan said, her gaze sharpening. Many of Xia country's elites admire the Eagle Empire, so they buy a lot of storm griffins as everyday transportation pets. A fully grown, tame storm griffin would reach the 10th tier of the Sun phase.
If imported from the Eagle Empire, after deducting tariffs and such, it would cost at least hundreds of millions, right?
Li Rui recalled what she had heard on TV and couldn't help but say, to use such a pet just for daily transportation without a contract is too extravagant. The extravagance of the upper class is beyond your imagination. Lu Luochan shook her head slightly and said softly, the Eagle Empire has considerable influence in Xia country.
Among them, the dragon-riding families especially hold the Eagle Empire in high regard. How could that be?
Li Rui was puzzled and asked, the three major dragon-riding families are already at the pinnacle of status in Xia country. Why should they admire the Eagle Empire? In terms of national strength, although the Eagle Empire is the strongest in Blue Star, our Xia country is not lacking now. The reason is simple. Lu Luochan's expression seemed somewhat mocking as she slowly said, above the Eagle Empire lies the only entrance to the Dragon Realm in Blue Star.
The dragons contracted by the three major dragon-riding families actually rely on the gifts from the Dragon Realm.
Only the Eagle Empire can enter and exit the Dragon Realm at will. Lu Luochan's words significantly impacted Li Rui's worldview.
Li Rui's expression softened as she quietly said, Sister, how do you know so much?
One of the three major dragon-riding families, the Lu family, is my original family. Lu Luochan looked towards the outside world, her eyes filled with complexity. On the back of a fierce wind eagle, a dignified middle-aged man descended. He wore a well-fitted suit, and his sharply defined face was filled with a hint of coldness.
Luochan, Lu Yaohong's gaze fixed on Lu Luochan's face as he said in a deep voice, do you dare to ignore the family's orders?
I am no longer a member of the Lu family, Lu Luochan replied with a bitter smile, her eyes resolute.
The Lu family's orders are useless to me.
She looked at the middle-aged man before her with a complex expression. Lu Yaohong was her father's younger brother, making him Lu Luochan's own uncle. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Luochan had never tasted the so-called flavor of familial affection. Even though she had become the family's discarded child, Lu Luochan did not give up and continued to strive to live. However, Lu Luochan could never have predicted that just when she thought her life was gradually improving and her fate was about to change, the Lu family would find her again.
Shut up, Lu Yaohong scolded. No matter life or death, you can never escape the Lu family. I give you 3 days. After 3 days, you will return to the family on your own, do you hear me?
His expression was stern, his gaze seemed to look down upon her, and his tone left no room for refusal.
I will never return to the Lu family.
Lu Luochan's eyes were firm as she said, I will never obey the Lu family's orders or marry into the Campbell family of the Eagle Empire. I have already been discarded by the Lu family. I will not become a pawn for their marriage alliance.
Impudent!
Lu Yaohong's eyes were filled with anger as he coldly said, as a direct descendant of the Lu family, you have borne many expectations, yet you have only awakened an A-level beast taming talent, making your status as a discarded child inevitable. Now, the family needs you to marry into the Campbell family. This is a great honor for you. How ridiculous. Just because I awakened an A-level beast taming talent, and it didn't meet your expectations, I am to be cast out of the family. Now that you need me to marry, you want to pick up the discarded child again.
Lu Luochan said coldly, if I had awakened an S-level talent, would I still have to marry?
Naturally, you wouldn't need to marry, Lu Yaohong mocked. But you are ultimately just an A-level talent, and among A-level talents, you have the most useless dragon wing talent.
A-level talent? I am no longer that.
Lu Luochan slightly closed her eyes.
Boom!
Behind her, a crimson dragon shadow suddenly appeared. The aura of S-level filled the entire beast shop.
This is S-level talent?
Lu Yaohong's mind shook violently, unable to believe his eyes. He exclaimed, your beast taming talent dragon wing has evolved to S-level? As he spoke, he couldn't help but show a look of wild joy.
Great, wonderful, Luochan.
Lu Yaohong said happily, you are now S-level talent. Our Lu family's new generation is not inferior to the Lu family or the Gu family at all. In this case, the Lu family no longer needs to marry into the Campbell family. As dragon taming families, the Campbell family of the Eagle Empire is not necessarily stronger than our Lu family.
So what?
Lu Luochan looked at him coldly.
Luochan, return to the Lu family.
Lu Yaohong laughed heartily. As long as you return to the Lu family, you will be the next head of the Lu family and will be able to contract a true dragon species. After you left the Lu family, you contracted quite a few sub-dragon species, right? You should know that sub-dragon species are ultimately inferior products, and there is no comparison with true dragon species. Only by contracting a true dragon can you bring your S-level talent to its fullest potential.
I have already said.
Lu Luochan's gaze remained resolute as she slowly said, I have completely severed ties with the Lu family.
Lu Yaohong's expression gradually darkened as he looked at Lu Luochan coldly and said, Luochan, do you really want to defy the family? Do you think that besides the Lu family, the other two dragon-taming families will allow you to contract a true dragon species?
Lu Luochan was about to respond. The young shop manager quietly stood beside her.
This guest, Lu Chen chuckled lightly, who told you that only by relying on the dragon clan can one contract a giant dragon species? Lu Yaohong scrutinized Lu Chen, frowning tightly, you are the manager of this pet shop? That's right, Lu Chen nodded indifferently.
Lu Yaohong sneered, in the Xia Kingdom, if you want to contract a giant dragon species, you can only rely on the dragon clan. You are merely the manager of a pet shop. How could you possibly know the uniqueness of the dragon clan and the true strength of the giant dragon species?
Lu Chen asked in confusion, is the giant dragon species really that strong?
As soon as he spoke, 3 massive, imposing giant dragons slowly emerged behind Lu Chen. Lu Yaohong's mind shook violently as he sensed the aura of the 3 giant dragons, observing their forms with disbelief on his face, exclaiming, metallic dragon, rock dragon, and
flame dragon? Who exactly are you to possess 3 giant dragon species?
These 3 giant dragons are not mine, Lu Chen replied calmly.
Moreover, let me correct you. These 3 giant dragons are not what you call metallic dragon, rock dragon, or flame dragon. They are steel dragon, earth dragon, and sky flame dragon. As a member of the dragon clan, I have never heard of the 3 types of dragons you mentioned.
Lu Yaohong sneered, you are just trying to create a mystery.
The names of the dragon species must be recognized by the dragon realm. How can you change them at will?
Not having heard of them just shows your limited knowledge, Lu Chen chuckled lightly.
Manager. Lu Luochan sensed the 3 giant dragon species before her.
If it weren't for the existence of the beast contract, she would never have been able to connect them with the 3 sub-dragons she had contracted.
Such majestic and fierce giant dragons, could they really be the forms that her contracted sub-dragons were qualified to possess?
No need to doubt, Lu Chen smiled, these 3 giant dragon species are all your contracted pets. Lu Luochan seemed to awaken from a dream, murmuring, steel dragon, potential at the king's 9th rank.
Earth dragon, potential at the king's 8th rank. Sky flame dragon, potential at the king's 10th rank?
As long as the potential reached the king level, it could be considered a top-tier giant dragon species.
A giant dragon species with king's 10th rank potential
is referred to as a quasi-divine dragon. It can stand shoulder to shoulder with golden dragons, holy dragons, and gem dragons.
Lu Luochan couldn't imagine that the sky flame dragon was actually cultivated from the flame lizard as its base form.
As for the steel dragon evolved from the metallic subdragon and the earth dragon evolved from the rock lizard, they also exceeded Lu Luochan's limits of imagination. Initially, she thought that as long as the dragon bloodline could be purified to 100%, even if the potential was only at the sun level, as a giant dragon species, it could possess the incredibly powerful attribute of dragon type, increasing combat power by at least 10 times.
Thus, Lu Luochan was satisfied.
Feeling the information coming from the contract, her joy and shock were almost beyond words.
Impossible.
Lu Yaohong frowned tightly, questioning, metallic dragon, rock dragon, and flame dragon are not top-tier giant dragon species. How could they possibly have king-level potential?
You are too shallow, Lu Chen replied coldly. The steel dragon possesses the bloodline of the divine dragon species steel divine dragon, equivalent to a subspecies born from the reproduction of the steel divine dragon and giant dragon. The earth dragon is similar, although its form resembles the rock dragon. It has the direct bloodline of the earth divine dragon.
As for the sky flame dragon, it possesses the bloodline of the top divine dragon species, the sky flame divine dragon. Whether it's the steel dragon, earth dragon, or sky flame dragon, they are all equivalent to the first-generation offspring of the divine dragon species. A mere king-level potential is nothing to be surprised about, Lu Chen said with an indifferent expression.
Divine dragon bloodline? Lu Yaohong's expression was shocked, then he said, absolutely impossible. What kind of existence is the divine dragon lineage? How could it leave a direct bloodline in the human world, especially the first generation of divine dragon offspring?
I never said that the 3 giant dragon species are direct relatives of the divine dragon.
Lu Chen replied calmly, in fact, these 3 giant dragons with divine dragon blood were merely 3 subdragon species before.
I purified the mixed divine dragon blood within them, allowing them to evolve into their current giant dragon form.
How could such a thing be possible?
Lu Yaohong wanted to refute, but he also sensed that the aura of these 3 giant dragon species seemed fundamentally different from that of the rock dragon, metal dragon, and flame dragon.
it felt deeper and more majestic. Is there any other explanation besides the divine dragon bloodline?
As a member of the Dragon Master family, Lu Yaohong held a deep respect for the divine dragon lineage.
Because of this, he found it hard to argue. Indeed, this is beyond your imagination, Lu Luoshan said solemnly, but that doesn't mean the store manager can't do it.
When she looked at the three giant dragons, her gaze softened.
The three giant dragons gathered around Lu Luochan, and a vast amount of foundational energy surged back, causing her realm to directly break through to the 10th level of the Moon of the Abyss. With a slight thought, she recalled the Steel Dragon, Earth Dragon, and Sky Flame Dragon into the Beast Master space. This scene deeply stimulated Lu Yaohong. You actually contracted three giant dragon species at the same time? And they are three top-tier giants comparable to the direct bloodline of the divine dragon? Lu Yaohong exclaimed. Even a direct descendant of the Dragon Master family with awakened S-level talent would never have the chance to contract a dragon with divine dragon blood. Yet Lu Luochan had contracted three at once. Lu Yaohong's heart ached, his expression becoming extremely complex. It's not that I contracted three top-tier giant dragon species, Lu Luochan said slowly, rather, the store manager helped me cultivate the three contracted sub-dragon species into top-tier giants. She looked at the young store manager beside her, feeling an overwhelming mix of emotions. Just the fact that he had cultivated the three sub-dragons into top-tier giants was enough to shock her. Yet these three top-tier giants also had at least 50% divine dragon blood flowing through them. Even if they could not transform into true divine dragons in the future, they would at least have the opportunity to break through to the overlord level. Despite achieving such a remarkable feat, Lu Chen remained calm, as if he had merely done something trivial. This aura made it almost impossible for Lu Luochan to look away. Luochan.
Lu Yaohong could hardly maintain his composure, speaking with great excitement. What your father did back then was too much, but the family is innocent.
Even if you resent your father, you are ultimately a part of the Lu family. Consider it your uncle's plea, you must return to the family. I can promise you that as long as your father steps down, you will be the new head of the Lu family. Is this a ploy to salvage Luochan's limitless potential? Lu Chen said with interest, smiling, Luochan, I'm curious about what decision you will make.
Feeling Lu Chen's gaze, Lu Luochan suddenly became a bit nervous, unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes. She realized that Lu Chen had a similar experience to her.
Lu Chen's answer was suppression, destined to lead to the downfall of the Lu family. So what about her?
Lu Luochan shook her head and smiled.
Did she even need to think about such a thing? I cannot return to the Lu family,
Lu Luochan declared firmly. No matter how much time passes, my decision will not change.
Clap, clap, clap. Lu Chen couldn't help but applaud, his eyes filled with admiration as he chuckled. Luochan, you truly did not disappoint me. Lu Chen had high hopes for Lu Luochan.
In his view, her potential far surpassed that of Duan Shanghua. Among all the guests, only Lu Luochan, after contracting the red carp, had evolved into an S-level talent the earliest.
Lu Chen was bound to establish his own power, and Lu Luochan was one of the pieces he had identified. If Lu Luochan chose to return to the Lu family, he would have to re-evaluate her. Lu Luochan's choice did not disappoint him. Lu Yaohong was furious and said coldly, why are you blocking Luochan from returning to her family? What does it have to do with you? Lu Chen frowned and replied coldly, you can't really think that Luochan's choice to abandon the Lu family is due to my interference, can you? Lu Yaohong was momentarily speechless. He naturally realized that the events of that year had left Lu Luochan utterly disappointed in the Lu family. Even if she became a discarded pawn, she would not care. Luochan, Lu Yaohong said coldly, even if you have the protection of Duke Duan, he is already almost a cripple and doesn't dare to use the beast space. How much combat power does he still retain? As long as you are willing to return to the Lu family, I can promise, I will never lay a hand on Duke Duan. How about that?
Lu Luochan's eyes flickered. She knew very well that with the foundation of the dragon-controlling family, even if Duke Duan was a top-tier king with many connections, if the Lu family truly wanted to act against him, Duke Duan would probably struggle to protect himself. Lu Luochan could be willful, but she did not want to implicate that kind-hearted old man.
At that moment, Lu Luochan wavered.
How despicable, Lu Chen scoffed.
He looked outside.
An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, looking kind and gentle, slowly walked through the door of the pet shop, accompanied by a half-human tall monkey.
Teacher, Lu Luochan's voice trembled slightly.
Duke Duan looked at her kindly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yaohong without pausing, and he slowly bowed to Lu Chen, remaining silent.
Principal Duan, Lu Chen said softly, you also cannot withstand the pressure from the Lu family, can you?
I am ashamed, Duke Duan said, his face full of shame.
No need for that, Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. Did I not say it before? There are many things you cannot do, it's just a matter of lacking strength. In the face of the dragon-controlling family, even a king of the 10th rank must submit, Lu Yaohong said proudly. Principal Duan, I admit your contributions to the Xia kingdom can indeed save your life, but that's all. I have only one request, let Luochan return to the Lu family. It would be beneficial for both you and Luochan. If the 10th rank of king is not enough, then, what about the overlord level? Lu Chen asked with interest. Lu Yaohong was taken aback. An overlord-level beast master was already at the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom. Even the three major dragon-controlling families only had one overlord-level combat power each on the surface. With Duke Duan's crippled body, does he even have a chance to break through to the overlord level? Lu Yaohong sneered. Even if Duke Duan's beast space is intact and he has no hidden injuries, with his A-level beast master talent, it is almost impossible for him to break through. Lu Chen ignored him and looked directly at the old man. Manager Lu, Duke Duan said sincerely, please help me cultivate a pet beast. Boom! The beast space appeared, and a towering green tree was revealed within. I have received your request, Lu Chen said with a smile. He waved his hand gently, and the entire beast space suddenly vanished without a trace. Lu Chen's gaze focused on the half-human tall monkey beside Duke Duan. This monkey, in terms of realm and potential, had reached the 10th rank of king. Manager, I beg you, Duke Duan said sincerely. Lu Chen nodded slightly. The next moment, the 10th rank king monkey vanished without a trace, unable to resist. The beast space and the contracted pet beast lost contact, but Duke Duan showed no signs of panic. He firmly believed that the manager would not deceive him. It was just that at his level, he could not glimpse the true nature of such astonishing cultivation abilities. Even if you can cultivate a dragon species, the beast-controlling space of Duke Duan has long been nearly shattered. What can you do then? Lu Yaohong said coldly. Shopkeeper. Lu Luochan's expression was complex. Lu Chen did not respond, instead immersing his mind into the cultivation space. Time accelerated to the extreme, and countless life source powers surged into the body of the giant tree of tranquility. Yet it did not enhance the potential of the giant tree in the slightest. The numerous life source powers, however, caused a tremendous change in the realm of the giant tree of tranquility. It broke through directly from the Manhwa level to the daylight tier 10. It still did not stop, breaking through to the monarch level. After the realm of the giant tree of tranquility broke through to the monarch level, there were still plenty of life source powers left in the cultivation space. Lu Chen originally wanted to continue cultivating the giant tree of tranquility, but was resisted by the tree spirit that emerged from it. Is that so? Lu Chen chuckled in disbelief. He naturally understood the intention the giant tree of tranquility wanted to convey. Immediately, he poured all the remaining life source powers in the cultivation space into Duke Duan's still shattered beast controlling space. Under the full cooperation and suppression of the giant tree of tranquility, Duke Duan's beast controlling space was rapidly repaired, ultimately restored to its original state. This is the beast controlling space of Monarch Tier 10. Lu Chen realized, thinking, the beast controlling space of the Monarch level has undergone a transformation and gained the favor of the world's will. Only then can it manifest in the outside world. He was suddenly filled with joy. This cultivation had unexpectedly yielded additional gains. It was not a loss at all. Alright, Lu Chen smiled lightly, then let's move on to the next one. The figure of a monkey appeared in the cultivation space. With the numerous source powers, you just need to sequentially elevate your potential and level to the overlord level, Lu Chen said casually. Inside the pet shop, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Lu Yaohong felt something was off. Lu Chen's realm was clearly only at the Manhwa level, yet he could easily collect the beast-controlling space of Monarch Tier 10. Such an incredible ability could only be achieved by an Overlord-level beast master with an awakened S-level spatial talent. Otherwise, it was simply impossible. Only an S-level spatial talent combined with the powerful spatial abilities of an Overlord-level beast master could easily suppress a Monarch-level beast-controlling space. Could it be he is an overlord? Lu Yaohong was startled by his own speculation and immediately dismissed it. An overlord-level beast master at such a young age was absolutely impossible. Lu Yaohong then recalled that Lu Chen had clearly cultivated 3 top-tier dragon species, which was also an incredibly unbelievable cultivation method. Could it be that he can really cultivate Duke Duan's war ape to the overlord level? Lu Yaohong was filled with doubt, thinking, even if the war ape could break through to the overlord level, with Duke Duan's nearly shattered beast controlling space, it absolutely couldn't bear it. With that thought, Lu Yaohong relaxed. He waited leisurely, only to suddenly meet a pair of intrigued eyes. A solid, flawless beast controlling space slowly emerged. This beast controlling space re-established its connection with Duke Duan. Feeling the completeness of the beast controlling space and the growth of the giant tree of tranquility within it, Duke Duan's mind shook violently, exclaiming, "The level of the giant tree of tranquility has actually risen directly to Monarch Tier 1? Duke Duan had previously thought that the giant tree of tranquility could at most be cultivated to daylight tier 10 and would require at least 7 days. But how could he have predicted that the giant tree of tranquility not only broke through to the monarch level but that his beast controlling space also became intact? The previously shattered cracks had long since disappeared without a trace. This feeling is truly long awaited. Duke Duan's expression was complex. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. His perception of the war ape returned once again. Infinite feedback fell into the beast controlling space. The Imperial Star refining method, pre-branded in the beast space, instantly activated. Numerous feedbacks were refined without a trace, transforming into the foundation of the beast space. Boom! Duke Duan stood in midair, his unmatched powerful aura suddenly released. A half-human tall, seemingly dwarf-like monkey slowly approached Duke Duan. It was as if it were the most ordinary monkey, yet its aura was as deep as an abyss, profound to the extreme. Is this the Overlord level? Duke Duan looked at his palm in disbelief, murmuring, "No wonder, an Overlord-level beast master can possess a status that surpasses everything. With such terrifying power, all status is merely an accessory." He gently closed his palm, and the surrounding space instantly collapsed. Overlord level. Lu Yaohong felt the change in Duke Duan's aura, his face showing a ghostly expression. Shocked, "Weren't you already half-wasted? How could you possibly break through to the Overlord level?" Boom! Under the collapse of space, Lu Yaohong felt an immense pressure pouring onto him. As a king-level dragon master, Lu Yaohong could not bear it at all, his entire body slowly sinking under the oppression. Even when Lu Yaohong summoned his beast space, he still could not withstand this spatial suppression. Useless. Duke Duan said indifferently, "The Overlord surpasses the king. Even the most basic spatial suppression is not something you can endure." Lu Yaohong gritted his teeth, unable to accept that Duke Duan, who had previously been at the mercy of the dragon family, had suddenly undergone a transformation and broken through to the Overlord level. Even the Lu family would never dare to openly offend an Overlord-level beast master. The 3 major dragon families only openly possessed one Overlord-level combat power. An Overlord-level beast master could contract 7 pet beasts, all of which could be cultivated to the Overlord level. "It's you!" Lu Yaohong looked at Lu Chen, shocked. "You helped him. But how could you, a Manhwa-level beast master, help Duke Duan break through to the Overlord level?" He could not comprehend the vast difference between Manhwa level and Overlord level. A Manhwa-level beast master was practically like an ant in front of an Overlord-level existence. Top-tier cultivator. Lu Yaohong suddenly recalled those secrets. In the previous era of the Beast Empire, cultivators above the 7-star level were collectively referred to as top-tier cultivators, with a status at least comparable to that of a Holy Spirit level. If a top-tier cultivator took action, it might not be impossible. Moreover, Lu Chen had directly cultivated 3 giant dragon species, containing the bloodline of divine dragons. "I should have thought of that earlier." Lu Yaohong's expression was complex, yet he firmly believed in his speculation, otherwise, many things would be inexplicable, and he exclaimed in shock, "You are actually a top-tier cultivator." Lu Chen was too lazy to respond, sitting directly on the sofa, calmly sipping tea, and smiled. "Principal Duan, how do you plan to resolve this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yaohong felt the pressure on him suddenly increase tenfold. He couldn't help but kneel down, his face filled with humiliation. Lu Luochan hesitated to speak. Lu Yaohong, born into the dragon family, was himself a king-level dragon master, yet now he was kneeling in front of her in utter humiliation. This scene felt like a dream. Duke Duan glanced at Lu Luochan, unable to help but sigh inwardly, then said solemnly, "Lu Yaohong, admit your mistake." "Admit my mistake?" Lu Yaohong was utterly stunned. What mistake had he made? Lu Yaohong instinctively wanted to refute, but met Duke Duan's aged gaze, and his heart trembled violently. He suddenly realized that Duke Duan had already broken through. The current Duke Duan was an Overlord-level beast master, and his status had undergone a tremendous change. Under Duke Duan's protection, even the dragon family would not dare to easily offend Lu Luochan. Not to mention, Lu Luochan herself possesses immense potential, having contracted the direct bloodline of the 3-headed divine dragon, and is destined to become a king-level beast master of the 10th rank in the future, with a great probability of even breaking through to the Overlord level. Lu Yaohong seemed to think of something and looked at the calm young store manager sipping tea on the sofa, his inner tremors growing more intense. As a family of dragon tamers, the Lu family would not fear a newly promoted Overlord-level beast master, even if they were reluctant to offend. The foundation of the dragon taming family is not trivial. However,
This young store manager is clearly a top-tier cultivator of at least 7 stars. Duan Shanggua's breakthrough to the overlord level was precisely the work of this young store manager. As long as Lu Chen is willing, he could instantly gain a status comparable to that of a national divine dragon in Xia country.
That is a national divine dragon. Even the 3 great dragon taming families must bow down to such an existence.
If my brother knew that I offended a 7-star cultivator with a status comparable to that of a holy spirit, my head would probably be severed in an instant, and my brother would personally deliver it as an apology.
Lu Yaohong felt an overwhelming tremor in his heart. Immediately, he looked at Lu Luochan, his expression becoming extremely complex. A vague realization dawned on him. Lu Yaohong naturally knew that Duan Shanghua regarded Lu Luochan as a daughter. Duan Shanghua's pressure for him to kneel was merely to hope that Lu Luochan could receive a response. Lu Yaohong whispered, "The events of that year." Indeed, the Lu family was wrong. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yaohong's body trembled slightly. The Lu family is one of the dragon taming families, and it is also the source of all Lu Yaohong's glory. For him to admit that the Lu family was wrong was more painful than being killed, but he had no choice but to do so. Lu Luochan stared blankly. The facade of strength she had maintained over the years seemed to be gradually crumbling, tears welling at the corners of her eyes but not falling. "Why aren't you crying?" Lu Chen teased.
"I won't cry," Lu Luochan huffed lightly. "I've completely severed ties with the Lu family, how could I still cry?" She no longer looked at Lu Yaohong, truly turning her memories of the Lu family into a thing of the past.
"That's right," Lu Chen praised. "I really didn't misjudge you." Lu Luochan's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. Was it praise from the store manager?
She found it very gratifying.
"You can leave now," an aged voice came.
Lu Yaohong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly stood up. Before leaving, he even bowed to Lu Chen, his face filled with accumulated guilt and regret, only to find that Lu Chen didn't even glance at him. Lu Yaohong did not feel humiliated. As a 7-star cultivator, he at least had to convey his apology, even if it was just for show. As Lu Yaohong completely departed, store manager Lu, Duan Shanghua said with a complex expression, "I didn't expect you to truly help me break through to the overlord level. Just a casual thing." Lu Chen laughed heartily. Duan Shanghua was momentarily speechless and helplessly said, "To cultivate the Jinkong giant tree to the king level in an instant, and to elevate the potential and realm of the battle ape to the first rank of the overlord level, such incredible cultivation was merely a casual act? I could have simultaneously enhanced the potential and realm of the Jinkong giant tree, but after the Jinkong giant tree broke through to the king level, it expressed a strong desire for me to use the excess source power to repair your beast space," Lu Chen said casually. "As for the battle ape, it already had the potential and realm of a king level 10th rank. I merely cultivated it to the next rank, so it's nothing remarkable."
"Store manager Lu, you are being too modest.
The potential of the Jinkong giant tree is already at the king 10th rank, and its evolution path is very clear, so there was no need to trouble the store manager to take action personally. I would be very satisfied if the realm of the Jinkong giant tree could be raised to the king level."
Duan Shanghua sighed. "As for the battle ape, the gap between king level and overlord level is immense.
Even a single step up represents a significant leap in realm, completely altering the fate of the battle ape.
The cultivation of the Jinkong giant tree and the battle ape is indispensable.
If either one were missing, I would absolutely not be able to break through to the overlord level." Feeling the power he now possessed, Duan Shanghua could hardly imagine that not long ago, he was waiting for death, having long lost hope for the future. With this thought, his gratitude towards Lu Chen deepened. "No need to thank me," Lu Chen chuckled lightly, "but this will come at a cost."
Of course, Duan Shanghua nodded seriously. He certainly did not believe that this favor could be offset simply by paying a sufficient price. Duan Shanghua understood well that the mythical beast pet shop had its own rules.
He would not go against them, only follow the rules set by Lu Chen.
"And I," Lu Luochan quickly added, "Shopkeeper, please name your price." After Lu Chen's cultivation, the 3 sub-dragon species contracted by Lu Luochan had undergone earth-shattering changes. The flame lizard evolved into the heavenly flame giant dragon, the rock giant lizard evolved into the earth giant dragon, and the metal sub-dragon evolved into the steel giant dragon. Not only had their bloodlines been completely purified, evolving into true giant dragon species, but all 3 giant dragons also possessed the bloodline of divine dragons. Such a transformation, even in her dreams, Lu Luochan had never hoped for, yet it had become a reality. "Our shop does not set a specific price for pet cultivation," Lu Chen said with a faint smile. "The base price is no less than 10 million. How much you give is up to the customer to decide." 10 million? Lu Luochan's expression was strange. This price seemed too low. Who could believe that with just a minimum expenditure of 10 million,
one could hire a top-tier cultivator to specifically cultivate pets for themselves. With the shopkeeper's cultivation skills, no matter how much money is spent, it probably wouldn't repay the favor, right? Lu Luochan thought to herself, feeling a bit embarrassed, secretly thinking, fortunately, I signed a special contract with Magic City University, with at least 500 million in salary each year.
But even 500 million is far from enough.
At that moment, Lu Luochan felt a slight vibration from her phone. As soon as she opened it, she saw a bank transfer notification text, indicating that 1 billion had been added to her account.
Teacher. Lu Luochan's mood was complicated.
She collected her emotions and swiped her card directly.
Oh, 5 billion?
Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, thinking, on average, the price for a single cultivation is 500 million, which is directly 50 times the minimum price. Having the power to set prices was truly comfortable. What made Lu Chen feel helpless was that he currently only had the power to set prices in the cultivation sector. As for the sales sector, he still did not have the authority to set prices. However, Lu Chen believed that as long as he further increased his authority, he might also gain the power to set prices for selling pet offspring.
All right, Lu Luochan breathed a sigh of relief.
She looked at her remaining balance but felt no regret at all. Lu Luochan knew very well that if she were to cultivate by herself, let alone spending 5 billion, even spending 5 billion would not allow her to cultivate a heavenly flame giant dragon, steel giant dragon, or earth giant dragon.
Thank you for your patronage, Lu Chen said with a faint smile. Completing the 3 cultivations not only brought in 5 billion, pushing her savings over 2 billion.
Additionally, Lu Chen also gained 3,000 points, bringing his total points to an astonishing 6,000 points. What a headache, Duan Shanghua said with a helpless expression.
Shopkeeper Lu's cultivation is truly extraordinary, even I can't afford the price.
No need to feel pressured, Lu Chen chuckled.
As long as it exceeds the base price of 10 million, it's fine. That said, Duan Shanghua did not dare to underestimate it at all. After some deep thought, Duan Shanghua began to swipe his card. As the amount was credited, Lu Chen's mood was incredibly shaken. 5 billion?
The balance on the bank card had reached an astonishing 7 billion.
Lu Chen never expected that Duan Shanghua would be so generous, directly transferring 5 billion.
It is no exaggeration to say that he had never seen so much money.
A full 5 billion could theoretically buy 5 pieces of amethyst-level resources.
However, amethyst-level resources are valuable but rare.
Even at an auction, they might not appear.
Even so, in the worst-case scenario, he could still buy 2 pieces of amethyst-level resources. Even for the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, and the ancient tree of life, amethyst-level resources would have considerable effects. Although they couldn't enhance potential levels, they could significantly improve realms. In fact, Lu Chen had previously used several red star-level resources on his pets. Most of the effectiveness had been used to enhance potential levels.
As for the improvement of realms,
that was merely a bonus. Manager Lu, Duan Shanghua's aged face was filled with regret as he said, I currently have only over 5 billion in liquid funds, which is completely unworthy of your nurturing.
If you are not satisfied, please allow me some time to gather more. Lu Chen was at a loss for words. Duan Shanghua had paid 5 billion and still felt it was insufficient, hoping for more time to raise funds?
No need, Lu Chen shook his head and said, the minimum price is only 10 million.
Since you have already paid, I will not charge any more. Manager is generous, Duan Shanghua sighed. He became even more resolute in his thoughts.
It seemed that for Lu Chen, the so-called money of Xia country had long lost its meaning. For Manager Lu, as long as he is willing, he could instantly have a status comparable to that of the national divine dragon in Xia country. At that time, no matter the amount of money, it would be within easy reach. Duan Shanghua pondered to himself, but he hasn't done that, clearly having deeper plans, unwilling to be beneath the Xia royal family.
Many thoughts flashed through his mind.
Manager Lu, Duan Shanghua's expression became serious as he sincerely said, actually, I have an unreasonable request. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He was still immersed in the joy of having 7 billion in savings and 8,000 points.
Please speak. Lu Chen nodded.
Duan Shanghua took a deep breath, preparing his words, and said solemnly, 2 days from now, the first commercial bank of Magic City will hold an auction.
This is a large-scale auction that only takes place once every 10 years, and many treasures will be auctioned off. It will gather many powerful individuals from Magic City and even from Xia country to participate. Lu Chen was a bit taken aback. He knew about the auction's existence, which had been held 10 years ago and was broadcasted by many TV stations,
making it a grand event for the entire Magic City.
Is Principal Duan going to give me an invitation? Lu Chen chuckled lightly.
With Manager Lu's status, you will naturally receive the highest level invitation, allowing you to have a private room at the auction, Duan Shanghua said sincerely.
However, what I want to discuss with Manager Lu is not related to the invitation.
Principal Duan, please speak directly, Lu Chen nodded.
Duan Shanghua said seriously, I hope the pet cubs nurtured by Manager Lu can be the finale auction item.
At that time, regardless of the final bidding price, the First Commercial Bank of Magic City will not charge any handling fees and will pass the entire bidding price directly to Manager Lu.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen understood. Using the pet cubs as the finale auction item, Lu Chen began to ponder.
He certainly did not doubt the authenticity of Duan Shanghua's words.
Duan Shanghua already had a significant stake in the First Commercial Bank of Magic City.
Especially since Duan Shanghua had already broken through to the Overlord level, he naturally had considerable influence. Although I have broken through to the Manhwa level and opened the 4th contract position, I still need 7 pet beast cubs to complete the next stage of the achievement task and obtain the 4th type of Sss-Level beast taming talent.
Lu Chen pondered, selling the pet beast cubs directly to Principal Duan and auctioning them at the Magic City Commercial Firm's auction would be an excellent decision. Moreover, the conditions offered by Principal Duan are quite generous, and there will be no handling fees. Many thoughts flashed through his mind.
That works.
Lu Chen nodded, agreeing to the idea.
He felt quite helpless about the business of the mythical pet shop. Although he had gained fame at Magic City University, the students there would immediately contract new pet beasts as soon as they broke through their realms. Many experienced beast tamers would even start nurturing pet beast cubs before their breakthroughs. Once they broke through, they would immediately contract the successfully nurtured pet beast cubs. As for the freshmen, they had even less hope. Almost a month into the semester, they had all contracted their initial pet beasts. The system only allows a price of 3 million for pet beast cubs, which is almost like giving them away. Lu Chen shook his head and said, so far, the beast tamers of these pet beast cubs have been quite decent. As for those with poor character, no matter how rich they are, they won't be able to buy pet beast cubs at 3 million. I have no habit of raising ungrateful wolves.
Naturally, one couldn't buy them at 3 million. But what if they were auctioned at a market-appropriate price?
That would be pure business.
Lu Chen wouldn't mind that at all.
Manager Lu can understand. That's great. Duan Shanghua sighed. The current auction items for this Magic City Commercial Firm's auction are not enough to support the scale of a large auction. If we add the pet beast cubs nurtured by Manager Lu, it would definitely be sufficient, even exceeding expectations. Previously, Duan Shanghua had been quite troubled. He held a significant stake in the Magic City First Commercial Firm. The auction business was entirely managed by the Duan family. If this large auction could not meet the required standards, the Duan family would have to bear the responsibility. Receiving Lu Chen's affirmation undoubtedly relieved Duan Shanghua, and he couldn't help but feel excited. He knew very well the incredible potential of the pet beast cubs nurtured by Lu Chen. If they made a grand appearance at the auction, the reputation of the Magic City First Commercial Firm might even surpass that of the Imperial Capital's First Commercial Firm, gaining greater influence in the business world of Xia country.
Manager Lu, Duan Shanghua said sincerely, I wonder if there are any suitable pet beast cubs available now?
As long as the manager allows one pet beast cub to be the highlight of the auction, it would make this large auction truly worthy of its name.
Since it's a large auction, how can there be only one highlight item?
Lu Chen laughed heartily and said, I plan to sell 5 pet beast cubs. I wonder if the Magic City First Commercial Firm can ensure that these 5 pet beast cubs all fetch a price that matches their worth?
As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Duan was taken aback.
Then, his aged face was filled with ecstatic joy. If Manager Lu is willing to entrust all 5 pet beast cubs to the Magic City First Commercial Firm for auction, that would be the best. Duan Shanghua said with surprise, Manager Lu need not worry. With the special nature of the pet beast cubs you nurture, it will definitely make those powerful beast tamers and top families willing to spend billions just to acquire one.
That's good to hear.
Lu Chen chuckled lightly, then took out 5 transparent containers and handed them directly to Duan Shanghua, saying, although they are the highlight items for the auction, the rules of the pet shop cannot be broken.
These 5 pet beast cubs are priced at 15 million. Can Principal Duan accept that?
No problem.
Duan Shanghua nodded eagerly. 15 million? This small amount of money, many Manhwa-level beast tamers probably wouldn't even care about.
Moreover, Duan Shanghua was previously a 10-tier monarch, and now he has even broken through to become a dominant-level beast master, completely disregarding this small amount of money, and immediately swiped his card.
With 15 million arriving, Lu Chen's bank balance
hardly changed at all. For 7 billion, an additional 15 million was hardly noticeable, merely a fraction. However, the system points directly increased by 1,500 points, reaching an astonishing 9,500 points,
just 500 points away from breaking 10,000.
Lu Chen felt a bit excited, thinking, the most important thing is that as long as I sell 2 more beast cubs, I can complete the next stage of achievements and awaken the 4th Sss-Level beast master talent. After a round of conversation, Duan Shanghua had already learned about the special nature of these 5 beast cubs, revealing an expression of immense shock. He then solemnly put away the containers of the 5 beast cubs and presented an invitation to the auction with the character Tian on it. After Lu Chen accepted it, he proposed to take his leave. Watching Duan Shanghua and Lu Luochan depart, Lu Chen immediately opened the system panel. Achievement unlocked. Completed 5 times of beast cultivation. Reward, a random red star level resource. Claim reward? Yes/no. As of today, Lu Chen had completed 8 times of beast cultivation, naturally achieving the advanced cultivation achievement. The reward was a random red star level resource, worth at least 500 points. For Lu Chen, who had 9,500 points, the red star level achievement reward was not enough to make him impatient. It wasn't until Duan Shanghua and Lu Luochan left and finished their business discussion that Lu Chen began to formally claim his achievement reward. You have obtained the red star level resource Dark Prison Dragon Marrow. Dark Prison Dragon Marrow, a red star level resource, formed from the essence of a divine dragon that fell into the dark prison, eroded by the laws of the dark prison, with the dragon's spinal marrow as the core, ultimately becoming a precious dark and dragon-type resource. Lu Chen was shaken, thinking, from the system's description, this dark prison dragon marrow actually condenses all the essence of a divine dragon and also integrates the laws of the dark prison? He immediately made a judgment. Among all the red star level rewards obtained so far, this dark prison dragon marrow was probably the most precious. Assessing the rarity of a resource is actually quite simple. Lu Chen directly searched for Dark Prison Dragon Marrow in the system mall and quickly got the answer. Dark Prison Dragon Marrow, 3,000 points. Among the various levels of resources, the price range of red star level resources is undoubtedly very large. The most basic red star level resource only requires 500 points. Among red star level resources, the most precious ones can sell for as high as 5,000 points. They can completely rival the Xian Yao level resources. The red star level rewards Lu Chen previously obtained, the Heart of the Demon and True Dragon Blood, were both priced at 500 points. The Stellar True Flame was much more precious, priced at 1,200 points. Lu Chen never expected that this red star level resource Dark Prison Dragon Marrow would actually be priced at 3,000 points in the system mall. In terms of value, it's already 6 times that of the Heart of the Demon and True Dragon Blood. Lu Chen was incredibly shocked, thinking, even compared to the Stellar True Flame, it's worth more than double. He finally realized the value of the word random in the reward section. If I'm lucky enough, could I randomly get a red star level resource worth 5,000 points? Lu Chen couldn't help but feel excited, thinking, the Dark Prison Dragon Marrow worth 3,000 points, I really should have chosen to claim it immediately. Now it seems I was really being too reserved. The rewards for achievement tasks would not include unusable resources. The Dark Prison Dragon Marrow is a red star level resource of dark and dragon types, perfectly suited for the Annihilation Demon Dragon. You kid, you do have a bit of luck. Lu Chen chuckled silently. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon sensed Lu Chen's intent, and its pitch-black dragon eyes gleamed with ecstasy. It seemed to say, is this demon dragon really about to rise? Yes, Lu Chen replied with a light smile, you are ready to rise. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was incredibly excited, flying several circles in the beast-taming space before finally calming down, eagerly waiting for its feed. This Dark Prison Dragon Marrow definitely belongs to you, there's no need to rush. Lu Chen smiled and said, of course, you'll get to use it, but it won't be in the beast-taming space. His mind stirred. Cultivation space, activate. The world-destroying demon dragon was directly drawn into it. Countless pitch-black source powers filled the space, and the air was thick with dragon blood mist. Under Lu Chen's intent, various dark source powers and dragon blood mist merged into the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. The realm of the world-destroying demon dragon was continuously rising, soon reaching the 10th level of the Moon of the Abyss. However, Lu Chen did not immediately use the Emperor Star refinement method, but planned to let the world-destroying demon dragon remain at the 10th level of the Moon of the Abyss, converting as much source power as possible into nutrients for enhancing its potential level, also to avoid wasting this incredibly precious Dark Prison Dragon Marrow. Then, Lu Chen directly took out the Dark Prison Dragon Marrow and tossed it into the cultivation space. It was a small segment of pitch-black dragon bone, radiating a dark light. If one looked closely, they would find that this small segment of pitch-black dragon bone was actually absorbing all light. Even the tiniest particles of light would be crushed under its attraction.
Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon sensed the strong attraction of the pitch-black dragon bone, and even its internal demon dragon bloodline seemed to tremble. It almost uncontrollably swallowed the pitch-black dragon bone. Boom! After consuming the dark prison dragon marrow, the surface of the world-destroying demon dragon also acquired characteristics similar to dragon bone, pulling and crushing all light, seemingly transforming into the utmost darkness. Luchin constantly used the cultivation space as a medium to observe the changes in the world-destroying demon dragon, and was incredibly shocked to discover that at the moment the world-destroying demon dragon swallowed the pitch-black dragon bone, its potential had risen by one level, reaching the 4th level of the Holy Spirit. Slightly taken aback, the potential of the world-destroying demon dragon had actually increased again. 5th level of the Holy Spirit. The world-destroying demon dragon has probably not absorbed even 1/10 of the dark prison dragon marrow, and its potential level has actually risen by 2 levels? Lu Chen was immensely shocked, thinking, is this the red star level resource worth 3,000 points? It possesses such terrifying power. As the beast master of the world-destroying demon dragon and the controller of the cultivation space, Lu Chen could clearly perceive the subtle changes in the world-destroying demon dragon. He was astonished to find that after the potential level rose to the 5th level of the Holy Spirit, there was actually no further change. Correspondingly, the world-destroying demon dragon continued to absorb the source power of the dark prison dragon marrow until it completely integrated the dark prison dragon marrow into itself. The potential level of the world-destroying demon dragon remained at the 5th level of the Holy Spirit. Suddenly, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low roar. Boom! The entire cultivation space seemed to tremble slightly. Boundless darkness engulfed the world-destroying demon dragon. A more mysterious change quietly occurred in the world-destroying demon dragon. This is evolution. Lu Chen's heart shook violently. In his perception, the life form of the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to be undergoing a transformation. With Lu Chen's experience as a 7-star level cultivator, he naturally understood that this change was what was known as evolution. Once the evolution was complete, the world-destroying demon dragon would transform into a completely different life form. So far, Lu Chen had seen quite a few evolution scenes. However, he had never experienced the evolution of his own contracted beast. At the time of Lu Chen's initial contract, the life form of the pet beast was already perfect enough. No matter how it was cultivated, it was difficult to break through the current constraints of its life form. Only the world-destroying demon dragon had an initial potential of only the Dominator's 10th rank. Although it was a demon dragon species, in terms of life form, it was still far inferior to the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient tree of life. However, Lu Chen did not expect that the world-destroying demon dragon would undergo its first evolution at this moment. He stood ready, observing the world-destroying demon dragon to prevent any accidents. He did not know how much time had passed, until the entire cultivation space was devoid of any source power. The boundless darkness was gradually absorbed by the world-destroying demon dragon. With each bit absorbed, the potential of the world-destroying demon dragon increased by 1 rank. Holy Spirit 6th rank. Holy Spirit 7th rank. It seemed endless. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed. From the extreme darkness, a terrifying demon dragon stretched its body, its size as massive as a mountain, reaching an astonishing 300 meters in terrifying stature. The incredibly fierce black dragon wings spread out, with a wingspan exceeding 800 meters, each black bone spike seemingly containing the essence of ultimate darkness. On the pitch-black dragon head, 2 dark dragon horns seemed poised to pierce the heavens, showcasing the majesty belonging to the demon dragon. Lu Chen sensed it slightly and immediately revealed an expression of immense shock. The potential of this ferocious demon dragon had actually reached the terrifying Holy Spirit 10th rank. The world-destroying demon dragon you contracted has used the Crimson Star level resource Dark Abyss Dragon Essence, breaking through to Holy Spirit 10th rank, successfully evolving into Dark Abyss Demon Dragon. It actually evolved into the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon. This aura is simply too terrifying, right? Lu Chen was extremely shocked, thinking, the evolved Dark Abyss Demon Dragon, just its aura is powerful to the extreme. I have a feeling that if the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon encountered the pre-evolution world-destroying Demon Dragon, even if they were both at the Manhwa 10th rank, it would be instantly killed. The changes brought by each rank increase in Holy Spirit level potential were extremely exaggerated. Moreover, the potential level of the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon had reached Holy Spirit 10th rank, just one step away from achieving demigod level potential. Even if using the same skills, the power would be at least hundreds of times greater than before. Roar! The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon let out a somewhat confused low roar. Lu Chen was a bit surprised and asked, you have obtained your true name? An indescribable, incomprehensible, and unapproachable power suddenly descended into the cultivation space. Within the essence of the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon, a mark was quietly imprinted, which was the true name belonging to the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon. The true name is Nor. Lu Chen's heart stirred slightly, thinking, this name is quite easy to pronounce. Roar. The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon, feeling its true name, respectfully watched as that force of law departed. That was the will of the Dark Law. For example, Enyu, as the ancient tree of life, could obtain a true name because Enyu was born from the law of life and was naturally granted a true name. As for the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon, Nor, since its birth, it was the first time it had come into contact with the Dark Law. After being granted a true name, the affinity between the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon and the Dark Law would reach an incredible level. The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon immersed itself in the comprehension of the Dark Law but suddenly changed its gaze, and its aura became extremely chaotic. Is this unable to suppress its realm? Lu Chen's expression changed slightly, thinking, the Dark Abyss Dragon essence that Nor absorbed is, after all, a Crimson Star level resource worth 3,000 points, not knowing what kind of immense dark source power it contains. Even if most of it has transformed into potential, allowing Nor to evolve into the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon, the remaining small portion is enough to elevate Nor's foundational realm far beyond the Manhwa 10th rank. Lu Chen quickly deduced that the Dark Prison Dragon could no longer suppress its realm, and naturally would not force itself to do so. The Emperor's Star Refinement Technique, activate. Roar. The realm of the Dark Prison Dragon broke through in an instant. Daylight First Stage. How strong is the foundation of the Dark Prison Dragon Noel now? Lu Chen's question was soon answered. In just a moment, the realm of the Dark Prison Dragon broke through to the Daylight 5th Stage. Immediately after, Daylight 8th Stage, Daylight 10th Stage. If it weren't for the Beast Master space being only at the Manhwa level, the Dark Prison Dragon would probably have directly broken through to the Monarch level. Lu Chen was secretly shocked. The Dark Prison Dragon breaks through the Daylight level and comprehends the Xian Daylight level skill Black Prison. Black Prison, Xian Daylight level skill, creates a world filled with boundless darkness. The system prompt came. Lu Chen's mind shook violently. Xian Daylight level skill, Black Prison? It can actually create a world. Lu Chen exclaimed in shock, even if this created world can only allow the existence of dark laws, it is still incredibly against the heavens. Lu Chen could fully foresee that when the Black Prison world created by the Dark Prison Dragon descends, whether it directly suppresses or confines opponents within the Black Prison, using the power of endless dark laws to crush them, it would be an almost invincible stance. As the Dark Prison Dragon Noel continues to grow stronger, it will definitely be able to develop even more powerful applications of the Xian Daylight level skill Black Prison, far beyond just confinement and suppression. Lu Chen pondered, this is a Xian Daylight level skill capable of creating a world, how could it be so simple? Within his perception, behind the Dark Prison Dragon, a pitch-black point slowly merged into the soul of the Dark Prison Dragon. With a large influx of dark source power, this pitch-black point was continuously expanding. The momentum of the Dark Prison Dragon also became increasingly terrifying. The inner world of the Black Prison is truly incredible. Lu Chen shook his head inside. Xian Daylight level skills usually only have a chance to be comprehended with demigod level potential. The Dark Prison Dragon, with its Holy Spirit level potential, has grasped the ability of a pet with demigod level potential. No wonder it exudes such a terrifying might. Additionally, Lu Chen sensed that the evolved Dark Prison Dragon had, in an invisible way, achieved at least an 80% compatibility with the SSS level talent Dark Hell. It seems that the timing for forming a core contract with the Dark Prison Dragon is not far off. Lu Chen smiled with relief. As a 7-star level beast cultivator, Lu Chen had a very profound understanding of the core contract. The so-called core contract only brings more benefits after it is formed, the higher the compatibility. For example, the compatibility between Li Rue and Blood Willow was absurdly high. As soon as they formed a core contract, the Beast Master talent directly evolved to S level. Lu Chen estimated that if the compatibility between the Dark Prison Dragon and the SSS level talent Dark Hell were to increase a bit more, when they formed the core contract and completely merge with the SSS level talent, the potential of the Dark Prison Dragon might break through to the demigod level. Dark Prison Dragon, Noel, attributes, Dark, Dragon level, Daylight 10th stage potential, Holy Spirit 10th stage talents, 1. Dark Bloodline, 2. Demon Dragon, 3. Holy Dragon skills, 1. Breath of Breaking Realms, 2. Evil Dragon Eye, 3. Demon Dragon Body, 4. Dragon Dark Domain, 5. Dragon Soul, 6. Dragon Realm Projection, 7. Dragon Slaughter, 8. Black Prison Status, very healthy, already contracted. The evolved Dark Prison Dragon's attribute panel did not change much, only its level reached Daylight 10th stage,
potential reached Holy Spirit 10th stage, and it comprehended a Shin daylight level skill Black Prison. In terms of strength change, however, it was earth-shattering. Roar! Noelle returned to a height of half a meter, but its momentum remained imposing. Lu Chen released the nurturing space and retrieved Noelle back into the beast space. Ka the purple flame emperor bird flew over and slowly landed on Noelle's back, comfortably resting. Although it was also very comfortable atop the ancient life tree's crown, the purple flame emperor bird seemed to prefer resting on Noelle's back. Roar! Noelle let out a mournful wail. It had clearly evolved into the abyssal dragon, its strength increased by thousands of times, and it had gained the recognition of the Dark Laws, acquiring the true name Noelle. Logically, it should be able to easily overpower the purple flame emperor bird. Why, then, did it not have any thoughts of resistance? Caw! The purple flame emperor bird curled up and looked at Noelle curiously. No matter how strong you become, your true nature will not change. Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, "You would never lay a hand on your companions, would you?" Roar! The abyssal dragon's expression froze. Then, Noelle helplessly shook its dark dragon head, looking at the purple flame emperor bird with a hint of affection, and even extended its fearsome dragon wings, allowing the purple flame emperor bird to rest on it, surprisingly finding it somewhat sweet. At the Magic City University, in the president's office, 3 vice presidents gathered, each sipping tea on the sofa. Their expressions varied. Magic City University had 1 president and 3 vice presidents, totaling 4 leaders. Duan Shanghua was naturally the president, while Yan Fang, Xian Zurin, and Meng Pingjun were the vice presidents, serving as Duan Shanghua's aides. Theoretically, once Duan Shanghua stepped down, the next president would be chosen from among the 3 vice presidents. All 3 vice presidents knew that Duan Shanghua's condition was already very poor, and it might not be long before he chose to retire, or even possibly pass away. Thus, the struggle for power began. As vice presidents and staff of Magic City University, they naturally wouldn't fight too fiercely, but secretly, each was accumulating power to succeed the presidency. For instance, Xian Zurin and Meng Pingjun had secretly allied with the Lu family. The Lu family, as one of the 3 major dragon-taming families in Magic City, had considerable connections within the university. If they could gain the Lu family's recognition, their position would be basically secured. As for Yan Fang, he was entirely a direct subordinate of Duan Shanghua. In this regard, Xian Zurin and Meng Pingjun scoffed. Duan Shanghua's connections were all prepared for the Duan family. How could he use those connections for you? Yan Fang glanced at the two and continued to sip his tea calmly. Although he didn't know why Duan Shanghua had summoned the 3 vice presidents, he would unhesitatingly agree to whatever Duan Shanghua planned. "You're all here." Duan Shanghua walked in, directly sitting in the office chair, looking at the 3 vice presidents who had gathered and stood upright, and slowly said, "You should have all seen the previous proposal, right?" Xian Zurin and Meng Pingjun exchanged glances. Meng Pingjun tentatively asked, "Is what Elder Duan mentioned about promoting the new mentor Lu Chen to the position of full professor?" "Exactly," Duan Shanghua chuckled lightly. "Elder Duan, I disagree." Xian Zurin immediately replied, "Why do you disagree?" Duan Shanghua's expression seemed quite puzzled. Yan Fang's heart stirred. As a direct subordinate of Duan Shanghua, Yan Fang knew that whenever Elder Duan showed such an expression, someone was likely to be in trouble. "Elder Duan, Lu Chen is still too young. Even if you clearly state that his nurturing level is extremely high and he is absolutely capable of handling the full professor position. The full professor position is, after all, not something to be taken lightly." Xian Zurin took a deep breath and said, "Not only does it mean very generous treatment, but also, after you retire, the vacant vice president position will be filled from among the full professors. I believe that Lu Chen's qualifications are completely insufficient for the full professor position." "You make a very valid point." Duan Shanghua nodded and said, "Do you have any other opinions?" "Yan Fang, what about you? Do you agree?" "I agree," Yan Fang replied immediately. He had a certain understanding of the newly appointed mentor Lu and believed he was an extremely talented young man, even possessing potential that was somewhat beyond reason. However, Yan Fang did not expect that old Duan would hold such high hopes for mentor Lu, wanting to grant him the title of full professor. An 18-year-old full professor? That was simply too crazy. 1 against, 1 for. Duan Shanghua smiled lightly as he looked at Meng Pingjun and said, "Xiao Meng, what are your thoughts?" Meng Pingjun hesitated. From the intelligence he had gathered, Lu Chen's combat power was absolutely comparable to that of a monarch level. The most important thing was that Lu Chen himself was still very young, and his realm was not high. When he subdued the monarch-level Black Dragon, he seemed to be only at the 10th level of the Starry Realm. There was no doubt that Lu Chen possessed extraordinary talent that surpassed that of the Xia Kingdom. If he voted against it, he might offend Lu Chen. Meng Pingjun was already old and could no longer pursue a higher realm. In his lifetime, being able to remove the vice from the vice president's title was his greatest ambition. He truly did not want to offend such a monstrous talent.
While Meng Pingjun was hesitating, he met the seemingly smiling gaze of Xianzurin.
He suddenly became clear-headed. The monarch-level black dragon that Lu Chen had subdued was from the Lu family matriarch, Su Yaji. Su Yaji herself had become a cripple because of this. Without a doubt, there was already an irreconcilable feud between Lu Chen and the Lu family.
If Meng Pingjun did not express his stance, or if he showed support for Lu Chen to become a full professor, would he not be directly opposing the Lu family? If he lost the support of the Lu family, would he still have a chance to compete for the position of full president when Duan Shanghua stepped down?
With this thought, Meng Pingjun immediately made up his mind and said, "Old Duan, I also think it is inappropriate."
Oh, Duan Shanghua smiled and said, "Please share your reasons."
Meng Pingjun steeled his heart and said, "Old Duan, this Lu Chen publicly humiliated our most outstanding freshman Lu Su at the Magic City University campus, and he forcefully subdued Lu Cheng. Even the monarch-level black dragon, which was bound by the core contract of the Lu family matriarch, fell victim to his ruthless hands. Such a cold-blooded person, even if he does have some ability, how can he hold the title of full professor? Moreover, many of our faculty members at Magic City University, including those at the professor level, have received support from the Lu family.
If Lu Chen is promoted to full professor, it is likely to cause discord among the faculty and staff of Magic City University. I urge old Duan to think carefully."
After Meng Pingjun finished speaking in one breath, he couldn't help but glance at Xianzurin from the corner of his eye, thinking that if these words got out, the Lu family would surely support him greatly.
At that time, what hope would Xianzurin have?
Old fox. Xianzurin cursed inwardly but found that Meng Pingjun had finished speaking, and he couldn't help but feel frustrated, covering his forehead with a sigh. Seeing this, Meng Pingjun felt even more pleased.
"Your reasons are quite persuasive," Duan Shanghua nodded and then said, "but do you know that the 5 current recipients of the special scholarship at Magic City University were all trained by that mentor Lu? 5 special scholarship recipients?"
Meng Pingjun gasped, his expression astonished. He had naturally heard that Magic City University had unprecedentedly produced 5 special scholarship students at the same time. Meng Pingjun had even conducted a special investigation and found that they were all true geniuses, even considered monstrous talents.
Those 5 students were actually all trained by Lu Chen?
Xianzurin also felt breathless, thinking, if these 5 special scholarship prodigies are well trained, they will at least become 5 top monarch beast masters in the future, and there is a significant probability that they will break through to the overlord level, becoming a crucial asset for the Xia kingdom. Such achievements, combined with the nurturing abilities displayed by Lu Chen, are more than enough for a full professorship.
Not only that, Principal Duan chuckled as he stood up. The aura of a dominant figure suddenly radiated from him.
Xianzurin and Meng Pingjun looked horrified, unable to believe that such terrifying power came from the elderly man before them.
"Old Duan, have you broken through to the dominant level?"
Yan Fong revealed a look of wild joy. "Thanks to Mentor Lu," Principal Duan said meaningfully. "Mentor Lu, with his astonishing nurturing abilities, has cultivated my contracted beast and even helped it break through to the dominant level. With this opportunity, I have also become a dominant beast master. Such an exceptionally talented and accomplished young man, we must cherish him well at the Magic City Beast Master University."
"That's right,"
Yan Fong immediately said. "We should indeed cherish him. A full professorship might not even be enough for him."
The expressions of Xianzurin and Meng Pingjun instantly became even more grim. Not even a full professorship would suffice. Should they make Lu Chen the vice president? "Old Duan," Xianzurin quickly said, "I agree with your proposal. Since Mentor Lu has such extraordinary nurturing abilities, I admit I was blind before. I agree to promote Mentor Lu Chen to the rank of full professor." "I agree too," Meng Pingjun quickly added. However, he sighed inwardly. After agreeing, he would have to sever ties with the Lu family, but he had no choice. Duan Shanghua was already a dominant beast master, which meant that his previous injuries were nothing. He could live for thousands of years. Unless Duan Shanghua was promoted, there was no way a position would open up. Continue to oppose? Unless Meng Pingjun was foolish, he would never dare to go against a dominant figure. "It seems everyone agrees," Duan Shanghua said with a smile.
"Then it's decided, let Mentor Lu be promoted to full professor and enjoy all corresponding benefits. Moreover, the research institute that has been vacant will also be assigned to Professor Lu."
"No," Meng Pingjun instinctively wanted to object.
He naturally knew the significance of the research institute Duan Shanghua mentioned. "Old Duan, the research institute you speak of was left by the previous president. It's worth a fortune. The previous president was also a dominant beast master, and Mentor Lu. Professor Lu was merely a star-level beast master.
Isn't this a bit of a waste of resources? Meng Pingjun couldn't help but say. He had long coveted that research institute.
Unfortunately, without a corresponding research topic, he could only set it aside.
Is that so? Duan Shanghua said casually.
I have communicated with Professor Liu. He proposed a research topic that seems to involve studying the powerful ferocious beasts that went extinct in ancient times, even aiming to revive them.
Such a topic cannot be researched without a suitable research institute. Meng Pingjun was taken aback. Researching ancient ferocious beasts? Even reviving them?
Meng Pingjun knew that the so-called ancient times referred to the period after the complete destruction of the Beastmaster Empire in the last era, when many races lost the constraints of the Beastmaster Empire and began a period of barbaric evolution. In ancient times, countless powerful races emerged, and even Holy Spirit-level ferocious beasts were not uncommon. Only demigod-level ferocious beasts could claim the title of emperor. Compared to ancient times, the current era was incredibly mild. Such a topic was something Meng Pingjun wouldn't even dare to think about. Even if it's to scam funding, it doesn't have to be this extreme, right? Meng Pingjun thought to himself, but he didn't dare to oppose Duan Shanghua any further, otherwise, he would be burying his own future. Professor Liu truly has grand ambitions, Meng Pingjun said helplessly.
In that case, I agree.
The best research institute should naturally be paired with the topic most beneficial to the Xia kingdom.
I agree as well, Xian Zurinside.
Since there was no hope of being promoted to the position of principal, there was no need to offend Minister Duan for some benefits, and it would only lead to offending Professor Liu as well, which was simply not worth the loss.
Agreed, Yin Fong nodded. Unanimously approved. Minister Duan nodded and said, "You may leave."
After watching the three vice principals depart, Minister Duan revealed a complex expression, sighing deeply. When he had communicated with Lu Chun yesterday, he had consciously inquired about the other party's intentions.
If he were to be promoted to a full professor, what research topics would he want to pursue?
The answer had been about researching ancient ferocious beasts, even reviving the extinct ferocious beasts of ancient times.
Who else but Manager Liu would dare to claim they want to revive the ancient era? Minister Duan shook his head,
but his eyes held a hint of anticipation, secretly pondering if the dominant races of the ancient era, or even the sacred beasts, were to be revived in the present world, what a spectacle that would be.
Minister Duan thought for a moment and, following the discussion plan from yesterday, wrote down his name in the position of deputy director. Immediately, he began drafting the application for research funding.
Let's apply for 20 billion for now, Minister Duan mused, stroking his chin. At the mythical beast shop, Lu Chen looked at the message sent by Minister Duan, unable to contain his surprise and disbelief.
The full professor title has been approved? The University of Magic City has specially approved an S-level research institute for me? Principal Duan even applied for 20 billion in research funding?
The title of full professor is equivalent to a king-level status. In fact, most full professors at the University of Magic City are king-level beast masters, with only a small number being sun-level beast masters. Lu Chen was relatively special, having become a full professor at the moon level, and he was still very young.
As for the S-level research institute, that was even more exaggerated. The vast majority of full professors' research institutes are actually only A-level, or even just B-level.
An A-level research institute, with all its research equipment combined, is worth about 10 billion, all belonging to the assets of the Xia kingdom. Unless there are special circumstances, it is not allowed to be damaged. A B-level research institute has research equipment worth less than 1 billion, only able to dabble in minor research projects.
An S-level research institute, with its research equipment, is worth at least 100 billion. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, looking across the entire Xia kingdom, an S-level research institute can be considered among the top-tier institutes.
Only a very few super-large research institutes affiliated with the National Academy of Sciences are SS-level, exceeding S-level in specifications, with numerous equipment and research funding reaching trillions.
Lu Chen never expected that Minister Duan would allocate an S-level research institute to him. Research funding, 20 billion. Lu Chen took a deep breath and sighed. I merely casually proposed a research project, and they actually applied for 20 billion in research funding for me?
From Principal Duan's tone, it seems that the 20 billion in research funding is just the first phase of the budget.
Lu Chen had indeed discussed a lot with Minister Duan yesterday, expressing his desire to research the ancient era, even to revive the ancient ferocious beasts. He was quite confident. After all, the life ancient tree possesses an incredibly extraordinary special talent. Nurturing. As long as there is a trace of life energy, it can be nurtured. Isn't this just pure funding fraud?
Lu Chen chuckled helplessly. Naturally, he had no psychological burden regarding the 20 billion in research funding. If it were any other research institute, let alone 20 billion, even if they were offered 200 billion in research funding, it would be impossible to revive the ancient era. NU has always been somewhat hesitant about the choice of the affiliated race. In the inherited memories, although there are many life imprints recorded, they may not necessarily be suitable to become NU's affiliated race. Lu Chen pondered, perhaps by researching the ancient era, or even the previous epoch, and even the beast master races from before the endless epochs, we can find the most suitable affiliated race for NU and nurture it. He talked with Minister Duan for a long time, mentioning the procurement of research materials and the recruitment of researchers. After offering a few suggestions, he handed everything over to Minister Duan to handle. Lu Chen had Minister Duan take the title of Deputy Director, naturally not wanting to deal with too many trivial matters. As the Deputy Director, when the research project succeeded in the future, Minister Duan would also gain a political achievement, making everyone happy. Tomorrow is the day of the auction, Lu Chen pondered slightly, thinking, I just need to sell 2 more pet beast cubs to complete the next stage of the achievement task. He naturally placed great importance on the auction. Most importantly, Lu Chen now possessed a fortune of 7 billion. He certainly wanted to participate in the bidding at this large auction. No matter how much money I have, if I don't spend it, it has no meaning, Lu Chen thought to himself. In the mythical pet shop, Li Rui was doing her daily cleaning, and only after the entire pet shop was refreshed did the young girl begin to meditate. It is worth mentioning that Li Rui's realm had already broken through to the extraordinary level. The blood willow she had contracted had also broken through simultaneously. Now it was at the extraordinary 3rd stage. The blood willow could draw nutrients from blood, allowing it to evolve infinitely. Besides absorbing immortal true blood, the blood willow was also analyzing the star vine and star-cutting grass, extracting countless nutrients from them. For plant-based life forms, sap was equivalent to blood, making it more suitable for the blood willow to study, allowing its evolution to avoid falling into a bizarre and bloody direction. For core contract tree-type plant life, to truly possess powerful combat strength, one must at least wait until the king level, Lu Chen mused. Li Rui's current combat strength relies on her S-level talent to bully other beast masters of the same level. It is almost impossible for her to challenge beyond her level unless her beast master talent breaks through to SS level. Li Rui awakened the S-level talent Immortal True Blood, making her equivalent to a blood-type supernatural being, so her combat strength was naturally not weak. In Lu Chen's view, given the high compatibility between Li Rui and the Blood Willow, it would not be surprising if her beast master talent transformed again and evolved to SS level. Yang Cheng is here? Lu Chen sensed slightly. Early in the morning, Yang Qing had sent a message conveying the good news of breaking through to the star level. He indicated that he would come to the mythical pet shop today to purchase and contract his 3rd pet beast. Outside, Yang Qing looked at the sign of the mythical pet shop, feeling the realm belonging to a star-level beast master, accompanied by the little skeleton that had just broken through to the star level, feeling quite spirited. When he contracted the little skeleton, Yang Qing had just broken through to the extraordinary level. In less than a month, he had crossed a major realm to become a star-level beast master. Yang Qing had only awakened the sea-level talent Eye of Data, and in terms of the speed of breaking through realms, even those genius beast masters who awaken A-level talents could not compare. For this reason, Yang Qing had naturally put in a great deal of effort. Over the past half-month, Yang Qing had spent all his time in the slaughterhouse, starting with killing chickens, then moving on to pigs and cattle, and recently even transitioning to the slaughterhouse for mutated ferocious beasts. With countless mutated ferocious beasts supplying the little skeleton for slaughter, Yang Qing was able to break through to the star level. I, Yang Qing, can break through to the star level, all thanks to my good luck in contracting the little skeleton cultivated by the shop owner. Yang Qing's gaze was deep. He was certainly not ungrateful, knowing that the value of the little skeleton was far beyond the mere 3 million, thinking, even a pet beast cub with king-level potential cannot be compared to the little skeleton. I really don't know how the shop owner cultivated it. With an excited heart, Yang Chan walked through the door of the pet shop. A charming young girl came to greet him. Welcome, dear customer. Li Rui, seeing the customer arrive, directly ended her meditation and, while welcoming the customer, said very appropriately, "May I ask what you need?" Yang Qing was somewhat taken aback and said, "Are you an employee of the mythical pet shop? Where's your manager?" He hadn't expected that the mythical pet shop would have employees, especially such a young girl. As the manager of a large pet shop, Yang Qing naturally had his own business philosophy. He wouldn't hire a young girl as a staff member. Even if she was quite pleasant to look at, the customers of a pet shop wouldn't care about the appearance of the staff. They all had very clear objectives. They were either there to buy pet cubs or to cultivate pets. If they were to expand their business, it would be something like pet boarding. The staff at Yang Qing's pet shop, including the hired deputy manager, were all strong men, and all were awakened-level beast masters. Whether it was their own strength or the contracted pets, they could ensure the smooth operation of the pet shop.
Do you know our manager?
Li Rui asked, somewhat surprised. She had never seen Yang Qing before. However, judging by Yang Qing's expression, he seemed to be an earlier customer. I do, Yang Qing smiled and said, I haven't been here for a while, and the mythical pet shop has actually recruited staff, and such a beautiful young girl at that. Despite it being contrary to his own business philosophy, Yang Qing didn't say much more.
Li Rui's cheeks flushed slightly. She wasn't quite used to being complimented. Xiao Rui.
Lu Chen walked over slowly and said with a smile, you can take a break. I'll handle it. Okay, manager, Li Rui nodded. She then walked over to the sofa and continued her meditation. Yang Qing glanced over and suddenly realized that the aura Li Rui was emitting was actually extraordinary. As her meditation progressed, the aura of Blood Willow also flowed out, captured by Yang Qing's data eye. Looking at the data of Blood Willow, Yang Qing was speechless, thinking, extraordinary level 3 Blood Willow? A growth-type talent that absorbs blood for unlimited growth? The most terrifying part is that Blood Willow's potential level has actually reached the 10th tier of the Moon of the Abyss? Yang Qing compared himself. At the same age, he seemed to have just become an awakened-level beast master and had only recently contracted his initial beast, Dreambug. I truly am foolish to have looked down on an employee recognized by the manager. Yang Qing felt an immense sense of shame, thinking, with the manager's ability, he could easily create so-called geniuses. A beast master with only a C-level awakening talent, who was lucky enough to contract a little skeleton, actually became complacent and developed a sense of pride. It's simply ridiculous. From the information obtained through the data eye, it seemed that Li Rui would soon break through to the starry level, and she was much younger than Yang Qing.
Manager.
Yang Qing said respectfully, as you can see, I recently broke through to the starry level and opened the third contract slot. I hope to contract a pet cub comparable to the little skeleton, and I hope the manager can fulfill this. Yang Qing promptly reined in his pride, which made Lu Chen regard him more favorably.
Although Yang Qing's talent wasn't particularly good, it certainly wasn't bad either.
The data eye, while only C-level, had a uniqueness comparable to B-level talent, qualifying him as a genius. The key was that Yang Qing was still quite young and accomplished, having opened a large pet shop and recently breaking through to the starry level. It was only natural for him to feel a bit proud. Lu Chen had always held a very favorable view of Yang Qing. A young and accomplished genius beast master who could humble himself to work as a butcher in a slaughterhouse was enough to prove that Yang Qing's vision was definitely not small. Your speed of breaking through is quite fast, Lu Chen said with a smile.
Contracting a third beast? Of course, you can.
Yang Qing's expression was complex. He thought that breaking through from extraordinary to starry level in just over half a month was already quite fast. However, Lu Chen's evaluation was merely not slow. When Yang Qing looked over at Li Rui not far away, he suddenly felt it was only natural. He was extremely certain that before Li Rui became a shop assistant, she was probably just an awakened-level beast master, yet she was much more dazzling than he had been at that time. Especially the blood-red aura emanating from Li Rui made Yang Qing feel an immense pressure. This was the suppression of beast mastery talent. It meant that Li Rui's beast mastery talent was many times higher than Yang Qing's. A genius like this is just a shop assistant. What right do I have to be proud? Yang Qing shook his head, and his expression immediately became resolute. When Lu Chen took out a transparent container, Yang Qing immediately leaned in to examine it closely, his expression slightly astonished. Inside the container was a dim soul, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Yang Qing recognized it. This soul was a weak existence comparable to a little skeleton among necromantic pets. A wandering soul. Despite his surprise, Yang Qing did not dare to show any contempt. Having risen with the little skeleton, how could he look down on a wandering soul that was on par with it? The Eye of Data activated immediately. Wandering Soul, Attribute, Necromancy, Level, Awakening Stage 1, Potential, Awakening Stage 3, Talent, Soul Devour, a special growth-type talent that can infinitely enhance itself by devouring souls. Devouring souls can level up, increase potential, and comprehend and enhance skills. Skill 1. Soul Transformation, Status, Healthy, Uncontracted. Looking at the data of the Wandering Soul, Yang Qing immediately became excited. It actually has a growth-type talent comparable to Slaughter. Yang Qing was incredibly shocked, thinking, if I contract the Wandering Soul, when the little skeleton kills, the dead souls can be completely devoured by the Wandering Soul, maximizing resource utilization. Realizing this, Yang Qing showed an expression of immense gratitude. He could clearly understand that this exceptionally special Wandering Soul was surely prepared for him by Lu Chen. The soul-devoured talent of the Wandering Soul could perfectly combine with the slaughter talent of the little skeleton, allowing Yang Qing to break through realms at an even faster rate.
Shopkeeper, Yang Qing said immediately, please name your price.
A fair price, 3 million, Lu Chen said casually.
Yang Qing took a deep breath.
With the experience of contracting the little skeleton, he knew that a price of 3 million was practically like giving it away for free, making him even more grateful to Lu Chen. He directly swiped his card for payment. He immediately formed a beast mastery contract with the Wandering Soul.
After putting away the Wandering Soul, Yang Qing's expression became serious, saying, Shopkeeper, do you have services for nurturing pets?
Yes,
Lu Chen nodded and smiled. Are you asking me to help nurture your initial pet?
I can't hide anything from the shopkeeper. Yang Qing smiled, summoning his initial pet, the dream bug, and said solemnly, this dream bug is my initial pet, which I obtained through the Sss-Level talent eye of data.
It seems to have a trace of the ancient fierce beast dream butterfly bloodline.
However, no matter how I nurture it, I cannot awaken that trace of ancient bloodline. Lu Chen took a look and found that the dream bug was only at the extraordinary 10th stage, with potential only at the starry 10th stage. Although it was obtained through a lucky find, being Yang Qing's initial pet, its potential naturally wouldn't be very high. As for the ancient fierce beast dream butterfly, Lu Chen had heard of it. It was a powerful beast from ancient times on Blue Star, reaching the 6th stage of the sun when fully grown. For Yang Qing, who had been an awakened level beast master at that time, obtaining a pet with the bloodline of the dream butterfly was indeed something to boast about.
However, Lu Chen frowned slightly and said, Dream butterfly? Such a bloodline is really too weak.
Yang Qing, who had initially felt a bit proud, was instantly taken aback and found himself unable to utter any rebuttal. The dream butterfly of the 6th level of the adult calendar was probably nothing to Lu Chen. I would appreciate your guidance, manager, Yang Qing said respectfully, bowing slightly. He had long come to a realization. In front of this young manager, any so-called pride was meaningless. You have now contracted the little skeleton and the wandering soul, both of which are of the necromancy type, with talents of slaughter and soul devouring respectively. Even if you evolve the dream bug into a psychic dream butterfly, its help to you will be minimal. Lu Chen said slowly, as the little skeleton and the wandering soul continue to grow stronger, the dream butterfly will eventually be unable to keep up with your pace and will ultimately be eliminated by you. The only correct training path is to evolve the dream bug into a form that fits your current beast taming system.
Upon hearing this, Yang Qing's expression changed dramatically.
He stared blankly at his initial pet, the dream bug. It was a bug with a phantom-like body, looking somewhat ugly and seemingly weak. However, as his initial pet, the dream bug had accompanied Yang Qing for several years, and they had developed a deep bond. Yang Qing's voice trembled slightly as he said, Manager, do you mean
to cultivate the dream bug into a necromancy-type pet?
That's right,
Lu Chen replied calmly. Whether to cultivate it this way is entirely up to your will.
Of course, if you want to evolve it into a dream butterfly, I have no objections and will still help you. He looked at Yang Qing, his gaze scrutinizing. What he said was certainly not false. No matter how it was cultivated, it posed no difficulty for him. However, if Yang Qing did not choose the best cultivation path, his evaluation in Lu Chen's heart would naturally be greatly diminished.
A necromancy cultivation path?
Yang Qing looked at the dream bug with trembling eyes, revealing immense struggle.
Necromancy.
It was not just a property. It represented true death. For example, the most famous beast of the necromancy type, the bone dragon, is a dragon that was born after death, infused with necromantic energy. The little skeleton was even more special, being a necromancy type pet born from the death of a human child, also infused with necromantic energy. As for the wandering soul, it is a necromancy that arises from the death of the weakest forms of life.
Both the little skeleton and the wandering soul are commonplace in the necromancy realm.
To cultivate the dream bug into a necromancy-type pet means that the dream bug must be killed once.
For any beast tamer, this is an extremely difficult choice.
Manager, Yang Qing struggled for a long time, seemingly making a decision, and said decisively, please cultivate the dream bug into a necromancy type. Then you can begin, Lu Chen said calmly. He scrutinized Yang Qing, feeling somewhat emotional.
Yang Qing's talent was indeed a bit too low.
From a social perspective, the C-level talent data I could indeed rival B-level talent, easily picking up highly potential pet cubs.
For Lu Chen, a C-level talent, no matter how special, was still just C-level.
The key point was that Yang Qing's beast taming talent, data I, had too low a compatibility with the little skeleton and the wandering soul, lacking any combat power. Once the dream bug was cultivated into a dream butterfly, it would be difficult for Yang Qing's beast taming talent to undergo any transformation, essentially wasting the special growth talents of the little skeleton and the wandering soul.
Only by specializing in necromancy could Yang Qing find his only way out.
Even if a necromancy life has died once, it still falls within the realm of living beings. Yang Qing's heart trembled, thinking, it's just a cultivation path. The dream bug can be cultivated to become even stronger. There's nothing to regret.
Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind.
Yang Qing's hands trembled violently, but he finally took the necromantic blade formed by the little skeleton. Under the dream bug's innocent gaze, he aimed to pierce through the dream bug's head.
The anticipated contract rupture did not occur.
Yang Qing felt a bit dazed. He couldn't even be sure if he had personally slain the dream bug. In an instant, he was shocked to discover that the figure of the dream bug had already vanished.
A very good determination, Lu Chen said calmly.
Now, the dream bug has two evolutionary paths. The first, to evolve into the soul-splitting butterfly. The second, to evolve into the death-directing moth. Lu Chen looked at Yang Chang with great interest and said, "Choose." Yang Qing couldn't help but be stunned. Soul-splitting butterfly? Death-directing moth? Both were terrifying existences in the realm of the undead. Among them, the soul-splitting butterfly could split souls, creating countless soul avatars, forming a tide of soul butterflies. As far as Yang Qing knew, 300 years ago, the entrance to the realm of the undead had opened once in the Divine Eagle Kingdom, where a king-level soul-splitting butterfly transformed into countless soul butterfly beasts, slaughtering half of the Divine Eagle Kingdom. A large number of king-level beast tamers took action but were utterly helpless. As long as the soul-splitting butterfly had even one soul butterfly avatar left, it would never fall. In the end, a sovereign-level dragon tamer had to intervene to completely annihilate that soul-splitting butterfly. As for the death-directing moth, it was equally comparable to the soul-splitting butterfly, but it belonged to a completely different direction, focusing on single-target annihilation. Below the same level, if one could not withstand the gaze of the death-directing moth, they would instantly perish.
You want me to make a choice?
Yang Qing's emotions were complex, and he thought to himself, no wonder the shopkeeper said that the dream butterfly with a potential of 6 stars is too weak. Compared to the soul-splitting butterfly and the death-directing moth, the so-called dream butterfly can only become food. It's truly ridiculous that I felt so pleased to have picked up the dream bug, possessing a trace of the dream butterfly's bloodline.
Unbeknownst to him, Yang Qing's temperament seemed to undergo a transformation. He pondered seriously and finally said, I choose the death-directing moth.
Oh,
Lu Chen said with great interest, tell me your reason.
I have already contracted with the Wandering Soul, which has the growth-type talent Soul Devour. Its future growth path is, after all, a combination of the undead system and the mental system.
Although the soul-splitting butterfly is extraordinary, its growth path overlaps with that of the Wandering Soul.
Yang Qing said solemnly, in comparison, the death-directing moth is purely an undead system and dark system beast, which can complement the Wandering Soul and the little skeleton to form a tactical system. A good reason, Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Then, he opened his palm, revealing a pitch-black moth resting in his hand.
Yang Qing's heart trembled violently, and his data eye instinctively activated.
The data of this pitch-black moth surged into his mind. Death-directing moth, attributes, undead system, dark system, level, starry 10 stage, potential, king 10 stage, talent, death fear. Any living being that suffers an attack will uncontrollably immerse in the fear of death until true death arrives.
Skills, 1. Dark death eyes, 2. Pitch black wings, 3. Dark spirit cocoon, 4. Ultimate darkness upgrade, status, healthy, uncontracted, the realm directly elevated to starry 10 stage, and its potential actually reached king 10 stage? Is this the legendary death-directing moth? Yang Qing felt an immense shock. He looked at this pitch-black moth, unable to connect it with the dream bug he could contract. The difference was like heaven and earth. It is said that beasts with king-level potential have a chance to gain the favor of the domain will, thus awakening a special talent. I didn't expect the death-directing moth to also possess a special talent called death fear. Yang Qing's gaze trembled slightly, thinking, letting enemies perish in fear? Unlike growth-type talents, this is actually a combat-type talent.
Although it cannot be compared to growth-type talents, it is still incredibly powerful, enough to give the death-directing moth nearly invincible combat power at the same level. Yang Qing had also investigated and understood the uniqueness of growth-type talents, which were fundamentally incomparable to ordinary special talents. Naturally, he would not expect that the death-directing moth, while possessing higher potential, would also have a growth-type talent. The death-directing moth flew to Yang Qing's side and landed directly on his head. Yang Qing's expression was complex. In the end, he did not ask whether the knife had completed the transformation into the necromancy system but instead looked solemnly at Lu Chen and said, Manager, please name your price. Our store does not set a fixed price for cultivation, Lu Chen said casually.
Customers can offer any price, as long as it is not less than 10 million. Yang Qing was slightly taken aback. They actually allowed customers to set their own prices? 10 million? He felt a bit lost. If he could cultivate a pet beast to the potential of a king level at just 10 million, the threshold of the mythical pet store would surely be broken by many families,
completely becoming a channel for large families to cultivate pet beasts, right? If I were to cultivate it, even if I purchased precious resources worth $1 billion, I absolutely could not cultivate the dream bug into a death-directing moth.
Yang Qing thought deeply. Just the price of a death-directing moth cub is at least worth $1 billion. Not to mention that the death-directing moth is ultimately cultivated from my initial pet beast. If I offer too low a price, it would be an insult to the manager. With this thought, Yang Qing felt somewhat embarrassed. Even though he was young and accomplished, it was only in comparison to those in their 20s and the extraordinary and stellar level beast tamers. Yang Qing's bank card balance was still less than 100 million. It was only over 80 million. Only paying 80 million?
Yang Qing hesitated, as if making some kind of decision, and said seriously, "Manager, I am prepared to pay in two forms. First, I will pay 80 million in cash, and then I will transfer my large pet store to you."
Is that acceptable? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Yang Qing actually wanted to transfer the pet store?
According to his understanding, the large pet store under Yang Qing's name had been completely purchased, and its valuation was probably close to 100 million.
180 million? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Of course, that works."
The base price for cultivation was 10 million, and with Yang Qing paying 80 million, it exceeded the baseline. As for the large pet store, it was undoubtedly an unexpected gain. Although this large pet store was the only asset under Yang Qing's name, Lu Chen accepted it without any psychological burden. Yang Qing had contracted the little skeleton, the wandering soul, and the death-directing moth, which would inevitably grow through slaughter. This large pet store was merely a burden for Yang Qing. For Lu Chen, however, this large pet store could become a branch of the mythical pet store, thus achieving a system accomplishment and obtaining rewards. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Lu Chen shook his head and chuckled, thinking, the mythical pet store has been operating for almost a month now. Is it finally going to open a branch? As Yang Qing's payment was received, Lu Chen's system points finally broke 10,000 points, 10,800. I finally broke through 10,000 points. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, thinking, with over 10,000 points, even if it's a cub with demigod level potential, I can carefully select it without having to choose among cubs with demigod first level potential. Immediately after, Yang Cheng went out for a while and returned with many documents, signing the transfer contract with Lu Chen. Achievement unlocked. Own the first branch of a pet store. Reward, random red star level resource. Claim reward? Yes/no. Claim it directly. Lu Chen said immediately. Expectation appeared in his eyes. Ever since he obtained the Dark Prison Dragon Essence, Lu Chen had deeply understood that the random red star level reward had a chance to yield precious resources worth thousands of points. You have obtained the Crimson Star level resource Qinglian Sacred Fire. Qinglian Sacred Fire, a Crimson Star level resource, it is a powerful that can only be born in the depths of the Blue Star's core within the Qinglian Secret Realm, taking the form of a Qinglian and containing the utmost sacred meaning.
Lu Chen was taken aback. In the Blue Star rankings, the first is the Stellar True Flame, the second is the Tsungtian Purple Flame, and the third is the Qinglian Sacred Fire. I actually obtained the Qinglian Sacred Fire, which ranks third on the list. The price of the Qinglian Sacred Fire in the system mall is 900 points, not much less than the Stellar True Flame and the Tsungtian Purple Flame. Lu Chen took a deep breath and thought, with this, I have gathered all three that rank in the top 3 of the Blue Star list. The 3 that rank in the top 3 of the Blue Star list are all at least comparable to an SS-level Beast Master talent. Lu Chen could easily foresee that after the Purple Flame Emperor bird fused with the Qinglian Sacred Fire, it would become even more powerful. The Blue Star list is a ranking passed down from the previous era. The top 3, Stellar True Flame, Tsungtian Purple Flame, and Qinglian Sacred Fire, are all Crimson Star level, far stronger than the 4th-ranked Ultimate Evil Flame. Lu Chen pondered slightly and thought, is there some connection between these 3 strongest of the Blue Star? If the Purple Flame Emperor bird completely fuses these 3, could it create an entirely new Supreme? The Blue Star list has existed since ancient times. It is said that the original Blue Star list, as well as the list, were all created by a god-level Beast Master before the Endless Era. After creating the various lists of the Blue Star, that god-level Beast Master was not satisfied and directly traveled to the realms outside the Blue Star, walking invincibly for many years, ultimately creating the list of the various realms, and hanging them high in the sky. As long as one looks up at the sky, even an ordinary person can directly know the contents of the lists. Until the end of the era, however, many lists disappeared. Some speculate that the fall of that god-level Beast Master led to the demise of the lists. Lu Chen, however, knew that the Beast Master Empire of the previous era had already reached a conclusion regarding the disappearance of the lists. The many lists hanging high in the sky are actually a ritual for cultivating myth-level beasts. Lu Chen thought for a moment, feeling an immense shock, and thought,
countless beings look up at the various realm lists, and the most fundamental spiritual power continuously gathers invisibly, ultimately allowing the various realm lists to undergo transformation, even giving birth to a soul. The inherited memories recorded that the various realm lists transformed into a special life called Realm List, possessing terrifying abilities to control all elements, and were ultimately contracted by that god-level beast master, becoming true mythological beings. With the end of that era, the realm list completely vanished. Even that god-level beast master, who suppressed an entire era, could only become history for future generations to admire. The many lists of the current era were all summarized later. Through the long passage of time, the Blue Star list underwent many modifications, with many powerful completely disappearing, while more quietly emerged between heaven and earth. However, that in the top 3 has never changed. The true form of the Purple Flame Emperor bird is the Tsangtian Purple Flame, which is the second on the list, and it has also refined the first on the list, the Stellar True Flame. These two terrifying, however, have not completely fused. Entangled with each other, they are instead clearly distinct.
It seems they cannot coexist, repelling each other.
If I'm not mistaken, as long as I completely refine the Qinglian Sacred Fire, the 3 Crimson Star level will achieve some kind of balance and begin to fuse.
Lu Chen's eyes brightened. The experience of a 7-star level cultivator is not to be underestimated.
Although there are no precedents to refer to, Lu Chen can still deduce the possibility of the complete fusion of the 3 based on his analysis of their characteristics. As Yang Qing departed, Lu Chen's consciousness sank directly into the Beast Master space. Within the vastly expanded Beast Master space, the Purple Flame Emperor bird was resting atop the ancient life tree, appearing somewhat lazy. However, Lu Chen knew that the Purple Flame Emperor bird could extract various memories from the exotic fire. Whenever the Purple Flame Emperor bird was in a resting state, it was actually analyzing the uses of the, which could be considered a unique form of cultivation.
As an elemental life form, the Purple Flame Emperor bird's life form was already incredibly special.
If it weren't for the world-destroying demon dragon evolving into the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, the Purple Flame Emperor bird would still hold the top position among the contracted beasts of Lu Chen. Chirp! The Purple Flame Emperor bird sensed Lu Chen's consciousness and immediately woke from its rest, soaring straight into the sky thousands of meters high. Its purple wings were distinctly feathered, faintly shimmering with a sun-like golden hue. Lu Chen keenly noticed that the golden red and deep purple were not in a perfectly compatible state. If the Azure Sky Purple Flame and the Stellar True Flame could completely merge, the potential of the Purple Flame Emperor bird could at least be raised to the 7th rank of the Holy Spirit, right?
Lu Chen pondered slightly, then his thoughts shifted.
A blue fire lotus slowly descended, hovering in the high sky, gently rotating.
If the 3 strongest could merge into the Purple Flame Emperor bird's original, to what level would its potential rise? The 8th rank of the Holy Spirit? Or the 9th rank of the Holy Spirit? Lu Chen was very much looking forward to it.
Chirp! The Purple Flame Emperor bird sensed Lu Chen's thoughts and immediately let out a clear cry, swallowing the Azure Lotus Sacred Fire into its belly. As the Azure Lotus Sacred Fire entered its belly, deep purple and golden red flames suddenly ignited on the Purple Flame Emperor bird, intertwining yet repelling each other, almost tearing the bird's body apart.
Boom!
A blue fire lotus quietly appeared. This sacred fire lotus unexpectedly resolved the repulsion between the Stellar True Flame and the Azure Sky Purple Flame in silence.
The fusion has begun. Lu Chen was immensely delighted, thinking, my guess was indeed correct.
As long as the Azure Lotus Sacred Fire is added, the most stable structure can be formed. In this way, the repulsion between the Stellar True Flame and the Azure Sky Purple Flame will disappear. The complete fusion of the 3 red star level will undoubtedly result in an incredibly terrifying power. Chirp! The Purple Flame Emperor bird let out a cry, and Boundless transformed into a sea of purgatory flames, surrounding the Purple Flame Emperor bird. The Azure Sky Purple Flame, Stellar True Flame, and Azure Lotus Sacred Fire continuously circled and flowed around, as if paint was being poured, causing the base colors of the Purple Flame Emperor bird to constantly change between deep purple, golden red, and indigo.
This is evolution.
Lu Chen's eyes gradually brightened, thinking, in this case, as long as I wait for the complete fusion of the 3, the Purple Flame Emperor bird will evolve into a brand new life form. To ensure the smooth evolution of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, Lu Chen's consciousness remained focused within the Beast Master space. Even the Dark Prison Demon Dragon and the Ancient Life Tree were keeping a close watch, guarding against any unexpected occurrences.
Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day.
Lu Chen remained attentive to the Beast Master space. The fusion of the Stellar True Flame, Azure Sky Purple Flame, and Azure Lotus Sacred Fire was progressing smoothly, but the speed of fusion was not fast. The 3 red star levels seemed to be vying for dominance. The Stellar True Flame represented the sun's intensity, while the azure sky purple flame symbolized the fury of the blue star's will.
Even the third-ranked azure lotus sacred fire was a mimetic flame born from the earth's crust, but that ultimately gained dominance would greatly determine the life form of the purple flame emperor bird after its evolution. The three-way competition, each vying for dominance, I wonder how much time it will consume. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, but his pitch-black eyes suddenly became sharp, calmly saying, Stellar True Flame? Azure Sky Purple Flame? Azure Lotus Sacred Fire? Do you want to occupy the dominant position of the final? You are still not qualified. As the thought descended, above the beast master space, a wisp of deep purple quietly appeared. This flame, seemingly insignificant and gently swaying as if it could extinguish at any moment, emanated a terrifying aura that even gods would tremble before. It was the Sss-Level talent, God-slaying heavenly fire. With the God-slaying heavenly fire joining the battle, the azure lotus sacred fire immediately expressed its submission, transforming into a pale blue lotus flower, humbly bearing the God-slaying heavenly fire. The celestial purple flame hesitated for just a moment before circling around the God-slaying heavenly fire, actively embracing it and quietly merging into it. Even the proud and blazing true sun flame, like a star, could only submit before the God-slaying heavenly fire. The true sun flame, carrying the azure lotus sacred fire, followed the steps of the celestial purple flame, centering around the God-slaying heavenly fire, as if guarding a deity. A brand new flame was being constructed. After a night of vying for dominance, the three had nearly harmonized, on the verge of complete fusion. The strong suppression of the God-slaying heavenly fire was undoubtedly the final opportunity. This wisp of God-slaying heavenly fire, although not the most original flame, is more than enough to suppress the three red star level. Lu Chen looked at the three, circling around the God-slaying heavenly fire as they ultimately fused, and couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Boom! As the fusion completed, a shimmering with purple gold quietly condensed. If the true sun flame, celestial purple flame, and azure lotus sacred fire all belonged to the category of red star level, the quietly born purple gold had reached the pinnacle of red star level. Vaguely, it seemed to have stepped into the threshold of the showdown level. Screech! This purple gold suddenly grew wings, transforming into a noble phoenix, soaring into the sky. Endless purple gold flames rained down, seemingly celebrating the birth of the noble phoenix. Potential at Holy Spirit level 10? Lu Chen was taken aback, secretly thinking, as expected of the fusion of the three strongest on Blue Star, combined with a trace of the original Sss-Level God-slaying heavenly fire, it directly formed a qualitative change, raising its potential from Holy Spirit level 5 to Holy Spirit level 10. The beast you contracted, Purple Flame Emperor Bird, has successfully evolved into Heavenly Fire Phoenix, with potential raised to Holy Spirit level 10. The talent Purple Flame has evolved into Heavenly Fire. The Red Star level skill Purple Flame domain has transformed into the Xianyao level skill Heavenly Fire domain. Heavenly Fire, centered around a wisp of God-slaying Heavenly Fire, fused with True Sun Flame, Celestial Purple Flame, and Azure Lotus Sacred Fire, the Xianyao level Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire is born, containing 4 characteristics: slaying, fury, destruction, and sanctity. It surpasses all flames, capable of absorbing and refining all, infinitely strengthening itself. Heavenly Fire Domain, a Xianyao level skill, creating an endless burning domain with Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire, capable of suppressing and incinerating all enemies within the domain. The system prompt arrived. Heavenly Fire Phoenix? Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire? Lu Chen felt an immense shock, secretly thinking, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird evolving into the Heavenly Fire Phoenix is undoubtedly a fundamental evolution, constructing the elemental life from the original, directly transforming from Celestial Purple Flame into the Xianyao level Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire. Using the Xianyao level Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire as the source of life, the form of the Heavenly Fire Phoenix was constructed, with the potential level directly reaching the astonishing Holy Spirit level 10. Slaying, fury, destruction, sanctity, it actually possesses 4 completely different characteristics? Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the after-fusion evolution, it truly differed from the born naturally. The naturally born between heaven and earth usually only possesses 1 characteristic. The celestial purple flame represents ultimate destruction, while the true sun flame and azure lotus sacred fire represent the most terrifying fury and the most gentle sanctity, as if they were 2 extremes. No wonder the sacred fire of the blue lotus can neutralize the true flame of the stars and the purple flame of the sky. The sacred fire is the most gentle, which can soothe the destructive and violent intentions of these 2. Lu Chen suddenly had some understanding and thought to himself, the Imperial Yuan Heavenly Fire, however, has fused the 3 characteristics of the true flame of the stars, the purple flame of the sky, and the sacred fire of the blue lotus,
and has also acquired a trace of the ultimate killing characteristic of the god-slaying heavenly fire.
The god-slaying heavenly fire, but it is an SSS-level beast master talent.
In Lu Chen's view, the level of the god-slaying heavenly fire is definitely far beyond the Xianya level. Even if it only acquires a trace of the killing characteristic, it is enough to make the lethality of the Imperial Yuan heavenly fire reach an incredibly terrifying level. What surprised Lu Chen even more was that after the purple flame emperor bird evolved into the heavenly fire Yuan bird, it actually caused a red star level skill to directly transform into the Xianya level.
Xianya level skill, heavenly fire domain.
It is still a domain skill, and the reason for the transformation is very simple. That constitutes the domain has evolved from its very source. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, thinking, a domain formed by the purple flame of the sky can only be considered red star level.
If it is constructed with the Imperial Yuan heavenly fire, it is truly Xianya level.
Whether it is the power of suppression or the ability to burn, both have increased many times.
Lu Chen was undoubtedly very satisfied with the evolved form of the heavenly fire Yuan bird.
Caw! The heavenly fire Yuan bird let out a clear cry.
It seemed to sense something.
Its clear gaze gathered in the air above the nurturing space. A wisp of crimson fire quietly hovered above. This wisp of flame looked incredibly ordinary, like a handful of dry grass ignited, producing a wisp of mundane fire, with even the color being the most common red. Yet, as this wisp of crimson flame swayed slightly, it seemed to contain two extremely extreme and terrifying powers.
This is actually the primordial fire that existed in the world before the birth of the realms.
Lu Chen exclaimed in shock. The first wisp of flame ignited, leading to the birth of civilization. This is the primordial fire of civilization. At the same time, it is also the fire of end that destroys everything.
This is the legendary original divine fire. With the blue star as the core, numerous realms surround it. Among them is the source realm of Endless, named Flame Realm.
The top 10 on the ranking are all located within the Flame Realm. The original divine fire ranks first on the ranking and is also the source that constitutes the Flame Realm, representing the world will of the Flame Realm. Whether it is the Flame Realm or the original divine fire, both are external manifestations of the laws of fire.
Is the original divine fire descending?
Lu Chen suddenly realized, thinking, it seems that the evolved heavenly fire Yuan bird has gained the recognition of the laws of fire and is about to be granted a true name. The heavenly fire Yuan bird was slightly stunned, receiving many inherited memories transmitted by the original divine fire, with the last wisp of thought from the original divine fire echoing in its mind.
Your name is Xylan.
As the thought was conveyed, the original divine fire vanished in an instant. A wisp of law power quietly merged into the body of the heavenly fire Yuan bird.
Boom!
The realm of the heavenly fire Yuan bird suddenly broke through. Lu Chen was not surprised and immediately operated the Imperial Star Refinement method to assist the heavenly fire Yuan bird in breaking through to the daylight level. The foundation of the heavenly fire Yuan bird still had not been exhausted.
Daylight Tier 3, Daylight Tier 5. Finally, it settled at Daylight Tier 7.
Although it was not as good as the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon, which directly broke through to Daylight Tier 10, the Daylight Tier 7 realm of the Heavenly Fire Yuan bird still made Lu Chen extremely delighted. In terms of combat power, it would not be much inferior. The beast you contracted, Heavenly Fire Yuan bird, has successfully broken through to the Daylight level and comprehended the Xianya level skill Imperial Void Flame. Imperial Void Flame, Xianya level skill, inheriting the will of the Emperor, can transform the source into Void Flame form, directly destroying the enemy's soul.
Xianya level skill Emperor's Void Flame can actually directly transform the form of the original, turning it into Emperor Yuan's Void Flame to directly attack the enemy's soul? Lu Chen was incredibly shocked, thinking to himself, a skill of this level is simply unheard of.
In this way, the original of the Tianhua Luan bird has two forms, namely Emperor Yuan's Heavenly Fire and
Emperor Yuan's Void Flame. He couldn't help but marvel.
Truly, it is a Xianya level skill, powerful to the extreme. If transformed into the Emperor's Void Flame form, it wouldn't just affect the original, all the effects of the Tianhua Luan bird's skills would change accordingly. It can no longer interfere with reality, but it will perform the most extreme burning on all souls. Tianhua Luan bird, Xylan, attributes, fire, elemental, level, day star level 7, potential, Holy Spirit level 10, talent, 1,
flame spirit, 2, emperor bird, 3, heavenly fire, skills, 1, purple flame reverse feather, 2, flame soul, 3, flame burial, 4, true form of the flame bird, 5, heavenly flame pilgrimage, 6, miniature star, 7, heavenly fire domain, 8, emperor's void flame, status, very healthy, already contracted. The attributes of the Tianhua Luan bird appeared before his eyes. Realm at day star level 7, potential at Holy Spirit level 10. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, thinking, a total of 8 skills, among which 6 are red star level. Moreover, it possesses 2 Xianya level skills. The evolved Tianhua Luan bird Xylan undoubtedly possesses extremely powerful strength. Xylan, Lu Chen called out. Chirp! The Tianhua Luan bird responded softly. As an elemental life born from, the true name of the Tianhua Luan bird can only be granted by the laws of fire, representing the recognition of the fire laws. From now on, the Tianhua Luan bird's control over fire will reach another realm, even being able to directly mobilize the power of the fire laws. Except for a very few special lives, to obtain a true name, one must at least have demigod level potential. Lu Chen pondered slightly and chuckled. The dark prison demon dragon, the ancient tree of life, and the Tianhua Luan bird are undoubtedly all within this category of special lives. As the nurturing space faded, the Tianhua Luan bird Xylan reappeared in the Beast Master space, resting on the crown of the ancient tree of life, like a phoenix perched on a phoenix tree, exuding a sense of beauty. Roar! The dark prison demon dragon Noel, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the Tianhua Luan bird, suddenly realized that perhaps the strength of the Tianhua Luan bird was not much inferior to his own. Noel couldn't help but feel helpless. How long had it been since he evolved into the dark prison demon dragon? The Tianhua Luan bird had already caught up. Chirp! The Tianhua Luan bird slightly opened its eyes, elegantly raised its head, glanced at the dark prison demon dragon, and then fell back into slumber. Xylan had absorbed too many inherited memories, all from the original divine fire, representing the ultimate way of using fire. If all the inherited memories were comprehended, it would mean that Xylan had truly stepped into the realm of the divine. Even if it was just a first step, it was enough to elevate the potential level of the Tianhua Luan bird from Holy Spirit level 10 to true demigod level. Roar! The dark prison demon dragon snorted. I, Noel, am the most hardworking. The dark prison demon dragon was also immersed in the comprehension of the laws of darkness, but focused on practice. The boundless darkness spread in the corners of the Beast Master space, and the dark prison demon dragon was completely lost in it. In the mythical pet shop, it's almost time for the first auction of the Magic Capital's top trading company. Lu Chen glanced at the time, thinking, as long as I sell one more pet cub, I can complete the next stage of the achievement task. Is it too late? He couldn't help but sigh. Just as Lu Chen was about to go out, a boy ran towards him, panting heavily. Jiang Hao stood at the entrance of the mythical pet shop, his expression somewhat hesitant. Dingling, are you sure this pet shop can sell me a pet cub that can change my fate? Jiang Hao was quite reluctant, secretly thinking, over the years, I've been frugal, working every day, barely eating enough and not dressing warmly. I even sold the house my father left me just to scrape together over 10 million. Are you sure you want me to come to this pet shop to buy an initial pet? You know nothing. In Jiang Hao's mind, an ancient little tripod kept spinning, conveying a very crude thought. In the last era, I was a top-tier beast master at the 10th level, and a 6-star refiner. Would I lie to you? Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Hao felt helpless. Ever since awakening his beast master talent, he had discovered the little tripod residing in his mind, along with the incomplete soul within it, which he called Dingling. Jiang Hao had heard Dingling's words so often that his ears felt calloused, and he said somewhat exasperatedly, how can you be sure that as long as I can buy a pet at this shop, I can change my fate? I just awakened an F-level beast master talent. Every time Jiang Hao thought of his F-level beast master talent, he couldn't help but feel sad. Back in school, he had always fantasized about being a prodigy, yet he had only awakened an F-level talent called Black Iron. The effect of the Black Iron talent was very simple. It allowed the contracted pet to be covered with a layer of pitch black iron skin made of the metal component iron. With the strength of metal iron, what use was just a layer of iron skin? A pet that had awakened to the 6th level could easily break through that iron skin's protection. This meant that Jiang Hao's F-level beast master talent Black Iron would be completely useless against enemies who had awakened to the 6th level or above. After the college entrance examination, although Jiang Hao discovered the existence of the little tripod and communicated with Dingling, he still directly enrolled in the 6th Vocational School of Magic City to study automotive repair. Recently, after browsing the forum of Magic University out of curiosity, Dingling, who had originally given up on Jiang Hao, suddenly became active again, using various means to persuade Jiang Hao, claiming that as long as he could buy an initial pet at the mythical pet shop, he would definitely change his fate. Naturally, Jiang Hao did not listen, but Dingling bluntly stated that if he couldn't change his fate, Dingling would leave Jiang Hao's mind, which made Jiang Hao change his mind. Dingling, maybe we should just forget it. Jiang Hao hesitated, thinking, with my F-level Black Iron talent, I can still have a promising future in automotive repair. I shouldn't have to worry about employment after graduation. Just think, I still have over 10 million, and when I leave Magic City for a small town, I can live quite comfortably. Why must I become a beast master? You're confused.
Dingling exploded with rage, saying, "Do you know that I have pointed you towards a clear path?
Don't you want to know why?
I'll tell you, if I'm not mistaken, the owner of this pet shop should also be someone who fell into a deep sleep after the last era ended and eventually woke up.
Most importantly,
That person is very likely a top-tier breeder."
top-tier breeder? Is that impressive?
Jiang Hao asked, somewhat bewildered.
You really are ignorant.
Dingling mocked, "Any top-tier breeder holds a status comparable to a Holy Spirit-level beast master.
Even I can only look up to them.
You, a waste with an F-level talent, if you can gain the favor of a top-tier breeder, how hard can it be to change your fate?"
Damn, comparable to a Holy Spirit level?
Jiang Hao took a deep breath, feeling incredibly shocked, and said, "Alright, I'll believe you this once."
Stupid kid, hurry up and go in. Remember, you must not offend them, or I can't protect you.
Dingling urged. He actually had one more thing to say, which is that the manager of the mythical pet shop is definitely not an ordinary person, even among top breeders. At least, in the last era, Dingling had never heard of anyone being able to make trash pets like slimes, cotton bugs, and fire chickens gain the favor of the domain will, or even precisely awaken special growth-type talents.
Phew.
Jiang Hao took a deep breath and stepped through the door of the mythical pet shop. Coming towards him was a tall and handsome young man, who was a whole head taller than Jiang Hao, and with his good looks, it made Jiang Hao feel a sense of inferiority.
Are you the manager of this pet shop?
Jiang Hao quickly asked. "I want to buy an initial pet, is that possible?"
Of course. Lu Chen looked at him with interest and said, "Can you explain your needs for the initial pet?"
Jiang Hao rubbed his forehead, the little ding in his mind was spinning wildly and trembling continuously.
Crazy, I've been discovered. What kind of existence is this manager? I thought with my concealment ability, I wouldn't be found out, but he noticed me instantly.
Dingling panicked. "Damn it, if I had known, I would have let you rot in vocational school, I would never have let you come here."
It's over. He won't pull me out and refine me into a soul servant, right?
"There's a king-level black dragon soul servant right at the entrance of this pet shop. I don't want to be stuck with that black dragon."
You mean, this manager can threaten you?
Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, thinking, what if I tell this manager about your existence?
I advise you not to.
Dingling calmed down and snorted. The existence that has survived to this day from the last era is not to be trifled with, and although he has discovered my presence, he doesn't seem to have any intention of interfering.
Even if you tell him, it probably won't matter. What do you mean he doesn't want to interfere? I bet, this manager doesn't even care about you.
Jiang Hao said mercilessly, what's so great about a broken ding?
Hurry up and answer his question.
Dingling was too lazy to respond and said, this manager is unfathomable. If you can gain his favor, even if you have a trash F-level talent, it would be easy to reverse your fate.
You'd better seize this opportunity.
Jiang Hao knew that Dingling's words were almost the truth. After all, he had never seen Dingling so flustered and couldn't imagine the situation of being discovered. He quickly collected his thoughts and looked at the young manager seriously, saying, I awakened the F-level beast taming talent Black Iron, so I want to contract a metal-type cub as my initial pet.
Is that okay? F-level? Interesting. Lu Chen chuckled lightly.
He had naturally noticed Dingling's presence, which was an extremely precious purple crystal-level beast tool. Something that could only be crafted by at least a 7-star blacksmith. A beast tool is a weapon used by beast tamers, providing varying degrees of enhancement to their pets and can even be directly used in battle. A purple crystal-level beast tool could even allow a 10th-tier overlord pet to possess strength comparable to a 1st-tier holy spirit. In terms of status, blacksmiths are considerably lower than breeders, but they should not be underestimated. There is also a section for beast tools in the system mall, but it has not yet been opened. Even if it were opened, Lu Chen did not plan to exchange for a beast tool for the time being, as the pets he contracted were constantly growing stronger, and even if he exchanged for a beast tool, it wouldn't be long before he would need to update it. This purple crystal-level beast tool Little Ding actually has Dingling's presence. It must have been crafted by a 6-star blacksmith, using his own beast space and even his soul as a sacrifice, transforming himself into a tool spirit, and ultimately refining it.
Lu Chen pondered slightly and saw through Dingling's details. It's just a purple crystal-level spirit tool, and it even has a spirit.
Although it has the potential to transform into a pet beast, Lu Chen isn't interested at all and has no intention of interfering. He just finds it amusing.
So it has recognized an F-level talent awakened beast master as its owner? He couldn't help but smile. Amusing? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. It's over, he's mocking me. Damn it, I don't want to be this pathetic either, and now I've entered the mind of an F-level talent beast master. My life is completely over. Even among all the slumbering beings of the last era, I must be the one who fared the worst, right? I don't want to live anymore.
The spirit of the cauldron was on the verge of tears. Lu Chen glanced at Jiang Hao, then took out a transparent container and placed it on the long table. The spirit of the cauldron quickly said, "This transparent container must contain the young pet beast cultivated by this top-tier breeder."
Jiang Hao nodded and hurried over.
This. Jiang Hao was utterly astonished and blurted out, "This is just an ordinary stone."
"Is this considered a pet beast? An ordinary stone?"
The spirit of the cauldron was also dumbfounded. It carefully sensed and suddenly exclaimed, "There is actually a faint trace of life energy within this stone. This is not an ordinary stone, it harbors life."
"A stone that nurtures life is still a stone, right?"
Jiang Hao felt a wave of helplessness and thought, "Spirit of the cauldron, let's just forget it. Last time I had my eye on a golden werewolf with a 10-star potential, entirely forged from gold, definitely much better than a stone."
"Short-sighted."
The spirit of the cauldron snorted coldly.
"The methods of a top-tier breeder are beyond your imagination. 10-star potential? Golden werewolf?
A top-tier breeder can make a 10-star overlord pet break through to the Holy Spirit level. If you remain this short-sighted, even if it costs me my origin, I will shatter your soul and break free."
"Damn, you can shatter my soul?"
Jiang Hao felt a surge of fear but dared not defy the spirit of the cauldron any longer. Jiang Hao actually knew that if what the spirit of the cauldron said was true, then it had been a 10-star overlord beast master in its previous life and was also a 6-star refining master. Its experience would definitely be extremely useful. Adjusting his mindset, Jiang Hao didn't dare to question any further and quickly looked at the young store manager,
waiting for an explanation. "This is indeed not an ordinary stone."
Lu Chen glanced at Jiang Hao, his gaze seemingly able to see through Jiang Hao's soul, directly perceiving the existence of the little cauldron, making the spirit of the cauldron tremble involuntarily. "This young store manager can not only detect my presence but can also hear our conversation." The spirit of the cauldron felt hopeless, thinking that it had no secrets left in front of the other. "Please enlighten us, store manager," Jiang Hao quickly said. Jiang Hao looked at the stone in the container, feeling curious. How special could such an ordinary stone be? This stone nurtures a weak life form. This life form is the weakest metallic life in the world, known as stone spirit, but it has awakened a special growth-type talent called fetal breath. Lu Chen said with a faint smile, casually adding, "This stone serves as a nurturing bed for the stone spirit. As long as it remains in the fetal breath state, the stone spirit can endlessly devour metal resources. Once it has consumed enough metal, the stone spirit will evolve, breaking free from the stone womb's constraints and revealing its true form."
"Stone spirit? Fetal breath?" Jiang Hao was somewhat dumbfounded.
Although he was a vocational school student, he was aware of the existence of stone spirits. The stone spirit race was indeed the weakest existence among metallic life forms, even unable to be classified as metallic life. After all, the body of a stone spirit is composed of rock, containing only a small amount of metal elements. As for the stone spirit's talent fetal breath, it completely exceeded Jiang Hao's understanding.
"What the hell?
It really is a growth-type special talent. You little rascal, hurry up and make a decision. No matter the cost, you must contract this stone spirit."
"Do you know how incredible a growth-type talent is?
This is the rarest pet talent." The Ding spirit in his mind was already in an uproar, quickly saying, "If you contract the stone spirit, not only can it grow infinitely, but it even has the chance to break through to the Dominator level, and even the Holy Spirit level. Even your beast taming talent will be subtly influenced by the stone spirit, ultimately evolving to SS-Level.
That's an SS-level talent.
I've spent my whole life searching and couldn't find a pet with a growth-type talent, yet you little rascal, are so lucky. I'm truly envious."
Listening to the Ding spirit's voice, Jiang Hao's body gradually stiffened, but his eyes shone brighter, and he quickly said, "Is this growth-type talent really that incredible? Why would I lie to you? How could I not have such luck?"
You, a waste with an F-level talent, actually have the chance to contract a pet with a growth-type talent. It's really infuriating." The Ding spirit was extremely unbalanced, angrily scolding, "Hurry up and ask the price. Even if it costs tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, I will do my best to help you get the money." The existence of the Ding spirit was very special. It had completely transformed into the spirit of the small cauldron, no longer in human form, but a true spirit of a vessel. If given the opportunity, the small cauldron where the Ding spirit resided could even transform into a vessel-type beast, and it could contract with a beast master. As for returning to its original form and becoming a beast master again, that was simply impossible. In the cataclysm at the end of the era, with the Ding spirit's former Dominator-level strength, transforming into a purple crystal-level vessel spirit was the only way for it to survive the cataclysm.
Even so, after sleeping for countless years, the Ding spirit almost dissipated and is now extremely weak. Tens of billions? This stone spirit is actually that precious?
Jiang Hao couldn't help but gasp, feeling even more intuitively the incredible nature of the growth-type talent. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hao said, "Shopkeeper, what's the price of this stone spirit?" "Not expensive," Lu Chen said with interest, "a mere 3 million.
"What the hell?"
The Ding spirit was dumbfounded, enviously saying, "You really are lucky.
This is a stone spirit with a growth-type talent, and it's only priced at 3 million. But 3 million isn't a small amount." Zhang Hao couldn't help but say,
"Don't talk about tens of billions, even if it's hundreds of billions, you might not be able to buy this stone spirit." The Ding spirit roared, "You better remember, this shopkeeper must have some scheme, perhaps planning to establish a force that will surpass this era. As long as you contract this stone spirit, you will have gained the favor of the other party and become a member of their force. You need to be grateful, otherwise, you might not even know how you died." Zhang Hao fell silent. He was still digesting the Ding spirit's words. "Shopkeeper," Zhang Hao said seriously, "I'll buy this stone spirit." Immediately, he swiped his card and contracted the stone spirit. Feeling the information from the beast taming contract, Zhang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "It really does have the growth-type talent fetal breath." It was only after truly contracting that Zhang Hao confirmed that everything was real.
"What incredible luck!" The Ding spirit said indignantly, "If I had your luck, would I have fallen to this state? If I had met this shopkeeper in the last era and contracted the stone spirit, Dominator level 10,
I would at least be a Holy Spirit level 10 beast master, and even have the chance to challenge the legendary demigod level, becoming an invincible existence at the pinnacle of the era."
Envying won't help.
Zhang Hao was extremely delighted, laughing, "Ding spirit, I'm now a member of the force the shopkeeper is preparing. You'd better show me some respect and stop thinking about shattering my soul. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the shopkeeper's wrath."
Ding Ling couldn't help but fall silent.
He naturally knew that after revealing this information, Zhang Hao would definitely sense something and realize that Lu Chen was his support. However, Ding Ling had no choice. He was more afraid of Zhang Hao offending this incredibly mysterious young shopkeeper out of ignorance than the risk of being unable to control Zhang Hao. Once the other's wrath descended, even little Ding would be shattered, and his soul would be tormented. "You two, stop arguing," Lu Chen rubbed his temples, feeling that they were too noisy, and said, "Be quiet."
"Yes," Zhang Hao quickly replied.
Even Ding Ling dared not speak again. The little ding of his main body stopped moving, afraid to make a sound and disturb the other. With 3 million arriving, Lu Chen's system points increased by 300, becoming 11,100 points. The system's prompt followed. Achievement unlocked, sold 20 pet beast cubs. Reward, random Sss-Level beast master talent. Claim now? Yes/no. Claim it directly.
Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he said immediately.
After a month, he had finally sold 20 pet beast cubs.
The 4th Sss-Level beast master talent awakened instantly. You have awakened the Sss-Level beast master talent Soul Paradise.
As the system prompt came, Lu Chen suddenly sensed a singularity emerging deep within his soul.
Boom! With a loud rumble, an enormous soul space opened up in Lu Chen's mind, rapidly expanding and tightly integrating with the beast master space in his mind.
In terms of spatial magnitude, it was completely equivalent to the beast master space.
This is the Sss-Level beast master talent, Soul Paradise?
Lu Chen was immensely shocked, thinking, it can actually construct a soul space, and its strength seems to be completely on par with the beast master space.
Not only that, Lu Chen had a feeling that he could manifest the Soul Paradise at any time to directly suppress his enemies.
Within the Soul Paradise, there was an incredibly vast source of soul power. It is said that once a beast master achieves divine level, the beast master space will transform into a true divine kingdom, also known as paradise.
Lu Chen suddenly realized something and exclaimed in shock, could it be? This Sss-Level Soul Paradise, in essence, is already comparable to a divine level beast master space? Many thoughts flashed through his mind.
Lu Chen could basically confirm that the Sss-Level talent Soul Paradise was a miniature soul divine kingdom,
completely composed of spiritual source power. It was almost truly illusory. Moreover, it was bound to Lu Chen's beast master space, requiring no independent cultivation.
As the beast master space continued to expand, the Soul Paradise would grow alongside it until it became a true soul divine kingdom, easily capable of suppressing all realms. If I break through to divine level in the future, it would be equivalent to having 2 divine kingdoms. In terms of strength, the Sss-Level Soul Paradise is no less than the Dark Hell, God-slaying heavenly fire, or even the source of life.
Lu Chen took a deep breath, thinking, in that case, the 4th pet beast I contract must be a spiritual type.
For spiritual type pet beasts, if they could reside in the Soul Paradise, they would likely grow rapidly at all times, easily breaking through their potential limits. The key is that my current system points have reached an astonishing 11,100 points. Over 10,000 points are enough to exchange for pet beast cubs with potential levels far exceeding the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, heavenly fire phoenix, and ancient tree of life.
Lu Chen felt immense anticipation. With the transaction completed, Jiang Hao quickly left the mythical pet shop.
He held a piece of stubborn rock in his arms but couldn't help but grin foolishly. After contracting the stone spirit, Jiang Hao deeply understood that from now on, his fate would be completely changed.
The weakest F-level talent? A waste of a life? All of this will be completely far away from him. Dingling, dingling.
Jiang Hao's thoughts sank into his mind, but he found that the little ding was still trembling. Helplessly, he said, "We've left the mythical beast shop. Why are you still not saying a word?
You can't be scared silly, can you? What do you know?"
Dingling snapped back, furious. "You, a low-level rookie beast master, could never understand the terrifying nature of that shopkeeper. I feel the shopkeeper is quite friendly. Where's the terror?" Jiang Hao said, puzzled. "Besides, you're the one who's scared silly, yet you still have the face to criticize me? Sometimes, I really envy your ignorance." Dingling snorted coldly, but couldn't stop trembling, saying, "After you contracted with the stone spirit, I sensed that a faintly profound mental source power was emanating from that shopkeeper."
"So what if it's mental source power? What's so special about it?"
Jiang Hao scoffed. "I have mental source power too, just weaker."
"Ignorance!
You have no idea how profound that mental source power is. Before the era fell asleep, I was fortunate enough to face a demigod-level mental beast, but in terms of the depth of mental source power, it still pales in comparison to that young shopkeeper." Dingling's tone was filled with terror and disbelief. That was a demigod-level mental beast, absolutely terrifying in terms of mental power, capable of constructing an eternal, flowing illusion.
Yet that shopkeeper's mental power is even more profound. Damn!
Jiang Hao was shocked and quickly said, "The shopkeeper's mental power is actually stronger than that of a demigod-level mental beast?
That's too terrifying."
"I seriously suspect that this young shopkeeper is not from the last era, but a god-level beast master from countless eras ago. This shopkeeper probably has deep schemes, having laid out plans across countless eras."
Dingling's thoughts trembled continuously. It's still not completely certain, but even a hint of possibility is astonishing.
That's a god-level beast master, the most powerful mythical existence across endless eras.
The shopkeeper is a god-level beast master?
Jiang Hao took a deep breath, unable to contain himself. "I actually received the favor of a god-level beast master."
"But isn't the shopkeeper's own realm at the Manhwa level? Who knows?
A being like the shopkeeper is beyond my comprehension. I fell into slumber from the last era until now, only to become a ding spirit. That shopkeeper has slept through countless eras. How could there not be a price to pay?" Dingling sighed. "However, it seems he has only lost his realm, yet still retains the characteristics of a god-level beast master. Undoubtedly, as long as that shopkeeper is given enough time, reclaiming the throne of a god-level beast master would not be difficult at all."
Dingling couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There were some things he wouldn't tell Jiang Hao.
At the end of the era, when facing the calamity of the epoch, countless powerful beings chose to sleep to avoid disaster. Among the many sleeping powerhouses, Dingling was one of the weakest, unable to preserve his own race, reduced to becoming the spirit of a small ding. Those stronger beings could not only maintain their own race and talents, but even the strongest among them, like demigods, could preserve their own realms.
Once awakened, they would be enough to dominate the current world as demigods.
Dingling fell into slumber at the peak of the 10th stage, his true form still a purple crystal-level small ding. Dingling was one of the fastest to awaken, yet faced an incredibly awkward predicament. He even had to humiliate himself by residing in the body of a rookie beast master with F-level talent. If those stronger old-timers, like the Holy Spirit level or even demigod level,
gradually awaken, what advantage do I have left?
Dingling was lost in thought, but suddenly felt much lighter, secretly thinking, the sleepers of the last era believe they inherited the will of the previous age. But if you encounter this young shopkeeper,
he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Saint Spirit level? Demigod level?
Facing a god-level beast master who had slept through endless epochs and finally awakened.
What qualifications did they have to be proud?
Dingling, Jiang Hao suddenly said, "The stone spirit I contracted is still at the awakening first stage, and its potential is only at the awakening third stage.
How should I cultivate it?" "Your awakened beast master talent is F-level black iron. Black iron
is one of the metal system talents, and among the same attribute beast master talents, it is the lowest existence." Dingling collected his thoughts and explained seriously, "Black iron, bronze, silver, gold correspond to F-level, E-level, D-level, C-level. Whether F-level, E-level, or D-level, they were all considered low-level talents.
For example, the E-level talent rust merely covers rust stains and can infect opponents.
In terms of strength, it is about the same as F-level black iron. The D-level talent silver shield is much stronger than black iron and rust, belonging to the guardian type of beast master talent, and its strength is not low. As for the C-level beast master talent golden sword, it is completely different from the silver shield, belonging to the strong attack type talent.
Are you saying I should buy a lot of gold for the stone spirit to devour? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, saying, can I also awaken the C-level talent golden sword? In the beast master world, many mineral resources were still abundant.
Although gold was still rare, it no longer had the properties of a metal currency, and its price was not very high. With Jiang Hao's savings, he could still buy quite a bit. Jiang Hao chuckled foolishly, saying, I used to fantasize about an S-level talent, but now I realize that if I can get the C-level talent golden sword, I would be incredibly satisfied.
C-level talent is nothing. You have contracted a growth-type talent stone spirit, and you are satisfied with a mere C-level talent? That's just embarrassing.
Ding Ling scoffed, saying, my suggestion is that you directly buy a piece of platinum-level metal resource demon origin iron and let the stone spirit evolve towards the demon system. A stone spirit of metal system plus demon system, with the feedback of a growth-type special talent, can directly evolve your F-level trash talent into an A-level demon iron.
Demon system?
Jiang Hao's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, the demon realm is the public enemy of the 6 nations. How could I dare to contract a demon-type pet?
Don't you want to get rid of your F-level trash talent? Don't you want to have the A-level beast master talent demon iron?
Ding Ling's words seemed to carry an invisible temptation, making one's heart waver, even if the demon system is what it is. You have received the favor of that shopkeeper. Contracting a demon-type beast is not the same as siding with the demon realm. What are you afraid of? But, Jiang Hao was extremely shaken but still hesitated. Do you know that shopkeeper also contracted a demon dragon?
Ding Ling sneered, saying, is this the extent of your courage? You don't even dare to contract a demon-type pet? With your kind of waste, you think you deserve to enter that shopkeeper's faction?
Ding Ling's words deeply stimulated Jiang Hao.
Damn! Jiang Hao's eyes turned red, saying, what if it's the demon system?
I'm going to the Demon Capital Trading Company right now to buy the Demon Origin Iron you mentioned. Mythical Beast Shop. That purple crystal level beast tools. Ding Ling seemed to have sensed a trace of my leaked spiritual source power when I awakened the SSS level beast master talent Soul Kingdom. Lu Chen showed a contemplative expression, secretly thinking, no wonder it is a powerful being that has slept since the last era after the change of epochs.
Such a tiny soul fluctuation can still be detected. Among the many realms,
Blue Star is undoubtedly the main world. In terms of size, it is at least thousands of times larger than Earth in the previous life. Countless powerful realms, such as the Demon Realm and Dragon Realm, as well as many hidden realms like the Flame Realm and Thunder Realm, all surround Blue Star within spatial rifts. Such a powerful Blue Star naturally has its own operational rules.
The change of eras is one of them.
Every million years, or even 10 million years, Blue Star will experience a cataclysmic disaster.
Most life forms on Blue Star will be completely annihilated under this cataclysm.
Only those who reach the Saint Spirit level and voluntarily fall into slumber can avoid the cataclysm and survive until the next era arrives. A few Tier 10 overlords, if willing to make great sacrifices, may also have a chance to survive the cataclysm. Ding Ling was probably only at the overlord level in life, which is why he could revive at the beginning of the era. Lu Chen pondered slightly, thinking, next, there will likely be more powerful beings from the last era awakening one after another. He did not care about this. By the time you awaken, I will probably have already gained strength that surpasses the era itself. Lu Chen revealed a slight smile. As a beast master who has awakened 4 types of SSS level talents, Lu Chen has every reason to be proud. Even if the powerful beings from the last era awaken, their strength will surely be diminished. The speed at which these powerful beings recover their strength may not even match Lu Chen's speed of becoming stronger. He had this confidence. Then, Lu Chen directly opened the system shop and began searching for suitable psychic beast companions. With the SSS level beast talent Soul Paradise, I can completely contract a psychic pet cub with demigod level potential.
Lu Chen's thoughts stirred.
The system shop panel appeared before him after the search.
Illusory Butterfly, 10,000 points. Eye of the Demon Emperor, 10,000 points.
Mother Tree of Desire, 10,000 points.
Heavenly Illusory Spirit, 10,000 points.
The illusory butterfly is a type of butterfly pet, with an ethereal form, highly skilled in the psychic domain of illusion. It can even create an eternally flowing illusion, allowing enemies to live a long life within the illusion, ultimately leading their souls to wither and die.
It's a standard psychic beast, temporarily on hold. The Eye of the Demon Emperor is a demon-type psychic pet, actually a split from the original will of the demon realm, ultimately transforming into an eye.
A single glance from the Eye of the Demon Emperor can drive opponents into complete madness, leading to the decay of their souls.
It can even enslave opponents as servants.
The mother tree of desire, a plant type plus psychic type, is an almost ethereal plant that feeds on the desires of all beings and can manipulate all desires. In terms of combat power, it seems to surpass the illusory butterfly and the eye of the demon emperor. Unfortunately, the mother tree of desire is a plant type, overlapping with the ancient life tree. Moreover, as a plant type beast, it cannot be easily moved, so I will give up on it. The heavenly illusory spirit was originally the spirit of a mysterious artifact but underwent some mutation, becoming independent from the artifact and transforming into the heavenly illusory spirit. The mutated heavenly illusory spirit not only possesses the characteristics of a psychic pet but also retains the traits of a spirit, allowing for multiple artifact forms.
Lu Chen contemplated deeply.
Aside from the mother tree of desire, which was directly excluded, the illusory butterfly and the eye of the demon emperor are both excellent psychic pets. Once contracted, with the characteristics of soul paradise, they can be quickly nurtured to possess strength comparable to the abyssal demon dragon and the heavenly fire phoenix. No matter if it's the illusory butterfly or the eye of the demon emperor, although both are extremely powerful pets, they are too conventional for the spiritual type. Among the retrieved spiritual pet cubs, the heavenly guardian illusion spirit is undoubtedly the most special one, as it actually mutated from a tool spirit, and has become even more powerful, capable of possessing multiple tool forms.
Lu Chen's eyes flickered.
Having contracted powerful pets like the dark prison demon dragon, his standards for new pets had risen significantly, yet he held a deep admiration for the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, thinking to himself, if I contract the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, it would be equivalent to simultaneously possessing multiple Xianya-level spiritual tools.
He immediately made a decision.
You have exchanged for the pet cub heavenly guardian illusion spirit, deducting 10,000 points, remaining points 1,100. As the system prompt sounded, a pet with a body that appeared illusory, shimmering with brilliant colors, resembling a soft, fluffy ball, appeared in the pet shop. Ling, the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, slowly opened its eyes, its body gently rubbing against Lu Chen's face like a stress relief toy, expressing its affection.
So this is the heavenly guardian illusion spirit? It looks much cuter than I imagined. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, thinking, it seems to be a pure spiritual entity.
According to the system introduction, this is the basic form of the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, equivalent to a conventional spiritual pet, excelling in mental impact, illusion techniques, and object manipulation, but also relatively moderate. If it transforms into a tool form, it will temporarily gain a physical body and enhance certain characteristics to an extraordinary level. His thoughts stirred. The data of the heavenly guardian illusion spirit quickly appeared. Heavenly guardian illusion spirit, heavenly sound, attributes, spiritual type, tool type, level, Manhwa 10th stage, potential, demigod 3rd stage, talents, 1. Xianling, spirit body that can devour all spiritual resources, even spiritual entities, growing infinitely. 2. Various forms, can possess multiple tool forms, maximizing the characteristics of various tool forms.
3. Illusion and reality, between illusion and reality, possessing the ability to convert between the two. Skills, 1.
Heavenly Sound Zither, Xianya level skill, can transform into the Xianya level tool Heavenly Sound Zither. 2. Heavenly Brush, Xianya level skill, can transform into the Xianya level tool Heavenly Brush.
3.
Heavenly Illusion Mirror, Xianya level skill, can transform into the Xianya level tool Heavenly Illusion Mirror.
4. Heavenly Demon Banner, Xianya level skill, can transform into the Xianya level tool Heavenly Demon Banner. Status, healthy, uncontracted. The initial realm of the Heavenly Guardian Illusion Spirit is actually Manhwa 10th stage. As for the potential level, it has even reached Demigod 3rd stage. Lu Chen took a deep breath.
Up until now, the pet cubs he had exchanged for all had an initial realm of awakening 1st stage. Even the ancient tree of life started as a seed form. He could naturally see that the Heavenly Guardian Illusion Spirit was also in its juvenile stage, yet its realm was Manhwa 10th stage. With the Heavenly Guardian Illusion Spirit's Demigod 3rd stage potential, even in its newly born state, reaching Manhwa 10th stage as its initial realm seems quite reasonable.
Lu Chen quickly understood.
In the system mall, there were even divine beast cubs. Some extremely powerful divine beast cubs had an initial realm of divine level. Compared to that, the Heavenly Guardian Illusion Spirit's Manhwa 10th stage initial realm was nothing. What truly shocked Lu Chen was undoubtedly the Heavenly Guardian Illusion Spirit's talents and skills. The 3 talents of the Heavenly Guardian Illusion Spirit. Xianling is a growth type special talent, various forms is the most core racial characteristic of the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, allowing it to possess multiple tool forms. And the final illusion and reality can actually convert between illusion and reality. This special talent is the most extraordinary. With the special talent of reality and illusion, the spiritual power of the heavenly guardian illusion spirit can not only take on a tangible form, but even the spiritual entities transformed by this power, as well as illusions, can be converted into reality. Lu Chen was astonished. Whether it was various forms or reality and illusion, both were incredibly powerful talents. What surprised Lu Chen was that the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, which had reached the 10th level of the Manhwa realm, had only comprehended 4 skills, a total of 4 skills, all of which are of the Xianya level. Lu Chen pondered, they correspond to the 4 forms of the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, the Tianyin Qin, the Tianyu Bai, the Tianhuan Jing, and the Tianma Fan. The system panel provided little information about the 4 forms of the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, but Lu Chen could vaguely infer some uses for these forms. The Tianyin Qin can probably release spiritual power in the form of musical notes or melodies, thereby shaking the enemy's will. The Tianyu Bai can transform spiritual power into written words or paintings. Combined with the heavenly guardian illusion spirit's reality and illusion talent, it can convert the power of words and paintings into reality. The Tianhuan Jing undoubtedly represents the ultimate manifestation of the heavenly guardian illusion spirit's illusion and dream abilities. The Tianma Fan, this form of the guardian tool, is rather ambiguous. From its name, the Tianma Fan should be the most lethal among the 4 forms. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Chen gently embraced the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, which felt like a soft, fluffy ball, and directly formed a beast contract with it. With the contract established, Lu Chen immediately drew the heavenly guardian illusion spirit into his soul kingdom. Numerous sources of spiritual power were easily attracted by the heavenly guardian illusion spirit, rushing into its body one after another. No matter how the heavenly guardian illusion spirit absorbed them, even showing an extremely intoxicated and adorable expression, the spiritual power within the soul kingdom seemed endless, with only a small portion being absorbed. Lu Chen vaguely realized, thinking to himself, the volume of the soul kingdom is comparable to my beast space. With my current Manhwa level, theoretically, the spiritual power of the soul kingdom can fully support 4 spiritual type beasts. Not only the soul kingdom, but also the dark hell, God-slaying heavenly fire, and life divine source. These 3 SS-level beast talents became increasingly unfathomable as Lu Chen's realm improved. No matter how the dark prison demon dragon, the heavenly fire phoenix, or the ancient tree of life absorbed, they could only take in a small portion of the source power. Relying solely on the absorption of the source power from beast talents makes it difficult for the pet's growth to reach the most balanced state. Lu Chen contemplated slightly, thinking, while feeding them source power, it is also necessary to combine various corresponding attribute resources for the best nurturing plan. Ling in the Soul Kingdom, the heavenly guardian illusion spirit Tianyin seemed to have eaten its fill, letting out a satisfied burp, its round body swaying slightly, showing a very content expression. Even though it was full, the heavenly guardian illusion spirit still displayed sparkling eyes, constantly staring at the flowing pure soul power within the Soul Kingdom. Are you planning to absorb more spiritual source power as soon as you finish digesting? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Ling Ling. The heavenly guardian illusion spirit showed an extremely serious expression, its eyes shimmering with colorful hues, gently blinking to indicate that the master was completely correct. So you're a little foodie. Lu Chen revealed a helpless expression, sighing, you're quite honest. Ling. The heavenly guardian illusion spirit also sensed Lu Chen's teasing tone. It couldn't help but feel a bit shy. The Soul Kingdom, being an SSS-level beast talent, produced spiritual source power that was already the most precious resource, greatly deepening the foundation of the heavenly guardian illusion spirit. Simply put, it was just too delicious. I don't mean to stop you from absorbing. Lu Chen chuckled, saying, no matter how much you absorb, it's fine. Ling. The celestial spirit of illusion joyfully manifested, resembling a round, jelly-like body, affectionately pressing against Lu Chen's cheek, bringing a soft, cool touch. Master. And you looked at the celestial spirit of illusion, her eyes brightening instantly as she softly said, is this little Tianyin? So cute. Ling. The celestial spirit of illusion immediately leaped into Inyu's arms. Lu Chen glanced over, unsure whether Inyu or Tianyin was softer. It feels like a slime. Inyu exclaimed happily. You're not wrong. Lu Chen laughed. The shape is indeed quite similar, but slimes are water blue, while little Tianyin has a rainbow hue, so there's a big difference. And you nodded repeatedly, softly saying, little Tianyin must be very powerful, right? With a demigod level 3 potential and a realm of 10 in the moon of the abyss, it might even cross a major realm and match the combat power of Brother Noir and Sister Xylan.
That's quite possible. There's a huge gap between demigod and Holy Spirit levels, almost impossible to bridge. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, saying, moreover, the potential of the celestial spirit of illusion has reached demigod level 3. However, if it really comes to a fight, Noor and Xylan would likely have a much higher chance of winning. After all, they possess Xianyao level skills. To some extent, the potential levels of Noor and Xylan are already comparable to demigod level 1. The abyssal demon dragon Noor had comprehended the Xianyao level skill Black Prison, capable of creating a dark domain. The Fire Phoenix was even more exaggerated, evolving its purple flame domain into the Xianyao level Heavenly Fire domain, and had also comprehended the Xianyao level skill Emperor's Illusionary Flame. Among the contracted beasts Lu Chen had, only the Ancient Tree of Life's potential level remained at Holy Spirit level 5, and it had not comprehended any Xianyao level skills. Alright, Lu Chen pinched Yu's cheek, smiling, I'm getting ready to head out. Right. And Yu cooperatively leaned against Lu Chen's palm, softly saying, we need to get to the auction before it starts, or we'll be too late. Xiaorui, take care of the shop, Lu Chen reminded. Then, he walked straight to the entrance of the beast shop. Roar! The black dragon, transformed into a statue, seemed to come to life in an instant, morphing into a towering giant dragon over several meters high, releasing a kingly aura instantly. Lu Chen casually sat on the back of the black dragon. This king-level black dragon had the duty of both guarding and serving as a mount. With a powerful flap of its dark wings, the black dragon surged forward at incredible speed, like a black cannonball, shooting out in an instant. The first trading house in the Demon City. Located in the city center, it was now filled with various supercars and luxury vehicles, alongside many mounts and beasts radiating powerful auras, parked together with the luxury cars. I sense quite a few king-level auras, and even a few overlord-level ones. Ding Ling couldn't help but exclaim in Jiang Hao's mind, no wonder this large auction is hosted by the first trading house in the Demon City. It's truly bustling. Even overlord-level beast tamers are attending this auction? Jiang Hao exclaimed in shock. Doesn't that mean that even purple crystal level resources might appear at this auction? What else would it be? Ding Ling scoffed, your era has only just revived, and many resources are still quite scarce. If it were in my time, when the era reached its peak, even red star level resources and Xianyao level resources would occasionally emerge. So what? Jiang Hao mocked, if it really develops to that point, this era will be coming to an end soon, right? That's true. Ding Ling was momentarily speechless, sighing, opportunities and disasters are often two sides of the same coin. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Jiang Hao exclaimed in surprise, is that the roar of a giant dragon? Has the Dragon Master family arrived too? Ding Ling's perception was even sharper, saying, what Dragon Master family? That's the manager of the mythical beast shop. The manager. Jiang Hao quickly looked over and indeed saw a pitch-black giant dragon approaching at an incredible speed, marveling, is that the demon dragon contracted by the manager? It truly exudes an overwhelming presence. You fool! Ding Ling mocked, that's a king-level giant dragon breed, a black dragon. Didn't you say the manager contracted a demon dragon? Jiang Hao frowned, what's going on with this giant dragon breed black dragon? Moreover, isn't the manager's current realm at the Manhwa level? How could he contract a king-level black dragon? You really are shallow, Ding Ling said mercilessly. Do you remember the black dragon statue at the entrance of the mythical beast shop? Are you saying, this king-level black dragon is just the guardian beast of the mythical beast shop? Jiang Hao's pupils constricted. He found it hard to comprehend, if he could contract a king-level black dragon, he would have no regrets in this life. But for the manager, it was merely a guardian? The Demon Dragon clan was once expelled from the dragon realm and harbors an immense hatred for both giant dragon breeds and divine dragon breeds. Over time, the demon dragons in the demon realm became assimilated by the will of the demon realm, embedding their resentment towards divine and giant dragons deep within their bloodline. Ding Ling said solemnly, a very small number of demon dragon breeds can even awaken the ability to enslave giant dragon breeds and even divine dragon breeds. If I guess correctly, that king-level black dragon is actually long dead, its dragon soul forcibly enslaved, reduced to a servant of the demon dragons. This. Jiang Hao was taken aback, suddenly saying, the manager killed a black dragon and enslaved it? But aren't the beasts of the giant dragon breed exclusive to the Dragon Master family? If nothing unexpected happens, that king-level black dragon is likely the core giant dragon contracted by the king-level dragon master of the Dragon Master family. Ding Ling revealed an unabashed mocking smile, saying, the dragon realm won't be affected by the changes of eras. Every era will interfere with the main world of Blue Star. These Dragon Master families are indeed as domineering as ever. Unfortunately, the Dragon Master family has offended that manager, which means they are destined for a bad end. Suddenly, an incredibly profound aura spread through the air. Boom!
An elderly man with white hair stood in mid-air. The black dragon hovered in front of the old man, and Lu Chen stood atop the dark dragon's head. This. Zhang Hao looked up at the aged figure in the sky, increasingly feeling his own insignificance. It's actually a sovereign-level beast master personally welcoming him, Ding Ling exclaimed. Principal Duan, Lu Chen said with a light smile while standing on the dragon's head, thank you for coming to welcome me personally. What trouble is there? Duan Shanghua laughed heartily, since Manager Lu has come, I must welcome you. Thank you for your trouble. Lu Chen smiled lightly and stepped forward, actually standing in mid-air. Duan Shanghua looked astonished. Unless one had special means or broke through to king level, beast masters could not fly. Duan Shanghua carefully sensed and found that Lu Chen had condensed an extremely pure mental source power, allowing him to easily hover in mid-air. Manager Lu's abilities are truly beyond imagination. Duan Shanghua sighed, please follow me. Roar! The black dragon let out a low growl and obediently descended. Many mounts and beasts, sensing the aura of the black dragon, felt as if facing a great enemy. Some timid mounts even curled up in fear, their eyes filled with terror. To have a king-level black dragon as a mount, even a sovereign-level beast master could not afford such luxury. A king-level beast, especially one of the giant dragon breed, was a formidable force that could not be overlooked in any family. How could it be insulted as a mere mount? Too powerful. Ding Ling sighed, with a king-level black dragon as a mount, and the beast master of the overlord personally welcoming him. It seems that the manager's plans for this era are already taking shape. As expected of the manager, Zhang Hao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with longing, and said softly, I actually received the manager's favor, and even have the chance to join the force established by the manager. I advise you not to think too much about it for now, Ding Ling interrupted. From the manager's layout, if you can't cultivate the stone spirit well, you probably won't qualify to join. Ding Ling, can't you say something nice? Zhang Hao's face turned red, nearly losing his composure, and he angrily said, I don't believe it. The stone spirit has awakened a growth-type special talent. As long as I feed it resources step by step, it will grow up sooner or later. You're just lucky. Ding Ling snorted coldly. I know you're very jealous, Zhang Hao mocked, but right now, you're not even a beast master. No matter how jealous you are, you can't contract the pets cultivated by the manager. Damn it! Zhang Hao, you're really despicable. Ding Ling shouted angrily, how did I end up binding my soul to someone like you? Zhang Hao felt a surge of pride and then looked back at the incredibly luxurious auction venue, a glimmer of longing in his eyes, and said, when I have money in the future, I want to participate in an auction too. After buying the demon original iron and some other resources, you're already broke? Ding Ling scoffed. If it were an ordinary auction, it wouldn't be a problem for you to just watch the excitement. But this auction is the largest one held by the first business in the Magic City, only held once every 10 years, and you don't have the qualifications to participate. Lu Chen, under the guidance of Duan Shanghua, walked straight into the auction venue. Taking a private elevator, they went directly to the third floor. This is the Tianzi No. One box specially reserved for Manager Lu, Duan Shanghua said softly, please come in. Tianzi No. 1. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. The Tianzi No. 1 box on the third floor was undoubtedly the highest-ranking box in the auction venue, prepared only for the most distinguished guests. All right, Lu Chen had no psychological burden and walked straight in. Inside the incredibly spacious box, separated by crystal-clear floor-to-ceiling windows, one could clearly see the entire auction venue through the bright windows. The auction hall was filled with seats, already packed to capacity. Even the many DZ boxes on the second floor were gradually lighting up, almost all filled, with vague silhouettes visible. The third floor box, however, showed no signs of life. Lu Chen sat casually on a sofa made of fierce beast fur. I've already arranged all the matters for the auction, Duan Shanghua said with a smile. During this time, I'll accompany you, how about that? It's an honor, Lu Chen laughed heartily. Outside, a silver-winged subdragon of the 10th rank hovered above the auction venue. On the back of the silver-winged subdragon, Lu Su sat upright, his expression extremely complex, slowly saying, Father, this auction by the first business in the Magic City is after all the property of the Duan family. Duan Shanghua is on Lu Chen's side. Are we really going to participate in this large auction? Sure. A man with a dignified demeanor stood beside Lu Su and slowly said, among the 3 great dragon-riding families, the Lu family's foundation is the deepest. Even if Duan Shanghua has broken through to the overlord level, he wouldn't dare to directly offend the Lu family. It's just a large auction. Since Duan Shanghua has sent an invitation to the Lu family as per usual,
What is there to be afraid of participating? But Lu Su was still hesitant. There is no but. The tone of the imposing man suddenly turned cold and harsh as he said, ever since you were defeated by Lu Chen, you have lost your former pride. But now you have undergone a transformation and have refined a third S-level dragon shadow talent. In the past, you might have hoped for your family to help you after your defeat, but ultimately, you are to inherit the position of family head. If you lack the ability to wash away the shame, what right do you have to aspire to the position of family head? Lu Tianfeng looked at Lu Su, his eyes sharp, revealing a hint of disappointment. Since Lu Su returned to the family, he had not set foot in Magic City University again and had lost all his previous pride. In order to motivate his son, Lu Tianfeng even mobilized the Lu family's intelligence network to find a young store manager who had awakened an S-level dragon shadow talent, capturing that genius and transferring the S-level dragon shadow talent directly to Lu Su. Now, Lu Su possessed 3 S-level dragon shadow talents. As long as you fuse the 3 S-level talents, the resulting SS-level talent will surely be top-notch, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly. You even have the chance to fuse the legendary SSS-level Beast Master talent. At that time, a discarded child of the family like you could easily crush Lu Chen. SSS-level Beast Master talent. Lu Su's eyes lit up as he said, legend has it that a Beast Master who awakens the SSS-level talent will surely become a deity. If I can awaken the SSS-level talent, even Lu Chen would have to crawl on the ground, begging for my forgiveness. Exactly, Lu Tianfeng lightly patted Lu Su's shoulder. He was a true ambitious character. Even when his wife became incapacitated, after an initial rage, Lu Tianfeng quickly calmed down, as if nothing had happened. This kind of composure was what made him most terrifying. Lu Chen is just a discarded child of the family. Even if he has contracted a demon dragon species and possesses combat power comparable to a king, he poses no threat to the dragon clan. Lu Tianfeng pondered, on the contrary, it is you, Sur, who not only experienced a brutal defeat but also caused Yasi to become incapacitated. Under such pressure, you have lost the heart of a strong warrior. Only by having you personally crush Lu Chen can you wash away the shame and regain your fighting spirit. The success rate of transplanting the third dragon shadow talent was originally very low. Yet, Lu Su succeeded in the transplant. Not only could he core contract a third giant dragon species pet, but he also had the opportunity to fuse the 3 S-level dragon shadow talents. If a qualitative change could occur, there was even a slight chance to glimpse the legendary SSS-level Beast Master talent. That is the SSS-level Beast Master talent. Lu Tianfeng's gaze deepened as he thought, even a slight chance is worth everything. Lu Chen, as the discarded child of the family, just play your final role well and become Sur's stepping stone. Only under enough pressure can Sur completely fuse the 3 S-level dragon shadow talents. Lu Tianfeng's eyes were filled with expectation. Father, Lu Su revealed a puzzled expression and said, even if this is a large auction, is it really necessary for me to accompany you? Now that you have awakened the third S-level dragon shadow talent, you should undergo the third core contract, Lu Tianfeng said slowly. Given the relationship between the Lu family and the dragon realm, along with the third S-level dragon shadow talent you have awakened, you should at least be able to contract a top-tier giant dragon species, or even a quasi-divine dragon-level giant dragon cub. Yet I have not allowed you to contract immediately. Do you know why? Please enlighten me, Father, Lu Su said earnestly. Since awakening the third S-level dragon shadow talent, Lu Su had been eager to contract the third giant dragon species, hoping to cultivate it as soon as possible. This request, however, was rejected by Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng looked at Lu Su and said solemnly, because, at this large auction, you even have the opportunity to contract a dragon species beast with potential surpassing that of the golden dragon and the holy dragon. The potential of the golden dragon and the sacred dragon is at the king level 10. As long as the bloodline evolves once more, it will become a true divine dragon species. If the potential is even stronger than that of the golden dragon and the sacred dragon, wouldn't that mean at least a dominator-level potential? Lu Su's eyes trembled violently. If he could directly contract a young divine dragon with dominator-level potential, how could he worry about the 3 S-level dragon shadow talents not being able to merge completely? Lu Su was very excited, but he couldn't help but show a look of confusion as he said, this large auction is held once every 10 years, yet such potential pet cubs have never appeared. Is there something special about this large auction? Sur, you should know that whenever the end of an era approaches and calamities descend, many powerful beings choose to sleep to avoid the disasters, right? Lu Tianfeng's gaze was deep. The era calamity is the operational law of Blue Star. As long as one is born on Blue Star or has lived there for many years, marked by the will of Blue Star,
everyone must face the era calamity.
Only near infinite sleep is the only way to evade the era calamity. Lu Su's expression was serious, but suddenly changed, and he quickly said, Father, do you mean that the powerful beings from the last era have already begun to gradually awaken?
I have always wondered why that abandoned child Lu Chen could contract a demon dragon species, and even contract an elemental divine bird, and also a fairy race with powerful support abilities.
Lu Tianfeng smiled and said, Only recently, after learning the insider information about the large auction, did I finally confirm that Lu Chen must have had some fortuitous encounter, being chosen by a top-tier breeder who has been sleeping since the last era as part of a plan. A 7-star breeder, whose status is even equivalent to a Holy Spirit-level beast master. No wonder Lu Chen's strength is so strong. He can not only defeat me at a higher level, but even the black dragon contracted by my mother can only die in battle.
Lu Su's mind shook violently, unable to help but say, if he has a top-tier breeder behind him, then everything makes sense. How could a waste like Lu Chen, whose beast-mastering talent has been exploited, receive the favor of a top-tier breeder? What luck! If it weren't for good fortune, a waste like Lu Chen would be destined to be trampled under my feet. You need not belittle yourself. The layout of that top-tier breeder is clearly not just for Lu Chen alone. He has also bred 5 pet cubs, which he entrusted to the #1 merchant in the Demon City for auction, as the finale of this large auction. Lu Tianfeng said with a light smile, if you contract one of them, our Lu family can also connect with that top-tier breeder. In the future, if you cultivate a divine dragon species and even overpower Lu Chen, that top-tier breeder will surely not say anything but will only value you even more.
Father is wise. Lu Su's eyes brightened.
A top-tier breeder can easily support a powerful family, casually cultivating Dominator-level beast masters, and even allowing Dominator-level 10 pets to forcefully break through to Holy Spirit level. If he could gain the favor of that top-tier breeder, or even be accepted as a disciple, Lu Su was completely confident that he would at least achieve Dominator 10 level in the future, or even become a Holy Spirit level dragon master, surpassing that National Guardian divine dragon.
Lu Chen, if I can also contract a divine dragon species, what advantage do you have?
Lu Su couldn't help but think, if I can gain even more favor from that top-tier breeder, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? With this thought, he immediately became excited. Lu Tianfeng gently patted Lu Su's shoulder and said with a smile, in any case, for this large auction, I will use all the power of the family to bid for the pet cub that is most suitable for you among the finale items.
Sir, you must not disappoint my expectations.
Okay. Lu Su nodded heavily. As the silver-winged subdragon descended, Lu Su's gaze suddenly narrowed, his vision overtaken by a pitch-black giant dragon. That incredibly familiar black dragon, despite seeing Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su, displayed an utterly indifferent expression.
Black dragon. Lu Su trembled slightly, stammering, that's the black dragon contracted by my mother.
Lu Tianfeng glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze, appearing calm as he slowly said, it seems my rebellious nephew has also joined this auction. How dare he enslave the black dragon bound by my mother's core contract? Lu Su's eyes were filled with hatred as he coldly said, Father, this black dragon no longer belongs to the Lu family.
Why don't you take action and directly subdue it?
I will not intervene. Lu Tianfeng reined in his anger, revealing a gentle expression as he softly said, Sir, the humiliation the Lu family has endured can only be cleansed by your own hands.
Do you understand?
Understood. Lu Su clenched his fists, his expression extremely serious.
Let's go. Lu Tianfeng strode into the auction hall, led by a bowing manager to the second VIP box on the 3rd floor.
Sitting on the soft, comfortable sofa, Lu Tianfeng looked towards the auction hall and slowly said, the auction
is about to begin.
Lu Su was also paying close attention. Below in the hall, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly walked onto the auction stage. Dressed in a sexy cheapo, her curvaceous figure was accentuated to perfection, seemingly exuding an invisible allure at all times.
Dear guests, welcome to the first trading company of Magic City. I am the auctioneer for this event, Duan Yanen. This auction is a large-scale event held once every 10 years by the first trading company of Magic City. I hope all guests will not leave empty-handed.
Duan Yanen displayed a proper smile, her voice extremely soft yet resonating throughout the auction house as she lightly laughed. I declare that this auction officially begins.
Amidst thunderous applause, the first item was slowly presented.
Duan Yanen lifted the red cloth covering it and smiled. The first item up for bid is a villa property near the Beast Taming University in Magic City, with a total area of 825 square meters, complete with a courtyard, garden, and swimming pool. The starting price is 80 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 500,000.
Guests may bid freely. As soon as her words fell, bids began to emerge from the first-floor hall. 81 million, shouted a portly businessman.
After speaking, he looked around, seemingly waiting for others to bid. Some scoffed, in the territory of Magic City, especially near the university. To think one could secure a luxurious 825 square meter villa for 81 million was undoubtedly a pipe dream. More guests, however, were uninterested. It was just a villa property. Even if it was exceptionally luxurious, the location was still excellent. In terms of allure, it paled in comparison to those precious resources.
82 million. A clear voice suddenly rang out. The entire hall fell silent. Duan Yanin couldn't help but show a look of astonishment, unconsciously looking up and quickly saying, "Box number 1, bidding 82 million. Is there anyone who wants to raise the bid?"
The only response was silence. 82 million once, 82 million twice, 82 million 3 times. Sold. Duan Yanin, speaking slightly faster, finalized the auction and quickly said, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 1 for purchasing this luxurious 825 square meter villa for 82 million. As her words fell, the silence in the hall gradually broke.
It's actually box number 1. Isn't box number 1 of the first trading company of Magic City always left vacant? Even the Lu family of the Dragon Taming clan can only occupy box number 2.
It is rumored that box number 1 is reserved for the royal family of Xia country.
Could it be that the person in the VIP room No. 1 at this moment is a direct member of the royal family of the Xia kingdom? Which prince or princess of the Xia kingdom could it be? VIP room No.
1, even if it's not from the royal family of the Xia kingdom, is definitely a figure of high status and power, very likely a powerful beast master.
Just a villa property, who would dare to bid against it? Isn't that courting death? The noisy voices continued endlessly. In VIP room No. 2, VIP room No. 1 has actually been activated.
Lu Su revealed an excited expression and said, "The one in VIP room No. 1 must be that top-tier nurturing master who has awakened. Yes, the other party has awakened from slumber, and probably doesn't even have a place to stay, which is why they bid on this property."
Servant. Lu Tianfeng's expression slightly changed as he took out a delicate wooden box from his spatial artifact. The box itself was already of extraordinary value. Inside the wooden box was an extremely precious purple crystal level resource.
"Please take this resource to the esteemed guest in VIP room No.
1, and say, this is a meeting gift from the Lu family."
Lu Tianfeng spoke slowly.
In VIP room No. 1.
After successfully bidding for this luxurious villa, Lu Chen couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. "Speaking of which, I really do need a place to stay."
Lu Chen's voice was clear as he chuckled. "This villa is just the right specification.
However, for a luxurious villa of 825 square meters, the final price of only 82 million is quite a small advantage for Principal Duan. In the Magic City where every inch of land is precious, especially near the luxurious villas around Magic City University, they are not at all cheaper than commercial shops. This luxurious standalone villa, just in terms of area, is equivalent to 8 mythical pet shops. The courtyard, garden, swimming pool, etc. are calculated separately. Lu Chen glanced around and found that this luxurious villa was very close to the mythical pet shop. As soon as he stepped out of the commercial street, he could reach the villa area.
Lu Chen immediately realized that this villa was probably intentionally arranged by Duan Shanghua. "If I'm not mistaken, this villa should belong to the Duan family, right?" Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Manager Lu indeed has a keen eye. This standalone villa is indeed located in the villa area that belongs to the Duan family. The villa that Manager Lu has bid on is also the best in the entire villa area. Duan Shanghua laughed heartily. A villa worth no more than 200 million is nothing to the Duan family. "If it weren't for Manager Lu, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the overlord level. The current Duan family is in a period of continuous expansion, all thanks to Manager Lu. Then I shall not be polite." Lu Chen chuckled. Just as Duan Shanghua said, just a villa. Moreover, it was in the form of an auction, half sold and half given as a gift. Such social exchanges, why bother to care? Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. The servant entered, holding a wooden box, with a respectful demeanor. The servant's gaze remained lowered, not daring to look up. "What is it?" Duan Shanghua slightly raised his eyes, his voice low. "The esteemed guest in VIP room No. 2 instructed me to bring a gift." The servant bowed and raised the wooden box, slowly saying, "That esteemed guest said this is a meeting gift from the Lu family." "Then accept it." Lu Chen showed a curious expression. As the servant placed the wooden box on the table, he subtly moved his thoughts. A wave of mental energy emanated, directly opening the wooden box. Instantly, the entire VIP room No. 1 was filled with an incredibly pure life aura. "It's actually the purple crystal level resource Leaf Source Crystal." Duan Shanghua's mouth twitched, almost unable to contain his smile, and exclaimed in surprise, "In the vast Lu family,
only a few people have the authority to control purple crystal level resources.
It seems that this leaf source crystal must have been sent by the current head of the Lu family, Lu Tianfeng. This truly is a heavy gift, Lu Chen said with great enthusiasm, looking at the upright servant, and said loudly, please tell the guest in box no. 2 that. I am very satisfied with the meeting gift he sent. Yes.
The servant bowed respectfully, visibly relieved, and then slowly retreated. Lu Chen casually put away the leaf source crystal. The purple crystal level resource, the leaf source crystal, is a purple crystal level resource suitable for plant type and life type beast tamers. A top tier cultivator usually contracts life type beasts to better assist in nurturing them. Lu Tianfeng sending a leaf source crystal was logically sound. It would definitely not be a mistake. However, Lu Tianfeng would never have imagined that the person receiving the leaf source crystal was not the top-tier cultivator he envisioned, but rather the abandoned child of the Lu family in his eyes. Lu Chen directly handed the leaf source crystal to An Yu. The potential level of the ancient life tree is at the Saint Spirit level 5. A purple crystal level resource cannot raise the potential level of the ancient life tree by even 1 tier. The only function of this leaf source crystal is to enhance the foundation of the ancient life tree. In Lu Chen's view, every bit of foundation accumulation is crucial. The guests in the box on the 3rd floor are all representatives of prominent families from the Xia country, or they are themselves overlord-level beast tamers, so they naturally have access to some information in advance, Duan Shanghua sighed. As one of the dragon taming families, the Lu family has its main house located in the Magic City, and Box No. 2 has always been prepared for the Lu family. Even overlord-level beast tamers can only be in boxes after No. 3. It seems that Lu Tianfeng must have analyzed something but did not connect the top-tier cultivator with the store manager Lu. With Duan Shanghua's experience, he naturally saw through Lu Tianfeng's actions. This gift is quite good, Lu Chen said with a smile. I will thank Lu Tianfeng in person sooner or later. Duan Shanghua couldn't help but chuckle. This store manager Lu truly has a wicked sense of humor. He couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. If Lu Tianfeng were to find out that a purple crystal level resource worth at least 1 billion, incredibly precious, was given as a meeting gift to the abandoned child of the Lu family, who he considered an enemy, Duan Shanghua couldn't suppress his laughter, thinking, even with Lu Tianfeng's almost tyrannical personality, he would surely be furious, right? Box No. 2. Did that esteemed guest in Box No. 1 really say he was very satisfied with this meeting gift? Lu Tianfeng exclaimed, his expression filled with surprise. Yes, the servant replied respectfully. That's excellent. Lu Tianfeng laughed heartily. Besides that, did the esteemed guest say anything else? He didn't say anything, the servant replied. Lu Su suddenly asked, can you describe the esteemed guest in Box No. 1? I must apologize, but I cannot disclose the privacy of the esteemed guest, the servant replied, neither servile nor overbearing. No problem, you may leave. Once the servant left, Lu Tianfeng's expression slightly darkened. Sewer, a top-tier cultivator's status is at least comparable to the Saint Spirit level. Even though our Lu family is one of the dragon taming families, we absolutely do not wish to be at odds with him. A purple crystal level resource, even if valuable, can only be considered a meeting gift, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly. Remember, you must not have any thoughts of probing. We can only befriend that top-tier cultivator. We must never oppose him. Do you understand? I understand, Lu Su quickly replied. He was well aware of the seriousness of the situation. Just like the national divine dragon, which surpasses the 3 major dragon taming families, a top-tier cultivator is certainly not someone the dragon taming families can afford to offend. No need to rush, Lu Tianfeng said calmly, smiling lightly. Using the purple crystal level resource leaf source crystal as a meeting gift has already left a good impression on that top-tier cultivator. Next, as long as we gradually become friends, we will eventually establish a stable relationship. Compared to my father, there is still much for me to learn, Lu Su couldn't help but sigh. Sir, I believe that when you ascend to the position of family head, you will far surpass me, Lu Tianfeng said with a pleased expression, slowly adding, my greatest expectation for you now is that after you successfully bid for the final pet cub, you can quickly merge the 3 S-level dragon shadow talents. Then, you will step on the discarded Lu Chen. Can you do it? Not only that, I will also become a disciple of that top-notch breeder, making the relationship between the Lu family and that top breeder even closer. Lu Su's eyes brightened as he said, the Lu family will eventually surpass the Lu family and the Gu family. Perhaps even the dragon riding family of the Divine Eagle Kingdom will have to crawl under the might of the Lu family. As for Lu Chen, he will eventually become a stepping stone. I no longer regard him highly. Good spirit. Lu Tianfeng laughed heartily,
Even if I were to hand the Lu family over to you now, I would feel at ease. I have just broken through to the sun level, and there is still much I lack, Lu Su humbly replied. The position of the Lu family head should only be held by my father. That is what is best for the Lu family. Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su exchanged glances, both revealing smiles. It was a harmonious scene of father and son.
At the auction venue, several extremely rare platinum-level resources were successively auctioned off for tens of millions at high prices.
The atmosphere in the entire venue instantly heated up.
During this time, the guests in the Earth box made several bids, but they were all tentative and did not compete too fiercely with the guests in the first floor hall. To enter the Earth box, one must at least be a representative of a king-level family.
For example, Luo Tianyan represented the Luo family and was in box 28 of the Earth level.
If one did not come from a prominent family, they were required to be at least at the 10th level of the Sun level and have sufficient social status. Guests in the Earth box had channels to purchase platinum-level resources, no matter how rare they were. Only those precious diamond-level resources could entice the guests in the Earth box to spend lavishly to bid for them. As for the esteemed guests in the Heaven box, they had not made a single bid. To enter the Heaven box, only representatives from the Dragon Riding family or the Elf family of that level, or those whose realm reached at least the 7th level of the king, could do so. For guests of this level, bidding for some amethyst-level resources to cultivate more king-level combat power, or even seeking opportunities to break through to the Overlord level, was the only goal. The 3 major dragon riding families, the 3 major elf families, and many prominent families within the Xia kingdom had already received information in advance and would not waste the bidding funds prepared by their families at a large auction.
The goal of these prominent families was only the final featured auction item.
The atmosphere in the Earth and Heaven boxes on the 2nd and 3rd floors was somewhat heavy. Only in the 1st floor hall, many guests at the star level, moon level, and even sun level, who had certain strength and social status, would stir the atmosphere to a fever pitch under the stimulation of the platinum-level resources. Next, we have a rather special auction item, Duan Yanin said softly. As the item was presented, the red cloth was unveiled. Inside the spatial container, numerous skeletal remains could be vaguely seen.
So many skeletal remains, there must be at least hundreds, right? Could they be used for the cultivation of necromantic pets? The aura of these skeletal remains is very weak. According to the stage of the auction, it should be time to bid for diamond-level resources, right? Even if there are hundreds of skeletal remains, their combined value could never compare to a diamond-level resource. Miss Yanin, please don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us what the mystery of these skeletal remains is. A wave of noise arose.
It seems that all the guests are quite puzzled.
Duan Yanin looked at the lively venue, pointing at the spatial container in front of her, and said, inside the spatial container, there are a total of 328 skeletal remains, all of which are the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. These numerous bones, from various species, without exception, possess either strong or weak dragon bloodlines within them. You guests should have some guesses by now, right?
That's right. These bones are all fossils from the ancient era, belonging to the dinosaur clan. At her words, the entire venue was stunned.
What the hell? Fossils of dinosaurs from the ancient era?
The dinosaur clan, it is said, was a product of the Divine Beast Empire's God-making research institute from the last epoch. The 3 most powerful types of dinosaurs, the winged dragon, Tyrannosaurus rex, and sea emperor dragon, are all at the Dominator level 10 when fully grown.
Fully grown and already at Dominator level 10? Isn't that comparable to the divine dragon species? What do you think? That's the God-making research institute. The initiator of the God-making project even created a demon god.
If these are truly fossils of the dinosaur clan, just their research value alone is absolutely not inferior to a diamond-level resource. In fact, it could even be comparable to a purple crystal-level resource.
Research value? That's of no use to us. I wonder if those big families will participate in the bidding. The entire first floor hall was buzzing with excitement. Duan Yanin was undoubtedly very pleased with the guests' reactions.
In the spatial container, there is 1 skeletal remain each of the 3 strongest dinosaur species, the winged dragon, Tyrannosaurus rex, and sea god dragon. Duan Yanin said softly. Additionally, there are also remains of lesser species such as the stegosaurus, armored dragon, and demon flame dragon.
Many ancient dinosaur remains are naturally included. The starting bid is 200 million.
Each bid must increase by no less than 5 million. Guests, feel free to place your bids. As she finished speaking, Duan Yanin looked around the venue.
Despite the guests' fervent emotions, no one made a bid.
The starting price of 200 million was enough to intimidate most of the guests. Most of the guests in the first floor hall did not have that much wealth.
205 million. A refined-looking beast master at the daylight level immediately called out. Lu Yoshin, an associate professor at Magic City University, was naturally very interested in these ancient dinosaur remains.
Moreover, there were 3 remains of the strongest dinosaur species among them. In terms of value, it might even exceed the starting bid by several times.
210 million. A voice rang out.
The hall fell silent again.
The Tianyi VIP room is bidding again? That big shot in the Tianyi VIP room is actually so interested in the fossils of ancient dinosaurs? It seems the first bid was made by Liu Yoxin, the associate professor from Magic City University. Will he continue to compete? Amidst the noise, Liu Yoxin gradually fell silent. He had no confidence to compete with the esteemed guest from the Tianyi VIP room. In terms of financial power and status, he was definitely inferior to the other party. Why bother with a futile effort? If he angered the other party, even just a little, he wouldn't need the other party to say anything. There would be plenty of sycophants who would go to great lengths to please the other party and would not hesitate to deal with him harshly. 210 million once, 210 million twice, 210 million 3 times.
Sold. Duan Yanan smiled and said, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest from the Tianyi VIP room for winning the bid for the 328 remains of ancient dinosaurs in the spatial container."
Indeed, no one is competing? That's the Tianyi VIP room.
Their identity is incredibly mysterious.
Who would dare to offend them easily?
Let alone the dinosaur remains starting at just 200 million.
Even if it were a purple crystal level resource worth over 1 billion, I'm afraid there would be little competition, right? The number 1 auction house in Magic City is owned by the Duan family, isn't it? It seems the Duan family is going to take a big hit this time. Short-sighted. It's just a bit of money. If they can befriend the other party, what does it matter if the Duan family loses tens of billions? As the spatial container was moved away, the next item for auction was presented.
It was a diamond-level metal resource, starting at a price of 90 million, which drew the guests in the Earth box to join the bidding.
100 million, 120 million, 160 million.
In the end, this diamond-level metal resource was sold for 180 million.
Next, there were many more diamond-level resources up for auction.
The Tianyi box raised its bid several times, successfully winning without any suspense. That esteemed guest in the Tianyi box seems to have a particular fondness for fire, life, dark, and mental resources. The diamond-level resource ranks in the top 50 on the blue star list. Other life, dark, and mental resources are also quite valuable. Could it be that the other party has contracted beasts of these 4 attributes? Many guests were puzzled, each speculating about the identity of the esteemed guest in the Tianyi box.
In the Earth box, no. 2. Damn it!
Lu Su clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. That top breeder's senior actually values Lu Chen so highly. If nothing unexpected happens, the resources for dark, fire, and life attributes he bids on are all prepared for Lu Chen.
Suer, calm down.
Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice. Lu Chen has known that top breeder the longest, but you still have a chance. With your 3 S-level talents, visiting that top breeder in the future will surely earn you recognition. Besides, it's just some diamond-level resources. What impact could it have?
Father, you are right. Lu Su calmed down and said, it's just diamond-level resources, I can easily obtain them. Even if they are given to Lu Chen, it won't affect anything. However, didn't you use Yi Yuan Crystal as a meeting gift? If that senior gives Yi Yuan Crystal to Lu Chen, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy?
No problem, Lu Tianfeng said cheerfully. After all, it's just a purple crystal-level resource. Even if it is really given to Lu Chen, our Lu family is a dragon-riding family, and we should show generosity in front of that top breeder. This way, we can better demonstrate the value of cooperation.
I see. Lu Su fell into deep thought.
As the auction continued, over 100 platinum-level resources and dozens of diamond-level resources were successively auctioned off.
Up to now, not a single item had gone unsold. 3 items were presented to the auction stage in a row.
As the red cloth covering the first item was unveiled, there appeared a bright green, constantly rising and falling in the container.
Now up for auction are 3 purple crystal level. This is the first, the bright green poison flame, ranked 10th on the blue star list. Duan Yinan chuckled. The bright green poison flame is the only poison type on the blue star list.
I won't elaborate further, as I'm sure everyone knows the value of the bright green poison flame.
Starting price is 800 million, and each bid must not be less than 50 million. The venue fell silent. The starting price was 800 million.
Given the value of the bright green poison flame, this starting price was quite normal.
However, none of the guests in the first floor hall could afford it.
Indeed, the bright green poison flame ranks 10th on the blue star list. Among purple crystal level, it ranks at the bottom. But it is certainly not something that ordinary star level, moon level, or even sun level beast masters could bid for.
Many guests couldn't help but look towards the Tianyi box.
That mysterious esteemed guest seemed very interested in.
Would they participate in the bidding? 1 billion. A voice rang out. The entire venue shook. That esteemed guest in the tanny box has indeed placed a bid. A guest exclaimed. 1 billion.
The bidding voice came from Earthbox No.
2 billion. The tanny box bid again. 5 billion. A commanding voice echoed from box 18. 2 billion.
The voice from box 1 made another bid.
The entire venue fell silent.
Ranked 10th on the blue stars, the purple crystal level Jiao Green Poison Flame. The price of 2 billion had already reached its peak. 2 billion once, 2 billion twice, 2 billion 3 times. Sold.
Duan Yanan declared decisively, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest of box 1 for winning the bid for the Jiao Green Poison Flame." Immediately, Duan Yanan unveiled the second red cloth. Inside the container, a deep purple swayed gently, releasing a faint rumble of thunder, as if it would shatter the spatial container completely.
Ranked 6th on the blue stars, the purple cloud Thunderfire.
Duan Yanan said softly, "This needs no further introduction.
The starting bid is 1 billion, with each increment no less than 50 million.
2 billion. A gentle voice rang out.
Although the tone was unrecognizable, it directly offered a bid of 2 billion.
The esteemed guest of box 1 has bid again. Duan Yanan's eyes brightened. Box 1 bids 2 billion. Are there any other guests wishing to bid? 2 billion. The commanding voice from box 18 sounded again. 8 billion.
The gentle voice came once more.
Box 1 bids 8 billion. Duan Yanan exclaimed excitedly, "The price is now 8 billion. Are there any other guests wishing to bid? 8 billion once, 8 billion twice."
Sold.
Duan Yanan announced immediately.
With both purple crystal levels successfully auctioned to box 1, Duan Yanan lifted the third red cloth. Instantly, the entire venue trembled. This is.
It's actually the ultimate evil flame, ranked 4th on the.
This is the top-tier purple crystal level. If it undergoes further transformation, it could even rival the third-ranked red star level Qinglian Sacred Fire.
This auction truly lives up to its reputation. To see the legendary ultimate evil flame in person is worth the trip.
Many guests were filled with excitement. The top 3 on the blue stars, the Stellar True Flame, Azure Sky Purple Flame, and Qinglian Sacred Fire, are all legendary that one could never encounter.
Even the 4th-ranked ultimate evil flame is nearly a legend.
Especially since the end of the last era, when the demon realm emerged.
On the vast blue star, most of the demonic power has been devoured by the demon realm. The ultimate evil flame, based on demonic power, is nearly extinct on the current blue star.
It can only be born in the depths of the demon realm with a very slim chance.
Many scholars even claim that the ultimate evil flame should be removed from the blue stars.
No one could have predicted that the ultimate evil flame would appear at this large auction. Ranked 4th on the blue stars, the ultimate evil flame. Duan Yanan glanced at it and quickly averted her gaze, not daring to look longer. According to legend, the ultimate evil flame can burn all souls and easily create a realm of demonic flames. The starting bid is 2 billion. With each increment no less than 100 million.
Duan Yanan quickly said, "I invite all guests to place their bids."
3 billion. The familiar gentle voice rang out again.
1 billion. Inside box 18, Dugu Zhang frowned tightly and raised the bid directly.
As a 10th tier king-level powerhouse, Dugu Zhang's beast-taming talent is the A-level Moonflame.
All 6 of Dugu Zhang's contracted beasts are fire-type.
He attended this auction specifically to bid for. Although the king-level fire-type beasts he contracted cannot directly refine, he can allow his contracted fire-type pets to gradually comprehend the flame laws of and slowly absorb the flame source power emitted by. Dugu Zhang never expected that the esteemed guests in the Tianyi private room would consecutively participate in the auction, seemingly intent on acquiring all 3 incredibly precious purple crystal level.
"Have you found out who they are?"
Dugu Zhang looked at the guard beside him, his voice cold. "I only found out a little," the guard said, drenched in cold sweat.
"Speak." Dugu Zhang's expression was icy.
The esteemed guests in the Tianyi private room are suspected to be the providers of the finale auction item. The guard trembled as he spoke. There are rumors that the finale auction items are all highly potential pet cubs. Therefore, the esteemed guests in the Tianyi private room are very likely top breeders from the last era, who have been in slumber until now.
"What did you say?"
Dugu Zhang's expression changed drastically as he grabbed the guard by the neck, lifting him up violently, his body engulfed in an incredibly cold moonlight flame.
"Master."
The guard's face was filled with pain.
"Are you sure they are a top breeder?" Dugu Zhang was furious, saying, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? If a top breeder competes with us, the entire Dugu family could be completely destroyed under their wrath. Do you understand the severity of the situation?
He casually threw the nearly unconscious guard aside, panic evident on his face. As the current head of the Dugu family, despite having a powerful ancestor's legacy within the family, Dugu Zhang could not imagine the catastrophic consequences if the Dugu family offended a top breeder.
7 billion.
A voice came again from the Tianyi private room.
Dugu Zhang remained silent for a long time, ultimately not daring to raise the bid again. 7 billion once, 7 billion twice, 7 billion 3 times.
Sold. Duan Yinan exclaimed excitedly, "Congratulations to the esteemed guests in the Tianyi private room for winning this precious evil demon flame at the price of
7 billion. The price of
7 billion slightly exceeds the value of the evil demon flame." Dugu Zhang pondered for a moment, suppressing his pain, and took out a container that held a dazzling golden, gently swaying. Dugu Zhang took a deep breath, handed the container to a servant, and said solemnly, "Deliver this to the esteemed guests in the Tianyi private room and say it's an apology gift."
Do you understand?
Yes, the servant slightly bowed. However, his eyes trembled continuously. He knew that the esteemed guests in the Tianyi private room were clearly an 18-year-old youth. The Lu family of the Dragon Emperor clan and the Dugu family, a dominant family, were successively sending out gifts and apologies. In terms of value, they were all exorbitantly high. In the Tianyi private room, Lu Chen looked at the 4 types of in the container.
He couldn't help but smile. Jiao Green Poison Flame, Purple Sky Thunder Fire, Evil Demon Flame.
Lu Chen felt elated, secretly thinking, as for the 4th type of, it turns out to be the Brilliant Golden Flame, ranked 7th on the Blue Star list, sent by Dugu Zhang as an apology. He directly stored the 4 types of. In the beast space, the Tian Fire Phoenix chirped. It directly devoured all 4 types of purple crystal level. As the purple mist continued to absorb and refine, many impurities were expelled, such as the extreme toxicity of the Jiao Green Poison Flame and the demonic essence of the Evil Demon Flame, which were directly rejected. The source of the Tian Fire Phoenix was the mysterious Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire.
Powers like poison and demons were unnecessary for the Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire.
The toxic, thunder, and metallic sources were directly transformed into a crystal stone.
No L. Lu Chen's mind moved, handing the demon crystal to the dark prison demon dragon. Roar! Noel was very pleased and directly devoured the demon crystal. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Noel was quite simple-minded.
The demon crystal expelled by the Tian Fire Phoenix was also delicious. As for the other resources he bid on, he distributed them to the contracted beasts one by one. The entire beast master space was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Manager Lu, Duan Shangwa smiled and said, "It seems that Dugu Zhang has discovered something, so he dared not compete with you." "I don't mind the normal bidding at the auction," Lu Chen said casually, smiling. "If Dugu Zhang wants to apologize to me, if I refuse him, he would only be more anxious, right? It's better to accept it directly, that way, he can feel more at ease."
With Manager Lu's vision, you truly wouldn't care about a bit of competition, Duan Shangwa sighed. He knew well.
The value of the beast cubs Lu Chen sold was much higher than that of purple crystal level resources.
Yet the selling price was only 3 million. It was almost like giving it away. How could he care about a little money?
"I do need some purple crystal level resources with different attributes," Lu Chen said casually. The resources he usually used for his contracted beasts were almost all red star level, but the importance of purple crystal level resources could not be ignored. For example, the 4 types of red star level refined by the Tianhua Luan bird could greatly enhance the Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire after being refined. The level of Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire was. Ordinary red star level resources might not be very effective. The likes of the Evil Demon Flame, Brilliant Financial Flame, Purple Sky Thunder Fire, and even the 10th ranked Jiao Green Poison Flame, all originated from Blue Star, and in essence, shared the same source as Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire, thus achieving effects close to red star level resources. As the number of fused increased, Lu Chen could even foresee. When the Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire was perfected, the potential level of the Tianhua Luan bird would also break through to the 10th level of Holy Spirit, truly reaching demigod level.
3 types of purple crystal level. The final transaction price, 5 billion.
Before this, Lu Chen had also bid on several diamond level resources, as well as a luxurious villa and 328 ancient dinosaur remains.
The total price was nearly 10 billion. However, Lu Chen's balance was only 7 billion. Theoretically, it was not enough to pay.
Yet Lu Chen didn't care at all, maintaining his usual demeanor, chatting and laughing with Duan Shangwa. This large auction even featured the finale item, which he had provided directly. Compared to the finale item, some purple crystal level resources were nothing at all. As long as he waited for the auction to end, he could deduct it from the total transaction amount.
Next, Lu Chen made multiple bids.
He consecutively won 2 types of dark attribute purple crystal level resources, 3 types of life attribute purple crystal level resources, and 2 types of mental attribute purple crystal level resources.
The total price exceeded 17 billion. Is this what it feels like to spend money? Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, thinking, I actually spent 27 billion without even realizing it.
Such a huge amount of funds, if used to cultivate a genius with S-level talent, could completely nurture them to the 10th level of monarch step by step. Yet Lu Chen was unfazed. The Tianhuoluan Bird's Island, the best growth route right now is to absorb all on the blue star ranking, perfecting the fire source to the extreme. The Dark Prison Dragon Noel, if it absorbs many different types of dark and dragon resources, can also enhance Noel's source power, allowing its potential level to break through to demigod level.
As for the ancient life tree Anyu, purple crystal level life resources are ultimately just icing on the cake.
What Anyu truly needs is an extremely precious red star level resource comparable to Dark Prison Dragon's essence. Only then can the potential level of the ancient life tree reach the same level as the Tianhuoluan Bird and the Dark Prison Dragon.
Tianyu Illusion Spirit?
Little Tianyin doesn't need too much cultivation for now. Purple crystal level mental resources, combined with the source power of the Soul Kingdom, are enough to continuously enhance Little Tianyin's foundation.
For Little Tianyin, breaking through to the daylight level is really not difficult at all. Once she breaks through, Xia Oceanian's strength may even surpass that of Xylan and Nuar. Lu Chen pondered deeply.
After bidding on these purple crystal level resources, Lu Chen asked Duan Shanghua to try to gather the of Blue Star, and even the powerful from various realms. In addition, there were those precious resources with different attributes from the dark, dragon, and life systems.
In the Tianzi No. 2 private room, Lu Su was always focused on the progress of the auction.
A total of 3 types of purple crystal level, 2 types of purple crystal level dark system resources, 3 types of purple crystal level life system resources. A total of 8 purple crystal level resources, worth over 20 billion.
Are these resources all prepared for Lu Chen?
Lu Su clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. That top-tier nurturing master actually has such high hopes for a mere discarded pawn.
Lu Tianfun's expression was also extremely solemn.
From beginning to end, he had never competed whenever the Tianyi private room made a bid. Although the Lu family had a considerable demand for purple crystal level resources from the fire, dark, life, and mental systems, especially the 3 types of purple crystal level, Lu Tianfeng was deeply tempted. The contracted pet he had was a red dragon from a royal lineage, which had evolved into a crimson flame giant dragon after returning to its ancestral bloodline, with a realm and potential of the 10th rank of kings. If he had the 3 types of purple crystal level, the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon might even have a chance to break through to the Overlord level. Even so, Lu Tianfeng had no intention of competing. He feared provoking the displeasure of that top-tier nurturing master, which would lead the other party to stand against the Lu family. A total of 8 types of purple crystal level resources. Lu Tianfeng's gaze was heavy as he slowly said, there is no doubt that these resources are all prepared for Lu Chen. If Lu Chen becomes that master's disciple, then these 8 types of purple crystal level resources would make complete sense.
Damn it! A lowly discarded pawn can actually become a disciple of a top-tier nurturing master?
Lu Su was furious, but more than that, he couldn't hide his jealousy, coldly saying, Lu Chen, you really are lucky. If Lu Chen becomes the disciple of the top-tier nurturing master, our Lu family cannot easily act against Lu Chen before we completely win over that master. Lu Tianfeng glanced at Lu Su and said solemnly, Suer, you usually have a calm demeanor, but at critical moments, you can't control your emotions. You need to learn to endure. Between the Dragon Clan and a lowly discarded pawn, I believe that top-tier nurturing master will definitely make the right choice.
Alright, Lu Su gradually calmed down. Deep inside, however, an endless jealousy was churning. Lu Tianfeng patted Lu Su's shoulder and looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the auction venue.
The finale item is about to be presented, Lu Tianfeng said slowly.
At the auction venue, many guests were wide-eyed.
As expected of the first commercial firm in Magic City, the large-scale auction held once every 10 years has actually featured 37 types of purple crystal level resources.
Who exactly is the esteemed guest in the Tianyi private room?
They directly bid on 10 extremely precious purple crystal level resources. The guests in the other Tianzi private rooms seem to be intentionally avoiding bidding conflicts with the Tianyi private room. Those in the Tianzi private room are either representatives of major forces or king-level beast masters, and even a few overlords are actively avoiding them. This is simply unprecedented. These 10 types of purple crystal level resources, when combined, are worth at least over 30 billion. Yet the esteemed guest in the Tianyi private room only spent over 20 billion to acquire them all. Wait, in past large-scale auctions, the evil demon flame, which is ranked 4th on the, has always been the finale item.
How come there hasn't been a finale item yet in this auction? What the hell? The evil demon flame, ranked 4th on the, second only to the Qinglian sacred fire, can't even be the finale item? The entire venue was in an uproar. Duan Yinen's demeanor was composed, a slight smile gracing her lips, but inside, she was overwhelmed with shock. She had just learned about the final auction item, and it took her a long time to process the internal turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she slowly said, "Dear guests, the regular auction segment has concluded. Next up is the grand finale item of this large auction. The grand finale item consists of a total of 5 pieces. The first grand finale item to be auctioned now is." As her words fell, many guests were fixated, their eyes glued to the auction stage. Several guests even stood up in excitement. Most of the guests in the first floor hall didn't even qualify to bid on amethyst-level resources, let alone the grand finale items that were clearly worth far more than amethyst-level resources. This, however, did not hinder their curiosity about the rarity of the grand finale items. As the red cloth was unveiled, many guests displayed deep astonishment. What is this? A worm? Didn't they say the grand finale items were starting to be auctioned? What is this worm doing here? Using a worm as the grand finale of the auction? At that moment, the guests were all dumbfounded. With their experience, they simply could not comprehend the situation at hand. In the right-side seats of the first floor hall, a young boy was utterly astonished. Luo Beiqian looked at the worm in the container on the auction stage, and that familiar feeling grew stronger. "Dad!" Luo Beiqian's voice trembled as he said, "Is that worm the one from the mythical beast shop? Is there any other possibility?" Luo Yan's expression was filled with shock, but his lips curled into a bitter smile. Weren't they saying that the price for this worm was only 3 million? Luo Beiqian's expression froze, and he stammered, "Why has it become the grand finale item of the auction? The highest transaction price for the previous items even reached over 4 billion. Is this worm's value even higher?" Since attending the auction, Luo Beiqian had gained a lot of knowledge and witnessed many invaluable amethyst-level resources. Luo Yan had even spent 30 million to acquire a very rare beast, Rock-Earth Caress, which had a clear evolution path and could potentially evolve to the 10th tier of the Sun phase. Luo Beiqian had begun to imagine how glorious it would be in school after contracting Rock-Earth Caress. But when he saw that familiar worm on the auction stage, presented as the grand finale item, Luo Beiqian truly realized what he had missed. "Beiqian." Luo Yan gently patted Luo Beiqian's shoulder, his expression complex as he said, "If you hadn't done something foolish back then, perhaps you could have contracted this worm. For a price of 3 million, you could have contracted a beast cub worth at least several billion. This would have been the greatest opportunity of your life, but you missed it." Luo Beiqian's body trembled, his teeth clenched tightly. Yet, no matter what, he could not suppress the regret in his heart. A beast cub worth several billion. Luo Beiqian murmured, "If I could contract it, I would at least become a king-level beast master in the future, right? Such an expensive beast cub is usually only qualified to be bid on by overlord-level beast masters or those great families that have existed for hundreds or even thousands of years." Luo Yan shook his head and said, "If you could contract it, I wouldn't be surprised if you became an overlord-level master in the future." "Dad, is there any chance to make up for it?" Luo Beiqian gritted his teeth and asked. "Impossible." Luo Yan said solemnly, "You must not entertain any thoughts of making up for it, and do not disturb that shopkeeper at the mythical beast shop. Do you understand?" Luo Beiqian lowered his head and agreed. His tightly clenched fists and trembling body revealed his emotions. "What Rock-Earth Caress? The evolution path to the 10th tier of the Sun phase?" Luo Yan was filled with regret. "I could have contracted a heavenly rock true dragon." "Dear guests," Duan Yanen said with a faint smile, "as you can see, the first featured auction item is an incredibly precious and infinitely potential pet beast cub." The guests exchanged glances, feeling it was absurd and utterly bewildered. "A worm. Incredibly precious, infinite potential?" "Dear guests, please remain calm." Duan Yanen noticed the many skeptical gazes but was unfazed, chuckling lightly. "This worm, since it can serve as the highlight of this large auction, is certainly not an ordinary existence. This worm carries a trace of the heavenly rock true dragon's bloodline." In the 57th box on the second floor, a voice of doubt emerged. "Miss Duan, indeed the bloodline of a true dragon can be compared to that of a divine dragon. Especially in this current era where true dragons have long since vanished, this trace of the heavenly rock true dragon's bloodline is undoubtedly extremely rare. However, if it is merely a trace of true dragon blood, how can it qualify as the highlight item? From the 69th box, another voice chimed in, Miss Duan, may I ask what the potential level of this worm-shaped pet beast cub is? If it does not possess overlord level potential, it cannot qualify as the highlight. Potential level?
Duan Yanan said with a hint of a smile, I can tell you plainly, this worm pet beast cub has a potential level of
Awakening Stage 1. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted. Awakening Stage 1 potential, becoming the highlight item at a large auction? Is the Magic City Trading Company insane? Are they trying to mock all the guests present?
The guests in the Earth and Heaven boxes hold immense power.
How dare the Magic City Trading Company offend them like this? I thought this worm had some special quality. What heavenly rock true dragon bloodline? With a potential level of only Awakening Stage 1, isn't that just pure garbage? In the 69th box, a voice filled with suppressed anger rang out, Miss Duan, are you mocking us? Please remain calm. Duan Yanan remained composed, smiling lightly, please allow me to finish.
She surveyed the surroundings, her calm demeanor gradually silencing the venue.
Even the guests in the Earth box ceased their questioning.
Do you all know that the bloodline of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon is comparable to that of a top divine dragon species? If we talk about potential level, the potential of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon must be at the Holy Spirit level.
Duan Yanan said softly, such a powerful bloodline, how could it be contained within a mudworm that only awakens at stage 1 as an adult?
By common sense, even a trace of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon's bloodline would be enough to burst the mudworm's body apart.
Many guests showed thoughtful expressions.
They had not had time to consider this before, but now, upon hearing Duan Yanan's words, they suddenly understood.
Right, how could a mudworm carry the bloodline of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon?
Logically speaking, even a trace of True Dragon bloodline would be enough to create a sub-dragon species with sun-level potential.
Could this mudworm have some special quality? At this moment, Miss Duan, please stop keeping us in suspense.
A calm voice came from the third heaven box.
Duan Yanan's expression suddenly became serious.
She knew that the esteemed guest in the third heaven box was a true overlord-level beast master. In the entire Xia country, an overlord-level beast master stood at the very top. Even the head of the dragon-taming family, Lu Tianfeng, could not hold an equal status with an overlord-level beast master outside of the Magic City. In the world of beast taming, strength is ultimately paramount. In fact, this worm cub comes from the hands of a top breeder. The trace of the bloodline of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon was actually forcibly implanted into the body of the earthworm cub by that top-tier breeder.
Duan Yanan said slowly, indeed, it is a top-tier breeder.
A shocked voice came from box No.
3, forcibly implanting the bloodline of a true dragon. Such breeding techniques are truly unbelievable. However, I am puzzled as to why that senior would implant such a high-level bloodline into an earthworm.
Naturally, only this earthworm can bring the bloodline of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon to its fullest potential. Duan Yanan lifted the container holding the earthworm, her voice gradually rising with excitement. Dear guests, this earthworm is no ordinary existence, but one of the most promising pet cubs of this era. This earthworm, seemingly unremarkable, has been favored by the will of the realm and awakened a special growth-type talent, bloodline purification.
The growth-type talent, bloodline purification, can infinitely purify the bloodline until the concentration reaches 100%.
What seems like a trace of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon's bloodline can be infinitely purified, allowing the earthworm to continuously evolve into a ground dragon, an earth dragon,
and even evolve into a true Heavenly Rock True Dragon.
I won't elaborate too much on the uniqueness of the growth-type talent. This earthworm, which has awakened the growth-type talent bloodline purification, has a starting bid of 5 billion, with each bid increasing by no less than 100 million.
I invite all guests to bid freely.
This speech completely ignited the entire auction hall.
The overwhelming amount of information left many guests feeling bewildered, confused, and shocked. It was silent for just a second. 5 billion. Box No. 69 immediately placed a bid. 6 billion. 6. 5 billion. 7 billion.
The bidding price seemed to have no limits, continuously skyrocketing.
Inside the hall, Luo Beiqian took a deep breath, suddenly recalling the shopkeeper's earlier narration, feeling a sense of déjà vu.
The initial price was only 3 million.
Now, the bids from various big shots were soaring, almost reaching the astronomical figure of 10 billion. Dad! Luo Beiqian's expression was filled with immense bitterness as he said softly, let's go.
Luo Yen took a deep look at the earthworm in the container on the auction stage, realizing that in just a few days, the earthworm that was worth 3 million was now approaching 10 billion, giving him a surreal feeling. The departure of the father and son, Luo Yen and Luo Beiqian, did not attract any attention among the excited guests. All the guests' gazes were focused on the earthworm, filled with endless fervor. No one cared about the potential level of the earthworm itself anymore.
Awakening to the first stage? So what? Whether it was the special growth-type talent or the perfectly compatible bloodline of the heavenly rock true dragon, both were enough to make the value of this earthworm reach an incredibly exaggerated level.
Box No. 2. Lu Su's eyes turned completely red. Special growth-type talent, bloodline purification, bloodline of the heavenly rock true dragon? With the combination of the two, this earthworm will definitely evolve into a true heavenly rock true dragon, comparable to top divine dragon species and top demon dragon species. Lu Su stared intently at the earthworm on the auction stage, his body slightly trembling with excitement. The third S-level dragon shadow talent I awakened is the earth-type dragon shadow of the earth vein. If I can contract this earthworm and it evolves into a heavenly rock true dragon in the future, my earth vein dragon shadow talent will also evolve to SS level. If I can strongly fuse the SS level dragon shadow talent with the holy dragon shadow and golden dragon shadow, the probability of awakening the SSS level beast master talent will increase many times. Sure, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly, no matter the cost, we must win this earthworm in the auction. At this moment, the bidding price for the earthworm had already reached 8.9 billion. Such an exaggerated price could only come from the esteemed guests in the Tianzi box, who were bidding against each other. Lu Su looked towards the venue, his eyes filled with determination, and suddenly declared, 10 billion. The room fell silent. 10 billion. Such a high price could even buy a piece of a red star level resource. As for the Xianyao level resources, in this era, unless found among the many realms, it was impossible to locate Xianyao level resources. The initial revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star did not meet the birth conditions for Xianyao level resources. Only those powerful realms, like the demon realm and dragon realm, had a very few Xianyao level resources. Even so, a price of 10 billion was already incredibly extravagant. The highest auction items at the Magic City auction had never reached such sky-high prices. Has the Lu family started bidding? Right out of the gate, it's 10 billion, they truly are wealthy and bold. This mudworm is destined to evolve into a true dragon species. As a dragon-ruling family, how can the Lu family resist such temptation? Even if they go bankrupt, the Lu family will still bid for it. It seems the Lu family is determined to win. However, the dragon-ruling families participating in this large auction are not just the Lu family. In the Tianzi box No. 7, Lu Yaohong was on a call. A phantom image unfolded before him. In the image, a dignified and handsome middle-aged man looked shocked and excited. Brother, if our Lu family can purchase this mudworm and evolve it into a Tianyan true dragon, the structure of the 3 dragon-ruling families in Xia country will be completely changed. At that time, not to mention the 3 dragon-ruling families in Xia country, even the top 10 dragon-ruling families on Blue Star will be dominated by the Lu family. Lu Yaohong's expression was fervent as he said, I apply to activate the family's emergency plan, to expedite the sale and transfer of various assets, to gather all funds as quickly as possible. This Tianyan true dragon can only belong to our Lu family. Yaohong, you're doing great. Lu Nan, the head of the Lu family, took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will gather funds as quickly as possible. By then, the funds you bid with will reach at least 30 billion. You can bid freely. The future Tianyan true dragon can only belong to our Lu family. Do you understand? Understood. Lu Yaohong replied immediately. As the call ended, Lu Yaohong, with an inexplicable smile, said loudly, as a dragon-ruling family, isn't the Lu family being too petty? They think they can secure the future Tianyan true dragon with just 10 billion? Lu Yaohong, what do you mean? Lu Tianfeng's cold voice came from Tianzi box No. 2. I advise you not to interfere in this auction. Your Lu family is not worthy of possessing a top-tier true dragon species. Why should I listen to you? Lu Yaohong sneered, I bid 15 billion. The entire venue was shocked. 15 billion? Such a sky-high price was astonishing. What shocked the guests even more was that the previously allied dragon-ruling families, which had only a little competition, were now clashing head-on over the bidding for the mudworm. The esteemed guest in Tianzi box No. 7 bids 15 billion. Duan Yinan showed an excited expression and said, is there any higher bid? 15 billion once, 15 billion twice, 16 billion. Lu Su quickly raised his bid. He gritted his teeth, his expression extremely grim. When attending the auction, the Lu family had only prepared 20 billion in funds. Throughout the auction, the Lu family had not made any bids. According to common sense, with 20 billion in funds, it should be enough to bid for a divine dragon species pet beast. One must know that due to the proud nature of the dragon race, a true divine dragon species would not easily form a contract. To contract a divine dragon species, the baseline is an S-level beast taming talent, and it must be a core contract. Looking at the 3 great dragon-ruling families, the younger generation of the Lu family has not a single S-class talent. As for the Gu family's younger generation, there is only one direct descendant who has awakened an S-class talent and has formed a core contract with a top-tier giant dragon species. Even if they win the bid, they cannot immediately form a contract with it. Only Lu Su has an S-class talent, Earth Vein Dragon Shadow, which can be contracted again. But Lu Su never expected that the final auction item, a pet cub, was not some so-called divine dragon species, but a lowly earthworm. Even though this earthworm has limitless potential and can evolve into a heavenly rock giant dragon with Holy Spirit level potential, it is currently just a weak earthworm that anyone can contract with. Due to the existence of the growth-type talent bloodline purification, it can even feed back to the Beast Master, purifying their beast talent as well, ultimately evolving to SS class. Whoever can bid for this earthworm can ensure their family's prosperity for thousands of years. 20 billion? Completely insufficient. Only increasing the bid by 1 billion? It seems your Lu family hasn't prepared much funding at all. Lu Yaohong laughed arrogantly, saying, if you really have no money, then just withdraw from the auction. I bid 20 billion. Damn it. Lu Su was furious. But suddenly, a sense of powerlessness surged within him. It seems he has already investigated. Lu Tianfeng frowned and said, Lu Yaohong should know that we only prepared 20 billion. Father, Lu Su gritted his teeth and said, what should we do now? Keep bidding, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly. For the Heavenly Rock True Dragon, any so-called assets can be mortgaged or sacrificed. As the current head of the Lu family, Lu Tianfeng naturally had the authority to make decisions. 20 billion. Duan Yanan's voice trembled slightly. She had hosted many auctions but had never seen such a sky-high price. 20 billion once, 20 billion twice, 20 billion 3 times. The small hammer was raised, about to fall. 22 billion. Lu Su gritted his teeth. Oh, are you going to mortgage assets? Lu Yaohong seemed to tease, but his brows were tightly furrowed. He had been aggressively raising the bid to force Lu Tianfeng to give up the auction, but he did not expect Lu Tianfeng to be so resolute. The funds prepared by the Lu family were only 20 billion. Bidding up to 22 billion meant that Lu Tianfeng had made a decision, determined to obtain this earthworm. Even if it meant mortgaging assets, he would secure this earthworm. Lu Yaohong showed no signs of retreating and immediately said, 24 billion. Lu Su hesitated a bit. He had never managed such a large sum of money. Leave it to me, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly. The Lu family's liquid funds cannot possibly exceed ours. There is only one possibility. The Lu family has also decided to sell or mortgage their assets. Father, Lu Su took a deep breath and said, if I can contract this earthworm, I will definitely evolve it into a heavenly rock true dragon. Even the Lu family will only become a vassal of our Lu family. I believe in you, Lu Tianfeng revealed a hint of a smile and said, competing in family assets? Among the 3 great dragon ruling families, our Lu family's assets are the largest. 26 billion. Lu Tianfeng said solemnly, Lu Yaohong, do you want to continue competing? Why not compete? Lu Yaohong shook his head and said, Lu family head, I respect you, but the heavenly rock true dragon can only belong to the Lu family. His eyes were filled with determination. Among the 3 great dragon ruling families, the Lu family was already in a state of decline. In the younger generation, both the Lu and Gu families had direct descendants who awakened S-class beast taming talents. Only the Lu family had not produced a single S-class talent in the new generation. Lu Luochan's beast taming talent had evolved to S-class, but it was contrary to the Lu family's interests. Behind Lu Luochan stood the hegemonic beast master Duan Shanghua, and even more so, the incredibly mysterious shopkeeper. Thinking of that store manager, Lu Yaohong felt a shiver. No wonder he can casually cultivate 3 top-tier dragons with direct bloodlines of the divine dragon. The top breeder who can cultivate earthworms must be that store manager. Lu Yaohong fell into deep thought, secretly saying, as long as I can bid for this earthworm, I can exhaust all resources to cultivate an SS-level talent overlord dragon master. At that time, the Lu family's power will reach its peak. No matter what, this earthworm must be won. With this thought, Lu Yaohong said solemnly, 30 billion. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look hopefully at the venue, hoping that Lu Tianfeng would back down. 30 billion. This was already the limit of funds that could be raised in a short time. If he raised the bid again, he would have to directly mortgage his assets to the number 1 business in the Demon City. For a dragon-controlling family to bid to the extent of mortgaging assets, this was undoubtedly undignified. 31 billion. Lu Tianfeng detected Lu Yaohong's hesitation and mocked, Lu Yaohong, you're still not qualified. In box no. 7. Lu Yaohong felt powerless. His gaze became somewhat dazed. At that moment, the communication rang. Yaohong. Lunan said solemnly, I told you, no matter the cost, we must win this bid. What are you hesitating for? Seeing his brother's disappointed gaze, Lu Yaohong suddenly woke up. The Lu family has no way out.
Lu Yaohong said softly, the current Lu family has even fallen to the point of needing to marry for alliances. If we continue to decline, we might be abandoned by the dragon realm. No matter the cost, we must keep the Tianyan true dragon in the Lu family. Lu Nan looked deeply at Lu Yaohong.
Then, the communication was cut off. Lu Yaohong looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression gradually becoming resolute, and he said in a deep voice, 35 billion.
It seems the Lu family is determined to compete at all costs. Lu Tianfeng said slowly, how about this? I can make a promise that in the future, the Lu family can assist the Lu family. Moreover, the first generation of direct dragon descendants from the Tianyan true dragon will be unconditionally gifted to the Lu family. How about exchanging such conditions for the Lu family to withdraw from the bidding? We in the Lu family can offer the same conditions. Lu Yaohong immediately replied, how about the Lu family head withdraw from the bidding? Stubborn. Lu Tianfeng snorted coldly and said, 36 billion, 37 billion, 38 billion. Lu Tianfeng and Lu Yaohong continued to raise their bids. The auction price kept soaring. Before long, it actually reached 45 billion.
At this point, whether it was Lu Tianfeng or Lu Yaohong, the frequency of their bids slowed down. From initially raising the bid by 10 billion each time, it gradually changed to 5 billion, then to 3 billion, and 2 billion.
Finally, each bid was only raised by 1 billion. 51 billion, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly. Lu Yaohong's expression turned extremely ugly.
The communication opened.
No more bidding.
Lu Nan frowned tightly, ultimately sighing deeply. In terms of assets, the Lu family cannot compare to the Lu family. Excluding those core assets that cannot be moved, 51 billion is the limit for our Lu family.
Are we really going to give up like this? Lu Yaohong's expression was pained. In terms of determination, we simply cannot compare to Lu Tianfeng.
Lu Nan shook his head and said, I received news earlier that Lu Su seems to have obtained the third type of S-level dragon shadow talent. If Lu Su can contract the earthworm and evolve it into the Tianyan true dragon, Lu Su himself will undergo a transformation. Therefore, Lu Tianfeng's determination cannot be shaken. The third type of S-level dragon shadow talent? Lu Yaohong's voice trembled slightly. This Lu Su has such extraordinary talent? The rise of the Lu family is already unstoppable. Lu Nan shook his head and sighed. We can't compete any longer. Let's just give up on the bidding.
Yes, Lu Yaohong, though unwilling, could no longer place a bid.
The esteemed guest of Box No.
2 bids 51 billion. Are there any other guests who wish to continue bidding?
Duan Yinan's pretty face was filled with excitement as she announced, 51 billion once, 51 billion twice, 51 billion 3 times.
With the fall of the small wooden hammer, bang, deal.
Duan Yinan exclaimed excitedly, congratulations to the esteemed guest of Box No. 2 for winning this incredibly precious pet cub, the mudworm, which is destined to evolve into a true dragon of the sky rock and possesses the growth-type talent bloodline purification.
In Box No. 2, Lu Tianfeng represented the Lu family and signed the property mortgage contract.
With the additional transfer of 20 billion, he finally gathered enough for the 51 billion.
Even as the head of the dragon-raising family, Lu Tianfeng felt a pang of pain.
If the many mortgaged properties were gradually sold off, they could at least convert to 40 billion in funds. Lu Tianfeng's mood was extremely complex, yet he still appeared calm, secretly thinking, now mortgaged to the #1 commercial bank in Magic City, it can only offset 31 billion.
Father,
Lu Su directly contracted with the mudworm, and as he felt the information from the contract, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. It truly has the special growth talent bloodline purification. A strand of the true dragon of the Skyrock's bloodline can continuously be purified until it evolves into a real true dragon of the Skyrock.
Is this the method of a top-tier breeder? Lu Tianfeng sighed. That senior is truly unfathomable. His complex feelings quickly became clear.
Immediately, Lu Tianfeng's voice resonated throughout the venue.
Lu Su has contracted the mudworm,
which indeed has the growth-type talent bloodline purification and can evolve into a true dragon of the Skyrock.
Lu Tianfeng declared, this 51 billion is truly worth more than its price.
Miss Duan, please thank that senior for cultivating such a defying pet cub.
If there were still guests doubting during the auction, with Lu Tianfeng's words, there was no longer a shred of doubt. What a terrifying depth of character. In Box No.
7, Lu Yaohong snorted coldly, clearly having mortgaged a large number of properties and feeling the pain, yet still wanting to use this auction opportunity to connect with that top-tier breeder. In the communication screen, Lu Nan said solemnly, Lu Tianfeng is indeed a formidable character. Under his management, the Lu family has been on the rise.
Now that Lu Su has contracted the mudworm, the Lu family's momentum is completely unstoppable.
If only our Lu family could mortgage more properties, it would be great to compete with them.
Lu Yaohong sighed. This auction has 5 major items.
This mudworm is just the first major item.
We still have a chance.
Lu Nan said seriously, for the upcoming major items, we must at least win one. Even though there are 5 items, the only cub that can evolve into a true dragon of the sky rock is the mudworm. Lu Yaohong said helplessly, the upcoming major items may not have any dragon-blooded cubs.
So what? Lu Nan said coldly, what dragon-raising family? In the end, they are just puppets of the dragon realm. If we can contract a cub comparable to a true dragon of the sky rock, even if it's not a dragon, what does it matter? As long as we possess enough power, even abandoning the name of the dragon-raising family is not a loss.
Elder brother.
Lu Yaohong's expression changed drastically.
He had always known that his elder brother's character was extremely indifferent and decisive.
But Lu Yaohong never expected that Lu Nan would be willing to abandon the name of the dragon-raising family.
I won't mention today's words to anyone, Lu Yaohong immediately said.
No problem.
Lu Nan said in a deep voice, I cannot be present at the venue now, so I will have to rely on you to make the decisions.
I hope you won't let me down.
With that, the communication was cut off. Lu Yaohong understood that Lu Nan would not call again. He would try his best to raise funds and minimize the family's losses, also to secure more capital. In the private room of Tianyi,
the final price actually reached 51 billion.
Duan Shanghua expressed his deep astonishment, saying, this has even attracted bids from the 2 major dragon clans, causing the final price to soar. He was well aware of the logic behind the auction. No matter how high the potential of the pet beast cubs, if the guests participating in the bidding lacked sufficient funds or were not interested in the pet beast cubs, they could not bid too high.
Manager Lu, Duan Shanghua took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, are the bids from the Lu family and the Lu family part of your plan? Who knows? Lu Chen chuckled lightly. He was also quite shocked by the final price of 51 billion. What surprised Lu Chen even more was that the earthworm was actually contracted by Lu Su. It seems that he has obtained the 3rd type of S-level dragon shadow talent. Lu Chen revealed a somewhat amused smile, secretly thinking, my dear brother, just struggle as much as you want. If you can truly merge into an SSS level beast master talent, perhaps I will praise you a few times before ruthlessly taking it away. As for Lu Su contracting the earthworm, Lu Chen didn't care at all. In fact, he was somewhat pleased. An SSS level beast master talent is not so easily evolved. Despite his expectations, Lu Chen was also clear. Even if Lu Su contracted the earthworm and evolved it into a Tianyan true dragon, the probability of him merging into an SSS level talent would never exceed 5%. Is the second featured auction item arranged? Lu Chen asked with a light smile. It's arranged, Duan Shanghua said hesitantly. The second featured auction item is also of dragon lineage. Among the 3 major dragon clans, the Lu family cannot participate in the bidding, leaving only the Lu family with the ability to bid. In this case, the final price will definitely not be too high. Lu Chen casually replied, isn't there still the Gu family? But the Gu family didn't come. Duan Shanghua frowned and said, I sent an invitation to the Gu family, and they clearly stated that they would not attend. The Gu family will definitely come, Lu Chen said confidently, perhaps they are already here. Bang! In the hall on the 1st floor, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open. An elderly man with a solemn demeanor slowly walked into the venue. Several attendants surrounded this elder like stars surrounding the moon, offering him a chair. Gu family head, the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors are now fully occupied, one attendant said, sweating profusely. You can only sit in the hall on the 1st floor to participate in the auction. That's fine, the elder frowned slightly but said nothing, sitting down in the chair with an imposing presence that felt out of place among the many guests in the 1st floor hall. Duan Yinan's expression also tightened. She truly did not expect that this person, who had at least previously occupied a top-tier private room, would actually sit in the hall on the 1st floor. My goodness, it's actually the current head of the Gu family, Gu Zongming. Such a big shot, sitting on the 1st floor? It is said that the Gu family rejected the invitation, and the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors are already full. The key point is that this large auction has a featured item provided by a top-tier breeder. Even Gu Zongming would not dare to act recklessly and can only abide by the rules. Whispers filled the air. Gu Zongming furrowed his brows and cast a cold glance. Without exuding any imposing aura, he made the entire venue fall silent. Then, Gu Zongming looked at the auction stage and said in a deep voice, I have come here unexpectedly, please do not take offense. Miss Duan, can we start the bidding for the second featured item? Sure. Duan Yinan came back to her senses. As the red cloth covering the second item was unveiled,
many guests were left astonished.
Isn't this the most common snake-type pet, the Qingfeng snake?
The potential level of the Qingfeng snake is only at the third tier of the awakening stage.
What potential level?
Even an earthworm can evolve into a true dragon. This Qingfeng snake must be extraordinary. Gu Zongming also saw the Qingfeng snake and couldn't help but furrow his brows.
However, he didn't raise any questions, merely watching Duan Yinan quietly.
Duan Yinan felt an immense pressure, facing the head of a dragon-riding family, Gu Zongming, who had long been established and was the most senior and powerful among the three major dragon-riding families.
There were rumors that if it weren't for the need to oversee the Gu family, Gu Zongming could break through to the dominator level at any time and ascend to the dragon realm.
Dear guests, this Qingfeng snake also comes from that top-tier breeder. This Qingfeng snake has awakened the growth-type talent bloodline purification. Duan Yinan took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and declared passionately, within the body of the Qingfeng snake lies a trace of the Gangfeng divine dragon bloodline. The Gangfeng divine dragon is a top-tier divine dragon species of the wind element, reaching the Holy Spirit level upon maturity. This means that the Qingfeng snake can infinitely purify its bloodline and ultimately evolve into the true divine dragon species, the Gangfeng divine dragon.
The starting bid is 5 billion.
Each bid must increase by no less than 100 million.
Guests, feel free to place your bids. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Zongming's gaze became incredibly intense. How can it be on par with the young of the Tianyan true dragon? He was extremely excited. The current Gu family was in a state of transition.
The second generation had no one to carry the burden, but among the younger third generation, there was an S-level talent in the direct line.
If I can win this bid and hand it over to the family's A-level talent direct line for training,
we could cultivate the legendary Gangfeng divine dragon, evolving the beast-taming talent to SS level.
Gu Zongming thought to himself, in that case, I can also relieve my burden and enter seclusion to break through to the dominator level. 10 billion. Lu Yaohong's voice suddenly rang out. Gu Zongming's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Young man from the Lu family, do you wish to compete with me?"
Uncle Zongming, Lu Yaohong laughed heartily. This auction has already featured 2 young divine dragon species.
There will surely be more opportunities ahead. Why not let it go this time and wait for the next featured item? Smooth talker. Gu Zongming snorted coldly.
With his experience, he naturally understood that the arrival of the Gu family had likely been anticipated by Principal Duan and that top-tier breeder. The upcoming featured items in this auction would definitely not feature any more dragon-type younglings.
20 billion, Gu Zongming said coldly.
Before coming, he had instructed his family to quickly liquidate some assets.
This time, Gu Zongming was determined to win.
In terms of foundation, the Gu family was no less than the Lu family, only slightly inferior to the Lu family.
Now that the Lu family had withdrawn from the bidding, it was just the Lu and Gu families competing on their foundations. 30 billion, Lu Yaohong declared loudly. He looked at the Qingfeng snake in the container with an eager gaze, ultimately evolving into the wind-type Gangfeng divine dragon. Lu Yaohong's son had awakened the A-level talent Hurricane. As long as he could win the bid, it would definitely be allocated to his son. With this thought, Lu Yaohong became even more resolute. 35 billion, 40 billion, the bidding price continued to soar.
In the vast auction hall, only the voices of Gu Zongming and Lu Yaohong echoed continuously. Both Gu Zongming and Lu Yaohong were betting the entire foundation of their dragon-riding families.
Even a dominator-level beast tamer could not compete with them. Soon, the bidding price reached 50 billion.
Such a high price was already approaching its limit.
51 billion. An involuntary smile appeared on Gu Zongming's aged face.
He knew that when bidding for the mudworm, Lu Tianfeng's offer of 51 billion had caused the Lu family to withdraw from the bidding.
Gu Zongming was using the same old trick again, seemingly confident of victory. 52 billion. Lu Yaohong took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice.
He had just received communication from Lu Nan, and the funds prepared by the Lu family, along with the assets that could be mortgaged, totaled exactly 51 billion.
After discussing with Lu Nan, Lu Yaohong decided to use personal assets. Lu Nan contributed 3 billion, and Lu Yaohong contributed 2 billion. Lu Yaohong's budget was 56 billion. Old man, even if the Gu family has more funds than I do, so what?
Lu Yaohong sneered, thinking, if you win the bidding for the Qingfeng snake, it will only be decided by the family.
But if I win it, it will definitely be contracted to my son. What right do you have to compete with me? 52 billion.
Duan Yinan exclaimed, this price has already exceeded the previous final auction item.
Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 53 billion, Gu Zongming said in a deep voice. He looked coldly at the Tianzino.
7 box, fully aware of Lu Yaohong's thoughts, but he also had his own reasons for needing to win the bid. If the Lu family won the Qingfeng snake, and Lu family's heir Lu Su had also contracted the mudworm,
In the future, the Lu family would control the Gangfeng Shenlong, while the Lu family would suppress the world with the Tianyan Shenlong. Among the three dragon-controlling families, what position would the Gu family have left? Old dog. Lu Yaohong cursed inwardly, then said, 54 billion, 55 billion, 56 billion. Lu Yaohong's expression was conflicted. This was already all the budget. Lu Yaohong nervously watched Gu Zongming, hoping the other party would not raise the bid. Gu Zongming seemed to sense Lu Yaohong's gaze, a hint of mockery appearing on his lips as he slowly said, 57 billion. Lu Yaohong felt a wave of helplessness. 57 billion. He simply couldn't come up with that amount. This old dog has been stuck at the 10th level of the monarch for at least 200 years. Lu Yaohong thought bitterly, in 200 years, he has never improved his realm, so he naturally hasn't consumed resources. Who knows how much wealth he has accumulated? With the Gu family's foundation, plus this old dog's 200 years of wealth accumulation, I can't compete at all. 57 billion once, 57 billion twice, 57 billion 3 times. Duan Yin'an raised the wooden hammer and then struck it down, saying, deal. Congratulations to the head of the Gu family for winning this extremely precious pet beast cub, the Qingfeng snake. The Qingfeng snake, extremely precious? Gu Zongming's expression was strange, but he still smiled and said, then thank you all. He immediately stood up and followed the attendant to the side hall, but did not choose to mortgage any properties. With Gu Zongming's 200 years of accumulation, he could still come up with over 30 billion. Correspondingly, the properties that the Gu family originally intended to mortgage would now be transferred to Gu Zongming's name. With over 30 billion in cash, he could directly leverage at least 40 billion worth of family assets. This would further expand Gu Zongming's influence within the Gu family. Why hesitate? Little dog, do you still dare to compete with me? Gu Zongming's aged face couldn't help but relax. With the transaction completed, Gu Zongming did not linger for a moment and directly left with the container for the Qingfeng snake. With Gu Zongming's status, he couldn't even stay in the auction hall for a minute. Tianzi no. 5 box. Lu Shui, exuding a sense of sensuality and restraint, couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. With the natural spirit little deer evolving into a life source spirit and activating the bloodline of the ancestral spirit, Lu Shui's status in the family skyrocketed, and she was directly designated as the young head of the family. According to the original trajectory, Lu Shui was supposed to marry into the royal family of the spirit ancient nation. She had to marry a spirit prince. Even the contracted little deer, in order to ensure the purity of its bloodline, must return to the natural elven royal family and marry a brother within the royal family. Now, there is no more worry. The young master of the elven family naturally cannot participate in the marriage alliance. The life source elf with the bloodline of the ancestral elf is even more noble than the direct descendants of the royal family, the princes and princesses. How could it be sent back? This large auction is also attended by Lu Shui on behalf of the Lu family. The Tianyan True Dragon, the Gangfeng Divine Dragon, clearly all come from Master Lu's hand. There is no doubt that Master Lu is that mysterious top breeder. Lu Shui shook her head, secretly thinking, Master Lu is going to change the entire Magic City, even Xia country, completely. She vaguely sensed something. That Master Lu might truly be laying out a plan. I have reported all the details of this auction back. Lu Shui showed a thoughtful expression, secretly thinking, the cubs of the Tianyan True Dragon and Gangfeng Divine Dragon naturally cannot compete with the Dragon Master family. Next, if there are other pet cubs, they can participate in the bidding. She looked towards the auction venue. The red cloth was lifted. Lu Shui once again showed a look of astonishment. A seedling of a locust tree? Lu Shui questioned. Could it be that this locust tree seedling has also awakened the growth-type talent bloodline purification? But plant-type pets don't have bloodlines at all. The third highlight auction item. Duan Yin'an said excitedly, a seemingly ordinary locust tree seedling, yet it has awakened the special growth-type talent engraving. Under the cultivation of that top breeder, this locust tree seedling has engraved an incredibly complete evolution route capable of evolving from a locust tree seedling, ultimately evolving into the legendary elven mother tree. Lu Shui's mind was shaken. This locust tree seedling can actually evolve into the elven mother tree? Lu Shui trembled all over, her eyes behind the thin-framed glasses filled with shock. The elven mother tree is the origin of the elven ancient kingdom, the mother goddess of all elven clans. Even the original ancestral elf was created by the elven mother tree. If the locust tree seedling truly evolves into the elven mother tree, the entire elven ancient kingdom will go crazy. The beast master who contracts the elven mother tree may rise to become the new king of the elven ancient kingdom. Lu Shui was acutely aware of what a single elven mother tree truly meant. It could even create a stronger elven ancient kingdom. Without a trace of hesitation, she directly transmitted the message to the head of the Lu family, Lu Yun. The communication rang. Shui'er. Lu Yun could hardly contain his excitement.
trembling as he said, "No matter the cost, even if it means the Lu family has nothing left, mortgaging all our assets, whether core or peripheral, to the Magic City Commercial Bank, we must secure this seedling of the elven mother tree."
In Luyan's view, what locust tree seedling? This is clearly a juvenile elven mother tree.
Yes, Lu Shui respectfully replied, but her feelings were extremely complex. In her impression, Lu Yun had always been incredibly stable, a master strategist.
Now, however, he seemed like a gambler. Excited, trembling, crazy. The other two major elven families, the Bai family and the Su family, are also participating in this auction. In terms of determination, the Bai family and Su family will not be inferior to our Lu family. No matter what, we must bid for the seedling of the elven mother tree. We cannot let it go to them.
Lu Yun gradually calmed down and said slowly, "Our three major elven families are, to put it bluntly, vassals of the elven ancient kingdom. If we can cultivate the legendary elven mother tree, our status will completely reverse. At that time, the entire elven ancient kingdom will become the foundation of our Lu family. For this goal, no matter the cost, it is worth it."
Shuer, do you understand?
I understand. Lu Shui's expression was serious. She naturally knew the gravity of the situation.
Unlike the Dragon Clan, although the Dragon Realm is powerful, it is ultimately located outside of Blue Star.
The ancient elven kingdom, however, is situated on Blue Star and is adjacent to the Xia kingdom.
Marriages between the elven families and the ancient elven kingdom are quite common.
The three major elven families have long wanted to break free from the control of the ancient elven kingdom.
There is no doubt about it. Now is the best opportunity. At the venue, the seedling of the Sephora tree, destined to evolve into the elven mother tree.
Duan Yanen's gaze seemed to flicker 3 times, passing over box 5, box 10, and box 15, slowly saying, "The starting bid is 5 billion, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 1 billion. Guests, please feel free to bid." Despite this, no one in the first floor hall or the second floor boxes made a bid. Everyone knew that the elven mother tree could only be won by the three major elven families. Any other guest's bidding would be a provocation to the elven families.
20 billion, Lu Shui immediately called out. 30 billion.
In box 10, Bai Qiqi directly placed her bid.
40 billion.
In box 15, Su Yuqin raised the bid again, smiling as she said, "Shuer, Qiqi, why don't we let Anne take it? How about that?" Lu Shui ignored her, resolutely raising her bid to 50 billion. From the perspective of seniority, Su Yuqin was indeed Lu Shui and Bai Qiqi's aunt, and they would usually have to pay their respects when they met. However, at this moment, it had no effect. Neither Lu Shui nor Bai Qiqi showed any intention of conceding.
60 billion,
Bai Qiqi said in a deep voice. "These two little girls are truly merciless."
Su Yuqin said coldly, 70 billion, 80 billion, 90 billion.
Lu Shui and Bai Qiqi continued to raise their bids. Su Yuqin said coldly, 100 billion. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire venue erupted.
Many guests seemed to finally react. Each bid is 10 billion?
The bidding price of 100 billion.
The total value of all the Su family's assets is just over 100 billion, right? Are they going to mortgage the entire family's assets, including the core industries, to the #1 business in Magic City?
In previous large auctions, the final price of the highlight items didn't even reach 10 billion.
And this auction has actually reached over 100 billion? Crazy. Truly crazy.
Duan Yanen was extremely excited and quickly said, "The esteemed guest in box 15 has bid 100 billion.
Are there any other esteemed guests who wish to continue bidding?" In box 5,
Lu Shui was drenched in sweat, her thin shirt soaked through, revealing a hint of purple. Such a massive amount of money was for a single auction. It was a ruthless challenge to Lu Shui's psychological endurance.
110 billion, 115 billion, 117 billion, 120 billion.
The bidding continued to soar. As Lu Shui called out the astronomical price of 120 billion, Su Yuqin seemed to lose all her strength, her eyes vacant as she slumped on the sofa. Her open collar was glistening with sweat. Yet, she completely disregarded it. The #1 business in Magic City has only estimated the total value of the Su family's many assets at 120 billion. Su Yuqin pressed her lips together, weakly saying, "Among the three major elven families, the Su family's foundation is the weakest.
Can't we even compete if we bet the entire family?"
As the bidding price soared again, it actually reached 130 billion.
In box 10,
the fervor on Bai Qiqi's pretty face gradually faded.
130 billion was already the limit for the Bai family. In terms of foundation, is it really still not as good as the Lu family?
Bai Qiqi couldn't help but shake her head. She gazed deeply at the seedling of the Sephora tree, faintly feeling a sense of shattered faith. For the three great elven families, the elven mother tree is the god of faith, and the ancestral elf is the messenger of the divine.
From now on, the Lu family will be the legitimate heir of the elven families. Bai Qiqi's lips curled with bitterness as she whispered, not just the elven families, even the royal family of the ancient elven kingdom must show immense respect to the Lu family. Hee, I heard that the nature spirit contracted by Lu Shui has even returned to the ancestral bloodline of the ancestral elf and evolved into a life source spirit. Her gaze flickered as she looked towards the Tiani private room directly opposite. The top-tier cultivator awakened in the last era has easily stirred the winds and clouds of the entire Xia country, and even the ancient elven kingdom cannot escape. The entire beast-taming world may be on the brink of a change. Bai Qiqi flashed a moment of realization, her emotions complex to the extreme. At the venue, 130 billion. The esteemed guest in box no. 5 bids 130 billion. Duan Yinan unconsciously tightened her legs, overwhelmed with excitement, saying, 130 billion once, 130 billion twice, 130 billion 3 times. Sold. With the small wooden hammer's fall, the transaction was completed. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Shui closed her legs, curled up on the sofa, gently wiped the fragrant sweat from her body, and couldn't help but gasp, whispering, from now on, as the Lu family of the elven families, we will become utterly destitute and must start over. 130 billion. Only by selling off all of Lu family's assets could they gather enough. When the transparent container was presented, Lu Shui couldn't help but reveal a genuine smile, softly saying, so what? The future Lu family will surpass the 3 great elven families and even the royal family of the ancient elven kingdom. What the Lu family pays is merely the accumulated assets of several hundred years. In Lu Shui's view, this was undoubtedly extremely worthwhile. Bang! The box door opened. Lu Yan slowly walked in, having obtained the joint consent of the clan elders to mortgage the entire Lu family's assets to the first commercial bank in the Demon City. With the signing of the agreement, the vast Lu family, with its hundreds of years of accumulation, was wiped out. Inger, come here. Lu Yan took the delicate girl's hand gently, saying, this future elven mother tree will be entrusted to you for contracting. Lu Shui was somewhat surprised. The girl before her was named Lu Ying, a side bloodline of the Lu family, yet she had awakened the S-level beast-taming talent tree source. Logically, one who awakens an S-level beast-taming talent, even from a side bloodline, would be listed as a junior head of the family. However, Lu Ying's S-level talent tree source could only contract plant-type beasts and could not contract with elves, which contradicted the purpose of the elven families. Who would have thought that Lu Ying would contract the seedling of the elven mother tree? Lu Shui pondered deeply, thinking, with the elven family's faith in the elven mother tree, only Lu Ying, who awakened the S-level talent tree source, is qualified to contract the elven mother tree, right? As Lu Ying contracted the locust tree seedling, Lu Yun immediately purchased a large amount of resources according to the evolution route and directly fed them to the locust tree seedling. As the light blossomed, the seedling gradually evolved. This is an elven tree. Lu Yan exclaimed excitedly. It is said that if the branches of the elven mother tree take root when they fall, they will transform into a lower-level elven tree. As long as the elven tree evolves a few more times, it will evolve into a true elven mother tree. Elven tree. Lu Ying held the container, her eyes dreamy. Return immediately. Lu Yan said solemnly, the elven tree must take root as it gradually grows. With the status of the elven mother tree, Lu Yan naturally would not allow the future elven mother tree to be completely bound to a beast-taming space. Only planting it in the ancestral land of the Lu family would be the best choice. In box no. 4, a stunningly beautiful girl was leisurely sitting on the sofa. Opposite the young girl, an old man wore a look of shock on his face, and the invisible aura he exuded indicated that he was a genuine overlord-level figure. The old man's name was Zhuo Lu, a second-tier beast master of the overlord level, who had a core contract with an overlord-level spirit beast of the weapon type, the Earth Fiend Sword Spirit, and had once slain an overlord-level evil eye demon. Throughout the Xia kingdom, Zhuo Lu was a well-known powerhouse. Yet, in front of the stunning young girl, he appeared quite respectful, as if he were a guardian. Princess Qingji, Zhuo Lu said with a tone full of admiration, the true dragon seed, the divine dragon seed. Now, even the mother tree of spirits is to be the finale auction item. The methods of that top-tier breeder are truly unfathomable. In the previous era, besides beast masters, there were many auxiliary professions, such as weapon refiners and formation masters. However, among all these professions, the breeder held the highest status. Xia Qingji's eyes sparkled as she softly said, in this era, the inheritance has been severed. Only the formation master path has been passed down, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even within the royal family, there is only one 7-star formation master, whose status is far inferior to that of a 7-star breeder. Moreover, That top-tier breeder seems to be more than just 7-star. Zhuo Lu's feelings were complex.
The 7-star formation master cultivated by the royal family held a status comparable to that of a 10th-tier overlord, and even the royal family had to treat him with respect.
Now, the top-tier breeder at the auction was said to be more than just 7-star?
It must be known that an 8-star breeder's status far exceeds that of a Holy Spirit level, barely comparable to a demigod-level beast master. It truly seems that the world is about to change.
Zhuo Lu sighed inwardly, then looked at the stunning young girl before him and couldn't help but ask, why doesn't Princess Chenji make a bid? With the royal family's financial power, it shouldn't be a problem to bid for the true rock dragon, the Gale Wind Dragon, and the Mother Tree of Spirits, right? Whether it was the true rock dragon, the Gale Wind Dragon, or the Mother Tree of Spirits, as long as they were adults, they were all at the Holy Spirit level. Especially with their growth-type special talents, they could allow the beast masters who contracted with them to undergo a complete transformation. If they could win the bid, in due time, the strength of the Xia royal family would surely increase significantly. However, the stunning young girl had yet to make a single bid. Zhuo Lu was quite puzzled. Uncle Zhuo, can't you see? That senior is not just raising the price, he is also laying out a plan for the Dragon Clan and the Spirit Clan. Xia Chenji's gaze was deep as she softly said, not only that, but that senior's target is likely the ancient spirit kingdom behind the scenes, and even the Dragon Realm. No matter how high I bid, what does it matter?
If I disturb that senior's plans, it would only lead to unnecessary offense and ill will.
Planning for the ancient spirit kingdom, and even the Dragon Realm? Zhuo Lu's breath quickened.
It wasn't until he reached the highest echelons of the Xia kingdom that he realized how deep the nation's foundation was. The ancient spirit kingdom, once one of the 7 kingdoms, though it had declined, could still stand firm against one of the 6 kingdoms if it mobilized its many resources.
As for the Dragon Realm, it was one of the most powerful realms among many.
In the Dragon Realm, there were even slumbering demigods and true deities.
Zhuo Lu could hardly imagine that the senior's plans extended to the ancient spirit kingdom and even the Dragon Realm. What a grand scheme this was!
The plans of such a senior are beyond our imagination.
Xia Chenji gently shook her head and said slowly, even I, as a princess of the Xia royal family, am probably part of their plans, right? It makes sense that senior's awakening places in the Xia kingdom. How could there be no plans?
Perhaps the entire Xia royal family is part of their scheme.
This. Zhuo Lu was greatly shaken, unable to help but exclaim, even the Xia royal family dares to be part of the plans? Why wouldn't they dare?
Xia Chenji revealed a hint of a smile and said, compared to the peak of the last era, the immensely powerful Beastmaster Empire,
can the 6 nations of the current era truly instill awe in those real powerhouses who have evaded the calamities of the era and have been in slumber until now?
It is said that the Beastmaster Empire of the last era was the most powerful empire among the last 10 eras.
Zhuo Lu sighed. I can't imagine how the Beastmaster Empire could be so strong.
However, such a powerful empire could not withstand the calamities of the era and ultimately perished.
Do you know that the Beastmaster Empire possessed a national guardian tree?
That national guardian tree filled the entire territory of the Beastmaster Empire with an incredibly rich spiritual energy, leading to the emergence of countless precious resources and many secret realms of inheritance.
Xia Chenji said softly, with that national guardian tree breaking through to demigod level, the Beastmaster Empire directly ruled the entire Blue Star, initiated the god-making plan, and even aimed to step into the starry sky. That national guardian tree is the fundamental reason why the Beastmaster Empire could be so powerful. The national guardian tree? Zhuo Lu pondered for a moment, shocked. Could it be the legendary Starry Holy Tree?
Exactly. Xia Chenji shook her head. The Starry Holy Tree has only appeared a few times over countless eras. With the arrival of the calamities of the era, the Starry Holy Tree could only vanish and cease to exist.
At this moment, in the auction hall,
the 4th and final auction item gradually revealed its true form.
It was a sapling of a pine tree. It looked unremarkable.
With the Elven Mother Tree's pearl in front, no one dared to question it. This pine sapling also possesses the growth-type special talent engraving, but it is slightly different.
Duan Yan'an said softly,
the evolution route that this pine sapling engraves is not the Elven Mother Tree, but the legendary Starry Holy Tree. Ancient texts record that where the Starry Holy Tree takes root, the spiritual energy will completely revive and transform into a sacred domain.
The starting bid is 5 billion. Each bid must not be less than 100 million. Guests may bid freely.
As the words fell,
This, Zhuo Lu's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It really is the Starry Holy Tree.
Xia Chenji bit her lip, her eyes gradually brightening, seemingly containing some strange color, slightly glistening, and she couldn't help but say, sure enough, am I also part of that senior's plan?
Then,
Xia Chenji looked towards the auction hall, her voice like silver bells, slowly ringing out.
100 billion. The entire hall was stunned. Crazy.
The base price is 50 billion, and they directly bid 100 billion? The three major elven families, in order to bid for the sapling of the elven mother tree, bid over 100 billion. I can understand.
But what is going on with this box no? 4. Who can compete with that? In box no. 10.
Bai Chi was still thinking that even though she missed the elven mother tree, spending hundreds of billions to buy this sapling of the starry holy tree and cultivating it in the future would make the Bai family the holy land of the entire blue star. Until she heard Xia Chunji's bid of 100 billion, she could only helplessly lie back down, choosing to give up on this auction. Aside from the contract for the elven mother tree, nothing else could make the elven families spare no effort.
In box no. 15. I can only give up.
Su Yuqin sighed helplessly. The esteemed guest in box no. 4 has bid 100 billion.
Is there any other esteemed guest willing to bid higher?
Duan Yunan's face was flushed, yet she was completely unaware, excitedly saying, 100 billion once, 100 billion twice, 100 billion 3 times.
Deal. In box no.
4. A very serious expression appeared on Xia Chunji's stunningly beautiful face. The initial form is the most inconspicuous little pine seedling, the first evolutionary form is the space tree, and thereafter it will continue to evolve into the space giant tree, the azure sky ancient tree, and the final form is the starry holy tree, with a potential of Holy Spirit level 3. Xia Chenji was reviewing the documents and said slowly, what a perfect evolutionary path. The resources required for each evolution can be traced in this era. If I'm not mistaken, this Holy Spirit level starry holy tree evolutionary path was likely personally improved by that senior after awakening. It's even possible that this is the evolutionary path that senior researched independently. After reading about the evolutionary path of the elven holy tree, her heart was filled with reverence for that mysterious top-tier cultivator. As a direct princess of the Xia royal family, Xia Chunji began learning various knowledge from a young age, including the scattered legacies left from the epics. Xia Chenji is a true genius. She has mastered 3 auxiliary profession legacies and has achieved success in all. Her cultivator level is 3 stars, formation master 4 stars, and weapon refiner 4 stars. As a 3-star cultivator, Xia Chunji can vaguely sense just how perfect the evolutionary path of the elven holy tree is. Princess Chenji, Suiqiu Lu said slowly, this future starry holy tree, His Majesty will surely let you contract it, right? What's wrong with that? Once the starry holy tree matures, it will be Holy Spirit level 3. It can transform the entire Xia kingdom into a holy domain. Xia Chenji smiled and said, as long as I form a core contract with the starry holy tree, I might even surpass my elder sister in the future and ascend to the throne of Xia Emperor. The starry holy tree has no flaws except for being immobile and unable to be stored in the beast space. Zuoqiu Lu fell silent. He had watched Xia Chenji grow up. Her talent was something he had never seen in his life. At the age of 6, Xia Chunji awakened her beast mastery talent. SS-level spatial talent, deep space domain. Ordinary beast masters pursue special growth type talents for their beasts, hoping to evolve into SS-level talents. However, Xia Chunji was born with SS-level beast mastery talent. Moreover, she was born into royalty, with her talent, family background, and appearance surpassing countless others. Even in terms of strength, Xia Chunji stood almost at the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom. Any type of spatial talent is an extremely special existence, capable of combining with the beast space. Even without contracting any beasts, one can continuously expand the beast space. Xia Chunji is 21 years old this year, and since awakening her SS-level talent deep space domain, she has never had a day of slack. She has already expanded her beast space to the king level 10. According to the original trajectory, Xia Chenji should contract a spatial beast with the potential of a Dominator level 10, breaking through to Dominator level at the fastest speed. For SS level talent, breaking through to Dominator level Beast Master is not difficult at all. With the princess's talent, even without contracting the Starry Holy Tree, she could still break through to Holy Spirit level in the future, right? Zuoqiu Lu's gaze was deep as he softly said, didn't the princess say that she would personally lead the charge on the battlefield against foreign races, to sweep away all foreign races? If you contract the Starry Holy Tree, you can never leave the imperial capital. Uncle Lu, Xia Chunji's gaze slightly sharpened as she said solemnly, contracting the Starry Holy Tree is the glory of the Xia kingdom. It is absolutely not a sacrifice. Can you understand that? Yes. Zuoqiu Lu gently closed his eyes, recalling the bold words of the adorable little girl from over a decade ago, and finally sighed softly, saying, I understand. In the vast Xia kingdom, no one is more suited to contract the Starry Holy Tree than Xia Chenji. This large auction has 5 major highlight items. and the starry holy tree is only the fourth. Xia Chunji smiled bitterly and said slowly, the heavenly rock true dragon, the gale wind divine dragon, the mother tree of spirits, the holy tree of stars. I'm really curious about what kind of extraordinary pet cub that Senior will arrange as the grand finale of this auction. Zhuqiu Lu was shocked. He suddenly realized that with the status of the holy tree of stars, it wasn't even the final highlight of the auction. Dear guests, the next item up for bidding is the final highlight of this auction. The last highlight is also a pet cub with the awakened growth type special talent engraving, capable of engraving any evolution route. Duan Yan'an gasped softly and smiled. It's worth mentioning that this pet cub has not yet engraved any evolution route, possessing infinite evolution possibilities. Whether it's a divine dragon, true dragon, demon dragon, or the mother tree of spirits, no matter which evolution route is chosen, one can request that top breeder to personally engrave it. Moreover, one can even meet that top breeder in person. This item has no starting bid, no increment standards. Dear guests, please feel free to bid. The entire venue trembled. 30 billion. Su Yuqin immediately placed her bid, her face filled with excitement, saying, if there's a second mother tree of spirits, it can only belong to the Su family. 40 billion. Bai Qiqi was equally thrilled. She thought there would be no chance left. If she could choose an evolution route, she would naturally choose to evolve into the mother tree of spirits. 50 billion. Lu Yaohong's lifeless eyes seemed to regain vitality. Among the three great dragon families, the Lu family had the heavenly rock true dragon, and the Gu family had the gale wind divine dragon. If the Lu family could also have a gale wind divine dragon, the balance among the three great dragon families of Xia country would be unbreakable. Lu Yaohong said excitedly. Suddenly, a voice like silver bells quietly rang out. 100 billion. The entire venue fell silent. They actually raised the bid to 100 billion again. Didn't Box know? For already bid 100 billion when bidding for the holy tree of stars? Who is it? Even the three great dragon families, unless they mortgage their entire core industries, could never come up with 200 billion. In Box no. 4. They can choose the evolution route at will? Xia Chunji's eyes brightened slightly, and she couldn't help but exclaim that Senior's breeding methods are truly unfathomable. The most important thing is, as long as one wins this final highlight, they can meet that Senior in person. With that breeder's layout, they probably wouldn't want a second mother tree of spirits to appear, nor would they want the three great dragon families to maintain their balance. Zhuqiu Lu pondered. It seems the other party had already anticipated that the royal family would attend the auction, and the last two highlights are prepared for the royal family of Xia country. Uncle Lu, you guessed it right. Xia Chunji said softly, so, the last highlight can only belong to the royal family of Xia country. Moreover, I'm very curious about that Senior. At the auction venue, the bid of 100 billion was still not the limit. 110 billion, 115 billion, 120 billion. Su Yuqin bit her lip tightly. At this moment, the bidding had once again reached the limit of the Su family. The next moment, 130 billion. Bai Qiqi slowly placed her bid, coldly saying, the Su family can be abandoned by the Spirit family and the Dragon family along with the Lu family. In Box no. 7. Lu Yaohong had completely lost hope. When the bidding reached 100 billion, the Lu family was directly out of the game. The Lu family simply couldn't come up with that much money, nor did they have the courage to mortgage all their assets. Faced with Bai Qiqi's mockery, Lu Yaohong couldn't respond at all. Yes, the Lu family is about to be expelled from the Dragon family. Lu Yaohong's gaze was vacant as he murmured, whether it's the Lu family or the Gu family, they will cultivate top-tier true dragon breeds and divine dragon breeds. Only the Lu family still takes pride in their top-tier giant dragon breed, destined to be eliminated by the times. Suddenly, 150 billion. Xia Chunji's voice broke the silence. Bai Qiqi's expression turned to one of shock. At a price of 150 billion, it far exceeded the Bai family's limits. She slumped helplessly onto the sofa, instinctively pinching her fair thigh, the pain flooding her mind. Bai Qiqi, you really crack me up. Su Yuqin's ruthless laughter echoed. At a bidding price of 150 billion, what can you do? Even if you sold the entire Bai family, it wouldn't be worth that much. Bai Qiqi was already too exhausted to respond. The entire venue fell into an unusual silence. Only Duan Yanan's voice resonated throughout the hall. 150 billion once, 150 billion twice, 150 billion three times. Sold. Duan Yanan exclaimed excitedly, congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 4, who successfully bid for the final highlight item. This large auction is now concluded. As the declaration fell, many guests seemed to awaken from a dream. Box 4 has already spent 250 billion just on bidding. Who on earth are they? I'm afraid only the royal family of Xia, who holds all power and wealth,
could mobilize such vast resources? If it's the royal family of Xia, then everything makes sense. To think even the royal family came, it's truly unbelievable. In Box 1, Manager Lu.
Duan Shangwa took a deep breath and slowly said, the total auction amount for the 5 pet beast cubs, as the final highlight item, is 488 billion. After deducting the 27 billion spent by Manager Lu, there remains 461 billion.
That's fine. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction.
Such immense wealth was enough to purchase at least 10 pieces of red star level resources. Of course, given the rarity of red star level resources, they couldn't be bought at the first commercial bank in Magic City. In the vast Xia country, only the royal family, which gathers all wealth, power, and resources, could collect such incredibly precious red star level resources. As for the Xian Yao level resources, even the royal family of Xia had no stock.
Since we've made a profit, let's prepare to spend.
Lu Chen revealed an interested expression, looking at Principal Duan, and chuckled, that little princess of the royal family of Xia can be brought over.
Xia Chenzi walked slowly into Box 1, holding a transparent container.
Her stunning gaze quietly roamed the box, first nodding slightly to Duan Shangwa, then finally landing on Lu Chen's face, a hint of undeniable astonishment flashing across her features. She truly did not expect that the incredibly mysterious top breeder was such a young and handsome youth. Xia Chenzi had no doubt that the one in Box 1, who could make Duan Shangwa vaguely retreat to a secondary position, could only be that top breeder. No wonder Principal Duan, who was nearing his limit, could suddenly break through to the overlord level. It seems to be the work of this senior.
Many thoughts surfaced. Senior. Xia Chenzi slightly bowed.
Her demeanor was poised and elegant, exuding grace and nobility.
You have bid for the final highlight item. Lu Chen smiled lightly. Have you decided on which evolution route to choose?
The final highlight item, the pet beast cub, had no attributes at all. Even its life form was an incredibly fragile embryo. Paired with the engraving talent, it held infinite possibilities.
Xia Chenzi was momentarily taken aback.
She was destined to contract the starry sacred tree. What evolution route to choose, she simply couldn't decide.
Does the senior have any suggestions?
Xia Chenzi could only ask. I see that your realm has already reached the 10th level of a monarch, yet you have not contracted any beast cubs.
You must have awakened the beast-taming talent of the space system, right? Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, why not choose from the space system, ultimately evolving into a Holy Spirit-level space beast? What do you think?
From the moment he first laid eyes on Xia Chenzi, he vaguely sensed a restrained sharpness about her, never imagining that she would choose to contract the starry sacred tree.
Indeed, the starry sacred tree could transform a force, even an entire nation. But it could also revive spiritual energy and elevate a planet. Lu Chen could have chosen to contract the starry sacred tree, but he directly gave it up.
It could only take root in the outside world, suitable only for developing a force, nothing more. Of course, if the starry sacred tree were planted in the Xia kingdom, given time, the pattern of the 6 kingdoms would surely be rewritten.
A space beast with Holy Spirit level potential?
Xia Chenji's eyes flickered slightly. She raised her head slightly, meeting Lu Chen's interested gaze. Xia Chenji could not describe what kind of eyes they were. For just a moment, she seemed to see an endless dark hell, flames radiating an incomparably terrifying temperature, the vast illusory divine realm, and the endless brilliance of life cascading down. She could not articulate her feelings. She suddenly felt that the eyes of this senior were so profound, as if everything in the world was as light as a feather to him, yet he could freely transcend it. If I contract the starry sacred tree, I would be imprisoned in the imperial capital for life, unable to battle foreign races, and unable to witness the senior's transcendent stance.
Xia Chenji's feelings were complex, and she softly said, Senior, do you have any suggestions?
Lu Chen was in high spirits. The deliberately released gaze gradually retracted.
He was still very interested in Xia Chenji.
Princess Chenji could be considered the pearl of the Xia kingdom. Aside from the first princess, who was destined to inherit the throne, Xia Chenji was the most talented among the royal princes and princesses of the Xia kingdom. I give you 3 choices. Lu Chen smiled lightly. Void-devouring ancient beast, rift-breaking divine wolf, azure sky divine dragon. Choose. Xia Chenji's heart trembled. Among these 3 evolutionary paths, the void-devouring ancient beast feeds on realms and can even devour entire realm spaces.
The rift-breaking divine wolf is an ancient divine wolf clan, with the most terrifying spatial destructive power.
As for the azure sky divine dragon, it is the top divine dragon species of the space system. Looking across the entire dragon realm, it can be considered one of the strongest dragon clans.
Among them, the void-devouring ancient beast matures to Holy Spirit level 4, the rift-breaking divine wolf matures to Holy Spirit level 3. As for the Azure Sky divine dragon, it only matures to Holy Spirit level 2. Lu Chen looked at Xia Chenji with a hint of amusement. He was curious about what choice this restrained and sharp Xia Chenji would make. Xia Chenji pondered slightly, as if making a decision, and slowly said, I choose the Azure Sky divine dragon. Oh, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised and smiled. Can you tell me the reason? Xia Chenji organized her words and said solemnly, Senior, you are auctioning the cubs of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon and the Gale Wind Divine Dragon, so you must have some plans for the Dragon Realm. And then, Lu Chen expressed some appreciation. The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon Noel, as a demon dragon species, naturally feeds on dragons, especially since Noel has comprehended the Crimson Star level skill, Dragon Realm Projection. Lu Chen would inevitably walk to the opposing side of the Dragon Realm in the future, so he naturally had to plan ahead. If possible, the stunning princess before him might just become a part of that plan. Xia Chenji's expression gradually became resolute, and she slightly bowed, saying, Chenji is willing to be a pawn for the senior. Even though among the 3 evolutionary paths I provided, the potential of the Azure Sky Divine Dragon is the lowest, the appreciation in Lu Chen's eyes suddenly deepened. Xia Chenji smiled gently and said, Does the potential gap between the void-devouring ancient beast, the Rift God Wolf, and the Azure Sky God Wolf still hold any significance for you, senior? You are very clever, Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, It seems I did not misjudge you. Then, with a slight movement of his mind, the transparent container in Xia Chenji's arms floated directly in front of Lu Chen. Using the Imperial Star Refinement method, he inscribed the evolution route. Immediately, an A4 sheet of paper, along with the container, returned to Xia Chenji's embrace. Xia Chenji took the A4 paper, glanced at it, and was instantly filled with deep shock. The initial form is the Void-Breaking Lizard, the first evolution form is the Shattered Void Subdragon, followed by the Shattered Void Flying Dragon, the Town Void Divine Dragon, the Azure Sky Divine Dragon, and the final form is the Void Realm Azure Dragon, with a potential of Saint Spirit level 10? Xia Chenji's voice trembled slightly as she exclaimed in shock, the resources required for this evolution route can actually be easily found. The innate potential is already at the Saint Spirit level 10 dragon form, which is simply unattainable even in the dragon realm. She was acutely aware that as long as the initial potential reached the Saint Spirit level, it would be a top-tier divine dragon species. The highest potential of the top divine dragon species in the dragon realm is only at Saint Spirit level 3, the Void Realm Azure Dragon. Xia Chenji's emotions were incredibly complex. Indeed, a pet beast cub with a growth-type talent theoretically possesses infinite potential. In reality, as long as it breaks through to the Saint Spirit level, that is the limit. Especially with inscription and bloodline purification, such growth-type special talents are even more so. Xia Chenji could not imagine that Lu Chen could inscribe such a high-level evolution route. The potential of the final form could even reach Saint Spirit level 10. If the senior is willing, perhaps even the evolution forms with semi-divine level potential could be inscribed on it? Xia Chenji couldn't help but think. This evolution route, Lu Chen said casually, smiling, are you satisfied? The evolution route of the Void Realm Azure Dragon has already exceeded my imagination, Xia Chenji said softly, shaking her head slightly. She was extremely certain that as long as she contracted the Void-Breaking Lizard in the container, with the potential of the Void Realm Azure Dragon, even if the final evolution form required various Red Star level resources, the Xia royal family would definitely not be stingy, only seeking to cultivate it. Then you should contract it, Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Xia Chenji extended her delicate, fair hand, but it trembled slightly. She was already a king level 10 beast master, yet at this moment, she felt incredibly nervous. As the contract was established, feeling the thoughts transmitted from the Void-Breaking Lizard, endless ripples stirred in Xia Chenji's heart. When the Void Realm Azure Dragon descends, the 6 nations will regard the Great Xia as supreme. Xia Chenji's eyes lit up, secretly thinking, in the future, I will also work with the Void Realm Azure Dragon to completely pacify the alien battlefield and sweep away all foreign races. This. Duan Xianghua hesitated. Whether it was the Star Saint Tree or the Void Realm Azure Dragon, they undoubtedly related to the fate of the Xia Kingdom. Yet Lu Chen decisively allowed Xia Chenji to contract the Void-Breaking Lizard. However, even if the Xia royal family knows, they would definitely not offend Manager Lu, right? Duan Xianghua thought to himself. As for Princess Chenji, she would not face any punishment. All right. Lu Chen clapped his hands and smiled. Now that your contract is complete, we should discuss some serious matters. Please speak, senior. Xia Chenji's expression was respectful. You should know that I made quite a bit of money at this large auction, Lu Chen said with a hint of a smile.
the Xia royal family should have quite a few red star level resources, right?
I am planning to purchase some, if that is possible.
Senior can write down the resources you need on a list.
I will personally deliver the various resources to you,
Xia Chunji said softly. Besides red star level resources, do you also need purple crystal level resources? When it comes to the completeness of resources, Xia country ranks among the top 2 among the 6 countries of Blue Star.
Are you talking about purple crystal level resources?
Lu Chen glanced at Duan Shangua. The purple crystal level resources he needed had all been entrusted to Duan Shangua for collection. Manager Lu, the purple crystal level resources you need should all be in the national treasury of Xia country, Duan Shangua quickly replied. When you entrusted me, I was actually preparing to go to the treasury for exchange.
Then let's compile a list together. Lu Chen had no objections.
He took out an A4 sheet of paper and wrote down many of the resources he needed, trying to keep the total price below 46 billion. Naturally, the exotic fire, ranked on the Blue Star exotic fire list, must be included, whether it's platinum, diamond, or purple crystal level. As for the stellar true flame, azure sky purple flame, and blue lotus sacred fire, there's no need to write those down. Exotic fire resources are much rarer and more precious than fire type resources of the same level, especially the N, which are nearly extinct on Blue Star. Let's list 2 or 3 types of red star level, dark type resources.
As for dragon type resources, there's no need for that.
The dragon type resources in Xia country are probably all used to support the national guardian dragon. Red star level resources of the life type must be listed in more varieties. The potential level of the ancient life tree is still at the 5th stage of the Holy Spirit, far behind other pets. At the same time, we need to avoid the resources required for the evolution of the star sacred tree. As for the spiritual type, red star level resources are no longer very effective for heavenly guardian illusion spirit, so let's just choose 1 or 2 of the more common ones.
Lu Chen pondered for a moment.
Red star level resources in the system all cost at least 500 points. If in Xia country, the market price is at least 20 billion, and there's a price but no market.
Lu Chen calculated slightly.
A life source crystal is priced at 600 points in the system.
In Xia country's market, it's about 30 billion. 1 point of system points is roughly equivalent to 50 million.
Lu Chen thought for a moment. The more precious the resource, the greater the conversion ratio. If I were to exchange for the rarest red star level resources, perhaps 1 point of system points could be converted into 100 million in funds. Even so, Lu Chen was very satisfied. By selling 5 pet cubs through the auction house, he could earn 1,500 points.
Adding the 46 billion in funds is equivalent to thousands of points. Combined, it equals over 10,000 points.
I'll sell the pet cubs directly to Principal Duan, which is like winning once. Lu Chen felt very pleased, thinking, after the auction, with over 40 billion in huge funds, buying red star level resources is like winning a second time. Soon, a list was compiled. Xia Chunji took a glance and immediately noticed that the various resources were worth just over 40 billion according to their prices. I will exchange this resource list from the national treasury using my authority, Xia Chunji said softly. At the latest, within 3 days, I will personally deliver the resources to you, senior. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Chen laughed heartily, then stood up and said, Principal Duan, since the auction has ended, I will take my leave now.
Outside the auction venue, the entire Xia country is about to undergo a complete transformation.
Lu Tianfeng showed a very complex expression, sighing that senior's methods of cultivating pets are simply too against the heavens.
Not to mention the Heavenly Rock True Dragon and Gale Wind Divine Dragon. They can even cultivate the Spirit Mother Tree and Star Sacred Tree, which are capable of changing the entire landscape of Xia country and even Blue Star.
The news of this auction will probably sweep across the entire Xia country at the fastest speed and even spread to the other 5 major countries. Lu Su also sensed something, speaking solemnly, Father, I hope to cultivate a true as soon as possible.
Can we communicate with the many ancestral families of the Dragon Realm?
The ancestors of the family located in the Dragon Realm have almost completely severed ties with the family.
Unless it is a matter of the family's survival, they will not intervene.
Lu Tianfeng chuckled lightly. However, the Tianyan True Dragon is crucial to the rise of the Lu family. I believe the ancestors would not refuse to send back precious resources from the Dragon Realm.
The current Lu family was already somewhat impoverished.
They had mortgaged a large number of assets, and their liquid funds were nearly exhausted. Although there were still many resources left in the family treasury, it was very difficult to purchase resources from outside. Moreover, even if all the resources in the family treasury were used to cultivate earthworms, it would be impossible to cultivate them to their limits, let alone evolve them into the Tianyan True Dragon. Furthermore, even after evolving into the Tianyan True Dragon, it would only reach the potential of the Holy Spirit level. In terms of realm, it would still lag behind and would require a large amount of resources to allow the Tianyan true dragon to quickly transition from the juvenile stage to the growth stage, ultimately reaching adulthood. As a dragon-riding family with a history of 1,000 years, the Lu family naturally had its own foundation. Many ancestors of the Lu family, after going to the dragon realm, broke through to the overlord level and even transformed themselves into dragon bloodlines, gaining incredibly long lifespans. It was precisely because they changed their bloodlines that many ancestors severed ties with the Lu family and completely became vassals of the dragon realm. Logically speaking, these ancestors of the Lu family would not care about the prosperity of the Lu family. However, the Tianyan true dragon is a top-tier true dragon species, one of the highest bloodlines in the dragon realm, and obtaining support from the dragon realm would be effortless. Moreover, many ancestors of the Lu family were merely vassals of the dragon realm. As long as Lu Su cultivated the Tianyan true dragon, even if he went to the dragon realm in the future, he would be able to hold a highly esteemed position. The Black Dragon. Lu Su's eyes flickered as he saw the king-level black dragon among the many mounts and beasts, resembling a ruler. A surge of nameless anger suddenly arose. The black dragon contracted by my mother has actually become a mount. Lu Su said softly. Let's go. Lu Tianfeng said slowly. Now that Lu Chen has gained the favor of that top-tier cultivator, remember not to conflict with him, understand? Understood. Lu Su replied coldly. Once I cultivate the true Tianyan true dragon and gain its senior's recognition, I will definitely tear Lu Chen to pieces. At that time, perhaps that senior will even personally intervene to restore my mother's beast space. As long as you understand, Lu Tianfeng said slowly, that senior is someone even the royal family of the Xia kingdom must treat with respect, absolutely cannot be offended. Lu Su nodded. The silver-winged subdragon flapped its wings and vanished into the horizon in an instant. The imperial capital, Xia Kingdom Palace. In the continuous palace complex, a spatial rift quietly opened. From the spatial rift, Xia Chenji and Zuoqiu Lu slowly walked out. A noble woman with a sharp aura, dressed in black armor, hovered in mid-air, her gaze cold and piercing. Your Highness the Grand Princess, Zuoqiu Lu said respectfully. Sister, Xia Chenji greeted leisurely. Father has sent me to take over the starry sacred tree. Xia Qiu said coldly, you have already contracted the azure dragon of the void realm, so the starry sacred tree should naturally be handed over to other princes and princesses for contracting. As soon as the words fell, a dominating aura suddenly erupted. Does the Grand Princess want the sixth brother to contract the starry sacred tree? Xia Chenji's expression remained unchanged as she slowly said, indeed, the sixth brother has awakened an A-level spatial talent and has now cultivated to the Manhwa level. However, the third sister possesses an S-level spatial talent and has already reached the daylight level. Father has said he will make the decision. Xia Qiu's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold. You just need to hand over the starry sacred tree. The rest has nothing to do with you. Is that so? Xia Chenji said calmly, why did father tell me that if I do not choose to contract the starry sacred tree, the second choice is the third sister? Her gaze was indifferent, and she saw through Xia Qiu's actions clearly. The royal family of the Xia kingdom holds all the power. As the Grand Princess, Xia Qiu is recognized as the most talented person of her generation in the royal family. She is almost universally acknowledged as the next Xia Emperor. The position of Xia Emperor is not only a symbol of power but also represents supreme strength. Once crowned, she can gather the entire national fortune of the Xia kingdom. Within the borders of the Xia kingdom, the strength of the Xia Emperor is comparable to that of a saint spirit of the 10th rank. In Xia Qiu's view, it is only a matter of time before she ascends the throne, seizing all power and possessing unparalleled might. However, the situation has changed. In terms of potential, Xia Chenji, who has also awakened an SS-level talent, has contracted a young azure dragon from the void realm, destined to become a saint spirit-level beast master in the future. In contrast, although Xia Qiu also possesses SS-level talent, her probability of achieving Saint Spirit level is only 10%. So far, the Xia Kingdom has produced quite a few with SS level talents. Yet, those who ultimately become Saint Spirit level are few and far between. As far as Xia Qiu knows, those Saint Spirit level beast masters have cultivated for hundreds, even thousands of years, before finally breaking through. Xia Qiu cannot wait that long. Ascending the throne as the Xia Emperor, nurturing her beasts with the national fortune, and utilizing the beast master space is the fastest path. Chenji, Xia Qiu said coldly, do you wish to be my enemy? The sixth prince is her younger brother. As for the third princess, she is Xia Chenji's sister. If the third princess contracts the starry sacred tree, and Xia Chenji contracts the azure dragon from the void realm, if Xia Chenji wishes to ascend the throne, Xiaqiu truly cannot imagine what she could use to compete. What if I do? A hint of disappointment flashed in Xia Chenji's eyes as she said, "Elder sister, you desire the throne only for power, for strength. On the battlefield against the alien races, there are thousands of Xia soldiers sacrificing their lives at any moment.
No one remembers their names, but you cannot see that. You only see the power before you. If I ascend as the Xia Emperor, I will surely eradicate all alien races."
Her gaze flickered, filled with unwavering determination. At that moment, high above in the heavens, a figure of immense nobility, enveloped in an overwhelming aura, slowly descended.
Xia Emperor.
Zuoqiu Lu's expression was respectful as he bowed. "Father."
Xiaqiu bowed respectfully.
A hint of panic flashed across her slightly lowered head. This once indomitable grand princess was now flustered.
Isn't father currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to Saint Spirit level?
Xiaqiu's emotions gradually sank to the depths as she thought, could it be?
Father truly intends to instruct Xia Chenji, allowing the third princess Xia Yi to form a core contract with the starry sacred tree?
The royal family of the Xia kingdom has ancestral teachings. After ascending as the Xia emperor, once one's beast master level breaks through to Saint Spirit level, they must pass the throne down. Only in this way can the Xia royal family continuously produce Saint Spirit level beast masters, maintaining the Xia kingdom's status as one of the 6 great powers of Blue Star.
The current Xia emperor has remained at the Dominator 10th rank for 10 years. A year ago, he even announced his seclusion. Everyone knows that when the Xia emperor ends his seclusion and breaks through to Saint Spirit level, he will inevitably decide the next candidate for the Xia emperor. Thus, many princes and princesses began to compete for the throne. As the Grand Princess, Xiaqiu, in terms of qualifications, strength, and talent, is the most outstanding among the many princes and princesses. Many ministers and princes believe that Xiaqiu will surely succeed to the position of Xia emperor. Until the news broke that Xia Chenji had successfully bid for the starry sacred tree at a large auction. Xiaqiu was completely panicked.
If Xia Chenji contracts the starry sacred tree, the position of Xia emperor would be almost within her grasp.
With the national fortune of the Xia kingdom nurturing it,
the starry sacred tree could break through to maturity, reaching the 3rd rank of Saint Spirit level at the fastest speed. Until another piece of news arrived, Xia Chenji actually gave up on the contract with the starry sacred tree and instead contracted with the young azure dragon of the void realm. This gave Xiaqiu a glimmer of hope once again. As long as her younger brother, the 6th prince Xia Yuchang, could establish a core contract with the starry sacred tree, Xiaqiu would naturally be able to ascend to the throne of the Xia emperor. Once Xiaqiu broke through to the holy spirit level and passed the throne to Xia Yuchang, it would be a joyous occasion for all. The current Xia emperor Xia Qiming slowly descended from the sky. It seemed as if countless true dragon auras surrounded the Xia emperor. Each strand of true dragon aura represented a thread of national fortune, containing the thoughts of countless people. In the eyes of the Xia emperor, there seemed to be an unparalleled majesty, slowly sweeping over Xiaqiu's face, but a trace of disappointment flashed across.
Xiaqiu's heart sank.
Under the Xia emperor's authority, she suddenly felt breathless, struggling to hold on. Her perfect, heroic face was covered in fine beads of sweat.
Sure. The Xia emperor suddenly sighed and said slowly, "Is the position of Xia emperor really worth you doing this?" Xiaqiu's expression changed dramatically.
From her understanding of her father, the Xia emperor was not angry but merely sighed, clearly disappointed in her to the extreme.
"Please punish me, father." Xiaqiu quickly bowed. Her expression was sincere to the utmost.
"I will not punish you." The Xia emperor shook his head and said, "The starry sacred tree is related to the national fortune of the Xia kingdom. Naturally, the first choice to contract with the starry sacred tree is Chenji. Next is Year, and only then is Yuchang. Since Chenji has already contracted with the azure dragon of the void realm, the starry sacred tree must let Year contract.
Do you have any objections, father?"
Xiaqiu took a deep breath and said slowly, "The starry sacred tree has a growth-type talent called engraving, which can allow beast tamers' talents to evolve and ultimately reach SS level. If Yuchang contracts with the starry sacred tree, he will definitely evolve an SS level spatial talent in the future.
Why can't we choose Yuchang? You know Yuchang's character is erratic, don't you?"
The Xia emperor snorted coldly. Even if Yuchang awakens an SS level spatial talent, he still cannot contract with the starry sacred tree.
Not to mention, the beast taming talent that Yuchang awakened is only a level.
Xiaqiu was at a loss for words. How could she not understand her own younger brother? Among this generation of princes and princesses, Xia Yuchang had the worst reputation, known as the leader of the 4 notorious young masters of the capital. With Xia Yuchang's status as a prince, the eldest princess, who was in her prime, was still his own sister.
Who in the entire capital would dare to provoke him? I ask father to think it over. Xiaoqiu still refused to give up. Even though the Xia Emperor was disappointed in her, the decision regarding the throne was not solely up to the Xia Emperor. Xiu'er, you truly disappoint me too much. The Xia Emperor slightly closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear to look, and said in a deep voice, do you know that the young azure dragon of the void realm contracted by Chenji has potential that even surpasses the starry sacred tree, reaching Holy Spirit level 10 when fully grown? Reaching Holy Spirit level 10 as an adult, and still being a dragon. How is that possible? Xiaoqiu's mind was shaken, and she couldn't help but say, even those long-hidden divine dragon clans only occasionally give birth to a few adult dragons at Holy Spirit level 8 or 9. As for Holy Spirit level 10, it is almost impossible to be born in the entire dragon realm. Your Highness, you think it's impossible, but it's just your limited understanding. Xia Chenji's eyes flickered as she said slowly, with that senior's nurturing methods, it's not something you can imagine. Even if the potential is Holy Spirit level 10, to that senior, it would be as easy as pie. Xiaoqiu fell silent. Xia Chenji's words left her feeling bewildered. That was the potential of Holy Spirit level 10. Looking at the Xia royal family, they couldn't even find a beast with the potential of Holy Spirit level 1. If a young beast with Holy Spirit level potential could be so easily nurtured, why would she desire the position of Xia Emperor so much? As the Grand Princess, Xiaoqiu awakened the Sss-Level talent Holy War, yet she could only contract a Dominator-level pet beast with a potential of 10 tiers, the Endless Black Armor. The pitch-black armor she wore was the very embodiment of the Endless Black Armor. Even the current Emperor Xia, her father Xia Qiming, had a core contract with a pet beast cub that also had a potential of 10 tiers. If the potential breaks through to the Holy Spirit level, it would possess enough power to change the world's landscape. Whether it be the starry holy tree, the mother tree of elves, the true dragon of heavenly rock, the god dragon of gale, or the azure dragon of the void, all are the same. Emperor Xia looked deeply at Xiaoqiu, sighed slightly, and finally turned his gaze away, saying, "Ear, come here." Yes, a stunningly beautiful girl, not yet 15 years old, stepped out from the corner of the palace. She was the third princess of the Xia royal family, Princess Xia Yi. Xia Yi was pure-hearted and had never left the palace. Since awakening her S-level beast-taming talent Congeal Sky at the age of 5, her days were filled with 8 hours of meditation and learning various knowledge, leading a monotonous yet fulfilling life, her thoughts incredibly pure. She anxiously looked at the scene and softly said, "Sister Qiu, Sister Chenji, and Father, can you please stop arguing?" "Little sister." Xia Chenji gently hugged Xia Yi, feeling her heart soften, and said softly, "We're not arguing, just that Sister Qiu made a small mistake, and Father is teaching her. It's nothing to worry about." "Really?" Xia Yi blinked and reached out to hug Xia Chenji's slender waist, giggling, "Father told me that I can finally contract a pet beast, and it's the one Sister Chenji brought back." "Sister Chenji, where is my pet beast? Let me see it quickly." "Don't be anxious." Xia Chenji showed a gentle, helpless smile and said softly, "I can let you see it now, but you must promise not to move around." "Got it." Xia Yi nuzzled against Xia Chenji's cheek before reluctantly letting go. So obedient. Xia Chenji immediately took a young pine seedling out from a spatial container. The Emperor's gaze swept over the pine seedling but revealed no clues. It looked just like an ordinary pine seedling. It wasn't until the Emperor used the national fortune to forcibly probe the attributes of the pine seedling that he discovered it indeed possessed the growth-type talent engraving, clearly inscribing the evolution route of the starry holy tree. What an incredible cultivation method! It truly inscribed the evolution route of the starry holy tree. The starry holy tree can benefit the entire planet, allowing spiritual energy to revive and the planet to upgrade. Below the holy domain, it can accommodate all living beings to thrive, being the most benevolent divine tree. The Emperor couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is it a top-tier cultivator who has been asleep since the last era? Perhaps there is some layout. Currently, it seems beneficial for Blue Star and even more so for the Xia Kingdom. That senior must be planning for the ancient elf kingdom and even the dragon realm. At present, befriending that senior is the most advantageous choice. As the ruler of the Xia Kingdom, the matters he had to consider far exceeded ordinary imagination, bearing an incredibly heavy responsibility. If not for generations of Xia emperors exhausting themselves for the Xia Kingdom, today's Xia Kingdom would not have grown from a weak nation to one of the 6 great powers. Even among the 6 nations, the Xia Kingdom could rank in the top 2. Ha! A little tree. Xia Ye's eyes widened as she approached the pine seedling, its needles gently swaying, and exclaimed, "Oh, I think I heard the little pine tree calling me." Xia Chenji's gaze sharpened, a look of surprise fleeting across her face, and she softly said, "This shows that you have a very high affinity with the little pine tree. It seems that Ear is destined to contract the little pine tree." "Really?" Summer Night was overjoyed. quickly picking up the container and exclaiming, "It really feels particularly intimate. Sister Chenji, can I contract the little pine tree now?"
Of course, Summer Chenji replied gently.
Summer Night's eyes sparkled as her spirit power, at the 10th level of the daylight rank, slowly touched the branches of the pine seedling.
The pine seedling gently swayed, as if responding to Summer Night, easily forming a contract. With Night's pure character, it's no wonder she can have such a high compatibility with the seedling of the starry sacred tree. Summer Chenji chuckled, "Father, it seems Night is even more suited to contract the starry sacred tree than I am." Summer Emperor was very pleased, looking at the seedling planted in the ground, a look of expectation flashing across his face.
Once the starry sacred tree grew, the entire Summer Kingdom would undergo a transformation, becoming a true sacred domain.
"Father, these are the various resources needed for the evolution of the starry sacred tree." Summer Chenji handed over an A4 sheet, softly saying, "As long as we feed the various resources in order according to the evolution route, this pine seedling can evolve into a true starry sacred tree." Summer Emperor reached out to take it, glancing at it briefly, but was completely shocked.
The total value of all these resources is only equivalent to 5 pieces of red star level resources?
Summer Emperor's expression was one of immense shock, unable to help but exclaim, "The potential of the National Guardian Dragon alone consumed more than 10 pieces of red star level resources just to break through from the 10th level of the Overlord rank to the 1st level of the Sacred Spirit rank, costing tens of billions. This evolution route, directly enhancing from awakening level potential to the 3rd level of Sacred Spirit potential, only requires 5 pieces of red star level resources.
This evolution route was specially customized by that senior."
Summer Chenji said slowly, "With that senior's ability, this evolution route must be the optimal choice, with almost no waste of resources."
Incredible. Summer Emperor sighed deeply.
As the ruler of the Summer Kingdom, he thought he had seen countless legacies in many historical records of epics, yet he had never heard of a nurturer capable of achieving such a level.
"Send the order down."
Summer Emperor looked at the pine seedling planted in the ground and said in a deep voice, "Immediately draw various resources from the national treasury. I want to see the true starry sacred tree take root in the Summer Palace today, creating an unparalleled sacred domain." By the order of the Summer Emperor, the speed of resource mobilization was naturally astonishingly fast. In the national treasury, many resources were quickly transported out. The pine seedling needs a total of 62 pieces of black iron level resources, 52 pieces of bronze level resources, 9 pieces of purple crystal level resources, and 4 pieces of red star level resources for its evolution into the starry sacred tree. All these resources need to be used in combination to maximize their effectiveness. Summer Emperor showed a shocked expression, unable to help but exclaim, "That senior truly put in great effort." Ultimately, the special growth type talent engraving can only engrave the evolution route. As for how to combine the various resources between the many evolution routes, only a top nurturer, consuming a lot of energy, can conceive the evolution route to the most perfect degree. When Summer Emperor first learned that the top nurturer was suspected to have been sleeping since the last epoch and was making various arrangements, he had doubted the other party's stance. Now, many doubts had dissipated significantly. Just from the evolution route, Summer Emperor could clearly feel the goodwill conveyed by that senior. With the input of many resources, the pine seedling absorbed eagerly, continuously reorganizing a large amount of resources within its body, maximizing their effectiveness. As the light of evolution suddenly brightened, the pine seedling directly evolved into its first form, Space Tree. At this moment, the Space Tree seedling had already reached half a meter in height.
So amazing!
Summer Night was very delighted.
She could clearly feel the joy emanating from the Space Tree. With the successful evolution, the attributes of the Space Tree transformed into the Space System and the Plant System. The compatibility has increased once again.
Xia Chun, she said slowly, immediately convert the beast contract into a core contract.
Can you do it? Xia Yi nodded repeatedly.
She felt a bit nervous. The method of converting to a core contract is something any beast master would have some knowledge of. However, the vast majority of beast masters would never use it in their lifetime. For royal family members, the core contract is a mandatory course. The higher one wishes to ascend, the more resources are required. Only by focusing on cultivating a single pet through the core contract can one better break through realms. As for the fact that a single pet under the core contract cannot match the numbers of other beast masters, this issue is nothing to royal family members. Just like Xiaqiu and Xia Chenji, these unparalleled prodigies with awakened SS-level talents, the pets under the core contract must possess the potential of a dominator at the 10th level. Even for the next tier, with an awakened S-level beast master talent, the pets under the core contract would still have potential higher than a dominator at the 1st level. It must be noted that even Lu Su, the young master of the Dragon Clan, who awakened 2 types of S-level talents,
has a pet under the core contract that is merely a top-tier dragon species at the 10th level of the monarch. In terms of value, it is only 1/10 of the potential of a dominator at the first level. For instance, even if a top-tier dragon species gathers 10 to attack, when facing a pet with the same level of dominator potential, it can only be swept away. The space tree. Xiaoqiu's expression froze. The Summer Emperor did not let her leave, and she naturally did not dare to make any moves, feeling extremely complicated inside. Looking at Xiaoye's innocent and carefree expression, she suddenly felt that her own actions seemed somewhat ridiculous. With Xiaoye's pure character, even if she contracted the starry holy tree, she would absolutely not interfere in the struggle for the throne. Chen Ji's goal has always been to battle on foreign battlefields, to sweep away all foreign races. Xiaoqiu took a deep breath, feeling extremely dejected, so Chen Ji gave up contracting the starry holy tree and instead contracted the young of the void blue dragon. The position of Summer Emperor is merely a constraint for Chen Ji. After all, the Summer Emperor cannot easily leave the imperial capital. If I hadn't made a threatening move, perhaps she would have even given the throne to me? With this thought, a trace of regret surged in Xiaoqiu's heart. Immediately, her gaze became resolute. Regret? Compromise? Xiaoqiu's eyes hardened, thinking, the position of Summer Emperor can only be fought for by oneself, not through charity. If I can gain the recognition of that senior breeder and have them help me cultivate a pet, there might still be a chance to compete for the position of Summer Emperor. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. Xiaoqiu retracted her gaze and looked at Xiaoyi and the space tree in front of her. It's done! Xiaoyi cautiously converted the contract, afraid of damaging the space tree's naive consciousness, but found that the space tree's consciousness was very intelligent and actively helped with the contract conversion. Core contract, established. Immediately, numerous resources were again. The space tree evolved once more, evolving into a space giant tree. Although still in its juvenile stage, it directly surged to 5 meters. Its potential was at the 10th level of the sun, and its level was at the 10th level of the extraordinary. Xiaoyi exclaimed in surprise, puzzled. It seems my beast master talent is about to undergo a transformation? Chen Ji. The Summer Emperor's eyes lit up and immediately said, continue to invest resources. Okay. Xia Chenji's gaze became serious. The next evolutionary form has the potential of a dominator at the 10th level. If Xia Chenji had not participated in the auction, the pet cub she wanted to contract would actually be at this level. However, a pet cub with the potential of a dominator at the 10th level, especially one that must be of the space system, is not so easy to find, which is why Xia Chenji had not contracted a pet cub all along. With a large amount of resources invested, including several pieces of amethyst-level resources, the form of the giant space tree changed once again. The crown of the tree, displaying a turquoise color, seemed ready to pierce the heavens. The evolved ancient tree of the azure sky had reached an exaggerated height of over 100 meters. Xia Chenji even felt that the spiritual energy around them seemed to have become much denser. Ah! Xiaoyi exclaimed in surprise, my beast mastery talent seems to be evolving. The surrounding space seemed to solidify. As the sacred domain gradually unfolded, all space became denser, and even Xia Chenji felt for a moment as if she were frozen, unable to move. SS-level beast mastery talent, the sacred domain of condensation. Xia Chenji activated her talent, breaking free from the solidified space, and marveled, this beast mastery talent is no less than my deep space domain. The sacred domain of condensation contains the mysteries of space solidification. The Summer Emperor's eyes were filled with satisfaction as he smiled. As for the deep space domain, it leans more towards the profundity of space. The two SS-level beast mastery talents are indeed on par. My talent is finally on the same level as Sister Chenji and Sister Qiu. Xiaoyi said with a beaming smile, thanks to Xiaosong, my talent could evolve. Saying this, she gently hugged the ancient tree of the azure sky, but could not fully wrap her arms around it, only pressing against the trunk, her small face tightly pressed against it. Even her rosy little mouth was unconsciously puffed up, looking quite adorable. The potential of the ancient tree of the azure sky has already reached the 10th tier of the overlord level. Xia Chenji said solemnly, the next evolutionary form will be the legendary star sacred tree. The Summer Emperor did not dare to be negligent and seriously checked the remaining resources, ensuring there were no omissions. After confirming everything was correct, he sequentially fed the various resources to the ancient tree of the azure sky. Despite having absorbed a large amount of resources, the ancient tree of the azure sky seemed far from satisfied, still greedily absorbing more resources. Black iron level, bronze level, silver level. Among them, there were also 4 pieces of red star level resources. As the numerous resources were consumed, it was already night. The entire imperial capital, however, was as bright as day. The star sacred tree towered into the clouds, reaching a height of over 10,000 meters, its crown nearly obscuring half of the imperial capital.
covering the night sky in starlight, yet strands of light continuously fell. Countless spiritual energies were absorbed by the star sacred tree, only to be metabolized and released in an instant, transforming into purer spiritual energy. Even the power of space was absorbed by the star sacred tree, becoming denser and heavier. As the denser power of space spread, it seemed that even the gravity around them underwent slight changes. It really evolved into the star sacred tree.
Xia Chenji's expression was one of shock as she said, "Its potential is at the 3rd tier of the Holy Spirit level, and its realm is
the 10th tier of the King level. Even Year has broken through to the King level. As long as Year's realm also reaches the 10th tier of the King level, the star sacred tree can directly break through to the Overlord level. This is
the star's sacred domain."
The Summer Emperor, sensing the changes around him, couldn't help but say, wherever the domain of the star sacred tree reaches, it will be covered by incredibly pure spiritual energy in more solidified space. In a subtle way, the revival of spiritual energy and the elevation of planets will become inevitable.
The star sacred tree.
Xiaoqiu stared blankly at the towering star sacred tree, witnessing the ancient tree of the azure sky evolve into the star sacred tree, and sensing the changes in the star sacred domain over a wide area of the imperial capital. Her heart was completely filled with shock. The realm of the Black Armor is at the 2nd tier of the Overlord level, but when facing the star sacred tree, I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of invincibility.
Xiaoqiu gently touched the Black Armor on her body, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corner of her mouth as she softly said, "Is the gap really that vast between the potential of the 3rd tier of the Holy Spirit level and the 10th tier of the Overlord level?
Even if there is a vast difference in realms, one can only feel their own insignificance." Suddenly, a roar. The heavens seemed to tremble. This. The Summer Emperor's expression changed drastically as he soared into the sky, standing tens of thousands of meters high, gazing southward. In the distant southern land, a colossal ancient tree, exuding an extreme aura of life, pierced the clouds. That is the mother tree of the elves.
The Summer Emperor was shaken to the core, exclaiming in shock, "The Lu family of the 3 great elven clans has actually evolved a true mother tree of the elves?"
No, with the Lu family's foundation, they definitely couldn't produce 5 pieces of red star level resources.
So, there can only be one answer. The 3 great elven clans have united to bring the mother tree of the elves back into the world.
Boom! The heavens shattered. A deep blue eye slowly opened. Is this the will of Blue Star?
The Summer Emperor was immensely shocked, for from that deep blue eye, he could actually see a hint of joy. The majestic will of Blue Star was actually delighted and elated.
Whoosh! Infinite source power began to rain down.
This is the blessing of the consciousness of Blue Star. The Summer Emperor bathed in it, as the ruler of the Summer Kingdom, whether it was the starry sacred tree or the mother tree of the elves, both were rooted within the Summer Kingdom, so he naturally received a share of the reward.
The realm of the Overlord level broke through in an instant. Holy Spirit level. The Summer Emperor felt the infinitely expanding beast taming space, and within that space, his pet also broke through to the Holy Spirit level, giving him a dreamlike sensation. The Summer Emperor contracted a pet with a potential of Overlord level 10, with attributes of space and artifact systems, named Void-Cutting Ancient Sword. The bottleneck of the Holy Spirit level had taken the Summer Emperor 10 years to overcome, even spending several months in seclusion, relying on the national fortune of the Summer Kingdom, yet he could not break through. With the blessing of Blue Star descending, both the Summer Emperor and the Void-Cutting Ancient Sword instantly broke through to the first level of the Holy Spirit.
This powerful feeling, the Summer Emperor couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated. As the ruler of the Summer Kingdom, as long as he was within its borders, he could possess strength comparable to Holy Spirit level 10. However, the national fortune of the Summer Kingdom was ultimately an external force. Now, the Holy Spirit level realm completely belonged to him.
Starry Sacred Tree, Mother Tree of the Elves. The Summer Emperor's gaze shifted between the 2 towering divine trees in the north and south, sighing, "These 2 Holy Spirit level divine trees are like 2 nodes, completely connecting the northern and southern regions of the Summer Kingdom. In a vague sense, they even formed a resonance, allowing the spiritual energy within the Summer Kingdom to truly begin to revive." The acceleration of the spiritual energy revival process brought joy and elation even to the will of Blue Star. Thus, it bestowed blessings. According to ancient records, the revival of spiritual energy in each era is divided into 3 stages. So far, across the entire Blue Star, whether in the 6 kingdoms or the Holy Beast Empire in the wilderness, they all belong to the first stage of spiritual energy revival. The Summer Emperor revealed a contemplative expression, thinking, with the resonance of the Starry Sacred Tree and the Mother Tree of the Elves, the Imperial Capital and the Demon City have reached the second stage of spiritual energy revival. When the pure spiritual energy spreads, it is only a matter of time before the spiritual energy of the entire Summer Kingdom reaches a balance, becoming the most refined nation of spiritual energy on Blue Star.
the Summer Emperor couldn't help but smile. During his reign as the Summer Emperor, he would lead the Summer Kingdom and even Blue Star in the revival of spiritual energy. This achievement was enough to be recorded in history. In the ancestral hall of the Xia family, the name Xia Qiming would be second only to the founding emperor of the Summer Kingdom, using the imperial capital and Blue Star as nodes. Isn't that too coincidental? Was this also within the expectations of that senior?
The Summer Emperor seemed to think of something, his gaze gradually becoming solemn, thinking, it must be.
With the ability of a top-tier cultivator, how could they not calculate the nodes of the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star? What exactly is that senior planning? Does he want the entire Blue Star to enter the third stage of spiritual energy revival ahead of time? The Summer Emperor was immensely shocked. At the end of the previous era, it was already in the third stage of spiritual energy revival. It was precisely the era of extremely pure spiritual energy that created the immensely powerful Beast Master Empire. The Summer Emperor calmed his mind and cast his gaze down towards the palace, gradually descending. Father,
Summer Knight rushed over, excitedly saying, I just received the blessing of the will of Blue Star.
My current realm is already at the 10th level of king. And,
as long as the starry sacred tree absorbs the power of Blue Star's blessing, it will soon break through to the Overlord level. The corner of the Summer Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. If the starry sacred tree broke through to the Overlord level,
Summer Knight, as the core contracted Beast Master, would definitely break through as well. A 15-year-old Overlord level Beast Master? The Summer Emperor sighed.
Compared to Summer Knight, his breakthrough to the Holy Spirit level seemed insignificant. Knight, as the spiritual energy of Blue Star continues to revive, the potential level of the starry sacred tree will also rise. The Summer Emperor looked at Summer Knight gently, saying softly, in the future, the starry sacred tree may even break through to the demigod level. At that time, Knight might become the first being in this era to break through to the demigod level.
From now on, the Summer Kingdom will have to rely on Knight to protect it.
Okay. Summer Knight grinned. In the future, Little Pine and I will protect the Summer Kingdom well.
Father, have you broken through to the Holy Spirit level? Summer Autumn couldn't help but ask. She keenly sensed that the Summer Emperor's aura seemed to have transformed.
Connecting it to the blessing of Blue Star, she could almost confirm that the Summer Emperor had indeed broken through.
That's right.
The Summer Emperor spread his arms, the might of the Holy Spirit level unabashedly released, boldly declaring, in 3 days, I will abdicate the position of Summer Emperor and decide on the next candidate for Summer Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Summer Autumn and Summer Chinchi both changed their expression slightly.
Mythical Pet Shop.
The blessing power of the will of Blue Star directly descended upon the pet shop. The revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy could be attributed to the Starry Sacred Tree and the Mother Tree of Elves. Lu Chen, as the cultivator of the Starry Sacred Tree and the Mother Tree of Elves, could be said to have made a significant contribution, accounting for at least 60% of the credit. If it weren't for the evolution route he formulated and the special growth talent he bestowed, engraving, the Starry Sacred Tree and the Mother Tree of Elves would never have appeared in the world. Lu Chen bathed in the extremely pure source power. The Beast Master space was expanding wildly.
Mingyue 5th level, Mingyue 7th level, Mingyue 10th level. In just a moment,
Lu Chen's Beast Master space expanded to the limit of its current realm,
1,000 square kilometers.
The blessing of the will of Blue Star is actually the source power of Blue Star's domain. In terms of rank, Blue Star surpasses the Demon Realm and the Dragon Realm. Using Blue Star's domain source power to expand the Beast Master space is undoubtedly an extremely wasteful act. Lu Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and he immediately mobilized his mental source power to collect the many blessing powers, thinking, if it were an ordinary Beast Master, they could only use it to expand the Beast Master space or enhance the strength of their pets.
But I'm different.
In my Beast Master space, there is a mysterious resource, Domain Crystal Core. With the source power of Blue Star, I can completely melt the Domain Crystal Core and fully integrate it into the Beast Master space, thus allowing my Beast Master space to achieve domain elevation. Why did Lu Chen go to such lengths to arrange for the Starry Sacred Tree and the Mother Tree of Elves, accelerating the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy?
This is the answer. As the many domain powers transformed into blessings and descended, Lu Chen would also receive a great opportunity.
The numerous extremely pure domain powers merged into the core depths of the Beast Master space, into that domain core. As soon as he touched it, the domain core of the Xian Yao level resource melted away rapidly like an ice block, continuously absorbed by the Beast Master space.
Lu Chen's realm did not break through. However, the Beast Master space kept expanding. 5,000 square kilometers, 10,000 square kilometers, 30,000 square kilometers. Finally, it settled. 100,000 square kilometers.
With the realm of the Manhwa 10th stage, the area of the Beast Master space has reached an incredibly exaggerated 100,000 square kilometers. Luchan couldn't help but smile, thinking, the area of my Beast Master space is equivalent to 10,000 times that of a Beast Master of the same level. Truly worthy of being a Xianyao level resource, just to fully absorb it requires the source power of Blue Star as a neutralizer.
But all of this is worth it. 100,000 square kilometers. For an ordinary 10th stage monarch, the size of the Beast Master space is also exactly 100,000 square kilometers. The area of Magic City is 600,000 square kilometers. Luchan felt elated, thinking, my Beast Master space is already equivalent to 1/6 of Magic City.
Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. As the domain core completely merged, besides the change in volume, Luchan's Beast Master space seemed to undergo a deeper transformation. He focused his thoughts.
A Beast Master space quietly appeared in the pet shop.
At the very core of the space, a verdant ancient tree could be faintly seen. Clearly, this manifested Beast Master space belonged to Luchan. Numerous spatial source powers were bestowed upon Luchan. He suddenly felt that even a 10th stage monarch's pet could engage in physical combat with him.
Not only is the volume equivalent to a 10th stage monarch, but after the upgrade, my Beast Master space actually possesses characteristics comparable to a monarch level? Luchan was extremely shocked. Records about the domain crystal core were extremely rare. Luchan only knew that the domain crystal core was a very precious spatial Xianyao level resource. In the system mall, it was priced at a staggering 50,000 points. Undoubtedly, even among Xianyao level resources, the domain crystal core is one of the most precious. Is this the upgrade of the domain? Luchan pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, thinking, no,
the upgrade of the domain is just one reason. Additionally, I have also received the favor of the will of Blue Star. Only with the combination of the two can I achieve the spatial manifestation of a monarch level at the Manhwa 10th stage. To allow the Beast Master space to manifest in the outside world, there are two conditions. First, it must meet the strength standard. Second, the favor of the domain's will. Luchan suddenly realized that he seemed to have unknowingly fulfilled both conditions. I originally thought that the transformation of the Beast Master space was the greatest gain from this spiritual energy revival. Luchan couldn't help but smile, thinking, I actually received the favor of the will of Blue Star, gaining the ability to project the Beast Master space in advance. He felt it slightly. With the ancient tree of life constantly suppressing the Beast Master space, in terms of strength, it could even suppress an ordinary 10th stage monarch. If I break through to the sunlight level, and the Beast Master space expands tenfold again, I could easily shatter the Beast Master space of a 10th stage monarch.
Luchan was very satisfied.
Then, he focused his thoughts. In the next moment, Luchan looked at the standalone villa ahead, casually took out the key, and opened the villa's door.
This is teleportation. He couldn't help but smile.
Once he could project the Beast Master space, not only could he directly suppress through space, but he could also easily achieve teleportation. The coverage range of the Beast Master space is the maximum distance for a single teleportation. With Luchan's Beast Master space strength, he could easily teleport to 1/6 of Magic City. The Dominator level Beast Master space, besides projection, suppression, and teleportation, can also bear all the damage endured by the Beast Master. Luchan's eyes brightened slightly as he pondered. In addition to this, it can completely merge into the Beast Master's body and soul, granting immense combat power comparable to that of a space-type beast, easily controlling space to kill enemies.
Master,
and you suddenly appeared, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at the luxurious and grand villa hall, exclaiming, is this our new home? Yes, Luchan smiled and replied, this villa is very close to the mythical pet shop, so we won't have to sleep on the sofa at the pet shop anymore.
Are you happy?
And you nodded excitedly, then suddenly said, but sleeping on the sofa isn't so bad. She felt a bit nostalgic. Then let's choose a room, Luchan said casually. He directly released the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, the Heavenly Fire Phoenix, and the Heavenly Illusion Spirit. Although among the contracted pets, only Yu, as a split of the ancient tree of life, had an elf-like form, the necessary sense of ceremony still had to be maintained.
Roar! The Dark Prison Demon Dragon was quite excited.
Indeed, its true size was already extremely exaggerated.
If the Dark Prison Demon Dragon Nor were to reveal its true dragon form, the entire villa would seem small.
With the Red Star level skilled demon dragon body, it could freely control its size, so Nor usually maintained a height of half a meter, resembling a young demon dragon, with a very restrained aura.
Luchan naturally chose the master bedroom on the second floor, while the Dark Prison Demon Dragon Nor chose the adjacent secondary bedroom.
The Heavenly Fire Phoenix Xylan slowly pushed open the door to the secondary bedroom and decided to share a room with Nor. What a good relationship, Lu Chen said with satisfaction. Nor was initially quite happy but suddenly made a bitter face. Faced with the heavenly fire phoenix, Nor could not refuse.
And you, Lu Chen smiled and asked, aren't you going to choose?
And you hesitated, whispering, I want to share a room with the master.
Is that okay?
At this point, she already showed a pitiful expression, making her utterly adorable.
Of course, Lu Chen's heart softened, and he helplessly said, but with over a dozen rooms in the villa, isn't that a bit wasteful?
In the future, when I nurture my kin, I will let them come and stay.
And Yu's eyes brightened.
Then let's forget it. Lu Chen quickly shook his head and sighed. Let's get ready for bed. And Yu beamed with joy, excitedly clinging to Lu Chen's back as they walked into the luxurious yet cozy master bedroom. After washing up together, and Yu rolled around excitedly on the soft bed. Master, this bed is so comfortable. And Yu's eyes lit up as she patted the space beside her, saying, Master, come up. Coming, Lu Chen had no choice but to lie down, feeling the girl's delicate body, like a little snake, tightly hugging him. He gently pinched in Yu's soft cheek and smiled, let's sleep early. And Yu closed her eyes, her long eyelashes slightly trembling. Her pretty face buried in Lu Chen's embrace soon drifted into slumber. In the demon city, the Lu family, the mother tree of elves towered into the clouds, rooted in the ancestral land of the Lu family. Unseen, the mother tree of elves seemed to resonate with the star-sacred tree. Countless spiritual energies were purified, becoming even more refined. In the process of spiritual energy revival on Blue Star, the mother tree of elves was also an indispensable part. Lu Ying stood beneath the mother tree of elves, enveloped in an endless pure life aura, resembling a holy maiden of the god of life, incredibly sacred and noble. Lu Ying's realm had already reached the 10th level of the Sun's Day. With the blessings of Blue Star descending, both the mother tree of elves and Lu Ying simultaneously broke through to the king level. Especially the mother tree of elves, which had absorbed a large amount of precious resources, had long accumulated endless foundation. With Lu Ying's breakthrough, there were no more restrictions, directly reaching the 10th level of the king.
Under Lu Ying's intent, 3 emerald green fruits condensed atop the crown of the tree. That is, the spirit fruit.
Lu Ying exclaimed, his face filled with excitement, saying, the legendary ancestor spirit was born from the spirit fruit.
Ancestor spirit.
Lu Shue's expression was complex. The life source spirit she had contracted stood right beside her. Within the little deer, there flowed an extremely pure bloodline of the ancestor spirit. However, no matter how pure the bloodline, as long as it was not 100%, it could not become a true ancestor spirit. On the crown of the spirit mother tree, there were 3 spirit fruits, capable of nurturing 3 young ancestor spirits. Lu Ying sensed the intent of the spirit mother tree, slightly pursed her lips, and softly said, the ancestor spirits are divided into many attributes. The 3 young ancestor spirits nurtured from these spirit fruits are of the wind, wood, and water attributes. As for their potential level, it should be first order Holy Spirit.
Lu Yun was somewhat taken aback, puzzled. Isn't the legendary ancestor spirit of the potential level of 10th order Holy Spirit, and its attribute is life?
I'm sorry, Lu Ying replied softly, that refers to the top-tier ancestor spirits, and the life attribute is equivalent to the support attribute. Even if the spirit mother tree were to nurture, it would suffer great damage. If it were to nurture 3 top-tier life attribute ancestor spirits at the same time, the spirit mother tree would likely wither completely.
I hope the family heads can understand.
After she spoke, she sincerely bowed to the 3 family heads of the spirit clans present.
The 3 family heads, Lu Yun, Bai Qian, and Su Yao, quickly stepped back. Lu Ying had contracted the spirit mother tree. They dared not accept her bow. The life attribute ancestor spirit, with a potential of 10th order Holy Spirit, is the top-tier form among ancestor spirits? Lu Shue's eyes brightened. The bloodline possessed by the little deer was indeed that of the life attribute ancestor spirit. In the future, if the little deer can purify its ancestor spirit bloodline to 100%, it will evolve into the top-tier ancestor spirit. Lu Shue thought to herself, however, with my abilities, I cannot achieve this. I need to continue accumulating resources and wealth, and go to the mythical beast shop to seek help from Mentor Lu to cultivate the little deer. With this thought, Lu Shue felt much more relaxed. Family head Bai, family head Su, Lu Yun said sincerely, you have also heard that it is not that we do not want to nurture the life attribute ancestor spirit. As an apology, let you choose first from the 3 ancestor spirits nurtured from these spirit fruits. No need, Bai Qian, a graceful woman, quickly said, an ancestor spirit with a potential of first order Holy Spirit already far exceeds the value of 2 pieces of red star level resources. In the future, our 3 great spirit clans must continue to watch over and assist each other to protect the growth of the spirit mother tree. How could we harbor any grudges because of this? Exactly.
Su Yao said solemnly, our three great spirit clans are merely vassals of the spirit ancient kingdom in the summer country. Now that the spirit mother tree has taken root in the Lu family, it is a perfect opportunity to break free from the control of the spirit ancient kingdom. We must continue to work together. Then the two family heads can choose first. Lu Yun shook his head and smiled, but couldn't help feeling a bit relieved. Fortunately, since he took over as family head, he had been vigorously developing the economy, allowing the Lu family's economic foundation to surpass that of the Su and Bai families. This way, the Lu family could successfully bid for the spirit mother tree. If the Lu family's foundation were slightly weaker, perhaps it would be me, Lu family, who would be humbly seeking cooperation now. Lu Yun's gaze was clear. Ever since he returned with the seedling of the spirit mother tree, Bai Qian and Su Yao had directly come seeking cooperation, each taking out 2 pieces of red star level resources, and with the large amount of resources prepared by the Lu family, the highest level reached was only purple crystal level, with a total value equivalent to 1 piece of red star level resource. Only by combining numerous resources could they evolve the true spirit mother tree. The conditions of the Bai and Su families are actually quite simple. First, the 3 major elven families form an alliance. Second, each family selects 1 ancestral elf born from the elven mother tree. Then I'll choose the wood element first, Bai Qian said with a smile. Su Yao cursed under his breath, cursing himself for missing the opportunity. For the elven families, the ancestral elf of the wood element is definitely the most compatible. Then my Su family will choose the wind element, Su Yao quickly said. That's perfectly fine. Lu Yun nodded and said, Inger, when will these 3 elven fruits truly mature and give birth to the ancestral elves? It was originally about 10 days, Lu Ying said softly. Now that the spiritual energy of Blue Star has revived, it will take about 5 days to give birth to the ancestral elves. After that, before the elven mother tree grows to the Holy Spirit level, it's best not to give birth to any more ancestral elves, otherwise it will affect the foundation of the elven mother tree. Only 5 days? Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Wait a minute. Bai Qian's eyes widened in shock. The spiritual energy of Blue Star has already revived? Yes, Lu Ying pointed to the north and said softly, the starry holy tree has taken root in the imperial capital, and the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy has triggered the will of Blue Star to bestow blessings. The heads of the 3 major elven families originally thought that it was the cultivation of the elven mother tree that made the will of Blue Star rejoice. In the eyes of the elven families, the elven mother tree is the only true god in the world. It is only natural for the elven mother tree to take root in Blue Star and for the will of Blue Star to bestow blessings. They never expected that the blessings from the will of Blue Star would actually come after the birth of the starry holy tree and the elven mother tree, which led to the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Magic City has at least increased several times. Su Yao seriously sensed the surrounding spiritual energy, which had indeed become much denser, revealing a face full of shock. I thought it was released by the elven mother tree, but it turns out it was the revival of Blue Star that made the spiritual energy so rich. The revival of spiritual energy is divided into 3 major stages. We should be in the 2nd stage now, right? Bai Qian took a deep breath and suddenly thought of something, exclaiming, the starry holy tree, the elven mother tree. Was that senior's plan truly so well orchestrated? With the revival of spiritual energy entering the 2nd stage, the difficulty for those ancient relics who have been stuck at the 10th tier realm for many years to break through to the Holy Spirit level will be reduced by many times. Perhaps they will all break through to the Holy Spirit level one after another. I just received news. Many collateral descendants in the family who awakened F level and E level beast taming talents have at least evolved 1 level in their beast taming talents. Lu Yun's voice was low, but the shock in his eyes could not be dispelled as he slowly said, moreover, a large-scale evolution frenzy of beast taming talents has begun throughout the Magic City. Additionally, many ordinary people who had not awakened any talents have suddenly awakened their beast taming talents in the wave of spiritual energy revival. Is this the revival of spiritual energy? Bai Qian's expression was complex as she said softly, just the 2nd stage has changed the fate of countless people. The entire Xia country will probably be immersed in the frenzy of beast taming. Currently, the areas where spiritual energy has revived should only be the imperial capital and the Magic City. Lu Ying, connected with the elven mother tree, said softly, among them, the degree of spiritual energy revival in the imperial capital is much higher than in the Magic City. After all, the source of the revival of spiritual energy is that starry holy tree. The elven mother tree only shares the ability to purify spiritual energy by resonating with the starry holy tree. The revival of spiritual energy is an unstoppable trend. Su Yao's eyes were clear as he said solemnly, given time, the spiritual energy of the entire Xia country will completely revive and enter the 2nd stage. At that time, the national strength and fortune of Xia country will rise steadily.
However, it will inevitably arouse suspicion and hostility from the other 5 countries and the ancient elven nation. Is it a prosperous age, or a chaotic age? Lu Yun's gaze was heavy as he slowly said, in any case, the 3 great elven families must prepare early. In the demon city, beyond the wilderness, amidst the endless stench of blood, brutality, and darkness, a broken coffin, engraved with countless ancient totems, pierced through the darkness and slowly emerged. Crack! The decayed coffin lid was suddenly lifted. A handsome young man slowly stood up from the coffin. The young man floated in midair, feeling the rich spiritual energy around him, and couldn't help but smile. I, Sitahan, the 7th Prince of the Beast Emperor Empire, a dignified Saint Spirit-level beast master, yet I can only transform into a blood clan to survive the calamity. When the calamity struck, I transformed my bloodline into that of the blood clan and have been in slumber until now. How long has it been since the era of calamity passed? From the concentration of spiritual energy, it seems to have just reached the 2nd stage. During this period, Saint Spirit-level beast masters must be extremely rare. My current realm is only at the 10th level of the Overlord rank. I still need to take it slow. Numerous thoughts flashed by. The figure of the handsome young man slowly faded away. But what he didn't notice was that thousands of meters above him, an ominous old man slowly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with a chilling intent to kill. In the imperial capital, the royal palace, beneath the starry sacred tree, a dragon, entirely azure and exuding a sacred aura, slowly spread its azure wings, radiating unmatched dragon might. Immediately, the body of the azure sky dragon began to shrink continuously. It transformed into a height of less than half a meter. Azure sky dragon. Xia Qinji's eyes brightened as she gently stroked the azure sky dragon's head, joyfully saying, with a potential of Saint Spirit's 2nd stage and a realm of King 10th stage. Given time, breaking through to Overlord level will be effortless. After consuming a large amount of resources, she finally evolved the Azure Sky Dragon. The joy in Xia Chenji's heart was beyond words. Under normal circumstances, even as a princess with an awakened Sss-Level talent, the highest potential of the contracted beasts she could summon would only be Overlord 10th stage. Compared to the Azure Sky Dragon with a potential of Saint Spirit's 2nd stage, there was almost no comparison. The Azure Sky Dragon is not yet in its final form. The Summer Emperor looked at the Azure Sky Dragon, revealing an extremely satisfied expression. He was very clear about what the potential of Saint Spirit level truly meant. Although the ancient sword of cutting through the void that the Summer Emperor contracted had already broken through to Saint Spirit level, it merely surpassed the potential limit and forcibly reached the Saint Spirit level. The potential of the ancient sword of cutting through the void remained at Overlord 10th stage. If it could not continue to enhance its potential, the realm of the ancient sword would forever remain at Saint Spirit 1st stage. The ancient sword of cutting through the void did not possess a growth type special talent but awakened a main combat type talent, with an absorption efficiency for resources only 1/10, or even less, than that of the Azure Sky Dragon. This meant that to enhance the potential and realm of the ancient sword of cutting through the void, the resources required would be more than 10 times that of the Azure Sky Dragon. The Summer Emperor's gaze shifted between the starry sacred tree and the Azure Sky Dragon, revealing a complex expression, which then became resolute as he thought, the future of the Summer Kingdom ultimately relies on you. He had made his decision. The realm of the ancient sword of cutting through the void would remain at Saint Spirit 1st stage. Allocating numerous precious resources for the starry sacred tree and the Azure Sky Dragon was the best choice. If the Azure Sky Dragon evolves once more, it will possess the potential of Saint Spirit 10th stage and can govern a spatial realm. The Summer Emperor expressed a sense of nostalgia, sighing, unfortunately, the resources required to evolve into the Void Azure Dragon, although they can be found in the world today, are lacking several types in the current national treasury. It's all right, father. Xia Chunji pursed her lips and smiled. I am already very satisfied with the form of the Azure Sky Dragon. Its potential of Saint Spirit's 2nd stage is already on par with the National Guardian Dragon. By the way, the Summer Emperor suddenly said, I have heard that senior has the intention to purchase resources from the royal family? Yes. Xia Chunji was slightly taken aback, but soon understood. As the ruler of the Xia Kingdom, many things could not be hidden from the other party. That senior's methods are truly unfathomable. I suspect that this senior is no ordinary top-tier cultivator, at least an 8-star cultivator, with a status comparable to a demigod. The Summer Emperor revealed an extremely serious expression and slowly said, since the senior has the intention to purchase resources, we must do our best to accommodate. Does that senior have a list of resources? Yes. Xia Chenji nodded gently and then took out an A4 sheet of paper, solemnly handing it over. After the Summer Emperor reviewed it, he couldn't help but smile and burst into hearty laughter. That senior is truly remarkable. The Summer Emperor laughed heartily. None of the resources overlap with what the Starry Sacred Tree and the Azure Sky Divine Dragon need. I have received the goodwill conveyed by this resource list. Issue a decree. As long as there are stocks in the National Treasury, all resources must be retrieved. Yes. Xia Chenji showed a hint of a smile. She had originally planned to use her authority to purchase resources for Lu Chen. Now that the Summer Emperor had given the order, everything would go smoothly. That night, Xia Chenji received containers filled with various resources. I heard that the spokesperson for that senior has opened a pet shop near Magic City University? The Summer Emperor suddenly spoke, revealing a look of deep emotion, and softly said, "That young man named Lu Chen is truly fortunate to have caught the attention of that senior. I heard that Lu Chen was initially a discarded child of the Long family, one of the dragon riding families. After becoming that senior's spokesperson, he has soared to great heights." Spokesperson? Xia Chenji was somewhat taken aback. Then, she took the information handed to her by the Summer Emperor. Her expression grew increasingly serious. The owner of this mythical pet shop, Lu Chen, is not just that senior's spokesperson. Xia Chenji said solemnly, "This young owner is that senior himself." What? The Summer Emperor's eyes widened in shock. Xia Chenji looked astonished. She could fully understand the Summer Emperor's shock. When the era catastrophe descended, regardless of how powerful one was, if they could not leave Blue Star and venture into the starry sky, even if they escaped into other realms, they would be locked onto by the will of Blue Star and could not evade the catastrophe. The only choice was to enter a deep sleep to survive the calamity. After the era changed, many powerful beings gradually awakened. In the Summer Emperor's view, Lu Chen was undoubtedly a powerful being who had awakened from slumber after the era catastrophe, and he was also a top-tier cultivator. From the information obtained, Lu Chen, as the discarded child of the Lu family, was undoubtedly contradictory. Father. Xia Chenji showed a contemplative expression and slowly said, "Actually, there is another possibility." "You mean?" The Summer Emperor vaguely sensed something, but he could not calm down at all. "That's right," Xia Chenji said solemnly, "that senior must have reincarnated, surviving the era catastrophe through reincarnation, living a second life." The Summer Emperor said solemnly, "This is a miracle that only a demigod-level beast master can achieve. The rules of Blue Star are extremely complete. They even gave birth to the rules of reincarnation. However, the reincarnation rules of Blue Star are quite immature, almost in their infancy. Only by breaking through to the demigod-level beast master can one vaguely touch the essence of Blue Star and utilize its reincarnation rules. With the abilities that Senior has displayed, at least an 8-star cultivator. With the capabilities of an 8-star cultivator, breaking through to demigod level is not difficult at all?" Xia Chenji said slowly, "Now, only reincarnation can explain it. I have seen that Senior, his realm is indeed at the Manhwa level, but his aura is extremely profound." In her mind, she unconsciously recalled Lu Chen's eyes, which contained an extreme darkness, an endless terrifying divine fire, a profound spiritual soul, and an incomparably vast vitality. It was precisely because she felt so many incredible visions that Xia Chenji made up her mind to become Lu Chen's pawn. "No," Xia Huang suddenly said, "if it is reincarnation, how could that senior awaken their past life memories in the first stage of spiritual energy revival?" Xia Chenji revealed an incredibly complex expression and softly said, "What if that senior was not just at the demigod level before reincarnation?" Xia Huang couldn't help but be stunned. Not just at the demigod level? Above the demigod level. A terrifying thought flashed through Xia Huang's mind. He felt his heart tremble and his soul shudder. "No need to say more," Xia Huang said solemnly. "That senior granting opportunities to our Xia kingdom is an honor for us. No matter what, we must not offend them. If that senior has any requests, we must do our utmost to fulfill them." Xia Chenji nodded gently. "Now, our Xia kingdom possesses the starry sacred tree, the mother tree of elves, and the azure sky divine dragon. The spiritual energy within Xia kingdom will gradually revive until it completely reaches the second stage of spiritual energy revival." Xia Huang's expression was serious as he slowly said, "Whether the other 5 nations, the ancient elf nation, or even the powerful holy beast empire, which can only be contended with by uniting the 6 nations. Once they react, Xia Kingdom will become the target of everyone. Whether Xia Kingdom will welcome a prosperous era or a chaotic one depends on whether we can withstand the pressure." "Father, I just saw that Senior seems to have made some arrangements. Many students from Magic City University have contracted the beasts cultivated by that Senior, and their potential is no less than that of the starry sacred tree and the azure sky divine dragon." Xia Chenji said softly, "Perhaps we can follow that Senior's arrangements and use the many talented beast masters cultivated by that Senior as the core to counter the pressure from the other 5 nations,
the ancient elf nation, and the Holy Beast Empire. That works. Xia Huang revealed a hint of a smile. He had naturally noticed that the most outstanding students at Magic City University were all cultivated by that senior. Xia Huang could even foresee that as those talented students gradually grew, even without the starry sacred tree, the future Xia kingdom would stand at the pinnacle of the Six Nations. Send the order down. Xia Huang said slowly, the funding for the top 3 universities, Magic City Beast Master University, Imperial Capital Beast Master University, and First Beast Master University, will be directly increased tenfold. Magic City, Lu family. Tianyan True Dragon. Lu Su looked at the true dragon before him, its entire body is soil yellow, each scale seemingly composed of countless rocks, releasing endless dragon might, and couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy, excitedly saying, its potential is at the 2nd tier of the Holy Spirit, and its realm is at the 10th tier of the Sun. It really has evolved into a Tianyan true dragon. An elderly man with a weathered face couldn't help but show a look of shock. On the old man's face were covered with brilliant golden scales, and the skin exposed by his ancient robe was also covered in dazzling golden scales. Even the palms under his sleeves had taken on a dragon claw shape. This elderly man was one of the ancestors of the Lu family, Lu Zhencheng. Hundreds of years ago, Lu Zhencheng was also the head of the Lu family. After going to the dragon realm and facing the limit of his lifespan, Lu Zhencheng transformed his bloodline into a dragon-human hybrid, gaining a long lifespan. To this day, Lu Zhencheng had long since broken through to the overlord level. There were still quite a few dragon masters at the overlord level like Lu Zhencheng in the dragon realm. 5 pieces of red star level resources. Lu Zhencheng revealed a solemn expression and slowly said, the price you need to pay is that the Tianyan true dragon must go to the dragon realm before breaking through to the overlord level. Do you understand clearly? Of course. Lu Tianfeng quickly said, our ancestor is willing to bring 5 pieces of red star level resources across the boundary, and the only cost is to go to the dragon realm. The younger generation is naturally immensely grateful. Lu Zhencheng glanced at Lu Su and couldn't help but sigh. I never expected that after hundreds of years, the Lu family would have such a monstrous descendant. He sensed very clearly. Within Lu Su's body, there were 3 types of innate origins. Among them, 2 were S-level. The third beast-controlling talent, Earth Vein Dragon Shadow, evolved directly into the SS-level beast-controlling talent Earth Dragon domain as the Earthworm evolved into the Heavenly Rock True Dragon. Lu Zhencheng could already foresee that in the future, with Earth Dragon domain as the core, Lu Su would completely merge the 3 beast-controlling talents, and there would definitely be another transformation. Truly a monstrous talent. Lu Zhencheng exclaimed, even in the dragon realm, this is an unparalleled gift. Ancestor, Lu Su said respectfully, when I break through to the king level, I will definitely bring the Heavenly Rock True Dragon to the dragon realm. Please rest assured, Ancestor. Lu Zhencheng nodded slowly and then said, this Heavenly Rock True Dragon must have come from the hands of an 8-star breeder. Our Lu family must establish a good relationship with that top breeder and absolutely cannot become enemies. In the future, if we can bring it to the dragon realm, the gods and dragons will surely bestow rewards. Do you all understand? Yes. Lu Tianfeng said solemnly, I have already discovered the residence of that senior. At that time, I will personally bring a piece of red star level resource to request that senior to take Sur as a disciple. Ha, a good decision. Lu Zhencheng laughed heartily, but it sounded like a giant dragon's roar, saying, since that's the case, I won't stay on Blue Star any longer. After transforming into a half-dragon bloodline, only by being in the dragon realm can I maintain the bloodline concentration, otherwise, it will gradually degenerate. Tianfeng, if you transform into a dragon bloodline in the future, you probably won't want to leave the dragon realm either. A dragon realm stone quietly shattered. Lu Zhencheng's figure slowly disappeared. Dragon bloodline, huh? Lu Tianfeng's gaze darkened, and he sneered, what so-called ancestors? They have long lost the pride of the dragon-controlling family. Sur, with your talent, even if you go to the dragon realm, many divine dragons will have to respect you. At that time, you must not lose your pride and submit to those divine dragons. Remember, you have a core contract with a top true dragon species. Father, I won't, Lu Su said with a hint of pride, smiling. Those so-called ancestors, after cultivating for 1,000 years in the world, are only at the overlord level. When the Heavenly Rock True Dragon grows up, I will definitely become a Saint Spirit level dragon controller. At that time, I will rise above many divine dragons. The glory of the dragon controlling family will reach its peak. If you can have such pride, I can rest assured. This time, evolving the Heavenly Rock True Dragon consumed 4 pieces of red star level resources, but there is still one left. Lu Tianfeng's face was full of satisfaction as he smiled. If I am not mistaken, that senior should have already moved into the villa auctioned at the auction. If we go to visit with a piece of red star level resource now, that senior will surely not refuse to take you as a disciple. He glanced at the sky. The sun was rising. It was already morning. In the villa, on the soft big bed, Lu Chen gradually woke up. I slept so comfortably. Lu Chen stretched lazily, revealing a satisfied expression, secretly thinking, as expected of the big bed in a luxury villa, it is indeed much more comfortable than the old sofa in the pet shop. He was extremely glad to have bought this luxury villa for tens of millions. For Lu Chen now, tens of millions was nothing at all. In Lu Chen's arms, a stunningly beautiful girl curled up like a little cat. Under her messy silk nightgown, the girl's nearly perfect figure was faintly outlined, her jade-white slender arms gently resting against Lu Chen's chest. "Master!" The girl let out a soft murmur. Lu Chen shook his head and chuckled, feeling somewhat gratified. During this time together, Yu's once desolate and lonely heart had gradually been warmed. Even Yu's sleeping posture had become more obedient. "Little lazy bug," Lu Chen said with a light laugh, "aren't you getting up?" The moment he opened his eyes, Yu woke up. She was just pretending to be asleep. Yu is not a lazy bug. Yu buried her head deep into Lu Chen's embrace, her soft body wriggling shyly as she murmured, "Master, can we sleep a little longer? But we have guests coming." Lu Chen sensed a beautiful figure outside the villa and smiled lightly. "If Yu wants to continue sleeping, then go ahead." Yu nodded repeatedly. When Lu Chen got up to wash up, she covered her stunningly beautiful face with a thin silk blanket. Yu took a deep breath, her pretty face slightly flushed. Lu Chen quickly finished washing up, changed into a set of clothes, and walked straight to the first floor hall. Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell rang. Outside the villa, Xia Chenji tried to calm her expression as much as possible. As the villa door opened, Lu Chen smiled warmly, "Please come in." Xia Chenji followed Lu Chen inside and sat down on the luxurious sofa in the villa. Then, she took out a spatial container. "Senior," Xia Chenji said with utmost seriousness, "inside this spatial container are the many resources you wanted to purchase. Among them, there are a total of 8 red star level resources. Additionally, from the blue star, from the 5th ranked bone dragon cold fire to the 100th ranked beast king fire, all have been gathered." A list was placed on the table. Lu Chen took the spatial container and looked over the list, unable to help but smile. "Not bad." Lu Chen chuckled lightly, satisfied. "You did well." The list Xia Chenji provided matched exactly with the one he had written earlier. He naturally guessed that, given Xia Chenji's princess status, she could not have gathered so many resources in such a short time. There was only one possibility. The extremely noble Xia Emperor must have personally ordered the treasury to mobilize these resources. The total value of these resources is 410 billion, and I've already contacted the first business in Magic City, Xia Chenji said softly. "Since it's a transaction, it should be so," Lu Chen replied without objection. He calculated slightly. After deducting 410 billion, he still had about 50 billion left. Lu Chen checked his account and immediately found that the first business in Blue Star had already transferred the auction funds. The balance in his account, combined with the original 7 billion, had directly turned into 68 billion. The 68 billion balance is secondary. Lu Chen thought to himself, the total of 8 red star level resources is what matters most. Inside the spatial container, there were 2 types of red star level dark system resources, Abyss Black Gold and Dark Beast Core. Abyss Black Gold can only be born in the abyss of the demon realm. It contains extremely pure dark power and carries a trace of the abyss demon god's aura. Lu Chen pondered. As for the Dark Beast Core, it is the beast core of the Holy Spirit level demon Dark Demon, which is the most difficult to absorb and utilize. However, with Noel's awakened growth type special talent Dark Lineage, all dark system resources can be perfectly absorbed, so there's no need to worry. In the system mall, the price of Abyss Black Gold and Dark Beast Core was around 800 points each. The royal pricing of the Xia Kingdom was 40 billion. Together, these 2 red star level dark system resources amounted to 80 billion. The many resources almost encompass the entire Blue Star. However, the most precious is only the 5th ranked Bone Dragon Cold Fire, which is a purple crystal level resource. The total price of all that does not exceed 30 billion. Lu Chen felt the many floating in the container and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile, secretly thinking, a total of over 90, worth equivalent to a piece of resource. The effect on the can be compared to an extremely precious resource. Lu Chen could vaguely sense the incredibly subtle connections between these. If all the were fused, perhaps it could directly communicate with the will of the Blue Star. There is only one resource, called the, with a system price of 600 points. Lu Chen pondered, this can only enhance the foundation of the, but it cannot increase the potential of. However, other contracted beasts have resources, I can't favor one over the other. After some contemplation, Lu Chen's thoughts converged at the core of the spatial container. Endless vitality permeated. Just the slight aura that dissipated seemed capable of turning 1,000 miles of barren land into a sacred domain of life. A total of 5 pieces of resources. Lu Chen's eyes brightened slightly, secretly thinking, both priced at 500 points. The other 3 resources are each more precious than the last. Is the ancient tree core left behind after an ancient tree withered? After years of sedimentation, the life essence contained within is even more pure. The system price is 1,000 points. A drop of water from the river of life. In the area of the river of life, a drop of is considered a resource. Once collected, will uncontrollably drain life source power. Even so, it is still an extremely precious resource. The system price is 1,500 points. The third resource is also the most precious one, with a system price of 2,500 points. Before the Endless Era, there was Elan Blue Star, and many divine beasts were its dependents. Is an ordinary grain of sand beneath the roots of the, nourished by endless years, containing not only endless life essence but also tainted with a trace of the original aura. 3 pieces of resources. These are the evolution resources Lu Chen prepared for the. In the beast space, Lu Chen quietly condensed a phantom. Instantly crushed, turning into powder, it fell upon the roots of the. And you slowly appeared, astonished. Master, are these resources all for me? Absorb them well. Lu Chen revealed a gentle expression and said softly, the resources I prepared for you are not just these. And Yu's eyes sparkled as she nodded repeatedly. And you will definitely not waste Master's resources. She immediately merged into the of her body. Suddenly, the aura of the quietly surged. The powder of An, along with a large amount of pure life source power, gradually integrated into the S-body. The potential of the was continuously increasing. A section of tree heart glowing with emerald light quietly pressed against the trunk of the. In an instant, it merged. As the was absorbed, the potential level of the actually increased again, reaching. A drop of emerald water slowly dripped down. It directly merged into the root system of the. The potential level of the suddenly rose to. Not enough. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. He clearly sensed that the drop of had not yet been completely absorbed. A grain of deep brown gravel quietly emerged. As the gravel fell beneath the roots of the ancient tree of life, it seemed like raindrops falling into the sea, instantly merging with the surrounding earth. An endless source of life energy transformed into nutrients absorbed by the ancient tree of life. Moreover, an incomparably vast and ancient primordial force surged into the soul of the ancient tree of life. Boom! The entire beast taming space trembled instantly. The potential level of the ancient tree of life is still missing the final piece to break through to demigod level. Lu Chen's gaze was resolute, thinking, after the beast taming space fused with the domain crystal core, it has still achieved a domain upgrade, transforming into the embryonic form of a domain. If the embryonic form of the domain is completely bound to the ancient tree of life, it can allow the ancient tree of life to achieve its final transformation, evolving into a higher life form. The ancient tree of life swayed freely. Countless roots crazily spread beneath the earth of the entire beast taming space. Using the power of the embryonic form of the domain, combined with 5 pieces of crimson star-level life resources, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he slowly said, the potential level of the ancient tree of life will definitely break through to demigod level. Based on the embryonic form of the domain, integrating the heart of the ancient tree, wood bud crystal, and sacred deer antlers, providing a large amount of life energy. Furthermore, the water of the river of fate and mythical gravel transformed the roots of the ancient tree of life. All the pieces for the evolution of the ancient tree of life were completed. Boom! The potential level quietly broke through. Demigod first tier. As for the realm, it had long reached the limit of the 10th tier of the moon of the abyss. After accumulating endless foundation, it naturally broke through. 3rd tier of the sun, 6th tier of the sun, 10th tier of the sun. In an instant, it reached the limit of the realm. Lu Chen keenly sensed that a trace of mythical aura seemed to have stained the trunk of the ancient tree of life. In the beast taming space, transformed into the embryonic form of the domain, every inch of space was tainted with life energy. Beneath the earth, it was even filled with roots. The beast you contracted, ancient tree of life, has successfully evolved into divine tree of life, with a potential of demigod first tier. The crimson star level skill life fruit has transformed into the mysterious sun level skill mythical fruit. The divine tree of life has broken through to the sun level, comprehending the mysterious sun level skill master of the domain. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen couldn't help but show a look of joy. The evolved divine tree of life seemed to have little change in form, yet it was stained with a hint of mythical aura. Normally, for the ancient tree of life to evolve into the form of a divine tree, it must create dependence and undergo countless years of faith to be imbued with mythical aura. However, Lu Chen forcibly endowed it with mythical aura using mythical gravel, allowing it to evolve into the divine tree of life. The potential level is demigod first tier. It seemed only one tier higher than the 10th tier of the Holy Spirit, but it was a fundamental change.
At the moment of evolving into the divine tree of life, didn't you integrate many insights into the Crimson Star level skill life fruit, evolving it into the mysterious sun level skill? Lu Chen felt very gratified. The original ancient tree of life could create the Crimson Star level resource life fruit. The evolved divine tree of life, however, created the mythical fruit, which is a genuine mysterious sun level resource. Looking across the entire blue star, only the divine tree of life can create mysterious sun level resources. Master of the domain, mysterious sun level skill. The master of the domain can merge any domain. It can also exert endless suppression power, allowing the domain to temporarily upgrade. After Yu broke through to the sun level, he comprehended a sun level skilled master of the domain again. Lu Chen checked it out and found that this skill was also auxiliary but specifically targeted at the beast taming space. It can merge any domain, meaning it can directly devour other beast taming spaces, allowing my beast taming space to grow infinitely? Lu Chen's heart shook, instantly realizing how extraordinary this mysterious sun-level skill was. In addition, as the Master of Realms, and you can temporarily elevate my Beast Master Space. My Beast Master Space is now equivalent to a King-level 10th tier. If it were to be upgraded once more, wouldn't that be equivalent to a Dominator level? Lu Chen exclaimed, filled with joy, truly worthy of being a Xianyao level skill. It is indeed incredibly powerful. Life Divine Tree, and you, attribute, Life System, Plant System Level, Daylight 10th Tier Potential, Demigod 1st Tier Talent, 1. Divinity, 2. Gestation, 3. Kinship Skills, 1. Plant Growth, 2. Life Domain, 3. Law Command, 4. Ancient Tree Projection, 5. Star Cutting Grass, 6. Thousand Star Vine, 7. Life Guardian, 8. Mythical Fruit, 9. Master of Realms status, very healthy, contracted. Lu Chen glanced at the attributes of the Life Divine Tree, immediately revealing a satisfied expression. In the Beast Master Space, the height of the Life Divine Tree had already reached an exaggerated 50,000 meters. The current Life Divine Tree truly showcased the aura belonging to a divine tree. In the villa's living room, after putting away numerous resources, Lu Chen asked Xia Chenji to wait for a moment. Xia Chenji naturally had no objections and calmly sipped her tea in the living room. What kind of tea is this? It actually contains such rich life source power. Xia Chenji exclaimed in surprise, and after careful discernment and cross-referencing with ancient texts, she was shocked. This seems to be the legendary Thousand Star Vine? Could it be that Senior Lu has contracted a Thousand Star Vine? No, the Thousand Star Vine belongs to a special plant system and can only master one skill. Senior Lu shouldn't have contracted it. She had many thoughts. Finally, she concluded, it seems that Senior Lu must have cultivated a Thousand Star Vine but did not contract it. He simply collected the tender leaves of the Thousand Star Vine to serve as tea for guests. Xia Qinji sighed. The Thousand Star Vine. Even Dominator level and even Holy Spirit level Beast Masters would yearn to contract a Thousand Star Vine. Yet Senior Lu directly cultivated one, just to collect tea leaves for guests. What kind of vision is this? Xia Chenji mused. It must be that before his reincarnation, Senior Lu was in existence above demigod. Just a Thousand Star Vine. What does it matter if it has Holy Spirit 10th tier potential? Even the potential of a demigod probably wouldn't be taken seriously by Senior Lu. What she didn't know was that in Lu Chen's Beast Master Space, dozens of Thousand Star Vines were planted. Collecting a few tender leaves didn't affect anything at all. At this moment, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Chen smiled lightly. I am very satisfied with these resources. If Senior Lu is satisfied, then the royal family of Xia country is also honored, Xia Chenji said softly. I hope that in the future, the royal family of Xia country can continue to cooperate with Senior Lu. Of course. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Xia Chenji took a deep breath and said slowly, since the resources have been delivered, I will take my leave now. Oh, Lu Chen sensed slightly and smiled. Could it be that I have not been a good host, making you so eager to leave? Of course not. Xia Chenji was slightly taken aback. She sensed slightly and immediately realized that outside the villa, Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su had arrived. Xia Chenji understood Lu Chen's meaning and smiled lightly. Since Senior Lu has said so, I will stay a little longer. She vaguely sensed that a good show was about to begin. A hint of curiosity flashed in Xia Chenji's eyes. After Lu Chen's reincarnation, he had his talent source extracted by the Lu family. What kind of attitude would he have towards the Lu family? Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell rang. Outside the villa, a silver-winged dragon lay on the ground. After pressing the doorbell, Lu Tianfeng immediately bowed and said, I am Lu Tianfeng, the current head of the Lu family from the Dragon Master family.
I have long heard of your esteemed name and have specially brought a heavy gift to visit you. As the words fell, Lu Su immediately opened the treasure box and said loudly, "This piece of red star-level dragon resource, Crimson Dragon Essence, please accept it, senior." Creak. The villa door opened. Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su instantly looked up. Their expressions of surprise and respect suddenly turned stiff. "You come to visit, I naturally have no objections," Lu Chen said with a light smile, walking directly in front of Lu Su, taking the treasure box containing the Crimson Dragon Essence, and laughing heartily. "Why bring such a precious gift?" He couldn't help but sigh. The Lu family really knows how to spend. This piece of Crimson Dragon Essence is from a Holy Spirit level 5th tier Divine Dragon species, the Crimson Divine Dragon. After its fall, it was nurtured over endless years in the Dragon Realm, finally forming this Crimson Dragon Essence. The system price is 3,000 points. The value of the Crimson Dragon Essence is no less than that of the Dark Prison Dragon Essence. It seems that the Lu family has already communicated with the ancestors of the Dragon Realm. I wonder what price they paid to exchange for so many red star level resources. Lu Chen pondered slightly, secretly thinking, as expected of the Dragon Realm, truly wealthy. Red star level resources are nothing at all. Even Xian Yao level resources, in the vast Dragon Realm, there must be quite a few. He directly put away the Crimson Dragon Essence. Lu Chen didn't care where this Crimson Dragon Essence came from. As long as it was in Lu Chen's hands, it belonged to him. Lu Su's expression was stiff, his body trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to explode. He could only grit his teeth, suppressing the raging fury in his chest. Lu Chen. Lu Tianfeng forced himself to calm down, his slightly trembling fingertips revealing his unsettled emotions, and he slowly said, "Please let that senior show himself." "Lu Chen, aren't you just relying on the fact that you became that senior's disciple?" Lu Su finally couldn't maintain his arrogance and shouted angrily, "I have already cultivated the Heavenly Rock True Dragon, which is no less than the demon dragon species you contracted. Whether it is beast taming talent or the contracted pet, I am stronger than you. I came here this time to ask that senior to be my master." "What? You want to be my master?" Lu Chen's expression was puzzled, his gaze shifting as if assessing Lu Su. Then he shook his head and said, "Lu Su, you are too useless. You are not worthy of being my disciple." "Lu Chen, do you dare to play with me?" Lu Su was furious, coldly saying, "I want to be that top nurturing master's disciple." "What are you, Lu Chen? Just someone lucky enough to have gained that senior's favor. But not only do you not cherish it, you dare to forge that senior's name. Did you misunderstand something?" Lu Chen suddenly revealed a cold expression, saying coldly, "The senior you imagine has always been just one person, and that is me, Lu Chen." Lu Su was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why Lu Chen could be so arrogant. Was that senior really so indulgent of him? "Speaking of which, I am very satisfied with the meeting gift you brought. Last time it was just a piece of purple crystal level resource, and now you have sent a precious red star level dragon resource." Lu Chen's eyes were filled with mockery as he laughed. "Am I not the abandoned child of the Lu family? Why, do you want to curry favor with me so much?" As the words fell, Lu Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Many clues seemed to connect. Lu Tianfeng had indeed suspected that Lu Chen was that top nurturing master, but he could not imagine how Lu Chen, at the age of 18, could achieve such incredible feats and cultivate the Heavenly Rock True Dragon, the Gale Divine Dragon, the Starry Sacred Tree. So many extraordinary pet cubs? In this era, the inheritance of nurturing masters had long been severed. Even if we take a step back, even if the inheritance of nurturing masters had not been severed, an 18-year-old youth, how could he possibly comprehend the vast ocean of nurturing knowledge? The key point is, Lu Tianfeng dared not think deeply. In his childhood, Lu Chen was the one from whom he had personally extracted the source of talent, a top-tier nurturer, yet he was the abandoned child of the Lu family. Such deep-seated hatred, could there be any possibility of resolution? Lu Tianfeng knew that the top-tier nurturer was not only a guest of the Duan family but had also gained the friendship of the royal family of the Xia kingdom. A top-tier nurturer, as long as he made a statement, could easily offer a reward comparable to the young beasts of the Tianyan True Dragon or the Gangfeng Divine Dragon. Under such a heavy reward, let alone a master-level beast tamer, even those powerful hidden families would be driven by profit, eager to see the Lu family perish in an instant. A top-tier nurturer could easily destroy my Lu family as long as he pays a price. Lu Tianfeng's heart gradually sank to the bottom. If Lu Chen is that top-tier nurturer, then he could never be a person of this era. Wait, the young Lu Chen was much more precocious than his peers, seemingly born with knowledge. Could it be that he awakened memories of his past life? Numerous clues connected completely. In this way, everything made sense. Lu Tianfeng's heart held no trace of doubt. In the moment when fear and regret surged, Lu Tianfeng's expression suddenly turned cold, shattering all fear and regret. Even if you are a top-tier nurturer,
what can you do?
Lu Tianfeng's eyes gradually became indifferent, filled with endless killing intent, coldly saying, even if your ability to nurture beasts is extraordinary, you are still just a Manhwa-level beast tamer. Lu Chen, you dare to reveal your identity, truly unaware of your own mortality. Even if I have to flee to the dragon realm after this battle, I will crush you with overwhelming force.
You refuse to admit your mistakes and instead want to erase them? Lu Chen revealed a hint of a smile, but it was extremely cold, slowly saying, Lu Tianfeng, when you extracted the source of my talent, did you ever think about now? Since you want to make a move, be prepared. After today, the Lu family will be completely destroyed. You want to destroy the Lu family? Lu Tianfeng's expression was filled with an indescribable coldness, slowly saying, Lu Chen, you have no chance. After all, you are going to die here. Boom! A massive beast taming space suddenly appeared. Roar! The crimson flame giant dragon spread its wings and let out a deafening roar. This crimson flame giant dragon had reached the 10th tier of the king level. Its size was incredibly huge, over 100 meters tall, burning with endless crimson flames, as if it could block out the sun. The sky was dyed red, endless flames fell like a rain of fire. The crimson flame giant dragon was ferocious and menacing, carrying an almost tangible dragon might, crashing down to the ground. Lu Chen, as a Manhwa-level beast tamer, what qualifications do you have to speak boldly in front of me and even threaten to destroy the Lu family? As your elder, I will teach you one thing now. In the world of beast taming, strength is ultimately paramount. Lu Tianfeng revealed an extremely cold expression, sneering, do you know that a king-level 10th tier beast taming space has already adapted to the external pressure, can suppress at will, and can easily teleport? Manhwa level 10th tier? Just an ant. Boom! Under the explosive rain of fire, Lu Tianfeng's figure vanished. The next moment, Lu Tianfeng appeared beside Lu Chen, his body engulfed in crimson flames.
With a core contract, he broke through to the king-level 10th tier, even temporarily borrowing the power of the beast. The crimson flames on Lu Tianfeng's body were precisely the red dragon flames from the crimson flame giant dragon, filled with terrifying burning power.
Die!
Lu Tianfeng's expression was extremely indifferent, saying, only by your death can the Lu family continue to exist.
Boom! The red dragon flames suddenly crashed down. Is it dead? Lu Tianfeng was about to smile when he felt a cold gaze coming from not far away.
King level 10th rank.
Is it very strong? Lu Chen's eyes were solemn. The next moment, a more solid beast controlling space suddenly appeared with a loud bang. Teleportation? Suppression? Lu Chen's speech was very slow. An endless, chilling voice suddenly exploded in Lu Tianfeng's ears. Lu Tianfeng, are you still going to struggle? Lu Chen's gaze was cold as he directly grasped Lu Tianfeng's neck, saying indifferently, look forward to Lu Su, this waste, becoming a Holy Spirit level beast master, thus revitalizing the Lu family.
In the end, at the peak of its glory, I will personally destroy it.
Isn't that a future you can accept? Ha, ha. Lu Tianfeng's face turned red.
He could hardly imagine why Lu Chen possessed such terrifying power, capable of summoning the beast controlling space and teleporting with ease. This was clearly a characteristic of the king level.
An 18-year-old king-level beast master? Roar! The crimson flame giant dragon roared.
Wrapped in endless crimson flames, it suddenly charged forward.
A king-level 10th rank crimson flame giant dragon is enough for you to have the courage to strike at me?
Lu Chen said coldly, the top dragon species that your Lu family prides itself on is nothing more than food for feeding the demon dragon to me.
Boom!
The dark abyss demon dragon thunderously descended. The endless realm of darkness directly suppressed the crimson flame giant dragon.
Ha, ha!
Lu Tianfeng struggled to breathe, but his eyes were filled with endless rage and killing intent. The king-level 10th rank beast-controlling space thundered down towards the dark abyss demon dragon.
Lu Chen!
Lu Tianfeng's face was filled with defiance as he roared, you should die.
Did I allow you to interfere with the dark abyss demon dragon's feeding? Lu Chen's gaze was solemn.
Inside the beast-controlling space, the life divine tree swayed slightly, filled with the endless source power of the realm.
The realm! Upgraded! Shatter! Lu Chen said coldly. Lu Tianfeng's eyes widened as he suddenly saw two beast-controlling spaces collide violently. Boom!
This king-level 10th rank beast-controlling space shattered in an instant.
No, it's impossible.
Lu Tianfeng was thrown to the ground, looking up in despair at the sky, where his king-level 10th rank beast-controlling space was shattered under Lu Chen's realm collision. Countless fragments of space were gradually devoured by the upgraded realm.
You are not king level. Lu Tianfeng's breath weakened rapidly as he exclaimed in shock. Your beast-controlling space is clearly at the Overlord level 10th rank. If it weren't for that, my beast-controlling space wouldn't have shattered so easily. King level? Overlord level? Lu Chen shook his head and said slowly, I'm just a Manhwa level 10th rank. However, after devouring your beast-controlling space, I can indeed break through. Xian Yao level skill. master of the realm.
It was as if it was swallowing. As it absorbed numerous fragments of space, Lu Chen's beast-controlling space began to expand.
300,000 square kilometers, 600,000 square kilometers, 1 million square kilometers. Finally, it settled at 3 million square kilometers. Yao Ri third rank. As Lu Chen's realm changed, Lu Tianfeng's breath fell to the extreme. The beast-controlling space shattered and was completely devoured. Lu Tianfeng's realm continuously dropped. Yao Ri level, Manhwa level, star level. In the end, he couldn't even maintain the awakening level. Roar! The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon displayed its terrifying dragon body, exceeding 1,000 meters, its eyes filled with coldness as it looked down at the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon, suddenly gripping the giant dragon's wings. Rip! Under the suppression of the Dragon Dark Realm, the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon couldn't move at all. With a ripping sound, it was directly torn in half by the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon. Scarlet Dragon blood continuously fell. The life force gradually diminished. Crack! The Dark Prison Demon Dragon suddenly stuffed half of the Crimson Flame Dragon's body into its massive blood-filled mouth. It chewed continuously, displaying an expression of immense satisfaction. Lu Tianfeng watched this scene with wide eyes, feeling an unbearable pain in his heart. The Crimson Flame Dragon had accompanied him for decades, yet it was reduced to the blood food of the demon dragon right before his eyes. Even Lu Tianfeng himself had completely become a useless person. How does it feel to be useless? Lu Chen looked down at him, coldly saying, Lu Tianfeng, you will not die now. You must witness the destruction of the Lu family with endless regret before you die. Lu Tianfeng's expression froze. He slightly raised his head, only to meet a pair of icy eyes. Every word Lu Chen spoke felt like a sharp knife, deeply piercing him. The only regret I have now is that when I extracted the source of talent, I shouldn't have considered so-called family ties, I shouldn't have left you a way out. Yet, there was not a trace of regret in Lu Tianfeng's eyes. Instead, he revealed a mocking expression and laughed. Had I known this, I should have crushed you like an ant. You dare to speak of family ties? Lu Chen curled his lips into a cold smile and slowly said, useless. Lu Tianfeng's expression changed drastically, unable to maintain his calm any longer, gradually revealing humiliation, hatred, and a sense of powerlessness. No matter how Lu Tianfeng argued, he could not change one fact. He had already become a useless person. From a 10th-ranked dragon master to now having a shattered beast space, with the core contract broken, even his beast master talent had become severely damaged, and he could never become a beast master again, completely reduced to a useless person. Even the core contract's Crimson Flame Dragon had now completely fallen, becoming food for the Dark Prison Demon Dragon. Half of the Crimson Flame Dragon's body had been eaten by the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, yet it was still not full. Then, the Dark Prison Demon Dragon lifted the other half of the Crimson Flame Dragon's body, once again before Lu Tianfeng, as if gnawing on a chicken leg, gradually devouring the Crimson Flame Dragon's body, revealing a satisfied expression. This scene gradually came into Lu Tianfeng's view. He clutched his chest tightly, feeling as if he couldn't breathe. Don't worry. Lu Chen revealed a slight smile and slowly said, the Crimson Flame Dragon you are so proud of will not only become Noah's food but will also be reduced to a servant, offering its loyalty. Roar! A dragon roar echoed. Lu Tianfeng's expression froze. He recognized that voice. It was the roar of the Crimson Flame Dragon. The Crimson Flame Dragon was not dead? Lu Tianfeng couldn't suppress a surge of joy as he saw the Crimson Flame Dragon emerge from the pool of blood, its crimson dragon eyes never looking at him, but instead gathering on the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, as if worshipping a deity, humbly and devoutly prostrating on the ground. At that moment, how he wished this was all a dream. Even if he had become useless, Lu Tianfeng would not regret it. He was a true ambitious character. To fight for the position of family head, he could even scheme against his own brother and sister-in-law. He could even forcibly extract the source of talent from his own nephew to ensure Lu Su had a stronger beast master talent. The death of the Crimson Flame Dragon, after becoming a dragon master, Lu Tianfeng had long been aware of. But he could never bear to witness the Crimson Flame Dragon become a humble servant. The dignity of being a dragon master was now thrown to the ground, ruthlessly trampled by Lu Chen. Ugh! Lu Tianfeng knelt on the ground, letting out an anguished roar. All the composure he had as the head of the Lu family, the so-called ambitious nature, could no longer be maintained at this moment. Lu Tianfeng. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, saying, you can only rage in your impotence now. Lu Chen. Lu Su looked at the spreading pool of blood and the kneeling Lu Tianfeng, suddenly awakening. But he simply couldn't understand why, even with his father personally intervening, it still had to come to such an end. You are very afraid. Lu Chen slowly walked towards Lu Su. With each step he took, the fear on Lu Su's face intensified. He had witnessed Lu Tianfeng's defeat, watched the Crimson Flame Dragon fall,
and seen Lu Tianfeng reduced to a cripple.
Until the Crimson Flame Dragon became a servant, Lu Tianfeng's mentality completely shattered. Yet Lu Su had never made a move.
He had not yet emerged from the shadows of the past. Now, the shadows in his heart had multiplied several times.
Lu Su found it hard to contain his fear, instinctively retreating.
But he suddenly realized that Lu Chen's figure had already vanished without a trace.
Teleportation?
Alarm bells rang in Lu Su's mind.
He could no longer afford to be afraid. The Beast Master Array activated. A true dragon, entirely earth yellow and seemingly composed of countless rocks, emerged from the Beast Master Array with immense authority. It was the Tianyan True Dragon. Lu Chen, I really have to thank you.
Lu Su forced himself to calm down, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly said, if it weren't for you putting the Tianyan True Dragon's offspring up for auction, I wouldn't be able to contract such a powerful true dragon species. The 10th tier Tianyan True Dragon, in terms of realm and potential, will never be inferior to your demon dragon species.
Is that so? Lu Chen seemed to hear a huge joke, the smile on his lips widening until it turned into uncontrollable laughter. He looked at Lu Su as if he were a clown amusing him. Tianyan True Dragon? Lu Chen gradually approached. Roar, roar, roar. The Tianyan True Dragon kept growling. From its initial majesty, it gradually turned timid, ultimately begging for mercy. It couldn't help but prostrate itself on the ground. At this moment, the Tianyan True Dragon no longer possessed the powerful majesty of a top true dragon species.
It seemed to have transformed back into a worm in a container, weak to the extreme.
Little worm. Lu Chen chuckled. Do you want to be my enemy? Roar, roar. The Tianyan True Dragon was about to shake its head. It suddenly sensed Lu Su's intent, and its body gradually became stiff. Tianyan True Dragon. Lu Su's face flushed red, extreme anger and humiliation filling his heart.
He had never imagined that the Tianyan True Dragon, which he took pride in, would show such a weak posture in front of Lu Chen. Lu Su felt that his dignity had been trampled on once again. The core contract quietly emerged. I command you with the core contract to forcibly kill Lu Chen. Lu Su spoke coldly, as if he had gone mad. You actually used the core contract's forced command? Lu Chen revealed a hint of coldness. Whether it was the Beast Master contract or the core contract, both were relatively advantageous to the Beast Master.
The forced command was the key.
Among them, a regular Beast Master contract only had one chance for a forced command. Even the core contract only had 3 chances for a forced command in a lifetime. Once activated, the contracted beast could not refuse. Each activation of a forced command consumed the essence of the contract and could never be replenished. Once the chances for commands were exhausted, the contracted beast could break free from the contract at any time. Lu Chen had not expected that Lu Su would be crazy enough to use up one of the only 3 contract commands. Roar! A hint of pleading flashed in the Tianyan True Dragon's eyes. Then, it uncontrollably turned into determination and killing intent.
Lu Chen was somewhat moved.
He naturally knew of the existence of forced commands, but he would never use them. In Lu Chen's philosophy, the relationship between a beast master and their pet was truly equal. He looked down on someone like Lu Su, who twisted the will of the Tianyan True Dragon with the power of the contract.
Lu Su. Lu Chen shook his head and said, a waste like you really has no qualification to be a beast master. Beast master?
Lu Su sneered, I am a noble dragon master.
Roar! The Heavenly Rock True Dragon charged uncontrollably.
Endless rock source power formed the Heavenly Rock Dragon domain.
Earth Dragon domain.
Lu Su extended his hand and coldly said, with the Red Star level skill Heavenly Rock Dragon domain combined with the SS-level talent Earth Dragon domain, the dual dragon domains overlap.
Do you think you can break it? Lu Chen, your time of death has come. My foolish brother. Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head and slowly said, dual dragon domains? So what? Roar! The dark prison demon dragon suddenly descended.
The endless darkness of the dragon dark domain forcefully suppressed down.
Boom!
The Earth Dragon domain shattered in an instant.
The Heavenly Rock Dragon domain was completely submerged by darkness.
The domains of dragons have their differences.
Lu Chen coldly said, Noel, it's time to end this.
The dark prison demon dragon's gaze was cold, filled with endless evil intent.
Evil dragon's gaze. Roar! A breath was exhaled. Space shattered, and the boundaries dissolved. Endless darkness surged forth. Dragon breath? No, this is.
Lu Su showed a look of terror.
Boundary-breaking breath. Lu Chen's eyes were sharp.
Under the terrifying dragon breath, the Heavenly Rock True Dragon was instantly on the verge of collapse.
Teleport. Lu Chen's figure vanished, appearing beside Lu Su in an instant. He suddenly raised his palm. A slap came down. Smack! Lu Su was directly sent flying dozens of meters.
He covered his swollen cheek, looking at Lu Chen with eyes full of resentment.
Not far away. Sewer. Lu Tianfeng's face was filled with despair as he roared, "Run!" When the Heavenly Rock True Dragon appeared, Lu Tianfeng had a premonition. Indeed, the Heavenly Rock True Dragon was a top-tier True Dragon species, with a potential of second-tier Holy Spirit, and had awakened the Red Star level skill Heavenly Rock Dragon Domain, capable of crossing a major realm to fight above its level. However, the Heavenly Rock True Dragon's realm was only at the 10th level of the Sun. Even if it crossed a major realm, it was equivalent to a top-tier giant dragon species at the 10th level of the King. With the realm of the 10th level of the Sun, it could rival the 10th level of the King's Crimson Flame Giant Dragon. This was enough to illustrate just how powerful the potential of the Heavenly Rock True Dragon was. However, when facing the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, even the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon would be defeated in an instant. Even if the Heavenly Rock True Dragon fought, what could it do? The gap in strength was simply too great. Yet, in Lu Tianfeng's heart, there was still a glimmer of hope. The Heavenly Rock True Dragon. It was a top-tier True Dragon species. Perhaps it could create a miracle? A miracle? Lu Tianfeng was filled with despair. Even the Heavenly Rock True Dragon, when facing Lu Chen's Dark Prison Demon Dragon, was so easily defeated. Run? Lu Su was stunned. He looked at the severely injured, completely unconscious Heavenly Rock True Dragon, feeling as if the world was collapsing. To allow the earthworm to evolve, he had consumed at least 5 pieces of Red Star level resources to evolve into a top-tier True Dragon species, and even his mentality had become arrogant. But how could he have imagined that the Heavenly Rock True Dragon appeared so small before the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, easily crushed? Heavenly Rock True Dragon. Lu Su dared not hesitate. He deeply understood that the Dark Prison Demon Dragon was a true demon dragon species, feeding on dragons. Could it be that even the Heavenly Rock True Dragon would become food for the Dark Prison Demon Dragon? The Beast Master Array appeared, instantly retracting the Heavenly Rock True Dragon. Lu Chen, however, did not interfere, coldly watching Lu Su put away the Heavenly Rock True Dragon and then crush a teleportation stone. As long as Lu Chen was willing, he could forcibly suppress the space with the embryonic form of the domain, blocking the teleportation. But he did not do so. My foolish brother, although I could easily kill you here, wouldn't that be too boring? Lu Chen revealed a meaningful smile and lightly said, only by witnessing the downfall of the Lu family with regret and hatred, and then heading to the Dragon Realm. That is your future. For the Dragon Realm, Lu Chen has many plans. Lu Su is one of them. However, Lu Su, you truly do not deserve to contract the Tianyan True Dragon. Lu Chen shook his head slightly and said softly, when we meet again in the Dragon Realm, I will personally take away your beast taming talent and sever your core contract. A waste like you possessing the Tianyan True Dragon is nothing but an insult to it. From the moment he decided to bid, Lu Chen had anticipated this. An auction is just like that. The highest bidder wins. Lu Chen exchanged a young beast for a substantial fortune. This is an equivalent exchange. Correspondingly, like Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun, who purchased slimes and Qingmian worms at an incredibly low price of 3 million in the mythical beast shop, they owe an endless debt of gratitude that they could never repay in their lifetime. These two modes can only be said to have their own advantages and disadvantages. In the future, if anyone dares to challenge me with the beasts I have nurtured. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold, a hint of chill flashing through as he thought, then I can only help you sever the contract. In the standalone villa, this senior Lu is truly a remarkable talent, completely beyond reason. Xia Chunji revealed an incredibly complex expression inside. At the Manhwa level 10, he can actually create a beast taming space comparable to a king level 10. Is this forcibly upgrading the beast taming space? In Senior Lu's beast taming space, there is actually a divine tree rooted, seemingly even more advanced than the starry holy tree and the elven mother tree. With the divine tree suppressing it, he even used special means to upgrade the beast taming space again, directly comparable to a dominator level 10, or even surpassing it. Just relying on the beast taming space, Senior Lu is enough to suppress everything. The demon dragon contracted by Senior Lu seems to wield the ultimate dark source power, perhaps already recognized by the laws of darkness, obtaining a true name. Whether it's the Scarlet Flame Giant Dragon or the Tianyan True Dragon, they are surprisingly weak in front of that demon dragon. I originally thought that contracting the Azure Sky Divine Dragon at the king level stage, with combat power comparable to the dominator level, was already very strong. However, compared to Senior Lu, it's still far off. In this battle, Senior Lu didn't even use his beast taming talent. Numerous thoughts intertwined continuously. She slowly walked over. Senior. Xia Chunji glanced at Lu Tianfeng, her eyes somewhat complex. As the head of the dragon taming family, the Lu family, Lu Tianfeng had always been a symbol of strength.
Throughout the entire Xia kingdom, he held immense prestige. If it weren't for seeing it with her own eyes, Xia Chenji truly could not imagine that Lu Tianfeng would become a waste. Princess Chenji, Lu Tianfeng's expression changed slightly. Have you been here all along? Yes, Xia Chenji nodded slightly. Then why didn't you take action? Lu Tianfeng frowned tightly. My Lu family, as a dragon taming family, how much tax do we pay to the Xia kingdom every year? The Lu family has made great contributions on the battlefield against foreign races for generations. Is the Xia royal family really going to stand by and do nothing? In terms of contributions, how can your Lu family compare to Senior Lu? Senior Lu has nurtured seedlings of the starry holy tree and the elven mother tree, allowing the Xia kingdom to enter the second stage of spiritual energy revival. Such achievements can benefit countless generations and be recorded in history. Xia Chenji revealed a hint of sarcasm and said slowly, as a dragon taming family, how much merit does your Lu family truly have? Among the three major dragon taming families, how much sense of belonging do you have to the Xia kingdom? I'm afraid, you have never considered yourselves as people of the Xia kingdom, but rather as people of the dragon realm, right? Lu Tianfeng's expression froze. He had intended to use his influence to coerce Xia Chenji, not seeking her help, but hoping the Xia royal family could remain uninvolved. However, Lu Tianfeng never expected that Xia Chenji's stance would be so clear. Moreover, she firmly stood by Lu Chen's side, representing the Xia royal family. Lu Tianfeng's mood gradually sank to the depths. Senior. Xia Chenzi looked at Lu Chen and suddenly said, the Xia royal family is willing to take on the task of annihilating the Lu family. As soon as the words fell, Lu Tianfeng's expression changed dramatically. He panicked. With the power of the Xia royal family, destroying the Lu family would be absolutely effortless. Does the Xia country really want to do this? Lu Tianfeng shouted angrily, aren't you afraid that the three great dragon-controlling families will unite and cause complete chaos in the Xia country? At this point, Lu Tianfeng could only feel powerless rage. Even threats seemed incredibly pale. You can certainly try. The three great dragon-controlling families? Even if they unite, what can they do? I tell you, my father has already broken through to the Holy Spirit level and will abdicate the throne on an auspicious day. Xia Chenzi's gaze turned slightly cold as she slowly said, if at such a critical moment, the three great dragon-controlling families dare to cause trouble, under the seal of national fortune, the three great dragon-controlling families won't even be able to communicate with the dragon realm. Can you afford such a price? Lu Tianfeng felt bitterly despondent, utterly hopeless. If the passage to the dragon realm were sealed, the last retreat of the three great dragon-controlling families would be completely lost. This was something he could not accept. I appreciate the princess's good intentions, Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, but there's no need. It's just a Lu family, easily destroyed. Why involve the Xia royal family? Does the senior want to personally destroy the Lu family? Xia Chenzi was taken aback and quickly said, however, the Xia royal family will always watch over and assist, absolutely ensuring that no accidents occur. You are kind. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Then, he casually lifted Lu Tianfeng. Under the awe-filled gaze of the crimson flame giant dragon, he climbed directly onto the dragon's back along its red wings. Senior, Xia Chenzi suddenly said, may I accompany you? For some reason, she suddenly felt a surge of impulse. Senior Lu must be going to confront the Lu family this time. Xia Chenzi was very eager to see for herself what terrifying power Lu Chen would display when annihilating the Lu family. One Lu Tianfeng, one Lu Su. I'm afraid they can only allow Senior Lu to show a glimpse of his strength? Xia Chenzi thought suddenly, but within the Lu family, there is a ruler-level ancient dragon. Can a ruler dragon allow Senior Lu to fully enjoy himself? Come up. Lu Chen laughed heartily and said, how can the destruction of the Lu family be without an audience? Yes. Xia Chenzi nodded slightly. Then, she climbed onto the back of the crimson flame giant dragon, standing somewhat awkwardly behind Lu Chen, her feelings difficult to express. As expected of a demon dragon, not only does it feed on dragons, but it can also forcibly enslave the dragon race. Xia Chenzi was slightly shocked and thought to herself, the crimson flame giant dragon, which Lu Tianfeng has a core contract with, is a top-tier dragon species at the king level, yet it has become a servant, a mount. Roar! The crimson flame giant dragon let out a low growl. Endless crimson flames surged, soaring into the sky.